Dermot never imagined that the next time he would see his wife, Allison, would be at his grandfather's funeral, and what's more, she had brought him. Standing vigil by his grandfather's bedside, Dermot hadn't slept for 2 days. The doctor said it was a terminal illness. Even though Allison didn't hesitate to spend money, all that could be done was to ensure his grandfather passed away peacefully. That afternoon, his grandfather suddenly opened his eyes and became much more lucid. Dermot knew this was a last flash of vitality before the end. Seeing the emaciated, elderly man, he felt indescribable pain. Arue, where's Lucinda? His grandfather held his hand, tremblingly pulling off the oxygen mask, asking softly with a kind look on his face. Marvin knew he was at the end, and before leaving, he just wanted to see his granddaughter-in-law once more. Dermot held back the tears in the corners of his eyes, quickly took out his phone, forced himself to cheer up, and comforted the old man. Granville, Lucinda is filming today. I'll call her agent. We can have a video call. The old man on the bed no longer had the strength to speak. Marvin was breathing lightly, as if recounting his boundless worries and concern for Dermot. A crystal-clear tear overflowed from the corner of his eye, silently sliding down, symbolizing the gradual fading of his life. Dermot frantically tapped on the screen, but every time he only heard the cold, mechanical voice. At that time, Allison suffered a tremendous blow, even giving up her title as campus beauty. When a woman is most vulnerable, she needs someone by her side. Dermot never left her side, using all sorts of ways to cheer her up. With all his efforts, he finally won the goddess's trust. Even if Allison couldn't let go of Jason, so what? For the ice block he couldn't warm up, he was still willing to hold it. After 3 years of dating, just before graduation, Dermot finally mustered up the courage to propose. But unexpectedly, Allison put forward a difficult request. The matriarch of the family fell seriously ill, and Allison's parents only had one daughter. Marvin's thoughts were entirely not on inheriting the family business. To safeguard the equity in the family fortune, she needed a son-in-law who would live in their home. At the time, Allison promised that as soon as she secured inheritance rights, she would immediately announce their wedding and marry into the Gelg family. To solve Allison's urgent problem, Dermot went through great lengths to persuade his grandfather. However, a year after marriage, Allison refused to consummate their relationship for various reasons. She was often away for her acting career. The family treated Dermot like nothing, ordering him around as they pleased, and his status was even lower than a dog they kept. Marvin thought he and Allison, as husband and wife, should endure whatever hardships came their way together. She's not willing. Only when Dermot spoke did the two people in the midst of their heartfelt confession notice someone else was present. Dermot slowly walked up the steps, his voice extremely cold. His gaze fell on Allison, though he was speaking to Jason. Mr. Xiao, I hope you understand propriety and release my wife. Marvin airing the unfamiliar voice, Jason instinctively pulled away from Allison. Upon recognizing it was Dermot, he suddenly sneered and provocatively pulled Allison back into his arms. Dermot's appearance caught Allison off guard, her expression clearly turning sour. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes somewhat evasive. Finally, Allison stepped out of Jason's embrace and asked, "Ai Rue, how is Grandpa?" "Just one step away. Come upstairs and see for yourself." Dermot remained expressionless, taking a deep breath to try and calm himself down. Seeing Allison about to follow Dermot, Jason stepped directly in front of them. "Dermot, I remember you. Back in school, you always came to our department to sit in on classes. These past few years your fashion sense is still just as abysmal." Jason looked down at Dermot condescendingly. In school, everyone in the department said Dermot was a bumpkin. His family background and taste were beneath contempt. Only his looks and grades were barely acceptable. Yet he shamelessly lingered around Allison every day. Dermot ignored Jason's provocation and nonsense, focusing intently on Allison as he repeated his request. "Come upstairs with me. Grandpa wants to see you and talk to you." Thinking of how her grandfather had sold land and property to gather her startup fees, Allison felt a flicker of hesitation. But then, unexpectedly, Jason's body suddenly shook, clutching his heart tightly. Xiao Lucinda. Chapter 2. Divorce in the left Orlandad, preparing for a blind date in the right. So red lips, what kind of heart disease attack are you pretending? Directly exposing Jason's act in front of him, Dermot immediately pushed him away. Not sure if he was addicted to acting or not, he leaned against the corner of the wall, moaning in pain. "Dermot, are you even human? How can you lay hands on Senior Xiao who is having a heart attack?" Allison's voice instantly rose a few octaves. Jason seemed to be having trouble breathing. His expression looked like he was enduring extreme pain. Marvin bit his lip tightly and shivered all over. "It's fine. Nubia, go ahead. Senior Xiao, this isn't the time for you to be stubborn." Allison's eyes were filled with pity that Dermot had never seen before. She tried her best to support Jason, glaring at me viciously before yelling at Dermot. "What are you doing, Dermot? You are simply ungrateful." Allison couldn't understand Dermot's behavior. The price Jason offered was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Marvin treated such good intentions casually. On the surface calm and composed, Dermot's mind was filled with regret. At the time of their wedding, Allison was worried about the impact on her career path, so he agreed to keep their marriage hidden. Now, with rumors of her affair with Jason, she didn't seem to care at all. Dermot felt no hatred towards Allison, only a firm resolve to let go, and more regret for his own obsession. "Granville doesn't want to see you. Get out." Giving them a cold look, Dermot said nothing more. Perhaps feeling snubbed, Allison pulled Jason out of the village. As soon as they left, a man in a black suit with a flattering smile walked into the hall. "Young master, the elder master learned of your grandfather's passing and expresses deep condolences. Marvin has some words he wants to say to you." Without waiting for Dermot's approval, the man put his phone to Dermot's ear. "Oh, my little thing didn't grieve too much and go with the old man? Come back to daddy's side quickly and comfort me." Marvin airing the familiar provoking voice, Dermot replied ruthlessly. You old beast, you're still alive? Bastard. I'm your real father. Finish up and come home quick. Once you sit in my seat, can't you investigate anything you want? With the Zhou family's help, my mother and I fled. But my mother couldn't escape the accident, and she's still missing. Fremont looked distressed, explaining hastily. Young master, back then, old Mistress Gaelg and Master Gaelg had strong opinions against Lady Leahy. The elder master was powerless to resist at that time. This wasn't it, that once the elder master had real power in his hands, he quickly brought you back. So, in the 4th year after returning home, when he dated a wild woman, didn't he cause me to be kidnapped? At 12 years old, Dermot was kidnapped by some organization to a foreign country and endured brutal torture. If he hadn't been rescued by mercenaries, he would have died long ago. Marvin trained under the Mercenary Legion for 3 years and started executing life and death missions at 15. Dermot officially retired from the Mercenary Corps at 17. His father, for reasons unknown, sent him back to study with his grandfather, where he met Allison. Fremont, choked up, couldn't speak and sighed deeply. The elder master was worried you wouldn't forgive him. Marvin's quite self-aware, isn't he? So, the elder master asked me to give you this card and has a task for you to complete. Saying this, Fremont handed over a top-tier black gold bank card. Young master, there are only 5 of these cards in the entire country. Dermot asked, how much money is on this card? It had been so many years since they last met, he wasn't sure if Sister Ruth would recognize him. When stepping into the hall, Dermot completely missed the complicated look on Allison's face behind him. The consumption level here was far beyond what Dermot could afford. Why was he here? The meeting point stated as number 7 in the profile. Dermot went over to check, and indeed someone was already waiting there. The woman before him was incredibly beautiful, with flawless features on her heart-shaped face. What should have been alluring and sultry phoenix eyes were instead filled with clear, moist light. Her wavy hair, resembling seaweed, lazily cascaded down her back. Most eye-catching were her seemingly overflowing bust and slender waist that could be wrapped with one hand. Seeing Dermot sit down, the woman lifted her long, fair thigh playfully, her eyes now holding more inquisitive meaning. Her sexy yet fiery figure, coupled with a face like Venus, nearly made his blood rush. Next to her was a foreign language edition of Pride and Prejudice, stacked with files. Marvin didn't expect the little brat from childhood to grow up to be so strikingly beautiful. Little Sister Ruth, it's been a long time. We know each other well enough not to talk about specifics. But there is one thing I need to tell you in advance. I just got divorced. Also, I've always thought of you as my little sister. With Grandpa having just passed away, during mourning, I don't want to consider these matters. Realizing his rudeness earlier, Dermot quickly apologized to Gabby and hurriedly walked toward the door. Just as he reached the entrance of the music hall, he bumped into Allison, who was walking with Jason, following closely behind Zoya. The 3 were chatting happily. The scene looked harmonious, as if they truly were a family. Seeing Dermot standing at the entrance, Allison's expression darkened. She also felt a strange emotion rising in her chest. Meanwhile, Jason seemed to assert his ownership by pulling Allison closer into his embrace. With a mocking smile, he wanted to see Dermot make a fool of himself. Allison asked first, Dermot, has everything concerning Grandpa been settled? Though she had kept her distance from Dermot during their marriage, she still felt some gratitude for what Grandpa had done for her. Dermot's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was icy cold. Do you deserve to call him Grandpa? I happen to bring what's yours. Meeting you here saves me a trip. Zoya's face turned red when she heard Dermot speak about her daughter like that. Pointing at him, she started shouting insults. You lowlife. Full of bad luck after staying in the hospital for so long. You've caused endless trouble for our family. Do you think living in our family is for your comfort? You only came back after the old man died. Did you think hiding in the village could save you from divorce? Pa. Sign the papers quickly and give my precious son-in-law peace. Allison bit her lip and adjusted her sunglasses, tugging on Zoya's sleeve. Mom, lower your voice. Both seniors, student leader and I are public figures. Dermot ignored the sharp-tongued woman. After living together for a year, he had heard countless sarcastic remarks and insults. Marvin simply couldn't be bothered to take them seriously. Taking out the divorce agreement from his bag, he spoke coldly to Allison. The divorce papers are signed. I'm busy lately, so let's finalize this quickly without wasting my time. This remark made Allison's expression even worse. This was the first time Dermot had spoken to her like this. Before Allison could take the divorce agreement, Zoya grabbed it first. Dead poor ghost. Country bumpkin. I'm telling you, don't even think about our family's assets. Don't be greedy. I won't give in no matter what. Look at what you've contributed to our family in this year. Get out now and do it without taking anything with you. As she said this, Zoya started flipping through the divorce agreement. She didn't expect Dermot to have struck out the conditions Allison had initially set and chosen to leave without a penny. Zoya rolled her eyes dramatically and smirked proudly. Good that you know your place, as if you deserve anything from us? Dermot raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently. Your family's petty stuff? I don't even want it. Marvin airing this, Allison frowned tightly. Initially, she still felt some guilt. But seeing Dermot act so arrogantly in front of her, not even looking at her, she felt extremely disheartened. Not to mention, his sudden appearance here. Was there already someone new? She had thought Dermot would beg on his knees, pleading with her not to divorce. Or perhaps he would fly into a rage, accusing her of infidelity. But Dermot's response was completely beyond her imagination, cold and calm. It made her feel alienated, as if he had never been truly sincere with her. Maybe he was just putting up a front. How could he stop loving her? With these thoughts, Allison put on a smile. Ai Rue, I know it's hard for you right now, but I want you to know that Xiaozhang and I are genuinely in love. I'm sorry to you, and to Grandpa. You don't need to leave without a penny. It's just a little money to me. You don't have to. Dermot sighed. How could he explain that he simply did not want to be entangled with her anymore? No need. It is indeed a small amount. I really don't want it. You don't need to feel guilty either. I don't need to resort to infidelity for assets. I'm not that dirty. Chapter 4. If I'm sick, I should go to the hospital. Why are you calling me? When Dermot uttered the word dirty, Allison felt as if she had been struck by an electric shock. Indeed, she had cheated on her husband. If this were exposed, she and Jason would face an irreversible disaster. Jason never expected Dermot to dare say such a word in front of him, feeling as if he had been electrified, and instantly moved close to him. Lowering his voice, he warned. Watch your mouth. Dermot, have you looked at what kind of person you are? When has it ever been your business to criticize our relationship? That's right. How dare you accuse my daughter like that? Do you really think we won't sue you for slander? Allison's mother immediately panicked. If it was indeed confirmed that her daughter had cheated on her husband, wouldn't Dermot then have a reason to claim their assets? You said Xiaoqian is too good for you. So what about this check? Saying this, Jason hurriedly presented a blank check, his expression arrogant. Just as Allison was about to speak, she saw an elegant woman walking towards them. It seems like one of my fans probably recognized me. Smiling, Jason approached Gabby, but unexpectedly, as he reached out, Gabby simply passed by him. You left your phone on the table. It was strange, Dermot thought, not realizing that something was missing until now. Marvin didn't expect this seemingly unfriendly beauty to be so warm-hearted. Apparently uninterested in their conversation, Dermot took back his phone, and Gabby left without looking back. Allison's mother stared at the two, her eyes darting around. Then, as if catching onto something, she shouted loudly. So you're shameless, Dermot. You were meeting random women behind my daughter's back, weren't you? I'm telling you to stop having any ideas about our family's assets, you greedy wolf. Mom. Allison held back her mother, glancing toward Gabby's retreating figure, feeling a wave of bitterness. She couldn't help but secretly resent. How could Dermot do this? Marvin, artful of filth, sees everything dirty. Your poor upbringing doesn't mean others are like that. Stop judging me with your filthy mindset. After saying this, Dermot snatched the check from the stunned Jason. Jason finally came to his senses, his mind still filled with the image of Gabby's stunning beauty. That world-class beauty was actually there for Dermot? And she didn't even look at him. Marvin wasn't even wearing sunglasses. Dermot paid no attention to what they said or thought, casually sweeping his hand to write a string of zeros on the check. Allison shook her head, sighing. You've really lost all dignity. Marvin said I could fill it in however I want. Is 1 billion okay? After writing the zeros, Dermot handed the check to Jason. 1 billion? Are you crazy? Do you know what 1 billion means? Allison's mother's face turned purple with rage, staring angrily at Dermot as if ready to tear him apart. Realizing her daughter's mood, Allison's mother cautiously suggested, should I ask Dermot for some more? Allison suddenly remembered that she had a headache on set, and Dermot noticed she hadn't been sleeping well, overthinking things. So, he visited several doctors to specifically blend a soothing tea for her. Every month, whether delivering it personally or through her agent, he never missed a single delivery. For 12 months, she had grown accustomed to Dermot's consistent care for her. How could someone so thoughtful just stop caring about her? Is the soothing tea even worth mentioning? I'll arrange something better for Lucinda in a few days. Jason felt the atmosphere suddenly become heavy, and his expression turned ugly. Could he really be inferior to Dermot? Allison noticed Jason's change in expression and hurriedly smiled, then spoke to him. Senpai, don't worry. Maybe he just forgot for now. Perhaps tonight, he will send me new soothing tea. When it arrives, you can try it too. Allison's mother stared at her daughter blankly, hesitating about whether to say what was on her mind. In the past, even when Dermot's grandfather was undergoing surgery, he would still prepare the soothing tea. Marvin always delivered it by the 12th of every month, but today was already the 15th. When they returned to the in-family residence, Allison's mother immediately threw Dermot's things outside the door. When Dermot came over, she still put on a haughty expression. Taking away the clothes, shoes, and some items given by her grandfather, she didn't even glance at the other things from Dermot. Marvini, Dermot, Lucinda isn't feeling well. I plan to go upstairs to see her and give you a chance to come along and also get your soothing tea, Allison's mother said to Dermot, staring intently at the man in front of her. She expected to see anxiety and embarrassment on his face, but instead, Dermot seemed completely indifferent. If she's not feeling well, she should go to the hospital. Leave her alone. Why are you calling me? Besides, we have no relationship anymore. Even if she dies, it's none of my business. Dermot's tone was carefree and mocking, as if he couldn't wait to distance himself from anything unpleasant. Allison's mother's originally upward curling lips dropped quickly, and her face darkened. You useless waste. How dare you curse my precious daughter? You once claimed you'd even sacrifice your life for her. How hypocritical. Dermot didn't bother to respond and left directly. Leaving the in-family residence, Dermot felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Marvin booked a flight decisively and landed in Jinghai late at night. Walking out of the private airstrip, he met Epsel, who was visibly overweight and dressed extravagantly. Valentina quickly led Dermot into the villa and hurriedly asked him to sit down. Little Rue, take a seat. What would you like to drink? We have a great collection of fine teas. I'm afraid sitting on those might turn me into gold too. Dermot shuddered as he looked at the golden chairs, finding his father's taste still hard to describe after all these years. To his surprise, Epsel's face turned green the moment he stepped in, eyeing Dermot questioningly. You little parasite, didn't you go to room 7 today? Room 7? Wasn't it supposed to be table 7? Only then did Dermot realize he had gotten the place wrong, which explained why he hadn't seen Ruth. But never mind. Who knew that girl ran away too? Epsel murmured. Seeing Dermot's gaze land on the 3 beautiful women in the living room, Apsel's expression became smug. Pretty impressive, right? Each one is a top-notch beauty. Surprised, Dermot scanned them. One was lively and radiant, like a rising sun, a flat-chested but vibrant lowly full of energy. Another was gentle and serene, like a pearl in an oyster shell, graceful and unassuming. The third was icy and noble, exuding a cold elegance from head to toe. Who were they? Why did his father say there was great news if they were here? Could it be? Dermot finally understood. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at his father in disbelief and spat out through gritted teeth. Marvin gestured for the three women to show their items. Seeing the share certificates and seals, Dermot nodded thoughtfully. Choose one, give it a try. Leahy Entertainment? His birth mother's name was Marilyn. This fatso actually remembered his mother and named the company after her. How romantic, isn't it? I've never forgotten your mother these past years. Mentioning his mother's name touched Dermot's heart. Marvin took the second set of documents. Leahy is our entertainment company, did you know? Top singers like Jemima, the hottest boy bands, and big film stars like Jason. They all work for your dad. Apsel, who had only been serious for a moment, began boasting about his achievements and brought Lainey to Dermot. In the future, Bethany will coordinate everything with you. You can rest assured. Dermot nodded and flipped through the documents, ignoring Apsel's shouting behind him. There's also a new arranged marriage I've set up for you, or else our mine's funding will dry up. After preparing for 3 days, Dermot decided to visit the company. Having a quick breakfast, he rode his electric scooter to Leahy Entertainment. Just as he locked his bike, a green Maybach parked in the opposite spot. With a casual glance, Dermot saw a man and a woman get out of the car. The man was dressed in high-end attire, looking quite wealthy. The woman was styled in an innocent and bright manner, also at the goddess level. Dermot never expected that the people coming would be his ex-wife Allison and her soon-to-be fiancé, the big movie star Jason. Not knowing why they were here, to avoid trouble, Dermot decided to evade them. However, Jason turned around and spotted him. Glancing around and seeing no fans, Jason called out loudly. Marvini, isn't that Dermot? You've come to Jinghai to develop too? Although it sounded friendly, Dermot found himself speechless. Out of politeness, he stopped anyway. As the two approached, he said indifferently, Why are you here as well? Chin up, Jason feigned modesty. I brought Kiru to visit Leahy Entertainment's president Lainey. Marvin then took Allison's hand and continued. Kiru's contract is about to expire. Signing with me will benefit our careers. Dermot nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Dermot acting nonchalant, Jason felt a strange sense of superiority. This waste of space. Thinking back to how pathetic Dermot looked when they divorced, Allison felt a bit elated too, deliberately asking, So what about you? Running to Jinghai and appearing at Leahy Group, surely not just to see me? Dermot replied casually. I came to look for work. Look for work. Chapter 6 Termination of all cooperation with Marviner. After parting ways with Allison, Dermot directly took the private elevator to the top floor where the chairman's office was located. Marvinra at Leahy Entertainment, Lainey had already made all the necessary arrangements for him. Lainey had become quite famous over these few years and was a well-known career woman among the listed companies. Not only did she have an excellent appearance, but also very strong working abilities. Apsel had gone through much trouble back then to bring her over to work as the president of Leahy. Seeing Dermot again, Lainey was once more struck by surprise. Compared to their hasty meeting that night, today's Dermot appeared even more suave. She didn't dare to waste any time and quickly escorted Dermot into her office with utmost respect. Chairman Gelg, thank you for gracing my office with your presence. Taking a careful look at Lainey, Dermot had to admit the old man indeed had a sharp eye for beauty. Lainey was around 28 or 29, slim yet well endowed, exuding an aristocratic and efficient aura that was indeed very attractive. Seating himself in the boss chair, Dermot spoke up. In the future, I won't be showing up at the group often. The management here will still be your responsibility, and there's no need to disclose my identity externally. Knowing the remarkable capabilities of this young master of the Gelg family, it wasn't strange that he was unwilling to invest too much energy in such a small entertainment company. All ongoing and planned collaborations involving the woman Jason brought should be put on hold. If she can still make money through Leahy, then I'll consider replacing you as president. Marvin airing this, Lainey's expression turned serious. There was no doubt Jason's visitor had offended young Master Gelg. Nodding, she replied. Chairman Gelg, rest assured. I will arrange it immediately. I will terminate all cooperation between Leahy and this person. Dermot grunted in approval and continued. Tell Jason that Leahy doesn't cooperate with the scum of the entertainment circle. Then have security look after them and escort them out. In the meeting room, Jason held Allison's hand and boasted proudly. Little Ro, don't worry. Bringing you here today is also giving Leahy an opportunity. Marvinar, there's a new chairman. Knowing their usual behavior, they definitely won't let go of this golden chance to cozy up to me, their cash cow. If they treat you well, I might consider renewing my contract. If they don't support you, I won't let them off easily either. Allison felt excited. She had always wanted to become an artist at Leahy. This opportunity to connect with the company's president was a huge step forward in her acting career. What neither of them expected was that Lainey herself did not appear, only sending her secretary accompanied by several security guards. Jason couldn't help but ask, Excuse me, has Bethany arrived? The secretary looked calmly at Jason and replied coldly. I'm sorry, our Bethany said that Leahy does not cooperate with the scum of the entertainment circle. If you want Leahy to casually sign Missin, in her current situation with other acting contracts and endorsements, Leahy will not assign her more work. What did you say? Jason looked at the secretary in disbelief. Marvin hadn't even told Lainey Allison's name, yet she had already investigated so thoroughly in such a short time. Also, all previous cooperations with Missin have been cancelled, noted. Security, please escort them out. Why? Allison was taken aback for a moment, startled by the familiarity of these words. Didn't she just hear Dermot say something similar at the entrance of Leahy? What did Lainey mean by this? Was it that all the 2 variety shows, 1 TV program, 1 short drama, and 1 web series she had signed with Leahy would no longer be cooperating with her? Feeling a wave of dizziness, Allison almost collapsed into Jason's arms. Actually, she didn't like to use connections to elevate her status. But thinking about how Jason, the man who loved her most, took the initiative to propose this idea, and considering her recent prominence as one of the 4 young top actresses, being favored by Leahy made her feel somewhat justified. However, she never expected that Leahy would now terminate all cooperation with her. She had turned down many job offers for Leahy. If the cooperation ended, what exposure would she have left? Jason couldn't understand either. Marvin stood up immediately and shouted, "Where is Bethany? I want to see him. I want to talk to him face to face." The secretary glanced at Jason and sighed helplessly. "Mr. Shao, sorry. Our Bethany won't meet you. And you also have your own work to attend to. Sister Adeline will contact you shortly." Allison's voice trembled slightly, her expression frozen stiff. Even the muscles on her cheeks were twitching faintly. "Are you playing tricks on me? Making me lose face intentionally? I'm a long-term collaborator of Leahy. Why terminate all cooperation now?" The secretary ignored her completely and spoke directly to the security guards beside him. "Please escort them out." The security personnel quickly approached, grabbing Allison's wrist. "Miss, please leave with me. Don't cause trouble here at Leahy. You're just a guard. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you even know who I am?" As Allison finished speaking, 2 cell phones suddenly rang. They were calls from their agent, directed at both Jason and Allison. Jason gestured for Allison to take the call first. Unexpectedly, as soon as they pressed the speaker button, an angry roar came through. She suddenly remembered that all her acting opportunities and business negotiations right after graduation were secured by Dermot. Even the agency she signed with now owed much to Dermot's efforts. Every time she asked Dermot how he managed it, he would say it was her acting and hard work that earned recognition. Jason took Allison back to the car, holding her closely while speaking vague words. Marvin suddenly thought of Dermot and couldn't resist asking Allison, "Kiru, could it be because of your ex-husband? Does he have any connection with Leahy?" "What?" Allison was shocked by Jason's words, then shook her head indifferently. How could he be related to them? He doesn't even qualify to clean their toilets. Indeed. Jason glanced at Allison while looking at trending topics and then said coolly, "I'll take you back to the company first." News of Allison being terminated from Leahy spread rapidly. Although her original company handled emergency public relations, many media outlets speculated that Allison might have hidden dirt in Leahy's hands. Dermot, who knew the whole process, admired Lainey's efficiency. Satisfied, he took the documents handed over by Lainey and said, "There are 2 more things I need your cooperation with." Lainey nodded respectfully, waiting for Dermot's instructions. "Mr. Gale, please go on." "The first thing is to announce the new chairman of Leahy, whose surname is Finlake. The second thing is to cultivate a new talent from these new trainees' files." Dermot quickly chose a girl from the documents. Under his planning and arrangement, Allison's career went smoothly, and now he could do the same for a newcomer to replace her. "First, investigate this Jamark Susiexi, then report back to me after some time." Dermot informed Lainey about the detailed cultivation plan. "Rest assured, Mr. Gale, though this child." Lainey was somewhat amused and perplexed. Strange personality? Faced with Dermot's question, Lainey didn't know how to answer for a moment. You'll understand after watching her shows. Gabby, wearing a bathrobe, wiped her wet hair in the luxuriously extravagant villa. The news of Leahy changing ownership caught her attention. "CEO Beckham, I've gathered all the information you requested." Secretary Belinda approached Gabby and placed a stack of documents in front of her. Behind the plastic cover was clearly a photo of Dermot. "Do you care a lot about this? Leahy suddenly changed directors without us getting any wind of it. If you need anything, Interrupting Belinda's babble, Gabby waved her hand. "Little Corley egg, you've done great. There's no rush, relax." Speaking, Gabby picked up Dermot's file from the table. Despite only 7 pages, she read through it 3 times. Belinda began to doubt if her eyes were deceiving her. Marvin or CEO Beckham had never been so focused on any man before despite having a fear of men. "CEO Beckham, this Dermot seems to be a lost son of the Gelg family, recently found, but holds no significant status there." Belinda recounted her findings. Not only that, he previously lived in Bukshou New area as someone's Joy Shear. Note, Joy Su means a man married into a woman's family, and was kicked out by his wife not long ago. In other words, she was trying to reassure Gabby that this man wasn't worthy of her. "How much time is left before the agreement my mother's will and grandfather signed runs out?" Gabby suddenly looked up, directly asking Belinda. "Oh, it's still 1 month. President Beckham, according to the will your mother left before she committed suicide, if I'm not married by the time I'm 25, her dowry and the company she founded will fall into the hands of those scoundrels in the Beckham family." Thinking of her mother made Gabby's heart ache. For so many years, others have always said she was the daughter of a lover. But only she knew that her mother and father truly loved each other. It was the Beckham family who forced her father to marry someone else for money, leading to their current situation. After her father's wife passed away, he several times tried to marry her mother officially. However, this met with strong opposition from Grandma Beckham. It wasn't until the Beckham family faced a significant crisis that her mother brought her dowry and company into the Beckham family, helping them regain their strength. Only then did she barely gain Grandma Beckham's recognition. But for Gabby's sake, her mother made an agreement with Grandpa Beckham while he was still alive. Once Gabby came of age and got married, the dowry and the company would all revert to her name. She didn't expect that the younger members of the Beckham family would be shameless, recklessly spending under Grandma Beckham's favor. Since turning 18, Gabby had demanded to reclaim control, but the Beckham family kept delaying by citing her unmarried status. They were fully aware of her gynophobia, not to mention that this condition was created by the Beckham family themselves. Recalling that incident felt like an invisible hand pulling her back into an endless abyss. Taking a deep breath, Gabby took out her private phone and personally dialed Dermot's number. In no time, Dermot answered. Marvinlo, is this Mr. Dermot? This is Gabby. Do you remember we met briefly in Buxho? Marvin, her voice, as clear and sweet as silver bells, conveyed determination, refreshing Dermot's senses. Instantly, he visualized Gabby's beautiful face and striking figure. Miss Beckham calling so late. Does it mean there's something important that must be said now? Given her appearance at such a hotel and her distinguished background, Dermot was not surprised that this woman had his number. I have something I want to discuss with you. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Jinghai International Trade Hotel, Table 7. We'll meet then without fail. Chapter 8 Who is Unworthy? The next day, Dermot appeared on time at the Jinghai International Trade Hotel. Gabby made a good impression on him, so he was willing to meet her. However, what he never expected was that after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gabby's first straightforward sentence was about marrying him. And she even had her household registration book ready. Miss Beckham, I'm an honest person and can't do this kind of thing. Dermot was utterly bewildered and shook his head in direct refusal. They had only met once. Dermot couldn't fathom what such a beautiful woman could possibly see in him. Was it because he had been divorced? Was it because he had no house, no car, and no savings? Or perhaps Gabby coveted his physique. Realizing that Dermot thought she had ulterior motives, Gabby smiled lightly. Mr. Gaelg, don't overthink it. I already said, it's just a formality. I am hiring you to register as my nominal husband. Once she reclaimed her mother's dowry and the company, she would immediately divorce Dermot. Gabby herself couldn't have anticipated that, although getting within half a meter of any man would cause her fainting and convulsions. She felt perfectly fine being almost arm's length from Dermot. I know you've just returned to the Gaelg family, and your position there is very awkward. I can provide you with many things. Feeling the expectation in Gabby's words, Dermot couldn't decide how to respond. Moreover, from her words, Dermot was certain that Gabby had some misunderstanding. Currently, the entire Gaelg family was essentially under his control. After a long silence, Dermot finally pushed back the household registration book. Sorry, Miss Beckham. I've just ended one marriage. I don't want to rush into another grave so soon. This statement was partly true and partly false. Thinking about the 4 years with Allison, Dermot knew what it felt like to be genuinely disappointed. Marvin quite enjoyed his long-awaited bachelor life, and since Gabby was clearly hiding something from him, he naturally had no interest. Mr. Gaelg, please reconsider. Our marriage is extremely important to me. Gabby's tone was anxious, different from the playful and curious mood during their first meeting. Now her eyes were filled with urgency. If you think $5,000 per month for pocket money is too little, I can increase it, or houses, cars, anything you need, I can provide. Gabby's agitated emotions inevitably drew many people's attention, but Dermot naturally didn't care about others' gazes. He was always someone who did as he pleased, smiling at the myriad aspects of the world. At that moment, Gabby suddenly stood up, revealing her long, slender, and fair legs in front of him. Encased in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, they appeared smooth and bright, stirring his heart. Do you think I'm not good enough for your ex-wife? Gabby bit her lip, still feeling somewhat unwilling to accept rejection. Dermot felt both amused and sympathetic. In terms of appearance and figure, Gabby was truly not inferior to Allison. Miss Beckham, it has nothing to do with those things. Let's end it here for today. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Dermot got up to bid farewell and left. Marvin always believed that marriage was not a joke. He sought a soulmate, someone who could love each other deeply. Watching him leave, Gabby smiled bitterly. She had thought that with her beauty and wealth, persuading Dermot would be easy. On the other side, Dermot hadn't walked far when a familiar voice rang out before him. Dermot? Why are you here? Are you following me? Allison, linked arm in arm with Jason, frowned at Dermot. After encountering Dermot outside Leahy last time, and then again here today, it was hard not to think he was stalking her. Dermot was also speechless. How could he keep running into this pair everywhere? You're overthinking it. I arrived first. Marvin shook his head, intending to leave. Wake up, Dermot. We're now in different worlds. Allison took a deep breath and said, I won't deny that you treated me well before, and my grandfather treated me well too. But now, my career is shining brightly. A meal or a bag costs more than you could earn working tirelessly for a whole month. Jason embraced Allison, smiling. All these things, I can't provide for Lucinda. Dermot clapped and laughed, saying, well, perfect match. Talented man meets a beautiful woman. Unlike his previous anger, Dermot now looked like he was watching a show. His heart was thoroughly indifferent to Allison and Jason, seeing them merely as clowns. However, Dermot's expression deeply wounded Allison's pride. Are you playing hard to get? Let me tell you, Dermot, drop your act. Before Dermot could speak, Gabby, standing not far away, opened her mouth to stand up for him. She walked over and said coldly, Miss, isn't this going too far? You should remember, it was you who willingly married him and cheated on him with the man beside you. Now you're trying to have it both ways. Is that amusing? Allison felt a sharp twinge when she saw the beautiful Gabby. Dermot was actually acquainted with someone of this caliber. Only days after their divorce, he had already turned his heart. Truly, he wasn't anything good. Jason was also surprised. To think that such a beautiful woman would be sitting with someone like Dermot was beyond his comprehension. Dermot, in just a few days, you've improved your game with women? Miss, do you know that this man is nothing but a freeloader and a good-for-nothing? You. Jason couldn't help but warn Gabby. If you're bored, then go back to your own place. Don't block my view. Didn't you already get what you wanted from me? Dermot's patience was nearly depleted by these two people. What are you talking about? What did we ask from you? Allison was flushed by Dermot's retort. Didn't I already give enough face to both of you? Each word delivered with deliberate calm. How dare you speak to us like this? Jason was inevitably infuriated by his attitude and reached out to grab Dermot's collar. Instead, Dermot caught Jason's right hand, holding it tightly between two fingers. Without much force, a faint snap echoed. Immediately after, Jason's body trembled, sweat dripping as pain racked him. Dermot, let me go, barbarian. Miss, did you see? This man is a worthless freeloader. He just wants to latch onto you for a quick rise. Jason couldn't even manage a full sentence, clenching his teeth in hatred as he turned towards Gabby. How do you know he refused me? A cunning smile appeared at the corner of Gabby's lips. Maybe I'm not good enough for him. See, I was ready to marry him with my household registration book, but he still rejected me. Impossible. Jason and Allison exclaimed simultaneously. Miss, he's trash that others don't want. You should reconsider before picking him up. A person like him doesn't deserve you. No wonder Dermot acted so carefree during the divorce. He had already found someone else. And that woman was both wealthy and beautiful. No matter how she compared, she came up short. This kid really knows how to live off others. Just got kicked out by the infamily, and now he hooks up with another. Jason angrily said, Lucinda, how could you have married such a useless person back then? Allison frowned. How could she have married Dermot? Did this man not understand? Sensing Allison's change in mood, Jason immediately realized he might have said something wrong. Marvin hurriedly laughed awkwardly and tried to mend things. It must be his sweet talk that deceived you. Realizing his true colors now isn't too late. Don't worry, Lucinda. I will be here for your remaining life and won't let you down. Despite his many sweet words, Allison remained uninterested. Jason cursed Dermot inwardly a few times and quickly changed the topic. Lucinda, let's go meet Boss Lou first. To attend the Janie's birthday banquet, we need Boss Lou's recommendation. Do you know? Everyone invited tonight are celebrities, including award-winning directors and producers from international festivals. I have some connections with them, but they are very busy and rarely have time to sit down and chat. Tonight is the best opportunity to introduce you to them. The more people you meet, the more paths open up. Marvin airing this, Allison barely mustered up some energy. But the image of Dermot and Gabby leaving hand in hand still felt like a thorn in her heart. I'm going to the restroom, senior. Wait for me outside. She hurriedly walked into the restroom. She took out her phone. Marvin, her fingers flew over the screen. No wonder you were so carefree. You already had someone else? Humph, Dermot, I really misjudged you. I always thought you were a very devoted person. What do you have to qualify to say I've wronged you? We're equally guilty, and I don't need any sense of guilt. From now on, let's part ways peacefully. As she clicked send, the bitterness in Allison's heart gradually dissipated. Soon, Dermot's reply came back. ? Allison sneered, her fingers moving rapidly as she typed long messages. Then, she saw a big red exclamation mark pop up next to the green bubble of the message she just sent. You. Allison was momentarily speechless. That bastard actually blocked her without saying a word? On the other side, Dermot went home to fetch the household registration book and headed to the civil affairs office with Gabby. It didn't take long for him to transition from divorced back to married status. What are you thinking about? Gabby turned to him and noticed the man was lost in thought. Dermot shook his head. I was impulsive. I just crawled out of one marriage forward to be rude. Gabby dragged Dermot off to go shopping and picked out a few more appropriate suits for him. She initially wanted to have some custom made for him, but time was short, so they bought a few luxury brand outfits as a temporary measure. Soon it was evening. Dermot timed his change into the suit perfectly, then calmly walked downstairs. Before long, Gabby's flashy supercar slowly pulled over. Gabby fixed her gaze on Dermot for a few seconds before nodding in approval. A completely new look. Dermot's face had chiseled features. His eyes were deep like the sea, shimmering with unique brilliance. There was an air of distinguished calm about him, exuding a light ease. After grooming himself, he didn't fall short of anyone else. After Dermot got in the car, Gabby handed him an exquisite little box. When you meet my grandmother, give her this gift. On his first visit, he shouldn't show up empty-handed. The gift for the elderly lady was prepared by Gabby for Dermot well in advance. Dermot took the box, raising an eyebrow slightly. You're quite thoughtful. I forgot to prepare a gift. Gabby smiled. This man cared quite a bit about appearances. Though he had returned to the Geld family, according to investigations, he held no significant status there. Otherwise, Marvin wouldn't be living in such a rundown place. If his living conditions were so tough, his pocket would surely be tighter. The Janie had very high standards, and ordinary gifts wouldn't impress her at all. Even if Dermot had the heart to prepare a gift, it would end up humiliating him. All these thoughts, she kept them hidden inside. With a smile, Gabby gently reminded him, fasten your seatbelt, we are about to leave. The deep purple supercar gleamed under the streetlights. It roared towards the Beckham residence located in Jinghai's most upscale residential area. Chapter 10. Gentle and kind. The night was like a curtain, with dim lights scattered about. The Beckham family mansion was decorated with brilliant lights, shining like the most dazzling pearl under the night sky. Gabby parked her car to the side, looking at Dermot solemnly. There's something I need to tell you in advance. My relationship with my family isn't very good. They might make things difficult for you, but don't worry too much. After all, she paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of complexity. You are still a member of the Geld family, so they won't dare to go too far. The Geld family is one of the top elite families in Jinghai. Even the current Beckham family has to show them some respect. Now that Dermot has returned to the family, even if his status isn't high, he is still recognized as a young master of the Geld family. This surname can shield him from a lot of trouble. Choosing to seek cooperation specifically with Dermot was also due to this consideration. After saying this, Gabby met Dermot's pitch-black eyes, feeling somewhat anxious. Dermot watched silently for a moment. His face, like a statue, revealed no unusual emotion. Earlier today, you helped me get rid of those two clowns. So, as repayment, I'll help you too. Weren't you looking for a husband to handle such matters? Dermot smiled faintly. Let's go inside. Marvin hearing him say this, Gabby let out a long breath of relief. She had known Dermot for a short time and wasn't familiar with him, worrying that after learning the truth, he would refuse to cooperate because of the potential hassle. Only now did her heart finally settle. They got out of the car one after another and walked into the Beckham family residence. Tonight was the birthday banquet for the matriarch of the Beckham family. Even if someone wanted to attend the celebration, they needed an invitation card to enter. As Miss Beckham, Gabby could simply show her face to gain entry. And naturally, Dermot, who accompanied Miss Beckham, was not obstructed either. In the banquet hall set up by the Beckham family, bright lights flickered amidst a crowd of bustling guests. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and the elderly guest of honor hadn't appeared. After Gabby arrived, many people came up to greet her enthusiastically, with constant chatter filling the air. She smiled and greeted everyone in return before saying, "I will go see Grandma first. Everyone please feel free to enjoy yourselves without formality." With that said, she subtly took Dermot's hand and quickly moved away from the crowd's view. Dermot didn't think much of it, and followed her into a room on the left side of the banquet hall. Sensing someone pushed the door open, all eyes in the room turned simultaneously. While they sized up Dermot quickly scanned the room, taking in their appearances. At the center of the room sat a graceful and dignified elderly woman. Surrounding her were likely the children and grandchildren of the Beckham family. In total, there were more than 10 individuals, each dressed lavishly and exuding noble demeanor. "Grandma, this is Dermot," Gabby smiled as she introduced him. "My husband." The moment she said this, Dermot sensed deep hostility emanating from every direction. Dream smiled kindly, her gaze roving over Dermot with interest. "XR, where did you suddenly come up with a husband? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" "I met Dermot online." Gabby remained unperturbed. "We've always hit it off. Marvin recently returned to the Gale family and came back to Jinghai, and we naturally ended up together. We've already gotten married." She pulled out a red booklet from her bag, smiling as she presented it with both hands to the elderly lady. Old Lady Beckham took the small red booklet, glanced through it briefly. "A flash marriage upon meeting? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Dream raised an eyebrow, her sharp eyes focusing intently on Dermot. "Also, you mentioned returning to the Gale family? Which Gale family?" Gabby's lips curled slightly, and she laughed. "My husband is named Dermot. Which Gale family do you think?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Beckham family members varied. Dream narrowed her eyes, pondering for a moment before asking Dermot, "Young man, what relation are you to Chairman Apsell?" Dermot replied calmly, "An old beast who betrayed my mother." The Beckham family members were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Dermot. They had heard some rumors recently about a lost young master of the Gale family who had returned to the family. Could this be the young man standing before them? Gabby quietly reached out, pinched the corner of Dermot's coat, and tugged lightly. Then she smiled and said, "Honey, what about the gift you prepared for Grandma? Hurry up and bring it out." Dermot responded with a cooperative smile. Marvin then took out the small box he had received earlier and gracefully presented it to the elderly lady. "Junior Dermot respectfully wishes longevity for the elderly lady. Wishing you prosperity like lush pine trees and longevity like immortals on the mountain." The Janie Beckham took the gift with a smile, looking benevolent. "Good child, your heart and gift? Grandma accepts both." She warmly took Dermot's hand, asking him about his well-being. As Dermot casually, any normal person would know that this story was impossible to believe. "Should I send someone to investigate?" the middle-aged man asked in a questioning tone. Dream shook her head. Then, she loosened her fingertips, and the small box in her palm rolled to the ground. Regardless of his true identity, tonight he is the young master of the Gale family. The elderly lady smiled kindly. "Later, we will announce publicly. The Beckham family will form an alliance with the Gale family." Dream said calmly, "It's best if he really is the young master of the Gale family. The Gale family has a deep background. Establishing ties with him benefits far outweigh the drawbacks for the Beckham family. If he's an imposter, we don't even need to lift a finger. The Gale family will deal with him and, along with it, make sure that little bitch Gabby disappears from this world." Dream Beckham was smiling, but the cold glint in her eyes was terrifying. Chapter 11. Are you still a man? After Marie left the room, she didn't dare to meet Dermot's eyes. "I shouldn't have taken advantage of the Gale family's influence without consulting you." There was a trace of difficulty on her face. "I know you must be dissatisfied, but please hear me out." Marie composed herself and quickly said, "Don't let those people's appearances deceive you. They are wolves who don't spit out bones after eating. If you open..." She managed a difficult smile. "I promise there won't be a next time. And if everything goes well, the situation will be clear by mid-next month. Maybe then we can smoothly end the contract?" Dermot nodded. Just as Marie was about to say something else, her phone rang. Taking a glance, she hurriedly told Dermot, "Sorry, I need to take this call." Dermot waved his hand, signaling her to go ahead. Then he stepped into the already bustling banquet hall. The Beckham family indeed had deep pockets. The banquet hall was luxuriously and meticulously decorated. Its elegant color scheme and refined details showcased the sophistication and class of a prominent family. Dermot had only taken a few steps when he suddenly frowned. Then, a slim figure blocked his way, glaring at him angrily. "You deleted me on WeChat?" Allison asked furiously, her face puffed up in anger. "Feeling embarrassed now that your true colors are revealed?" Dermot was speechless. "No." His face showed extreme helplessness. "Should I keep it to invite you to my wedding wine feast? Is she like a ghost? She just won't leave him alone." "You." Allison was so angry that she trembled, pointing a finger at him. You are really shameless." Dermot's eyes showed a look of disdain. Any lingering affection for Allison had vanished completely when she left without looking back at the hospital. All he wanted now was to stay far away from her. This woman was clearly crazy. It would be best if she stayed away. Seeing him walk away without a word, Allison became even angrier. "Oh, isn't this the Xiaobailan playboy Dermot who just hooked up with a rich widow?" A mocking voice entered Dermot's ears. Who else could it be besides Jason, who appeared alongside Allison. With a mocking smile, Jason swiftly moved in front of Dermot, blocking his path. How did you get in here? Jason teased. Oh, I see. It must be the rich widow you just hooked up with who brought you in? Humph, look at how pathetic you are. Do you plan to live off women for the rest of your life? Huh, are you still a man? Jason, in an overbearing manner, pointed at Dermot and mocked him relentlessly. Marvin was seething with resentment. To attend tonight's birthday party, he had humbled himself and begged for help. Marvin had paid a hefty price to get someone to agree to bring him and Allison in. Marvin was a washed-up former superstar. Allison was a top-tier actress. In front of ordinary people, they might still hold some status. But at tonight's Beckham family banquet, every invited guest was a big shot. Before these influential figures, two actors from the entertainment industry were nothing. After entering, they had been ignored entirely, transformed from famous stars into nameless nobodies. Jason had faced rejections everywhere tonight. Those directors and producers who had slightly known him were chatting warmly with the important guests, paying no attention to him. Already harboring a lot of anger, Jason exploded with rage upon seeing Dermot. Why this deadbeat? What gave him the right to attend this banquet? Oh, I forgot. Jason sneered sarcastically. You're the type who can bring himself to live off a woman. You wouldn't know what it means to have a man's dignity. The commotion he caused attracted the attention of many guests, and quite a few turned their heads to look. They held their drinks, watching with great interest. Allison quickly noticed the implications in these glances, and hurriedly pulled Jason by the arm. Everyone is watching, she whispered. We are public figures. Maybe we should just let it go for now? Let it go? Jason gave a cold laugh, raising his voice. Seeing this scoundrel makes me angry. How can I let it go? At this moment, Marie, having just finished her phone call, walked over quickly. She stopped and frowned. Why are you two here again? Who invited you? Marvin, her gaze was icy. Your names aren't on the guest list, right? Jason felt his breath catch in his throat. Then, hardening his resolve, he retorted coldly. What's it got to do with you? I came here using my own abilities. Mind your own business. Who are you to tell me what to do? Marvin kept that thought to himself. Since Marie had received an invitation, it was clear her family background was considerable. Facing off against Chapter 12, Revenge Soon or Late. Allison's face was full of shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The moderately wealthy woman that Dermot clung to turned out to be the young miss of the Beckham family from Jinghai. She met Gabby's aggressive gaze, feeling extremely complicated. Gabby had beauty and grace that rivaled or even surpassed her own, and she came from a prestigious family. What did she see in Dermot? What qualifications did this man have to seamlessly connect with such an outstanding big beauty right after leaving her? Standing before a beauty who outclassed her in every aspect, Allison felt deeply defeated. Miss Beckham. Jason's face was already pale as death. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Though he was an emperor of the silver screen, in the eyes of capital, he was merely a performer. And the Beckham family was one of the top capitals in Jinghai City. If he offended the Beckham family, being blacklisted would be the lightest punishment. If things went awry, he could become a non-person in the future. Gabby looked at Jason mockingly before turning her head to look at Allison. Do you see? This is the man you chose. Gabby said calmly. Jason was momentarily humiliated. Marvin clenched his fists tightly, daring not to speak up. Allison's mood was complex, her slim body trembling uncontrollably. Although she was now a top-tier actress, she couldn't muster any courage when faced with capital. Seeing her once-admired person humiliated publicly, she felt very uncomfortable. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Jason showing weakness. After all, they both couldn't afford to offend the capital. Honey, how should we deal with them? Gabby, not wanting to waste too much time on them, turned to ask Dermot. Honey? The guests watching curiously were stunned for a moment. Did my ears deceive me? Miss Beckham, who usually avoided men like the plague, actually called this young man husband? All eyes in the room fell on Dermot, as if trying to thoroughly scrutinize him within moments. Dermot didn't mind everyone's probing gazes and replied indifferently, if they have the nerve to stay, let them. A simple sentence. But it made Jason and Allison wish they could find a hole to crawl into. The fat man hurriedly gave Jason a significant look, as if saying, haven't you left yet? My brother can't protect you if you're too slow. Jason's face was ashen. In a panic, he pulled the sullen Allison and fled quickly from the banquet hall. Under everyone's mocking eyes, they looked like two rats fleeing through the streets, extremely embarrassed. They only managed to catch their breath once they ran out of the Beckham family mansion and got back in the car. Damn it. This bastard Dermot. Humiliated in public, Jason wished he could kill someone. She encountered setbacks continuously. I won't let today's humiliation pass. Jason gritted his teeth, hating Dermot more than ever. Marvin couldn't afford to offend Gabby. So, he poured all his resentment onto Dermot, whom he had always looked down upon. Just because he found a wealthy and influential woman? Jason clenched his fists tightly, laughing coldly. Becoming arrogant upon success, I've witnessed it firsthand. I'll remember this grudge. I will take revenge sooner or later. Marvin cursed Dermot bitterly like a nagging old woman. Not seeing Allison respond for half a day, he hurriedly lifted his head. Lucinda, what are you spacing out for? Marvin called her several times before finally bringing Allison back to her senses. Nothing. Allison shook her head, with guilt in her eyes. I'm just a bit tired. Senior, can you take me home? Tired? Jason looked at her with concern, then apologized. Sigh. I was planning to introduce you to more people, but as soon as I saw Dermot, I couldn't help thinking it was him who delayed your youth. So I impulsively provoked the Beckham family. What bad luck. Do you think that little witch has a screw loose? How could she like a guy like Dermot? Rich people's brains are really incomprehensible. Allison sighed softly. Senior, please say less. She felt restless and agitated. Can we not mention Dermot anymore? Dermot's indifferent gaze, like looking at a stranger, constantly lingered in her mind. It was so alien, causing her heart to ache intensely. Jason, whose anger hadn't completely subsided, didn't seem to notice anything amiss with her emotions. Marvin continued to babble on. That guy got himself a rich woman and doesn't even care about you anymore. Humph. All his kindness toward you was an act. Damn, what a hypocrite. His words again stabbed at Allison's already wounded heart. She looked at Jason with complex emotions, unconsciously comparing the present Martin Yue Guang Sr. with the earlier Dermot. The result left her feeling bitter. Dermot had always remained calm. In contrast, Jason maintained an angry, nagging demeanor from start to finish. The once bright moonlight in her heart was beginning to fade slightly. Thinking of this, Allison quickly shook her head, driving this frightening thought out of her mind. Senior had been running around for her non-stop. How could she belittle him? Senior, take me home. Marvin, her tone carried a hint of pleading. I feel a bit unwell. Unwell? Jason froze, then immediately put his arm around her shoulders. Is it because of what happened earlier? Rest assured, I'll definitely get justice for you. Dermot will eventually kneel before us. I'll return today's humiliation 100-fold. Dangerous glints appeared in Jason's eyes. Relying on a rich woman, is it? Who can't do that? The wealthy woman he knows has a much higher status than that little witch Gabby. Chapter 13. Don't fall in the same place twice. The Beckham family publicly announced the engagement between Gabby and Dermot. Upon learning Dermot's identity, all the guests were somewhat shocked. They had long heard that the young master of the Gailg family, who had been away for years, had recently returned to the family. Is the Beckham family acting so quickly? Gailg Xiao just returned to the family, and he was snatched by Miss Beckham. Could it be that these two families have been in touch before? The circles in high society are small. Any slight movement would be known to these prominent figures almost instantly. The young master who returned to the Gailg family indeed is called Dermot. What remains unclear is only what position Dermot holds within the Gailg family. Apsel, the patriarch of the Gailg family, is known for his womanizing. Perhaps Dermot is one of his many illegitimate children. Suddenly announcing an alliance. Does this mean the Gailg family and the Beckham family have some big moves? This matter is now what interests them most. Behind a marriage between wealthy families, there is often a union of two industry giants. The Gailg family is a commercial powerhouse in Shanghai, and every move they make draws attention from various circles. By hitching a ride with the Gailg family, the Beckham family will surely rise on the wave. After hearing the news of the engagement, everyone lowered their heads and started calculating their own gains. The old matriarch of the Beckham family sat upright, observing the expressions of everyone present. Just as expected, once people learned that the Gailg and Beckham families had formed an alliance, they immediately reassessed the Beckham family. The Janie glanced at Gabby not far away, her kind smile tinged with a hint of amusement. Trying to corner the Beckham family using a boy surnamed Gailg? Wanting the Beckham family to keep their promise to her? Humph, this little girl still has much to learn. The initiative to fulfill the agreement lies in the hands of the Beckham family, leaving Gabby no choice but to play along. Announcing the engagement was the first step. The next step is where things start to get difficult for Gabby. No matter what she does, the Beckham family will always remain unbeatable. Gabby calmly looked back, her beautiful eyes showing no unusual emotion. Let's welcome our new son-in-law from the Beckham family to say a few words, said Ambrose Cedric, the elder son of the Janie. Marvin smiled warmly, looking like a courteous gentleman. Gabby turned her head and sought Dermot's opinion with her gaze. Dermot slightly frowned and shook his head in refusal. Not interested, and there's nothing to say. Marvin wasn't in a good mood. Dermot had no interest in the Beckham. Lost in thought, staring blankly, Dermot composed himself and began enjoying the feast. His phone in his jacket pocket rang for a long time before he finally picked it up after finishing eating. When he checked, it was a call from the fatso surnamed Gailg. Marvinlo, do you need something? Dermot answered the call without any respectful tone. Boy, getting married without even notifying me? Apsel's voice carried deep puzzlement. Dermot's eyebrows slightly raised. Did he hear about it this fast? Didn't I tell you the other day? I already arranged another marriage for you. Why such a rush to get married? Did Beckham family's girl hit your sweet spot? Why so eager? On second thought, I've seen Beckham's girl a few times, and she might match you. But her situation in the Beckham family is quite awkward. Moreover, I heard she doesn't like men. This girl marrying you could very likely be trying to use you. Apsel rambled on. Can't fall for it twice. I'm telling you, that girl Gabby, her parents are. Marvin relayed all the information he knew to Dermot. Dermot listened quietly. Inevitably, he glanced at Gabby during the process. The nearly bankrupt Beckham family was able to recover thanks to the dowry and company brought by her mother. Now, that property which originally belonged to her is now controlled by the Beckham family? If so, she is also a pitiful person who has no choice in the matter. Are you still listening? Apsel shouted loudly. The situation is like this? How to proceed is up to you. I advise you to keep your eyes wide open. Don't fall in the same place twice. Falling for women twice in a row is too embarrassing. Dermot heard the concern in the fatty's voice and replied indifferently. I know. I have it figured out. Gabby's situation is indeed pitiful, but they just met and aren't very familiar with each other. Moreover, he had just experienced one betrayal. His earnest efforts for Allison ended up making him the world's most ridiculous clown. For a while, Dermot could not open his heart to anyone else. Marvin decided to watch how things unfold. If Gabby causes more trouble, he wouldn't mind divorcing again. Putting down the phone, Dermot walked toward Gabby. Just then, the elder son of the Janie, Ambrose Cedric, also came over. Carly, the Janie is calling you. Ambrose Cedric turned to look at Dermot and smiled gently. The Janie wants to talk to your wife. Dermot nodded indifferently. Marvin definitely would not get involved in the Beckham family's affairs. Gabby got up silently, softly indicating Dermot to wait for a moment before following Ambrose Cedric's steps. After congratulating on the birthday, the Janie of the Beckham family was escorted by her children and grandchildren to rest. When Gabby saw the Janie, the latter was smiling benevolently from her armchair. Grandma, you called me? Gabby approached calmly. Exiner, Come closer. The Janey waved kindly at her, inviting her to come nearer. To outsiders, the scene seemed warm and touching, but Gabby knew clearly in her heart that this Janey was the most vicious witch in fairy tales. Chapter 14. Beautiful and wealthy. Gabby had never considered herself a member of the Beckham family. She believed that these people in the Beckham family also harbored similar thoughts as her. To the Beckham family, she was always an outsider who plotted for the wealth of the Beckham family. Your mother and your grandfather signed an agreement. Holding Gabby's hand, the Kimberly of the Beckham family said with a smile, after Felicia gets married, the dowry your mother brought into the Beckham family will be returned to your name. Now that Felicia is already married, it's also time to honor that agreement. The Kimberly raised her hand, stroking Gabby's smooth cheeks with affectionate eyes. A faint smile graced Gabby's face. She had long learned how to get along with the Beckham family, so she acted very gentle and obedient. But your marriage was too hasty. Will the Guild family bully you after you marry into it? Concern filled the Kimberly's face, much like a caring elder worried about their granddaughter being bullied by her in-laws. Although your wedding has been announced, as an elder, grandmother must be responsible for the rest of your life. The Beckham family needs some time to test Dermot's sincerity. Grandmother really wants to know if he values you, or if he will collude with the Guild family to bully you. Before we figure this out, I can't bear to entrust my Felicia to him. Gabby sneered inwardly. She had long guessed that the Kimberly would not easily honor the promise. Talking about concern for her and needing to test Dermot's sincerity. In reality, there were ulterior motives. The Kimberly of the Beckham family fell silent for a moment, then slowly revealed her true intentions. The Guild family recently has a project. Now you are a member of the Guild family. Marvin, helping the Beckham family fully acquire that project should be easy for you, right? The Kimberly slowly said. Gabby looked up, puzzled. The development project in West District? It was a massive project that made countless people envious, with a total investment close to 10 billion. Gabby hadn't expected that. The Kimberly was so greedy, wanting to swallow the entire project. Even for the Beckham family, it won't be easy to take on this project entirely, Gabby frowned. In the past, it was indeed difficult. But now, the situation is different. The Kimberly gently stroked her granddaughter's raven black hair. You are the young mistress of the Guild family. If that boy values you enough, he will surely help you. This is also a test from the Beckham family to him. Gabby furrowed her eyebrows tightly. This project was significant, involving too many stakeholders. Dermot, a newcomer just returning to the family, probably held little influence within the Guild family. Could he even have a say? Sensing Gabby's difficulty, the Kimberly smiled as if foreseeing it. Gabby felt a mix of emotions. While she had guessed that the Kimberly had a backup plan, she never imagined that this old witch had such big plans. Gabby hesitated, a look of confusion appearing on her face, indicating her plan was disrupted. First, the Beckham family used her fear of men to delay her marriage. After finding a man her body did not reject and who matched the identity requirement, the Kimberly capitalized on his identity, maneuvering behind the scenes, placing her in a dilemma. Could Dermot influence the decisions of the Guild family? Gabby didn't hold much hope. He had just returned to the Guild family and might be in a worse position than her. The challenge the Kimberly posed her was unsolvable. Even if Dermot had that level of influence and could perfectly resolve the issue proposed by the Kimberly, the biggest beneficiary would still be the Beckham family. Gabby regretted exposing Dermot's identity too early. Marvin's intention was to use his identity to ensure his safety, but instead, it put her at a disadvantage. Gabby didn't argue back, because she knew it was meaningless. Since this old witch spoke openly, she wouldn't change her mind with mere words. I'll try. She stood up slowly. Good, grandmother is waiting for good news. The Kimberly leaned back and waved her hand lightly. Gabby left the room. The relief on her face was replaced by deep worries. Things were simpler in theory. The Beckham family had no intention of honoring their promises to her. Taking on the project in the West District? Marvin's capabilities alone weren't enough to accomplish this task. Unless her husband had the ability to influence decisions within the Guild family. Gabby slowly returned to Dermot, glancing at him with complex feelings. After pondering for a long time, she sighed. Over the years, she had learned one crucial lesson. Rely only on yourself for everything. Marrying Dermot was simply to deal with the Beckham family. Now that this plan was disrupted, she could only take it step by step and think of other solutions. The company and dowry left by her mother. She would not allow them to fall into the hands of these unscrupulous people of the Beckham family. Gabby quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled at Dermot. It's getting late. Shall we head back? She thought for a moment and added, now that we are husband and wife, would you like to move in and live with me? Dermot had initially intended to refuse, but then he considered that they still needed to keep up the act. Living separately after just getting married would be too obviously fake, so he nodded in agreement. I'll go pack my things tonight and move over tomorrow. Gabby first drove Dermot back home. They agreed on a meeting time for the next day before she drove away. Dermot stood there watching as the deep purple sports car disappeared into the night. Sensing Gabby's preoccupation, Marvin had been waiting for her to speak her mind, but she remained silent until the very end. Shaking his head, he turned and went home. Dermot's residence in Jinghai was bought when he was busy handling business negotiations for Allison. It was very small, just enough to have a place to stay. Packing up his sparse belongings, Dermot didn't even bother to change out of his clothes before lying down on the sofa. The next morning, Marvin got up early, grabbed his luggage, and left without a second glance at this place full of memories. The owner of the breakfast shop downstairs saw Dermot pushing his suitcase and asked curiously, going on a business trip again? Dermot smiled. Moving in with my wife. The owner chuckled. Gailg, we've known each other for years, but I've never seen your wife. Dermot's smile froze. Though he hadn't spent much time here, he had gradually become familiar with some of the neighbors. While they often heard him mention his wife, no one had ever actually met her. The neighbors couldn't help but speculate. This kid must be lying. He doesn't have a wife at all. Those eating breakfast in the shop couldn't help but laugh. Their gazes toward Dermot were tinged with teasing. Dermot felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to say something, he he saw a sports car pull up nearby. Gabby elegantly stepped out of the car and walked gracefully toward Dermot and the group of neighbors who stared wide-eyed. Under the soft golden sunlight, Marvin, her fair skin looked even more translucent. Have you packed everything? Gabby glanced down at the suitcase by Dermot's feet. Then she lifted her head and gave a faint smile. Marvin, her eyes, filled with a gentle smile, shimmered like a clear autumn pool, sparkling brightly. The neighbors, who had never seen such beauty, were all captivated. Is this your friend? Gabby turned to the owner standing next to Dermot and introduced herself with a smile. Marvinlo, I'm Dermot's wife. You. The owner and the group of neighbors inside the shop were stunned. This kid Dermot, what good fortune. Damn it. Marvin really wasn't lying. His wife is both beautiful and wealthy. Chapter 15. Not very familiar. Gabby's appearance perfectly alleviated Dermot's slight embarrassment. Though he had let it go, recalling this dark history always caused a ripple of emotion. Marvin turned his head to glance at Gabby's flawless profile. If she weren't so cunning, Dermot wouldn't mind being friends with her. As if sensing the gaze from the passenger seat, Gabby suddenly turned her head to look over. Their eyes met and quickly separated. Speaking of which, they barely knew each other. Yet they inexplicably ended up as husband and wife. Thinking about it was quite strange. Thinking of sharing a roof with this beautiful woman in the future, Dermot couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions. Does Miss Beckham usually live alone? Marvin started a conversation aimlessly. Apart from me, there's an aunt who takes care of daily chores. You can just call her Fiona when you meet her. Gabby introduced. Fiona is very nice. Laundry, cooking, and household chores are all handled by her. Mr. Gelg, if there's anything you can't eat, you can tell Fiona beforehand, so she can be more careful. Before long, the two returned to Gabby's home. She owned many properties in Jinghai City, but she lived in a villa located in the wealthy district. The villa had 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground. Driving the supercar into the garage filled with luxury cars, the two rode the indoor elevator together. Gabby's taste wasn't bad. The interior design was minimalist, removing all unnecessary elements. Standing anywhere in the villa, one could feel a comfortably spacious environment. As they exited the elevator, an aunt in her 50s was waiting for them outside. Is this the new son-in-law? The aunt greeted warmly, scrutinizing Dermot. Oh my, what a fine gentleman, handsome and dashing, truly a match made in heaven. She couldn't stop praising him. Marvin, her compliments made Dermot a little embarrassed. This is Fiona I mentioned before? Gabby said with a faint smile without much explanation. Fiona, this is Dermot. There are many empty rooms in the house. You can pick any you like. She added softly after the introduction. Okay. Dermot nodded. Fiona looked at the two thoughtfully, feeling that the newlyweds didn't seem too familiar. But now wasn't the time to ask, so she enthusiastically took charge. Gabby's bedroom was on the 3rd floor. To avoid suspicion, Dermot simply chose a room on the 1st floor. Outside the large windows, lush green grass spread out. Waking up every day to see the flowers and plants in the villa's courtyard was indeed a pleasant experience. At home, Dermot could only stay in a storeroom. After putting away his luggage, he returned to the living room. Gabby had to rush back to the company for a meeting, so she didn't stay long, leaving after giving a few instructions. Dermot briefly acquainted himself with the environment and settled down comfortably. It seemed Gabby was very busy. She left early in the morning and only came home late at night. Dermot had been living in his new home for 2 days. The number of times he saw her could be counted on one hand. Observing quietly, Fiona gradually confirmed her suspicions. The newlyweds really weren't very familiar. Although she was just a housekeeper, she and Gabby had deep feelings for each other, and she worried Gabby might be taken advantage of. Miss, what does our son-in-law actually do? After observing for 2 or 3 days, Fiona finally couldn't hold back and asked Gabby, son-in-law stays at home all day, never goes out? For a fake marriage, fewer people knowing was better. So Gabby didn't reveal the truth and replied evasively, oh, he's the young master of the Gelg family. Using the prepared excuse, she brushed off the question. Although Fiona still doubted, she finally stopped asking. Marvin doesn't go out because he doesn't have money, right? After Fiona left, Gabby silently pondered. She also thought, this area was where the rich lived. People here traveled by car. Therefore, taxis rarely passed by. The nearest bus stop and subway station were miles away. Even if Dermot wanted to go out for fresh air, it wouldn't be convenient for him. Considering this possibility, Gabby felt a bit frustrated. It was entirely due to her lack of consideration. Taking some things from her bedroom, she slowly walked to Dermot's room. Knocking on the door, there was no response. Seeing the door slightly ajar, Gabby gently tapped it and softly asked, Dermot, are you there? Although this was her home, the room was occupied by Dermot, and entering without permission would be inappropriate. So she waited foolishly until she heard footsteps inside before knocking again. Dermot had just showered. With steam still rising from his body, he opened the door a crack and asked, you're looking for me this late? What's up? In the past 2 days, Apsel had contacted him. Marvin said Gabby had been trying to reach out to the Gelg family but kept hitting walls. Now she was coming to him in the middle of the night. Did she want to ask him for help? Dermot couldn't help but feel a bit resistant. Can I come in? Gabby asked. Seems like it's not very convenient. Dermot shook his head. He was really inconvenient. He only had a pair of shorts on. It won't take long, Gabby insisted. At most, it'll only take you a few minutes. Dermot immediately felt helpless, thinking that she might be coming to ask for help, and he didn't want to assist her. A small idea began to form in Dermot's mind, so he slowly backed up behind the door, then directly opened it. Marvin wanted to see how far this woman would go. Due to Allison's betrayal, he held no good feelings towards any woman with an ulterior motive. Gabby entered carrying a fragrance and looked around the room. Have you been getting used to living here these past 2 days? If you need anything? She turned her head as she spoke, then paused. Marvin, her gaze fell on Dermot, and her jade-like cheeks instantly blushed crimson. Why aren't you wearing clothes? It had to be said, Dermot had a great figure. Not overly muscular, but clearly defined. Gabby couldn't help but glance a couple more times before turning away in embarrassment and anger. Put some clothes on. Dermot replied earnestly. There's no need for such fuss. Talk if you have something to say. Gabby, feeling both embarrassed and angry, covered her red face with one hand while extending the other toward Dermot. Angel Annie said you never leave home? Is it because you don't have money and it's inconvenient to go out? She spoke rapidly. Can you drive? Marvinra are the car keys. This car hasn't been driven by me. You can use it freely. And here is a bank card. There should be about 10,000. Take it as pocket money. The salary will be calculated separately. Don't stay cooped up at home all the time. Angel Annie sees this and will think you're idling all day. Occasionally go out, that's all. She finished speaking in one breath, placed the car keys and bank card down, then hurriedly fled out the door. Dermot was dumbfounded. This woman came over in the middle of the night to find him for this? She wasn't here to ask for help. Sigh. Misunderstood her? Chapter 16 If It's Brother Dermot. Dermot stared at the bank card, feeling complicated. For the first time in his life, a woman had offered him spending money, apart from his mother. Marvin scratched his still wet hair irritably. Was Gabby acting? Deliberately being kind to entrap him? Dermot's initial impression of Gabby was actually not bad. He thought she was enthusiastic and sincere. But what he saw at the Beckham family banquet, Dermot's opinion, looking at the messages on his phone, Dermot couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Not going out these past 2 days wasn't about money. He just wanted to relax and lie low for a few days. After a moment of silence, Dermot replied with 2 words, thanks. Regardless of intentions, Gabby had acted. Except for his mother. It was the first time a woman had given him spending money. Holding his phone, Dermot waited for a moment, but saw no response. Marvin shook his head with a smile, put down his phone, and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The next day, Marvin woke up earlier than Gabby. This girl seemed still hung up over last night's incident, giving Dermot a glare before leaving. Dermot felt a bit helpless. Marvin greeted Fiona, grabbed the car keys, and prepared to leave. Son-in-law, are you going out? Fiona hurriedly asked. I've made breakfast. Neither you nor Miss will eat. Will you come back for lunch? Dermot shook his head. I have plans with friends today, so there's no need to prepare meals for me. The childhood friend he was supposed to meet for matchmaking had messaged him to meet up. The last person his mother saw before disappearing was her. No matter what, he had to meet her and ask about the circumstances at that time. Dermot walked into the garage and pressed the car key fob, causing a Land Rover parked in the corner to chime softly. This car was quite imposing, but it didn't match Gabby's temperament. She was more suited for something like a McLaren, stylish and elegant yet striking. Sitting inside, Dermot played with the controls and started the engine. The Land Rover rumbled like a steel beast, slowly driving out of the villa complex. His childhood friend's name was Leanne. As a child, she was like a frail bean sprout, seemingly blown away by the wind. So many years hadn't seen her. Marvin wondered how she looked now. If he hadn't gone to the wrong place that day, he wouldn't have met Gabby. Dermot drove to their agreed meeting place and parked the car in a suitable spot. Turning his head, ahead stood a splendid golden skyscraper. This high Tian building was one of Jinghai's landmarks, combining business and leisure. Entering brought you straight into a shopping plaza. Various international luxury brands could be found here. Dermot and Leanne agreed to meet on the 19th floor of High Tian building. Marvin quickly passed through the dazzling brand stores and turned into the elevator area. To avoid awkwardness like before, Dermot sent a message in the elevator. Moments later, Leanne replied, I won't tell you the seat number. See if you can recognize me. If it's Brother Dermot, you should be able to spot me right away, right? Dermot was stunned by the message. How did this little eyes? Marvin, her features had barely changed. She had just grown up. Smiling, Dermot walked over to Leanne, who was still dazed, and tapped her smooth forehead lightly. Ouch! Leanne exclaimed, then angrily swatted away Dermot's hand. She had been expecting to see Dermot fumbling around like a headless fly. How did he find her so quickly? You recognized me, right? Leanne wrinkled her small nose cutely. Why did you mistake someone else for me that day? I waited for you for hours, HMPF. She glared at Dermot, demanding an explanation. Dermot laughed bitterly. After so many years apart, she was still as playful and mischievous as ever. Marvin had thought their relationship might have become distant due to time. But this worry seemed unnecessary. After so many years apart, they unknowingly slipped back into their youthful state. Just as Dermot was about to explain, he saw someone swiftly step between him and Leanne, glaring at him unfriendly. Dermot? The unexpected intruder had a hostile look on his face. Who are you? Dermot frowned at him, and the features before his eyes rapidly aligned with a familiar face in his memory. Philip, his half-brother. Chapter 17. Truly no improvement. Abselming's first officially married wife was Dermot's mother, Marilyn. Because she failed to win the favor of the Gelg family elders, she was eventually forced into divorce and left the Gelg household. After that, Abselming remarried and had Philip. When Dermot was 7 years old, he was brought home for a while and met his harsh stepmother and her son. Through this mother and son, Dermot experienced enough of human malice. As memories resurfaced gradually, his gaze slowly turned cold. Dermot directly ignored this half-brother and turned his head to look at Leanne behind him. How did this person come here? Marvin shamelessly tagged along and didn't let me tell you. Leanne said gloomily. Philip, feeling ignored, retorted angrily. Are you deaf, Dermot? I'm talking to you. Dermot noticed it. A group of people got up and walked over. There were men and women, each dressed in fine attire. Their faces carried unhidden arrogance, and their manners were condescending. These people surrounded Philip, their mocking gazes lingering on Dermot. A young man with a charming smile hooked his arm around Philip's shoulders, then pointed at Dermot and laughed, asking, Master Gelg, is this your half-brother from the same father but different mother? Uncle Gelg bringing him back at this time. Does Master Gelg's inheritance rights hang in the balance now? Everyone had the appearance of watching a show. Philip's face was dark, with a murderous glint in his eyes. Dermot, Are you coming back shamelessly to snatch my family estate? He asked loudly. Although abselming was promiscuous, the legitimate heir remained only Philip. No matter how many illegitimate children there were, they couldn't threaten him. Marvin originally thought he didn't need to do anything to smoothly inherit the vast Gelg family estate. However, just a few days ago, the old man actually found Dermot, who had been lost outside. Dermot was also born to abselming's official wife, and was the eldest son of the family. An unprecedented sense of threat gripped Philip's heart, making him eager to meet Dermot. Upon learning that Leanne had arranged to meet Dermot, Philip immediately pestered his way along and invited all his rich second-generation friends. Marvin wanted to teach Dermot a lesson, to make this useless person recognize the harsh reality. The circles of high society weren't something an outsider like him could enter so easily. With so many people around Philip, Dermot standing in front of these guys appeared extremely outnumbered. Leanne stared blankly for a moment before rushing to Dermot's side, grabbing his arm tightly. If you continue this, Philip, be careful. I'll report to Uncle Gelg, she yelled, though inwardly afraid. Although her family was well off, she still lagged far behind these rich second-generation individuals. No one present took this little girl seriously. In Philip's fiercely glaring eyes, there was intense impatience. If it weren't for the close relationship between the little girl's parents and the old man, he would have slapped her long ago. Dermot, are you really cowardly? At Beckham family's party, you relied on a woman to save you, and now you're hiding behind a little girl. After being away for so many years, all you've learned is to rely on women? I even heard you were once someone else's joy shear, a term for a poor groom who moves into his wife's family? Ha! You've disgraced the Gelg family thoroughly. How can you still have the face to come back? Who gave you the courage? Philip stepped forward, speaking arrogantly. Huh? Does this waste material dare to challenge me for the inheritance rights? Marvin raised his hand to slap Dermot's face. Dermot pulled Leanne back a step, his eyes cold. Philip, I advise you not to seek death. Philip's hand swung through empty air, leaving him stunned for a second. Then, as if he heard the greatest joke, he scoffed out loud. Oh wow, you've grown some guts? You dared to answer back? Master Gelg, he's warning you not to seek death. Marvin looks so scary. I suggest you be careful. The rich second-generation followers egged him on. Marvin is Miss Beckham's husband. Gabby, the most beautiful woman in Jinghai business circle. You, this older brother, scooped up the benefit. Hemph, just an outcast bastard from the family. Philip's expression darkened. What is he worth? If not for her pretty looks, who would bother to glance at her? Let me tell you, Dermot, even if that little brat stands here, she can't protect you. I'm telling you, he roared angrily. The crowd burst into laughter. Philip had pursued Gabby, but that woman wouldn't even look at him. Then she fell into the arms of Dermot, who had just returned to the family and was considered nothing but a waste. Standing by, the rich second generation incited more chaos, fanning the flames of Philip's anger. The noise caught the attention of other guests, who began watching. Many quietly took out their phones and silently aimed at the center of the conflict, Dermot and Philip. The rich second generation noticed this but didn't stop it. Since they weren't the ones losing face, was there any need to stop it? Get down on your knees now and shout, I, Dermot, am a waste 100 times. I, Dermot, am a lowly stray dog by the roadside, not daring to fight for inheritance. Hurry up and shout. Philip's face was filled with ruthless triumph. Wow, isn't that young Master Chuan from the Gelg family? There are always rumors about him online. Cool. We've always heard that young Master Chuan from the Gelg family is arrogant and domineering. Now seeing him, wow, he's indeed overbearing. This was the information age. Philip was both high profile and extravagant, and his reputation had spread far and wide. The bystanders quickly recognized him and couldn't help but marvel. Being born into the right family was indeed a skill. Philip was arrogantly brainless. Marvin could live until now only because of his capable father, who doesn't have eyes and provoked young Master Gelg. Marvin must be tired of living. Everyone turned their heads to look. Leanne was pulled behind by Dermot, looking at him worriedly. She hadn't predicted this situation. If she had known earlier, she would have secretly reminded Dermot. Kneel down. Philip was already blinded by anger, completely oblivious to the change in Dermot's expression. Marvin stepped forward aggressively. Dermot glanced at him coldly, shaking his head impatiently. Without saying a word, he strode towards the intimidating Philip, raising his left hand to press down on Philip's head. Then he suddenly pressed down hard. Philip fell to the ground like a light doll, thrown forcefully by Dermot. Thud. A moment ago, his voice was deafening. Now, he was extremely disheveled, kneeling down in shock. The impact on his knees sent intense pain shooting through his body, contorting his face. Marvin drew in cold breaths. Dermot gave him no chance to catch his breath. Marvin grabbed Philip's hair, forcing his face upwards. At this moment, Philip seemed to be wearing a mask of agony, every muscle on his face twitching. This scene stunned everyone instantly. Dermot looked down at him from above, his gaze icy. Philip, you truly haven't improved. You ask me why I came back? Because the old man has already seen that you're nothing more than useless muck. Understand? Philip hugged his head, feeling as if his scalp was being torn off. The physical pain and the public humiliation from Dermot formed a cruel double blow. It made him feel shame and rage beyond endurance. Chapter 18. Discipline on his behalf. Silence. An eerily deathly silence. The air seemed to have frozen. Philip, who was being yanked by the scalp, was in such pain that he could hardly make a sound. F***K. Who is this kid to be so ruthless? The young master of the Gelg family? And he dared to hit him? After a brief silence, there was an uproar on the scene. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Even Philip's wealthy second-generation friends were stunned, as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. Didn't young Master Gelg say, this kid was just a nobody? How could he act so decisively, so viciously? You, let go of brother Philip. A fashionably dressed and pretty girl angrily pointed at Dermot and shouted, "You barbarian, release him, or I won't forgive you." Dermot glanced at her. Then he lowered his eyes, looking teasingly at Philip. All they saw was someone assaulting the Guild family's young master right on their property. 2 security guards rushed over swiftly to assess the situation. When they saw Philip, they were shocked. Young Master Chuan? At that moment, this Guild family's young master looked like a wronged housewife, his eyes red with anger and resentment. Marvin glared hatefully at Dermot and snarled, "Get after him. Beat him to death, and I'll take responsibility." The 2 security guards exchanged puzzled looks. Before they could react, a group of people led by a cool beauty rushed over and quickly positioned themselves between Dermot and Philip. Dermot took a glance. Marvin immediately recognized this cool beauty as the head of a subsidiary company he had met the night he returned to the Guild family. That night, he had met 3 people. Lainey from Lou Marvin Entertainment was also one of them. If he remembered correctly, this cool beauty's name was Farah. "Sisu, you came at the right time." Philip growled viciously. "This bastard dared to lay hands on me. Call all your security here. I want to see this bastard beaten to death with my own eyes." Farah's expression was complicated. How did such a troublesome matter happen under her watch? Both individuals before her were the Guild family's young masters. As an employee, she couldn't afford to offend either side. Seeing her dilemma, Dermot said calmly, "Call up Sel now and tell him, I'm going to discipline this incompetent brat on behalf of the Guild family today." Farah was taken aback. The crowd, hearing Dermot's words, felt a buzzing in their heads. This guy was really getting out of hand. Taking it upon himself to discipline the son on behalf of the Guild family's leader? Was he asking for a death wish? Their gazes became fixed. Dumbfounded, they watched as Dermot approached Philip, grabbed his collar, and slapped him repeatedly until his face swelled up like a pig's head. The rich second generation stood in stunned silence. They had always been the ones bullying others. When had they ever suffered such treatment? They were lost. After finishing, Dermot released him and turned to ask, "Did you make the call?" Farah hadn't even recovered from the shock when Philip's face was already swollen and bruised. Marvin, her throat felt bitter as she hurriedly took out her phone. "Farah, are you blind? Didn't you see me getting beaten? You're following his orders?" Dermot, I'll fight you to the death." His tough talk earned him 2 more slaps across the face. Farah connected with Apsel and quickly reported what had happened. Apsel fell into a deep silence before saying helplessly, "Give me the phone. I'll talk to him." Dermot took the phone. "Henri is your younger brother. Sometimes you should yield to him." Apsel's head was aching. Dermot glanced sideways at Philip. Seeing this kid seemingly wanting to rush forward and fight back, he smacked him again. Smack. The sound was crisp and clear. Apsel also heard this, the fat on his face twitching. Aft showed no respect even for his father's face. The onlookers gaped, seemingly unable to believe what they saw. The usually arrogant and domineering young master of the Guild family got beaten up badly? Their gazes fell on Dermot, filled with questions and a hint of awe. In their eyes, Philip was already someone high above them. Someone who could take down this young master must be even more formidable. "Shall we find another place?" Dermot looked at Leanne, trying to bring the girl's attention back. This little girl. She was too stunned by the scene. Farah hurriedly stepped forward, gently asking, "Master Rue, shall I arrange a place for you?" Dermot shook his head. "You go ahead." Marvin reached out to pull Leanne, quickly walking away from the crowd and returning to the car. Leanne, who had been silent during the journey, finally exclaimed once seated, "Brother Dermot, you're so cool." "Divorce that Beckham woman quickly," she said seriously. "I want to marry you. Then no one will dare to bully me anymore." Dermot couldn't help but laugh and quickly said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Sister Ruth, tell me, did Aunt Lou Marvin see you before she disappeared? What exactly happened that day?" Chapter 19 Missing Memories. Leanne carefully recalled, but she was too young back then, and her memories had become somewhat hazy over time. Dermot, despite his eagerness, still gently comforted her. "Take your time. You can take it slow." Leanne frowned, trying her best to recall the last time she saw Auntie Suzie Marvin. That day, it was drizzling. She remembered many people walking around her. From a child's perspective, adults were all giants, making her uneasy. Only Auntie Suzie Marvin would squat down carefully to be at eye level with her. Leanne remembered that Auntie Suzie Marvin was very gentle, as if she emitted a soft glow. She held a small umbrella that day, and young Leon snuggled into her warm embrace. Dermot watched his young neighbor's face intently. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, so nervous that even his breathing slowed. After a long while, Leanne sighed, almost not daring to look Dermot in the eye. "Brother Dermot, I'm sorry. I really can't remember what happened that day." The tense Dermot felt his heart sink. Finlake Susie went missing when Leanne was probably 3 or 4 years old. To ask her to recall something from 10 years ago, which happened when she was 3 or 4, was indeed too much to ask. Dermot sighed deeply. "It's okay." Seeing his disappointed expression, Leanne felt a bit guilty. Auntie Suzie Marvin was Brother Dermot's mother. The two of them had relied on each other after leaving the Guild family. Marvin, her whereabouts were unknown, her life uncertain. Dermot must have been deeply troubled. Leanne tried her hardest to piece together fragments of her memory, attempting to put them back together. She tried so hard that her small face turned red, as if she was using all her strength. Seeing this, Dermot couldn't help but smile. "It's all right. There's no need to rush after all these years. Just think about it when you have time. No pressure." Marvin started the car as he continued. "Sometimes, trying too hard only makes it harder to remember. One day, a spark might come, and you'll remember a little." AI. Leanne seemed deflated, looking gloomy. "I just can't remember. I don't even remember how I got home that day. One moment, Auntie Suzie Marvin was carrying me down the street, and the next, Mom was carrying me home. The rain stopped. Did I fall asleep?" she mumbled softly. "The rain stopped?" Dermot's pupils trembled slightly. He remembered that on the day Finlake Susie went missing, the rain had lasted the whole day. It didn't clear up until the next day. Even if Leanne had fallen asleep, Her memory shouldn't have jumped so abruptly. I think I asked my mom where Auntie Susie Marvin went. She told me Auntie Susie Marvin dropped me off with her and went home. Leanne sighed after finishing. After that day, she never saw Auntie Susie Marvin again. Dermot narrowed his eyes, pondering carefully. It seems like there's a gap in Sister Ruth's memory. It had been raining all day, but in Leanne's memory, the rain stopped. This missing segment of memory seemed crucial. Was she unconscious during this time? What happened during this period? Dermot began to get some ideas. Marvin asked calmly, "Are your parents busy lately? I want to visit them sometime." Leanne's parents had helped them greatly. Back then, if not for the Zhou family's secret assistance, they might not have left Jinghai smoothly. "Do you want to visit my parents?" Leanne looked up, feeling regretful. "They just went abroad a few days ago. My mom has an art exhibition overseas, and my dad went with her. They might be back in about half a month. When they return, I'll let you know first," said Leanne. Dermot nodded, outwardly calm, but inwardly anxious. Leanne's mother might know something, perhaps about what her daughter experienced. Marvin would wait until she returned and ask then. Their conversation wasn't without gain. At least, it gave him a direction to investigate. Now, he only needed to move forward in that direction. His emotions fluctuated. Marvin became more eager than ever. Leanne looked at him in surprise, finding it odd. Brother Dermot seemed quite happy, yet she hadn't been able to help him. The little girl seemed somewhat depressed. Dermot reassured her instead. "Sister Ruth, you've already helped me a lot." Leanne stared at him in disbelief. "Really?" Dermot nodded, then patted her little head. "Of course it's true. To thank you, today I will do whatever you ask." Leanne's eyes lit up. "Can I have a private booking voucher for the top-floor restaurant of Haitian Tower? I want to celebrate my best friend's birthday there." Dermot was taken aback. "The top-floor restaurant of Haitian Tower? Don't you know?" Leanne said, "It's a cloud-themed restaurant on the top floor of Haitian Tower." She still had the innocent mindset of a child. In an instant, she became very excited and started chattering to Dermot about the so-called cloud restaurant. After a long explanation, essentially, it meant that on the top floor of Haitian Tower, there was a famous internet celebrity restaurant. The selling point of the restaurant was dining in the clouds, literally enjoying a meal hundreds of meters up in the sky. This restaurant seemed quite upscale, and it was especially difficult to make reservations. Without some background, one couldn't even get in, let alone book the entire place. "It's just this small matter?" Dermot chuckled. "Isn't it enough to ask Uncle Georg?" The whole building belonged to the Georg family. Getting a private booking voucher would be easy as pie. Leanne spoke sensibly. "Uncle Georg is so busy. How can I trouble him over such a trivial thing?" Dermot smiled. "All right, leave it to me." Leanne's best friend's birthday was next month, and there was plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. Since he had nothing better to do, Dermot spent the entire day playing with little Ruth. The laughter of this childhood playmate slightly alleviated the gloom that lingered in his heart. Although not much progress had been made, but having a lead gave him more hope. By evening, Leanne chose a well-reviewed restaurant and declared she was going to eat Dermot out of house and home. Dermot laughed. With a 100 billion black card in hand now, would he be afraid of a little girl? They immediately drove to the restaurant she picked, and when parking, there was a deep purple supercar nearby. Dermot paused. Was Gabby nearby? This car wasn't common, and the license plate matched. Leanne then also exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, what a cool car." Under the glow of the neon lights, the supercar looked like a shimmering crystal, particularly eye-catching. Dermot kept quiet. Marvin pulled the little girl into the restaurant. Leanne directly handed the menu to Dermot and went to the bathroom. When she came back, her face was full of mystery. "Guess who I saw just now?" Dermot raised his head curiously. "Who?" Leanne covered her mouth with her hand and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "I happened to pass by Jason's private room and not only saw him, I also saw your wife, Gabby." Chapter 20. Where is the man you chose? Gabby never expected this. She didn't think she would meet Jason again under such circumstances. Not long ago, at the Beckham family residence, Jason was meek and dared not even raise his eyes to look at her. But now, Jason's demeanor was relaxed, his gaze filled with arrogance. Marvin clearly did not take Gabby seriously. "Miss Beckham, the situation has been explained to you," he said in a domineering tone. "What you do is your decision." Beside Jason, Allison wore a self-satisfied expression. Marvin her senior had indeed not deceived her. The humiliation they suffered at the Beckham family would be repaid 100-fold. Senior Jason's network of connections was extensive. Marvin swiftly contacted a wealthy benefactor willing to help, initiating his revenge against Gabby. This wealthy benefactor wielded significant influence. With just a few words, he turned Gabby's business partners against her and pressured this arrogant woman. Caught off guard by the betrayal, Gabby's situation became precarious. She who once stood high and mighty had to come at their invitation and lower herself before them. Allison glanced at Jason, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Though her senior had acted out of character that day, he had kept his word, perfectly executing his earlier boasts. The retaliation against Gabby was swift and decisive. Compared to Dermot, who relied on a woman to fight his battles, her senior was truly a man who stood tall and firm. Allison shot a cold glance at Gabby. "Miss Beckham, my chosen man is this senior." Recalling how Gabby had humiliated opposite him, times had changed. Their situations had dramatically reversed. "We have received Miss Beckham's apology," Jason said triumphantly. "Now we only need that guy Dermot. Call that kid over, order him to kneel before us, apologize, and promise that he will not show his face before us again. I'll then ask Chairman Leaf to retract his orders and let Miss Beckham's company off the hook. You must know better than I do what position the Leaf family holds in the business world. No need for me to elaborate." Jason's smile carried a trace of malice. "This," Gabby took a deep breath, then looked up and said, "has nothing to do with Dermot. I was the one who humiliated you. If you want revenge, come after me." She looked at Allison and sighed. "Missin, you were the one who cheated in your marriage first. Dermot left with nothing, so he doesn't owe you anything. Why won't you let him go?" Due to the unfavorable situation, she had to lower herself before this pair. This didn't mean Gabby respected them. I've investigated the events from that day. Dermot did nothing. It was Mr. Xiao who started the provocation. I couldn't stand by and watch. If you think. Allison's face flushed with embarrassment. Jason's eyelids twitched. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Shut up! That good-for-nothing interrupted our plans and caused us trouble. What right does a worthless man have to loiter before our eyes? Marvin should roll into the garbage heap where he belongs. I warn you, Gabby. You must call Dermot here today to apologize, or face bankruptcy. Don't try to pressure me with the Beckham family. Do you think I don't know? I've heard it from others. Gabby, you're an illegitimate child the Beckham family disowned." Jason's face twisted with cruelty as he pointed at Gabby and yelled angrily, "An illegitimate child whom no one will stand up for when targeted to death." Allison looked at him in shock. She hadn't expected her revered senior to speak such harsh words. Gabby's face turned pale. Being exposed and mocked for her past pain right in front of her was like being stabbed by a knife. Jason, having vented his grievances, sneered with a vicious smile, feeling very satisfied. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open forcefully, slamming against the wall with a deafening noise. Everyone was startled. Turning their heads, they saw that it was Dermot who had come. "Oh, the parasite has arrived?" Jason sneered. "Get on your knees now. If you don't kneel today, this little bitch's company will go bankrupt and shut down. Once she falls, you'll lose your support. If you still want to leech off her, get on your knees quickly." Jason crossed his arms, laughing coldly, bluntly cursing him for being delusional. Blacklist? Humph. Absolute nonsense. Chapter 21. How despicable you are. Allison looked at Dermot with disdain, finding him laughable. The senior had established himself well in the entertainment industry, having won the Best Actor award 4 times within just a few years, and he knew many capital tycoons. His ability to make a comeback relied on his extensive network of connections. Dermot was merely an ordinary person trapped inside a sad information bubble. Given his limited perspective, there was no way for him to know about the senior's recent resurgence in his career. Using blacklisting to threaten the senior? This completely exposed Dermot's shallowness and ignorance. Allison looked at Dermot with pity and shook her head. "Dermot, I know you inside out." The senior did indeed go too far just now, but it was also because Miss Beckham was wrong first. It was she. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense right now, so shut up," Dermot said, his tone extremely sharp. Allison was momentarily breathless, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. In those star-like eyes of Dermot, she saw what seemed like a hint of disdain. How could such an emotion possibly appear in Dermot's eyes? Didn't he love her so much before? His heart and eyes were full of love for her. How could it be? Allison felt hurt. She looked at Gabby with bitterness in her heart. Was it because of her? This man threw her away completely for a new lover. Allison suddenly felt very wronged. Dermot had changed, becoming so heartless. The senior was still good. He would never change his heart and always cherished her. Allison slowly turned her head and looked at Jason. Marvin, her gaze paused slightly as she asked, somewhat surprised, "Senior, what's wrong?" Jason's face suddenly turned pale. Marvin held his phone stiffly. "Mr. Xiong, could you please repeat that?" Jason asked, his face ashen. "I've already made it clear." Laney's voice came through the phone mechanically and coldly. "Your commercial contracts are terminated. As for yourself, you might be put on ice. After knowing each other for so many years, I don't want things to become too ugly. Let me advise you, be smart. To survive in this circle, you'd better use your brain. I've said all I need to say. Take care of yourself." Laney ended the call coldly. Snap. Jason trembled and dropped his phone. After a few seconds of daze, he quickly bent down to pick it up and tried to call back. But Laney hung up after one ring, giving him no chance to ask further. Dermot watched him silently. "Senior, what did Mr. Xiong tell you?" Allison felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. She asked anxiously. But Jason couldn't care less about her right now, and instead roared at Dermot. "Did you do this?" Dermot didn't want to answer. 2 minutes isn't long, he said calmly. "Every second is precious for you now. Apologize to her, or else bear the consequences." Dermot reminded him indifferently. "You have less than a minute left. You, choose wisely. You, off." Jason became even angrier, his mind racing before he abruptly slammed the table and stood up. "I get it. You and Mr. Xiong, are you involved too? No wonder you got rejected when you brought little Ro to visit Lihi. Did you speak ill of her to Mr. Xiong? Gailg, how despicable you are." Jason was enraged. Marvin had been suspecting that Dermot was connected to the higher-ups at Lihi, but he never expected that this shameless gold digger would actually hook up with the CEO of Lihi. So despicable. Lihi valued him, Jason, so much. They had arranged various business promotions for him recently. Now, all of these would be ruined by this young playboy surnamed Gailg. "I order you, immediately request Mr. Xiong to retract his decision, or I will not let you go. Including that little B***TSH surnamed Beckham around you." Jason shouted angrily. Marvin, our company's lifeline is in President Leaf's hands. Let's die together if necessary. Allison was utterly confused by their conversation. "Whether her company lives or dies is uncertain," Dermot said nonchalantly, glancing at the time. "But you're about to be dead." "You." Extreme anger overwhelmed Jason, making him dizzy. Being in the entertainment industry, this big melting pot, it was inevitable to get entangled with some dirt. Lihi Entertainment had all his negative information from the day he debuted. If these were leaked, forget about his acting career. He might end up behind bars. Jason didn't want to get back at this couple, but there was a prerequisite. He had to be safe himself. Even if he destroyed Gabby's company, wouldn't he also be socially dead? It would be a foolish act to kill 10,000 enemies, but end up ruining oneself in the process. Anyone with a brain should understand the trade-offs. Jason's face was as dark as the muddiest sewage pond. Although Allison didn't fully grasp the situation, she could tell from her senior's expression that things were very serious. She didn't dare speak and watched him worriedly. Sorry. Jason clenched his fists tightly, feeling so frustrated he wanted to go mad. I can't hear you. Dermot raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. Weren't you shouting just now? The acclaimed domestic best actor who has swept all the awards. And this is your line delivery? Try again until I'm satisfied. Jason felt a sweet taste in his throat, ready to vomit blood. Seeing his current state, Allison felt an ache in her heart. She looked up at Dermot disapprovingly. Dermot, don't be too excessive. Excessive? When he was cursing, was it excessive? Dermot raised his eyebrows. I'm just asking him to apologize. I'm already being lenient. By the way, Dermot turned to Gabby with a complicated look on his face. Did this woman bully you just now? Should she also apologize? Dermot, you? Allison bit her red lip, stumbling back 2 steps in disbelief. Gabby looked at Dermot blankly. Jason's words were harsh, but not entirely wrong. Apart from her parents, no one else had ever stood up for her. Dermot's sudden appearance stirred her otherwise calm heart slightly. It felt warm and comforting. Gabby shook her head emotionally. Missin did not say anything out of line. After all, she was Dermot's ex-wife. Gabby didn't want to put him in a difficult position. She opened her mouth to persuade Dermot to let it go. If they must fight to the bitter end, the one who would suffer the most would still be her. But as the words reached her lips, Gabby couldn't bring herself to speak. At this moment, Dermot had already turned his head, staring indifferently at Jason. Are you mute? Jason's face alternated between green and white. The heavy gloom pressing on his chest seemed to overflow into his throat, making him cough violently. Marvin was filled with grief and anger. Angry enough to kill. Sorry. The intense emotional struggle made Jason's face grotesque. Right now, Marvin was even more absurd than a clown. Chapter 22. Diagnosed as water in the brain. Chapter 22. Deemed to have water in the brain. Dermot kept his word. Marvin only stopped when he was satisfied. Jason, after all, was an award-winning actor. Delivering the appropriate emotions and tone for an apology came naturally to him. No matter what he thought internally, at least on the surface, there were no faults to be found. Get lost. Dermot flicked his hand lightly as if shooing a fly. Go back and reflect for 2 days. Jason hid the deep hatred in his eyes and dragged Allison, who had a complex look on her face, out of the room in haste. Gabby wanted to call him back, but with the situation already like this, it would be futile to speak up again. With a heart乱如麻的她暗暗叹息了一声。目前而言唯有另寻他法了。Gabby quickly composed herself, looked up at Dermot, and whispered, Thank you. Dermot waved his hand. They're causing you trouble, but it's partly because of me. Your company is having difficulties? Marvin didn't expect such a coincidence. Eating at a random place with Leanne, they still ran into her. When Dermot learned that Gabby and Jason were in the same private room, he was a bit surprised. So he came over to check, just in time to hear Jason's vicious curses towards her. After receiving kindness from Gabby last night, Dermot felt compelled to repay it. This incident was his fault. If not for defending himself, Gabby wouldn't have been targeted. Dermot stared at her for a moment before slowly saying, I ordered some dishes with a friend outside. Do you want to join us? A friend? Won't I be disturbing? Gabby, troubled by something else, had little appetite. Dermot shook his head and smiled. Remember our first meeting? I was going to go on a blind date with her then. Gabby was momentarily stunned. During their first encounter, Dermot had barged in clumsily, leaving her utterly confused. Come on, let me introduce you to them. Dermot turned around and extended another invitation. Gabby didn't hesitate much this time and followed him. When they returned to the hall, Leanne was sitting in her seat, turning her head from side to side. You're here? The little girl stood up quickly. Brother Dermot, did you resolve the issue? I saw 2 masked people run out just now, forgot to pay, and got chased back. How pathetic they looked. Was one of them Jason and his alleged girlfriend? Leanne sounded somewhat gleeful. These 2 keep buying hot searches and hyping up their CP. It's annoying. One is an outdated middle-aged man. The other is a traffic driving actress with no talent besides her looks. My suggestion is to lock them up and stop them from harming others. I still can't figure out how Allison even became famous. All she has is a tea-like aura. Besides being pretty, she has absolutely nothing commendable. Leanne remarked, people who promote her are deemed to have water in their brains. Dermot fell silent, taken aback. Marvin suspected Leanne was insinuating something, but he had no evidence. Only a few knew about his past with Allison, and Leanne couldn't possibly know. Marvinlo, Sister Beckham. The little girl greeted Gabby and extended her hand. I'm Leanne. Gabby had already adjusted her emotions, smiling as she shook hands with the little girl, engaging in some casual chit-chat. They seemed to get along well. Dermot waited for Gabby to speak. After all, her company's difficulties were partly due to him. If she brought it up now, Dermot would be willing to help her overcome this crisis. However, even after finishing the meal, she didn't mention it once. Wow, is this cool sports car Sister Beckham's? Exiting the restaurant, Leanne was stunned. Gabby smiled faintly, opened the butterfly doors, and invited her inside. Leanne, visibly excited, quickly abandoned Dermot and sat in the passenger seat of the supercar. Let me take her? Beckham Wani turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I'll safely deliver Sister Ruth home. Thank you. Dermot nodded. Why are you 2 always so polite? Leanne asked. It doesn't feel right. Trouble for both of you. Show a little professionalism. Temporary spouses are spouses too, she said seriously. This girl was quite shrewd. She had long seen through their underlying tension. Dermot's eyelid twitched, helpless with the girl. Send me a message when you arrive home. Seeing them off, Marvin drove home as well. Seated in the passenger seat, Leanne admired the cityscape at night for a while before suddenly turning to ask Gabby, Sister Beckham, what do you think of Brother Dermot? Gabby paused, then nodded. Marvin's pretty good. Leanne grinned mysteriously and casually remarked, Brother Dermot wasn't always this cool. Aunt Susie used to make him very cheerful before she went missing. Maybe because he's met many people and gone through many things, he gradually became the person he is now. Gabby didn't respond. She didn't understand why Leanne was suddenly telling her these things. I haven't seen him for many years, but I can tell that Brother Dermot's essence hasn't changed. Marvin looks cold, but his heart is warm. Regarding this point, Sister Beckham can feel it too, right? Leanne smiled and asked Gabby. Without waiting for Gabby to reply, she continued, after Aunt Susie went missing, he was taken back to the Geld family. I've always been worried about him, because Brother Dermot has a very stubborn personality. Older kids bullied me. Even when he couldn't beat them, he would rack his brain to help me get revenge. Going back to the Geld family with this personality, he definitely suffered. As later investigations revealed, it was indeed the case. His stepmother and younger brother in the Geld family often beat and scolded him, relying on their grandparents' favoritism. Later on, he went missing for a few years. It wasn't until many years later that I heard news of him again. When I happily ran to find him, I found out he was already married, so I didn't disturb him. I thought Marvin had found someone who could take care of him for life. But Leanne sighed with a smile. Dermot's marriage was a disaster. Leanne continued, Brother Dermot and I grew up together, but there was never any romantic feeling between us. We were more like siblings. I once tried to convince myself to marry him and take care of him, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't accept it. So on the day we were supposed to meet, I was really conflicted. Leanne laughed. Fortunately, he went to the wrong place and met you. Sister Beckham, can I ask you for one thing? She looked at Gabby intently, murmuring the question. Gabby glanced at her and nodded. During the time your marriage agreement is in effect, please give Brother Dermot some warmth. I'm not asking you to fall in love with him. I just hope that Sister Beckham can treat him as a friend and genuinely care for him. That's enough. Gabby was stunned. Marvin's initial impression of Leanne was that of an indifferent child. Therefore, Gabby never expected that this child could have such delicate thoughts. Chapter 23 Willing to give Marvin the whole world. Allison left the restaurant in a daze. Dermot seemed to have completely stopped caring about her. He rarely even glanced at her now. It had only been a few days since they parted ways, and this man had changed his heart entirely. Allison couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, Dermot's whole world revolved around her. Although he didn't often speak sweet words, he always showed his deep affection through his actions. She wanted to be a star. Dermot gathered money to sign her up for an entertainment training show. At the same time, he kept buying trending topics online to boost her popularity, making her stand out among many newcomers. After she gained some fame, Marvin went everywhere to send gifts and use connections to get her into the company she is currently with. All of her contracts and commercial deals since her debut were obtained by Dermot's efforts. Marvin worked so hard. Allison even felt that. Even if she wanted stars from the sky, Dermot would try every possible way to fulfill her wishes. For her sake, Dermot was willing to do anything and took pleasure in doing it. This man who loved her to the core suddenly changed. Jason seemed to be nagging beside her, but Allison didn't hear a word. Marvin, her heart ached. The man who was willing to give her the whole world was gone. The current Dermot just looked at her coldly like a stranger. Nubia, what's wrong with you? Jason pushed her a couple of times on the side, bringing her back to her senses. Allison's frail body trembled slightly, feeling warmth on her face. She gently placed her trembling hand on her face, touching a hint of crystalline moisture. These are tears. Allison suddenly felt it hard to breathe. Marvin, her heart was pierced by pain, suffocating her. Nubia, why are you crying? Jason said with a look of resentment. Is it because of Dermot? That bastard Dermot. Did he scold you just now? That damn guy. I'll go find him right now and settle accounts. Banning me? So be it. It's not as if we must stay in this industry. I have hands and feet. I won't hang on one tree forever. Nubia, don't worry. I'll get justice for you right now. Marvin has to apologize to you. Jason shouted angrily. Shua Chong, don't be so impulsive. Allison hastily pulled him back when she saw this. You've worked so hard for so long to achieve what you have now. Don't ruin your future over a moment of anger. She wiped her face and advised shakily. Jason pounded on the steering wheel angrily, filled with rage. That bastard really knows no shame. Not satisfied with Gabby, he even hooked up with Lainey, and used Lainey to pressure me. This isn't going to end here. Jason's eyes were dark. Today caught me off guard. One day, I won't be targeted like this. Nubia, I'll drive you home now. Marvin started the car. Go back and rest. I need to talk to Chairman Leaf. I definitely can't stay at Leahy Entertainment anymore. With that bastard Dermot getting close to Leahy's CEO, it'll be easy for him to manipulate me. Jason fumed. Nubia, do you remember what happened a couple of days ago? When I took you to visit Leahy Entertainment, we were turned away at the door. It was that good-for-nothing Dermot causing trouble. But with Dermot's status, wouldn't he never meet Bethany? How did he hook up with her? Allison asked, puzzled. You said before, didn't he used to deliver food? Jason sneered. Maybe he delivered food to Leahy Entertainment? Ha, that bitch Lainey doesn't care where her meals come from. She can even eat this kind of scum. Himph, Gabby Lainey, including that bastard Dermot. All of them better watch out. A sinister aura emanated from Jason's face. Shua Chong, wasn't Bethany your benefactor? Allison frowned slowly. Previously, she had heard Jason mention it. Marvin was nurtured by Lainey personally. Jason's achievements today were closely tied to Lainey. Even if there were disagreements over some matters, there was no need to curse her to nothing, was there? Benefactor? Huh. Jason sneered. In the beginning of my career, she did provide some help indeed. But most of my status today comes from my own efforts. She invested in me back then, surely seeing my potential. Even without her, someone else would have come along. Calling her a benefactor before was because she wasn't blind back then. Now that she's blind enough to mix with that useless Dermot, There's no need to be polite with her anymore. Jason spoke arrogantly. Allison opened her mouth but held back. Perhaps Xuechong was just speaking recklessly while angry. On their way back, Jason didn't stop talking, making Allison feel restless and disturbed. When they arrived home, she even breathed a sigh of relief. Jason rolled down the car window and said, "Nubia, you rest well today. I'm going to talk to Chairman Leaf." Allison nodded, reminding him to be careful on the road. Jason responded casually and then drove away from her without saying much more, closing the window swiftly. Allison watched as her senior drove off into the distance, then turned around and went upstairs. Since she was a public figure, when purchasing real estate in Jinghai, she had deliberately chosen a house with independent access. Taking the private elevator, she returned home. The smart home system inside detected someone coming in and quickly lit up the warm orange light. This was something Dermot specifically instructed the decorators to do. Because of this, the two had a small argument. Sweetie has been shooting all day outside. She must be very tired when she comes home. Warm light makes people more relaxed. Dermot, are you sick? This is my home, and it will definitely be decorated according to my preferences. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Allison clearly remembered. She had scolded Dermot fiercely. Dermot did not get angry but instead apologized humbly like a child who had done something wrong. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that Dermot in her memory had never lost his temper. His emotions were always stable, and he always wore a gentle smile, just like the warmest breeze of spring. Marvin did not lose his temper randomly, nor did he curse like a fishwife. Thinking about this, Allison's delicate body trembled slightly. Unconsciously, she compared him with her senior again. She shook her head vigorously, trying to drive this frightening thought out of her mind, but deliberately avoiding it only made her fall deeper into her memories. She gently turned her head, and wherever her gaze fell, there were shadows of Dermot. The various detailed arrangements in the living room and bedroom maximized comfort and convenience for her. Dermot never stayed overnight here, but he had spared no effort to turn this place into the most warm and comfortable one. Allison gazed blankly at everything around her, her eyes turning sour, as tears began to flow again. She wiped her face gently with a tissue. However, the tears on her cheeks kept increasing, soaking through the tissue in her hand completely. A soft sob resounded in the living room bathed in warm light. Chapter 24. Then who am I? The night sky was like black velvet, dotted with countless stars. When Gabby returned home, it was still early, prime time for popular TV shows. Fiona had taken a small stool and was sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing Miss Beckham return, she quickly got up to greet her and took the bag from her hands. Gabby glanced into the living room and frowned. How many times have I told you? There's no one else in the house. There's no need to be so formal. Isn't there a new son-in-law? Fiona helped her change into slippers and smiled kindly. Although she was just a nanny, after many years of companionship, the two were like family. Fiona mainly heard that the new son-in-law was the young master of the Gelg family and was a bit worried that being too casual might displease him. Gabby changed into slippers and looked toward the direction of Dermot's bedroom. She had talked to Leanne for a long time tonight and learned many things about Dermot from that girl. Should I be friends with him? Gabby gazed steadily in that direction, muttering to herself. Speaking of which, she didn't have many friends. She used to have close sisters, but, thinking of those good girlfriends, a trace of indescribable sadness flickered in Gabby's eyes. Gabby's life plan had been set long ago. The most important thing on her agenda was to reclaim her mother's inheritance. Before accomplishing this, Gabby couldn't afford to think about other matters. Dermot was the tool she found to deal with the Beckham family. Once things were settled, they would go their separate ways. Gabby didn't intend to invest much energy in Dermot, but Leanne's heartfelt words had stirred ripples in her heart. This man had so many stories behind him, disowned by his family, wandering without a home. His only remaining relative mysteriously disappeared. Then came his failed marriage, being kicked out like a stray dog. Recalling all these stories about Dermot, Gabby slowly returned to her own bedroom. The night passed quietly. The next day, as she went downstairs, Gabby saw Dermot sitting on the sofa and immediately remembered what Leanne had asked her to do. How did you sleep last night? She asked. Pretty good. How about you? Dermot replied formally. I slept pretty well too. After saying that, Gabby felt the atmosphere became a little awkward. Making friends? She almost forgot this skill. Fiona looked at the less familiar newlyweds and sighed inwardly. Miss, son-in-law breakfast is ready. The miss had told her. They were married through a family arrangement. So, nothing unusual there. Breakfast was finished in silence. Afterward, Gabby returned to her bedroom, changed clothes, and went to work. Son-in-law, are you going out today? Fiona asked as she cleared the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. Dermot nodded. Could you give me a ride? She smiled sheepishly. I need to go shopping for some ingredients today. Just drop me off at that bus stop, and I'll take the bus downtown. That's not necessary. Dermot smiled at Fiona. I'm free today. Let me drive you around once. But, isn't that inappropriate? Fiona felt flattered. Why would it be inappropriate? You're an elder, and we eat your food every day. Dermot smiled. It's only right to help out. Oh, thank you, son-in-law. Fiona instantly brightened up. This new son-in-law was actually quite nice. Dermot was idle anyway. Not only did he drive Fiona out shopping, but he also accompanied her to the supermarket and helped carry groceries. After this trip, Fiona couldn't stop praising him. Dermot subtly inquired about some matters. Marvin gained more insight into Gabby's personality and past. She was an exceptionally outstanding woman, founding several companies on her own in her 20s. Moreover, she owned 2 well-located commercial streets in the city center. Marvin, her conditions were quite enviable, but her situation wasn't so great. From Fiona, Dermot learned that the Beckham family had been gradually eroding Gabby's business. Not only had they seized her mother's inheritance, but they also wanted to swallow up the enterprise she had built with great effort. Those people from the Beckham family were simply insatiable. After patiently accompanying Fiona around the supermarket and driving her back home, Dermot went out again. Marvin wanted to visit Gabby's company. Part of the predicament she now faced was partly due to Dermot. If not for standing up for him at the Beckham family, she wouldn't have been targeted by Jason's hired hands. An hour later, Dermot arrived at Ginza building. Gabby's company was here. Floors 9 to 15 of Ginza building all belonged to her company area. Taking the elevator directly to the 9th floor, then turning left after exiting the elevator, he reached his destination. Zhaoyan Cosmetics. The company founded by Gabby, involved in various fields. Venture capital, fashion industry, education, e-commerce, and more. On the 9th floor was a cosmetics company that had gained some fame in Jinghai with its beauty brands. Dermot didn't want to waste time making an appointment and called Gabby directly. Her sudden visit surprised Gabby, but she quickly arranged for her secretary to come and meet him. A moment later, a young girl with her hair tied up in a bun hurried over. She stood in front of Dermot, sizing him up from head to toe. "What do you need with CEO Beckham?" There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Dermot didn't pay attention to her gaze and calmly replied, "Just take me to her." The young girl pouted. She lowered her voice and warned, "Let me remind you, although you are CEO Beckham's husband, you are not our company employee. Don't come here so often in the future." "All right, I understand," Dermot responded with his usual calm demeanor, showing no visible emotion. Martinley Corlieg stared at him for a while. She felt a bit sorry for CEO Beckham. CEO Beckham clearly deserved a better man, yet she chose this outcast of the Gale family. Turning around, she pressed the elevator button. Clearly lacking enthusiasm, she said, "CEO Beckham is still meeting guests now. She asked me to take you to her office to wait." Gabby's office was on the 15th floor. It was spacious, with 3 walls made entirely of floor-to-ceiling tempered glass, offering a panoramic view of the city. The interior decor was simple, with understated colors and a minimalist style. Just a few potted plants added a touch of green. "Stop looking around and sit there and wait." Martinley Corlieg pointed to the leather sofa on the left side of the room. From the start, she had been quite unfriendly. Dermot had no idea what he had done to upset her. Shaking his head, he asked, "Who is CEO Beckham meeting now? What does it matter? You wouldn't know them anyway." Martinley Corlieg maintained her attitude. Dermot felt frustrated. Did this girl eat gunpowder? Seeing the expression on his face, Martinley Corlieg sneered, "I see you don't agree with me? Fine, I'll tell you. The guest CEO Beckham is meeting is a board member of Leahy Entertainment. You know him?" Martinley Corlieg raised her slender eyebrows, looking at Dermot with amusement. Dermot looked perplexed. The guest Gabby was meeting was a board member of Leahy Entertainment? Then, who am I? Chapter 25. Final interpretation rights. The confusion on Dermot's face was evident, almost like he was showing his vulnerability. Belinda's disdain grew stronger in her expression. She thought even less of this man now. Actually, she hadn't made it clear. Mr. Beckham met with a member of the board of directors of Leahy Entertainment, but she was too lazy to explain more to Dermot. He wouldn't understand anyway. The two waited, eye to eye, for about half an hour before Gabby finally arrived late. "Mr. Beckham, you're back?" Belinda hurried over. "How did your talk with Mr. Angel go?" Gabby whispered something to her, and then turned to Dermot. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Belinda rolled her eyes. Did Mr. Beckham really need to be so polite to him? Not too long. Dermot shook his head and asked straightforwardly, "You have cooperation with Leahy Entertainment?" Gabby smiled faintly. "We've cooperated a few times before." Seeing that there wasn't even a cup of water in front of Dermot, she instantly frowned. "Shao Corlieg, didn't I tell you to take good care of Mr. Gale? Not even serving tea. That was too disrespectful." Dermot waved his hand lightly, unconcerned. "No trouble necessary. I'm not thirsty." Gabby turned to look at Belinda and instructed calmly, "Go get 2 cups of coffee." This girl had a reluctant look on her face but didn't dare disobey Mr. Beckham's order, so she turned to leave. "Why has Mr. Gale suddenly visited?" Gabby sat down gracefully beside him. "Let's just call each other by our names from now on." Dermot chuckled bitterly. As Ruth said, being overly polite can easily seem off. "Okay, let's get down to business. I came today mainly to ask if there's anything I can help with." Dermot got straight to the point. "It started because of me. Since you stood up for me at the Beckham family banquet, it caused you to be targeted by small-minded people." Gabby was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Dermot to take such responsibility. From beginning to end, she never thought this was Dermot's fault. Dermot didn't ask her for help at that time. She took the initiative to stand up for him out of righteousness. Any resulting troubles, she would naturally handle herself. "Dermot, thank you for your concern," she smiled, "but I can handle it myself." Although Dermot is a member of the Gale family, having just returned to the family, his status is low. Marvin lives in a shabby place, and is so poor he can't afford to go out. Gabby learned from her little sister Ruth that Dermot has a half-brother named Philip. She knows well who Philip is. His birth mother also comes from a powerful family, no weaker than the Gale family. Because of this person, Dermot's position in the family will be awkward and difficult. "Those few partners are important, but not irreplaceable," Gabby explained. It means losing some benefits. They stopped cooperating and found others. Don't worry, I'm not a novice in business." In working mode, Gabby exuded a sense of valor that rivaled any man. Lowering her head, was merely trying to minimize losses at the smallest cost. Personal dignity, in the face of interests, is a dispensable thing. After years in the business world, one betrayal won't bring her down. Gabby's confidence and nonchalance in her speech again changed Dermot's impression of her. This woman, indeed, isn't someone easy to deal with. Currently, there is only one major headache. Gabby spoke slowly. "Our cosmetics research studio jointly developed a new product with Laya Cosmetics. To mass produce it, we need a large amount of very expensive biogel. This little thing is researched by a foreign laboratory, very rare and hard to obtain. There are only a few people in China who can get it. Benito from Laya Cosmetics happens to have the channel." Gabby laughed helplessly. "Is this Benito also one of those who stabbed you in the back?" Dermot asked curiously. Gabby nodded inside. "Marvin cut off the supply, leaving all the semi-finished products unsold. Such a loss. She finds it hard to bear." Entering with 2 cups of coffee in hand, Belinda gave Dermot a sour look. She felt baffled, thinking Mr. Beckham was wasting her breath. Even if he knew the truth, this man might not understand. Dermot searched Laya Cosmetics on his phone and quickly scanned through the related information. It's a local tincture company mainly dealing with chemical industrial products. Can't find a substitute? Dermot looked up and asked, must it be this specific one? Not for now, she replied. The biogel in Benito's possession is currently not widely used, thus it attracts little attention. But our new product focuses on this ingredient. Because of the addition of this gel, the product can rapidly improve oily skin, promote collagen synthesis, inhibit free radical damage, and offers a series of powerful effects. The results are better than any skincare products on the market. All the early advertisements and product tests have been promoting these features. The company even specially invited a popular star from Leahy Entertainment to endorse and promote this product. Gabby's face showed a faint bitter smile. Just when we were about to make our big move, Benito decided to terminate our cooperation. She was confident. Once this new product hit the market, it would quickly capture market share. Now, with Benito's betrayal, the losses would be immense. Although the contract signed with Laya Cosmetics clearly states that Laya has the obligation to supply the gel on time and in sufficient quantity. However, due to the rarity of the gel, the final interpretation rights of the clause belong to Laya. They now insist they cannot get the goods from abroad, right? Dermot asked. Yes, at the time I also had objections to this clause, but Benito repeatedly told me how difficult it was. Marvin said this substance has limited applications, and the foreign laboratories might not be willing to produce it. We debated over this for quite some time. Gabby seemed somewhat gloomy. She always felt this was a hidden risk, and now, facts proved her correct. Laya Cosmetics' office is located in Haitian Building? Dermot suddenly asked out of the blue. Gabby paused, then nodded. So, shall we go meet this Benito now? Dermot looked up and smiled at her. I'll try. To see if I can persuade him, he said seriously. Hey Belinda, who had been holding back her words, immediately poured cold water on Dermot. It's useless. President Beckham has contacted Benito many times, but he refuses to meet. Even if we meet him, he will have his own excuses. Don't waste your efforts. Dermot glanced at her indifferently. Are you making decisions for President Beckham? Marvin found this girl rather annoying. Why does she keep frowning at him? Is she experiencing early menopause or something? Chapter 26. Something's off in that look. Loretta was speechlessly silenced. Marvin's small face flushed red, and her expression was one of resentment. Gabby knew her secretary well enough to sense that Loretta seemed not to like Dermot very much. Recalling the previous lack of courtesy, Gabby's expression darkened immediately. She coldly said, Temperance, I forbid you from being rude to Mr. Gaelg. Loretta instantly looked aggrieved. She glared at Dermot with bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Gabby felt a little helpless, then turned toward Dermot with an apologetic look. Temperance just graduated from university. She doesn't know many of the rules yet. I apologize on her behalf. After saying this, she continued speaking without delay. Should we set off for Laya Cosmetics now? Although Harrison always dodges us, we need his help to restart the production line. I plan to visit him again anyway. Since you brought it up, let's go together. As she spoke, she returned to her desk, sorted through a few documents, and took a tablet computer along with her. Turning back around, she noticed Loretta still glaring daggers at Dermot. Instantly feeling a headache, Gabby called out with a touch of displeasure, Temperance, do as I say. Only then did Loretta unwillingly withdraw her gaze. Gabby sighed, walked over to Dermot, and apologized to him once more. Dermot wasn't angry but was curious why this girl kept looking at him unfavorably. As far as he could remember, this was their first encounter, right? With these questions in mind, he followed Gabby out of the office. Loretta, acting as a secretary, caught up as well and joined them in the elevator down to the parking lot. Gabby's supercar only had room for 2 people, so the 2 of them got into the Land Rover and headed toward the Sky Building. Loretta recognized this car as belonging to CEO Beckham, which deepened her disdain for Dermot. Humph, a man living off women. Dermot merely needed to raise his head slightly to see the resentful look in the rearview mirror from the back seat. Marvin felt speechless. Shaking his head, he drove the car out of the garage. It wasn't far from here to the Sky Building, just about 10 minutes drive. Gabby had instructed her young secretary to contact Laya Cosmetics in advance to check if Harrison was in the office. After receiving confirmation, they proceeded straight to the floor where Laya Cosmetics was located. This wasn't Dermot's first time visiting Sky Building, but last time he came, he only went up to the 19th floor. Sky Building was very tall, totaling 57 floors. Floors 29 to 55 were all office areas. Because they received prior notification, the staff from Laya Cosmetics were waiting at the elevator entrance for them. Seeing Gabby arrive, the elegant woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled sweetly. CEO Beckham, you're here? Marvin's laughter sounded cloyingly charming. Today is a bit inconvenient. Harrison has guests to entertain, but he instructed me to ensure you are attended to with care. She glanced at Dermot with an investigative look, sizing him up and down. CEO Beckham, please come this way. She smoothly turned back, warmly ushering everyone into the reception room. Seated, Gabby watched her bustling around and gently said, Amy, there's no need for you to keep busy. We can wait here ourselves. Well, there are indeed some matters I need to handle. Amy adjusted her glasses with a smile. Shall I leave? If CEO Beckham needs anything, have someone call me? Go ahead, thank you for your trouble. Gabby nodded lightly, remaining calm and composed. The moment Amy left, Loretta couldn't help complaining, Harrison is a bit too much, sending only a secretary to meet CEO Beckham. Laya Cosmetics was far smaller compared to Gabby's Suzy Engine Group, due to holding what Gabby needed, abilities, and quite reliable. Gabby had always been grooming her, so she could help share her burdens in the future. Humph, I'm not like certain people. Loretta pouted. President Beckham, I'll help you. She picked up the tablet and began assisting Gabby by searching for and calculating various data. Time slipped away unnoticed as the two were absorbed in their work, while Dermot chatted on WeChat. Very soon, the matters were settled. Harrison still hadn't shown up. Loretta grumbled in complaint, feeling extremely irritable. Anyone who treated President Beckham poorly was her enemy. The girl sitting beside Gabby stole a glance at her boss's perfect profile. Gabby's side profile was graceful and alluring. Long lashes, slightly upturned red lips. Every feature seemed flawless, as if it were the masterpiece of an artist. Noticing Gabby turning her face, Loretta hastily lowered her head. Marvin, her small face immediately turned rosy, and her expression betrayed her guilty conscience. Next to her, Dermot's pupils widened in shock. This girl. Marvin, her gaze was off. What were you looking at just now? Gabby asked curiously. Is there something on my face? No, nothing. Loretta stammered. I was just thinking about something. Marvin, her eyes darted around as her mind raced. Finally, she recalled something to talk about. President Beckham. Do you remember the leisure water bar downstairs? The one where young Master Philip invited you before? Why bring him up? Gabby frowned, not wanting to recall that person, especially in front of Dermot, because she had heard that when Dermot was young, he was severely bullied by that guy. Yesterday, young Master Philip got beaten up there, and someone filmed it and posted it online. Loretta searched on her phone and quickly found the video. The footage was shaky, but the events were clear. A man with his back to the camera was pulling Philip's hair and pressing him to the ground. It was brutal. Gabby stared fixedly at the man in the video, inexplicably finding him familiar. But she didn't have time to think further because the door to the reception room was pushed open by a slightly chubby man. Marvin smiled brightly, appearing at the doorway. Oh, President Beckham, truly sorry to keep you waiting. This guy. Dermot's first thought upon seeing him was, smiling tiger. Chapter 27. Are you really going to show no respect? Harrison's full name is Adele. Marvin is in his early 30s, exuding an affluent appearance. Upon arriving, this man's small, beady eyes immediately began darting around Beckham Wanjan's figure. In the past, he would have never dared to act so openly. But now circumstances had changed. Beckham Wanjan was seeking his favor. Thus, he felt emboldened enough to reveal his true feelings without any fear of offending Miss Beckham. Adele extended his right hand, raising his eyebrows slightly toward Beckham Wanjan. In social etiquette within the industry, the order of a handshake represents respect for the other party. Normally, ladies go first. In formal situations, it is usually the lady who extends her hand first. If the lady does not extend her hand for a long time, it indicates she has no intention of shaking hands. At this point, one can choose to nod slightly as a sign of respect and politeness. Beckham Wanjan was known for being fearful of men, which wasn't a secret in their circle. Therefore, in business interactions, few men took the initiative to offer her their hand. Adele intentionally extended his hand first this time, intending to send a message to this woman. The initiative was in his hands now. In business negotiations, the momentum was crucial. Adele intended to overpower the opponent with his strength. Standing opposite him, Beckham Wanjan instantly looked troubled. Marvin, her subconscious aversion made it difficult for her to raise her hand. Just as Adele was about to speak, Dermot, who had been standing silently on the side, stepped forward and grabbed his plump hand. Adele squinted his already small eyes into slits. Who is this? Marvin asked Beckham Wanjan with obvious displeasure. CEO Beckham, won't you introduce us? Marvin didn't even spare a glance at Dermot, clearly considering him unworthy of attention. Marvinlo Harrison. I am CEO Beckham's husband, Dermot said calmly. My surname is Gale. Adele snorted. Marvin knew Dermot and had seen him before. Adele attended the Beckham family's birthday banquet as a business partner. When the Beckham family announced Beckham Wanjan's marriage publicly, Adele was present. In his eyes, Dermot was nothing more than an insignificant illegitimate son of the Gale family. A nobody who would falter when speaking in public was not worth paying attention to. The fact that the Gale family hadn't officially announced Dermot's identity also indicated his low status. Marvin was just a tool for a marriage alliance. CEO Beckham, what do you mean by this? Adele said, his tone carrying a hint of questioning. To my knowledge, your husband does not hold any position in Suzy Engine Group? Why bring him along if we're conducting business? Adele withdrew his hand, rubbing it disdainfully. Throughout the interaction, Adele treated Dermot as though he were invisible, ignoring him completely. However, Dermot wasn't upset. Instead, he smiled faintly. Your company seems to be doing well, Harrison. You've got an entire floor in Haitian Building. I heard. The selection criteria for leasing space in Haitian Building are quite stringent. Only those with sufficient qualifications are allowed to move in. Isn't that right? Dermot asked with a smile. Humph. Adele laughed coldly, not bothering to engage. It looks like we can't reach an agreement today, CEO Beckham. How about we have dinner later? Just the two of us. Don't bring anyone who doesn't understand the situation. It might ruin our appetites. What we need to discuss are business secrets. Random people don't have the qualifications to listen in. CEO Beckham, wouldn't you agree? Adele lifted his chin slightly, adopting an arrogant posture. His narrow eyes quickly scanned Dermot's face, but found no change in expression. This only fueled Adele's disdain. Inviting his wife to dinner in front of this guy while showing no reaction. He must be spineless. For the first beauty of Jinghai's business circle to marry him, it was a waste of talent. Beckham Wanjan took a step forward, intending to speak. But Dermot raised a hand with a half smile, stopping her from opening her mouth. Harrison, we came here with great sincerity, Dermot said, neither humble nor haughty. We've waited here for hours without a single complaint. In light of our earnest intentions, would you consider sitting down and talking? We really mean it. Dermot spoke slowly and deliberately. Belinda covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed, clearly unwilling to give him any face, yet he kept trying to recommend himself. Little did he know, the more he did this, the less respect he garnered from the other side. Adele let out an exaggerated sigh, saying slowly, young man, stop wasting your breath. At this moment, you lack the qualification to stand before me and demand an equal dialogue. Do you understand? CEO Beckham qualifies, but you don't. There is a gap between people, Adele said lazily. CEO Beckham founded Suzy Engine Group at a young age, and I respect her. As for you, Marvin paused here, a scornful sneer emerging from the corner of his mouth. The sentence was left unfinished, but the meaning was clear enough. Ah, Dermot sighed with a smile, seemingly making a final effort. Harrison, really not going to show any respect? You? Asking me for respect? Do you even deserve it? Adele cast a sidelong glance, his disdain unhidden. Dermot sighed again. All right. Marvin remained unhurried. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you anymore. Marvin paused, then continued. Harrison, you'd better pack up your things quickly. Move out of here today. Goodbye. Marvin smiled and waved at Adele, leading Beckham Wanjin away with his head held high. Belinda hurried to follow. She mentally cursed Dermot 1,000 times. Marvin had promised so confidently to persuade Harrison, but this was it? She had expected some profound argument, but all he gave were empty pleasantries. How embarrassing. Beckham Wanjin's mind buzzed with confusion. She was bewildered. What was their purpose in coming here? Was it just to humiliate themselves? In a daze, she was led into the elevator by Dermot, taking a while to react. Thought he was a king, but turned out to be just a bronze, and deliberately came to Leia to invite humiliation. Belinda muttered under her breath. Don't rush, Dermot said with a smile. Did you forget what Beckham CEO taught you? Always stay calm. Belinda rolled her eyes at him immediately. You should learn from Beckham CEO, Dermot added. Look how composed she is, not saying a word. Beckham Wanjin snapped back to reality and managed a bitter laugh. Marvin, her silence wasn't due to composure. She was simply stunned by Dermot's actions. What on earth was this man doing? Just as these questions swirled in her mind, the elevator ascended to the top floor. As they stepped out, a young woman in a waiter's jacket immediately greeted them. Mr. Georg? The waitress had a round face with a sweet smile. Your reserved table is ready anytime. Shall I take you and the two ladies there now? Beckham Wanjin and Belinda were stunned. Was this guy still in the mood for dinner? Hadn't being turned away at Leia Cosmetics been enough for him? His expression. After a while, the carefully prepared dishes were served. Gabby glanced at the beautifully plated food in front of her, but she had no appetite. Dermot, however, ate heartily without a care. Halfway through the meal, a light breeze carried snippets of conversation from nearby into Gabby's ears. She turned around in surprise. At the entrance of the restaurant, Adele looked anxious. Can I pay extra? I just want to go inside and find someone. I'm not here for dinner. The polite waiter responded, I'm sorry, sir. You can't enter without a reservation. That's our restaurant's policy. But can I make a reservation now? Adele scratched his head anxiously. Why do you have so many ridiculous rules? I just want to find someone. Please make an exception. Sorry, sir. To reserve a table at our restaurant, you need to download a specific app and fill out your information step by step. Our system will thoroughly review your qualifications. The waiter explained calmly. Adele was stunned. It wasn't this complicated last time. Are you messing with me? Gabby watched him for a moment, then turned back and said, Benito, are you looking for us? At that moment, there were no other guests in the restaurant. They were the only table. Dermot smiled. Is he? Marvin slowly turned his head, meeting Adele's urgent gaze. Georg Xiao, it's me. However, he was politely refused entry by a courteous waiter. Frustrated and impatient, Adele wished he could kneel down and beg for forgiveness right in front of Dermot. This young master was too damn good at pretending, looking harmless, yet his actions were swift and decisive. Thinking back to his previous mocking words towards Dermot, Adele felt weak in his legs. Marvin wished he could turn back time, slap himself 100 times for being such a fool. With the waiter's assistance, Adele finally completed the reservation. Marvin stumbled toward Dermot, but was halted midway by Dermot's hand raised in the air. Dermot didn't have telekinetic powers, but his raised hand could easily force Adele to stop in his tracks. Wait for us to finish our meal before you come over, so as not to spoil our appetite by standing beside us. Adele felt utterly humiliated on the spot. Marvin hastily retreated to the entrance, anxiously waiting there. Gabby acutely sensed that this negotiation might work out, and immediately picked up her cutlery to start eating. However, she still maintained the elegance of a well-bred lady. Taking tiny bites, it was pleasing to watch her eat. Adele waited anxiously for over half an hour until the waiter cleared away Dermot and company's empty plates. Only then did he cautiously ask with his eyes. Seeing Dermot beckon him over doesn't have a wide range of applications. Who else besides President Beckham would buy from you? I believe President Beckham would be willing to pay a lump sum to directly purchase the supply channel from you. Gabby was stunned. She hadn't considered this before, but Adele had always been insistent about this aspect. Adele's expression was extremely conflicted, as if he were at a crossroads in life. To give it up, he couldn't bear to part with it. But if he didn't give it up, he wasn't sure what this young Master Georg might do. Chapter 29. The Lion and the Hyena. Dermot didn't give him much time to think. If Benito finds it difficult, I won't force you. Marvin waved his hand. Quickly move out. Only half a day left. To move such a big company will be very tight on time. Georg, young Master Georg. Adele was almost crying, pleading incessantly, please show mercy. Gabby looked at Dermot in shock. She now understood, Dermot's words when he left Leah were not groundless. The building they were standing in belonged to the Georg family. The staying or leaving of merchants all depended on one word from the Georg family. What surprised Gabby was that Dermot could mobilize the Georg family's resources. Wasn't he supposed to have no status? Gabby didn't say anything. She stared at Dermot without blinking as if trying to see through him. Whether to show mercy completely depends on Harrison, Dermot said slowly. Marvin wasn't anxious more easily than crushing an ant. Although the biological gel distribution channel was precious, Adele did not dare to ask for an exorbitant price now. Marvin quoted a price he considered reasonable. Dermot, who claimed he didn't understand these matters, suddenly said, let's round it up to 100 million. Adele struggled. Young Master Gale. He redefined rounding up, quoting 200 million. Dermot's rounding up cut the price in half. A blatant act of taking advantage of his plight. Though Adele felt particularly aggrieved, he dared not voice his anger. His recent arrogance directly led to the heavy price he had to pay now. They returned to Leah Cosmetics Company. With a heart full of unwillingness, Adele tremblingly drafted a contract to transfer the distribution channel. Both sides signed. The contract became effective immediately. Adele, with a dead heart, revealed openly that he had a friend working at that laboratory. The goods he obtained were all from his friend. Since its application wasn't widespread yet, they usually made large quantities at once, then stopped production for half a year. This product actually had potential, but when it would be widely used remained uncertain. So Adele didn't dare to stockpile too much, fearing it would become unsaleable. Young Master Gale, I've done everything you asked. What do you think? Adele spoke pitifully. Dermot smiled. I'll give you a week. Marvin said calmly, move out within a week. Adele's face turned bitter. Meanwhile, you have to help me with another thing, Dermot continued. Inform those who betrayed President Beckham about your misfortune. Sweat appeared on Adele's forehead. Young Master Gale wanted to use him as an example? Marvin regretted it deeply now. If he had known Dermot was such a person, even 100 lives wouldn't have given him the courage to speak rashly. Young Master Gale, Adele said with complicated emotions, if I do as you say, will you let me go? Dermot glanced at him and said, do you think lions care about hyenas? Adele paused, then gave a bitter laugh after a moment. I understand. Lions and hyenas aren't even in the same league. The barks of hyenas mean nothing to lions. Being compared to a hyena made him feel oppressed. But he had nothing to say. Dermot looked at him, feeling speechless. No, you don't understand. You completely misunderstood my meaning, he said. How can a lion not care about hyenas? What? Adele was stunned. Even with a numerical disadvantage, a pack of hyenas can still hunt a lone lion. They will rush forward Fengkangdi Chongsangchi, should be they will rush forward Fengkangdi Chongsangchi, should be they will rush forward madly, trying to tear off bloody flesh from the lion. What the lion needs to do is focus on the largest individual in the hyena pack, the so-called queen hyena. Kill it. Let the rest of the hyenas feel fear. Harrison, you are that queen hyena. Chasing you out of High Sky Plaza is like killing you on the spot, spreading fear among the hyena pack. Having died once, what do you have to fear? Dermot smiled. Do you still want to try biting the lion again? Adele was stunned. Marvin was an intelligent man and quickly understood the meaning behind Dermot's words. Marvin, Adele, was merely a tool for Dermot to intimidate the other hyenas. Now, Marvin had completed half of his task. The lion would kill the hyena but not eat it. This meant that Adele, already dead, would no longer be targeted. Adele also heard Dermot's warning. If he dared to pounce and bite the lion again, he would face death once more. Adele looked at Dermot with complicated emotions. Marvin realized that Dermot never intended to sit down and negotiate properly from the beginning. Dermot's true purpose was to orchestrate a hunting game. Unluckily, Adele played a significant role, Queen Hyena. In this grim scenario, no matter what he did, Marvin would eventually be expelled from High Sky Plaza, because Dermot needed to use his death to frighten others. Can Harrison play the remaining part well? Dermot smiled and patted Adele's shoulder. Adele gave a bitter laugh. Bitterness rose in his mouth, and he felt like crying. Master Gale, I understand your meaning. Marvin raised his head, with extremely mixed feelings. Being manipulated by Dermot, yet having to continue working for him. Even execution didn't seem as cruel as this guy. Despite all his grievances, Adele could only obey. After all, he was just a weak hyena. How could he stand up to the massive lion pride that was the Gale family? All he could hope now was that, once his task was completed, Dermot would give him a piece of meat. Chapter 30. Lay low for a while. A group of people left the Haitian building. Gabby had many questions she wanted to ask Dermot. She understood the story of the lion and the hyenas. She, who was betrayed by her business partner, was like a trapped lioness. Several hyenas circled around her, growling, quietly waiting for her to weaken. During this process, the queen hyena attempted an attack, and at that moment, a male lion made a powerful appearance, killing it with overwhelming force. Its death brought fear, and the fear spread. Gabby's lower eyelid trembled slightly. Did Dermot plan all this when he set out? Why can you mobilize the Gale family resources? Gabby asked. You just came back, right? These two things aren't conflicting, are they? Dermot smiled and casually explained. It's actually quite coincidental. Haitian building is a Gale family property, which you know. This place is managed by a woman named Farah, whom I happen to know and have some rapport with. So, I just asked her for some help. Not only do you know Bethany from Lehu, but you also know President Sue from Haitian? Gabby was surprised again. They are all CEOs of subsidiaries cultivated by Old Man Apsel. Is it strange to know them? Gabby fell silent. Hurry up and contact Adele's friend. The prospects of that biogel seem promising. It might not be bad to stockpile some. Gabby was stunned. She thought so too. Dermot has sharp business instincts. Gabby lightly bit her red lip and whispered after a moment, thank you for helping me again. Dermot waved his hand. This matter itself was caused by me. No need to be so polite. In the backseat, Nikki looked complex. She could hardly believe that this man was the same mediocre guy in her memory. During the negotiation with Harrison, the aura he exuded was even stronger than her President Beckham. Dermot drove back to Jean's building. After parking, he took out his phone. Old Man Apsel had been calling nonstop from then until now. You little brat, I heard you helped the Beckham family girl? Did your old illness flare up again? Gale Fatty spoke with anguish and indignation. Marvin had led a libertine life, manipulating countless women, but he ended up with a son who was constantly manipulated by women. Did you call me just to say this? Dermot was impatient. It was hard for her to comment on this father-son relationship. Apsel cursed like a scolding, nagging woman, then suddenly chuckled stupidly. Our son? Though he may be foolish when it comes to women, he does other things quite well. Valentina giggled and said, that's a good thing. With Xiao Rue having ability, the vast family estate you've built won't be easily squandered. Marvin might even surpass you. Yes, this little brat's mind is sharper than his old man's. He can definitely elevate the Guild family. But his temper. Marvin doesn't even give his father face, nearly driving me mad. Apsel roared. Marvin looked at Valentina and grinned evilly, so we must seize the time to have another daughter. Daughters are great. Daddy's little jacket definitely won't upset me like her brother. She'll surely be very obedient and sensible. Valentina's cheeks turned slightly red, and she gave him an angry glance. Do you think I have a voice control device in my belly? You say you want a daughter, and I'll instantly give you one. What if it's another son? If once doesn't work, then let's have several rounds. Don't look at my age. I'm not lacking tonight. I'm going to have 300 rounds with you, you little witch. Valentina giggled. She had long been accustomed to his seemingly casual, but actually very attentive ways and never found fault with them. Apsel may appear careless, but he was sharp-witted. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to develop such a large family into its current scale. Just as this elderly couple was engaging in flirtatious banter, a group of people burst into the Guild family compound with intense expressions. Apsel, come out. The middle-aged man leading the group roared angrily into the house. A cold expression appeared on Apsel's rugged face. Valentina lifted her body from his arms, worried. Why are the Marvin family coming again? Apsel laughed coldly. His second wife was indeed surnamed Marvin, from the powerful Marvin family in a neighboring city. Back then, his parents chose Marvin because of the family's background. They used all sorts of despicable means to force Marilyn and her son to leave, separating the two lovers. And they forced Apsel to marry the Marvin family's daughter. At that time, Apsel was powerless to resist and could only obey with resentment. Philip, that idiot. Apsel gritted his teeth. Marvin fucking bears the surname Galg. Marvin's the little brat of the Galg family. As soon as something happens, he runs to the Marvin family like a lackey. This good-for-nothing kid is beyond saving. Valentina sighed. Though Apsel cursed fiercely, he cared deeply for his son. Unfortunately, Philip often did foolish things and was truly unambitious. Apsel composed himself. On his fleshy, round face, he plastered a Buddha-like smile. Standing up from his gold chair, he walked outside with a playful laugh. Oh guys, you're here again? Still looking for Dermot? Well, that little rascal never stays home, and his whereabouts are unpredictable even to me. Why don't you guys go back first? As soon as I find him, I'll tie him up and hand him over to you for your disposal, whatever you want to do with him. Marvin spoke righteously. His expression was solemn, as if he were truly about to disown his own kin. Chapter 31 Loving Old Father. The Galg family manor. Philip, with a bruised nose and swollen face, stood behind the Marvin family members, his eyes filled with resentment. Seeing this little brat made Apsel furious, but at the same time, he felt somewhat heartache for the boy's pitiful state. Apsel, don't try to fool around. That rascal dared to lay hands on Henri. If it weren't for certain people's indication, how would he dare? Apsel glanced sideways. The speaker was Philip's uncle, named Orson. Certain people's indication? Apsel repeated each word slowly, then grinned. Meaning me? Did I instruct my eldest son to beat up the younger? Henri is my nephew and Suzy Yanqui's nephew too. He got beaten. As uncles, we naturally feel angry. Suzy Yanqui just lost his temper. I apologize on his behalf, Jay said coolly. There's no need for that, Apsel smiled. It seems like we're being overly formal. You should know. That troublemaker, Dermot, has been wandering outside for so many years. Marvin endured coldness and humiliation abroad, harboring grievances against the Galg family. When he came back, he didn't stay long before running away again. This boy really doesn't want to stay in this family. So you coming here looking for someone is entirely unnecessary? Apsel said casually. Go home first. When I find that little brat, I'll definitely bring him to beg for forgiveness and let you deal with him as you see fit. Do you mean it? Orson, feeling humiliated earlier, stepped out angrily. When the Marvin family deals with him, you won't plead for him? Fuck. The smiling Apsel suddenly swore loudly. You're not really planning to kill my son, are you? I was just talking casually, and you seriously think I want to punish him? It's just a conflict between brothers, two kids fighting over nothing. Why must adults get involved? I'm giving face to your grandfather. At most, I'll bring him to apologize, slap him in front of Henri to teach him brotherly harmony. Orlandot him over to you to do as you wish? I was just talking, and you believe it? Apsel pointed at Orson's nose and berated him fiercely. When did the Galg family become a subordinate of the Marvin family, needing to follow your commands? Orson was scolded into submission. Apsel's sudden attack caught the Marvin family off guard. Yet from Apsel's words, they couldn't find any fault. The Galg family and the Marvin family were equals. The Marvin family could come to demand an explanation but couldn't make unreasonable demands. Orson spoke without thinking. Perhaps his intent was just to vent verbally, but unfortunately, Apsel seized on the inappropriate remarks, using them to make a big fuss. Apsel was like a sharp predator, always laughing, but once he sensed something, he would immediately show his fangs. After this reprimand, the Marvin family felt more or less embarrassed. Everyone glared at Orson, blaming him for opening his mouth. Little brat, get over here. Apsel frowned. You're a grown man now. After being beaten, you have to tattle to your parents? Aren't you usually the one causing trouble all the time? Why are you acting like a girl this time? Philip swallowed hard. Relying on his uncle and maternal relatives, he shrieked, I won't go over. Dermot hit me, and you don't help me. Instead, you scold me for being useless. He was. Apsel felt uneasy inside. What a good boy. Ruined by those heartless people from the Marvin family. Apsel sighed heavily, slowly lifting his hand, which frightened Philip into retreating immediately. But in the end, Apsel's chubby palm merely patted his head gently. Naive boy. Your brother hates the Gelg family to the bone because of his mother. If the Gelg family were left to him, it would eventually be ruined. So, don't panic, Apsel said sternly. You are the successor. No one can take that away. Looking into his old father's loving eyes, Philip felt like crying. Apsel wore a kind look on his face, inwardly gloating. By not revealing Dermot's true identity, Marvin could stabilize the looming external threats. Damn, I'm so damn smart. Chapter 32. Interesting matters. The crisis was averted, and Gabby resumed her busy schedule. Upon returning to the company, she announced the good news, greatly boosting the morale of the employees. The company had been in turmoil due to the crisis. Everyone had been anxious. Now that the issue was resolved, they could finally relax. Dermot stayed at her company for a while before bidding farewell and leaving. Everyone in the company was working at full speed, bustling with activity. Marvin felt guilty doing nothing. After leaving the Ginza building, Dermot headed to Leahy Entertainment. Leahy's affairs were handled by Lainey, allowing Dermot to enjoy a peaceful break as an absentee recording site. Dermot immediately spotted the girl named Vivian. She was very young, her features slightly immature but exquisitely delicate, making her camera ready from the first glance. Dermot was impressed by her unique gothic aura, gloomy and mysterious. A cool little girl, appealing to both men and women alike. In the entertainment industry, new handsome and beautiful stars emerge like mushrooms after rain. Under makeup and lighting, these youthful faces become even more stunning. However, when surrounded by numerous good-looking peers, one's unique charisma becomes particularly important. Distinctive charm makes the audience notice and remember her instantly. Nowadays, many minor celebrities, despite their good looks, never truly stand out, lacking a lasting impression, meaning no distinctiveness. Audiences might praise her beauty but forget her just as quickly. The gothic style of melancholy and gloom is relatively niche in China. Dermot couldn't recall many female stars with this dark allure. If Vivian's skills were solid enough, she would surely become famous. Dermot found a spot where he wouldn't disturb the recording and sat down to observe quietly. This kid has a bit of a quirky personality, he thought. Mr. Gelg, would you like me to call her over? Angel Jamar asked softly. Dermot waved his hand and nodded toward the center of the set. Let me observe from the side first. Angel Jamar nodded silently, not daring to be disrespectful. Bethany held Mr. Dermot in high regard, so she didn't dare slack off. Inside the filming area, two young trainees were performing a scene. They were reenacting the rooftop confrontation from the classic film Infernal Affairs. These kinds of shows often replicate the teaching methods of Hong Kong's TVB drama training programs. Veteran actors provide guidance. Young trainees emulate classics. This greatly helps refine acting skills and polish their performances. Dermot watched for a while, shaking his head. The two trainees in the scene weren't fully immersed in their roles. They only stood in front of the camera, striking poses and feigning dominant and cool expressions. In the original film, the iconic scenes featured top-notch veterans whose micro-expressions and lines were classic. Their current performance, however, was overly exaggerated and awkward. Cut. One of the veteran actor mentors, who was standing backstage, called out impatiently. Marvin stood up and hurried onto the set. The two trainees looked at him nervously. Teacher, what did we do wrong? Dermot recognized this veteran actor. His name was Finley Hongba, a renowned supporting actor. Marvin remembered Finley Hongba as a diligent and gentle senior, always smiling. But now, Finley Hongba's face was full of impatience. I heard that teacher Finley was upset because of the students. Angel Jamar whispered beside him as an explanation. This group of trainees, no matter how they were taught, there was no improvement. And a few of them were particularly unruly, always improvising during classic scene reenactments. But the issue was, they couldn't even replicate classics accurately, yet they wanted to surpass them. They couldn't walk steadily and wanted to run at full speed. Finley Hongba seemed to be trying hard to suppress his anger. Marvin spoke in a deep voice, carefully explaining the scene to the two trainees. After he finished, he asked, do you understand now? The two trainees nodded in unison, replying in chorus, Teacher Finley, we got it. All right, let's do it again. Finley Hongba turned back to return to his position behind the camera. Very soon, the second take began. Dermot watched for a moment and immediately frowned. The same old problem, too stiff. They weren't acting their roles but playing themselves. Their personas might have been defined by their good looks, constantly showing off their charm to the camera. Dermot watched for a while and finally understood why the always amiable Finley Hongba had become so frustrated. This situation was simply untouchable. Even with infinite patience, these trainees would wear down anyone's tolerance. After just 10 minutes, Dermot felt like rushing up and performing himself. Marvin couldn't watch anymore. If he kept watching, he'd get depressed. As he hesitated about whether to leave for a while, a spark of inspiration suddenly struck him, bringing up a very interesting idea. Then, Marvin took out his phone and contacted Lainey. What if we add another mentor to this acting training program? Lainey quickly asked, who does Chairman Gale want to add? A smile curled on Dermot's lips. Our company's top actor, Jason. Ah. Lainey clearly froze for a moment. Chairman Gale wanted to silence this guy yesterday, and today he was going to arrange for Jason to appear on a variety show? Unable to fathom Dermot's intentions, Lainey fell silent for a moment. Let him come. It will be very interesting, and it can increase the popularity of this variety show. Dermot didn't explain. Marvin foresaw that once Jason joined the show, its topic heat would skyrocket. Chapter 33. Be gentler to him. Coralie Residence by the Water. It's a relatively upscale community in Jinghai. Not only is the environment within the community beautiful, but it also offers great privacy. Allegedly, many celebrities and major local internet influencers live in this area. Jason parked his car with visible exhaustion, taking out a mask from the side and putting it on. Marvin pushed open the car door and walked towards the elevator in the underground garage of the residential complex in an awkward manner. Marvin and Allison did not live together. However, his license plate had been registered with the property management, so he could enter and exit the community at will. Marvin took a private elevator up to the floor and rang the doorbell. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Allison, looking quite haggard, emerged from the bedroom to open the door for him. Marvin removed his mask as soon as he entered and casually threw it away. Allison was clearly taken aback for a moment, but she didn't say anything. She bent down to pick up the mask. Jason walked into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. But then he groaned in discomfort, as if something was wrong. "Senior, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Allison hurriedly asked. "My leg is cramping," Jason said grimly. "How did your talk with Mr. Leaf go?" Allison poured him a glass of water and placed it gently by his hand. "This time might be troublesome," Jason said gloomily. "Mr. Leaf is very willing to help me, but Leahy won't let me go. If I terminate the contract forcibly, I have to pay a huge breach of contract fee." His eyes were filled with frustration. Marvin was Leahy's top star. The company had given him excellent terms. Similarly, the penalty for breaking the contract was especially high. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the money. It just felt like giving away such a large sum for nothing. Marvin couldn't bear it. Allison asked a question. The number he mentioned shocked her. Although she was currently a top-tier actress, she hadn't been in the industry long and spent extravagantly. She didn't have much savings. "Ah, what a pity about my few commercial endorsements," Allison said dejectedly. Due to improper contact with Leahy, Marvin, her company, temporarily canceled her commercial endorsements and various appearances as punishment. Now she was idle all day. Although she still had some money in her card, it wasn't enough to cover her expenses. Allison thought for a moment, returned to the bedroom, took out a bank card, and handed it to Jason. "These are my savings. There might still be 200 or 300 million left," she said. "I know it's far from enough, but I don't have more." Allison sighed deeply. "You keep the card. How can a man spend a woman's money?" Jason shook his head irritably. "Actually, I can afford this breach of contract fee. It's just hard to swallow." Marvin slammed the sofa. When he was at Leahy, he made a lot of money for the company. Now he had to pay them a breach of contract fee just to leave? Wasn't Jason becoming the biggest loser? This losing deal, Jason didn't want to do it. His eyes shifted, hesitating, and then he said, "Kiru, can you help me once more?" Allison was stunned, nodding. "Senior, you say? If I can help, I will definitely help." Jason took her hand, with a look of deep emotion. Then he slowly said, "You go." Then keep adding him. Jason pleaded, "Kiru, just help me once. If I leave Leahy, we can immediately sign with Mr. Leaf's entertainment company under his board, and at that time, I'll take you with me. We can work together and act in the same movies, becoming an enviable screen couple. Lucinda, haven't you ever dreamed of such a life?" Jason gazed at her with deep affection. Allison was taken aback. Of course, she had dreamed of such a happy life. Meeting Jason's eyes filled with love and a hint of pleading, she hesitated but eventually relented. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee that I can persuade him." "You will definitely succeed. Dermot likes you so much." Jason instantly perked up. "When you see him next time, remember to be gentle with him. He'll definitely fall for it." Allison's brows furrowed. Marvin, her senior's words sounded as if he was asking her to seduce Dermot. Jason seemed oblivious to the displeasure on her face, persistently urging her to be gentle. Each word made Allison increasingly anxious and troubled. It wasn't until Jason's phone rang that she got a moment to breathe. Jason answered the call, and after a few words, his expression turned bewildered. "The company has arranged a variety show for me?" Yesterday they were planning to blacklist him. Today they were arranging for him to host a variety show? Jason suspected it was Dermot's doing again, probably some kind of scheme. Marvin hung up shortly after. "Senior, what happened?" Allison asked. "Leahy has arranged a variety show for me, making me the mentor on the show," Jason said, his gaze dropping. His eyes flickered uncertainly. Allison froze upon hearing this. Lainey had insisted in a businesslike tone over the phone that he participate in the program. Jason tried to refuse, but Lainey informed him that this was the arrangement by the new board member, and he must comply. Could it be? Jason straightened his gaze, murmuring, "The new board member is a fan of mine? If not, why would they specifically request my participation? Marvin wants to give me a chance to increase my exposure?" Jason became invigorated. Damn, if he had support from the new board member, did he need to fear Dermot and Lainey? Chapter 34. Despicable, vulgar, and deeply Machiavellian. Jason was more cautious this time. After all, everything was still just conjecture. That bastard Dermot had hooked up with the company's CEO, making every step he took at Leahy feel like walking on thin ice. Marvin had to be extra careful. Nubia, the plan remains unchanged. Jason looked at Allison with tender eyes. "For now, there's no need to mention me to that bastard. What you need to do now is to play the emotional card with Dermot, slowly regaining control over him. I'll go check out the situation at the company. If I am indeed favored by the new board member, you won't have to endure any hardship, and we won't need to change companies. At that point, it will be Lainey and Dermot who should leave." A glint of coldness flashed in Jason's eyes. Marvin would repay every humiliation inflicted by this couple 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. The chilling aura Jason emitted made Allison feel a bit afraid. At this moment, he seemed nothing like the gentle and elegant senior she remembered. Seeing the hesitation on her face, Jason immediately held her hand and spoke affectionately, analyzing the pros and cons. At the same time, he painted a beautiful picture of their future, gradually reviving the somewhat dejected Allison. She pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, senior, I'll do as you say. Re-establish my relationship with Dermot." Dermot now felt very unfamiliar to Allison. First, a gorgeous woman offered herself to him, and then he hooked up with the Leahy Entertainment CEO, someone she had never even met. This man seemed to have been hiding many things from her. Allison's feelings towards Dermot were particularly complicated now. The aftermath of the divorce made her regretful. But if what the senior said was true, it caught his eye with admiration. "Nubia, you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen." Marvin spoke sweet words with deep emotion. These flattering words made Allison's heart blossom. Senior, let's head out. She clenched her little fist, as if seeing a bright future waving at her. How could she become so dejected because of a man like Dermot? Allison scolded herself internally, recalling how she couldn't extricate herself from those past memories last night. They quickly left and headed for Lee. The recording location had already been sent to Jason's phone. Marvin held Allison's hand, and they lovingly rode the elevator to the 5th floor studio. As they approached the recording room, Allison saw Dermot sitting in a corner, gazing steadily at the set. Marvin, her smile froze instantly. Jason also noticed this, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Nubia, it's unexpected to meet him here. Go over and get close to him now. Remember what I told you. Honesty is just his facade. The real him is a despicable, vulgar, and deeply Machiavellian man. Absolutely don't view him with past eyes. Be careful and cautious in everything, and never let him see your true intentions. Allison took a deep breath. Marvin, her eyes showed determination. The senior's speculation had yet to be verified, and the future was uncertain. Therefore, rebuilding relations with Dermot became crucial. This despicable and shameless man had hooked up with Lee He's CEO, grasping the senior's lifeline. If she wanted to help the senior, she must make some sacrifices. How could Dermot forget her so easily when he used to love her so much? Maybe by showing a little kindness to Dermot, she could win back the man who loved her deeply? Allison adjusted her emotions and walked towards Dermot. She gracefully stood next to Dermot, flashing what she believed to be a flawless, sweet smile. Dermot was observing Vivian's performance. Suddenly sensing someone approach, he looked up. Then he noticed it was Allison, and this woman seemed like she had taken the wrong medication, smiling radiantly. Dermot furrowed his brows. How did she get in here? Did Jason bring her? AI, Rue, what a coincidence. Allison brushed the soft strands of hair that fell beside her cheek. The coldness in Dermot's eyes made her very uncomfortable. Although they were divorced, there was no need to act as if they had deep-seated hatred every time, right? Rue, have you applied to Leahy Entertainment? Allison forced down her resentment and asked with a smile. Do you know Bethany? You never mentioned him before. The task Jason entrusted to her included trying to find out more about Dermot. After all, this bastard had made them both suffer several times, seeming to play his cards cleverly from behind the scenes. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could she seize the initiative better. Jason glanced at the two from afar. Dermot neither drove Allison away, nor made any move to leave. Marvin instantly felt reassured. His judgment seemed to be correct. This bastard Dermot still harbored feelings for Allison. You surely didn't expect that I arranged for her to approach you voluntarily? Jason thought coldly. Just an ordinary fanboy. What makes him think he can compete with me? Let this bastard revel in victory for a few days. Once all the details are thoroughly investigated, he would deal with him. Jason composed himself and approached the program's director. Lainey had already informed the production team, so Jason's appearance didn't surprise anyone. Mr. Xiao joining is an honor for our program. Indeed. Mr. Xiao has won all the major awards domestically. Participating in this program is overkill. The crew immediately surrounded Jason, praising him. Even the other mentors and students waiting on the side watched him with admiration. Jason's status was solid. Marvin had swept domestic awards and received nominations at the 3 major international film festivals. Marvin held a high standing in the industry. Noticing the adoring gazes from all directions, Jason couldn't help but feel elated. Chapter 35. All thanks to you. Dermot, who noticed Jason's smugness, felt like laughing. This guy didn't know what was about to hit him and was a bit too happy too soon. Including Jason in the show wasn't to boost his popularity. Dermot wasn't that kind. This great actor surnamed Xiao. His public image was one of being cultured and erudite. Under the hype and deliberate promotion by Leahy Entertainment, everyone believed he was excellent. Good acting. Exceptionally refined. An intellectual who loves reading during leisure time. Jason might have fooled everyone, but he couldn't fool Dermot. Marvin was just a deceitful and petty schemer, with only his solid acting skills as his redeeming quality. Fooled so many people. Dermot suddenly laughed. Marvin wondered if Jason's acting could get him through this round. These young trainees on the show could even make Finley Hongba, a kind-hearted veteran, lose his temper. It was perfect for Jason to showcase his acting. Dermot was looking forward to his performance. Rue, why aren't you answering me? Allison stood beside him, talking non-stop. Dermot ignored her completely. Allison, feeling neglected, wanted to lash out several times, but restrained herself for the bigger picture. Are you taking the wrong medicine? Dermot turned his head impatiently. Do I have an obligation to acknowledge you? You. Allison clenched her fists angrily but soon relaxed them, sighing deeply. Rue, I know you're still upset with me. Stop. Dermot waved his hand dismissively. I don't blame you at all. Instead, I'm grateful. Thank you for freeing me from hell. If it weren't for your blessings, Missin, how could I be close to Miss Beckham and also connect with Bethany? Dermot laughed coldly. Allison visibly froze. Did he directly admit it? Shameless. How could he brazenly speak about such disgraceful matters? Marvin Sr. was right. This man is truly shameless. Allison didn't want to talk to him anymore. She turned to look at the set, her gaze landing on the man she had adored for many years. Jason, who joined midway, was quickly assigned a script. Reality shows did have scripts. A framework and final direction were established beforehand. The guests needed to stay within the general framework while performing freely. As the top star of Leahy Entertainment, a grand entrance was arranged for Jason due to his status. On-site mentors and trainees cooperated in filming footage. When editing officially began, a voiceover would regal this episode featured a mysterious guest, creating suspense first. After arousing the audience's emotions, Jason would make his grand appearance, eliciting cheers from everyone. Feeling the flattery from everyone present, Jason couldn't help but feel immensely pleased. Witnessing Jason's brilliance on set, Allison felt honored. She looked at Dermot with a hint of pride. Rue, I know you don't like Senior, but you have to admit, he is indeed very outstanding. Oh yes, 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 Dermot smiled wryly, not bothering to argue. Talk normally. Don't be so sarcastic. Allison frowned. Haven't you seen how popular Senior is? Dermot smiled without responding. Allison thought he was speechless and snorted. Actually, we don't need to keep things so tense between us. Even if we can't be together, we can still be friends. Friends? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. You want me to be friends with someone who betrayed me and poached my wall corner? Allison, are you forgetful? Have you forgotten what you've done to me? Marvin stood up, his eyes sending chills down Allison's spine, making her step back. When Grandpa was on his deathbed, barely clinging to life, the person he missed most was you, his beloved granddaughter-in-law. Marvin wanted to see you before he died, but you wouldn't fulfill this small wish. If you had made another choice that day, our relationship wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. You think I've changed? Have you considered that this isn't my problem? Shouldn't you look into yourself? After all, everything is all thanks to you. Dermot's words struck Allison like a heavy hammer, plunging deep into her heart. She already felt guilty toward her grandfather. Marvin hearing Dermot rehash the old issues now, her guilt started tearing her apart. Pale-faced, she had no words. Dermot didn't want to talk to her further, gave her a cold look, and walked away. Vivian's performance had already ended. There was no need to endure Allison's chatter any longer. Marvin didn't care or want to know why she suddenly changed her attitude. How could she and Jason, this pair of perfect match, still talk about being friends after doing such things? Dermot couldn't stop sneering, especially Jason, who shamelessly poached his corner and had the nerve to repeatedly show off in front of him. To simply crush him would be too lenient. Dermot's next moves would strip away Jason's halo bit by bit. The public would soon see the most genuine Jason, without a trace of pretense or falsehood. Allison watched him walk away, her feelings mixed. Marvin, her thoughts became chaotic, and she lost her mood to appreciate Senior's outstanding performance on the set. Until the end of today's shooting, she remained in a daze. Jason approached her with a satisfied demeanor, placing his hand on her shoulder and gently shaking it. Nubia, sorry for keeping you waiting, but there's nothing we can do about it. You're an entertainer too. You know how busy we get? Jason glanced around and lowered his voice, asked the production staff. All the arrangements for me were required by the new board member. Although I can't fully confirm my suspicions, everything happens for a reason. The new board member must have his considerations. Jason appeared quite animated. All signs indicated that the newly appointed board member paid close attention to him. Even if not a fan yet, he was definitely very optimistic about Jason, and that was enough. With the support of the new board member, Marvin could turn things around completely and hold his head high. Marvin airing this good news, Allison only managed to force a smile. Jason, caught up in his excitement, didn't notice anything amiss with her mood. Nubia, something so worth celebrating. We should celebrate over a meal. Let's go eat together? I know a great private kitchen restaurant. The privacy there is excellent, and the owner is also a friend of mine. Marvin smiled mysteriously as he spoke. Without waiting for her response, he took Allison's hand. While softly describing the future she desired, he led her downstairs. Chapter 36. That's a bit difficult for me. Dermot had just left the company when he received a call from Fiona. Son-in-law, him? I'm sorry, son-in-law. I'm getting old and often suffer from backaches and waist pains. Dermot paused for a moment, then asked, shall I go home now to take you to the hospital? No, no need. Fiona quickly said, it's an old ailment. I'll be fine after resting for a while. I called because I wanted to ask if you could take Miss out for dinner tonight, son-in-law. Dermot thought for a moment. Since the elderly was unwell, he should let her rest. All right, shall we bring you something to eat when we come back? What do you like? Fiona laughed heartily. Don't trouble yourself. There's food in the fridge. I can manage with whatever is available. Son-in-law, don't rush back after your meal. You two can go watch a movie or attend a concert or something. After hanging up, Dermot returned to Jean's tower. Gabby learned from him that Fiona wasn't feeling well and was a bit worried. TSK, how am I not feeling well? Fiona confessed honestly when she received her call. I was creating an opportunity for the newlyweds to spend time together. That son-in-law is such a good person. I planned to have son-in-law give me a ride so I could catch a bus to the supermarket to buy groceries. Oh, not only did son-in-law drive me personally, but he also carried my shopping for fear I'd tire myself out. Son-in-law is indeed a very kind person. Fiona's laugh conveyed a hint of satisfaction. With him by Mrs. side, Fiona feels relieved, and Lady would rest in peace knowing this too. Gabby was speechless as she put down the phone. Dermot had indeed done her a big favor today. Verbal thanks seemed inadequate, so inviting him for another meal seemed appropriate. Several others contacted me in the afternoon. Gabby said, your plan worked. Dermot nodded. Adele was quite efficient. Where shall we go for dinner tonight? Gabby asked. I'll pay. Where would you like to go? Where do you usually go? Dermot smiled bitterly. This puts me on the spot. I usually pick anywhere on the street. Marvin used to live frugally, eating cheap fast food, like at Chassian Delicacies. Then I'll choose a place. Gabby didn't dwell on it further, and fiddled with her phone for a while. Once she decided on a location, they set off immediately. Gabby didn't drive her flashy supercar. She still had some work to finish. If Dermot drove, she could handle things on the way to the restaurant. About half an hour later, they arrived at a famous local restaurant in the west of the city. I've been here a few times before. The food here is quite good, Gabby explained while organizing her files. They don't have a fixed menu. What dishes they serve depends entirely on what ingredients they have in stock. Their chef? Apparently, his ancestors included imperial chefs, passing down unique cooking techniques found nowhere else. At a restaurant like this, the chef is usually also the owner, right? Dermot glanced at the building. According to Gabby's description, this should be a private dining establishment. The three-story building had a plain white exterior, exuding a classical vibe. Gabby smiled faintly and clarified, there's another owner. The head chef once started his own restaurant, but due to lack of publicity, business was poor, and he ended up losing money. as they walked in, chatting along the way. When stepping up the stairs, Dermot looked up and saw two people he really didn't want to see. His expression darkened instantly. Allison had placed a tracker on herself? No matter where he went, this woman appeared too. Even though Allison wore a mask, Dermot recognized her immediately. After all, she once filled his thoughts and sight completely. Not to mention he had just met her recently. The clothes she wore were unmistakable. Damn. Jason's face darkened as well. That Gale guy really is relentless. Seeing the pair again simultaneously brought back the miserable night before for Jason. Dermot was speechless for a moment, walking past this perfect couple alongside Gabby. Allison, noticing Jason's gloomy expression, quickly suggested, "Why don't we change places?" She knew her senior well. Marvin her senior had a strong sense of pride. Having been humiliated by Dermot and Gabby just yesterday, the sight of them must have triggered those unpleasant memories. Jason's eyes were cold. Change? Why should we? Marvin sneered. Am I afraid of this pair of immoral lovers? Allison opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. That stupid Gabby. She may not know that the owner of this restaurant is an acquaintance of mine. Jason turned his head, his tone carrying a hint of viciousness. Kiru, let's go in. Marvin pulled Allison's hand and followed closely behind. Thinking that the new director of Leahy Entertainment might become his support, Jason now felt confident again. One after another, they each entered the restaurant. The interior decoration of the restaurant was very simple. Upon entering, there was a large hall as a resting area. In the center of the hall stood a rockery. Below the rockery was a clear pond. Inside the pond, fish were swimming back and forth. The recirculating water system provided them with an excellent living environment, making each one lively. With the rockery as the center, the hall was arranged in a circular pattern. Looking around, there was an archway on the ring-shaped internal wall. Behind the archway made of rubble was the dining area of the restaurant. Gabby had reserved a spot before arriving, so she only needed to mention it, and the staff led them to their seats. Marvinlo, do you have a reservation? The front desk girl smiled at Jason, who was wearing a mask. Jason's face darkened. Did he need a reservation? The boss was his old friend. I'm sorry, sir. Our restaurant has limited rooms. The girl explained apologetically. There are only 7 rooms, and we can serve up to 7 tables at a time. Currently, all are fully booked. If you make a reservation now, we can register you immediately. I'm a friend of your boss, Lou. Jason said unhappily. Do I need to give you his private number? The girl's expression froze. Even if he was a friend of the boss, there was no way. All rooms were booked in advance. They couldn't possibly ask guests who had paid to leave, could they? After much talking, Jason still failed to persuade the girl. Marvin cursed inwardly at her being stubborn, and then looked somewhat gloomily to his right. Jason thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. Come on, Kier. Marvin held Allison's hand. Today, let's share a table with that despicable couple. At the same time, he took out his phone. Boss Lou, are you busy? What am I doing? I'm just planning to dine at your restaurant. Yes, Shidingi in the west of the city. Do you have time now? Let's grab a drink together. Chapter 37. If it's troublesome, then don't do it. Allison bit her lips tightly. Dermot's barrage of accusations not long ago had left her momentarily bereft of the courage to face this man. She tried to pull Jason away, but with her strength, she couldn't budge the enraged senior student an inch. Jason ended the call and, without a word, draped his arm over her shoulders, walking into the room where Dermot was. The two men chatting idly looked over in surprise. Gabby's pretty face darkened, and she snapped coldly. What are you two doing here? Please leave. Jason sneered, affecting a tone. Miss Beckham, don't be so unfriendly. Marvin tilted his head slightly, looking somewhat arrogant. Dermot remained silent, curious to see what new antics this scoundrel would come up with. Jason led the reluctant Allison closer, then picked up a cup from the table without invitation, pouring himself a cup of tea. Dermot, we've had many unpleasant encounters in the past, but since we're old classmates, there's no need to make things too difficult between us. I will replace wine with tea today to bury our hatchet. Marvin finished speaking, suddenly tilting his head back and downing the tea in one gulp. Dermot crossed his arms, looking at him with a mocking expression. It's your turn. Jason slammed the cup back on the table, then raised his chin, signaling to Dermot. Then, Marvin saw the amusement on Dermot's face. Jason's gaze hardened as he said unhappily, Dermot, what do you mean? Are you not giving me face? Face? What makes you think you deserve my respect? Dermot curled his lips slightly. As soon as he said that, Jason's face changed instantly. His voice turned grave as he growled, Mr. Gale, don't think that hooking up with Laney gives you the right to manipulate me. Let me tell you, the newly appointed chairman Finleg of Leahy has very high hopes for me. The day after you and Laney threatened to blacklist me, the chairman made special arrangements for me. Dermot laughed. Marvin had instructed Laney to arrange things to lift Jason higher. But it wasn't because he thought highly of him. An old saying goes well, to destroy someone, first drive them mad. A matter not even half settled could already inflate Jason like this. The next events seemed more exciting indeed. I don't have time to deal with trash like you, Dermot said rudely. I'm having dinner with my wife. Get out. Damn. Jason punched the table in frustration. Marvin glared at Dermot, wishing he could punch him right then and there. Repeatedly being humiliated by this waste of space had pushed Jason to the brink of fury, like a powder keg, ready to explode. The restaurant's waitstaff heard the commotion and quickly ran over. Sir, may I ask what happened? Dermot pointed at Jason. This guy is disturbing our meal. Please help me kick him out. The waiter's eyes narrowed. Their restaurant was so high-end. Strict rules were enforced, and incidents like this were rare. If handled improperly, it could damage their reputation. The waiter looked at Jason unpleased. Sir, please do not disturb other guests while dining. Please leave. After saying that, he suddenly felt Jason looked familiar. Leave. Jason raged. I'm friends with your boss, Lou. You want to kick me out? Do you believe I can have him fire you? The waiter was taken aback by his intimidating presence and froze in place. You cannot decide what I do. Jason scoffed. Call your manager over. The waiter glanced at him, then looked at Dermot and Gabby, hurrying out of the room. Soon, a plump little man with a perpetual smile approached. Marvinlo, I am the manager of Shidingi. I'm Mr. Angel. Marvin quickly surveyed the people in the room. His smile was ingratiating. What seems to be the problem? The ever-smiling chubby man asked respectfully. Are you the manager? Dermot interjected. This person is disturbing my dinner with my wife. Please remove him. Damn. Jason exploded, fuming that the manager he called was being used against him first. Manager Angel, right? Jason said arrogantly. Do you recognize me? I'm friends with your boss, Lou. I came here today to dine with your boss. But the reception told me all rooms are full. Clear out a room for me immediately before boss Lou arrives. Right now. Jason pointed at Dermot, ordering, make this person leave immediately. Manager Angel's fat cheeks quivered. The little fat man recognized Jason. It was, after all, a well-known domestic celebrity, and he had been there before. Indeed, a friend of boss Lou. Mr. Xiao, please don't make things difficult for me. Manager Angel smiled bitterly. This guest paid to come in? To ask him to remove a paying customer? Would Stone Dingji still have a reputation if they did that? People would think they were bullying customers because of their size. Can't even handle such a small matter? Jason squinted his eyes. Do you want to keep your job as manager? The forced smile on the chubby man's face finally cracked. Marvin scratched his head anxiously, whispering, Mr. Xiao, this matter is quite complicated. Dermot's patience was exhausted. Marvin really wanted to flip the table like Brother Wu and curse. If it's troublesome, then don't do it. Unfortunately, this table was made of sturdy material and was quite heavy. If someone can pay but can't eat in peace, your Stone Dingji seems to be nothing much. Dermot leaned back in his chair, raising his gaze. If you can't provide the most basic service, why open a restaurant? Having said that, he looked at Gabby. Wife, shall we change places? Gabby's breath hitched. Normally, they called each other by name politely, but suddenly hearing wife confused her. No change. A startled voice came from the doorway. Absolutely no change. Marvin airing this voice, Jason's face lit up. Boss Lou, why are you so late? Marvin turned to look at the big, stout figure adorned with gold and jewels outside the door. Manager Angel heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the boss had appeared, he wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the argument. Miss Beckham. Boss Lou ignored Jason and hurried over to Dermot and Gabby. Dermot didn't recognize this guy and turned to look at Gabby. Gabby immediately explained. His name is Giselbert, chairman of Jinhai Precious Metals. She leaned closer, breathing softly into Dermot's ear. One of those hyenas. Dermot understood. So, this was one of the business partners who had betrayed her before. Choosing this place specifically, it seemed Gabby's purpose wasn't just for dinner. Seeing the intimate behavior between the two, Giselbert's pupils contracted. This young man had called Gabby wife. Was he Dermot? Giselbert hadn't met Dermot, but he had recently learned about Dermot from Adele and his methods. Chapter 38 Can't afford to eat. Assad was almost scared out of his wits. Adele was thrown out of the Haitian building just because he offended Dermot. Dermot, as the young master of the Gaelg family. If he wanted to mess with him, it would be a piece of cake. Mr. Gaelg. Assad's face turned sour, and he hurriedly smiled at Dermot. Calm down. I will make amends to both of you. Jason was dumbfounded. Why was Boss Lou so respectful to them? Didn't he just receive Chairman Leaf's instructions and betrayed Gabby's company together with others? Jason's confidence largely came from this. Marvin deliberately invited Boss Lou to perform a humiliating show for Dermot and the other person. How could Boss Lou? Dermot looked at Assad and said indifferently, we only came here because we look up to you. But now I'm not happy. Why don't you close this shidingi? Marvin put on a half-smiling expression. With such service attitude, it's shameful to continue. Mr. Gaelg? Sweat trickled down Assad's forehead. Calm down, sir. Marvin complained bitterly. This is the son of the top family in Jinghai. If he offends him, how can he still make a living in Jinghai? Dermot, why are you being so tough? Jason couldn't help but say, your wife still needs something from Boss Lou. Be polite. Assad's plump body suddenly shuddered. Marvin quickly turned around and yelled, Xiao, you damn want to die. Don't drag me into it. After angrily scolding, Marvin hastily turned back and explained anxiously, Mr. Gaelg, I've only had 2 meals with this guy. We're not close. Jason froze instantly. Get someone to kick him out. Assad jumped around, unable to wait a second longer. Several waiters immediately stepped forward, picked up Jason, and dragged him outside. Before he even reacted, he was pushed out of the door by several people. Having finished all that, Assad smiled cautiously. Mr. Gaelg, Miss Beckham, please calm down. All expenses for our distinguished guests tonight are waived. Waived? Dermot laughed. So you think we can't afford to eat, right? Assad wiped the sweat and said bitterly, No. How can I mean that? Mr. Gaelg, please don't misunderstand. Marvin racked his brains for words and apologized repeatedly. It took a great deal of effort to persuade Dermot and Gabby to stay. Call Chef Angel over immediately. Ignore other customers. Serve Mr. Gaelg and Miss Beckham wholeheartedly. Assad hurriedly instructed the manager. Manager Angel replied fearfully and rushed out. After finding his uncle, Chef Angel, explaining the situation, little Fatty felt a chill run down his spine. The guest whom even his boss greeted respectfully nearly got slighted by him. Damn, that Xiao almost ruined me. Little Fatty still felt resentful. Publicizing him would ruin his reputation, and Jason, who was kicked out of Dandingji, didn't know he would soon be embroiled in a series of negative news. Standing in the wind, his mind was in chaos. When her senior was dragged out, Allison followed out. She stood next to the dazed Jason, unsure what to say. Meeting Dermot indeed never brought anything good. Allison couldn't remember how many similar encounters she had. The hell? Jason finally snapped back, anger flashing on his face. Dare to kick me out? Allison felt helpless. Isn't this obvious? Does he need this long to realize? She noticed pedestrians pointing at Jason, so she Flex was located within the Jinghai Resort area, backed by green mountains and overlooking the Nujong River. The surrounding scenery was charming, with Suziangsi bamboo path nearby. Jinghai Rose Garden, with its perfect integration of natural mountain ecology and architecture, became the most popular villa complex among tycoons in this city. Jason drove through the woods and soon stopped before a castle-like villa. Marvin released his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes filled with struggle. Finally, a hint of determination crossed his face. Marvin turned off the car, pushed the door open, and got out. Standing before the villa gate and pressing the doorbell, it took several minutes before someone came to open the door. Seeing the girl in a bunny costume behind the door, Jason quickly looked away. Although she was attractive, but it wasn't appropriate for him to stare. "Mr. Xiao, you're here again," the bunny girl asked sweetly. Jason grunted in response. Following the bunny girl, he entered the building which resembled a medieval castle. As they passed by, colorful flowers bloomed around them. They walked through the flower-lined path and soon entered the indoor study on the side. More like a library than a study. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, piled high with books. A middle-aged man with gray temples and pajamas reclined on a step-like moving ladder. Marvin held a book in his hand, with a pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose. "Xiao, you're here?" The middle-aged man looked up and gave Jason a gentle smile. That radiant smile. Yet, in Jason's eyes, it caused his body to shudder. A certain part of his body throbbed painfully, making Jason feel an extreme sense of shame. The middle-aged man surnamed Leaf. Marvin frequently appeared on TV shows, known as a successful businessman, tycoon, and philanthropist in public eyes. Only a select few knew the sick soul hidden beneath his gentle exterior. Chapter 39 Forget it, can't recall. Under the night sky, countless neon lights intertwined. Dermot accompanied Gabby, strolling leisurely down the city streets. When Assad contacted me, he played some tricks. Gabby said, "I deliberately took you to his place for dinner, actually intending to give him a warning. I was just about to explain it to you when your ex-wife's lover interrupted us." Dermot smiled and shook his head. "What's there to explain? I felt guilty towards you in this matter from the beginning. My later calls of wife were meant for Assad to hear." Dermot looked at her. Gabby was taken aback. She hesitated. "But you told me before that you don't like being used by others' self-assumed plans. Didn't I say?" Dermot smiled. "Since this incident is because of me, whatever you do is fine." Gabby lifted her head. A trace of emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She pursed her red lips and softly said, "Thank you. If not for you this time, I would have had a headache." The two strolled under the dazzling city lights. Dermot was a little nostalgic. It was his first time walking around with a woman, and it happened under such circumstances. Previously, Allison never accompanied him shopping. After becoming a superstar, she never had the chance either. Gabby lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before raising it. "Since we're free today, shall we go see a movie?" She hadn't forgotten Fiona's instructions, and Leanne's request to her. Being with this man, her gynophobia had never flared up once. Since she wasn't repulsed by him, why not go with the flow and slowly turn their relationship into friendship? Even after divorce, they could still be in touch. Dermot paused for a moment, then nodded. "It's been a long time since I've seen a movie." "Sure, let's go." Gabby booked tickets at a nearby cinema for a showing 2 hours later and walked towards the place. Jinghai's nights were bustling. Skyscrapers stretched along the skyline, sparkling like jewels under the myriad lights. The cinema Gabby chose was located in the most upscale fashion square of this district. On the 7th floor was the cinema. The lower floors housed arcade games, children's playgrounds, and various brand stores. With some time before the movie started, the two aimlessly wandered downstairs. Dermot found Gabby seemed different from other women. Other women shopped enthusiastically, but she didn't. Instead, she appeared uninterested. Of course, Dermot couldn't be sure if she was an exception. After all, his chances of shopping with women were few and far between. As they passed a luxury store, Gabby stopped for the first time to glance inside. Dermot also stopped, turning to wait for her. Sensing a gaze beside him, he curiously turned over. "Dermot, is that really you?" A young man with oiled back hair grinned at him. "Years haven't seen you. Your style has improved. Barely recognized you." Beside the young man stood a beauty with a trendy face, sizing up Dermot with her big Catrice eyes. Dermot thought hard. This young man seemed to be a high school classmate. At 17, he was sent back to live with his grandfather to retake his studies and met Allison during that time. This person was one of many classmates back then. In total, they only studied together for a year. After entering university with Allison, he never saw this person again. For this guy to recognize him on the spot, his memory must be quite sharp. "What are you doing now?" The high school classmate raised an eyebrow. "Did you eventually get the school flower, Allison?" "No, probably not." "Let me tell you, this guy is Dermot." Marvin turned to look at the stylish beauty hanging onto his arm, teasingly saying, "Marvin transferred schools back then and fell madly in love with our school flower, immediately turning into a worshipper of the goddess. Marvin even applied to the same university as the goddess. That's quite romantic, isn't it?" The beauty, finding Dermot handsome, flirted continuously. "Romantic?" The high school classmate sneered. "What use is romance? Haven't you heard that saying? A worshipper ends up with nothing. Our school flower debuted as a star while still in college. Don't look at him so fancy now. Back then, his style was terrible, practically a bumpkin. Why did he dare to pursue an goddess, looking like such a loser? Our goddess is now a top-flow actress, paired with veteran actor Jason. Do you think you can even dream of her?" The high school classmate's mouth shot out insults like bullets from a machine gun. Dermot frowned. "Did I ever offend you?" Meeting and instantly spewing nonstop insults. Was this guy unhappy with his life, seeking validation here? Gabby turned around, frowning. "Husband. Who is this person?" His high school classmate was instantly dumbfounded by this goddess-level beauty who had an even better presence than the school flower Allison. What did she call Dermot? This is a high school classmate. Named? Dermot thought for a moment and then gave up. Forget it, I can't recall. Damn. His high school classmate was furious. Jealousy made him go mad on the spot. Beautiful lady, nice to meet you. Marvin forced a smile, extending a hand toward Gabby with feigned grace. I'm Marvin Erman, Dermot's high school classmate. Shall we get acquainted? Dermot came from a poor family. The woman with him probably wasn't rich either. Marvin Erman, was at least a second-generation rich kid with his family owning dozens of jewelry chain stores. What woman couldn't he get? Marvin noticed earlier that this big beauty was standing at the door of the luxury store, looking inside. She's also a vanity-driven woman. The internet celebrity-faced beauty beside Marvin Erman didn't look too pleased. But she didn't say much. Being with Marvin Erman was about money, not feelings. Anyway, she'd already made enough off him. Without him, there were still plenty of others waiting for her to climb. Miss, with such fair skin, you would suit our new Liu Li Jinggongzhua, Rui Li Jingguang bracelet. Marvin Erman smiled confidently. Liu Yuan J Jewelry, you've heard of it, right? That's our family business. Gabby frowned in thought. She seemed to have heard of it, and, seeing the beautiful lady lower her head as if intrigued, Marvin Erman was overjoyed and quickly stepped up his game. When will you be free, miss? Why don't you come visit our store? Not far from here, on Jinxiu Road Commercial Walkway, there's one of our stores. Gabby's delicate brows relaxed as she remembered. She ignored Marvin Erman's enthusiastic invitation, took out her phone, and contacted Belinda. Xiao Corlieg, notify them for me. Jinxiu Road's Liu Yuan J Jewelry. Starting next month, increase the rent by 50%. If they have any objections, tell their representatives. Gabby paused, glancing at Dermot. Their boss's son offended my husband. She put away her phone. Though I'm very unhappy meeting you, I should introduce myself. Marvin Ruby lips parted, speaking indifferently. I'm Gabby. The commercial walkway you mentioned belongs to me. Chapter 40. The more, the better. Gabby's name was like a clap of thunder. Marvin Erman was stunned to the point where his mind went blank, unable to react for a long time. Anyone who mixed in the Jinghai business circle had heard of Gabby's name. On the internet, Marvin Erman photos could also be easily found. With trembling hands, Marvin Erman checked and instantly froze. Although the photos were far less beautiful than she was in person, they were enough to prove that the beauty he just saw was. Snap. Marvin Erman's hand trembled, dropping his phone to the ground. Marvin actually showed off his wealth in front of Gabby? Pale-faced, Marvin Erman suddenly lifted his head, searching through the bustling crowd. However, there was no sign of Gabby and Dermot anymore. A few words could make the rent go up by 50%. Marvin likely get another thrashing when he got back. This small incident did not affect Dermot's mood. Marvin calmly looked at the woman beside him and thanked her softly. Gabby smiled faintly and said, as a husband, you helped me. Of course, I should protect you as a wife. Dermot was lost in thought. His emotions became complicated all of a sudden, unable to describe the turmoil caused by these words. It turned out that being shielded by a wife felt like this, recalling how she endured bullying and disdain at in family without Allison ever saying a good word for her. Sometimes, she even kicked her when she was down. Years of companionship and devoted flattery were not as meaningful as the few days of acquaintance with Gabby. When their stroll was about to end, they picked up their tickets and entered the theater. The movie was a bit boring, and Gabby fell asleep after 10 minutes. Marvin, her head leaned against Dermot's shoulder, her jet black hair occasionally brushing against his cheek. It carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Dermot felt somewhat helpless, maintaining the same posture until she gently woke up. Sorry. Gabby lowered her blushing face. I haven't rested well these 2 days and fell asleep unintentionally. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he saw her displaying a shy, delicate demeanor. In the previous mix-up, her emotion was more anger, slightly tinged with shyness. When the movie ended, it was already past 11 at night. Seeing them come back together, Fiona's face revealed a kind smile. Mr. and Miss, you're back? I've made some red date, peanut, longan, and lotus seed soup for you. Hurry up and drink. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Dermot returned to Lely Entertainment. Vivian still had to continue recording the program today, and he wanted to observe further. Walking into the company, he saw several people gathered in the office, discussing something. Approaching a little closer, after listening for a while, Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Jason's foolishness at Shidingi had been exposed. Online, it was buzzing with countless netizens supporting the well-respected veteran actor. But there were many haters too. From unknown sources, they dug up information on Jason, thoroughly exposing him. Unfortunately, much of the information seemed speculative and overly interpreted, not solid enough to destroy anyone. Seeing Lainey, she immediately asked, President Gaelg, what do you need me to do next? She had known for a long time that President Gaelg and Jason didn't get along. Thus, she didn't dare act on her own, waiting for President Gaelg to return and make decisions. No instructions, no PR for him either. Dermot smiled. Recording shouldn't stop. Instead, speed it up. But, Lainey frowned cautiously. As you know, no matter how perfect a star is, they have haters. Jason's haters are even more organized. They've started an online petition to boycott Jason, claiming to resist any programs or movies he stars in. It doesn't matter. Just listen to those words. Some extreme haters online don't think they shout about boycotting when they're more active viewers than hardcore fans. Do you know why? Because. Lainey chuckled bitterly. Their goal is to nitpick. If he makes even one mistake on the show, they'll use it against him. Even some ambiguous statements might be taken out of context for smearing, false interpretation, and excessive reading between the lines. She was surprised. Why did President Gaelg know so much about these matters? Yes, Dermot laughed. Isn't this all about traffic? Traffic Jason brings us. Whenever a celebrity has an issue, public relations are necessary. That's because they want to stay in the industry, earning money from fans, so they must do it. Dermot wouldn't care about Jason's fate. On the contrary, he hoped that Guy would stir up more negative news, except for major principal issues. Every piece of negative news can bring huge traffic. The official Weibo account of Leahy Entertainment was almost overwhelmed today, ignoring all messages. This made Jason's black fans even angrier, so they immediately stepped up their efforts. The online arguments continued to escalate, quickly making it to the trending list. Although fewer in number, these black fans were full of energy, posting non-stop on major platforms and forums in the country. Jason also heard about this when he returned to the company. Marvin logged online and was infuriated by some comments. Turns out celebrities can be kicked out of restaurants too? Was he trying to freeload and the owner didn't agree? Not quite. Jason is still a domestic superstar, even though he's past his prime. He has acted in many films, mostly art house, rarely big-selling commercial ones, commercial endorsements. This can be talked about, as Leahy really promoted him. The two words Jason least wanted to hear were, past his prime. After winning all domestic awards, he felt his career had hit a bottleneck. So, Marvin went abroad with high hopes. With grand ambitions, he wanted to become an international superstar like Brother Long. But reality was cruel. Brother Long was one of a kind, and the world could not find another star like him. Jason returned home defeated. Upon returning, he found that the fame he had worked hard for was almost gone. So he quickly latched onto the rising star Allison, hoping to leverage her exposure to regain his peak. However, their relationship was exposed, and she flopped. Teacher Xiao, are you listening? A call brought Jason's wandering thoughts back. Marvin hurriedly responded twice. Marvin actually zoned out during the recording. Those online comments unknowingly controlled his emotions. Teacher Xiao, can you teach us acting? The students in Jason's group looked at him eagerly. Jason was stunned. His mind was blank. What should he teach? The director, sitting next to the monitor, frowned. Teacher Xiao doesn't seem to be in the right state. Even if he daydreamed, Marvin hadn't even done the basic preparations. Dermot, who was secretly observing Vivian, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. It was only the second day, and already, great actor Xiao couldn't hold up. Chapter 41. Picked up on the street. The shoot ended. Jason himself felt guilty. No matter what he thought, at least he maintained a courteous appearance. Sorry everyone. I didn't sleep well last night, and my state wasn't quite right. It's okay. The director could only manage a bitter smile. Jason's performance today was disastrous. Usually, during filming, many materials would be shot, then useful parts were selected for editing. But according to the director's estimate, today's shooting might not yield enough usable footage from Jason for even 2 minutes. Dermot approached with suppressed laughter. Jason had anger pinned up inside but couldn't express it. He just glared at him angrily. Xiao Jamarg, Bethany has told you, right? Dermot nodded toward Vivian in the crowd. After 2 days of observation, she truly was a rare find, full of potential. Dermot decided to have dinner with her and talk in detail. Beside him, Jason was fuming, furious that this Gale guy not only hit on 2 people at once, but was also targeting Lee's artist. Vivian was the best among this batch of trainees. In terms of appearance and acting skills, she excelled. That Dermot was simply despicable to target a just-turned adult girl like her. Marvin only dared think about it in his mind. Ignoring the hateful looks thrown at him, Dermot took Vivian out of the studio. They found a nearby restaurant with a nice ambience. Marvin got straight to the point, asking, what prompted you to enter this industry? Vivian lifted her indifferent eyes and said, you answer one question for me first, then I'll tell you. Deal. Dermot picked up his cup. Do you want to manipulate me? She asked bluntly. Spray. Dermot spat out his tea, surprised by the directness of kids these days. Marvin was speechless. I'm married. So what if you're married? Vivian remained expressionless. Before, there was an executive old enough to be my father who hinted at manipulating me. Dermot frowned. A Leahy executive? Vivian nodded slightly, softly saying, his name is Tommy, and he has resigned. Dermot paused for a moment and asked, how did you handle it back then? Vivian waved her small fist expressionlessly. I punched him in the nose and my hand hurt for 2 days. Dermot couldn't help but laugh and cry. This little sister was pretty explosive. All right, I'll answer your question first. Dermot looked at her seriously. I don't want to manipulate you. I've never considered manipulating anyone. Most of what Bethany told you came from me. You want to personally mentor me? Vivian tilted her head slightly, seeming puzzled. Why? Because I see potential in you. Dermot smiled. As long as you don't make any fundamental mistakes, within 2 years, you could become the face of Leahy Entertainment. This child, full of talent. Not only did she have an extremely outstanding appearance and unique charm, but she also had innate high-level acting skills. It was as if heaven was feeding her. After finishing his explanation, Dermot smiled and said, I've answered. Now it's your turn to answer me. Vivian said, it's not complicated. One day, while shopping, someone asked if I was interested in becoming an artist. Dermot, was this kid really picked up by a Leahy scout on the street? Weren't you afraid of being cheated? Dermot was somewhat shocked. Although society is stable now, there are still many bad people. Lainey mentioned that she found it hard to evaluate this child. After secretly observing for 2 days, Dermot felt that this child was taciturn, though otherwise fine. But after truly interacting, he understood why Lainey had that look on her face when mentioning her. Just having a brief chat with this child made Dermot feel that he couldn't keep up with the young generation's way of thinking. She was all about spontaneity. A hint of concern arose in Dermot's heart. Entering the industry seemed like a lark for her. Could she persist on this path with determination? How long do you think your interest in this industry will last? Dermot continued asking. Vivian was taken aback and then shook her head. I don't know. I signed a 2-year contract. We'll see when it expires. Dermot was stumped. From doubting Lainey to understanding her, Marvin sighed and said, let's cooperate happily before your 2-year contract expires? Okay. Vivian agreed readily. At the end, she added, you can call me Susie or she. Xiao Jamarg makes me feel like I'm selling steamed buns. Dermot. Vivian didn't say much. Especially after the dishes arrived, she hardly spoke. Eating slowly and gracefully, she was like a quiet little cat, very refined. After finishing the meal, Dermot asked as they left, "Do you want me to give you a ride back?" Vivian shook her head. "I called a car." Marvin had basically figured out her personality, indifferent and somewhat introverted. This matched her aura well. Seeing that her car had not arrived yet, Dermot stood by the roadside with her, saying, "I'll message you when I get home safely." Vivian tilted her small head. Dermot chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly tightened, followed by his body hair standing on end. Marvin had been kidnapped before. Later, he completed his training in a mercenary corps and was sent all over the world to carry out high-risk missions. His perception of danger was far beyond that of an ordinary person. When he sensed danger approaching, his subconscious bypassed his brain and made his body react. Marvin pulled Vivian's slender shoulder and twisted his body. At the same moment, a roaring black sedan almost grazed past them, speeding away. Shouts of alarm rang out around them. Dermot's gaze narrowed as he looked at the rapidly fleeing black car. The place where they had just been standing was in the roadside waiting area, just a step away from the road. The car forcibly drove up the slope and then fled. Was it aimed at me or her? Dermot turned his head to look at the girl in his arms. Vivian's face was pale, her body trembling. She clearly hadn't calmed down from the shock. Dermot slowly released her, lowering his head to look at her face, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" At this moment, a minivan stopped beside them. A woman in her 30s jumped out of the car and quickly came to Vivian's side. "Miss, are you alright?" Vivian shook her head. Marvin, her gaze lifted toward Dermot, carrying a hint of gratitude. "Alright, go home." Dermot smiled at her. "I'll message you when I get home safely." Vivian was helped into the car by the woman. Then the woman turned her head, giving Dermot a deep look before silently returning to the driver's seat. Dermot watched the minivan drive away, then withdrew his gaze. As he walked toward the parking lot, he took out his phone and opened a WeChat conversation with a friend. Their conversation had always been concise. This time was no different. Do the job. License plate. Had. EH352. Chapter 42. Need more money. Dermot recalled the scene. Marvin was standing to Vivian's left, and the car came from his left side. If it collided with the primary target, it would be him. So it was more likely that it aimed at him. Besides, Vivian had a petite figure. She stood slightly behind. The driver's view might have been blocked by his body, thus failing to notice the girl who was hidden. Dermot's eyes turned cold. An attack on him? Who could it be? During these years in the country, he never had conflicts with anyone that could result in deep hatred. Dermot also sensed that. The other party didn't necessarily want to run him over. Otherwise, they might have steered even further. Dermot shook his head. Marvin could only wait for the reply on WeChat. He himself had no clue. Back home, Fiona immediately came forward to take off his shoes. "Don't bother." Dermot was somewhat unaccustomed to being served. "Has Miss come back?" "She did. Just a bit earlier than you." "Have you eaten yet, son-in-law? I can heat up the dishes in the kitchen." Fiona smiled gently. "I've already eaten outside. Why don't you go back and watch TV? I need to handle something in my room." Dermot hurried back to his bedroom. Looking at him fleeing into his room, Fiona sighed with a smile. "I'm worried. These two kids. Why aren't they anxious at all?" After taking a shower, Dermot found an additional message on his phone. "Hi DH352. Silver Gray Kia K5. Owner Finlay Yong. Phone number 159XXXXXXXX. Silver Gray? The information didn't match. It was a clone license plate. Come to think of it. Hitting someone on a busy road, the perpetrator would naturally tamper with the license plate to prevent tracking. Dermot picked up his phone and typed. Check the surveillance footage from East Sanjiang Road in Jinghai, heading north towards Beihexian Street. There was no response from the other side. About half an hour later, the other party replied, "Big brother, this is quite a big job. Do you know how many traffic cameras there are on that street? You want me to track a cloned license plate using these cameras? Ha, you really dare to think. Need more money to..." Dermot was speechless for a moment and replied with one word. "Find a..." "Okay, already found it for you. The car is currently parked in Xinfeng Road number 89, Xinhui Residential Area, Building 3 in Chashan District, Jinghai City." Dermot. Hey. Impressive, right? Told you my ranking is at least top 3 in the world, and you didn't believe me. This person was someone Dermot met while on a mission abroad. To this day, he still doesn't know if this person is male or female, how old, which nationality, what their real name is. Everything about them remains unknown. Dermot only knew this person had very strong network penetration skills. This person once boasted that there was no firewall in the world that could keep them out. Any internet-connected electronic device could be penetrated. Dermot thought this claim was a bit exaggerated, but had to admit that this person was indeed powerful. Within half an hour, they managed to trace the vehicle's route through hacking into street surveillance cameras and matching it with the car's GPS system. Dermot didn't reply. Marvin put on some clothes and went out again. Facing Fiona's inquiry, he vaguely fobbed her off. Chashan District wasn't far from where he was. If not for the heavy traffic, he could have arrived within half an hour. Following the navigation, Dermot reached the residential area at number 89 Xinfeng Road. This residential area was already quite old. The security guard at the entrance was an elderly man with poor eyesight. After registering the license plate, he let Dermot in. Not long after, Dermot parked near Building 3. Marvin took out his phone and opened the surveillance video sent by the other person. In the black and white footage, a man was seen crouching behind a car, tinkering with it. When he stood up, he clearly held a license plate in his hand. Dermot got out of the car and walked around, quickly finding the car. Marvin circled the car that almost hit him, possibly because it was in its own spot, so there was no move the car contact number left. Dermot thought for a moment. After remembering the license plate, he returned to the security booth, smiling at the elderly man. "Sir, a car is parked in my spot." Soon, Marvin obtained the owner's number. "Marvinlo? Who is this?" The voice on the other end was a bit raspy, and Dermot heard a sucking sound. Probably smoking. "Brother, could you come down for a moment?" Dermot apologized. I think I scratched your car. Damn. The other party cursed. Are you blind? With such a wide road, you still managed to scratch my car. The phone echoed with curses, along with sounds of grabbing keys and stomping down the stairs. Who the hell is it? A man came downstairs bare-chested and burly. Marvin glared fiercely at Dermot, standing in the shadows, eyes filled with hostility. Dermot, with a faint smile, slowly stepped out of the shadow and stood in front of the man. A clear surprise and suspicion flashed in the man's eyes. You know me? Dermot's smile never wavered as he stepped closer, one step at a time. The man spat out the cigarette but from his mouth and snarled. Who the hell knows you? Are you crazy? Taking advantage of his larger build compared to Dermot, he didn't back down at all, seemingly wanting to strike first. This guy suddenly kicked out when Dermot wasn't expecting it. However, the moment his foot reached waist height, it was grabbed by Dermot. At the same time, Dermot's left leg shot out swiftly, landing a heavy kick on the inside of the man's supporting leg. The man screamed in pain. His legs split wide apart as he fell to the ground. Hiss. Clearly, his flexibility wasn't great, making this motion quite difficult for him. Dermot squatted down in front of him and asked with a smile, Who sent you? I'm not insane. I don't understand what you're talking about. The man gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. In his mind, a storm of fear was brewing. Is this kid a ghost? It took him just 2 hours to find me. Is he a police dog? Dermot paused, then grabbed the man's hand. Marvin pried open his fingers forcefully, took the keys from his hand, and unlocked the car. The man tried to stand up, but the strain on his groin made any movement painful. Dermot calmly searched through the car and finally pulled out 2 license plates marked Heidi H352. Since I found you here, it means I already have evidence of you hitting someone on the street and fleeing. If you confess honestly, I might let you off easy. Hiss. The man clutched his crotch, his face contorted with pain mixed with intense reluctance and anger. Marvin couldn't figure it out. Was this kid so powerful? If you hesitate any longer, Dermot said with a grin, do you think I can't make you spread your legs even wider? The man swallowed hard. Spreading them to this extent was already his limit. Any wider. Just thinking about it was painful. Brother, we have no grudge against each other. Today was just business. Spare me, and I'll do whatever you say from now on. If you couldn't hit someone with a car, what can you do? Dermot taunted. Cut the crap. Who sent you? Chapter 43. The 3 years of endurance come to an end. The man's name is Esau, a good-for-nothing loafer. Marvin usually earns a living by helping others do some shady things. Marvin had been married, but a few years ago, his wife couldn't bear it anymore and ran away with their child. It was a thug named Arwen who found me and asked me to scare you. I really didn't mean to run you over. This Arwen, I don't know him either, Dermot said calmly. Why would he target me? How should I know? Hey, let go, brother, let go. Esau's leg was twisted again fiercely. Cold sweat dripped from him in pain. Taking a breath, he wailed, I really don't know. Hiss, wait. Give me a moment to think. After deep thought, he hastily said, I remember. When Arwen came to me, he seemed to say this was the order of his boss. His boss apparently has the surname Marvin. I truly know nothing else. Brother, I beg you to release my hand. I really don't know anything more. Esau felt very depressed. This young man in front of him looked harmless, but why was he so brutal? Surname Marvin? Dermot narrowed his eyes, searching for information about this surname in his mind. The Marvin family? Philip's maternal relatives have the surname Marvin. Just because he beat up Philip a few days ago, they would retaliate like this? Coldness crept into Dermot's eyes. Marvin took out his phone, dialed a number, and after the call was answered, said, Where's Philip? Apsel clearly froze and suspiciously asked, Little brat, why are you looking for Henri? Don't ask too many questions. Dermot said calmly. Rest assured, I will at most break both his legs. Marvin won't die. Apsel was stunned. Kid, are you crazy? Wait, have you encountered something? Dermot wouldn't just attack his own brother without reason. Something must have happened related to Philip. After briefly recounting what had just happened, Apsel instantly flew into a rage on the other end. These bastards dare to hire someone to hit my son with a car? Bloody hell, they're just asking for it. If you don't want anything happening to Philip, find out who gave the order immediately, Dermot said calmly. I want that person's information by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, Philip will suffer the consequences. Apsel was fuming, almost bent out of shape. Brat, I'm still your father. Using your brother's life to threaten me? What a filial son. Dermot smiled and said, Because I know. If I asked you right away to find out who gave the order, you would surely try to calm things down and promise to help me solve it. But I don't need that. The people from the Marvin family targeted me. If this fails, there will be another attempt soon. I plan to give them a personal warning. This explanation left Apsel speechless. Reflecting on it, if Dermot had directly demanded revenge on the Marvin family, he might have tried to persuade him. This kid, so calculating? While shocked, Apsel felt somewhat proud. What a despicable guy is his son. How happy he was. All right, I'll investigate. Apsel took a deep breath. However, I must remind you. You can issue a warning, but don't cause any deaths. We can't openly confront the Marvin family yet. Hey, brat, you hung up on me again? Dermot put down the phone. At this point, Esau's gaze had turned blank. Marvin sat on the ground, looking up at Dermot with a dazed expression. Dermot glanced at him, reached down, pulled him up, and returned his keys. Do you want to help me with something? What? Esau stammered. Turn yourself involuntarily. Save me the trouble of sending you, Dermot said solemnly. Esau's face turned pale. You said you'd let me go after I told you everything, he said, feeling utterly helpless. I said I would consider it. Dermot smiled. After considering, I feel just beating you up isn't satisfying enough. I want to see you serve some time. Esau clutched his chest, feeling so miserable he wanted to vomit blood. After you've served your time, today's incident will be considered settled. What do you think? Dermot grinned. When you get out, I'll entrust you with any inconvenient tasks I might have. Esau stood frozen. Don't worry, I won't use you for free. Dermot continued. Think it over before turning yourself in. Esau. After finishing, Dermot turned around and left. Back in his car, he sent messages on his phone. Find information about the Marvin family in Nanjiang City. I want all data on the Marvin family. Dig as deep as possible. Are you giving me so much work today? Are you returning to your old ways? The 3 years of endurance are coming to an end. Dermot was speechless. Stop reading so much web literature. Marvin was currently in a state of lying flat, uninterested in anything. But today the Marvin family had taken the initiative to provoke him. He might have been in the hospital if he hadn't reacted in time. Passively responding wouldn't be as effective as taking the initiative. The status of the Marvin family in Nanjiang City was akin to that of the Geld family in Jinghai. Precisely because of this, the old man of the Geld family had schemed to expel Marilyn and then formed an alliance with the Marvin family through marriage. Getting someone to hit me must be for Philip's sake? Dermot chuckled coldly. With Philip in power, the Marvin family can reap benefits, so they want to help Philip gain power. The old man of the Geld family was thinking of a strong alliance. Unbeknownst to him, the Marvin family had immense ambitions, intending to swallow up all of the Geld family's assets. That old fool was indeed inviting wolves into his home. Dermot severely disdained the intelligence of that old man, then returned home half an hour later. Back and forth. Night had already deepened, but the lights in the living room were still on. Dermot walked in and found Gabby sitting in the living room. You're back? She turned her head with a gentle smile. Fiona has cooked some soup for us. Fiona was elderly and got tired easily. However, waiting so long for her son-in-law to return, she forced herself not to sleep. Gabby didn't want her to be too exhausted, so she persuaded Fiona to go to bed and waited in the living room instead. Dermot hadn't come back. Someone had to leave the door open for him. As soon as he entered the living room, a strange feeling surged in Dermot's chest. The house was brightly lit. His charming wife sat on the sofa waiting for him to come home. Marvin had envisioned such a scene countless times. Even though it never happened, it always felt warm and happy. With a complex mood, Dermot walked over. You rest here first. I'll ladle out the soup. Gabby rose and walked into the kitchen, returning moments later with a small clay pot. She set it down gently. Then she went back to the kitchen and fetched 2 bowls and a spoon. Dermot watched her bustling figure dazedly, and a wave of inexplicable emotion struck his heart. Marvin scratched his head and hurried over. Be careful you don't burn yourself. Let me ladle it out. In a corner not far away, Fiona, secretly observing, wore a motherly smile. Chapter 44. Is this a little unreasonable? The next day, Beijing High First Hospital. Jace looked coldly at the family junior lying on the bed with his head wrapped like a mummy. The injured person was his nephew. That is, the son of his brother Orson, Dalen. Not long ago, he had assigned Dalen a task, to find someone to teach Dermot a lesson. A few days later, Dalen was attacked and fainted on the road. When passersby found Dalen, there was a blue metal license plate hanging on him. Plate number, High D, EH352. Boss, I have investigated the matter you asked me to look into. A 30-year-old man with a wooden expression walked into the ward. Marvin approached Jace and reported in a low voice. The person young Master Huan found was a hooligan named Arwen from Chashan District. After receiving the money, Arwen gave part of it to another unemployed man named Esau. Esau turned himself in last night and confessed to attempted hit and run. After listening, Jace remained silent for a moment before asking, is the license plate on Dalen's body Esau's? The man nodded. Yes, the car Esau drove when he hit Dermot had this plate. So, does this mean Dalen's injuries are most likely related to Dermot? Jace's eyebrows furrowed. The man responded with a nod. This guy is a little strange. Within just a few hours, he managed to find Esau. Marvin hesitated for a moment, cautiously asking, could it be that Mr. Geld secretly helped him? If the Geld family was involved, everything would make sense. It can't be ruled out. Jace shook his head, coldly saying, humph, that Upsell vowed to ensure there was no way to contact that Dermot, yet protected him everywhere. Marvin felt somewhat restless. The Geld family had already uncovered that the attack on Dermot originated from the Marvin family. By doing this deliberately, it was a warning to the Marvin family, and they could only accept this unspoken loss. Putting the license plate on Dalen, it was a hint, I know you did this, but I don't want to expose it right now. This loss, the Marvin family had to swallow it, no matter what. The atmosphere in the ward was very heavy, until an urgent and messy sound of footsteps broke the silence. Orson rushed into the ward anxiously. Big brother, how is Xiao Huan? Marvin had been partying until late into the night yesterday, and only woke up now. Upon hearing about his son's injury, he immediately came to the hospital. Actually, Dalen's condition wasn't too bad, mostly external injuries, with the most serious being some blows to the head. Marvin had a mild concussion. Smelling the alcohol on Orson, Jay said unhappily. Where were you fooling around last night? People called you dozens of times, but you only came over now. Orson couldn't lift his head. After waiting for his older brother to finish scolding him, he dared to ask, Big brother, who hurt Xiao Huan? Did you investigate? Jace pondered for a moment, and gestured for his subordinate to explain. This incident was a complete loss for the Marvin family. If they pursued responsibility from the Geld family, they wouldn't have a solid case. But not blaming the Geld family didn't mean they couldn't blame the culprit, Dermot. Orson clenched his fists tightly, eyes flashing with rage like a beast ready to pounce. You Geld bastard, daring to harm my son? With that fatso protecting you, you dare act recklessly. Humph, this won't end here. Our Marvin family hasn't suffered such a loss in years. Big brother, you don't need to worry about this. I'll personally deal with Dermot for harming my son. Jace raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Although he didn't clearly state his stance, not stopping was already an attitude. Orson sat by the bed watching over his son for a while, eyes filled with concern. For special reasons, they hadn't planned to let Dermot off the hook, and now this boy dared to hurt someone from the Marvin family, truly asking for it. Orson stayed in the hospital for half an hour before leaving hurriedly to handle Dermot. Meanwhile, Dermot wasn't sure if his warning would work, but it didn't matter. He had already ordered an investigation into all matters related to the Marvin family. Today, it was the weekend. Gabby finally had a rare rest day. Fiona came up with another idea for this young couple to spend a day together. Dermot was a bit puzzled. Fiona seems a bit unhealthy. Looks like she's getting old. Should he talk to Gabby about hiring someone else to help her? But it was Gabby's business, and he felt awkward bringing it up. What do you usually do on your days off? Gabby asked Dermot. Dermot was momentarily stunned, then laughed wryly. I never had time to rest before. Every day he helped Allison with business negotiations and public appearances, flying between different cities in the country. Even during holidays, Marvin would return to the family residence to take care of household chores, doing laundry and cooking. Do you know how to ride a horse? Gabby suddenly asked, her face showing a look of yearning. When I feel bored, I go horseback riding. I love the feeling of running freely under the sky. Dermot raised an eyebrow. Riding a horse? Marvin was very familiar with that. It's rare to have the opportunity to ride a horse in modern times, Gabby said. Come on, let me take you. I can teach you. Before Dermot could explain, Gabby pulled him into the car without giving him a chance to object. Marvin felt a bit nostalgic. Gabby seemed to have many interests. During their first meeting, she was listening to music while reading an English version of Pride and Prejudice, A Quiet Beauty. Dermot didn't expect that her personality also included a fiery, passionate side. Indeed, there were very few opportunities to ride a horse in modern times. Forget riding, even encountering one daily was rare. Unless you went looking for it on purpose. There was a horse ranch on the outskirts of Beijing High, and that place was quite close to the Geld family's estate. Dermot scratched his head. He remembered that much of the mountain where the Geld family's estate was located belonged to them. The horse ranch. Could it also belong to the Geld family? Riding a horse isn't difficult, Gabby assured him. Don't be nervous, I'm sure I can teach you. Dermot smiled bitterly. Would it now seem disrespectful to tell her that he not only knew how to ride but was quite skilled at it? More than an hour later, they arrived at their destination. As Dermot got out of the car and looked around, he realized this was indeed a great place. His eyes took in the fresh greenery, and even the air he breathed felt exceptionally sweet. At the entrance of the ranch stood a guard post. Gabby showed her membership card to the guard and led Dermot inside. Since it's your first time here today, you'll have to buy a riding outfit for now. We can have one custom made for you later, she explained as they walked forward. Clearly, she had been here many times. Dermot listened to her soft explanations while admiring the beautiful scenery on both sides of the road. Then, Marvin saw someone who was quite disappointing. Chapter 45. Still needs to be taught by a woman. Gabby soon noticed as well. Philip? Why would he be here? She glanced worriedly at Dermot. I wish we hadn't come. Because of Philip's presence, Dermot's position in the Geld family was rather awkward. Though the two were brothers, their situations were worlds apart. Philip was the heir of the family. Dermot was merely a wanderer who had been away for many years and had just returned. Not far away, Philip lay leisurely on a reclining chair. A cup of coffee and some snacks were placed on a small table beside him. The swelling on his face had not completely subsided, but this did not seem to affect Philip's enjoyment of life. His faint smile persisted until someone reminded him, causing him to turn his head and see Dermot and Gabby. Dermot had met this group of people accompanying her before. There were a few unfamiliar faces, but most of them were from that day. Damn. Philip muttered a curse under his breath. Although he didn't think much of Gabby's background, Marvin still liked her as a person. Seeing her with another guy he despised the most was more annoying than swallowing a fly. Seeing Gabby stop, Dermot asked curiously, Why are you stopping? Aren't you going to teach me how to ride? Gabby looked at him. Philip is your brother, right? Have you seen him? Marvin's over there. So what if he's here? Will he stop us from riding? Dermot smiled. Let's go. Gabby sighed. With Dermot being so insistent, she couldn't say much. She hoped Philip wouldn't cause trouble. Even if he came, she tried to waste, recording it. Then, based on his physique, she fetched an appropriately sized equestrian suit. Gabby pointed to the side. Go to my room to change. Do you have any other private changing rooms here? Do I need to get a membership card for access? Dermot opened his mouth, wanting to advise her against spending money unnecessarily since he wouldn't visit often. Moreover, but he was pushed into the changing room without further ado. The room was small, but everything was neatly arranged. Dermot noticed 7 equestrian suits hanging in the wardrobe, wrapped in non-woven fabric. One bag was empty, presumably where Gabby's suit hung. Marvin also saw her clothes folded neatly inside the wardrobe. Dermot suddenly felt uneasy and checked the room, breathing a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual. Subsequently, Marvin suddenly froze. Was he just worried about Gabby exposing her privacy? Marvin couldn't help but laugh at himself. High-end places like these wouldn't make such basic mistakes. His worry was indeed unnecessary. Quickly changing, he walked out. The equestrian suit fit quite well, making him look the part. Dermot couldn't help but muse that he didn't dress so meticulously when riding horses before. Forget the clothes. Marvin might not have even had a proper saddle. Gabby studied him earnestly for a moment, then smiled broadly. Pulling the man back to her side, she took a step forward, positioning herself in front of Dermot. Master Philip, teaching my husband how to ride definitely requires introducing some basics to him beforehand, don't you think? Gabby gave a polite smile. You're teaching him to ride? Philip glanced at his companions, then burst into laughter. Are there still men who can't ride horses these days? And it has to be taught by a woman? Haha, Dermot. Why do you, a piece of scum from the bottom, insist on squeezing into the upper circles? Philip's face was full of disdain. Last time, he was beaten up by Dermot right in front of his friends. This time, he would definitely reclaim his pride and make this waste of a man who stole his woman pay dearly. The heir of the Geld family was, and could only be him, Philip. His father Apsel had made this promise, patting his chest in front of his mother and relatives. That bastard Dermot had no qualifications to compete with him at all. Chapter 46. The fear isn't of men, it's of you. Gabby glanced back at Dermot with worry. Philip's words were harsh, and she was concerned that they might hurt the man's pride. Everything needs a process. As for the latter part of what you said, my husband and I have never thought about joining any circles. She pressed her red lips together and smiled faintly. Sometimes staying in our own world is quite comfortable, isn't it? Gabby's response seemed somewhat weak, mainly because she didn't want to fall out with Philip. After all, she still had a task related to the Guild family, and this task would directly affect whether she could reclaim the inheritance her mother left in the Beckham family. After finishing her sentence, she was about to pull Dermot away. Gabby, stand still. Philip barked. Are you going to protect him today? Gabby pretended not to hear. I told you to stand still. Philip jumped in anger. Do you know where you are? This is the Guild family's territory. If you dare ignore me again, I will have your membership cancelled and kick you and this bastard out. Gabby paused in her steps. The owner of this estate was very mysterious, someone she had never met. It wasn't until today that she learned from Philip that this place also belonged to the Guild family. Gabby became hesitant immediately. She reluctantly turned around, her tone softening unconsciously. Young Master Philip, I didn't mean to ignore you. Sensing her submission, Philip instantly felt smug. A second-generation rich kid standing beside him teased with a smile, Miss Beckham, I've heard you seem to have some, yes, fear of men, right? Feeling uncomfortable whenever you get close to a man. But now you're so close to a man. It seems quite content, doesn't it? Could this illness be something Miss Beckham made up to politely decline young Master Gelg? Philip had heard this excuse when he was rejected before. As his friends brought up the old topic, Philip's mood, which had just improved, plummeted immediately. In his mind, Dermot was inferior to him in every aspect. If there was even one area where Dermot surpassed him, it would make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Gabby appeared quite helpless. There were very few people she couldn't afford to offend, and these guys standing in front of her now were among that select few. Philip counted as one, and so did the second-generation kid who spoke up just now. Philip, is this guy your friend? Dermot suddenly chuckled, having been silent all along. But why do I feel he's stabbing you in the back? Are you sure he's really your friend? These words sound like they're questioning my wife. But actually, Marvin's poking at your wounds. Marvin's trying to remind you. Could it be possible that the fear of men isn't about men, but about you? After all, reality can be quite hurtful. My wife coming up with such a lie must be to cater to your fragile self-esteem, right? Isn't she very gentle and considerate? Dermot's smile carried a deep meaning. In contrast, his words left Philip and his group stunned. This was an excessive interpretation, and, Dermot continued, she's your sister-in-law now. If you dare call her by name again. Marvin raised his hand, nodded toward Philip, and warned softly, watch out, or I'll hit you again. With that, Marvin pulled Gabby and turned to leave. Philip's face flushed with embarrassment. Marvin glared at the second-generation rich kid who spoke earlier, who was thoroughly embarrassed. Brother, I really didn't mean anything by it. The others hurried to smooth things over. Asher meant no harm. Young Master Gelg, don't get angry. Our target should be united against outsiders. Yes. Weren't we here to seek revenge for last time? If we argue amongst ourselves, we're playing right into his hands. That scoundrel is clearly sowing discord. Marvin took your woman and humiliated you in public. It's too much, young Master Gelg. I support you hitting him hard. Gradually, they persuaded Philip down. To strike back at him, we don't necessarily need extreme measures. This is the Gelg family's domain. How we deal with him is entirely up to young Master Gelg, isn't it? The estate has recently imported 2 Akeltek horses, right? You know what I mean, young Master Gelg. Akeltek horses come from Turkmenistan. These horses are majestic and fierce, strong, fast, and endurance-rich. Because of the high temperatures in their homeland, they are very drought-resistant, needing to drink water only once a day. They are better known in China as blood-sweating horses. Blood-sweating horses have a wild temper, making even top horse trainers struggle to control them easily. Philip's eyes lit up. His cronies kept winking and nodding at him, urging, young Master Gelg, say if this idea isn't brilliant. Brilliant. Philip Suchi Dam Wucher, Heishaldal. The best part is that he might die from the fall. Having made up his mind, they no longer want to hassle further. Seeing that the group of people behind her didn't chase after them, Gabby immediately let out a sigh of relief. Dermot's reminder made her realize that she was now the sister-in-law of Philip. It felt quite strange. They hadn't walked far when they could already see a row of stables sprawling across a vast area. There are 5 stables here. The nearest stable mainly houses warmblood horses. Warmblood horses have a gentle temperament and are more suitable for beginners to ride. Gabby explained as she led the way. Dermot nodded continuously. Upon seeing their arrival, the staff in the stable came forward to greet them. Please help us pick 2 horses that are more suitable for beginners, Gabby instructed. The staff responded and turned to lead the 2 into the stable. A mixture of various scents hit them, a wild smell, but also rather unpleasant. Before long, Marvin led 2 horses over. One was light golden, the other was silver white. The light golden one was taller and kept pawing with its front hooves, showing signs of restlessness. Gabby frowned. Change this light golden one. The staff replied helplessly, sorry Mississippi. A few horses are under care, and there aren't any more suitable ones temporarily. Gabby frowned and closely examined the light golden horse with an impressive demeanor. This horse was clearly very restless. Philip and his group stood not far away, laughing uncontrollably. Stunned? Huh? Won't the fall kill you? Restless only described the light golden one? That silver white one was even more of a heavyweight. Don't look at how calm it seemed now. If it got unhappy, it could kick the caretaker away. Looking at Gabby's beautiful figure, Philip suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Did I go too far? Marvin didn't care about whether Dermot would die or not. But such a pretty woman like Gabby, it would be such a pity if she got thrown or kicked. Moreover, Marvin hadn't gotten his hands on her yet. Gailg Xiao, don't worry so much. His gang of friends advised, Gabby doesn't know her place? Then give her a lesson. Let that stupid woman understand what will happen if she doesn't respect the young master of the Gailg family. Chapter 47. You are truly vicious. Gabby tried to get a bit closer. The light golden horse became even more restless and agitated. Its front hooves pawed the ground continuously, as if preventing her from getting any nearer. The stable worker, who was both a groom and a trainer, constantly made soothing shushing sounds to calm it down. Gabby felt a bit troubled. The silver one was fine. This one really wasn't. Miss, please rest assured. The trainer reassured her while holding the reins tightly. It's very gentle. It just tends to be shy and gets uneasy when seeing strangers. It will be fine once it gets familiar. Though he spoke with ease, he was torn inside. It was young Master Gailg who had ordered him to bring out these 2 horses. Young Master Gailg sternly instructed that these specific 2 horses must be brought out, and absolutely no substitutions allowed. As an employee, he could only follow orders. These 2 people in front of him might have offended young Master Gailg, which is why young Master Gailg targeted them like this. How unlucky. Unlucky for those 2 who offended young Master Gailg, and unlucky for him too, having been assigned this task. Dermot stepped forward to examine the horses briefly and said with a smile, these 2 horses are great, let's go with them. Gabby gave a wry smile. Being beginners, they didn't know much about horses. Before she could explain, Dermot had already approached and reached out to touch the light golden stallion. Gabby's face instantly turned pale. However, she didn't dare shout a warning. Horses are easily startled by sudden noises and can react violently. The trainer was also taken aback. This guy was truly fearless in his ignorance. He dared to reach out casually under such circumstances? Was he asking for trouble? The trainer immediately became tense. The hand holding the reins tightened involuntarily. At this moment, Dermot had already reached the horse that was pawing at the ground incessantly. Marvin gently placed his hand on its body, while softly whispering to it. The originally restless steed quickly calmed down. It snorted heavily and swung its graceful, long mane. Dermot turned around and smiled at Gabby, saying, see, isn't it well behaved? The trainer was dumbfounded. These 2 Aquatech horses had only arrived a few days ago. Even he couldn't soothe their fierce temperaments in such a short time. How did this kid manage to do it? Those watching nearby, including Philip and company, were also dumbfounded. They had been eagerly waiting for the horse to suddenly kick out its hooves and send Dermot flying. But why? Why was it so tame now? Come over and pet it. Dermot beckoned Gabby and said, it's really gentle. The majestic horse lowered its head affectionately and lightly rubbed against Dermot's chest. Gabby stood there momentarily, then cautiously approached, slowly raising her hand to stroke its flowing mane. During this process, it sharply shook its head, causing Gabby to stiffen with fright. But with Dermot's soft murmurs, its heavy breathing gradually eased. When Gabby touched it, it showed no resistance. What the hell? Philip and others were furious. Weren't we told that this type of horse has the most ferocious temperament? It calmed down in just a few strokes. They glanced at the trainer with a hint of hostility. Is it possible that this staff member secretly replaced the horses with ones of similar color but different breeds? Let's go check. Philip led the way, taking everyone into the stable. Approaching a ferocious tempered horse can be dangerous. But now that it was so docile, there was nothing to fear. With a cold smirk, Philip walked and said, Dermot, don't say I didn't warn you. Riding horses looks cool, but that's watching others ride. Actually, riding is very dangerous. Don't try to show off. Philip sneered, if you break your leg, you'll be the one in pain. Dermot glanced sideways, smiling ambiguously. Did you fall off and hit your head when you learned to ride? Philip gasped, then grew furious, rushing up heatedly. Unbeknownst to him, this sudden movement startled the relatively calm horses. Inside the stable, there rang out 2 piercing whinnies. Both horses fiercely pawed up their front hooves, kicking powerfully toward Philip, who suddenly rushed towards them. Philip's face went deathly pale. Stopping mid-dash, he hurriedly retreated backward, terrified by the approaching hooves. Due to poor by one of the horses, screaming in agony, the staff of the stable rushed over quickly after the chaos erupted. They approached cautiously, soothingly calling out to calm the spooked majestic horses. After about half an hour, the chaos gradually subsided. Dermot looked at the disheveled and mud-covered rich second generation, a smirk playing on his face. The worst off was the one who got bitten on the buttocks. Seeing Dermot's triumphant smile, Philip was instantly consumed by rage. Did you deliberately set this up? Marvin clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. Did you want to kill me? Just then, he almost got trampled. Dermot glanced sideways and retorted dryly. You brought it upon yourself, didn't you? Philip gnashed his teeth in anger, roaring. If you hadn't provoked me, would I have rushed up? You deliberately did this. You wanted these beasts to trample me to death. Dermot, you're truly vicious. Thinking back, Philip couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 48. Maybe not. Dermot gave him an exasperated look. Nuts. Marvin pulled Gabby, who was equally speechless, toward the 2 horses surrounded by staff. They raised their heads, exhaling heavily, raised his palm and gently placed it on the mane of the silver-white horse, stroking it tenderly. Soon, it completely calmed down. Its strong head drooped, rubbing softly against Dermot's hand. Dermot stroked its long mane while smiling at Gabby, signaling her to imitate his actions. In moments, both wild horses had quieted down. The surrounding staff members and Philip's party were stunned. These were the same horses that had gone berserk just now. They now behaved like pets. They were among the wildest tempered horses in the world. Even the most experienced trainers would find it extremely challenging to tame them within such a short time. Gabby was also astonished. She knew that training horses required patience and persistence, taking a long process. Dermot. Marvin, a probing and curious gaze landed on Dermot. Dermot explained with a smile. I used to herd horses and sheep on the prairie. This used to be my daily routine. This wasn't fabricated. Marvin really did herd horses and sheep. Back then, he was kidnapped by a group of mysterious people and subjected to inhumane torture overseas. Later, after being rescued, he was sent to recuperate on the prairie for half a year. At that time, the most frequent companions around Dermot weren't humans, but all sorts of animals. You did these things too? Gabby's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise, finding it hard to believe his explanation. Then she thought, so, can you ride? You made people stuff those newly transported wild horses? Forced onto your brother, wanting him dead? Huh? Have you forgotten what I told you? I only have 2 sons. Must you all be so intent on destroying each other? Apsel's thunderous roar left Philip pale-faced. Marvin hastily said, it wasn't my idea, it was. The group of second-generation heirs who had come along were suddenly panic-stricken. Although the idea was theirs, they would be the ones to suffer. They felt incredibly wronged. Gabby stopped Angus and asked hesitantly, your dad is here. Should we go greet him? Dermot glanced back indifferently and shook his head. There's nothing much to say to him. Let's go. Gabby was somewhat hesitant, but eventually followed Dermot's lead and left with him. As soon as they were outside, Dermot gracefully mounted the horse, his movements fluid and extremely skilled. Gabby watched in amazement. His posture was truly dashing. She still needed help to mount the horse properly. Oh, I forgot. Dermot chuckled and quickly dismounted. Let me help you? Gabby bit her lip and handed her small hand to Dermot, who gently lifted her onto the horse. They rode for a short distance leisurely. Suddenly, they heard Apsel shouting from behind, Marvini, brat, why didn't you come over and call your father? Gabby pulled on the reins and turned back to look. The plump Apsel, bulging belly and all, was chasing after them. You have a wife now and forget about your father? You ungrateful son. He panted as he drew closer. We. Gabby managed only 2 words before Dermot whistled and spurred the horse into a gallop. Gabby's steed took off simultaneously. Hooves kicked up clumps of mud as they sped forward. You. Mud spattered all over Apsel's face, making him leap in anger. Little brat. Marvin used to be able to do this too. But now, being overweight and bulky, he could no longer handle such activities. In desperation, Apsel ordered a mountain off-road vehicle to be brought over and chased after them while muttering curses. Little brat, I have important matters to discuss with you. Apsel stood up by the window of the off-road vehicle, shouting against the wind at Dermot. This is very important. It concerns your mother. Chapter 49. News of Marilyn. Dermot suddenly pulled back on the reins. The white horse beneath him reared up instantly. It let out a long, high-pitched whinny, its silver mane fluttering in the wind as its forelegs kicked up clumps of mud. Impressive. But Apsel, who was following behind, was filled with anxiety. This little rascal is just showing off. He'd better not fall off. Dermot turned his horse and rode back, his expression extremely serious. Do you have news about my mother? Though this fatty always acts immaturely, he's unlikely to joke about such matters. Apsel jumped off the carriage, feeling somewhat helpless inside. Kid, don't be too obvious with your favoritism. When his father called for him, he wouldn't even glance over. But at the mention of Marilyn, his attitude changed immediately. However, Apsel understood. Since they left the Gelg family, mother and son had relied solely on each other. One could even say, Marilyn is the most important person in Dermot's life, period. Apsel hopped down and laughed heartily as he looked at Gabby nearby. Daughter-in-law, I need to talk to your husband privately. Gabby understood. She gently tugged at the reins and moved aside. Do you have news about my mother? Dermot jumped off the horse, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Apsel felt quite helpless. You don't think I've been doing nothing all these years, do you? Marvin rolled his eyes irritably. She's the one I love the most. When she went missing without cause, I never stopped searching for her all these years, okay? Marvin airing this, Dermot's heart quivered slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he said coolly, just speak quickly. What did you find out? Can't you be a little more respectful to your old man? Please, what did you find out? Dermot said formally. Apsel continued, I'll notify you as soon as I get new information. Marvin raised his hand and patted his son on the shoulder, revealing an unusually solemn fatherly demeanor for the first time. Dermot nodded. Judging from this photo, it seemed his mother hadn't lost her freedom. So why didn't she come looking for him? Marvin quickly found reasons for Marilyn. Because he knew very well that unless absolutely necessary, Marilyn would never abandon him alone. Seemingly free, but actually confined. Dermot wasn't sure how he felt. Urgent? Nervous? Relieved that Marilyn hadn't been harmed? Or all of the above? Look, Apsel said from the side. Your old man brought you such great news. Shouldn't you thank me? Dermot glanced at him. Mom's disappearance was entirely caused by the Gelg family, and your incompetence back then, thank you? Are you feverish? Apsel spat blood. Brat, I didn't want to okay. Back then, your grandfather gave me an ultimatum. If I didn't remarry, he'd find someone to deal with you too. To protect both of you, I had no choice but to marry that Marvin family woman. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Dermot's gaze was icy cold. That old thing is not my grandfather, and he should be grateful he died early enough. Apsel's expression became somewhat ugly. Marvin also harbored resentment towards Granville, but no matter what, that was still his father. Dermot's ruthless words made Apsel feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, he couldn't refute it. After all, those years of hardship for the two of them were entirely due to Granville's decisions. Apsel sighed and said, Xiao Rue, I know you hate the Gelg family, but you are my son, and blood relations cannot be changed. One day, putting the entire Gelg family in your hands will be Dad's compensation to you. Dermot remained silent. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Marvin knew very well that Apsel's feelings for Marilyn were genuine. But whenever he thought that it was Apsel's helplessness at that time that sent his mother's fate spiraling into the abyss, Gailgroy didn't want to see him. Marvin didn't hate Apsel much, because Apsel had done everything he could back then. His feelings towards Apsel were especially complicated, hard to describe. Gailgroy took a deep breath of the wind blowing from afar, then exhaled a long sigh. Besides this, he asked, is there anything else? In a few days, there will be a family banquet at the Gailg residence, and you must attend. Apsel glanced at Gabby, who had ridden far away, nodding his head. If you wish, you can also bring your wife. These days, Marvin had been paying attention to Gabby. At least, she was better than the previous one. If Gailgroy went away, she could accompany her daughter and take care of her daily needs. In recent days, Allison had become too haggard. It's all that Dermot's fault. Alexandria scolded harshly. Marvin was supposed to make you some soothing tea, but he was so stingy. Every time Allison heard this name now, it made her feel uncomfortable. Mom, can we not talk about him? She leaned against the sofa, lightly pressing her fingers against her temples. Her sleep quality was originally poor, making it easy for her to wake up suddenly without cause. Especially these past few days, which had been so draining both mentally and physically, further worsened her already poor sleep. She slept badly every night. She had tried several types of calming teas, none of which were as effective as the one prepared by Dermot. All right, Alexandria hurriedly replied. I won't mention him. Sigh, Kiru, what can be done about your headaches? Allison felt very uncomfortable. In the past, whenever she felt this miserable, that man would never ask her what should be done, because he would always arrange everything perfectly. Neither her mother nor her senior classmate had ever been as considerate as him. My son-in-law's show is starting, Alexandria shouted, picking up the remote to increase the volume on the TV. Allison forced herself to muster some spirit. Tonight during prime time, the variety show her senior classmate participated in would air. In this episode, her senior classmate would appear as a surprise guest, stunning everyone. After an exhilarating introduction, the show began. Alexandria watched with great interest, occasionally criticizing or praising the guests who appeared on the show. When Jason appeared, she let out an excited exclamation. Kiru, look quickly. My good son-in-law is on screen. Marvin's even the surprise guest. Upon appearing, the entire venue cheered for him. Oh, my son-in-law is so popular. This old face of mine has gained some luster. Kiru, when will you talk to Xiao? Get him to bring you into Lihe Entertainment. Lihe is one of the top entertainment companies in the country, far better than that shabby company you're in now. Allison felt quite helpless. She also wanted to join Lihe Entertainment. The problem was, they simply didn't see her value. She glumly gazed at the TV screen, but her mind was completely elsewhere. Alexandria's constant exclamations felt noisy to her. The son-in-law isn't acting right? Alexandria's excitement faded soon. It was obvious that Jason seemed off. When others spoke to him, he wouldn't react for a long time. Sometimes, people had to tap his shoulder to snap him back to reality. Meanwhile, discussions were unfolding on looks. After all, Jason is still handsome in a deep, meaningful way. Or landed so my foot. My evaluation. Marvin's far worse than Kuin. Grass. Don't mention this unlucky Jason. How about Vivian, the little sister among the trainees this season? She did great. She's already my goddess. At such a young age, she held her own in scenes with senior actors. Future prospects are bright. At Lihe Entertainment, this is the seedling worth promoting. Not only young, but also exceptionally beautiful. Wouldn't it be better to promote her than an outdated male celebrity? The netizens' opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Dermot wasn't too surprised when he learned this feedback from Lainey's phone call. One of his purposes in doing so was to highlight Vivian's excellence through Jason's poor performance. Marvin had thought it would take a few more episodes to see the results. Unexpectedly, Jason's mentality had been completely wrecked by that day's negative news, leaving him entirely irrational. Dermot went online to check the comments. Netizens were highly optimistic about Vivian and left messages under Lihe Entertainment's official Weibo account. These fools are truly blind. Alexandria was particularly depressed after watching the show. She read some of the online comments on Allison's phone. Netizens who initially admired the newly crowned emperor of acting, son-in-law. Then she lifted her head to prevent the moisture in her eyes from sliding down her cheeks. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Alexandria muttered. That Dermot we know is good for nothing. How could someone like him be fully responsible for such an important plan of nurturing new talent at a big company like Lihe Entertainment? Allison calmed herself and said, it's that Dermot. He knows the CEO of Lihe Entertainment. Anne, have you forgotten? She turned her head weakly. Since I stepped into the entertainment industry, all my commercial endorsements were negotiated by Dermot running around. Alexandria was stunned. This good-for-nothing knows the boss of Lihe? After thinking for a moment, she suddenly yelled excitedly. That's great news. Contact this waste of space quickly, tell him to come back. If he can be fully responsible for such an important plan, it seems he has quite a close relationship with the CEO of Lihe. Let him ask the CEO to help get you into Lihe. As for this plan, you haven't been in the business long either, so they might accept you as a newcomer. Allison gave a bitter laugh. What a far-fetched idea. Huh. Alexandria fumbled with her daughter's phone but found Dermot's number uncallable. Messages were also being rejected. Marvin blocked you? Alexandria became furious instantly. How dare this bastard? Doesn't he fear your anger? Marvin. Allison laughed bitterly. Afraid of her anger? To Dermot now, she felt like a complete stranger. No, even less than a stranger. Because even toward strangers, Dermot would remain polite. To her, though, his face remained icy cold. Allison understood that her choice that day in the hospital had utterly broken Dermot's heart. That night, her senior was fine. But the loving grandfather who had treated her so well passed away that same night. Allison's heart throbbed with pain, unable to describe the myriad complex emotions she felt. During those years when her senior had disappeared without a word, The one thing she missed most was waiting for his return. She remembered how long she waited, until finally, the moonlight she longed for returned. At that moment, Allison felt so happy. Being with her senior was the happiest thing. But now, they were really together, and yet Allison often felt unhappy. Had her senior changed? No, he was still the same. His tenderness and consideration remained the same. But why? After being with him, the time spent feeling unhappy occupied a large part of her life? Allison couldn't figure it out. This damn guy, daring to block you. Alexandria raged beside her. Alexandria returned to her room, took out her own phone, and called. Marvinlo? Dermot? What? No. Who are you? Why are you answering his call? What's your relationship with Dermot? Associating with this guy doesn't make you any better. Alexandria started arguing without knowing who she was talking to. What? Why did I scold you? Humph, little vixen. Why did I scold you? Have Dermot call me back immediately. Tell him his ex-mother-in-law is looking for him. After a rapid tirade, Alexandria hung up. Gabby stood there puzzled with the phone in her hand. The lady on the other end seemed crazy. Dermot walked out of the kitchen carrying sliced fruits. Seeing Gabby staring at the phone in confusion, he couldn't help but ask curiously, who called? Earlier, his phone rang. Unfortunately, he was busy helping Fiona in the kitchen, so he asked Gabby to answer. Marvin didn't know what happened, but it left Gabby dazed. Gabby snapped out of it and replied somewhat speechlessly, a very aggressive aunt, who claimed to be your ex-mother-in-law. She asked you to call her back. Ex-mother-in-law? Fiona was startled. Son-in-law, have you been married before? Is this a second marriage? Dermot was a bit embarrassed and evasively said, just some crazy person. Don't listen to that, Janie. Explaining was too complicated, so he didn't mention it. Living here for a while, Dermot gradually got familiar with Fiona. Only after meeting Fiona did he realize not all middle-aged women were as mean as Alexandria. Are you free tomorrow? Gabby turned her head and invited him. There's a car show in the afternoon. Everything at the company had been resolved satisfactorily, and all thanks to Dermot. She didn't lose money but made a huge profit instead. So, she wanted to gift Dermot a car as a thank you. Although the car Dermot was currently driving belonged to her, a gift shouldn't be this casual. Gabby temporarily kept her intentions to herself. Dermot tilted his head back and thought for a moment. Tomorrow afternoon. It seemed he had nothing important to do. Are you buying a car? He asked curiously. Your garage is almost full. Gabby smiled faintly. Money is meant to be spent. If not, why bother making it? Marvin, her point did make some sense. Tomorrow, if you have nothing else to do, would you like to come with me? Gabby elegantly picked up a green grape with 2 fingers, popped it into her mouth, savoring it carefully, looking very ladylike. Yeah. Fiona chimed in supportively. Miss is so beautiful, and the auto show will be full of men. I'll feel at ease only if my son-in-law accompanies her. Okay. Dermot chuckled, finding it increasingly hard to say no to them as they got along better. The next day, Dermot went back to Leahy Entertainment first. Since he wouldn't return to the company in the afternoon, he needed to arrange some things in the morning. Just as he walked into the building, 2 people blocked his path. Dermot frowned, coldly eyeing the infamily mother and daughter standing before him. Dermot, do you think you've become someone now that you've latched onto a rich woman? Last night, Alexandria waited and waited, but never received Dermot's call. When she tried calling again, his number was blocked. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, Allison hurriedly tugged at her mother. Mom, stop it. She didn't want to come, but Alexandria insisted on dragging her along. That little vixen from last night, is she the rich woman you latched onto, right? Alexandria, with a malicious expression, pointed at Dermot and berated him loudly, attracting quite a few passers-by. Dermot felt his temper rising. Watch your mouth, Marvin said impatiently. If you want to make a scene, go out on the street. No one but the police will care there. But if you dare to act up here. Dermot beckoned to the security guards nearby and added, if she utters another word, throw her out. You dare? Alexandria placed her hands on her hips, assuming the posture of a fearless scold. The security guards looked at each other. This Andy looked tough to handle. Be careful when dealing with her. Don't get extorted by her. Chapter 52 Loss of Face. Alexandria was filled with disdain. In her eyes, Dermot was nothing more than a good-for-nothing wimp whom she could command at will. Marvin wasn't even as useful as the family's pet dog. Who did he think he was to command the security of Suzy Hill Entertainment? A man who clung to rich women for status actually thought highly of himself. How ridiculous. Dermot didn't waste any more words. These days, he frequented the company daily. The security guards and receptionists had grown familiar with him. Though they didn't know his exact identity, they were aware that Dermot was closely connected to the company's president. His orders had to be followed. As soon as Alexandria started shouting, 2 security guards rushed over and each took an arm. You, Alexandria raged, her voice piercing. You 2 watchdogs, don't touch me. Marvin's shrill voice was unbearable to listen to. The onlookers were startled by her outburst, thinking this woman truly had no manners. The 2 security guards, thoroughly insulted, instantly became annoyed. Their actions carried their emotions. They paid no heed to Alexandria's struggles and dragged her away. Alexandria thrashed about, cursing non-stop. Allison felt embarrassed. She turned back to look at Dermot, hoping he would save some face for her mother. But after instructing the security guards, Dermot had already turned to leave, disappearing into the elevator just as she turned around. Allison froze. This man didn't even want to give her a second glance. Allison felt a bitter ache in her heart, dejectedly walking outside. Dare you push me? Alexandria tried to walk back inside even as she was being escorted out, but the 2 security guards wouldn't budge. If it weren't for this shrew's age, they would have given her a couple of blows. I warn you, my son-in-law is your Suzy Hill's top artist. If you offend me, you'll have no good outcome. Marvin airing this, Allison panicked and hurriedly pulled her mother aside. Mom, can you stop talking? Marvin Sr. was already plagued with negative news. After his poor performance yesterday, his reputation had hit rock bottom. For Alexandria to bring up her senior now was asking for trouble. Allison forcefully pulled Alexandria away, angry. Mom, what are you doing here? I'm a public figure. If people find out my mother was behaving like a shrew outside Suzy Eel, it would badly damage the image of an artist. And mentioning the senior. Don't you understand how difficult things are for him right now? Did you consider me us? Alexandria was speechless for a moment. I'm just angry, that bastard Dermot. How dare he treat me like this? I can't accept it, she muttered softly. What do you expect from him? Allison frowned. Do you still hope he'll let you and Dad boss him around like before? We've already divorced. Why should he still listen to you? Chastised by her daughter, Alexandria could only complain under her breath. So what if we've divorced? At least he lived in our house for a year. How dare you say that? Allison said coldly. We made him live in the utility room without even a window. Marvin won't even spare me a glance. Let alone you and Dad? Allison felt increasingly aggrieved. In the future, don't drag me into such foolishness. I can't afford to lose face. With that, she turned and walked away. Alexandria sighed and hurriedly caught up. Hiru, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Mom will go back and rest with you first. You have an event in the afternoon, right? After resting at home for a while, the company finally arranged new engagements for her. In the afternoon, she was to attend a grand auto show as the event's ambassador, even though the appearance fee wasn't much. But she couldn't ask for more now. After her relationship with her senior was exposed, her career plummeted. It was surreal. When it first broke, everyone on the internet sent blessings. Allison thought she'd fare better after breaking free from Dermot. However, the divorce marked the beginning of her obstacles, eventually leading to her semi-freezing by the company. Will the son-in-law also attend? Alexandria asked Allison after they got into the car. Last night, Allison contacted Jason, but he didn't answer the call. She understood if he was up. Nubia, what's wrong? Jason only noticed her gloomy demeanor after talking for a while. Nothing much. Allison struggled for a moment before asking, Senior, didn't you see my call last night? Jason was taken aback. Marvin hurriedly pulled out his phone, glanced at it quickly, and apologized. Oops, I got too busy and forgot. Although it was just a quick glance. Allison also noticed. There were no missed call notifications with red dots. This meant her senior had seen it and even opened it. Except he didn't call back. Allison felt her heart sink suddenly. Nubia, sorry. Jason looked apologetic. If I saw it, I would have called you back right away. By the way, what did you need me for? He asked. Allison bit her red lip, pondered, and then shook her head. Nothing much, just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with you. Feeling a bit lost, worried that her senior might be troubled, she had called to offer comfort, so he wouldn't have nowhere to vent. But, under these circumstances, her senior seemed not to think of her. Chapter 53. Uncomfortable when not spending money for a day. In Jinghai, the exhibition center. It is located in the western district of Jinghai, only 5 kilometers from the city center and less than 20 kilometers from Jinghai Airport. There were also some concept cars. This was a grand event for car enthusiasts. Following the flow of people into the venue, they were immediately stunned by the magnificent sight before them. Inside the exhibition hall, crowds filled the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The dazzling lights projected from the luxurious ceiling focused on the nearby parked supercars. Due to the large number of people in the hall, Gabby was worried about getting separated and thus took Dermot's hand proactively. Let's go over there first. There were many cars displayed in the showroom, from cool supercars to luxury sedans, from SUVs to hybrids, and even electric vehicles. It was a feast for the eyes. Beautiful models and impressive lighting arrangements made car lovers linger endlessly. Finally, they stopped at the Rolls-Royce booth. Gabby pointed to the 2024 Cullinan on display, smiling faintly. Do you like this car? How could a man resist the Rolls-Royce brand? The price tag for the car on display was roughly nearly 7 million, with an estimated landed cost of around 8 million. Giving it away wouldn't be considered impolite. Dermot observed seriously for a while and nodded. Pretty good. Who can refuse a Rolls-Royce? The design of this car is full of power and majesty. It perfectly inherits the classic design language of this ancient brand, elegant yet very dignified. Beckham, you want to buy a car? The staff member on the booth is local to Jinghai. Marvin himself works for a Rolls-Royce 4S store, serving the wealthy circles. Impossible for him not to recognize such a famous beauty like Gabby. He greeted her with a smile. Yes, show my husband a few cars. Gabby laughed. Has this car been reserved yet? Not yet. That's good. I'll take it. Gabby said. Do you have the purchase contract ready? The staff member did not expect her to be so straightforward and quickly responded. It's prepared. Shall I bring it over now? Gabby nodded. Dermot was dumbfounded. No, not really. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Gabby turned her head with a gentle smile. I said I'm buying a car for my husband. You like this car, don't you? Dermot felt a chill down his spine. Marvin did like the car quite a lot, but that doesn't mean he wanted to own it. His material requirements have always been very low. If something works, he'd go with it, never fussing much. Around them, groans of envy filled the air. Miss Beckham wasn't buying the car for herself. She was gifting it. How lucky can this guy be? No, it's unnecessary. Dermot's face was awkward, shaking his head. I already have a car. Then he thought again. The car he was driving was also Gabby's. Always driving the same. Allison, dressed in a white dress, walked down the red carpet, drawing countless gazes from the crowd. After attending the required opening activities arranged by the organizers, she was given several hours of rest. Thus, she thought of strolling around with Jason and her mother who accompanied her, while meeting representatives from various companies. They hadn't wandered for long, when they bumped into Dermot and Gabby. That damn beggar is here again? Alexandria, recalling the morning incident, exploded with anger instantly. Allison quickly pulled her back, whispering a warning. Mom, have you forgotten what I told you this morning? This is a public place. Do you really want to announce loudly that I've been married before in such a place? Marvin's intense gaze immediately silenced Alexandria. Alexandria was reluctant, but the situation was not conducive for outbursts now. She could only suppress all her resentment. It hurt like hell. Wow, it's Jason and Little Flowerin. The passersby quickly spotted the two, shouting loudly, which drew more attention. Jason's reputation wasn't good. However, Allison was still a goddess in many otaku hearts. But seriously, how did Little Flowerin fall for someone like Jason? Marvin, her taste isn't great. I heard it was a campus romance. With Jason caught in a public scandal now, it's quite loyal of her to stay by his side. People murmured among themselves. The scene was chaotic, and their discussion didn't reach Jason's ears. So both of them managed to maintain composure, always greeting people with smiles. Security personnel surrounding the two parted away for them. And at the end of this path was the Rolls-Royce booth, where Dermot and Gabby stood. Allison didn't particularly want to go over, but the venue was too crowded, and it had taken great effort just to clear a path for their group. She could only steel herself and walk forward. Miss Beckham, what a coincidence! Jason greeted Gabby with an unchanged smile and graceful demeanor. Marvin pretended not to recognize Dermot, ignoring him completely. Gabby raised her eyebrows slightly, ignoring Jason's unsolicited conversation, which left him somewhat embarrassed. Jason chuckled awkwardly and turned to look. What a nice car. Marvin moved closer, inspecting it closely. Little Ro, do you like it? Allison wasn't in the mood to answer his question, occasionally glancing back at Dermot and Gabby. After the divorce, Marvin, her life didn't get better. Instead, Dermot seemed to be thriving even more. Not only did he have a beautiful companion by his side, but his attire and demeanor increasingly resembled a successful person. Allison sighed. Any intimate interaction between Gabby and Dermot felt like a dagger stabbing deeply into her heart. Expensive car, isn't it? Alexandria clucked her tongue. Douglas, can you afford it? Jason laughed nonchalantly. Sure, I can definitely afford it. If Little Ro likes it, I'll buy it on the spot. Marvin deliberately spoke loudly, just to let everyone around hear and show his generosity towards his loved one. Upon hearing this, many people expressed admiration on their faces. No wonder Little Flowerin stays loyal to him. This guy does have a conscience. You're really capable. Alexandria shot a subtle glance at Dermot, speaking sarcastically. Unlike some people, incapable of anything yet acting high and mighty. Dermot simply ignored this madwoman. Gabby glanced at Alexandria, who was indirectly insulting others, and asked quietly, is this the same aunt from yesterday? Indeed, she's tough to handle. Forget it. Dermot shook his head. These types of people thrive on attention. Just treat her like air. Gabby nodded and then said with a smile, want to experience a ride now? This area is for display, not for trials. So this new luxury car can only be seen, not touched of course. Buying it would be another matter. Galegroy was convinced by her words. For now, he'd accept her kindness. Since days are long, there will be opportunities to repay her later. The Kulinan, Cullinan, seems to have a starry sky roof, right? Dermot asked with a smile. I've seen it in short videos. Pretty impressive. The two slowly approached the luxurious car parked beside them. Alexandria squinted her eyes and rushed over. What are you planning to do? Want to try the car? If anyone tries, my son-in-law should go first. If my daughter agrees, my son-in-law will buy it directly. We don't want outsiders to experience the new car before us. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. She talks as if the car already belongs to her. Allison frowned. Why can't mom listen to reason? She's so ungracious. Good son-in-law, do you want to get in and try it out? Alexandria turned around, winking at Jason. Jason froze for a moment. Marvin was well aware of the rules on this exhibition stand. But considering his status, he did have some privileges, right? So he nodded casually, then I'll give it a try. Marvin walked around Dermot and Gabby, approaching the brand new luxury car that had caught everyone's eyes. Dermot said coolly, don't touch it. If this unlucky guy Jason touches it, he wouldn't want the car anymore. Jason's face tensed up as he turned to look at Dermot, displeased. You're telling me what to do? Exactly. Alexandria sneered coldly. Do you know who my son-in-law is? Marvin's a big star. An internationally renowned film star. The money he earns from one movie is enough for you to work your entire life? No wait, you can't earn that much even in your whole life. Allison hurried over anxiously, pulling at her clothes. Mom, please stop talking. Alexandria continued to sneer. If she didn't have reservations right now, she would have cursed even more fiercely. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. At this moment, a staff member from the booth came over to remind them. This car is only for display and cannot be experienced. If you want to experience it, please go to the nearby test drive area. We sincerely apologize. Jason felt a bit helpless. It felt like he was being embarrassed in front of everyone. At the same time, Dermot passed by him, opened the driver's door, and sat down nonchalantly. Why can he? Jason immediately became annoyed. Are you guys practicing discrimination here? Alexandria was also extremely angry, pointing at Dermot and shouting, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the staff said? Get out now. The staff quickly stepped in to mediate. Please don't misunderstand. Mr. Gale can try it because this car already belongs to him. Belongs. Jason's mind buzzed. How could this scoundrel Dermot afford a car worth millions? Are you joking? Alexandria looked shocked, exclaiming, this car belongs to him? The staff smiled. That's right. Chapter 55, can you just leave me alone for a while? The people around showed no particular reaction. After all, they had known early on that Miss Beckham had bought this car and gifted it to her husband. However, Jason was mortified, because he now understood why Dermot had coldly warned him not to touch the car. At that time, he had thought himself cool by retorting. Now recalling, wasn't Dermot looking at him as if he were a clown? Jason felt utterly humiliated. Besides being mortified, there was also deep jealousy gnawing at him. How could Dermot, a penniless bum, afford such a car? It must have been a gift from Gabby. What a foolish woman. To be blind to such an extent. Meeting for the first time, She regarded him, Jason, as nothing, with eyes only for the waist of a man named Dermot. How is that possible? Alexandria shrieked. Marvin's just a penniless bum. How could he afford such a car? Allison shuddered slightly. She hurried over, yanking Alexandria sharply, warning her fiercely with a glare. If that big mouth kept going, everyone would know Allison had already been married once, and it was a hidden marriage. Worse, the possibility of infidelity during marriage might also get exposed. In that case, she'd be done for. Fuming inside, Alexandria immediately felt chilled when her daughter's stern gaze met hers, seemingly lacking enthusiasm. Kiru, don't let certain people affect your mood, Alexandria said. Marvin isn't worth it. Look at that little vixen beside him. She doesn't look like anything good either. Humph, the man is a deadbeat, and the woman is a... Can you just leave me alone for a while? Allison, unable to endure anymore, finally burst out. Knowing her mood was bad, yet ignoring her feelings entirely, they bombarded her ears incessantly, driving her crazy with annoyance. Allison regretted bringing her mother along. Being here was sheer torment for her. Marvin airing her daughter shout. Alexandria couldn't bear the loss of face. Jason hurriedly mediated. Kiru, how can you speak to Annie like that? Allison took a deep breath, slowly calming herself down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shouted at you, but my head hurts right now. Please let me be for a while. She then said to the puzzled security guards, I want to rest, could you please? Every so often, there was a resting room set up along the exhibition route. The security quickly opened the way, leading the weary-looking Allison into a nearby resting room. This is Maud, right? Why does she look so gloomy? Who upset her? You're asking me? Seeing Maud up close like this for the first time, she's indeed beautiful. Allison ignored the whispers around her. Expressionless, she stepped into the resting room, slumped onto the sofa, and began staring blankly. Seeing her like this, Alexandria wanted to approach to offer some comfort. But remembering her daughter's earlier stern warning, she hesitated, standing uncertainly on the spot. Jason, after a moment of silence, said, Auntie, you stay here with Kiru. I'll get her something to drink. Marvin saw that. At this moment, Allison was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Marvin did not want to court trouble, so he found an excuse to temporarily leave. Marvin would return after she calmed down a bit. There were security personnel guarding the entrance to the resting room, so she didn't have to worry about being disturbed by others. Alexandria sat with her daughter for a while, wanting to speak but afraid to open her mouth. At this moment, she saw the door of the resting room being pushed open and thought it was Jason returning with drinks. However, the person who entered was a balding, pot-bellied fat man. Missin, nice to meet you. The fat man smiled warmly as he approached Allison in just a few steps. Allison looked at him warily. Who are you? The fat man raised his head and introduced himself. I'm the vice president of Ferrari's national division. My surname is Leaf. President Leaf, hello? Allison nodded at him. Missin, I've admired you for a long time. President Leaf said with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Marvin casually extended his hand and lightly placed it on Allison's smooth, white shoulder. Seeing this from the side, Alexandria did not dare to say a word. After all, he was the vice president of Ferrari in the country, quite an influential figure. It would be best not to offend him. Missin, are you free tonight? President Leaf asked with an ambiguous smile. Would you do me the honor of having dinner together? His hand slowly settled on Allison's shoulder. As if electrified, Allison quickly moved away. President Leaf, I'm sorry, I don't feel well. The greasy face of the fat man in front of her made her feel sick. As a celebrity, she had encountered similar incidents more than once, but she had never been taken advantage of. Because, each time, there was a man who appeared just in time to rescue her from trouble. Missin, don't be so aloof. President Leaf leaned in again. I also heard that Missin doesn't have many endorsements. Why don't we discuss some cooperation over dinner tonight? Marvin spoke as he reached out his hand again, immediately grabbing hold of Allison's wrist. The warm sensation transmitted through her wrist triggered an instinctive reaction in Allison, and she raised her hand to slap back. Slap. President Leaf's face twisted. The gold-rimmed glasses on his chubby face flew off directly from the force of the slap. You. President Leaf stared in disbelief. You hit me? I'm here. Just as Hirsch was about to lay a hand on her, he heard Jason shout. Turning around, all he saw was an enlarging fist heading towards him. Jason's punch landed fiercely on Hirsch's eye socket, leaving one of his eyes bruised. Hirsch cursed loudly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jason grabbed his collar and threw him away, then hurried to comfort Allison. The hell? How dare you hit me? Hirsch suffered a slap and a punch, writhing in pain. Marvin didn't gain much, yet ended up getting hurt twice. For Hirsch, this deal was a huge loss. Fine. Hirsch covered his face and snarled. You two wait for it, this isn't over. Jason was enraged. After hurting my girl, you still want to leave? Alexandria quickly ran back to him and shouted. Didn't you know the Ferrari regional president? This fatso is just a vice president. Have your friend deal with him. Marvin not only made inappropriate advances toward Ro, but also insulted her severely. Jason's expression changed slightly. Indeed, he knew the Ferrari regional president, but their relationship wasn't that close. That fatty, a regional vice president? Jason had heard that the regional sales company's vice president and president were cousins. Allison looked at Jason, as if waiting for him to make a decision. The verbal insults from Hirsch had deeply wounded her, and she hoped her senior could stand up for her. Forget it? Jason stammered. Besides, he has learned his lesson. A mere vice president of a sales company wasn't much of a big deal, but the Leaf family behind them had considerable influence and power locally. It would be best not to offend them. Hirsch sneered coldly and turned to leave. Ro, what do you think? Jason looked at Allison, gently persuading her. As public figures, if our black fans find out about this, they'll stir up drama. Allison felt utterly disappointed. If it were Dermot, he wouldn't do this. Anyone who tried to take advantage of her would end up apologizing to her under Dermot's handling. Bitterness welled up in Allison's heart. Facing her senior's gentle gaze, she could only nod. All right. Senior has a point. Jason helped her sit back on the sofa and whispered words of comfort. But Allison wasn't listening, her mind filled with memories. Honey, someone wants to bully you? I'll help you. Dermot, will never allow anyone to hurt my beloved. Honey, I'll have him apologize to you. What's wrong? Treat her respectfully next time, understand? Allison's heart suddenly ached. Seeing her tears streaming down, Jason quickly wiped them with tissues. Ro, why are you crying? You must have been scared? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone. Because I wasn't there, it gave him a chance for pictures, warmly greeting them and willingly fulfilling requests for photos. Presenting a very approachable demeanor. His public image was not so great recently. He did not want to miss any opportunity to improve it. Allison was also forcibly pulled into taking several photos. Though she was unhappy, she couldn't express her displeasure in public. They sat in the cafe for more than half an hour. Allison's break time was almost over. It was already 4:30 p.m., and she needed to return to the organizer's place to attend the upcoming events. They stood up again, struggling back to the main stage of this grand auto show. Below the stage, crowds gathered, surrounding the beautifully decorated stage. When the elegant and beautiful Allison arrived on the scene, it caused gasps of admiration from the audience below. But Allison noticed, above the center stage, that chubby Hirsch was looking at her with sinister eyes. Marvin, her heart trembled, and she walked forward with mixed feelings. Jason had not received an invitation from the organizers, and with his status, he couldn't easily face saving himself by going up there. So, he could only stay below the stage. Back on stage, Allison was restless. She could feel Hirsch occasionally glancing at her, his gaze making her shudder. Standing here felt like torture. She looked around helplessly, wanting to find Jason and ask him to come up and stay with her. However, before finding Jason, she saw Dermot first. This man and his current wife slowly walked onto the stage, surrounded by staff members. Chapter 57. These two have something going on. Dermot was at his wit's end. Miss Beckham went on a buying spree today. After gifting the Rolls-Royce, she insisted on giving him another Ferrari. Passing by the Bentley showroom, she asked again, "What do you think of this one?" That model, elegant and dignified in design. Dermot thought it was pretty good, but he dared not nod anymore. Just one nod and she would buy it again. Even though he kept refusing, Gabby managed to successfully gift 3 cars. After the Rolls-Royce and Ferrari, she spotted the supercar in the McLaren showroom and bought it without even consulting Dermot. Miss Beckham's way of buying cars like buying vegetables caught the attention of the event organizers. They insisted on inviting the duo to attend an event for an interview, promising a lavish gift to them afterward as well. Dermot was speechless. In one outing today, Miss Beckham spent no less than $50 million on him. The Cullinan was the cheapest. The 2 supercars behind it were both limited editions worth $20 million each. It felt like he was truly becoming a parasite. Miss Beckham, may I ask what prompted you to purchase 3 luxury cars totaling around $50 million today? On stage, the host asked with a smile. It's nothing major, Gabby smiled. My husband doesn't have any cars left to drive, so I bought a few for him to play with. Dermot stood beside her, torn between laughing and crying. The crowd below erupted in astonishment, calling out, Miss Beckham, do you need more husbands? Everyone felt heartbroken. Why can't we meet a beautiful rich woman willing to buy us 3 cars? Damn, comparing others makes one die of jealousy. Allison looked at the two, feeling extremely conflicted. Mr. Gale, do you have anything to say? The host turned his smile toward Dermot. Do you feel the love from your wife? Dermot glanced at Gabby, nodding awkwardly. Yes, too much. Almost overwhelmed. His response sent the crowd into another wave of commotion. Did this kid save the world in his previous life? Not only did he marry a goddess-like wife, but this wife is also a generous rich woman. Dermot couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. No other woman had ever been so kind to him besides Finlag Luo. Was it because he helped solve the troubles at her company? But weren't those troubles caused by him? In the audience, Jason's face turned green. Giving away $50 million just like that? Is Gabby so blind? Picking a guy who's poor and lacks talent? The two of you really make others envious. The host twitched his lips after hearing Dermot's reply. Damn, to be so shameless as a parasite, unbelievable. But, wouldn't it, like a puppet, approached Dermot. She lifted her head, meeting Dermot's indifferent gaze. Allison suddenly froze, staring at Dermot in a trance. For her, time seemed to stop. In this moment, there was no one else in her world. She saw only herself and Dermot. The host watched the two lock eyes, dumbfounded. You too? What's going on here? The crowd below also puzzled. What's happening? Do they know each other? The atmosphere between them is a bit strange. I feel like they've met before. And there's even some ambiguity. Damn, you can tell that too? You wouldn't understand. When two people lock eyes, it's the easiest time for emotions to surface. For people who are originally familiar with each other, even if they pretend not to know each other, there will inevitably be cracks in their demeanor. It was the same with Allison on stage. When Dermot went up, she wanted to pretend she didn't know him. But once their eyes met, the emotions deep inside her began to bubble up. I'm sorry, Allison finally regained her composure and timidly said, I'm not feeling well today, and I spaced out. She lowered her head, struggling to suppress her expression. Dermot's face remained unchanged as he took the tray from her hands and said indifferently, Thank you. You're welcome. Allison forced a smile and retreated after speaking. Dermot shifted his gaze, walking off the stage with Gabby. Everyone's eyes followed him as he left, then turned back to the young star Allison on the stage. When they looked back, they were surprised to notice Allison had just glanced in the direction Dermot had left. This significant discovery sparked everyone's curiosity. There must be something going on between these two. It feels like there's a story here. Jason, in the audience, overheard the discussion around her, and her already unpleasant expression turned even greener. What was wrong with Allison just now? Standing in front of Dermot, why did she display such obvious emotions? Was she trying to make it too easy for the gossipers? Jason was furious. Not long ago, she was still warning Alexandria not to talk too much. Yet when it was her turn, she acted like a discarded little wife, silent and aggrieved. Didn't she love Jason the most? To be with Jason, she cold-heartedly kicked away Dermot, who had accompanied and protected her for many years, showing no mercy. But just now, why did her eyes reveal lingering feelings for Dermot? Feeling like green flames were rising from his head, Jason stood there, almost jumping in frustration, wishing he could rush up on stage to question her face to face. Chapter 58 Idealistic. Allison's performance at the car show caused widespread heated discussion. A keen-eyed group of online onlookers noticed a possible connection between her and that Mr. Gale. Netizens, showcasing their very profile of this young actress, named Chelsea, who had been acting for only a little over a year. She had starred in one youth movie and 2 ancient romance dramas. Her career was on the rise, yet she encountered such an incident. If mishandled, it would severely impact her future acting career. Bethany, since Wanwan's debut, I have been mentoring her. Chelsea's agent was a woman in her 30s named Ernestine. I know her very well. Wanwan would never use any means to climb up the ladder. The only mistake she made in this incident is being impulsive. The correct approach would have been to tell me first, allowing me to handle it, instead of exposing it online on her own accord. Now, not only did she suffer backlash, even Leahy Entertainment has been pressured to explain itself. Lainey listened carefully to Ernestine without expressing her own opinion, then looked towards Dermot. Contact them, I want to talk to him, face to face. Dermot quickly made his decision. Marvin is now a board member of Leahy Entertainment. With artists under his management being bullied, he could not stand idly by. Don't cry. Dermot looked at the young girl, offering comfort. I will help you get justice. Chelsea lifted her head in surprise, looking at him timidly. Marvin, her agent Ernestine, also gazed at Dermot with deep curiosity. Ernestine wondered. Even Bethany hasn't here. No one can harm you. Dermot softly reassured her, leading both upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, they could see 4 or 5 people gathered on the rooftop terrace. A handsome young man sat at the table, leisurely savoring tea. Others stood behind him, coldly examining Dermot and his group as they slowly approached. Dermot, while walking, observed and suddenly felt that the young man looked familiar, though he couldn't pinpoint where they had met before. The other party seemed to recognize him too. A playful smile appeared on his handsome face. It's you? My cousin's husband she brought home a few days ago? Dermot, right? Dermot paused for a moment before he recalled. Not long ago, when accompanying Gabby to the Beckham family for birthday greetings, he had met this young man. Chelsea and Ernestine's expressions changed. Were these two actually relatives? The situation seemed even worse now. After recalling for a moment, Dermot shook his head and said, I didn't remember your name that day. What's your name? The smile on the young man's face froze. He felt a bit insulted, sensing that in Dermot's eyes, he was just an insignificant, unworthy to be remembered nobody. How could he endure this? Before he could react, Dermot had already sat down opposite him. Shall I just call you young Master Beckham? Marvin said calmly, you've made a name for yourself at such a young age in the country, with a bright future ahead. Why do you always do such foolish things? You. Dermot's immediate questioning caught the young man off guard. His eyelids twitched as he said coldly, don't think that by latching onto my cousin, you can speak to me like this. She is merely a marginal figure in the Beckham family. This matter has nothing to do with her, Dermot said casually. I'm here to talk about how we can resolve this issue. I have a suggestion. You should instruct your people to delete the articles distorting the facts online and then publicly apologize to Chelsea. Marvin airing this suggestion. The young man laughed uncontrollably. Are you joking? Why should I listen to you? What are you anyway? Huh. Truly nonsensical. A perfect clown. Beside them, Chelsea stood stunned. Ernestine even covered her forehead. She had to admit, the suggestion was quite idealistic. But the problem was, would the other party follow these demands? Clearly not. Ernestine felt a bit disappointed, and her gaze toward Dermot carried a hint of displeasure. I advise you to accept it, Dermot said indifferently. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. Make me suffer? The young Beckham laughed incessantly. Do you know I'm the eldest grandson of the Beckham family? The Beckham family can make me suffer? Gail, my wife Gabby, I don't care much for, so who are you to me? Chapter 59. Born in the year of the dog, and specifically a teddy. The young man surnamed Beckham raised his gaze to Fawn. Fawn felt extremely uncomfortable under his stare. But, even though you're an idiot, you know your place, bringing this little troublemaker Fawn right before me. The young man surnamed Beckham leaned back in his chair. Then he spoke condescendingly. She has to stay here today, and serve me tea. As for you, scram now. Fawn's small face instantly turned pale. The gaze Beckham cast upon her was aggressively invasive, as if trying to see through her. Under such scrutiny, goosebumps erupted all over her body. Beckham, Master Beckham. Ernestine's face also lost its color, trembling as she said, you can't. The elder son of the Beckham family, sitting opposite, glared impatiently at her and shouted angrily, what are you? Do you even have a say here? Ernestine's words were frightened back into her throat by the harsh rebuke. Dermot frowned deeply, tapping on the table forcefully. Are you shouting like that because you're born in the year of the dog? Beckham just wanted to retort with, how did you know? But immediately held back. His expression changed abruptly, and he snapped fiercely. Mr. Gaelg, did you not hear what I said? Now, get out immediately. Mr. Gaelg. Fawn timidly hid behind Dermot. Her small body circulating online back then was destroyed. But as I said earlier, the internet never forgets. Marvin spoke calmly. Your crimes are still stored in my phone. With each sentence from Dermot, Beckham's expression grew uglier. By the end, Beckham looked so grim that he seemed almost terrifying. Also, there was the year before last, 2022. And even last year, similar incidents occurred, didn't they? Dermot looked at him indifferently. I also noticed that your zodiac sign is indeed the dog. And not just any dog, but a particularly despicable and disgusting teddy. Fuck. Beckham exploded in uncontrollable rage. Bastard, you're asking for death. Dermot leaned back, lifting his foot to kick the tea table hard in front of him. The forceful kick sent the table flying. The table flipped over, directly smashing towards Beckham and the cronies standing behind him. Bang. Tea water, utensils, and decorative items on the table flew onto their heads and faces. Dermot stood up calmly, turning to Fawn and Ernest Chin, who were stunned. Go down first and wait for me in the car. I need to have a little talk with Master Beckham, Dermot finished, stepping forward. Marvin swept aside the mess on the ground with his shoes and approached Beckham. Beckham and his gang were thoroughly disheveled from heavy decorations and scalding tea, all sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Dermot looked down at Beckham and said coolly, tell me, aren't you cheap? You like barking like a dog, but it's all useless, lying on the ground like a dead dog after 2 minutes. Besides relying on the Beckham family's power, what else are you good for? Now, I'm about to leave for Lee. It's about a half-hour drive. 30 minutes is more than enough to go online, issue a statement and apologize. If you don't do it, you know the consequences. Dermot turned around, but just as he took a step forward, he came back with a smile. Of course, even if you do it, you're still in for bad luck, because you were born to cause trouble. Anyone would find it unbearable. With that said, he strode away again. Beckham Xiao had been dazed by the scalding tea and broken teaware moments ago. The purple clay teapot had smashed against his forehead, breaking into pieces that cut his face, blood streaming down. At this moment, the pain on his face was far less than the terror that enveloped his heart. Past incidents being brought up meant that exposure would be a devastating blow to him. Marvin caught his breath and tried to calm himself down. After a long while, he deeply inhaled and fetched his phone, dialing his father Amber Cedric's number. Father, something happened. Beckham Xiao's voice trembled as he recounted what had just occurred. Su Qiansheng was startled. Dermot? The stray man Bai Yue Guang brought home? Why does he have dirt on you? Those things were completely erased from the internet years ago. I don't know, why he... Beckham Xiao struggled to explain. Father, what should I do now? Amber Cedric pondered for a moment. After waiting restlessly for quite some time, Beckham Xiao finally heard the response, don't listen to him. I will contact Bai Yue Guang and have her stop Gelg's nonsense. Even if it means offering him some benefits, hoping this guy can see reason and shut his mouth. Amber Cedric hung up and immediately began making calls. Beckham Xiao sat amidst the chaos, his hands and body trembling uncontrollably. Dermot's verbal insults made him frustrated. But the damning evidence in that bastard's hands was far more deadly. If exposed again, Beckham Jianghe would be done for, completely and utterly finished. Marvin couldn't figure out how Dermot got those incriminating materials. Even if he searched for them himself, he might not have found them properly. Chapter 60. Come, explain. Dermot received a call from Gabby while he was still on the road. Marvin stopped his car by the roadside and, after swiping to answer, asked directly, the Beckham family contacted you? Given the timing of the call, it must be about young Master Beckham's incident. Yes. Gabby replied softly, then continued, do whatever you want to do. I've also been annoyed with Beckham Jianghe for a long time. Even if the Beckham family blames you, I will support you. Gabby immediately expressed her stance. Dermot smiled. I'm driving. Let's talk when I get back. On the other end of the line, Gabby gently reminded him to be careful on the road before hanging up. In the backseat, Ernest Chin looked at Dermot as if she had just met him, with a complicated expression. Upon returning to Leahy Entertainment, they immediately went online to check for any updates. The result was none. Is that Mr. Beckham treating me like I'm joking? Dermot sneered and instructed Lainey to call the police. At the same time, Marvin logged into the official Weibo account using Lainey's computer. The comment section below the official Weibo post was already in chaos. Everyone was accusing Leahy Entertainment of failing to respond to the incident, trying to cover up its artists' inappropriate behavior. Not just netizens. Many industry insiders who were close to the Beckham family also came forward to voice their support for Beckham Jianghe. Director Beckham Jianghe is an outstanding director among the new generation, both highly praised for his character and reputation. Marvin has always been a gentleman. How could he possibly make inappropriate advances towards female artists? It must be Chelsea trying to climb the ranks, offering herself willingly. Humph, there are too many people like her. This has turned China's entertainment industry into a cesspool. Leahy Entertainment, give us a response now. How can you protect an artist with such despicable actions, obsessed with advancing through underhanded means? 1 Jason. 1 Chelsea. Emph. This is the foundation of one of China's top entertainment companies? Himph. Clearly a den of filth. Just give our little Susie Easy a break. Don't corrupt her. Vivian, who was mentioned, quickly logged into her account to defend the company. Please have some patience. Brother Rue is handling this matter. The truth isn't what you see. Why are you still defending Lee? The company is rotten to the core. And, Brother Rue? Who? Dermot, who oversees your career plan. Please be patient. Vivian, whose account usually had few updates in a week, posted several messages within an hour. Because she kept defending the company, she was widely believed by netizens to be controlled by someone from within Leahy Entertainment. It made her incredibly frustrated. Good news, little Ro. Jason, after indulging in some online drama, excitedly called Allison. Allison knew about the heated debate online, but didn't have the heart to look into it due to certain reasons. She lost interest in everything lately. However, because it was Jason calling, she patiently listened until the end. I heard that the bastard Dermot is handling this case. Ha, this good for nothing. Don't take on more than you can chew. Dermot? Allison furrowed her eyebrows. Why is he handling this matter? Wasn't Dermot supposed to be responsible for training new talents at Leahy? I don't know, but I heard that he volunteered to handle it, saying he wanted justice for Chelsea. Haha. Does he think too highly of himself? Jason laughed, knowing nothing, yet sticking his nose out where it doesn't belong. Beckham Jianghe was the one who made advances on Chelsea, a prince of the Beckham family, a relative of his wife. As a son-in-law, how does he expect to seek justice from the Beckham family? Little Ro, let me tell you, this time he will definitely suffer a big setback. Allison stopped listening to Jason's ridicule and quickly opened her laptop to search online. For certain reasons, she followed Vivian's account with a pseudonym. Indeed, Vivian's updates mentioned that Dermot was handling the case. Allison felt as if her heart had been struck, because it reminded her of many things. When she first entered the industry, directors and producers also tried to make advances on her. Ultimately, all those issues were resolved by Dermot. Allison wasn't concerned whether Dermot had the capability to resolve this issue. What mattered most to her now was Dermot's actions. He was willing to stand up for a junior artist against the Beckham family. In contrast, when she was clearly molested by Boss Leaf and insulted, Senior still chose to keep peace. Allison's heart ached painfully. Memories that surfaced in her mind turned into scalding bullets, ruthlessly piercing through her heart. Online, the Mahjong curse battle was raging. The official Weibo account of Leahy Entertainment was almost overwhelmed by the storm. It was at this moment that the official Weibo updated a post. Beckham Jianghe, a humble gentleman? Without a word, Dermot threw out the evidence in his hands. To avoid further harm to the victims involved, he chose to withhold their names. One piece of evidence after another was laid bare. Beckham Jianghe's past misdeeds were exposed, starkly thrown before the eyes of netizens. Not only detailed descriptions of the incidents, but even the interrogation records from back then and various pieces of compelling evidence that could prove his guilt. Among them were case records preserved in police archives. These pieces of hard evidence, which could crush Beckham Jianghe alive, were dug up by Dermot's all-powerful online friend. That guy even hacked into security systems and stole an irrefutable piece of evidence from the police. Those few major Vs who have been supporting Beckham Jianghe, come on, step forward and explain yourselves. Explain this? What kind of humble gentleman are you? After harming so many people, now you're setting your sights on our artists at Leahy? Do you think you can pull the same trick again? Didn't I make it clear to you, Beckham Jianghe? You're just a dog relying on the Beckham family's power. You're utterly useless. Not responding even now. Is the Beckham family covering your mouth and making you act like a coward? Is being a coward useful? Wait until you rot in jail. Dermot, holding the official Weibo account, fiercely retorted. The evidence released by him was too solid. The bloggers who had previously defended Beckham Jianghe with righteous words were now keeping a low profile. The comment sections were all closed. Damn, this Beckham guy is nothing but a beast. How many girls' reputations has he ruined? Not only that, but when something goes wrong, he bites back. Leahy's standing up strongly. Well done. The best would be to crush this thing forever. Go inside and sew for the rest of your life. The online tide reversed in an instant. Chapter 61. This family has quite a sense of humor. The Beckham household. Madame Beckham had lost her usual calm demeanor, and her aged face now bore a look of sternness. Over 10 elegantly dressed men and women surrounded the Janie. Amber Cedric was restless, pacing back and forth in the living room with his hands clasped behind his back, as anxious as an ant on a hot griddle. Grandma, a fashionable young woman, burst into the living room, panic-stricken. The most important thing right now is to get that little brat to bring that guy back. Only then can we negotiate with Mr. Gaelg. Madame Beckham quickly came up with a plan. Since Gaelg made up false evidence, he might be arrested, but we can offer him a promise. If he is willing to step forward and save Jianghe, our whole family will owe him a great favor. Madame Beckham said. Marvin, her tone conveyed a sense of entitlement. Others in the Beckham family felt the same way. But what if he refuses? Amber Cedric frowned, asking the Janie. Madame Beckham narrowed her eyes slightly. This is the Beckham residence. Does he have any say? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Right? This is the Beckham estate. Once inside, it wouldn't be up to that Mr. Gaelg to decide. Amber Cedric immediately ran off to contact Gabby, urging her to bring her husband back to the Beckham residence quickly. Too late. There might not be enough time. Hurrying us to go to the Beckham residence? Dermot turned his head to look at Gabby sitting in the passenger seat. Marvin laughed. To beg me to do something, they want me to come running? These people are pretty funny. Gabby smiled bitterly. She knew better than Dermot about how the Beckham family behaved. Dermot steered the wheel and said, let's eat first. Let these guys worry for a while. Marvin was driving the Cullinan that Gabby had given him. Only after experiencing it firsthand did he understand why rich people loved this model. The driving experience was amazing. The person Apsel sent out had already returned with news. Dermot was eager to see this fatty and had no time to deal with other distractions. Apsel had booked a table at the best restaurant in Jinghai and specifically invited Gabby to join. As a family, it was rare for them to have a meal together. Soon, Dermot parked the car at Tao Ranju restaurant. After parking, he and Gabby walked into the renowned #1 restaurant in Jinghai. Legend had it. It was established over 80 years ago. Located at the intersection of Shaoyun Road, Wenheli, and Duobao Road in Jinghai. It faced southeast and overlooked the surroundings. As soon as the two reached the entrance of Tao Ranju, two receptionists greeted them with smiles. Are you Mr. Gaelg and Miss Beckham? Boss Gaelg instructed us to receive you here. After politely explaining, they turned and led the way. The main hall of Tao Ranju was grand. Rock gardens, pools, flowers, and green bamboos were beautifully arranged. Following the receptionist, they moved further inside. Inside the restaurant, elaborately carved beams and painted rafters adorned the space. Exquisite handicrafts were tastefully displayed. Everything was elegant and well-crafted. The only downside was, it seemed somewhat incongruous when paired with Apsel's bulky frame. Marvin was still the same, wearing a flashy Hawaiian shirt. paired with oversized orange beach shorts, revealing thick legs like those of baby elephants. A golden necklace hung around his neck. His plump hands were covered with gold rings and jade thumb rings. From head to toe, he exuded the overwhelming swagger of a coal mine boss. Marvin, you're here? Marvin grinned foolishly, his gold tooth dazzling Dermot's eyes. Compared to him, the heavily made-up Valentina was more bearable to look at. Dermot glared at him without good humor, then stepped forward to pull out a chair for Gabby beside him. Gabby felt a bit dazed. Apart from their brief meeting on the weekend, she had met Epsel a few times before. For this senior who presided over a vast business empire, Gabby felt both admiration and respect. She could tell that the relationship between father and son wasn't good. Dermot could be impolite, but she couldn't. So she politely greeted him. Marvinlo, Mr. Gelg. Epsel suddenly turned stern and said unhappily, "How can you still call me like this? Haven't you changed your address yet?" Gabby was taken aback, then her face flushed red. She and Dermot were only in a fake marriage. Did she really need to change how she addressed him? Thinking about how that man had also changed his address to call someone grandma for her sake, she softly called Epsel, "Dad." "Ah." Epsel, who had been scowling just a moment ago, instantly broke into a broad smile. Marvin had heard about what happened between the young couple at the auto show. This girl from the Beckham family was very generous to his son, completely different from the previous one. "Let me introduce you," Epsel said joyfully. "This is my son's stepmom, Valentina. Just call me Aunt Susie. See, Imus is so beautiful and elegant. Xiao Rui has such good luck." Valentina smiled at them. Epsel clapped his hands and called, "Sit down, all of you. Ruyu, tell them to bring the dishes." The old and young couple sat down around the round table. Epsel took out a folder from the side and placed it on the rotating tabletop, slowly sliding it in front of Gabby. "Daughter-in-law, in a couple of days, you'll go back to the Geld family together to attend a family dinner. You haven't met the uncles, aunts, and cousins of the Geld family yet, right? These are their profiles. Both you and Xiao Rui should take a look. If you can't greet them after entering the Geld family door, it might be a little awkward," Epsel said with a smile. Dermot immediately frowned. Gabby skimmed through the materials and was secretly alarmed. There were dozens of people listed in these documents, all relatives of the Geld family? Wasn't that too many? Chapter 62. Advising the elderly to take comfort. Gabby felt a bit lost. A senior she respected, but wasn't quite familiar with, suddenly became her father-in-law. It was indeed a fake marriage, but her marriage certificate with Dermot was officially notarized. In a legal sense, Dermot was her husband. Therefore, Dermot's father naturally became her father-in-law. This feeling was really a bit strange. She sat at the table, hardly daring to speak. Fortunately, Epsel was like a social ruffian, livening up the atmosphere from time to time, preventing her from feeling too isolated. The meal was also enjoyed fairly well. "Ruyu, take the daughter-in-law out for a walk," Epsel said while picking his teeth. "I need to talk to my son about something." Valentina nodded. Gabby also tactfully got up, excused herself, and walked out of the door. "Carly, is Xiao Rui staying at your place now?" Valentina asked with a smile after they left. Gabby gave a slight response. "I heard from old Gale that this child has suffered a lot. Please take some time to take care of him," Valentina requested with a smile. Gabby lightly bit her red lip, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Aunt Ruyu, I want to ask you about Dermot." "Me?" Valentina was taken aback, then laughed softly. "I'm not very familiar with that child either. When I entered the Geld family, Xiao Rui had already left. You two are together all day, why don't you just ask him?" Valentina looked at her teasingly. Gabby smiled helplessly. She was becoming increasingly curious about Dermot, but she was worried that asking directly might seem intrusive and could upset Dermot. "My knowledge of Xiao Rui basically comes from what old Gale told me." Valentina spoke as they walked. "If you want to know, I can tell you slowly." By the time she finished speaking, they had already reached the hall of Tao Ranju. The hall had a rest area. Finding an empty seat, they sat down, and Valentina began talking freely. She no longer forced her voice to be high-pitched but used her deep, original voice to narrate gently. Valentina's natural voice was deep and captivating. Especially suited for storytelling, Gabby listened in fascination. The atmosphere between them was harmonious until it was disrupted by chaotic footsteps. Gabby raised her head, frowned, and asked, "Why are you here?" Standing in front of her was Beckham Lao Tai Tai's eldest son, her uncle, Ambrose Cedric. "Do you still ask why I'm here?" Ambrose Cedric had an urgent look on his face. "Where is your husband? There's an emergency at home. You two still have the mood to eat out? Quickly call your husband out, let him go back with us, and cooperate with the Beckham family to save your cousin." Gabby's pretty face turned cold as she said icily, "Beckham Jiangha reaped what he sowed. How can we save him?" Ambrose Cedric was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Marvin suppressed his anger forcefully, his clenched fists trembling slightly. "Make your husband admit in public that all the evidence he possesses is forged. The rest is none of your business. Make him admit to perjury?" Gabby smiled coldly. "Save Beckham Jiangha? To send himself inside instead? No way." She shook her head without hesitation. "Even if he agrees, I won't allow him to do it. And Beckham Jiangha doesn't deserve it." "You!" Ambrose Cedric exploded with rage, raising his hand to strike her. Valentina stood up hurriedly and scolded. "This is a public place, and you still want to hit someone?" Ambrose Cedric glanced at her and sneered. "So what if I hit someone? I advise you, stay out of it. Or I'll hit you too. Do you dare?" Valentina was also furious. "Try touching me. I'll scratch you to death." Both sides immediately started arguing. Valentina had a fiery temper and sharp tongue. Ambrose Cedric and his group were at a complete disadvantage in front of her, retreating step by step under her barrage. "Don't waste your efforts." Gabby's face turned cold. "You should quickly find a better lawyer. Maybe he can get Beckham Jiangha a lighter sentence." Gabby, How can you be part of the Beckham family? Ambrose Cedric's stomach ached with anger. Your cousin is in trouble, yet you aren't the least bit anxious. Just heartless. The Beckham family has raised you for so long, never expecting to raise a white-eyed wolf. To oppose your own family for an outsider. Sigh. The Beckham family truly suffers misfortune. Gabby was almost amused. Uncle, Dermot is my husband. How is he an outsider? As for Uncle, you didn't educate your son properly, letting him run wild outside and cause trouble everywhere. When things are about to be exposed, you actually want to command my husband to sacrifice his freedom to save your son. Ambrose Cedric's face turned dark. If he is willing to help, the Beckham family will owe him a favor. When your cousin comes out, the Beckham family will take care of him. Gabby laughed bitterly. Marvin or group of family was truly absurd. Hurry up, Ambrose Cedric said sternly. The Janie is waiting at home. Don't let her worry. Jianghe is the eldest grandson the Janie loves most. If something happens to him, the Janie will be very sad. Ah. Gabby sighed deeply and then smiled. Then we can only advise her to take comfort. She had no feelings for this group of people in the Beckham family. In her eyes, they were nothing but shameless bloodsuckers and parasites who coveted her mother's inheritance. Gabby's mother brought her dowry and company when she married into the Beckham family and went all out to help the Beckham family. Chapter 63. Is your family waiting for him to inherit the throne? Ambrose Cedric's head was struck to the side, and a mouthful of blood and broken teeth spewed out. Dermot pushed him back toward the stunned Beckham family members with ease. The crowd hurriedly steadied Ambrose Cedric, looking at Dermot in disbelief. You dare hit someone? Dermot appeared relaxed. I did. So what? The Beckham family members were nearly hopping mad. You damned brat, are you sick of living? You dared to hit a Beckham family member. Ambrose Cedric seemed to be in shock, taking a moment to come to his senses. Gail, you. His anger boiled over, his face contorted with rage. Do you know who I am? I am Ambrose Cedric, the patriarch of the Beckham family. His thunderous roar reverberated. Everyone in the hall turned their attention to this scene. You dare hit me? Ambrose Cedric shoved away those supporting him and roared louder and louder. Gail, are you tired of living, finding death before me? Dermot sighed slightly. No wonder your son is useless. So loud. It must be genetic. His sarcastic remark made the onlookers gasp in horror. Is this young man insane? After hitting a Beckham family member, he still dares to make sarcastic remarks? Does he want to die? Although the Beckham family isn't top tier, its influence ranks high in Jinghai. This kid is really audacious, daring to offend a Beckham family member? Considering you're somewhat useful, I'll spare your life for now. Although angry, Ambrose Cedric didn't forget his main goal. Follow us back to the Beckham family and do as we say. Your worthless life will suit my son perfectly. It might be your most valuable moment in life. The fury in Ambrose Cedric's eyes burned like fire. Save his son? What does that mean? Has Mr. Beckham's son run into trouble? You don't know? Marvin's been trending all morning and you're unaware. Those who were unaware hurriedly searched online. Others watched intently without blinking. Gabby, with a cold expression, stepped forward beside Dermot. Uncle, don't go too far. Dermot had stood up for her. Gabby couldn't just sit by and let the man take all the blame. Too far? Ambrose Cedric laughed coldly. Want to know what going too far means? If he doesn't come back with us today, I'll have someone break his legs. If he still refuses, I'll chop off his fingers one by one. Around them, the crowd listened in shock. Isn't this too outrageous? We know your Beckham family has great power, but aren't you being too lawless? In short, Marvin must follow our orders today. No matter how big the mistake, he is still my son, the eldest grandson of the Beckham family. Marvin absolutely can't have anything happen to him. Ambrose Cedric shouted hoarsely. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling Ambrose Cedric was arrogant but unable to contradict him. The Beckham family's influence. It supports such claims. Everyone looked at Dermot with pity, sighing deeply. Why provoke anyone, especially a Beckham family member? Isn't he about to suffer? At this moment, a lazy voice rang out in the hall. So the Beckham family is so powerful? Full of sarcasm, evident in every word. Ambrose Cedric raged. Who's talking? Get out here, or I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, a fat man dressed in gaudy clothes stood up. Marvin smiled broadly at the Beckham family members, grinning widely. Marvinra I am. Come, kill me then? The fatty wore a colorful Hawaiian shirt, paired with shorts. Fat feet clad in oversized flip-flops, glittering with gold. Totally exuding nouveau riche style. F***K. Who are you? Looking for death? Someone from Ambrose Cedric's group cursed disdainfully. Only Ambrose Cedric was sweating profusely. Your son can't be harmed? So you want my son's life to save your poodle-like little brat? What's with that? Does your family have a throne waiting for that brat to inherit? Apsel asked with a laugh. Tatang. Ambrose Cedric gulped, sounding almost comical. The Beckham family members behind him hadn't caught on yet. Uncle, how should we deal with this ignorant fatty? Why don't you beat me first? Apsel grinned, pointing at his own face. Come on, start. The Beckham family members exchanged uneasy glances. Due to Ambrose Cedric's reaction, they sensed something was amiss. Go quickly. Apsel, who had been laughing carelessly, suddenly raised his voice sharply. His booming shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. The crowd was startled by this unexpected explosion, trembling all over, nearly losing strength in their legs. Ambrose Cedric's face turned pale with panic. Marvin had never imagined that Apsel would be here. Dermot might not be highly regarded in the Gaelic family, but he was indeed Apsel's son. If Apsel hadn't been here, it would have been better. But now he was right here. Striking Dermot's face also meant slapping his own son Apsel's face. Ambrose Cedric still thought Dermot held a relatively low position in the Gaelic family. If he knew that Apsel valued this son the most, he wouldn't know how to react. Would he faint from shock? So, are you dumbstruck? Apsel reined in his anger and resumed his playful smile. Weren't you shouting loudly just now, saying my son should die for your son? Does he deserve that? Huh. Speak up, I'm asking you, does he deserve that? Apsel stepped forward, his presence like an imposing mountain, leaving the Beckham family breathless. Sigh. All around. Intake of breath could be heard. Apsel? The actual head of Gale Group, the patriarch of the top-ranking Gale family in Jinghai. Sigh. Such a big shot would only appear on TV news interviews. Apsel's clothing taste left much to be desired. But no one at the scene dared to look down on this big fatty. What a joke. This was the big boss of Jinghai's top-ranking household. The Beckham family was very arrogant. Even so, they would still have to bow before the Gale family. Mr. Gale, Ambrose Cedric stammered, trembling, Mistake. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't know he was your son. You didn't? Apsel grinned. Then how did you announce the wedding plans that day? You looked down on my son because you thought he wasn't favored by the family? Because he was overlooked by the family, you think you can toy with him as you please? Publicly denouncing him as a worthless life? Apsel raised his hand, pointing thick fingers toward Ambrose Cedric's flustered face in the air, jabbing a few times. Just for that sentence, you wouldn't be wronged if I beat you to death on the spot. The coldness in Apsel's tone scared Ambrose Cedric to the core, making his organs shudder and heart nearly stop. Chapter 64. Marvin really loves you. The Gale family style was well known to the Beckham family. Being scolded fiercely, they dared not have any temper and even had to apologize humbly. After all, they were the ones who had insulted first. Regardless of his status in the family, Dermot is still Apsel's son. To curse at his son in front of him, saying he has a cheap life? This is basically cursing Apsel himself. Although the Beckham family has great influence, in front of Jinghai's top prestigious family, it's not enough to be seen. Ambrose Cedric was scolded until his face lost all color, yet he had to nod and bow repeatedly with a smiling face, making apologies continuously. Mr. Gaelg, please calm down. It was my mistake to not recognize you. In the heat of the moment, I bumped into Mr. Gaelg and your son. It was my fault. Now you know it's wrong? Why didn't you realize earlier? Apsel pushed the advantage to its limits, scolding Ambrose Cedric for about 10 minutes without taking a breath. His lung capacity was astounding. Only when Valentina brought him a cup of tea did he stop, still not satisfied. Marvin took a sip of tea to soothe his throat, noticing that Ambrose Cedric and his group were still standing there foolishly. Don't you still want to get scolded? Get lost. Ambrose Cedric and company felt very aggrieved, but under the strange gazes of onlookers, they left in dejection. Today, the Beckham family had thoroughly lost face. Apsel watched this group leave miserably with a serious expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who knows what he was thinking? After all, have fun, and remember to come back before the banquet. Marvin finished speaking and slipped away with Valentina. The two, left behind, exchanged glances. Dermot was just about to say, if you're busy, I can go myself, but Gabby spoke first. I'll finish up things as soon as possible. Dermot, feeling mixed emotions? On their way back, neither of them said much. Having heard bits and pieces from Valentina, Gabby became more curious about the man beside her. Shortly, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped. Gabby still needed to work. Dermot also had to return to the company to arrange things so he could travel smoothly. Meanwhile, at the Beckham residence, a group slunk back in dejection. Seeing their dispirited appearances, Grandmother Beckham was displeased. Why are only you back? Did Gabby and that Gale boy refuse to help? AI. Ambrose Cedric laughed bitterly, composed himself, and reported what happened. Humiliating. Embarrassing. Even though Grandmother Beckham wasn't present, listening to it made her feel humiliated and ashamed. The Beckham family was publicly humiliated. What made it worse was it was hard to retaliate. No matter how resentful Grandmother Beckham felt, she found it difficult to utter any harsh words. This time, that boy got lucky. She took a deep breath to calm her. He picked up the person that Janie wanted from the train station. Gabby had no idea that the person who cast a huge shadow over her childhood had returned to Jinghai. When she got home that evening, she told Fiona about the upcoming trip. Fiona immediately lit up, happier than if she were going on the trip herself. Miss, let me pack your things right away. Gabby was torn between laughing and crying. No need to rush. Marvin hasn't even come back yet. Besides, we haven't decided when to leave yet. This moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Fiona excitedly went to open the door saying, I just mentioned son-in-law, and here he is. I'll go open the door. However, Gabby frowned as she followed behind her. Alex would usually go straight to the garage when he came home. Why would he ring the doorbell? With questions swirling in her mind, Gabby walked through the front courtyard with Fiona to the door. Opening the door, they saw two uniformed police officers standing outside. Excuse me, are you Ms. Gabby? Mrs. Beckham, is your husband, Mr. Dermot, at home? Their eyes intently focused on Gabby. Marvin hasn't returned yet. Gabby looked at them hesitantly. May I ask what this is about? One of the officers showed his badge. We are from the Shangqing District Police Station. We've just received a report suggesting that your husband, Mr. Dermot, may be involved. Just as he came out of Leahy Entertainment, he was stopped by these two people and brought back under suspicion of intentional assault for assistance in the investigation. They went through routine questions like names and occupations. Dermot patiently and calmly answered each one in turn. Do you know why we brought you back? Myra asked coldly, her face stern. Intentional assault? Dermot replied with a half smile. Didn't you say that when you brought me back? Myra slapped the table with a slap and scolded. Be serious. This is the police station. Don't be frivolous. I'm not being frivolous, Dermot said speechlessly. If I were as stern-faced as you, would you start scolding me about my attitude again? You, Myra, enraged, slapped the table again, only to have her hand go numb from the impact. The older Skylar coughed lightly. Myra heard it as a reminder and quickly reined in her temper, withdrawing her hand. She placed it under the table and massaged it to relieve the numbness. Do you know Beckham Jianghe? Skylar cleared his throat and asked. Dermot replied without hesitation. Marvin assaulted our company's artist. When we intervened, he tried to harm us. I was acting in self-defense at the time. According to our investigation afterward. Skylar nodded. Saying it was self-defense is not a problem. Dermot furrowed his brow. Then why did you bring me back? That guy did so many bad things. I provided evidence for you to arrest him. You should thank me. Why am I the one being arrested? Skylar waved his hand and said solemnly, not arresting. Inviting you back to assist with the investigation. The main reason we need to talk to you isn't about Beckham Jiangha. Marvin paused before continuing. On the 18th of this month. That is, last weekend, between 6 in the morning and 7:30. Where were you? Dermot lifted his gaze and thought carefully. Then he hesitated slightly and said, I should have been sleeping at home, right? Since it was a weekend, I usually sleep until around 9. Can anyone vouch for you? If you're married, can your wife provide proof that you were at home? Dermot immediately became perplexed. Seeing the change in his expression, Myra sneered coldly. Exposed? Huh? Isn't that considered privacy? Dermot said somewhat helplessly. If you insist on putting it that way, fine. Skylar smiled faintly and continued questioning him. On the 17th of this month. That is, the day before what I mentioned earlier in the evening, did anything happen? Dermot frowned and nodded. I remember, while I was waiting for a ride on the street, a car almost hit me. Skylar quickly picked up. The driver's name was Esau. Marvin confessed to everything after turning himself in that night. Marvin said that a thug named Arwen gave him money to scare you if he got the chance. Dermot, how did you find Esau, who scared you by driving, within 2 hours? Dermot didn't speak. Skylar seemed not expecting an answer, continuing, you don't know Arwen, right? No, what exactly are you getting at? Dermot was puzzled. Are you playing the victim-blaming game? Somebody targeted me. Why are you investigating me instead of them? Calm down, and I reiterate, we invited you to assist with the investigation. It's not an arrest. Skylar smiled, sensing that the young man was about to lose his composure. How do you know we haven't investigated? Myra finally spoke coldly after a long silence. It's precisely because we've investigated that we focused our attention on you. Arwen and Esau didn't even know you before the 17th. The reason they targeted you is because of a young man named Dalen. So? Dermot shrugged, clearly impatient. Who is this Dalen? Skylar keenly noticed the change in his emotions and said calmly, Marvin is the victim in this case. On the morning of the 18th, Marvin was attacked by someone. Marvin suffered multiple soft tissue injuries, and several blows to the head resulted in a mild concussion. Marvin lost consciousness at the scene. When he was found, he was still unconscious, and there was a license plate hanging on his body, exactly the one Esau used illegally when he hit you. Skylar's gaze burned as he looked at Dermot. Dermot waited for a moment and asked confusedly, what next? Still pretending to be clueless? Myra said angrily. That attack on Dalen was obviously your retaliation. Dermot stared at her speechlessly. Nonsense. Myra instantly flew into a rage, slamming the table and shouting fiercely, how dare you insult me? Skylar coughed violently and glared at her. She deflated, glaring daggers at Dermot. Currently, you are the prime suspect, because Dalen hasn't had any conflicts with others recently. The only one who can be connected to him is you. You guys really are ridiculous. I've never even seen Dalen. Dermot shook his head impatiently. Skylar smiled. You didn't know Esau either, but you managed to find him within 2 hours? The Gelg family's intelligence network works pretty well, right, young Master Gelg? Because of your special status, we have reasons to suspect that you used the Gelg family's intelligence network to find Esau and then retaliated against Dalen. Myra slammed the table again, shrieking out, Dermot, stop trying to talk your way out of it. Just confess honestly and hope for leniency. Dalen's condition worsened. The doctors say he might not survive from such severe injuries. If he dies, what was originally a minor public security case will escalate to a criminal case. You'll go to jail. Chapter 66. No regrets. Dermot sighed. Seeing this, Myra felt a twinge of joy in her heart. Finally behaving yourself? She said triumphantly. Sighing now is useless. Dalen's condition is very dangerous. You'd better pray he'll be okay. Or else She slightly curled her lips. Dermot was speechless. Why should I pray for him? This guy set up an ambush for me, and you want me to pray for him? Miss, are you alright? Myra's face dropped instantly. You weren't injured. At most, it can be considered an attempted injury. Moreover, he's almost dead now. Dermot, you'd better confess. Skylar looked at Dermot and said in a stern voice. Dermot showed a helpless expression. Confess what? How can I confess to something I didn't do? Skylar frowned tightly and then whispered. It was already explained clearly just now. The many clues we have were provided by the victims' families. They reported the police? Dermot smiled ambiguously. You don't need to care who reported it. Myra shouted. Right now, we're the ones questioning you. Dermot sneered. The Marvin family really is shameless. They were the ones who struck first and couldn't handle it when they lost. But why did Dalen's injuries worsen? I didn't hit him that hard back then. All right, Dermot said helplessly. That night, I found Esau and asked him about the situation. On the opposite side, the two people were instantly invigorated. This guy finally caved. A stranger wanted to harm me. Of course I was angry. So, I spent the whole night thinking about how to retaliate and teach him a lesson. Maybe because I was too upset, I stayed up late before sleeping. The next day, I woke up late. As soon as I got up, my wife dragged me out and we played all day. Then, I completely forgot about this matter. Dermot smiled. Did someone named Dalen really get beaten up? You're not lying to me, right? You, Myra, who was waiting for his confession, became furious. You're still grinning and joking around? The victim is hurt so badly, and you don't feel any remorse at all? Remorse? Why should I feel remorse for someone who wanted to harm me and actually carried out their plan? Dermot looked puzzled. If I say I feel regretful, maybe a little, but not remorseful. Regret? Myra narrowed her pretty eyes. Regret not taking action earlier to teach him a lesson. Dermot said confidently. You. The beautiful policewoman slapped the table again, infuriated by the man opposite her who seemed like a rogue. Skylar's face also turned grim. There's no need to look at me like that, Dermot said calmly. I've answered everything you asked. If there's nothing else, can I go now? The suspicion on you hasn't been cleared yet. You can't leave. Myra scolded with a stern face. Can you provide solid evidence to incriminate me? Dermot raised an eyebrow and asked both of them. Both were instantly speechless. All the clues they had came from the Marvin family. Although the Marvin family claimed their statements firmly, they couldn't provide concrete evidence. The only thing worth mentioning was the license plate found at the scene, which was problematic itself. At best, it established a connection but could not serve as evidence. After all, this thing could be easily forged, maybe placed intentionally to mislead them. Dermot was suspicious, but suspicion alone couldn't convict anyone. You can only summon me without evidence, and the duration can't exceed 12 hours. Not letting me go means you want to detain me illegally? Dermot smiled ambiguously as he looked over. Myra trembled with anger. Dermot couldn't help but suspect that this beautiful policewoman was a new rookie who had just started working. After all, she couldn't even control her emotions well. Skylar stood up silently. I'm going outside for a cigarette. Shaoli, come with me. His apprentice was great in every aspect, except for her hot temper. If left alone here, she might cause trouble. As soon as they stepped out, Myra shouted angrily, this bastard is so cunning, taking advantage of being a young master of the Gale family, acting arrogantly, digging out Beckham Jiang's dirty secrets and bringing him to justice. Let's provisionally count this as doing good for the people. But regarding this incident, Myra clenched her fists angrily. Marvin must be involved. Every clue provided by the Marvin family pointed to this shameless man. Compared to his impatient disciple, Skylar remained calm. Even so, there's no evidence. Just one sentence. Myra immediately deflated. Without concrete evidence, no matter how much they talked, it wouldn't change anything. As the master and apprentice just returned to the hall, a stunningly beautiful woman approached them. Where is my husband? Dermot. Gabby frowned tightly. What did he do wrong? The two of them exchanged looks. Miss Beckham, let's find a quiet place to talk, Skylar said, then started walking. Gabby didn't hesitate and followed him. Skylar led her and his little apprentice outside the police station. At the same time, he casually took out a cigarette pack, putting one in his mouth before remembering to ask, do you mind? Whatever. Gabby wasn't fond of the smell of cigarettes, but she had other things to worry about at that moment. Skylar lit the cigarette and took a deep puff. Then he turned his face away and exhaled the smoke that had circulated in his lungs. Miss Beckham. Skylar, after exhaling, turned back and asked, on the morning of the 18th, did your husband go out? Gabby pondered for a moment and nodded. I left with him, around 10 o'clock. What about earlier? Skylar asked. Earlier? Gabby was puzzled. You mean before 10? Marvin was still sleeping then. Skylar took another puff on the cigarette, turning his head to inhale and exhale. Miss Beckham, are you sure he was really sleeping at home before 10? He turned back and asked. A glimmer of uncertainty flashed in Gabby's eyes. She wasn't sure, since they didn't live together, and at that time, Dermot's bedroom door was closed. Officer, are you treating me like an idiot? Gabby said unhappily. Marvin was right beside me. Do I still need to ask? This caught Skylar off guard. Then, he choked on the smoke he had inhaled. Marvin coughed violently while raising his hand to apologize to Gabby. Any more questions? Gabby's pretty face was cold. If not, please let him go home. Skylar and his apprentice exchanged a glance, feeling helpless. They didn't have sufficient evidence against Dermot from the start, and now, with confirmation from his wife, it gave him an alibi. Chapter 67. Impressions Align. Dermot was a little puzzled. When the rookie policewoman returned, she seemed like a completely different person. She had been very proud before, but after going out and coming back, she looked dejected. The duration of summons usually cannot exceed 12 hours. For someone like him, it would probably be no more than 8 hours at most. Marvin originally thought that the rookie policewoman would be upset and deliberately keep him for several hours to punish him, but she released him as soon as she came back. The doubts lingering in Dermot's heart were answered when he saw Gabby. How come? You haven't gone home yet? Upon stepping out, he saw her face and felt an indescribable emotion rise in his heart. Gabby said with some reproach, how could I rest easy knowing you were taken away for no reason? She grabbed Dermot's arm and quickly left the police station entrance. Then, she looked around furtively and whispered, on Saturday morning, before we went out, you were sleeping in the room all along, right? Dermot was stunned for a moment. Marvin stared into Gabby's eyes for a while and nodded. That's good. Gabby relaxed visibly. They just asked me if you had left the house before 10 o'clock. I told them. You were with me then. She laughed nervously. It's my first time lying to law enforcement. Dermot stood there, dumbfounded. Gabby's answer amounted to perjury, didn't it? Actually, even without her help, Dermot wouldn't have been in trouble. What he did was very secretive. Even if the police found clues pointing to him, they couldn't gather enough evidence to pin it on him definitively. Now, Gabby had even helped to fill in the last piece of the puzzle. She provided the crucial alibi, resolving the only small issue in the entire incident. Dermot wasn't sure what he was feeling right now. Gabby trusted him unreservedly, even willing to fabricate lies to the police to help him. What's wrong? Seeing that he was in a daze, Gabby asked curiously. Nothing. Dermot shook his head and said somewhat complicatedly, don't do that again next time. Even if he stood by idly, nothing would happen. Why are you looking so serious? Gabby gazed at him and smiled faintly. Just as Dermot was about to say something, Marvin noticed several people surrounding them from the corner of his eye. With a puzzled expression, he turned his head and swiftly scanned their faces. How did they let you, this little brat, out? The newcomer stopped and bellowed angrily. Dermot's brows instantly knitted together. This man was big and burly, towering and imposing. but the dark circles under his eyes and the dim spirit in his gaze revealed his outwardly strong but inwardly weak nature. Who are you? Dermot asked in a low voice. Me. The man sneered coldly. Little brat. Don't tell me you've forgotten? I'm Henry's uncle. After a brief moment of thought, Dermot recalled. Sir, please clean up your language. Gabby said unhappily. My husband hasn't provoked you, has he? You. She wanted to say more but was stopped by Dermot. This girl from the Beckham family is quite protective of you, huh? The man grinned and laughed out loud. Which uncle of Philip are you? Jace? Or Orson? Dermot pulled Gabby behind him, his face wearing a slight sneer. I guess you're Orson, Marvin continued, the mockery growing stronger on his face. Because I remember Jace is still somewhat of a person, while Orson is just a fool. It fits your image perfectly. Fuck. Orson flew into a rage, shouting fiercely, Little brat, are you asking for death? Gabby was secretly alarmed. The middle-aged man in front of her, who looked like a brute, was actually the second boss of the Marvin family? You injured my son, and his condition has worsened. Doctors say he might be in danger of losing his life. Dermot said lazily, don't make things up. I've never even seen your son. How could I injure him? The police can't determine it was me. Are you trying to jump over the police and convict me directly? If not you, who else? Orson roared, you damn kid. You really are ruthless. Dermot curled his lips. Do you have any evidence linking me to this? That would be great. The police are waiting for evidence. One sentence left Orson speechless. The matter between Dermot and his son, Dalen, was clear to both sides. They just hadn't exposed it yet. Orson had been thinking of ways to avenge his son these past 2 days. However, before he could implement any plan, he received a critical notice for his son Dalen. Dalen was beaten. This was a case of eating a mute loss. Going to the Geld family for justice would lack legitimacy and proper cause. Since the one who initiated the attack was from the Marvin family, the Geld family was simply retaliating in self-defense. After much deliberation, a group of people decided to report to the police. Let the police investigate and punish Dermot. Evidence? If they had evidence, they would have handed it over to the police long ago and brought Dermot down directly. Can't produce evidence? Then get lost, Dermot said indifferently. Don't stand here blocking my way. Orson was furious. You still want to leave? Today, I'm going to beat you to death and avenge my son. As he spoke, the men with him quickly surrounded the two. Gabby felt a bit uneasy and hurriedly called out, There's a police station right next to us, dare you? A shadow of gloom appeared in Orson's eyes. After beating someone, you will turn yourself in. Your families, the Marvin family will take care of them. The Marvin family will not treat you poorly. I've always heard you lack brains, but didn't expect. You're good at drawing pies. Dermot smiled and his cold gaze swept over the faces of the circle of people around him. You can go ahead and attack. His expression was calm. I just want to see if the Marvin family is willing to endure the pressure from the Geld family to protect your families. These words made the threatening henchman hesitate. Orson's talk sounded good, but could he really do it? The young man in front of them was rumored to be the son of one of the big shots from the Geld family, beating and injuring him. Would the big shot let it go? Orson, who gave the order, might be able to hide under the big tree of the Marvin family for protection. But as for those who carried out the orders, would the Marvin family really care about their fate? They were nothing more than a bunch of hired thugs, a few disposable pawns. With just a word, doubt set in. Disobeying orders meant losing this job at worst. Following orders could bring disaster upon their entire families. Why aren't you moving yet? Seeing the hesitation, Orson raged. Aren't you listening to me? Dermot's smile was mocking, pushing them into the fire and still expecting them to listen to you? Are you alright? Chapter 68 Intuition tells me. A few words. The imminent crisis dissipated as if it had never existed. Gabby looked at the man beside her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. His current composure and confidence made his words incredibly persuasive. The thugs brought by Orson were evidently convinced. Dermot's identity and the strong confidence in his tone gave these people pause. They became fearful. You. Orson stomped his feet in anger. Frightened by a mere young punk, you're truly a bunch of trash. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. If you can't control them, doesn't that show you're even more useless? Marvin took a step forward and spoke loudly. They have their concerns, so they dare not lay a hand on me. As for me, I've never had any concerns. Dermot walked up to Orson, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. When Orson saw the smile on his face, he felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. The next second, he felt pain on his face, followed by numbness, and his head was slightly dizzy. Smack! Dermot suddenly raised his hand. His fist struck accurately on Orson's bridge of the nose. For every insult, I'll give you a punch. Marvin said calmly. Now we're even. King. Beaten dazedly, Orson talked with a lisp. That one punch not only broke his nose, but also shattered his front teeth. Marvin covered his bleeding nose with his hand, his body swaying unsteadily due to dizziness. The thugs looked at each other hesitantly. Should they move, or not now that the boss was hit? Dermot was right about one thing. They had concerns, which made them think too much before acting. They needed to weigh the consequences of their actions, and whether they could bear those consequences. Even if they could their families? Damn it. Orson stepped back a few paces, shouting indistinctly. What are you waiting for? The thugs exchanged glances, but didn't move. Dermot glanced at them with a meaningful look, a hint of approval showing on his face. Then he turned around and looked at Orson again. The police station is nearby. Are you going to report this time? Orson was almost fainted from rage. Marvin tried to cover his nose, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. Not reporting? Dermot asked with a mocking smile. Then I'll leave? After saying that, Marvin ignored Orson's hateful gaze, turned around, and left with Gabby. Before long, the two returned home. Angel Auntie, who had been sitting uneasily, immediately calmed down upon seeing Dermot return. Son-in-law, did you solve the problem? Did they cause you any trouble? It's resolved, Dermot replied with a smile. It was just a misunderstanding. They wanted me to assist with an investigation. I knew it. Son-in-law wouldn't get into trouble. Angel Auntie sighed in relief, patting her chest. Dermot made up an excuse to return to the room and contacted the old man. So quick to come out? Apsel seemed to have expected that nothing would happen to him and wasn't worried at all. Is Dalen really Da's son? If not you, then who? What a silly question. But if you stand up for me, the Gale family and the Marvin family would tear each other apart, both sides losing strength. Who would benefit? And who in the Gale family is responsible for this matter? Apsel froze. Were such things to happen, as the patriarch, he would be held accountable. Suddenly, Marvin realized something. What the hell? There was a clamor on the other end of the phone, as if something had been knocked over. Dermot paused for a moment, then continued. The Marvin family is wealthy and should have arranged a private ward for Dalen. Since it's a private ward, the number of people entering and leaving every day shouldn't be too many. By investigating from this angle, we might uncover some issues or clues. His tone remained calm throughout. The hospital has already issued a critical condition notice for Dalen. You need to act fast and immediately send someone to investigate. If it's too late, it will be very difficult. Especially after I ran into Orson just now and couldn't resist giving him a punch in the face. They probably hate me to death now. With Dalen dead, new and old grudges will all come up at once. You, Apsel's mind buzzed. You little brat. Why didn't you say this earlier? Marvin hung up hurriedly. Dermot put down his phone, his eyes cold. Dalen only suffered minor injuries. The sudden worsening of his condition was clearly not normal. There must be another group behind the scenes playing tricks. First, eliminate the Marvin family. After all, Dalen is a junior member of the family and Orson's son. No matter how insane the Marvin family might be, they wouldn't risk Dalen's life in an exchange with him. Killing Dalen. The most obvious goal would be to incite discord between the two families. With Dalen dead, the Marvin family certainly wouldn't let it go. They would surely come demanding retribution with full force. This situation, Apsel naturally wouldn't agree to that. As a result, the two families, unable to reach an agreement, would fall into a deadlock, possibly turning against each other. If the conflict escalates further, it could lead to open warfare. Two major powerful families dominating their respective regions would both become losers. The only thing Dermot wasn't sure about was it an external threat or an internal problem? On his first day back home, Apsel mentioned that the Gale family faced internal and external troubles. It had been several days since returning to Jinghai, and he had met so few members of the Gale family, literally countable on one hand. Would those people be happy to see him return to the Gale family? Chapter 69. Serenity under the torrential rain. Dermot handed all his worries over to Apsel. The next day, he and Gabby boarded a passenger flight bound for Western Hunan together with their suitcases in tow. 2 hours later, they stood on another fertile land. Gabby held a bottle of water and looked at Dermot, who was pushing her luggage. Where do we go now? She rarely traveled. Apart from business trips, she hardly went far from home. Traveling so far with a man was her first time. Moreover, her itinerary had always been planned by her secretary, Belinda, leaving her completely worry-free. This time around, she was clueless. All she could rely on was Dermot. From here to the ancient town, it will take over 5 hours on the road. Dermot replied while checking his phone. Should we rent a car and drive ourselves, or take a bus? After a brief discussion, they decided to rent a car. There were too many people on the bus, and it might be bumpy. Gabby was rather delicate. Renting a car would at least make the journey less strenuous for her. Following the navigation map, they found a rental car service. It didn't take long to rent a relatively new SUV, spacious and better for resting. At least 5 hours on the road. We should arrive at our destination around 8 in the evening if there are no unexpected incidents, said Dermot as he loaded the luggage into the car and closed the trunk. Then he looked up at the sky. It had been clear just a moment ago, but now it had turned gloomy. It looks like a torrential rain is coming, Marvin muttered and slid into the driver's seat. They left in such a rush that they forgot to check the local weather forecast. If you get tired, tell me, and I'll take over. Gabby offered. Sure. Dermot nodded with a smile, appreciating this thoughtful wife he had married. After confirming everything was set, they set off immediately. Before long, drops of rain began to fall, and by this time, Dermot hadn't even left the city. Rainwater poured down heavily outside the window, splashing against the city streets. The rainfall was so intense, even the windshield wipers couldn't keep up. Dermot pulled over to the side of the road, waiting for the rain to ease up a bit, feeling somewhat helpless. Droplets pelted the front window. Marvin stared blankly at the steady stream of rain, growing increasingly agitated. The rain still hadn't stopped. I wanted to go look for her, but it was already dark. When I was young, I was quite afraid of the dark. As he spoke, Dermot laughed. Gabby could see the bitterness and faint regret hidden in his smile. Perhaps he often wondered if, had he mustered the courage to go out that night, his mother wouldn't have disappeared. Gabby suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Later, I fell asleep drowsily. Dermot continued. When I woke up, she still wasn't back. I panicked. I rushed out of the door, pulling every neighbor, every acquaintance I saw, shouting loudly, asking if they had seen her. But everyone answered that they hadn't. They gradually sensed something was wrong and joined me in searching, even helping me report it to the police. In the afternoon, a fat guy's men came to take me back. But I hadn't found her yet, so I cried and pushed them away, telling them to leave. Gabby was moved. From Valentina, she had learned the ins and outs of the grudge between Dermot and the Gale family. Back then, it was the Gale family that drove his mother and him away, thus planted the seeds of his hatred towards the Gales. In the end, Dermot was forcibly taken away. At 7 or 8 years old, he couldn't resist several grown adults. After he returned to the Gale family, he spent every day thinking about running away, yearning to go back to his true home. Marvin hated the Gale family, not only because he was bullied there every day. More importantly, he never considered the Gale family as his home. His true home was that humble yet warm little bungalow. Gabby listened quietly. Dermot's tone had always been calm, but she could sense the tremor in his heart. Before long, the torrential rain gradually ceased. Although raindrops were still falling, the earlier apocalyptic gloom was now gone. The sky regained its brightness. The city, refreshed by the rainfall, looked brand new and clean. Gabby regretted that the rain stopped so early. She wanted to listen to more stories from Dermot. Let's get going. Dermot restarted the car and laughed. I suddenly told you so much. You might be bored. Gabby shook her head hurriedly. How could she be bored? She hadn't heard enough. She rested her head lightly on the window and shifted her gaze to the outside. The bright urban scenery slowly receded behind them as they drove forward. In its place, low hills with exposed red soil came into view. Traffic wasn't too bad for the first part of the journey. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that they encountered a problem. Dermot stopped the car, looking gloomily at the traffic jam ahead. I'll go check the situation up ahead. You wait here. Remember to close the door and be careful. Gabby responded gently. It was still drizzling, but Dermot didn't bother with an umbrella and got out of the car directly. Walking a bit further, he found that the blocked section was quite long. What's going on up ahead? He asked a group of young men smoking together. The recent torrential rain? One of them replied helplessly, caused a landslide. A landslide happened, and some vehicles are buried under it. Fire trucks can't get in. They have to go in on foot and dig by hand. Sigh, we don't know if they'll make it in time. They all sighed. Dermot glanced at the heavy sky, feeling worried. A rainstorm of such magnitude might come again soon. Chapter 70 Sudden Rescue. Dermot returned after inquiring about the situation. The weather was changing, and the rescue operations ahead might be hindered. A section of the disaster area had been cleared, and some vehicles were being organized to machinery like excavators couldn't be brought in immediately. The rescuers could only work with their tools, racing against time. Many enthusiastic citizens spontaneously joined in to help, at least assisting in transporting debris and soil. So engrossed were they in their work that they barely noticed the changing sky. Amidst the darkening clouds, flashes of lightning occasionally appeared, followed by roaring thunder. At this moment, rain began pouring down. Thank you everyone. Please get back into your vehicles. Don't stay outside. Heavy rain may trigger secondary landslides. Please evacuate as soon as possible. A voice called out loudly. The concerned citizens who were still helping transport soil hastily withdrew from the area. Seeing that most civilians had left, the captain of this rescue team sighed with relief. Having evacuated the crowd, he immediately called for his still busy teammates to withdraw. Some people still hadn't been rescued. Another accident could happen. It wouldn't be worth it. The weather was too extreme for continued rescue operations. Benji, let us keep digging. A young man shouted loudly while continuing to dig. People say a school bus is buried, and the children inside haven't been rescued yet. The captain's face froze. The reminder made him recall. The buried vehicle contained children. Marvin found himself in a dilemma. If they stopped, the children would remain in peril. But if they continued, an accident might occur. Marvin needed to ensure his team's safety. As he hesitated, a stranger walked up and took the tool from his hand. The captain was stunned. The young man wasn't wearing protective gear and seemed to be a local civilian. Young man, it's dangerous here. The captain hurriedly warned. You should. The rain intensified. Under the dark sky, fierce wind and rain raged. Even if one shouted at the top of their lungs, their voice would be drowned out by the storm. The young man seemingly didn't hear the captain's call. Marvin swiftly picked up a tool and used simple gestures to signal the nearby rescuers. Understanding his movements, they hurriedly complied. For nearly half an hour, the fierce storm persisted, and the group worked tirelessly. Despite being soaked to the bone, their faces stinging from the rain, nothing could stop them. Through their relentless cooperation, the outline of the school bus gradually emerged from the mud. Its exterior was battered by rocks. The bus tilted slightly. Fortunately, the windows were cracked but not shattered. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it so quiet inside? One rescuer glanced worriedly at his companion. What child wouldn't cry in such a situation? It's been almost 2 hours since the accident. No child can cry continuously for so long. Someone remarked. Everyone turned to look. The rain had just subsided, and the sky was slightly brighter. Standing before them was a young man drenched but not disheveled. Marvin seemed to have endless energy and was still rapidly clearing the thick, wet soil covering the school bus. The young man's clothes were already without a single clean spot. The only relatively clean part was his very handsome face, which had been washed clean by the rain. Don't just stand there. Hurry and save people. The young man reminded as he cleared away the debris and mud. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. After working non-stop for so long, they were already exhausted. But with a busload of children still waiting to be rescued, they gritted their teeth and pushed themselves even harder. They worked busily for another 10 minutes or so. After wiping clean the windows, they peered inside. They saw the group of children in school uniforms huddled together on the seats in the corner, motionless. At the sound of tapping on the window, they timidly raised their heads. Children, don't be afraid. Seeing that the children seemed unharmed, everyone instantly felt relieved. Inside the school bus, the children's lips quivered. Then, heart-wrenching cries echoed. The rescuers struggled to pry open the windows and hurriedly helped the sobbing children out of the vehicle. On the scene, the crying became deafening. It took great effort to soothe the terrified children. As the rain gradually stopped, the crowd who had taken shelter in vehicles came down and gathered around. They brought some snacks and drinks to comfort the frightened children. You did well. Braving the rain, you managed to save all the children. An adult wouldn't be able to endure being buried, not to mention children. Ah, what a disaster. The crowd praised and sighed deeply at the same time. The rescue team members looked around. Where did that guy go? They asked each other. Did you see him? If it weren't for his help, the rescue wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The most troublesome aspect of this natural disaster was that loose soil and rocks had buried all the vehicles. Blindly digging would only waste energy. But that person seemed to have X-ray vision. Under his direction, no unnecessary shoveling was done. It didn't take long to clear the earth around the buried school bus, revealing its damaged outline. This greatly improved the efficiency of the rescue. Where did he go? Everyone turned their heads, looking in all directions. Did he leave after doing a good deed? Chapter 71. The situation isn't right. Gabby stared straight at Dermot. This man, who had insisted on letting professionals handle these things, then slipped out and risked his life in the storm and potential landslides to rescue people. The front desk girl at the motel seemed a bit disdainful when she saw him. She glanced down at the ID card Dermot handed over, then looked him up and down. Finally, she glanced at Gabby standing beside Dermot. How could such a beautiful woman be with someone who looked like he had rolled in mud? Such strange taste. The motel girl pulled out a room card. Hourly or overnight. Hourly rate is 80 yuan for 2 hours. Every additional hour costs 40 more. She quickly introduced the options. Dermot opted for an hourly room, paid the deposit, and headed to the single room on the second floor. Gabby followed him upstairs. She didn't notice the peculiar looks from the motel girl behind her. Stairs. Dermot wanted to close the door after entering the room, but turning around, he saw Gabby. Marvin suddenly felt awkward. Why did you follow me? Do you need a shower too? Your change of clothes? Gabby asked curiously. Are you going to wear this and go out? Seeing his flustered expression, Gabby almost laughed. Don't close the door. Block it with something. I'll be right back. She turned and went downstairs to retrieve Dermot's canvas bag from the car. Men traveling far always pack light. A few changes of clothes in the bag were enough. Unlike her belongings couldn't even fit into one suitcase. After fetching the canvas bag, Gabby returned to the room upstairs, gently pushing the door blocked by a chair. The bathroom in this motel had double-glazed glass. From the outside, everything inside could be seen clearly. Through the fog of steam, the man's tall figure was almost completely visible. Gabby stared blankly for a while before finally coming to her senses. Marvin, her delicate face flushed with a vivid red. Last time, at home, she had unexpectedly seen Dermot's upper body, well-defined yet not overly muscular. This time, it was even more intense. Gabby quickly looked away. This motel must be doing some funny business, installing double-glazed glass in the rooms? Unaware, Dermot continued his quick shower. Marvin airing the water stopped. Gabby sighed in relief. Turning around, she suddenly realized that this guy was naked right now. Gabby's mind nearly exploded. Looking through the glass wasn't enough. Was she supposed to? Luckily, Dermot hid behind the door. Marvin awkwardly poked his head out. Can you pass me the clothes, please? Thanks. Gabby's face flushed red as she nodded. Lowering her head, she quickly walked forward and handed him the canvas bag. She heard rustling sounds, and within 2 minutes, Dermot was dressed. She also heard him clear his throat, asking nervously, Do you want a shower? Gabby hesitated, then shook her head hastily. Oh. Dermot thought for a moment. She hadn't been caught in the rain, so it wasn't necessary. Glancing around casually, he finally noticed something wrong. Standing outside looking into the bathroom, everything was clearly visible. Dermot felt completely choked. Now he understood why Gabby's cheeks were flushed. Marvin had thought it was because they were a man and woman alone in a room together, and she might have felt a bit uneasy. However, Dermot stiffly turned his head. I didn't see anything. Before he could speak, Gabby had already answered. Dermot. This wasn't right. Normally, shouldn't the scenario be that the man accidentally sees something? Why when it came to him, the roles of men and women were reversed? After an unknown amount of time, he finally managed to say awkwardly, shall we go? If we leave now, we should arrive by nightfall? Gabby kept her head lowered, softly replying with an, oh. Dermot picked up the dirty clothes on the floor and left the room with her, both pretending nothing had happened. Once downstairs, they returned the room card and reclaimed the deposit before getting back into the car. The inn attendant glanced at them disdainfully. So this was it? Isn't this a bit too fast? She muttered under her breath a few times. Not long after the two left, more people entered the inn. The receptionist greeted them only to find quite a few people, all dressed in protective suits. They seemed to be a fire brigade. By their side stood a man in his 30s. This is the place. The guy you're looking for just checked into a room here with his girlfriend. I saw it with my own eyes. Probably about half an hour ago. Who are you looking for? The attendant looked doubtful and asked the group. Soon, someone came forward to explain. Only then did the attendant understand. It turned out that the slightly dirty young man was covered in mud, because he had just participated in disaster relief operations not long ago. So, she had misunderstood. The attendant looked somewhat ashamed, just checked out, and left no more than 5 minutes ago. Gone again? Why are you just standing there? Quick, catch up. We can't let this good deed go unrecognized. The captain also instructed us to find him as soon as possible. There's a journalist waiting to interview him. Quick, catch up. Right. Which way did they go? To the front? Are they heading to the highway? Go, go, go. The group hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 72. No need to rush. After 2 consecutive heavy rains, the sky was no longer gloomy. The car drove smoothly on the highway and arrived without obstacles at the final destination of this trip. When they arrived, it was around 8 in the evening. Before setting out, the two had booked online the best-rated homestay in this tourist town. Parking the car, Dermot pulled Gabby's suitcase and entered the town with her. This ancient town is nestled among the mountains of western Hunan. The old architecture cluster exhibits a kind of simplicity with a touch of elegance. Under the night curtain, it lights up with nighttime lamps. The integration of antiquity and modernity, the reflection of prosperity and tranquility. The colorful lights on the simple buildings shine brightly, making this place the brightest pearl under the night sky. A small river divides the ancient town into 2 parts. On the stone path by the riverbank, it is bustling with activity. This place is one of the hottest domestic tourist attractions, a hot spot for internet celebrities. On their way to the homestay, they encountered at least 7 or 8 Trini girls doing live streams on their phones. There were many pedestrians on the street. It took them nearly 10 minutes to finally reach the place. Gabby showed the order information on her phone to the front desk and received the key to the room. Because it's a scenic spot, the accommodation here is a bit expensive. But for Dermot and Gabby, it was just okay. One is a billionaire worth billions, and the other is carrying a 100 billion black card. There are too many travelers coming here to play, so accommodations are tight and almost always fully booked. Therefore, they could only book one room. Good news is that there's a living room and a bedroom. Before departure, Dermot took the initiative to claim ownership of the sofa. After returning to the room, he dragged the suitcase to the door of the bedroom and didn't cross the line. Because of what happened not long ago, when the two are alone together, there is always some awkwardness. Gabby lowered her head and pushed open the bedroom door, pushing the suitcase in and placing it against the wall. She found it hard to describe her feelings now. Did she take advantage? Yes, maybe. Last time it was still understandable. After all, it was just the upper body. This time, however, it was quite real. Thinking about this, Gabby shyly hugged her head and dove onto the bed. Being single her whole life, how could she have seen these things? It truly shook her worldview. The more she wanted to forget, the more profound the memories became in her mind. After an unknown period of time, Dermot knocked on her door. Want to go eat? Gabby lifted her head from the soft bedding, biting her red lips. Okay, wait for me a moment. She quickly composed herself. Once her face wasn't so flushed, she got up. Both of them were visiting for the first time, inevitably unfamiliar with the surroundings. The only complaint about this ancient town is severe commercialization, but as for other aspects, it can be considered perfect. Beautiful scenery, rich folk customs. It's like an ancient land submerged in time, where the historical atmosphere lingers between every brick and tile. The two walked around casually. All the restaurants in town were packed. Even the fastest would require a half-hour wait for a seat. Unable to do anything else, they took a number first, simultaneously leaving their phone number so the restaurant could call them directly when seats were available. The two continued walking forward for a while. But not far away, Dermot suddenly stopped. Following his gaze, Gabby saw an ancient-looking old tea house. She froze. Seemed it was the same tea house in that photo. Perhaps due to proper maintenance, this building hadn't changed much. Gabby turned her head. She saw enthusiasm and slight tension on Dermot's face. After gazing intently for a while, Dermot retracted his gaze and took several deep breaths. Gabby understood his feelings. Shall we go inside? She asked. No. There was complexity in Dermot's eyes. Anyway, there's no need to rush. Gabby noticed his nervousness. Marvin was afraid. If that tea house doesn't have what he's looking for, what should he do then? So, Marvin preferred to delay. At least, now he could still hold on to hope. Understanding the reason, Gabby couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. She had always felt Dermot's eagerness, but when this moment truly came, Marvin couldn't help feeling timid. Facing the tea house, they stood for a long time, until they received a call notifying them that a seat had opened up and asking if they wanted to go. Shortly thereafter, they returned by the same scene on her slender waist. Mika's face wasn't particularly beautiful, but with her exquisite makeup and this provocative figure, she still attracted a lot of attention. Carly, who is this? Mika sat down next to them without asking, then turned to scrutinize Dermot. My husband, Gabby answered, then asked, did you come here alone? Not really. Mika responded nonchalantly, then seemed to realize something. She turned to Gabby with astonishment. You're married? When did that happen? Gabby smiled gently and half-joked. Not long ago. We just got the certificate. Haven't had time for a wedding yet. As they were talking, a few more people approached. Minchio, is this beautiful lady your friend? The one speaking was a young man with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Marvin lowered his gaze and didn't hide it as he stared at Gabby's face. Beautiful lady, can I get to know you? Marvin slightly raised his head, moving closer while extending his hand. Gabby's expression changed slightly. She had gynophobia, and this man was standing too close. The smell of cigarettes and alcohol from him instantly caused a strong repulsion in her body. Marvin, her head spun, and her body went numb. Chapter 73. Get lost if you understand. Ever since she met Dermot, Gabby's psychological disorder rarely flared up. Occasionally, when it did occur, the symptoms were mild and not very impactful. But at this moment, the sudden approach of a stranger pulled her right back into that state. Marvin, her face turned deathly pale in an instant. She instinctively avoided him and threw herself into Dermot's arms. Dermot was startled by the sudden warmth, but quickly noticed the changes in her trembling body. She was shivering uncontrollably. The beautiful eyes on her pale face seemed to have lost their focus, staring straight ahead vacantly. Dermot furrowed his brow. Marvin didn't fully understand Gabby's condition. All he knew was, this woman seemed resistant to any man other than him. Gabby, burrowing deeper into Dermot's arms, resembled a frightened little bird. Marvin, her body was trembling slightly, her helpless hands grabbing onto Dermot aimlessly. What's wrong? Dermot lowered his head, asking with concern, are you feeling unwell? On the opposite side, the young man's expression was exceptionally grim. Having made advances towards a beautiful woman, she had dodged him as if he were a monster. Was he really that terrifying? Dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Gabby irritably. Miss, isn't that a bit much? Standing beside them, Mika wore an odd expression. Though they had been classmates, she only knew a little about Gabby, not deeply understanding her issues. Mika knew. This renowned campus beauty had some aversion towards men. Whenever a man approached her, she would hastily retreat, trying her best to avoid them. Everyone thought she was just easily shy, so she reacted this way. Regarding her psychological issues, besides the people of the Beckham family, not many others were aware. To the words of the young man, Gabby paid no heed. She clung tightly to Dermot, like a frightened animal, unwilling to let go. Dermot placed his hand on her back, gently patting her for comfort. Then he lifted his head and said calmly, my wife is not feeling well, sorry. The young man laughed carefree. Marvin sat down without invitation, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it over, saying, it was impolite of me to startle you, Mississippi. Gabby buried her head deeper into Dermot's chest, seemingly ignoring him. The young man's smile froze, his eyelids twitching. Miss, aren't you being a bit too unreasonable? The others accompanying him also appeared dissatisfied. Mika frowned. Carly, Lord Xue greeted you so politely. Shouldn't you show some manners? In school, we understood your reserve, but now you're married. Why are you still acting like this? Lord Xue's father is a city leader. Befriending Lord Xue will only benefit you. Would he ever be rude to you if you visit here again? Minxiu, your friend certainly has a high attitude. Lord Xue raised his head, looking displeased. Marvin, Lord Xue Martin, had roamed the flower fields for years. When had he ever faced such cold treatment? Other women would practically climb onto him upon learning his identity. Mika sighed. Lord Xue, please don't get angry. Let me talk to her. Carly, see how unhappy Lord Xue is. Pick up the cup and say something. Dermot sighed helplessly. Didn't you hear? My wife isn't feeling well. Can you leave her alone? We want some peace and quiet, okay? Upon hearing these words, Lord Xue's face fell. Don't use being sick as an excuse. Mika retorted impatiently. Carly, this isn't the time for tantrums. Stand up and show some respect. Lord Xue is broad-minded. He won't mind, Carly. I'm doing this for your own good. Bang. Marvin, her words were cut off by a loud noise. Dermot pounded the table, exasperated. Are you really this dense after all our patience? Want a taste of harsh words? I told you to shut up, understood? If you get it, then scram immediately. Dermot's voice wasn't loud, but the chill in his tone was palpable even on a hot summer night, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Mika was stunned by his piercing gaze, unable to utter a word. Even Lord Xue Martin, who had propped up one leg, jumped at the sound of the bang. Around them, patrons turned to look. Brother, don't get carried away, Lord Xue Martin snapped once he recovered, seething with anger. Considering his status, to be startled by an ordinary person? Is this what you call carrying away? Dermot turned and smiled. You need to broaden your horizons. You sat down without my invitation. Who gave you the nerve? Huh? His eyes narrowed slightly. I don't like repeating myself. Get up and get lost. Dare to say another word, and this pot of tea will be all over your face. Donald's face twitched. Marvin had never met someone so audacious. You! Marvin barely uttered a syllable before Dermot fulfilled his threat. A pot of still scalding tea splashed right into Donald's face. Ah! Marvin let out a shrill scream, clutching his face as he fell backward. The scene left everyone present stunned. True to his word, this young man was ruthless. Donald's face, reddened by the hot tea, now sported tea leaves clinging to his forehead and cheeks. It looked both pitiful and absurd. You dare to harm young Master Xue? Mika couldn't believe it, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Dermot. Do you know what trouble you've caused? You should count yourself lucky that I only had a pot of tea handy. Dermot glanced at her coldly. One look from him, and Mika dared not utter another sound. Anyone who dares to touch young Master Xue better watch out. The men and women who were with Donald finally came to their senses. Dermot ignored them. Instead, he turned his face in a low voice. Sorry? Experiencing her psychological ailment flare up in public left her feeling embarrassed and shy. Orlin doging onto him like an accessory. It was truly mortifying. What are you apologizing for? Dermot chuckled softly and said, although it was a bit abrupt, but he wanted to know, what on earth happened? Gabby hesitated. Seeing her hesitation, Dermot almost said never mind. But she still spoke up quietly. Do you know about gynophobia? It's a kind of mental illness. It falls under social anxiety disorder. Its full name is androphobia. As the name suggests, it causes extreme tension and discomfort in front of men. It's not just shyness. The symptoms are more intense, typically including blushing and stammering, and even avoiding face-to-face interaction with men. Gabby's androphobia stems from experiences in her childhood. Marvin, her case is one of the most severe. Any closeness to a man triggers it. Only Dermot is an exception. When she was clinging to him earlier, Gabby felt unprecedented peace. Am I that special? Dermot paused, his expression turning somewhat strange. Gabby smiled helplessly. Actually, I find it quite strange too. She said, we did only meet for the first time, right? Back then, she was completely unfamiliar with Dermot. When they sat down to talk, she didn't realize her condition at all, and it didn't flare up. It wasn't until later, when she reflected on it, that she realized how unusual it was. So that's why you proposed marriage? Asked Dermot. There's also that reason. Gabby nodded. If it were anyone else, she simply couldn't accept it. Dermot fell silent for a moment before laughing. Then I guess I'm pretty lucky. Marvin meant it as a joke, but Gabby responded seriously. I should be the lucky one. Through these days together, Gabby deeply understood Leanne's assessment of Dermot. Cold outside, warm inside. Perhaps because of past experiences. This man had put on a layer of toughness. But the child was right. The man has a warm heart. In him, Gabby felt care and warmth that she could never get from others. Since her parents passed away, no one stood up for her anymore. Only Dermot kept stepping forward voluntarily, shielding her from adversity. Their eyes met. At that instant, an inexplicable sentiment spread between them. After a long while, they both looked away. Let's eat. Dermot cleared his throat. The food has been served for so long, it's getting cold. On this summer night, both felt incredibly fortunate to have met each other. Dinner was finished under an indescribable act. Is handsome and distinctive. I'll definitely recognize him. To perform a righteous deed without leaving a name, doing good and then disappearing without a trace. He's a living J of our time. His deeds must not be buried. Stop shouting slogans here. Let's find him quickly. Besides Brecken, several of his colleagues came with the slightly chubby young man. They were all reporters from the city TV station. The disaster yesterday had quite a significant impact. The city TV station paid close attention to this incident, especially the unnamed young man who did a good deed. The city praised him by name. They also urged us to find him as soon as possible for an interview. They're going to elevate him as a hero. It's about spreading positive energy. Who else should we promote if not him? As for the fire department, everyone there is a hero too. Brecken, you've done a great job leading them. All the reporters looked over. Brecken smiled bitterly. Didn't I tell you? I was about to give up. It was that young man who stood up at the right moment. Marvin led my team and risked their lives to rescue those children. His face showed remorse. At that time, Marvin only worried about the consequences. When dealing with danger, he wasn't decisive at all. Marvin wasn't even as good as an ordinary citizen. Carrying various equipment, they chatted as they walked toward the town. I heard a big shot is coming? The slightly chubby young man turned to ask Brecken. Brecken nodded. Because of the high heat, the city government is very concerned about this incident. That big shot received orders from higher-ups. Marvin has to make an appearance in front of the live camera to show the city's attitude toward the heroic rescuers. The reason this incident garnered such high attention was because dozens of children were among the victims. If any harm befell them, it would be unimaginable what social backlash could occur. Learning that an unnamed, warm-hearted civilian stepped forward to direct the fire department in a daring rescue operation, everyone cried out that this hero must be found. City leaders certainly wouldn't ignore public opinion. They demanded that the TV station follow up on this. Meanwhile, a representative was sent, on behalf of the city leadership, to sincerely thank the hero. With the collective effort of all parties involved, through the vehicle license plate information, the reporters quickly traced the hero's trail and arrived at this ancient town. It was still early. The town was very quiet. A group of people carrying cameras dispersed after entering the town, inquiring around for news. Chapter 75. In the world of rivers and lakes, one relies on righteousness. Gabby had a comfortable night's sleep. When she woke up in the morning, her face was radiant. After getting up, she walked to the terrace, enjoying the view of the ancient town at dawn with some delight. The morning breeze blew in her face, with light mist swirling around. It was like an inkwash painting, leisurely and free. After blowing the wind on the terrace, Gabby returned to the room to wash up. She changed into a very casual outfit and combed her slightly messy black hair due to the night's sleep while looking in the mirror. Having finished all this, she quietly stepped out of the bedroom. Marvin, her eyes immediately sought the sofa in the living room. When she found no one on the sofa, a trace of disappointment flashed in her beautiful eyes. So early. Where did he go? Gabby took a few steps in the living room, intending to look for him. The door was slowly pushed open. It was Dermot who returned with breakfast. Awake? Did you sleep well? Marvin looked at Gabby with a smile. Come over and have breakfast. For some reason, Gabby suddenly felt a bit elated. This homestay where the two were staying had its price for a reason. Not only did the bedroom have a super large terrace, the balcony next to the living room offered an even wider view. Facing green mountains and clear water, they enjoyed their breakfast heartily. There shouldn't be many people in the morning. Let's go to the tea house later? Dermot suggested. Gabby nodded eagerly. That's why he came here. If he wanted to go, she would of course accompany him. After finishing breakfast, the two continued to sit on the balcony, admiring the scenery for a while before preparing to set off. The tea house was located at the edge of the ancient town. It wasn't far from where they stayed, but there was a river between them. They packed their personal belongings and headed straight for the small stone bridge connecting both sides of the river. Before they went far, Dermot sensed several pairs of eyes staring at him. Marvin glanced around and found a group of people closing in from all directions, subtly surrounding the two of them. Just as he was puzzled, he saw that young Master Xue from yesterday. The burns on his face hadn't fully healed yet. With patches of red and white, it looked somewhat absurd. Young Master Xue stood not far from the bridgehead, coldly watching Dermot and Gabby. At the same time, a group of unfriendly youths surrounded the two. Being surrounded by over 10 hostile people made Gabby dizzy again. She hurriedly grabbed Dermot's arm to steady herself, avoiding falling down due to dizziness. Dermot turned back to support her. His gaze lifted, calmly looking at everyone. Don't make things uncomfortable for yourself this early in the morning. His tone was indifferent. Move aside. Among this group of people, the leader was a youth with a buzz cut. Marvin wasn't ugly, but the sinister look in his eyes made people uneasy. Were you the one who threw water on young Master Xue's face? The buzz-cut youth stepped forward and asked. Dermot nodded. Marvin admitted it straightforwardly. You've got quite a nerve. The buzz-cut youth sneered slightly. You didn't know young Master Xue initially? This isn't your fault, but who asked you to be so ignorant? But after young Master Xue revealed his identity, your actions were a bit rude. Moreover, you actually laid hands on him. The buzz-cut youth shrugged helplessly. Young Master Xue is a brother to us guys. You offended our brother. You understand the consequences, right? His voice became sharp, seeming intimidating. Dermot smiled faintly. Are you here to stand up for that guy? Humph, I mean. The youth raised his head and pointed at Dermot. Why did you provoke young Master Xue? Marvin shook his head and sighed, as if lamenting Dermot's lack of sense. Miss, don't be scared. The buzz-cut youth looked at Gabby and said, we won't make it difficult for you. After all, young Master Xue still wants to make friends with you. This statement was interrupted by Dermot's sudden move. Dermot moved swiftly. His palm pressed down on the youth's head and then exerted force downward. The youth immediately felt an oppressive pressure like Mount Tai bearing down on him. This overwhelming power made him kneel straight down in despair. Bang! His knees hit the blue stone slabs, causing intense pain. To get into a fight, just do it quickly. Why talk so much? Dermot pinned him down to his knees right away. The youth winced in pain. Before he could react, Dermot lifted his left foot and side-kicked him, sending him flying. Everyone was stunned. This kid, he moved too fast, didn't he? You damn dare to hit brother how? Brothers, attack? And aches relying on righteousness. You wouldn't be thinking. Dermot looked at him oddly. That dealing with Donald will cost extra? Zachariah was dumbfounded. Joking around at such a critical moment? Should he take the bait or not? If you don't want your head to become a soccer ball, get up quickly. Help me bring Donald over. Zachariah lifted his gaze to Dermot. Seeing the seriousness on his face, he didn't dare hesitate anymore. Fumbling to his feet, he staggered toward Donald and grabbed him. What are you doing? Donald instantly panicked. Donald, sorry. Zachariah gritted his teeth, using all his strength to drag his good brother back to Dermot. Donald's eyelids twitched violently, stammering. Don't do anything rash. My father is Dermot wasted no words. Grabbing his collar, he slammed him to the ground. Not far away, the reporters carrying cameras were stunned. Brecken, are you sure it's him? The slightly chubby man asked hesitantly, repeatedly confirming, absolutely no mistake? This was the great hero who acted bravely for justice? This was clearly a tyrant who bullied others. Chapter 76. Are you feeling wrong now? A group of journalists were all dumbfounded. Their impression of the unsung hero came entirely from Brecken and the other firefighters' descriptions. In everyone's narratives, the image of the hero that the journalists had sketched was tall, handsome, and taciturn. Marvin used his superior action ability to replace words, and with excellent leadership skills, he complemented his personal charisma perfectly. Marvin could be called perfect. Naturally, a filter formed in the minds of many journalists. Under this filter, the hero's image was flawless and exuded dazzling brilliance all over. But the crowd looked at Dermot, their eyes blank. Tall and handsome, yes, but not taciturn. However, wasn't this act, beating someone and forcing them to kneel, violent and a bit? They exchanged glances. Brecken rubbed his eyes vigorously. Though it was dim when he met him, they were very close at that time. There was no way he could have mistaken him. Something isn't right. Brecken said seriously. Maybe we misunderstood. Everyone looked at him. Brecken pointed forward and analyzed. Look at those people on the ground. By their attire, they clearly weren't decent folk. The real situation may not be as our eyes see. Don't think too much about it now. Let's go over and see. Brecken took the lead and walked towards where Dermot was. The reporters hurriedly followed. You damn bastard. How dare you hit me? Donald screamed as he lay on the ground in pain. Marvin gritted his teeth and looked up with hatred. My father is Director Shue of the city. Just try touching me again. Ouch. Donald was slapped again, wincing in pain. If you can't fight, you call your parents? Is this a habit from your childhood? Dermot retracted his hand, speechless. For a moment, Donald blushed red from the double blow to both body and spirit. Marvin lifted his head, seeing a group running over. Sharp-eyed Donald noticed the IDs hanging from their necks and instantly perked up. Soon, these people arrived on the scene. They all stopped a few steps away from Dermot. Dermot looked around in surprise, furrowing his brows. Why are you all staring at me? At this moment, Donald suddenly got up from the ground, stared at the work permits on everyone's chest for a while, then shouted excitedly, Are you TV journalists? Great. I hope you can expose this incident. Let the whole country criticize this bastard together. His words came fast. This bastard splashed me with hot water yesterday. Today, when I wanted to talk to him, he beat me up again. As you can see, my friends who tried to mediate were also beaten by him. This bastard is nothing but an antisocial violent individual. Marvin must be exposed. Make him receive the punishment he deserves. Donald tidied up his appearance, saying, My name is Donald. My father, Uriel, is the director of the city supervision committee. They might have favored Donald for certain special reasons. Today, however, it wasn't advisable. A higher-level leader was about to arrive on the scene. Given such circumstances, who dared to blindly take sides? I have friends who can testify. Donald said firmly, They can all vouch for me. It was this bastard who was unreasonable and splashed hot water on my face. Today, when I came to reason with him, he didn't say a word and started beating me and my friends. Letting someone like him loose in society is an unstable factor. He could greatly endanger public safety. Certainly needs to be exposed. Let the whole country remember his face to prevent. Donald spoke at length. Dermot crossed his arms, watching as if it were a show. Despite Donald's eloquent speech leaving him parched, it did not sway Dermot in the slightest. Dermot remained calm and composed. The more Donald talked, the quieter his voice became, feeling more and more that the other man was looking at him like a clown. Marvin felt unbearably stifled. At this moment, everyone heard the heavy sound of leather shoes treading on the bluestone slabs. Looking back, they saw a middle-aged man with a gentle and refined demeanor approaching, accompanied by several staff members. What's going on here? The middle-aged man frowned as he surveyed the crowd. Are you Gil from the municipal propaganda department? Donald sized up the middle-aged man for a moment, extremely excited. My name is Donald, son of Director Uriel. My father and I visited you before. Gil paused, thinking for a moment, then recalled a bit. Old Shue's son? Gil smiled slightly. Xiao Shue, tell me, what happened here? Marvin raised one hand, gently gesturing around. Donald became invigorated. Marvin cleared his throat and repeated what he had said earlier. Gil listened quietly, then turned to look at Dermot and asked coolly, Is everything Xiao Shue just said true? His expression was calm, showing no emotion. Not exactly false. Dermot smiled, just missing some details. Marvin turned to look at the sinisterly smiling Donald and said, Why didn't you mention how you tried to intimidate my wife? Donald's smile froze. I intimidated her? Marvin quickly denied it. Don't frame me. I never even spoke a word to her. At most, I looked at her twice. And you threw hot water at me, completely heartless. Chapter 77. Is the problem with you? Everyone frowned. Really? Just 2 glances? If it were true, why didn't he say so earlier? Donald had been loudly accusing the other party of being unreasonable and pouring water on him without cause. 2 glances? Dermot smiled. Only 2? Not 3 or 4. Donald, how the hell was he supposed to answer that? After those 2 glances, did you think about approaching her to make friends? Knowing very well that she was already married. Don't blame me. Donald shouted loudly. I didn't know she was married at the time. The moment those words were out, his expression changed abruptly. At the time, Dermot curled up the corners of his lips. At the time you didn't know, so you felt quite justified? You still didn't give up even after being refused? You're completely making this up. Donald hurriedly argued. I never thought about becoming friends with her. I just looked twice, and then got scalded with hot water. People stared at her all the time. Dermot smiled and glanced at Gabby beside him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Why did no one else get poured on? Only you. Is the problem with you? Donald was speechless. People could tell what had happened pretty clearly now. It was likely that seeing another man's wife was beautiful. He ran forward to flirt with her and ended up getting beaten up. This guy deliberately concealed the crucial point. I and my wife don't know you at all. Dermot continued. You came uninvited, reeking of alcohol, directly sat next to my wife. How could she not be scared? I politely asked you and your group of ruffians to leave several times. Did you move an inch? Who should have been poured on if not you? Donald's expression changed, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say in the face of facts. People suddenly understood. This kid deserved it. Even Woody, who was used to big scenes and usually remained unperturbed, couldn't help but show a few signs of exasperation. And this morning, you brought these unruly delinquents here to confront me? How can I believe that? Dermot laughed coldly. Moreover, what gives you the right to confront me? Donald gritted his teeth. Marvin racked his brain and mumbled. I admit that my behavior last night was inappropriate. Maybe it was because I was drunk and not thinking clearly. But even if I did something wrong, you shouldn't have resorted to violence. Stiffening his neck, Donald tried hard to defend himself. After all, this is a civilized society now. In a civilized society, problems shouldn't be solved through violence. Dude, people rolled their eyes, unable to hold back any longer. You really can twist things, buddy. Starting by accusing others before they even know what hit them. Lies exposed, then immediately start preaching. How does a big man like you manage to learn the whole set of fairy princess tricks? Even if there were inappropriate actions. Though it's my fault, doesn't mean you're in the right. Bravo. You even want to spin the narrative and make us expose this incident for you? How dare you? You almost made us play your game. Donald's face flickered with different emotions as he stubbornly argued. Violence cannot solve problems. You admit that, right? Solving everything with violence will only destabilize society, endangering public safety. Marvin lectured with conviction. Dude, don't push it, a slightly chubby journalist said. Do you know who this guy standing in front of you is? During yesterday's natural disaster, Marvin took the lead, risking his life to save dozens of trapped children. You talk big words. When public safety needed protection, where were you? Damn, it's enough to make one vomit, doing something wrong and then turning around to accuse the other person first. And now you dare to slander a rescue hero as antisocial? Think he endangers public safety? Huh. When he was saving lives at the disaster site without regard for his own safety, can you match his dedication? To boldly preach such nonsense? Fa. The crowd, agitated, left Donald pale and speechless. Woody was stunned. This young man is the hero from yesterday's rescue operation? Marvin turned and looked at the reporters. Yes, Woody. Brecken has confirmed it multiple times. The person we are looking for is indeed him. Everyone felt ashamed for almost misunderstanding the hero. Forget Donald. Even Dermot was taken aback. Woody walked over directly and shook his hand. Young man, I thank you on behalf of the city. Your deeds, I've heard all about them. If it weren't for your decisive intervention, leading a group of young men to collaborate in the rain, the children on the school bus would have been trapped for at least a few more hours. Woody's face broke into a radiant smile. Numerous reporters gathered around, earnestly inviting. Could we take up some of your time? We want to interview you. Well, the crowd's enthusiasm made Dermot's scalp tingle. Just for such a small matter. You came all the way here? Small matter? The crowd's expressions turned serious. This is no small matter, Woody said solemnly. Many children were among the disaster victims. Marvin quickly analyzed the stakes, to make clear that this was by no means a minor incident. As soon as the leader finished speaking, thunderous applause echoed from all directions, clear and pleasant. Dermot's scalp tingled, and he managed a stiff smile. When can you find some time to accept an interview? The reporters asked repeatedly. Dermot looked at Donald, who had a pale face. There was still this trouble to deal with. Woody saw this and understood immediately. Are you Mr. Uriel's son, right? He turned back. Woody. Donald was completely dumbfounded, stuttering and unable to speak. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine. All these TV reporters and bigwigs from the city were here for that bastard who hit him. Thinking about how he had previously used his father's name as leverage, Donald felt a shiver run through his liver. This day's events would definitely not escape Old Shwe. Marvin had messed up his dad again. Old Shwe's belt would be smoking. Woody first reprimanded him publicly, then strongly demanded that he apologize to Dermot. Dermot wasn't very interested in hearing an apology. Marvin wanted to punch this kid again. But with so many people watching, he couldn't do it. Maybe let it go for now. After dealing with Donald, Woody and the TV reporters issued another invitation together. Dermot couldn't refuse again and nodded reluctantly. I know a place. Marvin didn't want to waste time, so he took them all to a tea house. Deal with them first, then investigate that matter in detail next. Chapter 78. Prefers to deal with honest people. Dermot never expected this. These people turned out to be quite a handful. The interview was just their first step. They wanted to invite Dermot to the city next. The city authorities wished to. Now, in this ancient town, there's online shopping, food delivery. All the conveniences enjoyed in big cities can also be found here. A decade ago, such convenience would have been hard to imagine. It's understandable why the young owner wanted to move away. Of course, with today's perspective, the young owner's decision was like joining the Nationalist Army in 1949. Marvin probably didn't foresee that within 10 short years, everything would change drastically. If he hadn't left, Opening a homestay could easily earn him money. Dermot didn't dwell on this matter for long. He had important business to attend to. Do you have his current address? No. The owner shook his head before adding, but I have his phone number. As he rummaged through his pockets, he added, let me warn you. The young boss, well, how do I put this? Marvin has contacted me repeatedly over the past 2 years, telling me that this place is his ancestral home and demanding the land back. I spent over 70,000 yuan to take over the shop from him, and now he wants to reclaim it for the same amount. And he even wants it in installments. How could I possibly agree? What do you think? Years have passed, and prices have risen several times. Is 70,000 yuan from 10 years ago comparable to now? Alas, he even tried threatening me. Marvin enlisted some hooligans from town to threaten destroying my shop. Sigh. If you run into them, best stay far away, avoid them. The owner muttered. When dealing with the young boss, be cautious. He's not easy to negotiate with. Dermot exchanged a glance with Gabby. Before either of them could speak, they heard the owner mutter under his breath, speak of the devil. They turned around, seeing a group of bruised and battered youths wobbling toward them. You two stay seated and enjoy your tea. I'll handle these guys, the owner quickly said, walking away. They looked at each other in surprise. Were these the hooligans the owner mentioned? Could it really be this coincidental? The group approached. Not long ago, they had faced setbacks at Dermot's hands. Upon meeting him again, they looked extremely uneasy. The youth with a buzz cut, seemingly the leader, glanced at Dermot briefly and then quickly averted his gaze, daring not to look longer. Francisco, what do you think about this? He pulled the owner aside and asked softly. The owner hesitated. Brother Angel wants to reclaim the place. Not impossible, but the price. What's wrong with the price? When my brother sold his ancestral home to you, he only received 70,000 yuan. So many years have passed. Haven't the wear and tear cost money? Marvin will have to spend additional money to renovate. You've made a fair bit of profit from this place over the years, right? Yet, you still think the price isn't enough? The owner struggled to respond. His words were blunt, and he didn't know how to explain. Francisco, you're an honest person, and I, Zachariah, have always preferred dealing with honest people. Just nod. I'll contact my brother right away, have him bring the contract back. We can sign it today. What do you think? The youth with the buzz cut hooked his arm around the owner's shoulder and laughed as he said this. The owner wore a troubled look. 70,000. It's a bit too low. Zachariah's face turned grim as he snapped. Too low? Francisco, you're being greedy. Marvin raised his palm and lightly patted the owner's face. The owner looked aggrieved but stayed silent, too afraid to voice his anger. At this moment, a sudden shout came from the side. Marvini? Zachariah and his group turned to see Dermot pointing at them. Yeah, you, come over here. Zachariah's expression froze. Marvin remained rooted to the spot. Dermot instantly changed his expression. Didn't hear me? Do I need to come over and invite you myself? The owner opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Zachariah had already jogged over with a smile, saying, Brother, is there something you need? The owner was momentarily stunned. Could the once arrogant and domineering Zachariah actually be smiling like a yes man? What's your name again? Dermot lifted his gaze and asked in a calm tone. Full name Zachariah, nickname Yusef. The swelling on this guy's face hadn't subsided yet, making his smile pull at his facial muscles. Every time he smiled, his face would twitch, looking quite comical. You answered pretty thoroughly? Dermot felt like laughing. So, the previous owner of this place was your brother? Cousin? Zachariah replied with a grin. Contact your cousin and tell him to come as soon as possible, Dermot said. Tell him someone wants to discuss a big deal with him. A big deal? Zachariah was completely dumbfounded, asking blankly, what kind of big deal? Dermot lifted his eyes and said leisurely, you don't need to ask. Just know it's a very big deal. Tell him, no delay allowed. Oh. Zachariah hesitated for a moment, then nodded hurriedly. I'll contact him right away. Marvin turned and started to leave. Hold it. Dermot called out behind him and instructed. I don't like being disturbed while drinking tea. Take your people and get lost. Okay. Zachariah's eyes were filled with humiliation, yet he had no choice but to comply, bustling off with his group. At the tea house entrance, the owner stood there like a wooden chicken. Chapter 79 My boss, Bridget. As the group walked away, the boss finally came back to his senses. Marvin returned with a head full of questions. Young man, do you know them? That's Zachariah. He listens to you like that? Dermot smiled and informed him of what had just happened. People like Zachariah are accustomed to bullying the weak. The more you give in, the bolder they become. Once you stand up to them, they naturally behave. Many people understand this principle, but it's not easy to put into practice. Boss, could you assist me for a moment? Dermot turned to look at the current owner of the tea house. The boss is surnamedly named Aaron. Dermot stepping forward at this moment wasn't entirely because of righteous indignation. Through Aaron's description, he learned that the young boss surnamed Angel was not a kind person. Seeking help from him would likely be futile. Even if he managed to talk to him somehow, the other party might not genuinely lend a hand. So Dermot came up with an idea to proactively draw him here to ask some questions. The other party may not provide any help, but even if there's only a slim hope, Dermot doesn't want to miss any opportunity. Sitting with Gabby until noon, they went out for lunch and then returned to the tea house. They sat in the same spot as before. Around 4 in the afternoon, the person arrived. So, you're the one who wants to talk big business with me? The young boss wasn't tall, with a slender build. His facial features were also unremarkable. Marvin squinted his eyes, looking Dermot up and down. Yusef said, you're a disaster relief hero? Dermot smiled, but remained non-committal about the question. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dermot, and this is my wife, Gabby, he said. When the young boss saw Gabby, his eyes lit up. I'm Sydney, nice to meet you. Marvin sat down casually, loudly calling, Aaron, come make tea. His eyes roved around inside the tea house. Isn't this place pretty nice? It used to be my family's ancestral home. When I was young, I didn't know better, and sold it cheaply without a second thought. I regret it so much, my guts turned green. Francisco, how's the thing we talked about going? Marvin kept talking nonstop. Dermot looked at him, finding it somewhat amusing. Sitting on a gold mine without realizing it, then selling it off carelessly, and then hastily leaving the land that nurtured him. Seeing the hometown becoming increasingly popular with tourists, he grew envious and wanted to return. What's even worse, Marvin even tried to get something for nothing. Could 70 million 10 years ago be compared to now? Especially when the commercial value of this small town has skyrocketed and land prices have risen accordingly. 70 million, paid in installments? That's just taking advantage of Aaron's honesty. Anyone else would have ignored him outright. Mr. Angel, I'm the one who wants to discuss business with you. Why talk about other things? Dermot wore an unhappy face. Sydney froze, looking embarrassed. It's like this, Dermot continued. A lady named Bridget specially asked me. As he spoke, he took out a photo and held it in front of Sydney. It's her. Have you seen her before? Sydney gazed intently. His brows furrowed tightly, as if trying hard to recall. Miss Finlake hopes to find the boss. She means the previous owner. The previous owner? Me? What does she want with me? Sydney raised his gaze, looking curious. Dermot replied seriously. Miss Finlake instructed me to make sure I verify your identity. Mr. Angel, try to recall. If you can recognize Miss Finlake, it means you're the person she's looking for. Otherwise? At this point, Dermot paused. Has Sydney ever met Bridget? It's uncertain. Dermot did this to force the old fellow, unwilling to let him off easily. If he can remember, everyone will be happy. If he truly can't recall, there's nothing Dermot can do. Dermot picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, appearing calm. In reality, his heart was racing, fearing Sydney would say he's never seen her. Sydney stared for a long time. There's something familiar, he murmured, looking puzzled. She came here before, right? Dermot raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. Sydney immediately realized the photos were taken here, so she must have been here. But who? Is she? Well, Sydney stared for a bit longer, then said impatiently, what exactly does this mean? Even if she's a guest who came here before, after such a long time, who could remember? You can't recall? Dermot raised an eyebrow slightly, putting away the photo, then sorry. Sydney widened his eyes. No, buddy. What do you mean by sorry? You called me all the way here. What do you mean by sorry? Dermot calmly said, it means, since you can't remember, you're not the person Miss Finlake is looking for. You can leave now. You. Sydney immediately got angry. Are you fucking with me? Just get to the point. Dermot ignored him and turned to look at Gabby. Dear, that over 10 billion deal might be off. 10? Over 10 billion? Sydney was directly scared speechless. What deal is worth over 10 billion? Dermot still didn't acknowledge him. Sydney suddenly became anxious. Buddy, speak clearly. I am the former boss. The person Miss Finlake is looking for is me. You didn't pass the test, Dermot finally responded. You couldn't even pass the first one? Sydney was sweating nervously. Show me the photo again. Let me think. Or, I can take a picture and send it to my wife. She's been here longer than me. After a moment of contemplation, Dermot took out the photo again. Sydney used his phone to take a picture of it and sent a voice message along with it. Honey, have you seen her before? A short while later, his phone rang. Sydney quickly picked up the call and walked to the side. Who knew what they talked about? When he came back, he seemed elated. I remember now. She was a geology research and testing officer on the mountain behind us. What do you say? Can I count this as passing? However, Dermot still shook his head. Such a simple introduction could easily be fabricated on the spot. Sydney panicked. How can this be fabricated? My wife really knows her. Wait, let me make another call. With that, Marvin ran to the side again. This time, the conversation lasted longer. When Sydney returned, his face was brimming with excitement. My wife reminded me, and I remembered too. She worked on the back mountain, responsible for geology research and detection. For a period, apparently, some equipment on the mountain broke down, and she stayed in town with a group of researchers for half a month. This photo was definitely taken during that time. Marvin was ecstatic, almost dancing with joy. Remembering her. Does that mean the test is passed? Chapter 80. Don't listen to him. Geological research? Dermot could not possibly associate these words with his mother. Sure, Bridget was well-read, gentle and kind, but she was just an ordinary housewife. Academic research? Dermot lowered his head, deep in thought. I'm really not making this up. Sydney exclaimed anxiously. If you don't believe me, ask others. She was with several other researchers. They stayed in our town for about half a month. They said the equipment on the mountain was broken and needed repair. Dermot's eyes narrowed slightly. Where did they stay at that time? Sydney struggled to recall, thinking hard. Seemed like they were Funthan Zuzai Junsang. Marvin spent his days eating, drinking, and playing. Marvin wasn't attentive to anything else. Now, he was racking his brains to dig out everything he knew. So, can I pass the test now? He asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Dermot pondered for a moment. Under Sydney's anxious gaze, he nodded. You've passed the test? Dermot continued. But there are still some things that need your assistance, Mr. Angel. What is it? Sydney looked curious. Let's exchange contact information first. Dermot took out his phone. And give me a bank account number. A sum of money will be transferred to your account soon. Really? Sydney's face lit up instantly. Getting paid was unexpected good news. Dermot nodded. This amount can be considered operational funds. I hope during this period, Mr. Angel can set aside other matters. Focus on handling the tasks I entrust to you. Can you do that? Marvin stared into Sydney's eyes. This guy was full of excitement. Sure, definitely, he shouted loudly. Anyway, I have nothing much to do lately. Marvin wasn't just idle recently. Marvin had been idle all along. Dermot paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. What Mr. Angel needs to do next is help me find those who once interacted with Ms. Finlay and inquire about her. Ah. Sydney was taken aback. Inquire about everything related to Ms. Finlay, big or small, any matter connected to her. This? Sydney was thoroughly confused. Don't understand? Dermot smiled. You don't need to fully grasp it. Just know that. You get paid for doing this. Sydney's expression changed, his confusion fading away. Remember, it's everything. Dermot continued. Any situation must be reported to me promptly. Can you handle it? Yes. Sydney nodded. Though I moved out many years ago, I've lived as neighbors with these people for decades. Asking them about something isn't a problem. Dermot nodded. Mom stayed in the town for half a month. Marvin, her footprint wasn't limited to this tea house. Many residents probably still remember her. Perhaps this is a good starting point. However, although the ancient town isn't large, its permanent population is nearly 100,000. Knocking on doors household by household would take forever. Besides, showing up uninvited with a strange face would easily make people wary. After careful consideration, Dermot fixed his eyes on Sydney. Although this old fellow moved away, he was still a local. Moreover, he has plenty of relatives here. That troublemaker Zachariah was his cousin. If Mr. Angel is too busy, you can enlist your wife and relatives to help. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Marvin airing this, Sydney's heart soared. Just as he was about to say something, a text message alert sounded from his phone. Checking it, he immediately widened his eyes. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 50,000, 50,000 yuan? Sydney looked up, disbelief plastered all over his face. Dermot put away his phone. This is just the first payment, he said calmly. Do your best, and I won't let you down. A mere 50,000 yuan. It was nothing to him. If useful information could be obtained, he would be willing to spend more. Good. Sydney was visibly excited, nodding rapidly. I'll definitely get the job done. Marvin glanced at Aaron beside him. This shabby tea house was no longer worth keeping. Not even starting work yet. Having already received 50,000 yuan made this place look worthless to Sydney. I need to go prepare, he said cheerfully. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering information for you. Dermot nodded. Sydney left with a beaming smile. With 50,000 yuan in his account, his nose was practically pointing to the sky. Young man, Aaron had a strange look on his face. Don't listen to what this little boss says. Watch what he does. Dermot chuckled softly and looked at him, saying, I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Marvin was fully aware. Marvin couldn't completely rely on Sydney. Do you have Zachariah's phone number? Dermot raised his head. Yes. Aaron quickly took out his phone, flipped open the contact list, and handed it to Dermot. Dermot copied down the number and immediately dialed it. Who is it? Zachariah's rough voice sounded through the speaker. What's up? Gale Gray spoke calmly. Come to the tea house. You? Zachariah seemed to recognize his voice, and his tone instantly softened. Less than 5 minutes later, Zachariah, with a short buzz cut, rushed over in a hurry. Dermot smiled at him and asked, Have you seen your cousin yet? Didn't he invite you out to have some fun? Invite me? Zachariah looked doubtful. No. My cousin's money is blood pressure skyrocketed. Chapter 81. Not even 2,000 sujin for me. Zachariah instantly erupted. Brother, don't treat me like a fool, okay? He angrily demanded. Mr. Gale just gave you some money. Sydney was momentarily stunned and cursed inwardly. You know about it? Marvin quickly turned his thoughts over. Marvin did indeed transfer me a few 10,000 yuan. But it wasn't for me. It was for operating expenses. A few 10,000? Zachariah looked at Dermot, who slowly raised his phone. The transfer record stood out glaringly. Zachariah stared at the string of zeros, blood rushing to his head. Damn, can you just tell the truth? How? What do you mean? When have I ever lied to you? The highway is coming up, we'll talk later. With that said, the call disconnected. Zachariah stomped with anger. Marvin wanted to call back, but was stopped by Dermot. If he's deliberately hiding from you, it's useless to find him. Dermot shook his head and sighed. Zachariah couldn't calm his raging anger. Your brother seems to be somewhat wary of you. Dermot glanced sideways. Aren't you brothers? Zachariah sighed. Marvin was depressed again, being duped by his cousin once more. This money isn't solely for him. Dermot continued. I asked him for help. That task would be inefficient if left to him alone. So, I had him get relatives and friends involved. This money is meant to be distributed as their hard-earned pay. Dermot smiled. I didn't expect. His explanation felt like another blow to Zachariah. From what Zachariah knew of his cousin, his first move would always be to recruit him. Then, paint big promises. Hard-earned pay? If he could get some loose change, it'd be nice. This bastard. The more Zachariah thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time his cousin promised great benefits, but never delivered. The bigger the promises became each time. Take the tea house incident. Sydney kept assuring him that if he could help secure the tea house, he'd get 50,000 yuan. Zachariah agreed, hoping for one last chance to trust him. Screw his 50,000, he gritted through clenched teeth. Got 50,000, yet doesn't even want to give me 2,000 he owes. Not even 2,000, and dreaming of 50,000? Francisco, I owe you an apology. Zachariah slapped the table in fury and shouted at Aaron. I'm not dealing with the tea house anymore. Marvin sat down fuming and took a large gulp of tea. At this moment, Dermot placed his phone flat. Let's exchange contact information. I'll make sure you get your share. Zachariah was taken aback. Of course, this money isn't free, Dermot reminded. You need to help supervise. Supervising Sydney's actions. Bribing Zachariah added an extra layer of security. Not worried about whether Sydney would act. He needed to do things for Dermot to earn more rewards. But the efficiency was questionable. Dermot feared that Sydney might slack off, slowing down the information gathering process. Finding someone to supervise made things much better. Dermot transferred some money to Zachariah and then explained some important points. Follow behind him, constantly urging him to work? Zachariah understood and nodded vigorously. It basically came down to treating Sydney like a donkey? Humph. Having been fooled so many times, Zachariah wished he could whip his cousin every time he slacked off. If he dared to slack, a lash would go flying. After briefing Zachariah, Dermot showed him a photo. Zachariah stared at it for a long time and stated he had never seen this woman before. This answer wasn't surprising. Well, everything that needs to be said has been said. Dermot put away the photo. You can leave now. Everything was arranged. Now all that was left was to wait for news. Shortly after Zachariah left, it was close to dinner time. Dermot and Gabby bid farewell to Aaron and headed out. They found a place for dinner and strolled around town afterward for a walk. Passing by a homestay, Dermot tried asking cautiously, but the answers were surprisingly consistent. Dermot must have guessed this too. The two stayed in the ancient town for 5 days. On the 6th day morning, they drove back to the city. They returned the car and flew back to Jinghai. Although they traveled for several days, neither of them felt too tired. After all, the place they stayed had beautiful scenery, and even sitting there all day wouldn't feel boring. An hour after landing in Jinghai, they returned home. Fiona, you're back. Fiona greeted them with joy as soon as they arrived. She quickly fetched slippers and took their luggage. While changing shoes, Gabby glanced at Fiona and instantly froze. What happened to your face? There was a faint bruise on Fiona's right cheek. Oh, I accidentally bumped into something. Fiona laughed, waving her hand. It's already fine. Dermot noticed. Fiona's expression seemed unnatural. Are you really okay? Gabby furrowed her brows. You were so careless? Have you seen a doctor? Yep. Fiona smiled kindly. Are you hungry? I'll cook. Dermot didn't make a fuss for now. After finishing dinner, he voluntarily went into the kitchen to help wash dishes. You just got back, rest? I can handle it. Fiona smiled. Dermot glanced at the living room and lowered his voice slightly. Who hit you? Fiona's body stiffened. Then she lifted her head. Her smile forced. Sir Gaelg, this, cough, nothing. Marvin, her eyes flashed with hesitation, and she no longer continued with him to shut up. Then go find them. With so many mouths out there, how can you find them? Alexandria exclaimed angrily. Those bastards even found some of Lucinda and your former classmates to ask for information. The fact that Lucinda has been married will soon be exposed. And then? Dermot remained calm and composed. What do you want me to do? Alexandria took a deep breath and said seriously. I want you to go online and issue a clarification statement. Just tell all the netizens. You and our Lucinda were only classmates. You liked her but she never agreed to you. That's all. Why should I listen to you? Dermot was speechless, unable to comprehend the logic of this mother and daughter. After things had come to this, how could they have the audacity to order him around? It would be good enough if they didn't add insult to injury, and now they wanted him to help clarify matters? It was absurd. Because I was once your mother-in-law. Alexandria argued confidently. Isn't that making me an elder? Don't you listen to elders? After you and Lucinda got married, wasn't it our own family who provided you with food and drink? Do you feel unwilling when we ask you to do something? Alexandria looked at him disdainfully. Provided food and drink? Dermot sneered. You mean leftover food and tap water? After marriage, during that year, Marvin woke up the earliest every day. Marvin cleaned up before everyone else got up. Then he started preparing breakfast. While the family was eating, he washed clothes and hung them out to dry. Marvin took care of all kinds of chores at home. Calling himself a son-in-law was just like being a servant. No, he did more work than a servant. When the electricity broke down, when the bathroom was blocked, or when the pet dog they kept at home was sick and refused to eat, countless incidents like these. If it were really a servant, that would be one thing. At least, they would get paid. But at the family salary? Dream on. They wouldn't even let him sit at the dining table, and he was asking for a salary? For Alexandria to now dare bring up the matter of him being a son-in-law was quite amusing. Dermot glanced at her, too lazy to say more. People like her would never admit their own mistakes. Dealing with her was a pure waste of time. Marvin tried to walk around her again. Alexandria caught up again. Mr. Gaelg, do you want to ruin Lucinda? If you don't come forward to clarify, the details between you will soon be exposed. At that time, her secret marriage and infidelity within marriage. What does that have to do with me? Dermot turned his head. What you're saying sounds like the secret marriage and infidelity were done by me, telling a victim that you want to destroy the perpetrator. No matter how you look at it, it seems very surreal. Dermot couldn't understand or was greatly shocked. Even responding another sentence felt excessive. Taking a step, Dermot passed by Alexandria again. Alexandria, not giving up, caught up, only to be stopped by 2 security guards coming from the opposite direction. Don't touch me, Alexandria said hatefully. I'm not going in, I'm still outside. Whoever dares to touch me, I'll immediately lie down and see what you do then. The guards exchanged glances. She really was someone they couldn't provoke. Alexandria suppressed her anger and watched as Dermot's figure disappeared into the elevator. With a helpless expression, she turned and left. However, she hadn't walked 2 steps when a group surrounded her. Are you Maud's mother? The person just now was Dermot, right? You two must indeed know each other, right? What's the real deal between Maud and Dermot? Are they classmates? I heard they even applied to the same university. While in college, was it true that Dermot always pursued Maud? Did they date? Alexandria felt her head was going to explode. Shut up. Why are you asking so many questions? She snapped angrily. Don't you have anything better to do? Get lost. Don't bother me. We're from Self Media. We really want to interview you or Maud for an episode. Interview my foot. Alexandria said furiously. Find something proper to do instead of fixating on gossip news. She screamed a few curses before fleeing in humiliation. Rushing home by cab, Alexandria directly stormed into the kitchen and guzzled down a large bottle of icy water. Marvin, her heart was burning with torment. Putting the glass down heavily, she turned to look towards Allison's bedroom, standing there for a moment before walking over. Lucinda, are you up yet? Don't be so depressed. Mom is very worried about you. Mom want to see Dermot again just now. That little scoundrel refused to do as I told him. She sighed and muttered several times. Suddenly, there was some commotion from inside the bedroom. Looking haggard, Allison suddenly yanked the door open and yelled angrily, "Who told you to go see him? Now a bunch of self-media reporters are watching us, and you still ran over there to find him? What if someone takes a stealth shot of your conversation? You." Allison's pretty face turned cold, feeling irate. "Can't you just stay put at home for a few days?" She was overwhelmed by a sudden burst of anger. After venting her emotions, she felt dizzy. Seeing her stagger back, Alexandria hurriedly steadied her, carefully helping her back to bed. Allison pushed her hand away, saying fiercely, "If you're bored, you can go home. I don't need your care." She spoke heatedly, then turned away, curling back towards the head of the bed. Recalling the incident with the self-media reporters, Alexandria shivered. They probably didn't take any photos, right? She consoled herself silently. Then, she looked at Allison again, sighing, "Lucinda, I know you're upset, but..." Before she could finish, Allison grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around her head, clearly not wanting to hear what Alexandria had to say. Chapter 83, You'd Better Be. Gabby was very busy. During her absence, a pile of matters had accumulated. President Beckham, this document requires your signature. President Beckham, Mr. Finley from Buckman Group has been asking when you will be back because there's a project. President Beckham, at the factory, Secretary Nikki reported while feeling sympathy for President Beckham in her heart. That man was truly detestable. On a whim, he decided to take President Beckham on a trip. Marvin didn't consider whether it would affect her schedule at all. Secretary Nikki felt a bit uneasy. Her President Beckham went on a trip with another man. She was quite unhappy. It was clearly a sham marriage. Why did they even go on a honeymoon? After finishing her report, Nikki walked out with her head down. Then she saw the man she had cursed countless times in her heart coming towards her. So she gave him a harsh look. Dermot felt puzzled. Was this girl okay? Is President Beckham here? Marvin suppressed his slight annoyance and asked Nikki, who had a cold expression. Nikki remained cold and nodded. Dermot was speechless. Marvin took 2 steps forward, knocked on the door, and only entered after getting a response. Gabby tilted her head as she looked at the computer, her fingers dancing lightly on the keyboard. Without making a sound or turning around, due to not wanting to disturb her, Dermot also kept quiet. After a long time, the crisp tapping of the mechanical keyboard stopped. Gabby turned around, instantly looking surprised. "It's you? Why didn't you make a sound?" Dermot smiled. "I saw you were very busy and didn't want to disturb you." Gabby lowered her head and started rummaging through a drawer in her desk while saying, "Didn't you return to the company today? Why do you have time to come over?" "It's not that busy there," Dermot replied casually. "And it's not like I came specifically. I just happened to pass by while running errands and came up to check." Marvin wouldn't tell her the real reason. Last night, Marvin found out from Fiona. The person who slapped Fiona twice was Gabby's uncle. To a great extent, Gabby's psychological issues were caused by this so-called uncle. Fiona entrusted him to stay close to Gabby these few days to protect her. Dermot had seen what Gabby was like when her symptoms flared up. She could get into serious trouble if there was no one around. "Found it," Gabby suddenly said. "Found what?" Curious, Dermot looked over. "Prize. You're really planning to eat this for lunch?" This thing could indeed supplement the energy needed by the human body, but it was still a snack and couldn't replace a proper meal. Gabby pursed her lips around the bittersweet chocolate, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I forgot you were here. Let's go down and eat." She quickly put away the documents and got up from behind her desk. Dermot stared at her for a while. Based on her habitual actions, skipping lunch might be normal for her. Dermot was silent for a moment before reminding her, "No matter how busy you are, you should eat on time." Gabby paused. Immediately, a warm current floated to her heart. Looking at Dermot, she gently smiled. "Okay, I'll try to eat properly from now on." Marvin wasn't sure if she was just humoring him. Dermot hesitated, remaining silent as he accompanied her downstairs to the company cafeteria. Many employees were dining. President Beckham's arrival attracted almost everyone's attention. President Beckham actually came down for lunch? Wow, so rare. Is the sun rising from the west? Is that man next to her President Beckham's husband? Did you hear? These past few days, President Beckham went on a trip with her husband. Honeymoon, right? Both men and women looked at Dermot with envy. What kind of person is he? Marvin quietly won over President Beckham. What would you like to eat? After entering the cafeteria, Gabby glanced around in a daze. She rarely came down here. She wasn't very familiar with it. Dermot smiled, indicating a direction to her, then took the initiative to get a tray. The cafeteria offered a wide variety of dishes, including Chinese and Western cuisine. One could have proper Chinese food or mix and match Chinese and Western dishes as they wished. The head chef's hands were shaking when the company president came down for lunch. Before he knew it, he had given Gabby double portions, piling the tray high. It was hard to hold with just one hand. Dermot smiled as he took the tray from her and found an empty seat together. Looking at the unusually large amount of food, Gabby was perplexed. There was no way she could finish it all. "Shall we switch?" Dermot spoke up. "My portion is too small. I'm not full." Gabby readily agreed. After exchanging, before they even started eating, a loud shout suddenly erupted in the cafeteria. This voice made Gabby, who had been moving gracefully, tremble uncontrollably. Dermot frowned, looking in the direction of the sound along with other employees. What he saw was a thin middle-aged man. Marvin had slightly dark skin. His features were sharp, and there was a hint of viciousness in his demeanor. "Brat, is this the bastard you brought home?" Marvin walked directly toward Gabby and continued cursing loudly. Employees were stunned. Was he cursing at President Beckham? They looked at Gabby. The elegant president now resembled a frightened little animal, curling up, slightly trembling. Dermot's eyes turned cold. Marvin stood up and blocked the man, asking, "You are Ellie?" The brother-in-law of my wife? Yes, it's me. Ellie raised his head, staring viciously at Dermot with narrow eyes. I want her. It's none of your business, move aside. His attitude showed disregard for life and death. Don't say I didn't warn you. I have proof of mental illness. Even if I stab you on the spot, you will die for nothing, Marvin said viciously without blinking. Hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the cafeteria, but standing in front of this man, Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Mental illness? You'd better be. Chapter 84. You're quite hard to kill. Everyone was on edge. Mr. Beckham, don't be impulsive. This Mr. Su looks completely unstable. If we get hurt by him, it would be an unexplainable loss. Little bastard, get the hell up. Ellie roared. I haven't even had my meal. Do you still dare to sit? Hiss. Everyone exchanged glances. How could such a beautiful and elegant Mrs. Beckham have an insane uncle? They looked over with mixed emotions. Gabby had already curled up entirely. She hugged her head, trembling uncontrollably in her seat. F***CK. Just as Ellie was about to continue his abusive tirade, he was abruptly choked by the neck. Dermot's gaze was cold and sharp like a blade. With a slight raise of his hand, he lifted Ellie's frail body off the ground, suspending him mid-air. Whew! Ellie frantically raised his hands, scratching at the large hand that gripped his throat. Soon enough, his face turned bluish-purple, clearly on the verge of suffocation. You! His tiny triangular eyes bulged to their maximum, nearly popping out of their sockets. Marvin gasped for air, struggling to breathe. However, the tightening grip around his neck made breathing increasingly difficult. Everyone watched Ellie in terror. He had his mouth wide open, his eyes bloodshot and glaring red from the pressure. Slowly, his eyes turned white, obviously reaching his limits. Only then did Dermot release him, lightly tossing him back to the ground. Cough. Marvin lay there coughing, greedily inhaling fresh air. The experience just now felt like walking through the gates of hell. If it had lasted 2 more seconds, he might have been strangled to death. Damn brat, you. Ellie regained his breath, lifting his head to glare viciously at Dermot. Without another word, Dermot walked over and kicked him squarely in the face. Ellie flew like a ragdoll, crashing into the restaurant's trash bin. The bin immediately tipped over, rolling away some distance. Hiss. The people in the restaurant were dumbstruck. Mrs. Beckham's husband? Marvin's too fierce. It seemed he wasn't done with Ellie yet. Marvin calmly followed, stepping on the trash bin to stop it from rolling further. At this moment, the restaurant was in chaos. Ellie's clothes and face were covered in various kitchen waste. Have you learned to speak properly? Dermot looked down at him condescendingly. Nod if you have. Ellie clenched his teeth, gnashing them together. Marvin glared at Dermot with bloodshot eyes. Brat, if you dare. Before he finished speaking, Dermot extended his foot, kicking the trash bin aside again. Ellie, still half trapped inside, rolled away once more. Dermot turned and walked into the kitchen, retrieving a heavy bone cleaver. The gleaming blade was razor-sharp and heavy enough to easily slice through pork or beef bones. Boy, don't act impulsively. The chef hurried after him, shouting, don't cause any fatalities. Dermot ignored him. Marvin strode towards Ellie. The old man finally crawled out of the trash bin, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Dermot approach, Marvin tried to open his mouth again, cursing profusely. But the next second, he saw the heavy, sharp cleaver in Dermot's right hand. No one from the Beckham family had told him that Gabby's husband was so crazy. Still standing there? Get over here. Dermot's shout was like a thunderclap, making Ellie tremble all over and his heart nearly stopped from fear. Marvin panicked and fled around the restaurant, shouting in a hoarse voice, don't come closer. Then, he saw Gabby nearby. A vicious gleam flashed across Ellie's eyes. Marvin suddenly lunged towards Gabby, intending to grab her as a hostage. This way, the boy would be hesitant to make a move. However, before he'd taken 2 steps, a sharp cold glint streaked past his face, the whistling wind cutting against his skin painfully. His body froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Was that the bone cleaver from the boy's hand? The thought that he had narrowly missed being sliced by the spinning blade made Ellie's legs go weak. Marvin could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground. Silence fell over the entire restaurant, with everyone staring in disbelief. Dermot slowly walked up to Ellie, looking down at him disdainfully. Why aren't you running faster? You're quite hard to kill. Ellie's throat was dry. Run faster, and he'd have lost his head. All signs of aggression were gone from his eyes now. Panic, fear, confusion. Various emotions played across his face. Dermot watched him for a moment, then walked over to Gabby and sat beside her. Marvin's assistant Belinda was already there with her. Gabby's condition had improved somewhat. She was no longer as dazed as before, and some light returned to her eyes. Feeling the familiar scent approaching, Gabby felt her tension ease further. Dermot smiled at her, not breaking eye contact. Though he didn't speak, Dermot's warm gaze and smile gradually dissipated the negative emotions clinging to Gabby. Marvin's condition was steadily improving. Chapter 85. Joining the commotion. In everyone's mind, President Beckham. Beautiful, elegant, and cold. Like a blooming lily, noble yet refined. This was the first time seeing her in such a disheveled state. She seemed like a frightened child, hands tightly covering her ears, curled up into a ball, pitiful and helpless. Dermot watched her silently. Marvin's current state was much worse than the last time she had an episode. The symptoms were evident back then, but not as intense as this time. The aura around Gabby made Dermot feel empathetic. The feeling of being gripped by fear and despair. Marvin had experienced it too. It was not a pleasant feeling at all. A cold gleam flashed in Dermot's eyes. Marvin stood up and said to Belinda, who was standing beside Gabby, "Take good care of President Beckham." Belinda paused. The look she gave Dermot was complex yet gentle. This man's actions just now had left her impressed. If not for him, President Beckham would have been in serious trouble. After giving his instructions, Dermot turned to leave. As he walked past, everyone nervously backed away. They had all witnessed the performance of Gabby's husband and felt both admiration and fear towards him. Dermot paid no attention to the varied gazes of the crowd. Marvin quickly chased out the door and only saw Ellie trying to sneak away at the elevator entrance. Ellie, whose face was already pale, became even more ashen. His whole body went numb as he desperately pressed the elevator button. Dermot smiled coldly, walking over and saying, "Wanna run? Did I give you permission to leave?" Ellie's face showed panic, stammering, "Buddy, I know I was wrong. It won't happen again." "Do you?" Dermot stopped beside him, gazing at his face with a cold smile. Ellie was a skinny man. Standing before Dermot, he looked weak and helpless. "I heard from Fiona." Dermot glanced at him, seeing that the elevator had arrived, so he grabbed Ellie by the shoulder, walking into the elevator together. "Weren't you supposed to be in a mental health facility in the outskirts? Who let you out? And who brought you to her?" His hand rested lightly on Ellie's shoulder. Dermot's indifferent gaze fell upon Ellie's face. Feeling the overwhelming presence, Ellie almost couldn't catch his breath. I recovered quite well. I was discharged." Ellie's teeth chattered as he answered. Before he was admitted, it was due to intentional harm with aggravating circumstances. If not for the protection provided by his psychiatric certification, he would have been sent to prison long ago. Ellie currently had no guardian. Releasing him into society would inevitably cause more trouble, so it was decided that he be sent to a psychiatric facility for supervision and treatment. Given his improved condition, he was released from the hospital a year ago. After discharge, the Beckham family had sent Ellie to another city and settled him there carefully. Marvin airing this, Dermot couldn't help but sneer. The Beckham family is being so kind? They merely wanted to hide this ticking bomb called Ellie. At the right moment, bring him back to Gabby. Ellie's return to Jinghai was arranged by the Beckham family. The old man was nearly scared out of his wits. He dared not hide anything from Dermot. Before long, the elevator stopped. They had reached the ground floor. Dermot gestured for Ellie to follow. Then, he led him to the security desk and pointed, saying, "Take a photo of this person. Make sure to print it and post it somewhere conspicuous. If he dares to come close." Dermot spoke while looking over. The chill in his eyes made Ellie shiver uncontrollably. The security guards exchanged glances, wondering what sin this small guy had committed to receive such treatment. If he dares to approach, they would hit him. Any medical expenses would be covered by Mr. Gaelg, Gabby's husband at Suzy Engine Group. After giving his instructions, Dermot looked at Ellie. "Get lost." Ellie stumbled out of the door immediately, vanishing soon after. Dermot returned upstairs. Due to Ellie's appearance, Gabby had no appetite for dinner. She sat where she was, regaining her composure, feeling better thanks to the comforting words of her staff. After a short rest, accompanied by her assistant, she returned to her office. When Dermot walked in, she was sitting in front of her computer, lost in thought. Belinda lifted her head, opening her mouth but ultimately remained silent, only staring gratefully at Dermot. Gabby snapped back to reality and nodded slightly at Dermot. "Xiao Corlieg has told me about what happened just now." "Thank you. Don't mention it." Dermot shook his head. "You don't look well. Why don't you go home?" Gabby hesitated for a moment. "Because there are still many things to handle." She thought for a while, shaking her head. "I'll be fine after a rest. I'm not that fragile." After saying that, she lifted her head again and asked with some complexity, "Marvin? Sue?" "Marvin's been driven away." Dermot replied. "I've told the security guards not to let him in again." A trace of relief appeared on Gabby's face. "Xiao Corlieg, you may go out first." She turned her face aside. "Tell everyone not to worry. I'm fine now." Belinda stood for a moment more before leaving with a hint of reluctance. She closed the door behind her, leaving Dermot and Gabby alone in the large space. Inside the room, silence reigned. Dermot did not ask proactively. If she wanted to talk, she would naturally do so. Marvin, her painful past was too difficult to recall. It wasn't necessary to reopen her wounds, to inflict secondary harm. Dermot didn't disturb her but sat back on the sofa, sipping tea while chatting with his mysterious WeChat friend. Gabby's gaze lingered on him for a long time. She thought he might ask out of curiosity, which would force her to revisit those days. Luckily, Marvin didn't ask. Gabby bit her red lip lightly, lost in thought. After an unknown period, she composed herself and focused entirely on her busy work. Time passed quickly. When Dermot broke the silence, it was already 6 in the evening. "That fat guy told me. There's a rich man holding a party at his villa tonight. Those attending will all be celebrities from Jinghai and nearby cities." Dermot looked at her and smiled slightly. "Should we join in the fun?" Gabby was somewhat tired, but since it was Dermot who spoke, she didn't refuse. Quickly tidying up the messy files on the table, she picked up her bag and followed Dermot into the elevator. "Do we need an invitation for such occasions?" Gabby suddenly remembered when they were in the car. "Did you get the invitation?" "Don't worry about that. The fat guy will take care of it." Dermot smiled easily. His smile carried a touch of unusual meaning. Chapter 86. The one who should leave is you. Jinghai, Rose Garden. On a scenic mountain road, flowers were in full bloom. The Jinghai Rose Garden was undoubtedly the most upscale villa complex in this city. What deterred many of the wealthy was not its price. Rather, it was the entry threshold. One must have significant influence and have made great contributions to society, including but not limited to supporting charitable causes, philanthropy, volunteer services. Gabby had considered moving into Rose Garden, but back then she did not have as much influence as she does now. Currently, she has met the threshold requirement. Yet, her interest in living here has waned. Dermot followed the navigation to a villa that resembled a castle. Outside the castle-like villa, luxury cars lined up neatly on the plaza, appearing quite grand. Marvin found a place to park. As soon as Dermot got out of the car, someone approached. "Master Rue, this is the invitation you wanted." The person presented a gold embossed card with both hands. Gabby looked over. The man immediately put on a smile. "Madam, good evening. You can leave now. This doesn't concern you." Dermot waved off the person after receiving the invitation. "This gentleman?" Gabby felt the black-clad man seemed familiar and asked. The black-clad man hurriedly nodded and bowed. Madam, I am Fremont, the butler of the Guild family. This title felt a bit strange. Gabby dismissed some inexplicable thoughts. You're Fremont? The project manager for the West District Development Project? The West District Project? Grandma Beckham coveted it greatly. Gabby had tried to meet with him several times, but never managed to. She never thought she would encounter the project manager under such circumstances. Fremont came from a collateral branch of the family and wasn't considered immediate family. Due to his excellent performance, he was highly trusted. Ah. Fremont paused before responding. Madam is referring to the West District Development Project? Yes, that's me. Madam suddenly asking about this. Marvin glanced at Gabby and then at Dermot. Gabby shook her head. Just asking. I've been trying to schedule meetings but couldn't. Fremont was embarrassed. Back then, Madam hadn't gained the approval of the patriarch. Now, the situation seems to have changed. In 2 days, Madam will attend the family dinner with Master. Clearly, she has gained approval. Ignoring her now would be impolite. You sure act important? Dermot stood beside him, teasingly saying. Fremont smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Gabby really just asked a question. Master Dermot was indeed only joking around. Afterward, the two walked together toward the entrance of the castle-like villa nearby. They showed their invitations. The front door receptionist politely escorted them inside. Tonight's party was held in the back garden of the villa. Before attending, they had returned to the Guild family residence, so they arrived a bit late, and the party had already been going on for some time. Dermot scanned the crowd and spotted his target. Ambrose Cedric. Was he there just for fun? No, he wasn't that idle. His true intention was to stand up for Gabby. Having found his target, he didn't waste any more time. Marvin took Gabby's hand and walked straight towards Ambrose Cedric. However, halfway there, they were intercepted by Jason, the big screen star, whom they hadn't seen in days. Dermot frowned instantly. This guy is here too? Georg, how did you get in? Jason's eyelid twitched. Your names aren't on the guest list, right? This is a private party today. The guests are either friends of Chairman Leaf or business partners. How did you two sneak in? Jason wore a white suit, giving him an air of elegance. Unfortunately, his somewhat fierce demeanor ruined the sophistication his attire conveyed. Haha, hilarious. Dermot didn't want to deal with him. Stop. Seeing Dermot about to walk away, Jason dashed forward to block him again. Jason was a mix of nervousness and excitement. Tonight's gathering was organized by his benefactor, Chairman Leaf, making it almost like his home turf. Idiot Dermot. To dare come to his home turf was simply asking for humiliation. People without business here are not welcome. Jason said forcefully. Please leave. Or else, I'll call security. Who told you we don't belong here? Dermot sneered, pulling out the invitation from his pocket and tossing it at Jason's face. Open your eyes and see if we have the qualifications to enter. A black card adorned with golden threads slapped against Jason's face, then slowly fluttered down. Jason casually caught it midair. Looking at it, he froze. You actually have an invitation? And it's the highest level black gold invitation? His eyes nearly popped out. The black gold invitation signified the highest status guests. How did you get this? Jason said furiously. I know it now. It must have been dropped by someone else and you picked it up. Moron. Dermot glanced at him with disbelief, extending his hand towards him. Give it back? Forget it. Jason tucked the invitation away and bellowed. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, neither of you can move around freely. This place was almost like his home ground. Jason's angry roar drew the attention of all the guests present. They curiously looked over, closely examining Dermot and Gabby standing beside him. Many recognized her. Ambrose Cedric also noticed the two. His face immediately turned ugly. The Beckham family had already received news of what happened earlier that day. Their once hopeful Ellie had been effortlessly subdued by the Georg person. Their sudden appearance. Ambrose Cedric felt an inexplicable unease welling up in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jason arrogantly shouted at the two. Tonight's guest list does not include either of your names. As for this invitation, either you stole it or found it. Anyway, it couldn't have been obtained through normal channels. Stolen invitation? Is there such a thing? The guests, unaware of the full story, pointed and discussed among themselves. Most of them knew Gabby. She had the qualifications to attend this party. But unfortunately, Chairman Leaf wasn't very familiar with her. Tonight, Chairman Leaf was hosting friends and business partners. Gabby could barely claim any connection with the owner of this place, let alone being friends. As for the man beside her, everyone disregarded him outright. Not recognizing him, they assumed he was just a nobody. Fool. Dermot frowned, saying coldly, get lost. Jason hid the invitation behind his back, sneering, you want me to leave? The one who should leave is you. Chairman Leaf and I are longtime friends. What are you? A worthless parasite trying to crash the party with a stolen invitation? Do you even have the right to shout here? Chapter 87. Is it you who bullied my wife? Dermot was extremely annoyed. Couldn't someone like Jason, a clown jumping around, just die? Marvin was always causing trouble right in front of him. Security. Jason roared. Where is the security? Throw these two intruders out of the party. Marvin recalled how he had been repeatedly kicked out himself, and now his anger surged even more. Right now, he would return all the humiliations he once endured, and with added interest. Before long, two burly security guards appeared at the scene. The guests surrounding them, still holding their wine glasses, stood nearby watching with amusement on their faces. Ambrose Cedric wore a look of smug satisfaction. The ominous feeling he had felt earlier vanished without a trace. It was truly pitiful that Georg didn't even make it past the security. If he had any real talent, then call over his father. Humph, just a bastard child not yet recognized by the family. Last time, Marvin got lucky. Old man Upsell happened to be there. Today, he wouldn't have such good fortune again. Throw this couple who did not receive invitations out. Jason ordered the security arrogantly. The security guards knew him. They naturally didn't dare to refuse. Dermot frowned. Although we did not receive an invitation, the invitation letter is authentic. Jason sneered. Neither of you is on the list for tonight's invitation. What does having an invitation letter do? Using stolen goods to glorify yourself, you actually think it's honorable? Spit. I've never seen anyone as shameless and despicable as you. Before Dermot could speak, Gabby was already displeased. Watch your mouth. Oh, Jason smirked. I'm insulting him, and you're upset? Miss Beckham, you really aren't picky. You actually fancy this kind of man? Do you know, besides licking your boots, he also has something going on with Lainey from Lai Entertainment? Upon hearing this, there were immediate gasps of surprise from the crowd. This nobody was quite impressive. Not only did he hook up with the rich widow Gabby, he was also linked with the notoriously aloof Lainey. Unlike them, Gabby found it amusing. She had already learned her mother-in-law's name, Marilyn. At the same time, Lai Entertainment publicly revealed the new board member's surname, Finleg. Putting all the clues together, the answer became clear. Lai Entertainment was a company established under her mother-in-law's name. Even without confirmation from Dermot, Gabby could guess, with 9 out of 10 chances, that Lai Entertainment's new director was none other than Dermot. Beating Jason to death, he wouldn't have guessed that the person he was cursing at might be his boss. And he dared to slander Dermot as being involved with Lainey? Lainey. She was merely an employee of the Gelg family. Just as the 2 security guards were about to move forward, a figure rushed over hurriedly. No one moves. Let's see who dares. Everyone looked closely and couldn't help but be surprised. Fremont. Why did he come out? Everyone exchanged glances, all somewhat shocked. Fremont's position in the Gelg family was as a butler. His status wasn't too high, but few dared to underestimate him. You. Fremont pointed at Jason and shouted, return the item to our young master. Jason was taken aback. Then he exploded with rage. Who are you to come out of nowhere? How dare you order me around like this? Young master? What young master? Where is he? Why can't I see him? Marvin angrily demanded. Everyone present was inwardly alarmed. Was this actor insane? Marvin didn't recognize Fremont and dared to insult him? You just... Fremont's face darkened immediately. What did you call me? Say it again? Jason sneered. Just now. Didn't you mean, dog brat? The moment the words left his mouth, Fremont slapped him hard across the face he was so proud of. Slap. His body flew sideways suddenly. Staggering and stumbling, he fell headfirst into the grass beside him. People who saw this scene twitched slightly, feeling uncomfortable tingling on their faces. That slap was way too hard. Scoundrel. Fremont muttered, walking over. How dare you insult me, you mere actor? Marvin bent down, grabbing Jason's arm. Jason screamed in pain, his face contorted with rage. Fremont snatched the invitation letter from Jason's hand and threw it back in his face. Open your dog eyes and look. This is the black gold invitation letter sent to our boss by Chairman Leaf. Our boss couldn't make it, so he sent the young master in his place. Don't you recognize our young master? Marvin pointed at Jason, unleashing a torrent of curses. You're saying your boss young master? Only then did Jason finally realize his fear. To dare to make a move on Leaf's territory, this person must have some backing. The name of my boss is not something you deserve to know. Fremont's roar was deafening. Our young master? You're blind as a dog. Boom. Jason felt like he had been struck by lightning. The person he had just cursed. Could it be Dermot? A thunderous explosion sounded in his mind, leaving him utterly blank. Marvin stared at Dermot, who remained indifferent, feeling almost unable to believe what he had heard. Dermot? Young master? This beggar also qualifies to be called young master. After venting for a while, Fremont finally brought out a middle-aged man with a gentle smile. Brother Gelg, calm down. Marvin smiled and held back Fremont, then turned to look at Dermot. That's your young master of the Gelg family? What else? Fremont said irritably. Chairman Leaf, I don't believe you only noticed the commotion now. Earlier, when our young master was being insulted, where were you? Marvin narrowed his eyes. Marvin came here on behalf of Boss Gelg. As soon as he entered, he was questioned by an unworthy actor. This is how you treat your guests? Fremont asked angrily. Brother Gelg, please don't be angry. Chairman Leaf's smile didn't fade, remaining very modest. Marvin looked at Dermot and smiled gently. Gelg's young master is so low-key. I didn't recognize him at first. Please forgive me, Brother Gelg. Fremont's face darkened. Before he could say more, Chairman Leaf had already walked towards Dermot. Pleased to meet you, young Master Gelg. Marvin extended a hand with a gentle smile. I'm Weston. Dermot glanced at him and didn't reach out. You are surnamed Leaf? His eyes narrowed slightly. Jason's recent patron also has the surname Leaf. So, was it you who bullied my wife last time? Dermot wore an ambiguous smile. Weston's hand hung in the air, revealing a faint trace of displeasure on his face. Given his current status, it was quite gracious of him to extend his hand first. This kid not only ignored him, but also confronted him with accusations. Chapter 88. You can be dissatisfied. This scene stunned everyone present. Weston was a wealthy magnate. The Leaf family was a distinguished clan. Marvin extended his hand in goodwill as an elder, only to be challenged by a junior? This kid, isn't he too arrogant? Even Fremont was shocked into a cold sweat. The young master of the Gelg family had been snubbed and insulted at the banquet. His accusations were justified. Because Dermot, he came in place of Apsel. Marvin represented the Gelg family. Publicly humiliating him was equivalent to insulting the entire Gelg family. Fremont took issue with this. Even if Weston was displeased, he couldn't say anything. The situation was different now. Weston had extended his hand proactively, setting the tone. No matter how unhappy one might feel, it couldn't be expressed openly. Wouldn't this be slapping Weston's face right back? Sigh, maybe he's been abroad for too long. Fremont looked troubled. Ishan is more accustomed to acting on impulse. The Li family's sphere of influence did not extend to Jinghai. As for Weston, he came to Jinghai not for any other reason, primarily to assist his family in expanding their business territory. Marvin was considered an outsider passing through. The Guild family ruled Jinghai without question. Of course, they didn't need to consider anyone's feelings, but they also couldn't completely disregard others' faces. Ishan's actions ruined a perfectly good hand. Fremont urgently contacted the boss. The current situation had exceeded his capacity to handle it. Dermot didn't realize that his brief words had nearly fried Fremont's mind. Marvin stared straight at Weston's frozen smile and continued, "There's no need to worry. My purpose in coming here isn't you." Hiss! The audience gasped collectively again. This kid is way too cocky to confront someone in their own home and then say, "It's not about you." That's sheer, blatant contempt. Weston's frozen smile finally gave way, turning grim and chilly. Just as he was about to speak, Dermot walked around him and headed towards the other side. The pent-up frustration in Weston's chest couldn't find an outlet, making his face turn purple. How Chairman Lee felt. Dermot wasn't interested. All his attention was focused on Ambrose Cedric. Beckham Wanjun, looking bewildered, was pulled over by Dermot, standing before the older uncle of the Beckham family. Ambrose Cedric had seen what just happened. In his view, Dermot was utterly stupid. Chairman Leaf might have treated him kindly out of respect for his father. But this kid not only failed to appreciate it, but even criticized Chairman Leaf. Utter arrogance. A person from the bottom is still a person from the bottom. Even with the new identity of young master of the Gelg family, he was still a waste, a product of the social underbelly. Mud can't be made into bricks. Ambrose Cedric met Dermot's eyes, his disdain clear in his gaze. "Did you bring Ellie?" Dermot paused for a few seconds before asking straightforwardly. Ambrose Cedric was taken aback for a moment. Then he smirked condescendingly. "Yes, I brought him back." "Wanjun, did you see your uncle? Meeting him after so many years, how do you feel?" Marvin smiled mischievously, but in the next second, the playful smile vanished from his face. Instead, it was replaced by a grimace of pain. In full view of everyone, Ambrose Cedric was struck squarely in the abdomen by a sudden kick from the opposite side. His body curled up and flew backward like a cannonball. With a loud bang, he crashed into a rectangular table behind him laden with drinks and snacks. In an instant, chaos reigned. Red wine splattered everywhere along with pieces of broken bottles and shattered pastries, covering Ambrose Cedric. Marvin clutched his abdomen. After falling, his body curled like a shrimp. The blow to his abdomen caused his stomach to churn violently, and he promptly vomited on the floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Beckham Wanjun was also wide-eyed. Marvin's expression was helpless as she was led forward by Dermot. "I sent your son inside." Dermot's eyes dropped to the convulsing Ambrose Cedric on the ground, saying coolly, "If you have any issues, direct them at me. If today's incident happens again, I don't mind making your Beckham family disappear." "Little punk." Ambrose Cedric clenched his teeth tightly, trying to raise his head despite the excruciating pain. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with deep-seated hatred. The scene had become completely silent, except for Ambrose Cedric's low growls like a cornered beast. Those eyes brimming with intense hate made people uneasy. The Beckham family was influential in Jinghai. Ambrose Cedric was the current patriarch, holding considerable power. Yet now, he had been publicly assaulted and disgraced. "Aren't you dissatisfied?" Dermot half smiled at him. "You certainly have the right to be dissatisfied. After today, you can do everything in your power to target me, to take revenge on me. But at the same time, you must understand one thing. I can send your son to prison. I also have ways to reunite you with your son. What you, Ambrose Cedric, have done doesn't need my reminder, right?" Dermot asked. Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Ambrose Cedric's distorted face. Dermot didn't reveal any more details but continued, "I've said all I need to say. How you choose to proceed is up to you. I gave your son a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Now I give you the opportunity to choose. I hope you, as a father, can be smart enough." His words left the onlookers utterly confused. Dermot certainly had no obligation to explain himself to them. After saying that, he turned his head towards Beckham Wanjun. "Do you think this punishment is enough?" Beckham Wanjun was stunned. Marvin brought her here specially for this? A sense of relief welled up in her heart. She harbored no feelings for the Beckham family. She had experienced too many backstabs from them. However, Marvin, her mother's inheritance, was still in the hands of these people. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to tear the mask off the Beckham family's face. Therefore, the grievances and resentment she endured from the Beckham family weighed heavily on her heart, tormenting her for many years, until Dermot's kick shattered it all. "Not enough?" Seeing her silence, Dermot asked, "Then I'll give him another kick?" Beckham Wanjun hurriedly stopped him. "Enough, enough." It was already enough. Being able to see the Beckham family's downfall satisfied her immensely. Moreover, if he kept hitting, Dermot would get into trouble. Persuaded by Beckham Wanjun, Dermot turned around and said, "This time, let it be. As for what happens next, the patriarch of the Beckham family better consider carefully." "You!" Ambrose Cedric gnashed his teeth, watching Dermot and Beckham Wanjun turn away with full-hearted hatred. In the midst of everyone's stunned expressions, Dermot and Beckham Wanjun calmly left the venue together. For quite some time after their figures disappeared, loud chatter erupted at the scene. "Chairman Leaf, just let him go like that? This brat made such a ruckus in your house, blatantly showing he has no respect for you." Everyone shouted indignantly. Chapter 89. The Tarnished White Moonlight. Weston's expression was unpredictable. After a while, he finally forced out words through gritted teeth. "Just now, this brat's father contacted me. Ha, what a wonderful father." Weston still held in his anger. Everyone was confused. What kind of person is this rascal's old man? A single call could end things so abruptly with Chairman Leaf? Weston clenched his teeth and finally said helplessly, "His surname is Gelg." Master Gailg Jiuzhou calls him young master. You guess. Who is his father? Gailg. Everyone was suddenly startled. Apart from that man, who else could be called boss by Fremont? Who else? That rascal actually has such an impressive father? All the guests present realized it, but Jason still had a puzzled look on his face. Chairman Leaf. Who exactly is that bastard's father? Marvin looked rather pitiful at the moment. The side of his face, which had been slapped by Fremont, was swollen high up, turning his handsome face into a pig's head. Weston glanced at him irritably and said impatiently, "Go tend to your injuries first." Today's events were all caused by this short-sighted actor. Jason was led away by the people Chairman Leaf arranged for him. After that little disturbance, the interest of the guests diminished greatly, and they dispersed soon after. Amber Cedric, who was publicly humiliated, left even earlier. After seeing off the guests, Weston returned to his library-like study with a serious face. A group of servants, as well as Jason, had already been waiting there. Although Jason's facial injuries had been treated, the redness and swelling hadn't subsided. Marvin looked both pitiful and somewhat comical. Weston glanced at him, feeling somewhat vexed. Exactly how did you provoke that kid? Jason was stunned. Who? Dermot? Yes. Weston frowned tightly. Marvin's from Jinghai's Gailg family. Apsel's eldest son. Apsel? Jason couldn't help but draw a breath. Chairman Leaf, are you sure? You mean Dermot is the son of that big figure in the Gailg family? How is this possible? His face showed disbelief. Marvin was just some loser struggling at the bottom of society. Parents deceased. The only relative he had was an old codger who also died not long ago. Just now. Weston looked at him, his gaze like looking at an idiot. The guy who slapped you is named Fremont. Marvin is the manager of the Gailg family. Do you know more about that kid than the Gailg family's manager? Jason was utterly dumbfounded and couldn't accept it. No, this can't be possible. Dermot was just a weakling, a good-for-nothing who relied on women for success. How could he possibly be the eldest son of Jinghai's premier wealthy family? Jason bit down hard on his teeth, lowered his head, deep in thought for a long time, then suddenly raised his head. Chairman Leaf, I need to make a call. Weston nodded. With his permission, Jason walked out of the study. Marvin found a quiet corner and dialed Allison's number. Little Ro, are you asleep? And Chi-Ro's voice sounded weak. Not yet. Senior, do you have something? These past few days, she felt a bit dejected. Jason knew that car show made his over-adoring junior classmate secretly develop resentment towards him. Therefore, he rarely went to see her recently. After all, in a while, she would come running back like a loyal dog. Little Ro, I need to ask you something. Jason's tone was very serious. This matter is very important. You must tell me honestly. What is it? And Chi-Ro's voice carried a hint of surprise. Senior, what happened to you? Jason didn't have time to answer her question and directly asked, did Dermot ever mention anything about his father to you? And Chi-Ro was stunned. She thought carefully but couldn't recall much. In terms of this matter, Dermot probably mentioned it to her before, but she didn't take it seriously at the time. Marvin airing her reply, Jason couldn't help but curse inwardly. Senior, why are you asking this? And Chi-Ro curiously asked, you met Dermot again? Jason's face twitched, unintentionally moving his injury. It hurt him enough to gasp. What happened to you? And Chi-Ro seemed to hear and asked with concern, Senior, are you not feeling well? Jason gritted his teeth and said solemnly, I accidentally kicked a stone, nothing serious. And Chi-Ro wondered, why are you still outside so late? Senior, these past days have been busy for you? Jason sighed. It's all because of what happened last time? Marvin sighed, saying, that day's event? You offended that financial magnate. These days I've been trying every way to clean up after you. Jason lied without hesitation. Marvin airing this. And Chi-Ro immediately felt apologetic. After that day, she couldn't help but criticize her senior internally, especially when she saw Dermot boldly confronting the Beckham family for a minor artist in the company. Marvin, her dissatisfaction with the senior reached its peak. Didn't he promise loudly that he would protect her for life? Why did he retreat at a slight provocation? In contrast, Dermot, for a newly debuted minor artist, he dared to face power head-on. Who was stronger, who was weaker? It was obvious. After that incident, the bright white moonlight in Chi-Ro's heart seemed to be covered with a layer of dimness. Until today, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. It turned out the senior hadn't done nothing. During this time when she had misunderstood him, the senior had been working tirelessly on her behalf. Through the signal, Jason couldn't know about the shift in Chi-Ro's thoughts. Unable to obtain useful information from her, Jason immediately conceived other plans. So he casually fobbed her off with a few words and hung up her call, then quickly contacted Alexandria. Little Xiao. Alexandria was confused when she received the call. Excellent mood. Everything she saw was beautiful scenery. What used to be commonplace urban street scenes now appeared exceptionally beautiful and captivating in her eyes. Gabby didn't know how to describe her feelings. All she knew was that she was very happy. Dermot, who was in the same car with her, could easily sense her excitement, infected by her mood. Dermot also seemed more cheerful. When the car stopped at a red light intersection, Gabby suddenly turned around. Thank you so much today. That moment, she wanted to do it but didn't dare to. Of course, what was more important was, he had come all this way just for her. Was this the feeling of having a husband? Although they were in a contractual marriage, Dermot's repeated appearances made her experience a wonderful sensation she had never felt before. Having a man beside her didn't seem like a bad thing. Gabby lightly bit her red lip, looking at Dermot with sparkling eyes and radiant expression. Dermot glanced at her and smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? It might make me misunderstand. Understand what? Gabby smiled slightly. Not expecting her to ask like that. Dermot hesitated for a second and seemed a bit embarrassed. Marvin didn't want to say the words in his heart. Seeming unwilling to let him off, Gabby smiled and asked again. Come on, understand what? Dermot was stumped. Marvin thought. Chatting and laughing happily. All around, there were insect chirps and the rustling sounds of leaves moving in the night breeze. Stars twinkled in the sky, and lights flickered on the ground, adding a romantic atmosphere to the campsite. It was indeed delightful. Gabby showed the order information to the approaching waiter, who immediately led them to their seats. She chose a transparent bubble cabin. The space wasn't large, but it was fully equipped. A gentle cool breeze from the air conditioning flowed through the wooden floor beneath, bringing a hint of freshness to the room. Even when the stove was burning, staying inside wouldn't feel too hot. While Gabby was ordering, Dermot tilted his head upward and took a look at the brilliant stars in the sky. This place was far from the city. The bright lights of the city, which usually overshadowed the stars at night, were no longer able to do so here. Dermot really didn't expect it. Eating hot pot could be so romantic. Do you have any particular favorite dish? Gabby turned and asked. Take a look. Dermot shook his head. Marvin was not picky about this. Back in the days when he ate this, he mostly accompanied Allison, who ordered whatever she liked, and Dermot ate whatever she did. No matter how much she ordered, she only tasted a few bites of each dish, leaving the rest to Dermot. At that time, he felt touched, thinking that Allison was specially saving it for him. Thinking about it now, it was just to maintain her figure. Seeing Dermot lost in thought, Gabby didn't disturb him and quietly waited for a while. Once he came back to his senses, she asked again, Nothing special you like? Then, I'll order for you. Dermot nodded. Just order whatever. Don't worry about waste. My appetite is quite big. Gabby smiled. You said it. Soon, various dishes and a steaming 9-square hot pot arrived together. After putting on the aprons provided by the young waitress, they got started right away. Not only was the environment pleasant here, but the dining experience was also enjoyable, making people feel quite satisfied. After finishing their late-night snack, it was already midnight. Phew, so full. Perhaps because of her good mood, her appetite had increased significantly. Gabby, feeling too full, didn't want to move at all. She usually presented herself as quite a goddess. Only in front of close family or intimate acquaintances, like Fiona, did she reveal her gentle and petite side. Dermot glanced at her, couldn't help but smile. Gabby, with her usually cold exterior, now showed an expression that made a stark contrast. She looked rather adorable. Shall we take a walk around here? Gabby suggested after sitting for a while. To digest a bit? Dermot nodded. That's actually a great idea. Marvin had eaten until he was almost stuffed, just like her. They left the aromatic bubble cabin and stepped out into the fresh air outdoors. Stepping out of the air-conditioned room, the outdoor temperature quickly enveloped them with the lingering warmth of a summer night. But soon, a cool night breeze blew through the woods, gently brushing against them. Very comfortable. Outside the camping area was a small park. The streetlights along the park paths cast long shadows of the two. Suddenly, a small black shadow darted across the road ahead, startling Gabby. She instinctively retreated to Dermot's side, still startled as she peered forward. In her sight was a little cat. Under the streetlight, its eyes were as green as jade, looking very beautiful. Gabby patted her bulging chest and sighed in relief. You scared me. Dermot naturally reached out, holding Gabby's shoulder and giving it a few light pats for comfort. Marvin felt like laughing. How did he never notice before how timid she could be? A passing kitten startled her this much. After some gentle soothing, they suddenly became aware. This position seemed somewhat ambiguous. Gabby was entirely nestled in Dermot's arms. Dermot's hand rested on her shoulder, gently comforting her. Just like a loving couple in the midst of a romance. Gabby felt extremely shy and wanted to pull away. But somehow, at that moment, she remained lightly pressed against Dermot, feeling his heart beat more intensely against her own chest. Chapter 91 The Unlucky Short-Lived Devil. Two hearts, beating close together. This wasn't the first time Dermot was in such intimate proximity with Gabby. He had held her before in the ancient town. But back then, she was not fully aware of her surroundings. Dermot's heart had been filled with worry, unable to ponder anything else. But this time was different. Both were very much awake, even feeling each other's heartbeats. A thread of emotion spread under the night sky. Gabby didn't understand the strange emotions welling up in her heart. She only knew. It felt so reassuring to be nestled in this man's arms. Dermot had a similar feeling. Does a girl behave this obediently when she doesn't speak? Unsure how much time had passed. When they finally parted, there was a tinge of reluctance. It was already quite late. After strolling around for another 10 minutes or so, they returned to the car. After arriving home, they said goodnight to each other and went to their respective rooms. The next morning, as Dermot stepped out of his room, he was met by Fiona's kind smile. Son-in-law, did you have fun with Miss yesterday? You came back quite late, right? Is Miss still in her room? Dermot. Of course, she was in her room. Not long after, Gabby descended from upstairs in her cartoon-patterned pajamas. She seemed not to have slept well, looking weary. I feel like I'm overheated. Could you brew some cooling tea for me today? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. After eating hot pot last night, today, she was already overheated. Sometimes, one really can't be too indulgent. Why did you suddenly get overheated? Fiona asked curiously. What did you do with son-in-law yesterday? Gabby's face stiffened. She glanced uncomfortably at Dermot and muttered awkwardly. We didn't do anything. What could we do? Last night, on a sudden impulse, she lingered in this man's embrace for a long time. She wondered how he viewed her. Would he think she was too frivolous? Gabby suddenly became lost in thought. With leftover work from yesterday, she finished breakfast in a distracted mood and drove back to the office. She planned that by immersing herself in work, she wouldn't wander into random thoughts. Soon after she left, Dermot, feeling bored, also drove away. Maybe I should go back to the company. Aimlessly driving around twice, he turned the car towards Leahy. To his surprise, Marvin was stopped again at the same spot by Alexandria. Do you have nothing better to do? Dermot was very impatient. Why are you waiting here? I won't issue any statement. You'd better let it go. Statement. Alexandria laughed coldly. I didn't come here for that today. She lowered her voice and asked, I heard. You're the young master of Jinhai Guild family? Have you been hiding this from us all along? Dermot frowned deeply. After a moment's thought, he asked, Did Jason tell you? Last night, Jason was present. This guy must have found out something. Don't ask who told me. Alexandria gritted her teeth. Just tell me. Is it true? Are you really the eldest son of the Jinhai Guild family? Does it matter to you if it's true or false? Dermot smiled. I don't owe you an explanation. With that, Marvin turned to leave. Little brat, stand still. Alexandria was furious. Mr. Gaelg, you've hidden this from us for so long. Dermot frowned but said nothing. When he married into the Yin family, he hadn't decided to return to the Gaelg family, so it didn't count as a deliberate concealment. But these details were unnecessary to explain to this harsh old woman. Marvin walked towards the entrance, but Alexandria grabbed his clothes tightly. You must give an explanation to us mother and daughter today, or you won't leave. Alexandria yelled. Tell us, what are your intentions? Why did you deceive my daughter? Dermot was annoyed. Are you crazy? Marvin lightly shook off Alexandria's grip behind him. Marvin used minimal force, but Alexandria acted like a drama queen, immediately sitting down on the ground. Ouch! She started crying loudly. You ungrateful short-lived devil. May you die 1,000 deaths. You've wronged my daughter. My daughter's purity has been destroyed by you. You bastard. Outrageous. Dermot almost laughed out loud at her audacity. How could she have the nerve to say such things? Marvin really didn't want to deal with this shrew, and walked straight into the building. Seeing his figure disappear into the elevator, Alexandria immediately stood up as if nothing happened. Marvin's expression changed smoothly, from mourning in pain 1 second to being shrewish the next. Don't you dare gloat. Wait for me. She turned around and hurried towards the side of the building. There, 2 young men were standing with their phones ready. Did you record everything? Alexandria asked the two. Remember to delete the part after. Don't worry, Auntie. We got it all. The young man looked anxious. Auntie, we've done everything as you asked. Can we conduct the interview now? Alexandria smiled coldly. Interview? Of course. I want to expose that bastard Dermot's despicable behavior in front of the media. The 2 young men exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. Currently, the hottest topic on the internet was about Maud. She herself was a top-tier internet celebrity. Now she was involved in some scandals. If they could get the scoop, their channel would skyrocket in popularity. They brought Alexandria to the roadside and climbed into a minivan. Auntie, would it be convenient to invite your daughter over too? The young man sitting in the passenger seat asked, while fastening his seatbelt. Alexandria's face changed slightly. She hasn't been in good shape recently. As for why, you'll soon find out, she said, a cold light flashing in her eyes. All this was caused by that bastard surnamed Gaelg. I will never let him off. Caused by him? The young man was shocked. What do you mean by that? Doesn't that Mr. Gaelg have a wife? Alexandria asked through gritted teeth. The young men nodded. They had heard about it. Mr. Gaelg's wife is apparently a well-known beautiful CEO in the Jinhai business circle. At the auto show not long ago, they flaunted their love so openly, it was quite sensational. The 2 young men said enviously. That beautiful CEO, rich and gorgeous. Marrying her was like reaching the pinnacle of life. Flaunting love? Pfft. Alexandria thought back to that day, and couldn't help but feel furious. That woman is just a fox spirit. Haven't you guys in the media been speculating about my daughter's relationship status? Alexandria sneered. My daughter is so obedient, always keeping herself pure since childhood. She didn't date anyone until her 20s, and then, she was deceived by that Gaelg guy. The young men were startled. Maud and Dermot really had something going on? Holy crap, this is big news. Chapter 92, Shocking News. A piece of news caused a huge stir on the internet. Top actress Allison had been secretly married to a man surnamed Gaelg. What the heck? My goddess's image is collapsing. She was actually married? I can't accept it. Who would have thought? This is too shocking. Why hasn't she appeared much recently? Was she shelved after the company found out about the secret marriage? Goddess and has been married? What's going on here? You're kidding me. It was her mother who said this in a media interview. Could this be fake? Allison had always portrayed herself as innocent and pure. Marvin's romantic history was clean like a blank sheet of paper. It seemed that the entertainment industry's big melting pot couldn't taint her in the slightest. Precisely because of this, the current revelation of this kind of news caused unprecedented commotion. Netizens flooded Allison's social media account, leaving frenzied comments demanding the truth. However, all their messages were like stones cast into the sea, never receiving a response. Just when netizens were on edge, another part of the interview was released. People clicked on the video and saw a middle-aged woman whose features hinted at past beauty. Upon closer inspection, Allison bore some resemblance to her. My daughter. Alexandria's eyes filled with tears as she tearfully narrated, was completely tricked into marriage. Netizens were shocked. Tricked into marriage? What's going on? That car show, you've heard about it, right? The gossip about my daughter started because of that car show. She lamented. The car show hadn't happened too long ago. Many netizens still vividly remembered the event. Teresa's behavior at the car show was very off. Observant people clearly saw that she had ties with that married man surnamed Gaelg. After listening to Alexandria's explanation, people finally understood. It wasn't just that they had ties. These two had once stood together at the altar and became husband and wife. That bastard surnamed Gaelg, lazy and good for nothing. Alexandria continued crying. After he married my daughter, he lived in our house, doing nothing every day, not helping with any household chores, waiting for meals and clothes without lifting a finger. My daughter was foolish. Using modern terms, she had love blindness. Knowing that Gaelg was a good for nothing, she stayed by his side and never complained. She worked hard outside, filming and taking ads to earn money. All for what? For this family. What about Dermot? That scoundrel unashamedly spent the pocket money my daughter gave him. What the hell? Netizens clenched their fists. Is there anyone more shameless in this world? Well, that day at the car show, she spoke bitterly. Georg was her first love. Can you forget your first love so easily? Marvin or inadvertently revealed emotions were caught by netizens. The events following are what you already know. Alexandria clasped her hands together. Please don't focus on my daughter's love life anymore. Mentioning it each time hurts her. Do everyone a favor and let it go, okay? Marvin, her heartfelt cries moved many netizens to tears. Damn, Teresa had such a tragic experience. Damn, she encountered a scumbag. That guy surnamed Georg, is he heartless? How could he bear to deceive such a gentle and beautiful lady like Maud? Deception? Marvin even hit her. Humph, this Georg guy is just damn despicable. A storm of public outrage swept across the internet. Soon, many influential figures and well-known bloggers posted articles condemning him. Most of them were famous feminists who spoke up for Allison with righteous indignation. After fermentation throughout the afternoon, the incident escalated beyond control. Dermot, who was being denounced by countless netizens, was still completely unaware of it. Marvin was in Lainey's office, selecting scripts for his young apprentice Vivian. Vivian exuded an aura of natural charm. She was like a flawless piece of jade. Even without refinement, she emitted a unique brilliance. This one, no good too. Having looked through several scripts, he couldn't find a satisfactory one. Dermot threw them back on the table, shaking his head. Some are not bad, but not enough. For her debut film, utmost caution must be exercised. Before finding the right script, continue recording the show. I don't want mediocrity, I want a striking success. Vivian nodded obediently. Lainey looked at her in surprise, puzzled inside. This cool and rebellious little girl is so obedient in front of Dermot? Lainey gazed at Dermot with admiration. True to his reputation as young Master Georg, even a princess like Vivian can be easily handled by him. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lainey cleared her throat. Come in. The words had barely left her mouth when a figure rushed in hurriedly. Bethany, something's wrong. Lainey took a closer look. She recognized her secretary, Angel Jamar. So she frowned slightly, chiding softly. Why are you in such a hurry? What's going on? Angel Jamar looked anxious. She glanced at Dermot first, then said uncomfortably, Bethany, on the internet? On the internet? There's a situation. What kind of situation? Lainey knitted her brows and snatched the tablet from her hand. Marvin's expression changed drastically in an instant. Curious about her intense reaction, Dermot came over and glanced at the tablet. Then, Marvin was also stunned speechless. Chapter 93. Your man has some nerve. Dermot was stunned. Alexandria, that old woman, had lost her mind. Didn't she know? Even spreading rumors online is against the law and could lead to detention. She dared to tell such an outrageous lie? Domestic violence? Vivian widened her eyes in disbelief. How can Brother Rue possibly commit domestic violence? And, Brother Rue married Signorin? When did this happen? She furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Dermot smiled helplessly. After a moment, he explained, it was about a year ago. But it doesn't matter at all. Marvin pointed to the tablet computer and said, what's important is that not a single word of what that old woman said is true. Vivian looked up and said earnestly, I believe you. That day, they became close friends for life, and she now trusted Dermot implicitly. Dermot was slightly taken aback. There weren't many people willing to trust him unconditionally. Vivian's unhesitating response made him feel warm inside. Mr. Georg, how would you like to handle this? Lainey asked with a serious expression. Alexandria's remarks were sufficient to constitute defamation. Dermot thought for a moment and said, ignore her. Just send her a lawyer's letter. Responding to her would be completely superfluous. Just handle it officially, leaving no room for maneuver. This? Lainey hesitated a bit. Not responding might make people think we're guilty. Even if we respond, it won't help, Dermot replied with a helpless smile. Do you remember the music talent who was smeared by his ex-wife writing essays a couple of years ago? Lainey paused. Marvin responded at the time. So what happened? Dermot chuckled inside. His ex-wife couldn't produce any concrete evidence. Just by writing one essay, it caused his career to plummet. I'm facing a similar essay now, the difference being it came from Alexandria's mouth. Dermot swiped on the tablet. Did you notice that those feminist bloggers have spoken out? How similar it is to the situation back then. You mean? Lainey's expression grew solemn. They are orchestrating a smear campaign against you? Dermot nodded. There's no need to argue with them. Send lawyers letters to those who shout the loudest. Online defamation also constitutes defamation. They will face charges accordingly. Let them bark for a few days. The louder they shout, the worse their fate will be. Lainey frowned, hesitant but still followed Dermot's instructions. Online. Netizens found out that Dermot worked at Leahy Entertainment and flooded the official Weibo with comments. However, there was no response from them. Damn, ghosting again? You Leahy guys sure have interesting scandals. Get that abusive man to respond. Marvin gained so much goodwill when he confronted the Beckham family, who knew he was like this in private. Whatever he did, domestic violence can't be whitewashed. Abusive and cheating. This guy has it all. Fuck, both his ex-wife and current wife are hotshots. What does this bastard have to boast about? Shit. The online debate raged on. Dermot ignored everything and drove to Gabby's company. She was also innocently dragged into this mess, hoping it wouldn't affect her. Hurrying to the building where her office was located, Dermot felt inexplicably excited at the thought of seeing her soon. It felt weird. Soon, the elevator went up. When Dermot arrived outside her office door, he saw Belinda, the secretary with a complicated look on her face. Is President Beckham here? Just left. Belinda didn't seem as hostile towards Dermot as before. President Beckham was called back by her family. Dermot's eyebrows knitted together. Marvin or family? The Beckham family? Ambrose Cedric still hadn't learned his lesson? Dermot, I have to ask. Belinda stared into Dermot's eyes. Can you handle what's happening online? Dream's gentle voice suddenly turned cold. You've been quite restless lately, haven't you? Gabby kept her composure and looked up with a smile. Have I? Haven't you? Dream smiled, her wooden-like palm sliding through Gabby's hair. Finally, it landed on her delicate face. The man you found has quite some nerve, doesn't he? Dream's hand tightened suddenly. Gabby's delicate chin and cheeks were tightly pinched by the elderly lady. Besides sending your cousin Jianghe to prison, Dream's kind smile gradually became sinister. You dared to attack your uncle in public. Gabby had very tender skin. After being pinched hard for a while, her skin was marked with red patches. It hurt a bit, but her expression didn't change. Beckham Jianghe got what he deserved. As for my uncle, she glanced at the grim-faced Ambrose Cedric and whispered, that was indeed inappropriate. I will apologize on his behalf. Dream sneered and let go of her face. Apologize. Ambrose Cedric's face twisted in fury, gritting his teeth. Humph. Those are your words. Marvin roared. You little wretch, kneel down. Chinchung, shut up. Dream suddenly turned her head and lightly rebuked. She is still your niece. Ambrose Cedric immediately stopped speaking. Dream then turned back to look at Gabby. Shao Carly, your husband has really caused a big disaster this time. Your uncle is very angry. If grandmother shields you, others would blame grandmother for not being fair, she said earnestly. Gabby inwardly sneered. This old witch worried about fairness? She didn't know what tricks this old witch would play this time. Chapter 94 time is running out. The room was very quiet. All eyes, including those of Ambrose Cedric, were on Gabby. Their gazes revealed various emotions, all treating her like a lamb. Gabby's expression remained unchanged as she looked into the Janie's eyes. Grandma, what should I do? Mom's inheritance is in the hands of this old witch. Gabby had to endure humiliation and dared not fully confront her. Beckham old lady pondered for a moment before saying, the task Grandma assigned you last time? It's being followed up? Gabby replied calmly. I met with the project manager yesterday. The Janie had mentioned it before. It was still that nearly 10 billion investment project in Xiqing district. The Beckham family had never considered fulfilling the agreement. They might not even have hope for the project in Xiqing district. Yet, she still brought it up. Because regardless of success or failure, the Beckham family would be unharmed. If unsuccessful, they could more rightfully claim her mother's inheritance. If successful, the Beckham family would benefit immensely. Have you told your husband about this? Beckham old lady asked with a smile. Gabby shook her head. Marvin had suffered greatly yesterday. There was plenty of reason for his outburst. The man you brought home is utterly disrespectful. Ambrose Cedric shouted further. Marvin even dared to hit me. If Grandma hadn't stopped me, I would make him pay. Marvin said coldly. What does it matter if he's the son of Apsel? Apsel can protect him for a while, but can he protect him forever? Our Beckham family has ways to deal with that rogue. Yes. Others chimed in. That Gale guy is no good at all. Being the son-in-law of the Beckham family, Marvin goes against us every time. First, he sent young Marvin to prison, and that's not enough. He even dared to beat Uncle. Do you think we, the Beckham family, eat vegetables? If he hides in the Gale family, maybe we can't touch him right away. But, everything remains to be seen. They all agreed, all wanting to teach Dermot a painful lesson. Gabby's face changed. No one knew better than Gabby how vicious these despicable vampires in front of her were. What they said, they could and would do. After letting these people shout for a while, Madame Beckham finally spoke calmly. That's enough. No more arguing. How can we say? Marvin is also the son-in-law of the Beckham family. Young Marvin made a mistake. It's not necessarily a bad thing to teach him a lesson. Ambrose Cedric became anxious. Mom, young Marvin Madame Beckham raised her face, looking displeased. What? You're not even listening to me now? Ambrose Cedric quickly lowered his head, muttering, I wouldn't dare. The Janie glared at him and shook her head. I know you have grievances in your heart, but as a family, we should get along harmoniously. If Xiao Gale shows enough sincerity, there's no reason we can't forgive him. Carly, do you think Grandma is right? After everyone had played their part, it was time for the old witch to play the kind one. Gabby smiled lightly. Grandma is right. I'll mention the matters you instructed when I get back home. The Janie smiled gently, holding her hand. No matter what his response is, I want to know it immediately. Yes, Grandma. Gabby replied with a smile, and then took her leave. Walking out of the room, Marvin's smile vanished instantly. The old witch's tricks hadn't changed at all. Gabby even suspected that the old witch might have more hidden plans up her sleeve. What should I do? A heavy weight seemed to press down on Gabby's heart. Seek Dermot's help? Though their connection had deepened, in the end, this relationship only stemmed from a contract. Dermot had once clearly told her he didn't want to get involved in the Beckham family's intrigues. Bothering him over this matter would make him unhappy. Their hard-earned relationship, would it waver because of this issue? With a troubled heart, Gabby walked out of the Beckham family mansion. She had just taken out her car keys when her peripheral vision caught a very familiar car approaching. Turning her head, she was slightly stunned. Just as she was dazed, the car slowly came to a stop. Dermot got out of the car, walking towards her while observing carefully. What happened to your face? They were giving you a hard time? A clear anger flashed in his eyes. Chapter 95. The little rabbit has grown up. Gabby was taken aback. She turned her head to glance at the car window. It was the red marks left by the Janie on her cheeks that were still clearly visible. Gabby smiled wryly. Dermot's unexpected appearance and his first words of concern deeply touched her. Maybe, as the Janie had said, she had gained some weight in Dermot's heart. Gabby shook her head with a smile. They didn't mistreat me. These marks on my face are self-inflicted. Dermot looked hesitant. Marvin then realized he might have overreacted. Perhaps, because their relationship had deepened? It made him care more about Gabby. Dermot was always straightforward in love and hate. If someone treated him well, he would treat them well in return. Since Gabby treated him nicely, it was natural for him to give something back. I didn't call you here to make things difficult for you, Dermot asked with disbelief on his face. Gabby shook her head. No. Since she didn't want to be involved in the internal conflicts of the Beckham family, there was no need to tell him about today's incident. How did you come here? She asked curiously. Did Xiao Corlieg tell you? Dermot sharply sensed her insincerity, but since she didn't want to say, he couldn't press further. So he shifted the topic to answer her question. I went to the company to find you, but your little secretary. After explaining briefly, he continued talking about the online issue. Gabby was unaware of this matter. After listening attentively, she felt speechless. Dare she tell such lies? She knew a bit about Dermot and Allison. After all, she had witnessed Allison making things difficult for Dermot and heard firsthand that it was due to Allison's infidelity within marriage. The one who was at fault first. How dare she turn around and accuse others? I don't care. Let it clear up on its own. Gabby asked. What are you going to do about it? Dermot smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Shall we go back to the company now? Standing outside the Beckham residence wasn't a solution. Gabby nodded and smiled. Thank you for coming over. I'm sorry for the trouble. Marvin came immediately, probably worried that she might be harassed. Thinking of this, Gabby felt a sweet warmth inside. Being cared for by someone really felt great. Besides her parents, she rarely experienced such feelings. Both of them drove, so they returned to their respective cars and headed back. Just as they arrived downstairs at the company, Dermot received a call from his father. Apsel reminded him that there was a family dinner tonight and emphasized not to be late. Dermot turned off the car engine and bypassed the reminder. How's that investigation going? Not long ago, because of some matters, he punished a young man surnamed Marvin. What he didn't expect was, a guy who initially only suffered minor injuries became seriously ill after several days. This led to his questioning by the police. Analyzing the situation afterwards, he suspected that someone was secretly setting a trap for him, using the Marvin family's young man to frame him, but he was busy heading to the ancient town to handle other matters. Therefore he entrusted the whole thing to Apsel. Regarding what you mentioned, Dad has already investigated thoroughly. Gelgfat's rough voice sounded. The truth is pretty much as you guessed. Hospital visitation records show, indeed, before the Marvin family rabbit brat's condition worsened, he met a few people with somewhat sensitive identities. You'll see them tonight. Are they really people from the Gelg family? Dermot chuckled coldly. Looks like they don't welcome me very much. Apsel laughed twice. There was a hint of helplessness in the laughter, along with a touch of ruthlessness. The Gelg family was the top aristocracy in Jinghai. Even nationwide, it was among the prestigious families, possessing wealth in the billions. Too much wealth often brings disaster, because it breeds greed and scheming deep within human nature. Fathers and sons turning against each other, brothers fighting, family bonds breaking, scandal after scandal, quite common, struggles over interests, an unavoidable problem for everyone caught in the game. Living in an aristocratic family, Apsel was accustomed to witnessing all kinds of power struggles and had become quite indifferent to some things. Towards family ties, Marvin didn't value them too highly. Apart from his blood-related children, the few close female friends he cared about remained. As for the people of the Gelg family, Marvin had some feelings, but not many. If it were just usual power games, he could turn a blind eye. However, they dared to target his most promising eldest son. Tonight's family dinner, he was fully prepared to clear away all obstacles for his eldest son. At this moment, Dermot's voice rang through the phone speaker. Your laugh seems peculiar? Apsel was momentarily stunned, deliberately waiting until today to tell me the results of your investigation. Did you make preparations for the family banquet? Dermot continued. Let me guess. You were thinking of helping me clear out rivals at the banquet? Apsel's eyes widened. This brat, does he have a dog's nose? How could his sense of smell be so sharp? Even the slightest emotion revealed was caught by him. Your good intentions, I appreciate, but I don't need your help. Dermot added. I prefer to rely on myself. I don't need you to perform any great justice by eradicating family members for my sake. You. Apsel felt complex emotions instantly. Little rabbit, what are you talking about? Marvin knew very well. His eldest son had wandered outside for many years, developing his own set of principles and standards. This child, who grew up struggling in the mud, had grown strong wings. Without anyone's protection, he could freely soar in the sky, spreading his lofty ambitions. I'm your father. How can a father be unmoved when his son is being framed? If not for waiting for you to come back, I would have dealt with them long ago. I told you, Dermot smiled. I appreciate your intention, but I prefer to handle things in my own way. The people of the Gelg family mean little to me. You are different. At least you are the head of the family. After committing such acts, how will you face Jiaozong Gelg Siyuan? PSK. Apsel's mind buzzed. Brat, your old man is still in his prime. How easily would... This made her even more dazzlingly beautiful. Marvin, her eyes were as bright as autumn water, her brows like distant peaks. Marvin, her lips were as tender as flower petals. The meticulous makeup accentuated the superiority of her features even more. Just one more glance, and you would almost lose yourself. Seeing her for the first time was stunning enough. Today, her astonishing beauty left him even more impressed. Dermot couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't it be nice if she really were his wife? As soon as the thought arose, Marvin quickly shook his head. Wasn't this just being tempted by her beauty? Just getting out of a failed marriage, he was already thinking about moving on? What are you doing? What's wrong? Gabby noticed his sudden shaking of the head and couldn't help but ask curiously. Dermot cleared his throat. Nothing. Marvin drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a gift from this beautiful CEO next to him, and turned into a small road. Not far ahead, that vast expanse of blue bricks and white walls was the Gelg family ancestral home. Marvin had visited a few times as a child, and each experience wasn't very pleasant. Thus, despite its beauty resembling a paradise, Dermot held a terrible impression of it. Gabby didn't understand the reason behind it. Looking out the window at the splendid ancestral home, she marveled. There's such a place in Jinghai? Terraces and pavilions, scattered elegantly. Green trees shading all around, small bridges over streams. The buildings before her eyes were predominantly white-walled and black-tiled. Simple yet graceful, blending perfectly with the surrounding serene gardens, like a scroll of ink painting. I once heard that fatty say. Dermot explained with a smile. Within dozens of miles, everything is their Gaelg family's land. No outsiders were allowed inside. The Gaelg family, who cordoned off this area, acted like local emperors. Gabby couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's the Gaelg family, to claim such a large piece of land. Dermot chuckled, saying nothing more. Cordoning off a piece of land in the outskirts was nothing. That fatty Apsel had bought an entire mountain. Marvin found a place to park the car and got out. Gabby followed suit, still checking herself in the car window glass. The cautious demeanor observed by Dermot made him find her somewhat adorable. If she really were. As soon as the thought arose, Dermot quickly shook his head again. What's happening? Lately, such thoughts keep popping up. Clearing his mind of miscellaneous thoughts, Dermot watched as Gabby walked around to his side. She naturally linked arms with Dermot. In others' eyes, they were newlyweds. Being a couple, they shouldn't appear too unfamiliar. Moreover, she was extremely nervous inside, feeling more reassured by staying close to Dermot. The Gaelg family's ancestral home wasn't just a single house. It was a cluster of buildings. Ancient tiled houses surrounded a courtyard, forming a central prominence. The two stepped onto the heavy bluestone path and walked towards the most illuminated central area. Getting closer, they could hear voices. There were loud laughter from adults and joyful play sounds from children. Walking further forward, they could see a particularly spacious square. On the square, several round tables were distributed. Gaelg family members who had arrived early were scattered around, engaging in animated conversations. When Dermot and Gabby arrived, they merely glanced over briefly before looking away. Let's find a place to sit, Dermot said nonchalantly, walking toward the side with Gabby. Tonight's family gathering was especially lively. After sitting down, Dermot casually observed and found several familiar faces. At this moment, two children ran over, staring curiously at Dermot and Gabby. Gabby immediately forced a smile and greeted them. Marvinlo, little ones? However, she met with no response. The two kids ignored her, glanced at them a few times, then ran off. Gabby laughed awkwardly. I guess I've never been liked by kids. Dermot smiled. Looks like we're the same. When I was little and came here, I would meet many kids around my age or a year or two younger. Though our ages were similar, we simply couldn't get along. Especially Philip. Marvin was very young back then. Maybe just learning to walk? Recalling the past, Dermot continued. Marvin always liked to go against me. For example, when I was eating something, Marvin'd insist on snatching it from me. Even if I gave it to him, he wouldn't eat. Marvin just kept staring at me. When I started eating something else, he would come up and snatch it from me again. Sometimes it annoyed me so much, I just hit him. And then, he would call his older brothers and sisters from the Gaelg family to come and cause trouble for me. Gabby looked at the side profile of the man. She noticed, his older brothers and sisters from the Gaelg family. This man had never regarded those people from the Gaelg family as his own relatives. Gabby suddenly felt a twinge of pain. Dermot's face was smiling as he recalled past events. However, this smile seemed to hide something. After rambling on for a while, Dermot abruptly changed the subject. Talking about these things to you. It's because I want to tell you. You really don't need to feel nervous. These people won't treat you as family. So there's no need to take them seriously. Just regard them as passersby who happened to sit with us for a meal. Gabby bit her red lip gently. She was thinking about how to respond. Several figures were already approaching the two of them. Looking up, they saw exactly the person Dermot had just mentioned. Philip. Philip had his hands in his trouser pockets, his face slightly raised, and walked over with an arrogant look. You've arrived? Marvin sneered through his nose. Since you're here, why are you sitting here? Don't you know the rules? Why aren't you hurrying over to greet people? His tone conveyed a strong sense of superiority. Dermot lifted his gaze, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You understand the rules pretty well, huh? Seeing your brother and sister-in-law, you immediately ran over. Are you here to call us over? A look of approval appeared on his face. Getting more sensible, I see. Philip's expression darkened. Just who do you think you are, Dermot? What are you standing here for? Dermot's smile didn't fade. Can't bring yourself to call us? Can't handle a little praise? Fuck. Philip instantly exploded. You bastard. Are you fucking giving me attitude? Again and again being humiliated by Dermot. Today, in the Gaelg family ancestral home, surrounded by senior members of the clan. How dare this bastard act so arrogantly? Humph. This waste of space doesn't even realize his own situation yet? Chapter 97. No time to play acting. Dermot's lips curled slightly upward. There was a smile in his eyes, but the curve didn't fully extend. Philip hated most this seemingly smiling, yet not entirely cheerful expression. This kind of look carried too much sarcasm. Marvin felt that Dermot looked down on him, as if he regarded Philip as a mere child. His attitude was high and mighty. Marvin, Philip, was clearly the heir of the family. Dermot, an abandoned son who had wandered outside for many years, what gave him the right to look at him like this? Philip clenched his teeth, struggling to hold back his anger. Do you remember me, Dermot? A young man beside Philip asked with a smile. Raising his gaze slightly, Dermot glanced at him and after a moment replied, You seem familiar. Did we fight when we were kids? The young man's smile grew wider. Still harboring a grudge? After so many years, you still remember clearly. Upon hearing his words, Dermot's lips curled into a cold smile. Aren't you remembering too? That brick failed to kill you. You're pretty tough. As soon as these words came out, the young man's face fell immediately. I know what you guys are up to, Dermot continued. It's nothing more than seeing that the elders are all here. Even if beaten, it's easier to report the beating, Marvin added with a teasing look in his eyes. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Gabby turned her gaze, looking at him with some tenderness. Though Dermot's tone was light, one could hear from his words how wronged he once felt. Each time, he stood alone against all the peers including Philip, right? These people were his brothers and sisters too. Move out of the way if there's nothing else, Dermot said indifferently. I have no patience to play pretend with you. Philip's face darkened. This is the ancestral home of the Guild family. I can be wherever I want. Why should I care about your bullshit? Marvin thought bitterly. After inheriting the family in the future, the first thing he would do was kick this scoundrel out of the Guild family. Philip's gaze shifted to Gabby's face. Marvin, her already stunning beauty, was even more remarkable with makeup. Apart from feeling bitter, there was also some anger in his heart. She was indeed very beautiful, but her brain and taste were truly not good. Dermot noticed this kid's wandering gaze on Gabby and couldn't help but find it amusing. Staring at my sister-in-law without saying anything, he mocked. What's on your mind? Gabby felt uneasy under Philip's gaze. She realized Dermot was trying to defuse the situation for her. Philip cursed inwardly, his rising jealousy almost driving him mad. This moment, the young man who had spoken earlier stepped forward again. Miss Gabby, I presume? Nice to meet you. Marvin extended his hand unobtrusively. Gabby hesitated, uncertain about her expression. Due to certain special reasons, she strongly resisted physical contact with men. However, given the current situation, ignoring the young man outright seemed inappropriate. She was very conflicted. Marvinlo, haven't caught your name? Eventually, she couldn't overcome the barrier in her heart, so she simply pretended not to see the offered hand. Always heard Miss Beckham is unfriendly. Today proves it even more. Humph. The young man's face darkened. Gabby felt awkward, unsure of what to do. Dermot frowned slightly. You're a few months younger than me, right? You should call her sister-in-law like Philip. Who taught you such disrespect? Huh? The questioning tone made the other person's face change slightly. Dermot turned his head, looking at Gabby. This kid doesn't know the rules. Ignore him, dear. Gabby smiled bitterly. She wasn't sure what kind of expression to show. She had already guessed that they might encounter some embarrassing situations on this trip, but reality turned out to be worse. Problems started cropping up within 10 minutes of arrival. All right, please keep your distance now. Dermot looked at the crowd in front of him. To be honest, my wife and I aren't that close to you guys. You can't say that. The young man said coldly, arrogantly. You still bear the surname Guild, even if you were kicked out of the Guild family early on? The blood flowing in your veins is from the same lineage as ours. We definitely need to get closer. That's right. How can you say you're not familiar with us? We're family, the others echoed. Even if you've been out for a long time and picked up some bad habits, as family we wouldn't disdain you. Why always keep others at arm's length? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you guys haven't grown up, saying such things. Get closer with you? Just you bunch of smart mouths with no brains? I said, I have no mood to play with you guys. Go do what you should do. I really don't have time to indulge in this family reunion drama with you. Marvin was blunt. Marvin didn't like the Guild family mainly because his mother Marilyn had suffered unfair treatment here. There was also a minor reason. This family oozed hypocrisy everywhere. Regarding the intrigue and deceit typical of wealthy families, Dermot had no interest whatsoever. Marvin did not want to force himself to perform a family drama with a bunch of hypocrites. Very boring. Boring to death. Marvin airing this, the group's expressions changed. Dermot's nonchalance frustrated them greatly. This feeling was like using all your strength to punch, only to find yourself hitting a cotton ball. Humph. After remaining silent for a long time, Philip suddenly spoke. Can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. To be willing to recognize you as family is already reaching out as much as we can. You still aren't grateful? To put it bluntly, if my father hadn't brought you back, you'd probably still be begging on the streets, coming over just to greet you. And you're acting like what? You ungrateful piece of shit. If it weren't for seeing the elders are all here, I would beat you to death. Philip's eyes were filled with malice. Just you? The smile on Dermot's face did not fade. It looks like your brain really isn't working well. Haha. Philip's expression abruptly changed. That day, in that water bar, Marvin, Philip, was made to kneel on the ground publicly by this bastard. Afterwards, he even slapped him dozens of times, causing him to lose all face. This incident had always been a source of deep shame, and Dermot dared to bring it up in public? Absolutely unbearable. Son of a bitch, I'll fight you to the death. Philip's brain instantly heated up as he roared and charged forward. Marvin swung his arms wildly, like a snarling Tibetan mastiff, roaring as it pounced. Dermot wore a look of disdain, gripping his right hand tightly with coldness. His right hand formed a fist, striking later but arriving first. With a slap, it struck Philip's face directly, making his face bloom with blood. Chapter 98. My brother beats me again. Philip was hit squarely by a punch and immediately fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain. Marvin felt as if his face had been run over by a bulldozer. Not exactly painful. Apsel, he also had an elder sister. Stefan was not the youngest. There was another younger brother named Gelg below him. These four belonged to the main direct lineage of the Gelg family, holding the highest status within the clan. In the document that Apsel gave to Gabby, detailed information about these relations was recorded. Gelg Siyuan, Philip's father, had two elder sisters. One married outside the family, while the other stayed in the Gelg family through a son-in-law arrangement, keeping the Gelg surname for her descendants. Direct bloodline, including her branch. The Gelg family consisted of dozens of people, encompassing both the main line and the collateral lines. Just like countless branches of a towering tree, supporting a large family. Gabby matched the faces she saw to the descriptions. Dermot told her not to mind these people too much. But since she was here, proper etiquette was still necessary. Your family matter? Stefan chuckled. Isn't your family part of the Gelg family? Why are you so eager to distance yourselves? Are you planning to set up a separate household? Castor, you're exaggerating, Dermot smiled. I mean, it's a small matter between brothers that doesn't need your concern. Just like the conflicts in your own family, others can hardly interfere excessively, right? Upon hearing this, Stefan's expression instantly changed. Gabby politely greeted the group with a gentle smile. Stefan chuckled. You did quite a bit of preparation before coming, didn't you? Since it's my first visit, it's always better to be prepared. Gabby smiled faintly. Despite her low status in the Beckham family, she was still a young lady born into a wealthy family. She knew basic etiquette well and wouldn't behave rudely. Apsel, who had arrived earlier, found his daughter-in-law's performance satisfactory. At least, much more proper than that little rascal Dermot. This brat never lets a moment pass without causing trouble. Upon arriving, he saw the boy punch his younger brother square in the face. Can't he hold back at all? Apsel sighed and walked over. Everyone turned around, quickly making way for him. Gabby greeted them as soon as she saw him with Valentina, Uncle Georg, Aunt Susie. Apsel's round face turned serious. What did you call me? Gabby felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning red. Dad, stepmom? Apsel, who had just been stern, immediately beamed. That's a good girl. Then, he looked at Dermot. Father and son stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Apsel couldn't take it anymore and barked. Boy, are you mute? Why aren't you greeting people? Dad. It wasn't Dermot who spoke but Philip, who saw Apsel's arrival as a beacon of hope. Dad, you're finally here. That rascal. Marvin hit me again. Philip's nose was stuffed with tissues, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Apsel's face darkened. Marvin gave Philip another hard slap on the back of the head. Brat, do you call your brother a rascal? Marvin is your elder brother. You have no sense of propriety or respect. Did you get your brains squeezed out by the door? Hit you, he said with evident annoyance. With you behaving like this, getting beaten serves you right. Philip was shocked. Dad, I was the one who got hit. You're blaming me? He whined. All these uncles and elders are here. Could you be any more biased? You little. The veins on Apsel's forehead were popping, though not visibly due to his chubby face. Marvin lowered his voice and sternly ordered, Enough! Stop causing a scene. We'll talk about it later. But Philip wouldn't let up. Why wait until later? Dad, you're always so partial to him. Shut up. Do you think it's okay to keep so many uncles and elders waiting for their dinner because of your petty squabbles? Apsel looked utterly disappointed. Tonight is a family banquet. We'll deal with other matters later. Around them, everyone wore expressions of anticipation, eager to see how Apsel would handle this situation. In truth, they were more interested in the banquet itself. How would Apsel address this matter? Chapter 99. In his own way. A family gathering. Especially for a large family like the Gelgs, there are certain rules about seating arrangements. Dozens of people came to attend. 1 or 2 tables would definitely not be enough. The round table facing east was the main seat for the banquet. That was where Apsel and the mainline members sat. Carly, sit next to me. Apsel smiled warmly and beckoned Gabby with his hand. Gabby froze. She didn't move, but turned her head to look at Dermot. Just ignore this kid. Apsel said. Marvin doesn't even want to call his old man. Find yourself a place to sit. If you want to sit at the kid's table, go ahead. I don't have the energy to bother with you, he grumbled in annoyance. Receiving a glance from Dermot, Gabby hesitantly left his side. Apsel treated her differently. Seeing her come over, he personally pulled out a chair for her. Gabby was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Stefan, Georgda, and the aloof Georg Hui, who had yet to sit down, stood to the side watching coldly. Their elder brother, Marvin, has always done things unconventionally. Arranging for his new daughter-in-law to sit beside him on the main table was indeed something he would do. Stefan and Georgda looked at their sister. In previous years, she always took that seat without hesitation. Apsel's arrangement was equivalent to humiliating her publicly. Georg Hui's face remained cold, giving no indication of her emotions. Marvin or Aunt, it's her first time coming. Apsel lifted his head and smiled at Georg Hui. She must be quite nervous. If I arrange for her to sit next to me, you have no objections, right? At the table, the atmosphere froze. After a moment of silence, Georg Hui curled her lips slightly. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Georg family, it's fitting. Gabby felt flustered. At this moment, Apsel laughed heartily and waved his hand. We're all family. No need for formalities. Everyone sit down. Marvin led the way by sitting down first. Seeing him constantly gesturing with his eyes, Gabby steeled herself and took her seat. Turning to look for Dermot, she found that he had actually gone to sit at the children's table. She couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Apsel also noticed this, his mouth twitching. Marvin had made many arrangements for today. The purpose was to clear all obstacles for Dermot, so he could better control the family in the future. However, it was personally rejected by Dermot. This brat just wouldn't accept his goodwill. After much consideration, Apsel decided to hold off on any further actions. Marvin was also very curious about this son who had been away for many years. When Dermot returned after his disappearance for several years, he seemed like a completely different person. There were many secrets hidden within him that even Apsel did not know. The Marvin family thought. This boy used the power of the Georg family to find Dalen, who plotted against him and exacted revenge. But that wasn't true. None of this involved the Georg family. Dermot used his own channels to pinpoint the person who hit him in just 2 hours. Even Apsel couldn't figure out how he managed to do it. Though his capable son made him proud as a father, he was also filled with curiosity. Marvin wanted to understand this boy thoroughly. The main reason for holding back was because Apsel really wanted to see. What kind of way did Dermot mean when he talked about doing things in his own way? Carly, don't be nervous. Don't be too formal. Apart from dad and stepmom, The rest are aunts, uncles, and cousins. We're all family. There are no strict rules here. Okay. Gabby snapped back to reality at Apsel's call and started offering toasts under his gesture. Marvin, her manners were impeccable. Putting her by his side was precisely because of this consideration. Dermot was impossible to command, so it was better to let him be, avoiding further trouble. Since he chose to stay silent, Marvin still had to maintain the atmosphere. Tonight's grand family banquet, regardless of the hidden tensions, appeared harmonious on the surface. Don't go back tonight. Apsel's face was flushed red, speaking drunkenly to Dermot, who approached. Just sleep here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll go up the mountain together to pay respects to our ancestors. A room has been prepared for you too. This drunkard started slurring his words. Ryu, take them there. I'll sit here a bit longer to sober up. He sat back down, letting out a burp. Dermot and Gabby exchanged glances. They then followed Valentina into the majestic yet rustic main house behind the banquet area. Just as they left, Apsel looked up at the others. Go rest early. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Family gatherings usually occur the night before the ancestral worship. Clan members must stay overnight at the ancestral home after dinner. The next morning, they set off early to the back mountain to conduct the ancestral worship ceremony. Stefan and Georg exchanged a glance, then excused themselves from the banquet and left together. Once they were far enough away, Georg said with a puzzled expression, That's it? Wasn't it said that there might be some arrangements? Stefan's eyes were cold. Our elder brother, that old fox. With nothing happening tonight, it's not a good sign. Brother, do you think about what we did to frame his son? Georg glanced around, lowering his voice. Stefan looked at him. Didn't we already talk about this before? Elder brother secretly sent people to investigate. This matter can definitely not be hidden. I thought the grand welcome for that stinky kid to attend the family banquet was meant to make a move against us during the banquet. For this reason, I made some special arrangements. Stefan gritted his teeth. I didn't expect him to actually keep his cool. All his meticulous planning went to waste. Who knows what attitude our elder brother has now? Georg furrowed his brows tightly. Philip, the designated heir of the Georg family, is utterly incompetent. If he takes over the family, it will surely fall apart. Let alone the Marvin family eyeing us like vultures. As legitimate descendants of the Georg family, Stefan and Georg felt it was their duty to do something for the family. Their reasoning sounded noble, but in reality, the incompetence of the heir gave them an opportunity. They are all offspring of the patriarch. Apsel can sit on the position of family head. But why can't they? There's no reason for that. The fatso bringing back Dermot. Looks like he plans to groom him to take over as the family head. At least from appearances. That kid seems to be a bit more capable than Philip. Not letting him sit at the main table was probably a show put on for us to lower our guard against that kid. Stefan frowned. Such an obvious move doesn't seem like something the old fox Apsel would do. But it's unpredictable. That old guy acts on whims, truly beyond normal reasoning. Marvin turned his head, gazing into the distance toward the rear. Under the distant lights, Apsel sat hunched over in the main seat, his obese body resembling a small mountain. Stefan squinted his eyes. His gaze shifted unpredictably. It wasn't clear what he was pondering. Chapter 100, truly not feeling like an outsider. At the Georg family ancestral home, Dermot and Gabby stood in the bedroom that was specially prepared for them, speechless for a moment. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, with a hint of awkwardness. The exterior of the ancestral home looked very ancient, but the interior decoration kept up with the times. Under the warm lighting, the bedroom felt particularly cozy, like a quiet haven. This place was seldom inhabited by anyone, but it was cleaned and tidied up neatly. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. The various furnishings in the bedroom exuded a high-quality feel. A few exquisite decorative paintings hung on the neutral-colored walls, adding a touch of artistic ambience to the room. In one corner of the bedroom, there was a clear glass tea table. Besides two rattan chairs next to it, there also stood a spiral bookshelf, evoking a sense of leisurely ease. This bedroom was imbued with thoughtfulness everywhere. The only thing that could be criticized was that there was only one double bed, not even a single-person sofa. This left Dermot and Gabby at a loss as to what to do. Dermot lowered his head and glanced at the floor beneath his feet. Spending the night on the floor wasn't impossible either. At this moment, someone gently knocked on the door of the bedroom, followed by Valentina's voice. Gabby hurriedly opened the door. Valentina stood outside without coming in. She held several sets of clothes and smiled. Knowing you would stay here overnight, I bought 2 sets of pajamas for you. I'm not sure if they fit, but make do with them. Gabby quickly said, Thank you, you're too considerate. All are family, no need to be so polite. Valentina smiled and said, I won't disturb your rest anymore. After delivering the clothes, she bid farewell and left. Gabby returned holding the clothes and smiled at Dermot. Aunt Susie really thought everything through. Dermot nodded. Although Valentina was a busybody, she was actually quite kind-hearted. Why don't you go first? Dermot feigned calmness and said, I'm feeling full and need to take a walk. There was a bathroom inside the bedroom. It didn't seem appropriate for him to sit there while Gabby freshened up. Without waiting for her to speak, Dermot turned around and went out, closing the door gently behind him. Marvin had a perfect sense of propriety and boundaries. Gabby felt pleased about this. She had a gentle smile on her face as she walked into the bathroom lightly. The toiletries prepared indoors were not what she usually used, but for just one night, she could manage with them. After bathing, she reached out to pick up the new nightgown Valentina had sent over, unfolding it and putting it on gently. Then, she was dumbfounded. The material of the nightgown was as thin as a layer of gauze. Even worse, it barely covered any parts of her body. Marvin her smooth, moisturized skin, which had turned slightly pink due to the steam. This sexy nightgown deepened the blush on her face even more. She looked at herself shyly. This outfit was far too revealing. She had a rather conservative personality. She preferred cartoon-patterned pajamas. This overly seductive attire was never something she considered. She hesitated uncertainly. Should she change? But what could she change into? The haute couture dress she wore today was made of delicate fabric that easily wrinkled. Tomorrow, they had to go up the mountain to pay respects to their ancestors. She couldn't go in a crumpled dress, could she? That would be too disrespectful. Gabby pondered for a long time. Forget it. Wear it. Consider it a fresh attempt. She quietly opened the bathroom door and cautiously peeked out. Seeing that the man hadn't returned, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped out of the bathroom and sat on the bed. Gabby bent her slender legs, trying to cover her upper body with them. She managed to cover it. But this way, the short hem of the dress revealed everything underneath. She instantly felt a headache. Restless for quite some time, she heard a gentle knock on the door. Can I come in? After knocking twice, Dermot asked softly again. Come in? Gabby twisted her slender body to sit on the edge of the bed and let her long legs down. Subsequently, Dermot came in. His gaze fell on her for a moment before swiftly moving away. Dermot's expression remained unchanged as he nonchalantly walked into the bathroom. His matter-of-fact reaction made Gabby feel slightly reassured, yet a vague sense of indescribable disappointment stirred within her heart. Inside the bathroom, Dermot was utterly shocked. Having lived under the same roof with Gabby for almost half a month, she was always dressed conservatively in his memory. Her loungewear mainly consisted of loose, casual items. Seeing her in such a seductive outfit for the first time, Dermot realized the nightwear she wore now was what Valentina had sent over. Seemed like there weren't other options, unless she put back on the haute couture evening gown. Dermot splashed cold water on his face. Lifting his head, he looked into the mirror in front of the wash basin. She truly doesn't treat herself as an outsider. Wearing such a sexy outfit late at night, who could resist? He insisted. However, Gabby was even more persistent. Although it's summer, this is the ground floor. It gets damp underground. To let you sleep on the floor in your own house? I feel uncomfortable. If you think it's inappropriate, then you can sleep on the bed while I take the floor? Dermot was stumped. His reluctance to sleep on the bed was simple, but how could he bring himself to explain it? In the end, he couldn't argue with Gabby and agreed to get back into bed after finishing reading. After I finish reading, can you please turn off the light? Turn off the light? Dermot was startled. Yes, turn off the light. With the lights off, it wouldn't be awkward anymore. Marvin put down the book. With a click, he turned off the bright chandelier. The left side is for you. Gabby's soft voice sounded. I'll sleep on the right. Dermot's body stiffened. Marvin couldn't see anything now, but he felt. The atmosphere was even more peculiar. Chapter 101. Gifted. Dermot stood still for a while. Only after his eyes adjusted to the darkness did he move. In the dimness, Gabby's slender figure was vaguely visible. She leaned against the right bedside, looking somewhat tense. Being in the same room and sharing the same bed with a man made her quite uneasy. But that she could muster the courage to propose it showed her trust in Dermot. It was their first time sleeping with the opposite sex, and inevitably, both of them appeared somewhat stiff. They each occupied half of the bed, not daring to make a move. The excellent soundproofing of the bedroom blocked out the outside world's noisy insects and frog croaks. It was very quiet. They could even hear each other breathing. The air seemed a bit heavy, and Dermot coughed slightly to break the silence. How do you feel? Gabby was momentarily taken aback. Pretty good. After a moment, she continued, quite spacious. It's more than enough for 2 people to sleep. Dermot, embarrassed, said, how was tonight's banquet? Did they treat you unfairly? And that fat man, did he say anything nonsense? No. Uncle was really nice to me, Gabby said. And Aunt Susie took great care of me. Though she had built some fame, she still felt immature in front of seniors like Ipsel. Your uncle is really concerned about you, she continued. Marvin kept asking if you're doing well, if you're eating properly. Marvin asked me to be more understanding toward you. Marvin said you've suffered a lot in the past. Marvin, her voice was soft as she recounted her recent conversation with Ipsel. Dermot listened quietly without interrupting her narration. Do you know? Your uncle's nagging sounds familiar. My father used to nag like that too. At that time, I found it very annoying. Later, Gabby chuckled softly, a touch of melancholy in her gentle laughter. Before she finished her sentence, Dermot understood. Later, her father passed away. She could no longer hear such nagging. Human nature is such that one realizes the value of what they once had only after losing it. Dermot took a deep breath. As for Ipsel, there was no hate or dislike. What he hated was the Gaelg family. That old man who drove his mother and him away, forcing Bridget to wander around aimlessly. Marvin hated himself too, because he lacked the ability to protect her. Even now, despite his growing strength, he couldn't find her immediately. Uncle said you're not avoiding talking to him because you dislike him. You were just pretending to be cold. If you were nicer to him, he would feel more guilty. By deliberately treating him badly, you make it easier on him, Gabby said gently. Across from her, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Dermot's mouth. No wonder they say, no one knows a child better than their father. That fatty appears rough but has a fine mind. Dermot didn't say anything. Gabby seemed not to expect a response from him and talked incessantly. Perhaps because of the care shown by Ipsel and Valentina, she felt touched. Like opening a floodgate, she talked nonstop. Time passed before she stopped saying, sorry, I don't know why. I just really wanted to talk. Without even asking for Dermot's opinion, she kept chattering. Why say sorry? Dermot smiled. Whatever you say, I'm willing to listen. As soon as the words came out, Marvin noticed the ambiguity in his words. But Gabby didn't seem to notice, smiling faintly. You won't find it annoying? How can I find it annoying? That's good. Gabby whispered and unconsciously pressed her lips together. Thirsty? Dermot noticed the subtle movement. Yeah. Gabby smiled shyly. After all that talking, she was indeed thirsty. Dermot got up instantly. Where are you going? Gabby hurriedly asked. Not thirsty? I'll go get 2 bottles of water from the kitchen, Dermot replied with a smile and left the room. The kitchen was next door. The round trip took less than a minute. Pushing the door open, he heard Gabby's slightly trembling voice. Is that you? Dermot paused. Then he thought, are you afraid of the dark? Marvin quickly went into the room and turned on the light, seeing her curled up body. Her long legs were drawn up in front of her, and she hugged herself tightly, similar to when her symptoms flared up, but now it seemed milder. Dermot walked over quickly, somewhat worried. If you're afraid of the dark, why did you let me turn off the light? After he returned, Gabby's condition improved slightly. She managed to smile. Not afraid of the dark. I just don't like being alone in an unfamiliar place without light. Dermot, isn't this still being afraid of the dark? Marvin twisted open a bottle of water and handed it over. Thank you. Gabby took it, moving the bottle to her lips as she tilted her face slightly upward. It has to be said, even a simple action like drinking water could look so captivating when done by a beauty. Dermot's gaze initially landed on her face before involuntarily shifting downward a bit. Sigh. The pendant light in the bedroom was glaringly white. Dermot hastily moved his gaze away, pretending to be nonchalant as he looked up at the light. Yet, his mind began to endlessly replay the beautiful scene he had just witnessed. This was quite something. Marvin had always known that she had a good figure, but it wasn't until today that he fully realized what it meant to be naturally gifted. Gabby. She was indeed thirsty and finished 2/3 of the bottle of mineral water intermittently. Dermot stood by waiting. She looked particularly adorable with both hands holding the bottle, just like a little hamster. After finishing the water, she let out a contented breath. Noticing that Dermot was still standing there, Gabby smiled shyly. Thank you. Dermot took the empty bottle from her, twisting the cap back on with a smile. No need to be so formal. Putting the bottles back on the bedside table, he circled back to his side of the bed. Considering that she seemed a bit afraid of the dark, Dermot hesitated for a moment. However, Gabby said, turn off the light. With you beside me, I'm not afraid. Upon saying that, she realized how the words sounded a bit ambiguous. But it was indeed true. Dermot's presence beside her made her feel very secure. Even her psychological condition would no longer flare up. There was something special about this man. The brightness in the bedroom once again disappeared. Dermot felt his way back to the bed and lay down. Marvin glanced at the other half of the bed where Gabby's slender body lay sideways, her delicate curves evident in every detail. What he saw, along with the somewhat suggestive words she had just spoken, stirred his heart. The air in the room was filled with a faint aroma, uniquely charming yet indescribable. Neither of them spoke, but a special kind of feeling quietly permeated between the two, faintly visible yet elusive, like an undercurrent silently seeping into the heart. Chapter 102. Not bad at all. Dermot didn't know how he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, an additional layer of softness enveloped him. Gabby, who had been sleeping on the right half of the bed, had at some point moved over to cuddle closely against him. Her eyes were still closed. The corners of her plump lips curved into a faint smile, as if she had just experienced a sweet dream. Dermot tried to gently move his body, hoping to extricate himself from this tight embrace. However, this subtle movement seemed to disturb a delicate balance, like quietly breaking a thin layer of ice on a lake's surface. Marvin felt Gabby's arms instantly tighten around him, as if trying to merge him into her body. Gabby's embrace was like a strong chain that tightly bound Dermot. Her cheek pressed tightly against his chest. He could clearly feel the warmth and slight tremor coming from her face. This trembling sensation pierced through Dermot's body like electric currents, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily accelerate. Dermot lowered his head slightly. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly expressing some unspeakable emotions. Her breathing was gentle yet forceful, like waves lightly lapping at the shore or notes sliding gracefully over strings, carrying an irresistible rhythm. Dermot's heart began to waver. Marvin knew he should decisively break free, but he also feared that his actions might hurt Gabby. Marvin hesitated, struggled, with inner turmoil akin to a small boat swaying in a storm. In front of Dermot, an image appeared. The two of them standing under moonlight, tightly hugging each other as if the whole world had narrowed down to just them. This scene stirred an inexplicable emotion within him, making him unsure whether he should continue to struggle or simply sink into it. Dermot tensed his whole body, trying to recall memories that would dispel his current desires. Marvin didn't know how long he persisted. Gabby emitted a lazy murmur. Startled, Dermot quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out by his ear, followed by being kicked off the bed. Gabby was dazed. Opening her eyes to find a man lying beside her, she instinctively recoiled and kicked out. Then, realizing what happened, she hurriedly propped herself up with both hands and crawled to the edge of the bed. Dermot, are you okay? Her voice carried a tone of guilt. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Dermot felt very innocent. It was you who came closer, and it was you who reacted instinctively and kicked me off the bed. Thank you for your concern. Dermot sighed. Having fallen off the bed, pretending to be asleep now would seem fake. So, he opened his eyes with a bewildered look, pretending to observe his surroundings. Huh? How did I fall? Gabby blushed, timidly apologizing. Sorry, I just woke up and didn't react in time. Her cheeks were flushed red as she hurriedly explained. Oh, it's fine. Dermot forced a bitter smile. You didn't mean to, and I'm not hurt much. At that moment, Gabby used her hands to prop herself up at the edge of the bed. From Dermot's perspective, he could see quite a spectacular view. Marvin stared, almost entranced. What do you usually eat to possess such wonders? The interruption in her speaking combined with the change in his expression made Gabby pause. Confused, she lowered her head, immediately turning beet red, hastily pulling herself back up. Gabby bit her lip, looking shy. There was a hint of reprimand in her beautiful eyes, but considering it was unintentional on his part. Moreover, she had already seen everything about this man. Sigh. Maybe it evens out. Embarrassed, Dermot sheepishly stood up and headed towards the bathroom. Gabby noticed his slouched posture, thinking he might have been injured. She asked worriedly, does it hurt? Sorry. She sensed that. The man seemed unstable on his feet. So, she quickly got up and steadied him. Dermot smiled bitterly. The situation was already awkward enough. If she noticed his physical changes, it would be even more embarrassing. My skin is thick. He chuckled awkwardly. A little fall won't hurt. Don't worry. Gabby wouldn't believe it. But the man had already entered the bathroom, and she couldn't follow. Restless, she waited for a long while until Dermot finally emerged from the bathroom. After going in, he had immediately taken a cold shower. Now calmer, he could face her again. You should get ready. He dared not stay with this provocative beauty any longer. Completely torturous. The others are probably awake. I'll wait for you outside, alright? And he slipped away. The sky was already bright. A big fatty sat in the yard, basking in the sun. Seeing Dermot emerge from the bedroom, he grinned widely. Son, did you rest well? Dermot. Can't say it wasn't good. It was just a bit too stimulating. Where's the daughter-in-law? Has she gotten up yet? Apsel asked. Everyone else has risen and is waiting for you too. Though it is newlywed time, still, you need to know moderation, understand? Marvin lectured nonstop in his self-assured manner. Dermot was speechless. This fatty really thinks everyone is like him. After rambling on for a while, Apsel finally got up. I'm going out. Come out when you're ready. Dermot understood. The fatty had intentionally waited here for him. Apsel patted his shoulder, then walked away with his hands behind his back, humming an off-key tune. After about half an hour, Gabby, now fully dressed, walked out of the bedroom. She had removed her makeup from the night before. Even with a bare face, she was still incredibly beautiful. Having witnessed such majestic scenery, it was hard for Dermot to treat her as usual. Did you wait long? Gabby gracefully walked beside him. Not that long. Dermot tried hard to maintain his usual composure. Let's go. Only we are left. Gabby felt a bit embarrassing to admit fault, but Dermot beat her to the punch. It's all my fault. Last night I drank too much, and she took care of me for half the night. Marvin looked at Apsel with a smile. Will we be scolded for being late for the ancestor worship? Go on. I'm listening. Everyone present, including Gail Kui, displayed looks of astonishment. Apsel was exasperated. This rotten kid. Marvin can't mess up his father this way. Gail Kui had made it clear beforehand. With so many eyes watching, if he changed targets now and started reprimanding, wouldn't it prove that he had double standards? Are you going to scold him? A smirk played at the corners of Dermot's mouth as he looked at Gail Kui. Or should Aunt do the honors and give me a piece of her mind? Everyone could see through him. This guy clearly had no intention of admitting any fault. Marvin was obviously provoking everyone. Yes, I was late. So what? Go ahead and scold me. I won't lose anything. The crowd glared at Dermot indignantly. After all, he was just another piece of trash from the lowest rungs of society. Such a thick skin. Dermot noticed the disdain in their gazes, but paid it no heed. His eyes remained fixed on Gail Kui, seated not far away. Aunt doesn't have to worry about saving face for me. In any case, this dignity is something I've never had in the Gail family. What does that mean? Gail Kui's gaze turned icy. Do you think the Gail family has wronged you? Dermot raised an eyebrow, kicking us out of the house, leading to my mother's mysterious disappearance. Being brought back to the Gail family at 8 years old. Did I have even one good day? At Aunt's place, that Gail. Never mind, I really can't remember her name. They and. Plus the kids from Stefan and Gail's families. Aunt surely knows what they did to me. Now you're asking me this? Do you think the Gail family has wronged you? Dermot smiled. You sure hold grudges. Gail Kui, usually cold, offered a faint smile. However, though smiling, her eyes remained icy. If so, why come back? Dermot fell silent. Why come back? Stefan chimed in with a sneer. Couldn't make it on your own outside. Talking about hating the Gail family, but happily enjoying everything the family provides. The grudge you speak of doesn't seem very pure. Stefan's smile dripped with disdain. Others showed expressions of agreement. Two-faced and standing on both sides. That's what Dermot was. At first, Apsel didn't understand what Dermot was doing. Spreading hostility everywhere. It was rather stupid. Only then did it dawn on him. Dermot was deliberately creating an unbearable image of himself. Thus, everyone would underestimate him. The Gail family, at its core, was arrogant. Arrogance means looking down on everything. When they found their opponent to be so unworthy, their arrogance would grow like weeds. An arrogant person cannot see their own flaws. They often overestimate themselves. Conversely, their opponents can spot all their weaknesses. Realizing this, Apsel couldn't help but feel alarmed. Luckily, this little brat is his own son. So funny. Just digging up old grievances? A mere child's squabbles. He remembers them for years. What a small heart. Feels the Gail family has wronged him? Humph, then don't come back. To return to the Gail family and act high and mighty is truly shameless. They were expelled from the Gail family. It was Granville's order. Dissatisfied? Ha, go argue with Granville if you have the guts. Around them, whispering spread. The gentlemanly Gail smiled and spoke. Forget it, forget it. Dermot is still young. After suffering so many years outside, harboring resentment is normal. Don't blame him too much. Let's let it slide. Well, I think it's getting late. We should get going? Yes, let's set off. Elder brother, what do you think? Gail looked at elder brother Apsel with a smile. Shall we leave now? Apsel sighed and nodded. Let's go. Marvin glanced at Dermot, revealing a mix of complicated emotions in his eyes. Seeing this, people couldn't help but laugh. Apsel was sharp. His two sons hadn't inherited a bit of his strengths. Laughing and talking, they stood up and moved together. Gabby walked behind Dermot, gently taking his hand. Let's catch up. In her view, it was because Dermot didn't want her to be scolded, so he stepped up instead. She not only felt grateful but also warm inside, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with softness. Let's go. Dermot seemed fine. The two followed the main group from behind, moving forward. Behind the ancestral residence was a small hill. In the cemetery on the hill, the ancestors of the Guild family were buried. The ancestor worship ceremony was very complicated. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that it finally ended. Dermot didn't stay long. After mentioning something to Apsel, he left with Gabby by car. Marvin must feel ashamed too, right? Hemph, trying to be both righteous and self-serving, yet can't keep anything hidden. Marvin's practically a waste. How does such an incompetent waste have any qualifications to enter the door of the Guild family? In places where Apsel couldn't see or hear, many people were gossiping. Previously, I overestimated him. Stefan sneered. I didn't expect this kid would be so worthless. Marvin has been back for quite some time, right? Older brother has always been unwilling to announce it publicly. Marvin must have seen this kid is nothing more than mud against the wall. Marvin and Philip, they're just a pair of good-for-nothings. Whoever shouldn't despise each other. At least Philip has the Marvin family supporting him. As for that stinky kid, not a single hair. Marvin even married a bastard child of the Beckham family. Naturally, he couldn't possibly get support from the Beckham family. Besides, what is the Beckham family anyway? A crowd of them chatted enthusiastically. Gaelga always felt there was something amiss, as if some important information was being overlooked. Marvin thought about it repeatedly, but could never figure it out. Third brother, you've been hesitating. What's up? Stefan turned his head to ask. Gaelga shook his head. Nothing. Do we have any plans tonight? Stefan laughed. Want to go fishing on my yacht? Anything worth playing. Anything enjoyable. They had tried it all, changing hobbies every day. Recently, Stefan became obsessed with fishing. Marvin often rented venues for night fishing, or sailed his private yacht for sea fishing near the shore. Very relaxing and cultivating. Sure. Gaelga laughed. I'll tell you this time. I definitely won't come back empty-handed. With others accompanying them, the brothers laughed and talked. As for Dermot, whom they once viewed as a thorn in their side, after today, he would never catch their attention again. Chapter 104. Please answer our questions. Returning to the downtown area, they hit evening rush hour traffic. At this speed, Dermot sighed helplessly. We definitely won't make it back in time for dinner. Gabby thought for a moment. Should I contact Fiona and tell her not to wait? Dermot nodded helplessly. It seems we have no other choice. Make the call. Given the current situation, it would take at least an hour or two to get home. They had two choices now. Either be stuck in traffic with empty stomachs or find a place to eat. Dermot chose the latter. After parking the car, they began looking for a restaurant. Gabby was quite craving hot pot, but considering she already had a bit of heatiness, a traditional Chinese concept indicating overheating of the body, she reluctantly passed on it. Finally, they chose a nice environment Western restaurant. Gabby had been there several times before and was considered a regular customer. Thus, as soon as the two approached, the hostess greeted them with a smile. Good evening, Miss Beckham. For some reason, Dermot felt this young woman's expression carried a hint of strangeness. Too. The hostess glanced at Dermot, her eyes carrying a slight disdain. Dermot was utterly confused. Was this their first meeting? I reserved a private room, Gabby said indifferently. Sure thing. I'll lead you two over. The hostess smiled, guiding them ahead. This restaurant had star ratings. Not only was the environment elegant, but the dishes were also exquisite. As they walked toward the private room, Gabby's stunning beauty attracted many admiring glances. People also noticed Dermot beside her. This guy looks familiar. Ah, I remember now. This is Dermot. Dermot was quite distinctive looking. Moreover, Gabby beside him was even more recognizable. The two had appeared together at a grand auto show not long ago, even making it into local news. Being quickly recognized was not surprising. Holy cow, Miss Gabby is even prettier in person. She's pretty, sure, but her taste isn't great. Not only keeping a gold digger but being a third party too. Maud's marriage was destroyed by this beautiful yet venomous woman. Why did they go straight to the upstairs private room? I wanted to go chat with him for a bit. What's there to chat about? To warn Miss Gabby, to remind her to open her eyes and see the true nature of that scumbag. Seriously, how can this be licking boots? Why not? If this isn't bootlicking, then what is? Don't let your views be decided by his face. That girl associating with someone like Dermot isn't any good either. They should both be locked up. In the restaurant's main hall, whispers spread. Some busybodies even contacted social media platforms, eager to watch the spectacle. The controversy between Dermot and Allison heated up further, topping popular topics across various platforms. As the news spread, many social media outlets came searching. Unable to enter the restaurant, they waited outside. Enjoying their dinner inside, the two were unaware of this. Counting from their first encounter to today, it had been less than 3 weeks even if calculated generously. But, they had slept together, and seen each other. Now, they sat together for a candlelit dinner. A faint, indescribable sense of ambiguity rapidly grew between them. Dermot always believed, after that failed marriage ended, he wouldn't consider such matters for a long time. However, things seemed to change. Sitting with Gabby made him feel warm. This feeling, Marvin didn't even know when it started. Amidst the romantic ambience, they slowly finished their candlelit dinner. Yet their pleasant mood was shattered the moment they exited the restaurant. Miss Beckham, do you have time for our interview? Have you heard about the rumors online? What are your thoughts on them? A crowd quickly surrounded them. They gathered in front of the restaurant, blocking their way. Mr. Gaelg, Ms. Alexandria used to be your mother-in-law. Is what she says true? If not, what different perspective do you have? Could you please answer? Dermot frowned. Wasn't he so famous now? Going out for a meal could result in being cornered. Miss Beckham, when did you meet Mr. Gaelg? Was he still married then? While free love isn't opposed now, the premise is that both parties are single. You started dating while Mr. Gaelg was still under his previous marital contract. Isn't this somewhat immoral? Gabby was taken aback. Then she felt both amused and annoyed. These people understood nothing, yet dared to lecture her. Netizens are very curious about this, the crowd chattered. Could you two please respond? Dermot laughed. If netizens are curious, I must respond? Isn't that a bit? Marvin continued, what I want to say is just one sentence. Don't believe everything you hear, make your own judgment. As for this matter, I have not wronged anyone. Instead of blocking me here, why don't you find that on Xiaohua, and listen to what she has to say, isn't that right? After speaking, he scanned the crowd and said indifferently, please step aside. We need to go home. The people surrounding them, of course, were unwilling to leave. Having finally caught the person involved, how could they? Dermot almost chuckled with anger. Now you realize your mistake? Huh. Too late. Chapter 105, too dramatic. The incident in front of the restaurant once again pushed Dermot to the center of controversy. Those present labeled him as a man with violent tendencies and attacked him verbally. Don't jump to conclusions, make your own judgment. Pa. Netizens, seeing the latest report, angrily cursed. How dare you say that? Doesn't even dare to respond to this matter in front of journalists. It's clearly because he feels guilty, causing trouble and even getting physical. TSK, what a terrible man. At Gabby. Beautiful lady, be rational. This man isn't worth entrusting yourself to. I hope you can wake up soon and leave him on your own accord. Why are you advising her? What we should do is put aside our savior complex and respect others' destinies. She's already been the third party ruining someone else's marriage. What kind of goods can she be? You guys should quit it. Don't let her good looks warp your sense of right and wrong. That makes sense. Girls, don't sympathize with this woman. Her thoughts deserve whatever hardships she encounters in the future. Online, the momentum grew stronger. Dermot and Gabby, who were at the center of controversy, completely ignored it. When they returned to the villa, Fiona, whose face was filled with smiles, hurriedly came up to greet them. Miss, did you stay at son-in-law's place yesterday? Son-in-law, our miss, has bad sleeping habits. Did she disturb you last night? Dermot didn't think much about it and replied casually, no, she slept quite well. Gabby, sitting on a cushioned stool changing her shoes, instantly blushed profusely. Seeing the change on her face, Dermot immediately realized, oh, he had been tricked into talking by Fiona. That's good, that's good. Fiona's crow's feet all laughed out loud, looking especially happy. I'll go back to my room. Gabby, cheeks red, ran upstairs in a fluster. Fiona turned around, smiling warmly at Dermot. I have some things too. Dermot felt a bit embarrassed and found an excuse to return to his bedroom. Fiona was in high spirits. This young couple was gradually getting on the right track. Idiot. Back in her bedroom, Gabby vented her frustration and embarrassment on a pillow. Fiona watched her grow up. She was almost like family. Talking about them sleeping together in front of relatives. How embarrassing could that be? Especially when she, originally sleeping on the right side, somehow ended up rolling into his arms during the night. Every time she thought about it, Gabby's mind would become dizzy. Marvin, her face burned as if it were on fire. She buried her head in the soft bedding, as if doing so would alleviate the intense shyness bubbling up inside her. After indulging in many wandering thoughts, she raised her head from the bedding. I must find something to do. Otherwise, she would definitely indulge in more wandering thoughts all night long. Gabby roamed around her bedroom and the adjacent study, trying to pass time by doing something. However, she couldn't focus on reading books, nor did she have the mood for jigsaw puzzles. Gabby scratched her hair, which was as thick as clouds, making it messy in her distress. If seen by outsiders, they would surely drop their jaws in surprise. Calm and composed Beckham boss actually showed such girlish behavior. Totally unexpected, right? Gabby remembered the incident in front of the restaurant. Those people will surely write wildly when they return. She sat up straight, took out her phone, and contacted her secretary. Little Corley Egg, help me with something? Larger companies typically maintain a dedicated PR team. This was exactly the time for them to prove useful. Gabby quickly gave some instructions and reiterated them repeatedly before ending the call. Okay, Ms. Beckham. I'll take care of it immediately. Belinda, having received the task, Alexandria, such a shrew. In his eyes, perhaps there was no need to acknowledge her at all. After a period of deep thought, Gabby decided, since he doesn't want to explain, I will help him explain. Dermot was her husband. When her husband was embroiled in a public controversy, as his wife, she could not just stand by and watch. Gabby quickly drafted her thoughts, then her two thumbs danced lightly across the screen of her phone. She used as simple and understandable language as possible to recount the truth as she knew it. After skimming through it quickly and making some simple edits, Gabby hit the post button. When she first met Dermot, Marvin was already divorced. And on the day they first met, she also saw Alexandria and her daughter. At that time, she wasn't interested in other people's affairs. A few days later, she initiated a meeting with Dermot. On that day, she saw more than just Dermot, this man's ex-wife and the current husband of his ex-wife. She met them all. It seemed the man wanted to spite his ex-wife and proposed marriage to her. While clarifying the situation, Gabby also reminisced about their first encounter. During their first meeting, she probably would never have imagined that one day in the future, two people who should have had no connection would end up forming an intimate relationship under unforeseen circumstances. Gabby blushed deeply. Online reactions. Dermot's lack of direct response made Alexandria feel powerless and frustrated. Until the little vixen came forward. Face-to-face confrontation? Alexandria was taken aback. And it has to be live-streamed? These netizens, they keep coming up with bad ideas. Dared she sit down for a talk? She did. Would she dare expose the content of their conversation? No. How could she not know the truth? Although Alexandria was malicious, she wasn't stupid. After flipping through the comments for a while, her expression changed abruptly. Moments later, she contacted Jason. Douglas, did you see the clarification from that little vixen? Now, the netizens are urging us to live stream the confrontation. This? Alexandria glanced nervously at her daughter's bedroom direction. What should we do? Auntie, Don't panic. We can use Lucinda's poor health as an excuse to refuse the live stream. She wants to talk face to face? Humph, let's indulge her. When the time comes, bring Lucinda along. Alexandria's expression changed again. I followed your advice and haven't told Lucinda about this yet. If you take her along, can it still be hidden? Jason thought for a moment and then continued, then find an opportunity over the next few days to hint at it to Lucinda. Alexandria immediately felt troubled. Allison had been listless lately and didn't want to see anyone. This girl was in a poor state. Would this matter upset her? Alexandria expressed her worries. Jason paused for a moment and whispered, there's no way around it. She will eventually have to face it. I have some other matters to attend to. Please inform her of the situation as soon as possible. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. Alexandria frowned. Was Douglas being irresponsible? Marvin initiated this matter but hid behind the scenes, only giving her orders. Alexandria always felt she was being used as a pawn. She agonized for a long time, reviewing the events of these few days. Jason told her that after exposing this matter, Dermot would eagerly step forward to clarify. Once the clarification statement came out, his contingency plan could come into play. However, Dermot ignored her entirely, directly causing the subsequent plans to stall. This Douglas, is he reliable at all? Alexandria muttered and got up from the sofa. She walked to Allison's bedroom door and gently knocked on it. Inside was very quiet, so Alexandria waited for a while before quietly opening the door. The bedroom lights were off. The light from the living room added a faint glow to the room. Alexandria saw her daughter lying sideways at the head of the bed, unmoving, just like when she came in the afternoon. So much. I'll contact him tomorrow. Alexandria nodded. Get some rest early. Allison seemed to have regained some vitality and sat up from the bed. Alexandria noticed her daughter's small gesture, touching her abdomen. Are you hungry? Alexandria quickly said, there's food in the fridge. Shall I heat it up for you? Allison did not refuse. She hadn't eaten properly in recent days and was indeed very hungry. Seeing that her daughter was no longer lifeless, Alexandria felt a bit uplifted and hurriedly went out to arrange. Not long after, steamy hot dishes were placed on the table. In just a few short days, Allison had become noticeably thinner. As a star who needed to maintain her figure, nutrition had always been lacking. Living at home and neglecting herself for some time, she now looked haggard and dejected. Seeing this, Alexandria felt heartache. Since they were at home, Allison wasn't as reserved. She took large bites of food, clearly shedding off the lethargy of the past few days. Didn't you add oyster sauce to this dish? Marvin, her improved mood made her talk more. Alexandria glanced and replied with a smile. I might have forgotten. You're so picky, Lucinda. Can you still tell without oyster sauce? Because it's my favorite dish. Allison smiled. Rue used to make this dish often. Mentioning this name, Alexandria's expression changed instantly. Why bring him up when everything is fine? Allison stopped her actions, her face showing a complex expression. Is there anything wrong with mentioning him? I've already let it go. You are quite magnanimous. Alexandria coldly laughed. But look at that certain someone. Marvin keeps things hidden from you. Allison froze. Keeping things hidden? Do you mean Dermot? She shook her head. You have two deep-seated prejudices against him. Marvin has been really good to me. Allison sighed. Unfortunately, he isn't the senior classmate. Saying this sentence, Marvin's mood became extremely complex. Dermot is not the senior classmate, but he definitely loves me more than the senior classmate. Chapter 107. Aggressive despite lack of reason. The next day, a shocking piece of news exploded across the entire internet. Top-flow actress Allison was admitted to the hospital in critical condition last night. She was still unconscious. Suddenly fell ill? Hiss. Did she attempt suicide for love? TSK. Can't you say something nicer? Why don't you hope for others' well-being for once? The internet was abuzz with heated discussions. No one knew which hospital she was admitted to. People could only follow updates by constantly refreshing web pages and waiting for news. When Dermot heard this news, he was slightly surprised. This woman has always been very healthy. Suddenly so seriously ill? Marvin felt something was fishy, but it didn't matter to him anymore. He had no ties with that woman and couldn't be bothered with her life or death. Marvin even suspected it might just be a stage drama by her and her son. If they dared to blatantly spread rumors, what else wouldn't they do? Though this sensational news caused him a minor shock at first, it was quickly dismissed from his mind. By afternoon, the anxious netizens, who were pacing like ants on a hot pot, finally received an update. Alexandria gave another interview, sobbing heart-rendingly about her daughter's ordeal to netizens. Netizens watched the video, clenched fists tightly, and became enraged. Really attempted suicide for love? Damn, Maud must have been really desperate. Was it necessary? Took sleeping pills for a scumbag. Let's go, confront Lee Entertainment. This time, they can't pretend to be dead anymore. Enraged netizens charged collectively. Lee Entertainment's official account was nearly flooded out, almost shutting down comments. Lainey quickly reported to Dermot. Dermot was speechless after hearing it. Attempted suicide for love? Because of him, Dermot? That woman was indifferent. Her eyes only saw her cherished senior. For him, Dermot, she took sleeping pills and attempted suicide. The moment come along? Belinda asked hastily. No. Gabby shook her head. You should watch things here while I'm gone. She trusted Belinda's abilities. After instructing the secretary briefly, Gabby hurried out. Even in the elevator, she hesitated while looking at her phone. Should I bring him along? Allison was his ex-wife after all. Moreover, they blamed him for everything. Gabby considered for a long time and decided not to bother him. Dermot hated being troubled. Until now, Marvin hadn't responded to this controversial matter. Dermot's method was highly efficient, sending a lawyer's letter to the rumormongers, defending himself legally. No matter how loud the online uproar was, it couldn't change the truth. Dermot remained unmoved amidst the curses. Gabby couldn't achieve this composure. This man was the victim. Why should everyone curse him? She decided to demand justice for him as his wife. Gabby set the address Belinda sent her as the destination and immediately started driving. Shortly after, a sleek, dark purple supercar pulled up in front of a private hospital in the city. Her car drew too much attention. Passers-by looked on curiously. Even after getting out of the car, she continued to attract gazes. Ignoring the surrounding looks, Gabby closed the car door and stepped onto the hospital steps. Just as she entered the door, she then saw Alexandria holding a thermos cup. Little vixen, what are you doing here? Alexandria saw her and immediately raised her eyebrows. Gabby frowned but didn't stoop to her level. How is Miss In? You're here for show. To pretend to be kind? Humph, don't think I'd fall for your fake sympathy. Where's Dermot? Let that bastard come out. My daughter has become like this because of him. Alexandria shouted fiercely. A flash of displeasure crossed Gabby's face as she coldly said, Mrs. Sue, you shouldn't talk nonsense. The truth is clear to both of us. Shut up, you little vixen. Even without reason, Alexandria sounded righteous. Gabby's expression gradually turned icy. I have two main reasons for coming today. First, to visit Miss In and see how she is. The second thing is about you. Her eyes locked firmly on Alexandria. Why do you slander my husband? Alexandria's complexion changed. Who is slandering him? She shouted. Isn't what I said the truth? Gabby couldn't help but laugh. This old woman had quite a thick skin. Even after she confronted her, she dared to lie through her teeth. Truth? Gabby raised an eyebrow and asked coolly, which one do you mean? She wasn't wearing makeup, but she looked very healthy and radiant. Her bright eyes sparkled brilliantly, beautiful like a noble-cut rose. In contrast, the increasingly haggard Allison seemed more like withering rose. His expression changed instantly. You little fox spirit, you? She was furious, wishing she could tear up Gabby's proud little face. Once the reporters arrived, the matter couldn't be hidden anymore. Alexandria didn't dare waste any more time and hurriedly ran away from Gabby. Gabby didn't stop her. Instead, she walked to the waiting area of the hospital hall and sat quietly waiting. After Alexandria escaped, she immediately called Jason. Ms. Beckham is here? Jason's voice was icy and stern. Auntie, don't panic. I'll be there right away. What use is it for you to come? At present, Alexandria was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Towards Jason, she harbored deep resentment. Last night, she confessed to Allison as instructed by Jason. It directly caused that girl to become extremely agitated and faint. Alexandria didn't expect Allison's reaction would be so severe. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have mentioned it. With her daughter fainted, she had no choice but to seek help from Jason. Thus, they rushed into the hospital overnight. This hospital was arranged by Jason. Allison's condition wasn't serious, but upon understanding the situation, she had completely stopped talking to anyone. Even towards Jason, she turned a deaf ear. Alexandria felt helpless and consulted Jason about what to do next. Jason suggested stepping up the attack, pushing Dermot back into the limelight. To be honest, his idea was another bad one. Exploiting her daughter's plight to attack Dermot. It somewhat felt like hurting oneself while injuring the enemy. Alexandria thought it wasn't quite right, but she couldn't think of a better way, so she had to follow through. Not long after, two vans stopped outside the hospital. Gabby stood up and walked over, greeting the people getting out of the vans. Thank you for your trouble. Not far away, Alexandria, who had been secretly observing, panicked. That bitch surnamed Beckham really called the media over. Seeing these reporters carrying their equipment walking in, Alexandria hurriedly fled. Gabby smiled coldly. Please wait for me here, she instructed. I'll go find Miss Sue. Just as she was about to move, a group of people flooded in from the entrance. What are you doing? Jason stepped forward. This is private property. If you're not seeing a doctor, get out. Of course. He stood in front of Gabby, sneering, even if you're here to see a doctor, we'll see if you qualify. This hospital is private. To see a doctor here, you must pass an asset review first. What Jason said wasn't wrong. The Lee family's private hospital targeted the wealthy. Ordinary people might not even step into this hospital. Gabby frowned slightly. I need to talk to Ms. Alexandria and require her cooperation. Jason sneered. Just because you're looking for her, does she have to see you? Marvin lifted his head. Miss Beckham, this isn't your Beckham family residence. Whatever you want to do, you must follow our rules here. Who are you people? Marvin pointed at the reporters. Get out of here. This is a hospital. The patients resting here are all affluent. Too many bystanders will disturb their rest. Miss Beckham, this? The reporters looked at each other and then at Gabby for advice. Gabby raised her eyes slightly. Please wait for me in the vans. I'll bring Miss Sue to meet you once I find her. All right then. The reporters nodded and carried their equipment back to the vans. As soon as they left, Alexandria appeared immediately. Receiving a nod from Jason, she felt bolstered. Little fox spirit, you wanted to confront, didn't you? Before Gabby could speak, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, come on, let's confront. Little Xiao, are the reporters here yet? Jason smiled, stepping aside to reveal the crowd behind him. They're all here. Gabby understood immediately. The reporters she brought were third parties. The involvement of a third party would put Alexandria Aussie. I didn't touch you. Putting on such a virtuous act, who are you trying to impress? He muttered under his breath. The stranger's voice was not too loud, nor too soft. Gabby heard it, and her beautiful face instantly turned cold. After the stranger left, another person approached. Miss Beckham, do you know how to use this microphone? Marvin picked up the microphone and walked toward Gabby. Another man suddenly came close, which startled Gabby. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. It seemed intentional. This man moved straight toward Gabby. Gabby hurriedly stood up to avoid him, reprimanding unhappily, are you deaf? Due to severe psychological issues, she found it difficult to be near any males except Dermot. Whenever someone got close, she would instinctively lash out. Not far away, A standing camera faithfully recorded the changes in her expression. Chapter 109. Absolutely dashing. Due to some special reasons, Beckham Wongson wore a dark expression throughout the entire process. She kept a close watch on those around her, preventing them from getting too close, radiating deep vigilance in every aspect. During the interview, the more critical questions posed by Beckham Wongson, Alexandria always skirted around, never daring to respond directly. Biting her teeth tightly, she firmly believed that Beckham Wongson was the third party interfering with her daughter's marriage. Her thick-skinned behavior was absolutely astounding. Beckham Wongson showed both anger and fury. Not only did she need to confront, but she also had to be wary of others getting close all the time. After the entire interview, Beckham Wongson appeared physically and mentally exhausted. Jason's lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched coldly from the side, his eyes full of ridicule. Confrontation? As you wish. Both sides' conversations were recorded. As for what content would be released, well, it was up to him to decide. Those who approached repeatedly were all arranged by Jason, just to capture this foolish woman Beckham Wongson's nasty attitude on camera for the public to judge. Jason, after all, was a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry. Marvin was highly skilled in techniques like selective editing and malicious cutting. All sensitive and disadvantageous messages from both sides' dialogues were edited out. In today's era, being the first to seize the right to speak often holds the initiative in guiding public opinion. As for the truth, it didn't matter, because after the interview, Beckham Wongson's reputation was completely ruined. Who would believe in someone who destroyed another's marriage? What? Not a third party. How to prove it? Not being a third party. When questioned, no matter how much she explained, it could only lead to being manipulated by the other party, falling into a self-proof trap. The ultimate goal of this interview, meticulously arranged by Jason, was to drag Beckham Wongson down completely, to solidify her identity as a third party, to guide public opinion towards her. Netizens would then launch attacks and accusations against her. Meanwhile, the previous rumors would gradually fade from the public eye. Even if the truth was eventually exposed, it often wouldn't cause much of a stir, because during the peak heat of the entire incident, most netizens were the perpetrators. Many people would selectively forget this matter. After all, admitting one's own mistakes is a difficult thing, even if the truth was exposed. So what? Could a destroyed reputation be pieced back together? Jason looked at Beckham Wongson with a self-satisfied expression. Marvin felt that at this moment, he was like a strategist commanding thousands of miles away. Absolutely dashing. The interview lasted for about an hour. When Beckham Wongson left, her face wasn't looking good. Jason watched her walk out the door with a mocking look. How you edit it, you know? Marvin looked at everyone. Don't include any substantive content. The key was, let the netizens see how bad this woman Beckham Wongson's attitude was when facing the staff. The confrontation between Beckham Wongson and Alexandria occurred at noon. By 3 in the afternoon, the first segment was already online. The hottest topic among netizens, the truth, wasn't mentioned at all in the interview video. They only saw Beckham Wongson constantly scolding the staff members who offered to help her voluntarily. Damn, her temper is so terrible. Is she really that emotionally unstable? I thought she was a goddess. Who would have thought she acts more like a lunatic? The staff proactively helped mediate. What attitude does she have? Princess complex, right? She's so fierce. Pretty on the outside but soulless inside. Does she think she's so noble that she looks down on everyone? Little fairy herself. Stay away from such women in the future. You can't say it that way. With her looks and assets, if she tried to seduce me, I wouldn't stand a chance. The netizens' criticism slowly turned towards her. Under the deliberate guidance of some individuals, many influential figures on public platforms also joined the discussion. The topic was slowly steered off course. The attention of the netizens, under the guidance of certain people, began to shift. No longer bearing the brunt of the netizens' curses, Dermot became their new target, Beckham Wongson. Everyone unanimously cursed her as a third party, criticizing her for having princess syndrome, and mocking her as a fairy with only beauty but no brains. Dermot did not pay attention to the online battle, until Vivian sent him a link. Clicking into it revealed the hottest post at the moment. Glancing through it quickly, Dermot almost suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Marvin immediately contacted Beckham Wongson and asked with a complex expression, "How do you feel now? Are you okay?" Although embroiled in the whirlpool of public opinion, it seemed as if she hadn't been affected. Speaking lightly, "Do you mean online?" "No worries. Just getting cursed," Beckham Wongson laughed. "I've been cursed countless times. This is just a small scene." Dermot couldn't help but laugh wryly. "What I meant was, when you went over there, did they make things difficult for you?" Beckham Wongson was taken aback. "Don't you know my temper well enough?" Dermot said. "The you in the video clearly reacted to stress. Did they deliberately make things difficult for you?" Beckham Wongson hadn't expected that the man was actually concerned about this. She felt a warm and comfortable feeling in her heart. "Not too much trouble," she smiled lightly. "In broad daylight, they didn't dare to do anything to me." Learning that she was fine, Dermot felt relieved. "What do we do now?" He was somewhat troubled. "They're such scoundrels, it's useless trying to reason with them." Now, things were turning out just great. Marvin had just been scolded, and now it was Beckham Wongson's turn. "Who says it's useless?" Beckham Wongson smiled. "Do you think I'm some little pushover?" Dermot was taken aback. "I'm still waiting." Beckham Wongson continued. "The heat of the event is far from reaching its peak. The best Chapter 110. Sudden change in tone. The incident continued to gain momentum. Gabby's response finally came at 10 o'clock that night. "Not playing dead anymore? Little fairy, speak up. Aren't you usually fierce? Come on, scold me? Come on, give me a piece of your mind. To be honest, with your background, agreeing to be someone's mistress is something I can't wrap my head around. Don't get it? Didn't Maud's mother say it clearly? That Geld fellow is the young master of a prominent family in Jinghai. Marvin this must be about clinging to a wealthy family. My God, I didn't pay much attention in the afternoon, and now I'm lost. Damn. When did they reveal that Gail was from a prestigious family? Where's the video? In the comment section, it was quickly taken over. Insults and humiliations poured in one after another. But Gabby wasn't anxious at all. She promptly updated another post. My husband still cherishes old feelings. Marvin hasn't responded. Marvin doesn't hold it against him, but as his wife, I cannot let it go. The truth might be delayed, but it will not be absent. Those who slander and defame him will soon face their own consequences. Marvin. Her post went out, met once again with sarcastic remarks. However, not long after, the tide began to turn, because someone opened the full-length interview video uploaded by Gabby. The video was in first-person view. The constantly shaking camera suggested it might have been a small body-worn camera. In the footage, a group of men with lecherous smiles surrounded the camera. They would often lean in. Whenever they did, the screen would violently shake. At the same time, Gabby's indignant voice could be heard. Please keep your distance, don't come any closer. Netizens were stunned. They sensed something was off. These scenes weren't visible in the afternoon's interview video. Gabby's uploaded video lasted 20 minutes. During this period, people inexplicably kept leaning in. Each time this happened, Gabby reacted excessively, warning them not to get too close. Hiss. Netizens marveled. Marvin, her reaction seems excessive, but clearly it's not her fault, right? In the video, these people's faces were clearly visible. They all stared at the camera with lecherous expressions. Every so often, someone would suddenly lean in, causing Gabby to scream in alarm. This isn't her fault, right? Leaning in unexpectedly like that. How could she not be scared? Netizens also noticed that the dialogue in Gabby's uploaded video was exceptionally fluent and complete. In comparison, the afternoon interview had obvious signs of editing. I first met Dermot in Buckshow. At that time, he was already divorced. Marvin attended a matchmaking event under parental pressure but went to the wrong table. Marvin mistook me for a girl named Leanne. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Dermot felt embarrassed and hurriedly apologized to me. In his haste to leave, he left his phone behind. Similarly on that day, the lens turned to Alexandria, whose face turned deathly pale. I met Miss In, Mr. Xiao, and Ms. Su. I didn't know you back then, so I just returned the phone to Dermot and left. Gabby's account was incredibly detailed, and this part wasn't in the afternoon's interview video either. After hearing this story, the guilty look on Alexandria's face became evident. Netizens were astonished. Alexandria did not refute anything in the video. The second time I met Miss In was at the Jinghai International Trade Hotel. The video continued. Gabby spoke clearly. It should have been 4 or 5 days since our last meeting. This time, I initiated the meeting myself. The reason I wanted to meet him. Gabby paused here for a moment, and then resumed speaking after a while. Actually, it was because I needed help. I have a psychological disorder, called gynophobia. Being too close to men triggers the symptoms. Oh. Netizens were dumbfounded. Is there such a condition? I thought it was just an internet joke. Some people went online to check, and found that it really existed. Gynophobia, a type of social phobia, which can severely impact normal social life. No wonder her reactions were so intense. Holy cow, surrounded by a bunch of men. The psychological pressure she must have felt back then. The worst part is, they kept leaning in unexpectedly. Hiss. Netizens felt chills. From her perspective, I'd probably rather die. This situation was like throwing a socially anxious person into a crowd of social predators. Empathetic netizens immediately understood what Gabby must have felt at the time. It's not that she has a bad attitude. It's these perverted men who don't understand personal space. She keeps reminding them to stay back, but they just ignore her and keep coming closer. Damn. These bastards, they did it on purpose. With their lecherous faces and eyes ogling her. Really makes me want to throw up, folks. The tide of public opinion began to turn. Many netizens quickly apologized. Without fully understanding the situation, I jumped to conclusions and joined in the condemnation, calling her a princess with attitude problems. I'm such an idiot. She endured all this discomfort just to seek justice for her husband. Damn, I'm tearing up. The interview footage broadcast in the afternoon did not mention what netizens were most concerned about. The truth was also uploaded. This highly publicized incident finally came to a conclusion. Gabby then updated her status, tagging someone completely unexpected by netizens. At actor Jason, did you plan this? How could you file complaints first when you and Allison did those things? Do you think I have no temper? Jason, listen carefully. I've already sent people to investigate you. The evil deeds and misdeeds you've committed will soon come to light and be made public. No need to be polite. This is the outcome you deserve. Chapter 111. Marvin Art dead. The whole internet was abuzz. After Gabby fiercely defended her husband, she specifically mentioned Jason. What's wrong with the one surnamed Xiao? What despicable deed did he do for Miss Beckham to call him out by name? Didn't you watch the video carefully? Didn't she say in the video that her husband was betrayed in his previous marriage? Hiss. Betrayal. Was it Maud who betrayed this marriage? Who else? Didn't Miss Beckham just make it clear? When they first met, Dermot left behind his phone. When she went to return it, she happened to overhear someone forcing Dermot to sign a divorce agreement. At that time, Jason was there too. And that day was July 21st. So last month, right? Maud and Jason also made their relationship official in July. On what date again? When they announced their relationship, the sweetness was off the charts. Hot searches kept coming one after another, making people dazzled. Netizens searched casually and quickly found out the date of the announcement. July 18th. Maud had officially announced her relationship before getting divorced. F***K. This is explosive. Netizens' pupils dilated. So she really cheated while married? Jason is such a dog. Stealing someone's husband and then accusing them wrongly. The one surnamed and isn't good either. Damn. Looks so innocent and gives off a first love vibe. Is that all? Cheating while married? Quite bold, sister. Shame, I always regarded her as a goddess. F***K, she and Jason, truly a pair of scumbags. The entire incident took many twists and turns. The final blow instantly crushed Jason. His trembling hands couldn't hold the phone anymore, and it clattered to the ground. This dirty bitch. Jason's face twisted ferociously, actually hiding a miniature camera on her body. At that moment, she should have been searched. Right now, Jason deeply regretted not doing so. If she had been searched, none of these things would have happened afterward. The phone on the ground suddenly rang, causing Jason's tightly strung nerves to jolt sharply. Marvin picked up the phone with shaky hands. The surname on the caller display made him hesitant to answer. Marvin hesitated for a long time, finally throwing the phone aside without picking up. But Alexandria's calls came one after another, making him even more restless and agitated. Biting his teeth, Marvin grabbed the phone and answered it. What do we do? Alexandria sounded panicked. Just now, someone claiming to be a cyber police officer called. They said I fabricated and spread false information, search and defaming. Cyber police? Jason couldn't take care of himself, let alone worry about her. It's fake. Don't believe it. Alexandria trembled. Jason, you can't fool me. Jason's temples were throbbing, but he forced himself to stay calm. You must be overthinking. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Don't panic. I'm thinking of how to handle it. Jason said, Auntie, just remember one thing. Deny everything. Denying it, no one can do anything to you. After saying that, he hung up immediately. When Alexandria called back, he didn't hesitate to hang up again. Pacing restlessly around the living room several times, he picked up his phone and dialed Weston. Did it go bad? Weston already knew. Jason, you were too careless. Jason's face darkened. Marvin understood the meaning behind Leaf's words. Due to negligence, skipping the search resulted in him shifting from the offensive to the defensive, facing public condemnation. Beckham family's girl wants to get you. Weston smiled. You're worried about this, aren't you? Don't worry. You're my man. I'll definitely find a way to protect you. Come over tonight. Let's discuss a foolproof plan. Weston spoke calmly. Jason's face twitched. Go over again? After last time. But President Leaf had spoken. He dared not refuse. So he hurriedly packed up and drove to Leaf's palace-like villa. On the way, Alexandria kept calling him. Jason simply muted his phone to avoid any trouble. Unable to contact him, Alexandria cursed inwardly. This Jason truly lacks any responsibility. Marvin came up with the idea, but when things went south, he only knows how to hide. Alexandria angrily slammed down the phone, stomping her feet and cursing. After sulking for a while, she looked up at the single patient room across from her, its door tightly shut. A hint of regret appeared on Alexandria's face. If she hadn't blindly accepted Jason's suggestion, her daughter wouldn't be in this state. These past 2 years, Allison has lived cautiously, carefully guarding the secret of being married. Even after the car show, despite various rumors circulating, she insisted on denying it, suddenly telling her mother and her current boyfriend used her to create a tragic story to deal with her ex-husband. Alexandria's face filled with complex emotions as she pushed open the door and walked in. Allison was lost in thought, oblivious to someone entering. Marvin, her gaze remained fixed and distant. Alexandria cautiously approached, standing there for a long time. Finally, a heavy sigh brought Allison back to her senses. She suddenly turned around, her eyes instantly reddening. I don't want to see you. Get out. AI, Lucinda. Alexandria's face was full of sorrow. Mom was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. Allison's feelings were extremely complex. Alexandria and Jason had only thought about retaliating against her ex-husband Dermot, never considering her feelings at all. I just don't understand what you were thinking. To spread such an outrageous lie in public, did you really think you could get away with it? Do you think everyone is a fool? Oh, Alexandria's face drooped. Actually, I didn't think this plan was good either. It was Jason. Xuechong. Allison's eyes turned cold. Yes, Alexandria hurriedly said. It was his idea. Marvin told me to do it. Allison felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had thought that it was her mother Alexandria who couldn't stand Dermot and came up with a nasty plan to upset him. She never expected that the mastermind was her beloved senior. Why? Why did he do this? Allison's chest twisted with pain. Alexandria sighed. During those days you were depressed at home, Jason met Dermot again. That time, Jason got slapped in the face again. Marvin couldn't bear the humiliation, so, Marvin airing this from her mother. Allison felt like she had deflated, collapsing onto the bed. Alexandria observed her for a while and continued. This time, Jason seemed truly enraged. When you think about it, the person he always looked down upon turned out to be a young master from a powerful family. Now that you mention it, Dermot kept something so important hidden from you. Clearly, he didn't have good intentions. Allison's mind was blank. She sat on the bed, staring straight ahead, the light in her eyes fading away instantly. After what felt like an eternity, Marvin, her bitter eyes started rolling down tears. At the same time, she emitted a sound that was both a cold laugh and more like a sob. She covered her face with both hands, crying and laughing all at once. Chapter 112. With me, what are you being so formal for? Dermot's online reputation changed from being unanimously condemned to being widely envied. This guy has actually been quite unfortunate, but honestly speaking, losing a horse might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Marvin just got divorced, and then met someone better. This guy, as of now, is the only one who can get Miss Beckham not to suffer from misandry. He called Lainey and instructed, investigate the people who appeared in the footage. There was no need for Dermot to guess that these people were dispatched by Jason. If so, they were accomplices. As accomplices, they would have to pay the price. Leaning against the bedhead, Dermot entered the green bubble and tapped into Gabby's chat window. Before he thought of what to say, someone knocked on the door suddenly. Son-in-law, are you asleep? Dermot was slightly stunned. Putting on clothes, he walked over to open the door. Fiona was holding a fruit plate. She smiled sweetly at Dermot. The fruits in today's supermarket were fresh and discounted. I bought a lot back. I thought I'd cut a little bit of each, but it seems like I cut too much. Fruits, once cut, need to be eaten immediately, otherwise they will spoil, even if put in the fridge. Perhaps. Fiona grinned. The son-in-law and the young lady could eat them together? Dermot scratched his head. The young lady just came out of the study and hasn't slept yet. Fiona laughed. Go up there now. Dermot thought for a moment. Okay. Marvin should thank Gabby for today's help. Sending a message while living under the same roof doesn't seem sincere enough. This is a perfect opportunity to express his gratitude face to face. Taking the tray from Fiona. It was heavy with plenty of fruit. Fiona, with her rosy cheeks, closed the door with a snap. Dermot was bewildered. Marvini, you still haven't taken the fruit platter. After a while, the door opened again. Gabby changed into a cartoon-patterned pajama set, standing timidly at the door watching him. Marvin, her flushed cheeks faded somewhat, leaving a hint of shyness. Did Fiona ask you to bring it up? She looked at the fruit plate in Dermot's hands. There's too much, isn't there? Dermot replied woodenly. Fiona said she cut too much by accident and asked us to finish it together. A faint smile curved on Gabby's lips as she nodded gently. Okay, then come in and have a seat. She moved aside, inviting Dermot into her bedroom. Gabby's bedroom was the master suite of this villa. It was the largest with an expansive terrace. Dermot hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Marvin's room was clearly decorated with care. Behind the double doors of the master suite, there was a small vestibule. On the left side stood a row of display cabinets showcasing several artful sculptures. Behind the display cabinets was her walk-in closet. Connected to it was a spacious and bright bathroom. To the right of the vestibule was her sleeping area. Above the giant king-sized bed was a rounded ceiling fixture. The master suite adopted a design without a central chandelier. Soft lighting along the edges of the rounded ceiling added a warm touch to the entire space. Dermot did not look toward her bed, but walked straight through the bedroom to the terrace on the far right. The terrace was quite large. Along the glass railing, a comfortable sofa sat with cushions of various colors piled on it. Several potted plants added a touch of color to the area. Walking over, Dermot placed the fruit plate on a small table. Turning his head, he found the environment here quite pleasant, suitable for admiring the night view. As Gabby sat down and picked up a cushion, hugging it lightly, a gentle night breeze swept across the terrace, slightly lifting strands of her wavy hair. Perhaps because she had just bathed. Marvin's porcelain skin exuded a clear and dewy freshness. Gabby looked up at him, smiling softly. Why are you just standing there? Come sit. There was only one sofa. Gabby was already seated. As a man, he couldn't be overly shy. Dermot sat down on the sofa, cleared his throat, and then solemnly expressed his gratitude. Gabby raised an elegant eyebrow, scolding lightly. What did you say when you helped me before? Dermot was momentarily stunned. What are you being so formal with me for? Gabby mimicked and then laughed. That was your exact words. What I wanted to say is, to me, what are you being so formal for? Chapter 113. Afraid yet fond. The night breeze was gentle. Compared to the fervor of daytime, the summer night exuded more tenderness and serenity. Moonlight cascaded like water over the quiet villa courtyard, casting a hazy poetic glow. Gabby thought. Sitting together eating fruit seemed a bit silly, so she found the remote control and lowered a projection screen installed on the terrace. Dermot was surprised. She really knew how to enjoy herself. Gabby furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze on the screen. What should we watch? She glanced at Dermot, handing him the remote. You choose. Dermot waved his hand, smiling. I have choice paralysis, you pick? Gabby laughed. How coincidental. So did she. Deciding not to fuss over it anymore, she simply selected a high-rated movie by reviews. Noticing Dermot looking at her with a strange expression, she felt a bit puzzled. Why are you staring at me like that? Dermot's expression remained stoic as he shook his head. She sure had some guts. This movie he'd seen before. It was a horror film, full of suspense. The movie began. First came black and white scenes followed by red subtitles. The background showed a gloomy villa. At this moment, Gabby hadn't yet realized anything. Because she leaned forward to reach for the fruit, picking up a few cherries and green grapes, she comfortably leaned back on the soft sofa. The movie officially started. The scene shifted to a dimly lit children's room. The camera first focused on a sleeping little boy in bed, then slowly panned to the side. A shadowy figure appeared outside the window, and a sinister face emerged from a corner. Are you eating? Gabby looked at Dermot, conveniently avoiding this eerie shot. Dermot, oh. As the plot unfolded, Gabby gradually immersed herself into it. After all, being a highly rated thriller, it grabbed attention with its rhythm and visuals. Gabby started noticing something off. Some scenes of this movie gave off an eerie vibe. She instinctively shrank back, glancing at Dermot quickly out of the corner of her eye. Marvin remained calm. After some thought, Gabby refocused on the movie. The following part was relatively normal, just containing some mysterious shots. Just as Gabby thought it might be playing tricks, the movie delivered its first terrifying high point. Ah! Gabby was startled, screaming while jumping slightly in her seat. She clutched the cushion in her arms tightly, her face showing sheer terror. Dermot wasn't scared by the movie but was taken aback by her sudden scream. Never seen it? Marvin asked curiously. No, never. Gabby's voice trembled. I'm most afraid of horror movies. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Want to switch? He said. I've seen this one. The rest is even scarier. Gabby immediately turned pale. She drew her long legs up against her body, curling up tightly. Seeing Dermot reaching for the remote, she bit her lip, showing reluctance. Were still glued to the movie screen. Dermot, amused and worried, saw her moving backward towards falling off the sofa. So he moved closer and pulled her gently. Be careful, you're about to fall. Meanwhile, the movie entered the next high-intensity scene, and Gabby was so scared that she fell sideways. Dermot sighed helplessly. Marvin exerted a bit of strength and pulled her back. His arm naturally draped over her shoulder, patting her gently a couple of times as comfort. Gabby's body was trembling, and he could clearly feel the fear radiating from her. But with his gentle patting, her shivering gradually lessened. Before long, it completely calmed down. Gale Grey was somewhat surprised. Could such simple comfort actually be this effective? It was practically immediate. What he didn't know was that Gabby had multiple episodes triggered due to certain events, and each time his presence was there, Marvin himself had become her subconscious safe haven. Marvin, her face pressed against Dermot's chest, her eyes still following the plot of the movie, and all the subsequent terrifying scenes at most made her frown. They no longer caused her to panic. Maintaining the same posture, she finished watching an entire horror movie. When she left, her pretty face was flushed, and she said stubbornly, "Actually, it wasn't that scary, Dermot." Sure. Chapter 114. Relatively introverted. Who would have thought? Who could have really thought? The aloof and beautiful CO Gabby was afraid of ghosts. Seeing that Dermot was reluctant to leave, how could he have the heart to go? There happened to be a sofa in Gabby's bedroom, where he could spend the night. What was uncomfortable was, there were many cushions piled on the sofa, and it wasn't very wide, making it inconvenient to turn over. Seeing him uncomfortably nestled on the sofa, Gabby looked apologetic. Why don't you come up to sleep? The bed was quite large. One person sleeping on each side, just like that night. This isn't right, is it? Dermot laughed and joked. What if I get kicked off again? Gabby immediately blushed profusely. That day, I'm sorry, she said shyly, because I've always, how should I say this? Dermot smiled. Actually, there was nothing wrong with saying it. Always single, and also suffering from gynophobia. Upon waking to find a man sleeping next to her, not being frightened to death was already good. It's okay. The sofa is quite comfortable, Dermot said. It's late, let's sleep. Marvin closed his eyes. Gabby watched him for a while, then turned off the light. In the spacious bedroom, only a small night light remained. Its faint brightness cast mottled shadows on the wall. As soon as Gabby closed her eyes, scenes of recent horror movies would flash before her mind's eye. She felt increasingly scared, hurriedly getting up to turn on the light. Dermot opened his eyes and saw her looking around nervously. Marvin really wanted to laugh. Her suspicious look was excessively adorable. So as not to embarrass her, Dermot pretended to be asleep, remaining silent. Gabby fiddled with her hair in vexation, wanting to call out to him but fearing she might disturb his rest. After a moment, she turned off the light again. The bedroom was quiet. Gabby opened her eyes and looked towards the nearby sofa under the weak glow of the nightlight. With him here, it seemed less scary. With this thought in mind, Gabby closed her eyes. The terrifying scenes kept playing in her mind, alongside the warm feeling of hiding in the man's arms. Gradually, she wasn't as scared anymore. Drowsiness gradually set in, and her consciousness slowly drifted into a pleasant and cozy dream. The next morning, Marvin, her alarm clock, woke her. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at the sofa. Then she found that the man had vanished without a trace. A faint sense of disappointment crossed Gabby's mind. Lying in bed a bit longer, she finally got up slowly. After washing up, she descended the stairs listlessly. Fiona greeted her with a motherly smile. "Miss, did you sleep well last night?" He felt his scalp tingle, quickly apologizing. "Sorry, Fiona, I didn't know." Fiona sniffed and forced a smile. "I know you didn't mean it, it's fine." Though she said it was fine, she got up and walked into the kitchen, clearly trying to conceal her emotions. Gabby glanced at the kitchen and whispered, "Never mention her family in front of Fiona. I'll explain when there's time." Dermot felt a bit guilty. "But it's not entirely your fault." Gabby sighed. "I should have warned you earlier." Having said that, she went into the kitchen, probably to comfort Fiona. When she reappeared, Fiona was once again the amiable aunt. "Don't take it to heart, Mr. Gale." She even comforted the guilty Dermot. Thus, Dermot felt even more apologetic. "I don't feel like driving today," Gabby said. "Can you drop me off at the company? Is that okay?" Dermot would not refuse her. It was about time to head out. The two of them took the indoor elevator to the garage. "I noticed." Gabby stood in front of the Cullinan, should be corrected to Rolls-Royce Cullinan, looking puzzled. "You only drive this one? Neither of your two supercars has been driven by you. Don't you like them?" She turned and looked at him. Dermot smiled helplessly. "No, I just think they're too flashy. They're all cool, but a bit showy. Not driving them is such a waste." Gabby walked toward the McLaren without further ado. "Why don't we drive this one today?" She looked at Dermot, blinking her eyes. "Well, this?" Dermot sighed and replied with a smile. "Okay, warm." And even had a touch of cuteness. Chapter 115. Can't accept things that are too new. On the way, Dermot received a call from Lainey. Considering he was driving, he asked Gabby to help answer it. "Jason wants to terminate the contract? Isn't the breach of contract penalty quite high?" Dermot asked with a smile. "Marvin's willing to pay." Lainey said. "Mr. Gale, what do you think about this? How should we handle it?" Dermot smiled. "Since he's willing to pay, what reason do we have to refuse? Orlandodle it as you see fit. Stars, especially stars like Jason who once reached the peak. It would be extremely difficult for him to want to terminate his contract." Lainey should understand the underlying meaning in his words. Termination? Of course it can happen. When it fully happens is up to the company. How could he easily let go after what Jason did and still dared to act so freely in front of him? "I'll come find you for lunch?" As he dropped Gabby off at her company, Dermot said with a smile. "Those snacks in your drawer, try to eat less of them." "I know." Gabby gave him a small smile and waved. "See you later then?" Marvin watched her disappear before turning the car around. The distance between the two companies wasn't very far, only about 10 minutes drive. When Dermot returned to Leahy, Marvin saw Jason storming out just as he arrived. Seeing Dermot face to face, Jason's expression changed slightly. Dermot had no interest in acknowledging him and basically ignored him as they passed each other. Marvin could clearly sense Jason's hostility, but he didn't care. Taking the elevator straight to Laney's office, he found someone already waiting when he knocked and entered. "Good morning, Brother Rue." June immediately stood up as she saw him walk in. Dermot glanced at her, couldn't help laughing. "Today, why did you change your style?" Usually, June dressed very uniquely. Mostly black clothes, combined with her unique gothic style, she looked very cool. But today, puffy double braids, a full pink sweet girl outfit. It gave off a fresh, youthful vibe. "It was Neil who made me change." June seemed somewhat unhappy. "I don't like it." The Neil she referred to was the new manager assigned to her by the company. "Shao Shi, you're not used to it." A woman in her 30s standing beside her interjected. She was called Charmaine, a well-known manager within the industry. She had nurtured several big-name stars. Having her manage June showed how much Lee he valued the young sister. "You just need some time to get used to it," Charmaine said with a smile. "You'll feel fine after a while." Marvin's reputation within the industry was good. A true career woman who was also considerate and caring in private. Dermot had been fairly satisfied with her initially. "Do you think this looks good?" Marvin frowned, looking at the smiling Charmaine. Considering that even Bethany respected Dermot greatly, Charmaine treated him quite politely. Rise in popularity. Conversely, some less remarkable-looking artists gain the audience's affection. "The first impression is very important," Charmaine said. "People's understanding of an unfamiliar star. Besides basic appearance, it's mostly the subconscious information captured. First, a likable look. Your previous style was edgy and cool. Young people liked it, but those a bit older had a harder time accepting it. And your previous, always keeping a stern face, can easily let people with ill intentions interpret more negative information. After all, she was a professional agent. When it came to these matters, she spoke knowledgeably. Dermot couldn't help but nod in agreement. But what she said didn't apply to June. Dermot had already talked extensively with this girl before. Her entry into this field was mostly for fun. Given her personality, she probably wasn't very ambitious about becoming wildly famous. What she was interested in was acting. If she were forced to do things she wasn't interested in, it would greatly exhaust her interest. Without that interest, would she still consider staying in this industry? June had astonishing talent in acting. If she left the industry because her interest was exhausted too early, it would be a considerable regret. "Since you feel uncomfortable, then let's change it." Dermot smiled and looked at June, continuing, "In the future, dress as you like? Of course. It can't be too outrageous." Marvin chuckled. "I'm getting old. I can't accept things that are too new." Marvin airing this. The displeasure on June's little face turned into a delighted smile. "All right, I'll listen to Brother Rue." Charmaine frowned. She glanced at Laney, her gaze filled with obvious doubt. "Mr. Gailg is the company-designated overall supervisor of the Rising Star Plan. Follow his instructions." Laney said, "If you have objections, you can voice them. As for whether to accept it or not," Dermot interjected with a smile, "it depends on whether you can convince me." Charmaine had a good personality, but after being in the circle for so long, she also had a temper. A star agent not only needed to have a broad macro view but also required assertiveness. Otherwise, they couldn't keep those big stars in line. "Mr. Gailg, I don't understand why Bethany appointed you as the supervisor." She looked serious. "I haven't seen your resume either. I hope you don't guide professionals with amateur advice." She said, "All my arrangements are for Shao Shi's good." "I understand." Dermot smiled at her and said, "Your arrangements actually aren't problematic." Charmaine frowned. If there was no problem, why did he have to create such a fuss? Just playing around? Such a figure. She never expected this. Dermot's ambition was so grand. "There's only a year left," she swallowed hard. "Wouldn't this be too rushed?" Dermot smiled and replied, "If you don't push yourself, you'll never know how much potential you have." Charmaine felt dazed. "To win the top honor as a newcomer within a year? It's actually not that difficult," Dermot continued. "In recent years, there are some actresses whose acting skills have been criticized." Marvin paused, skimming over a segment, then continued, "If they can do it, why can't Xiao Suziishi?" Charmaine got his point. Some awards domestically are manipulated by capital forces. Understanding Dermot's intentions, Charmaine shivered all over. "Mr. Gailg?" Dermot smiled faintly. "So, are you confident?" Charmaine's heart was pounding with excitement and uncertainty, but after a long while, she nodded. "Yes." "Good cooperation?" Dermot enjoyed dealing with smart people. It was less trouble. Charmaine reached out her hand. "Mr. Gailg, let's have good cooperation." Dermot chuckled, quickly reaching out to lightly shake her hand for only a second before letting go. Though brief, Marvin still felt her excitement. Her hand and body were trembling slightly. Originally expecting to groom a traffic star, now she knew the goal was to groom a future superstar. Charmaine hesitated. "Only guest appearances for a couple of episodes. No big deal." Dermot smiled. "Moreover, we haven't found any good scripts yet. Consider it a way for her to adapt to life in the spotlight." "All right." Charmaine breathed a sigh of relief. Dermot's plan focused on grooming an actor, letting works speak for themselves. Variety shows are a double-edged sword. Joining a variety show, quick money, maintained exposure. At first glance, it might seem perfect, but it isn't. Everything has pros and cons. High-frequency exposure can lead to audience fatigue. It could also affect the actor's main job. The fixed image formed on variety shows might instead make it difficult for the audience to get into the role when watching their work. This is a trade-off. As the entertainer's persona becomes more deeply ingrained in people's minds, the actor's reputation will likely plummet. Currently, many entertainers have seen their reputations crumble due to frequent appearances on variety shows. Why are older generation actors more respected? Because they are low-key and focused. The audience often holds them in high esteem. "By the way, what kind of variety show is it?" Dermot asked. It's an original voice competition show, Charmaine explained. Each episode invites several artists to compete on stage to test their acting skills and dubbing abilities. Chapter 117, Always Smiling. Without stopping, Dermot was going to be a judge. Charmaine told him. There was no need to worry about saying the wrong thing. The show's production team could prepare speeches for him. Marvin just had to sit there. Surely you want to observe Little She's performance up close, right? Charmaine said this way. Dermot had no choice but to agree. The variety show handled by the partner was called I Am Special Voice. This kind of program not only showcases the professional skills of voice actors, but also helps more people understand and recognize the work and artistry of voice actors. For artists, it is a great opportunity for tempering. The importance of script proficiency goes without saying. Dubbing for TV series and movies requires even higher standards in dialogue. By the way, this show is streamed live, Charmaine said, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Dermot smiled. No wonder it hasn't become popular. Broadcasting at this time slot, it would be strange if it gained any heat. Marvin didn't really care. He thought of it as a chance to help little sister Vivian improve her skills while earning some extra money on the side. Time passed quickly. Since he had planned to have dinner with Gabby, Dermot left before noon break. After eating in the staff canteen, he went upstairs and sat for a while before leaving. All the employees there looked at him with envious audience, giving them occasional shots. Somehow it could generate traffic. After all, they were quite pretty. Dermot scanned the studio. On the right side, there was a sign, Susie Entertainment, on the judges panel. Marvin sat down casually, glanced around, and saw Vivian backstage far away. She had an expressionless face. Charmaine stood next to her, seemingly comforting her not to be nervous. As the broadcast time drew near, the other judges arrived one by one. With Dermot added to this episode, there were 6 judges in total for I Am Special Voice this time. Among them, Dermot and Lucas were just filling numbers. The remaining 4 were professionals. Director Angel, Jerry, Lucas smiled, Big Supervisor Marvin, Master Orlando. The 4 more experienced judges were 2 somewhat famous directors, 1 producer, and lastly a screenwriter. To be honest, Lucas's show setup was rather low profile. The invited judges weren't big names in the industry. Only the screenwriter surnamed Orlando had some status within the circle. The few judges looked towards Dermot, their attitudes slightly arrogant. Compared to Lucas, this new additional judge seemed a bit arrogant. They came over. Yet this kid remained seated as solid as a rock. This is Mr. Gelg from Susie Entertainment. Lucas laughed and introduced, temporarily assigned. He might be feeling a bit uncomfortable. Dermot didn't want to make things difficult, so he stood up and went over to shake hands. Oh, this is Mr. Gelg? Jerry smiled. In charge of the new star planet Susie? Mr. Gelg, where did you find this treasure? That young girl. Her eyes are full of spirit. Jerry said enthusiastically. I happen to have a script in hand. There's a role quite suitable for her. Marvin kept talking. Another day. Let that young girl audition. Dermot smiled politely. If you're free later, bring me the script. Jerry's smile froze. Then he grinned widely. All right, we'll talk about it later. Dermot was just being polite. After all, he didn't even know this Jerry. If he had any great works, Dermot would have heard of them. That girl's screen debut couldn't be compromised. The script needed to be good. The director's capability was equally crucial. Directors who couldn't produce several notable works weren't in Dermot's consideration. Jerry walked to his seat and sat down. Next to approach Dermot was a producer. Dermot noticed that this guy looked at him with a clear hint of resentment in his eyes. Marvin frowned. Have we met before? Do I have the chance to meet young Master Gelg? The producer surnamed Marvin sneered. Dermot was taken aback. This person's surname is Marvin? Not that Marvin, right? Chapter 118. Bubble in the Brain. Director Marvin chuckled. Mr. Gelg, you really are sparing with words. Marvin smiled and glanced at the other judges. And very skilled at balancing things. Just a simple sentence to compliment everyone. Compliment? The renowned screenwriter Mr. Orlando sneered. Is that what you call a compliment? Lucas's face stiffened. Nah, don't cause trouble during the live broadcast. Just because he didn't stand up to greet you, is it worth deliberately embarrassing him on live TV? Marvin hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. Mr. Gelg did say it right. All contestants performed excellently. Having been around for several days, Lucas had picked up some buzzwords too. Marvin racked his brains and spoke haltingly, trying to divert the conversation. However, Master Orlando wasn't interested in giving face. Mr. Gelg, I'd love to hear your insights. Marvin turned, looking arrogant. You said they performed well? So, where exactly did they excel? A hint of helplessness appeared on Dermot's face as he shifted his gaze toward Charmaine not far away. His look seemed to say, you see. Charmaine laughed bitterly and quickly asked the production team to step in. Before long, a reminder sounded in the earpiece on Dermot's right ear. Marvin slowly repeated what the other party had said, resolving the awkward situation. Screenwriter Orlando sneered again. Having been a judge for so many episodes, he knew all the production team's tricks. Just a moment ago, you were sparing with words, yet now you can talk fluently, he remarked leisurely. The before and after, quite different indeed. Dermot frowned tightly. Was this guy crazy? Why was he relentlessly pushing? Since he was a permanent judge, he should know the other 2 seats were just there for show. Continuously being aggressive? Did he really think Dermot had no temper? Sitting next to him, Lucas could clearly see the dissatisfaction in Dermot's eyes. Instantly, sweat poured from his forehead. Marvin kept signaling the host frantically. Hosts are astute. Both sensed something was wrong and swiftly moved to the next segment. The audience might have noticed. There's a concealed name on today's guest list. Who could she be? Stay tuned as we go into a commercial break first. More excitement after the ads. Advertising, used precisely at this moment. Mr. Gelg, my apologies. Lucas whispered nearby. That's just Master Orlando's personality. Don't take it personally. Is this guy's brain filled with bubbles? Dermot was blunt. Did I offend him? Lucas smiled wryly. Master Orlando was a famous screenwriter. His standing in the industry wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Perhaps it's because, Lucas explained quietly, you didn't stand up to greet them. Marvin felt you disrespected him. Huh. Dermot was stunned, then laughed. A man in his 40s, such fragile ego? Dermot was a director of Letian. Marvin came representing Letian. Orlando was just a screenwriter, acting like he had clout. Dermot felt speechless. This guy's brain was purely filled with bubbles. Mr. Gaelg, I know you're unhappy. Lucas persuaded, but please bear with it. We're live. A fight wouldn't look good. President Angel and our Letian have a good relationship. I'll give you face, Dermot said coldly. Let him not act up, or I might lose control. Mr. Gaelg is generous. Lucas held back Dermot and rushed to Master Orlando's side. Master Orlando, it's Mr. Gaelg's first time on the show. If there were any mistakes, please don't dwell on them. Lucas's tone was slightly stern. In front of the camera, Marvin willingly showed respect. Privately, there was no need to be so courteous. Marvin was capital after all, and could handle a few lower status veterans. Marvin airing Lucas's warning, Master Orlando and others looked displeased. But considering their paycheck relied on this person, they dared not speak out. Master Orlando didn't dare resent Lucas and redirected all his grievances toward Dermot. After the ad break, the show no need for further introduction. After receiving his nod, she replied straightforwardly, understanding through works is just as good. Well said. She's so cool. Ha ha ha, I love this so much. Marvin and her fans adored this attitude. Cool. And edgy. She was all about being untouchable. Other contestants would be nervous around the judges. But Vivian didn't give them any leeway, showing no mercy. Jerry felt somewhat embarrassed when his request was directly declined. Marvin wanted to say more, but the screen on stage had already started playing the selected voiceover segment. It was a very touching animated feature film. The part Vivian chose was also one of the most emotionally moving scenes in the movie. The protagonist was a young boy. Vivian, being a girl, voiced him without any sense of incongruity. She perfectly captured the transparency and clarity in the young boy's voice. Oh my god, she's dubbing the Mandarin version? Netizens were amazed. She's got some serious skills. The original film was in English. Translating it into Mandarin often led to some loss of emotional depth. But Vivian's dubbing could still draw everyone into that moving scene. The climactic singing segment in the film ignited everyone's emotions completely. Oh my god, that small sob. Aya, I'm going to faint. No, wait. Her singing is also this good? I'm getting dizzy. What else can she do? Netizens were in shock. The judges were even more captivated. It was as if they saw something incredibly promising. This little girl. She has an endless future ahead. Chapter 119. Wild Xiaoxi. Vivian's performance came to an end. At the scene, the audience spontaneously applauded. Master Orlando was full of spirit and enthusiasm, leading with praise. Student Jamarg's skills are indeed profound. Marvin delivered a lengthy speech, showering her with lavish praise. Unfortunately, no matter how dry his throat became from talking, Vivian's expression remained unchanged. Netizens found it amusing. Master Orlando gradually lost his energy as he continued speaking. Thank you for your kind words, judges, Vivian responded indifferently, then turned her head toward Dermot. Marvin her gaze revealed a hint of anticipation. Dermot clapped for her with a smile and asked, why did you choose to dub the Chinese version? Because there's no challenge in dubbing the original version. Marvin her calm reply exuded deep confidence. Yes. She has such great spirit. So cool. Love. Seems like little sister has a special eye for him? Well duh. Marvin is her patron after all. Isn't this Gaelg a domestic abuser? Oh? Netizens were shocked. Didn't that get debunked already? Why are they still talking about domestic abuse? Can't he buy a phone that can access the internet? The conversation suddenly veered off course. At the show site, the judges had sour expressions on their faces. The young guest on stage completely ignored them. Eager to regain control of the situation, Master Orlando cleared his throat and continued, Student Jamarg, hold on. Give me your contact information later. I can create a script tailored just for you. Ah. The netizens, who were arguing fiercely, were stunned into silence. Marvin directly chose her? This judge was somewhat famous. His name was Ronald. He graduated from Jamarjing Film Academy. Marvin had been a director and actor, but his main job was as a screenwriter. Ronald once co-created some excellent scripts, which earned him a good reputation. Tailor-made script? Wow, Student Jamarg is going to take off. The live broadcast camera focused on Vivian. Without much hesitation, she shook her head. These matters are handled by Brother Rue. Find him? Ronald's face froze. Marvin was already annoyed with Dermot. Now, he was even more dissatisfied. Mr. Gaelg, what do you think? Ronald turned his head, looking furious as he asked. Dermot smiled. If Master Orlando has a good script, feel free to show it to me. If it's suitable, Ronald valued respect the most. Deep respect for his immense talent. Ronald looked at Vivian on stage. Student Jamarg, I believe everyone can see. I truly admire you. But unfortunately, due to certain people's foolishness, it ruined your perfect chance to become a superstar. Vivian's delicate brows furrowed. I don't understand what you mean, Teacher Orlando. Ronald raised his chin slightly, his face full of arrogance. Nothing, just very disappointing. You have the potential to become a star. But, he glanced at Dermot, sneering, you've ended up with a short-sighted manager. Marvin's ruining your future. Are you crazy? Vivian's expression darkened. Is there a problem with Brother Rue wanting to review the script first? The scene erupted in commotion. A show guest confronting an angry judge. Whoa, little sister is bold. Netizens gasped, directly calling out the judge. Wild Xiaoxi. She's such a person, wow. I like her even more. She's not wrong. Most of the netizens were normal. Orlando is the one with issues. The document wasn't even created yet, and he acts all high and mighty. You're the junior. No matter how ridiculous the other party is, you shouldn't insult them, understand? Marvin looked stern. Lucas felt like his head would explode. You, this is even worse. What does no matter how ridiculous the other party is mean? Orlando Martin Chow indeed flew into a rage upon hearing this. You surnamed Gaelg, you've gone too far. Lucas made frantic eye signals to the director's team, but it was already too late. An enraged Orlando Martin Chow strode 2 steps to Dermot's face. Marvin swung his fist, aiming for Dermot's face. Chapter 120 Already honest. A show. It had turned into a farce. Ronald rushed forward, and Lucas hurriedly stood up to stop him. Master Orlando, don't be impulsive. Get out of the way. Ronald's face was distorted with rage. I'm going to teach this bastard a lesson today. Lucas tried his best to stop him, giving intense looks to the 2 hosts standing by the side to come over and help. What the hell? Are they really fighting? Netizens stared in disbelief. Isn't this scripted? Because of low ratings? They pull stunts like this? Sigh. What kind of producer? It doesn't seem like it's acting. Someone analyzed. That guy surnamed Orlando always had terrible acting skills. With the current performance, he must be genuinely angry. Ha ha ha, exciting. Go ahead and fight. I want to see blood everywhere. No matter when, there were always people who enjoyed chaos either. This bitch has to publicly apologize to me. I will mobilize all my resources to deal with her. I say it and I mean it. Lucas looked uncomfortable. What is going on here? Marvin gave Dermot a slightly blaming look. Mr. Gaelg, please, sigh. Everyone should calm down. Sit down and discuss. Discuss what? Dermot cut him off directly. Didn't you hear him cursing? As he spoke, he walked toward Ronald. If she apologizes, fine. As Dermot went over, he casually rolled up his sleeves. Lucas's mouth twitched. What was this guy up to? You need to pay for your actions. At this point, the 2 were already quite close. Ronald, who had been pressed back into his seat, suddenly erupted again. Everyone had loosened their vigilance. When they realized it, Ronald had already broken free, and it was too late to hold him back. It wasn't because Ronald was particularly fast. Mainly, by the time they reacted, Ronald had already been slapped away by Dermot. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could he move so quickly? After slapping Ronald away, Dermot followed up. Marvin bent down, grabbed the collar of the big screenwriter, and smacked him twice on the mouth. You're almost 50. Why are you still so petty? She's a kid. Can't you let it slide? Cursing? Do you still want to curse? Dermot raised his hand, hitting him again. Do you want to curse? Lucas's face turned dark. Okay, Vivian is indeed young, and Ronald did curse a bit too much. But this isn't a reason to hit him. Lucas quickly rallied everyone to pull Dermot away from Ronald. You damn. Ronald, bruised and battered, pointed at Dermot, trying to threaten him. Dermot treated it as dog barking. Returning to Vivian's side, he asked with a smile, Feel better now? Don't take it personally. Vivian wasn't angry. She obediently followed Dermot and left. When they returned to Charmaine, she looked at Dermot like he was a monster. Don't ask. Record an apology statement for little Susiexi immediately, Dermot said. Make sure it's sincere. Charmaine frowned. Will this work? As a newcomer, openly challenging an industry veteran, even if netizens didn't mind, offending others in the industry was a real issue. Ronald may not be considered a big shot, but he knows many big shots. Why won't it work? Dermot smiled. This fits her public persona. Such behavior aligns perfectly with this image. Rest assured, Dermot said. A pretty little girl has privileges that adults don't have. Vivian quickly corrected him. I'm 19 years old. I'm an adult. Dermot was momentarily at a loss. Then after a while, he said, That's not important. As long as sit, as if asking. So quickly? Dermot also looked puzzled. He hadn't even made a move yet. This Orlando already gave in? Suddenly enlightened, he turned to look at Vivian. The little girl's face was calm, showing no surprise. Dermot thus recalled some things, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. This little girl's background seems not so simple. Chapter 121. Was Marvin kidnapped? The show was forced to interrupt, but the controversy did not subside. A newcomer who had just made her debut fiercely criticized the judges, causing a huge controversy. After all, she was still new to the scene. Vivian's core fanbase was not very large. Most of those who paid attention to her were casual fans attracted by her appearance. Casual fans didn't have high devotion and were more objective. She's a bit too arrogant. After all, they are seniors. Not giving any face at all, is that okay? Why should she? Didn't you watch the recording? That person surnamed Orlando insulted her mentor. Who doesn't have a temper? Just debuted, so emotions aren't controlled well. It's not a big mistake. Among these casual fans, there were also rational fans who admired her honesty and began paying closer attention. This group felt Vivian's actions weren't perfect but not problematic. She was still a child after all, just stepping into society. Having some emotions was normal. Besides rational fans and casual fans, the rest were there for the drama or were haters. Support Suzy Shi. I've been sick of that surnamed Orlando guy. Marvin deserves it. These were the ones looking for a spectacle. A young girl not knowing respect. Where's her upbringing? Where's her manners? Vivian wasn't everyone's cup of tea. She couldn't make everyone like her. Some followed her because of her looks, while others couldn't stand her attitude. A show with average ratings. Today gained unprecedented discussion. When Lucas received his subordinate's report, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Inviting Vivian specifically for this show indeed had a bit of riding on her popularity. But the situation completely went beyond expectations. Lucas had calculated everything except one thing. He hadn't anticipated that little sister's father would be such a significant figure. Recalling Orlando Bautau's insults towards her, Lucas secretly broke out in a cold sweat for him. This Mr. Orlando was now in a difficult position. After today, no one would recognize him in the entertainment industry. Online, the controversy continued to escalate. Before long, Vivian released a video response. Facing the camera without emotion, she apologized for her previous actions and explained her reasons. Brother Rue has always treated me well. Marvin airing Senior Orlando insult him. I got very angry. I spoke before thinking sorry. She bowed deeply to the camera. This was my fault. I will be more careful in the future. And welcome everyone to supervise me. Marvin, her attitude wasn't particularly sincere, but those who followed her knew. This little sister had always spoken this way. To admit mistakes openly is already remarkable. Just be more careful in the future, cool sister. Keep up the good work. We'll always follow you. I told you. She lost her temper because her mentor was insulted. What's this called? Genuine. I'm fanning hard. From now on I'm a hardcore fan of the sister. As Charmaine predicted, this incident strengthened her image and solidified many fans' loyalty. Hatred turned furious as soon as they saw public opinion shift. Is this it? Marvin, her apology isn't sincere at all. Mr. Orlando is an industry veteran. What's a remote apology? She should apologize in person to show sincerity. Their comments were barely posted when Orlando Baotao's personal account updated with the status. Sigh. I reflected after the show. All the blame is mine. I became arrogant. Orlando Baotao seemed like he was coerced at gunpoint, taking all the responsibility. Initially, netizens thought he was being sarcastic. But reading further, everyone was shocked. Judging panel, she was momentarily dazed. The face was still the same. His behavior and mannerisms had not changed much either. However, Allison hesitated to recognize him. Dermot was a young master from the prestigious Geld family in Jinghai. Why had he never mentioned this to her? Allison felt an overwhelming bitterness. While reading the comments, netizens brought up her name. Every mocking sentence pierced her heart like needles. Cheating during marriage. His ex-wife is no longer pretending. She has exposed everything. What kind of revenge drama plot is this? Ha ha ha. Teresa must be regretting so much now. She's just a trashy woman who cheated and forced him into a divorce. What a wicked plan. Hope she stays locked up with Jason forever. Don't come out to harm others again. +1. The netizens' comments were merciless, dragging Allison through the mud. Marvin, her heart felt as if it was being sliced by knives. She gradually began to regret. But what made her regretful wasn't finding out the truth. She had finally seen clearly what kind of person her long-adored senior was. Marvin didn't value her at all. To deal with Dermot, he even sacrificed her. Tears fell drop by drop, soaking the shiny screen of her phone. Alexandria, who had been standing by her side, opened her mouth but paused, unsure of what to say. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Allison seemed unaware and stood there motionlessly. Alexandria sighed and went to open the door while shouting outside, "Is it Jason? Perfect timing. Please help me convince her." Marvin, her voice suddenly stopped. Chapter 122. Women can be stubborn. Weekend morning. The sunlight filtered onto the terrace like silk threads. The morning breeze swayed the flowers on the terrace, presenting a picturesque scene. Dermot opened his eyes and immediately looked at Gabby, who was sleeping in bed. This woman, who loved watching horror movies despite being easily scared, had pulled him along to watch the sequel of that movie. As expected, she once again felt that there were many people crowded in the large house. So, Dermot stayed in her bedroom again, spending the night on the sofa. Marvin sat up straight, gazing at her. She was still asleep, but with a slight smile curving her lips. Dermot never really understood the charm of sleeping beauty before. Until this moment, he finally comprehended just how beautiful it could be. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dazzling halo on her perfect profile. Dermot watched her for a while before reluctantly turning his gaze away. As he went downstairs, he met Fiona, who was grinning like a proud aunt. "Good morning, son-in-law. The young miss hasn't woken up yet?" Caught red-handed again. Dermot's mind buzzed. "Yeah, she's still sleeping." Fiona laughed. "Why didn't you wake her up since you're already up? It's the weekend, and the weather is so nice. How about taking a trip together?" Dermot was somewhat at a loss. "We went to sleep late last night. Let her rest a bit longer." "Late night, huh?" Fiona widened her eyes, then her smile grew wider. "Oh, so you did stay up late." Dermot. Fiona, I'm going to freshen up now." Marvin quickly found an excuse and hurried back to the room. Even though it was a weekend, Gabby still had to go to the company to work overtime. While employees could take a break, she, as the boss, couldn't. Marvin, her company's new cosmetic product had been released a few days ago and was a huge success. Not only did it sweep the domestic market, but it also made waves in neighboring countries. Today, a few customers from Orlando country are coming to discuss agency matters, Gabby explained. Dermot understood, but Fiona mumbled, "You've already made a lot of money. Can't you take a break on weekends?" Gabby smiled. "Well, sometimes, we can't help it." Meeting these clients wasn't something she had to do personally, but today's customers were quite influential, specifically asking for a meeting with the CEO herself. "Yeah, very typical of my stereotypical view of people from Orlando country," Dermot joked. "These customers are all men, right?" Fiona suddenly said, "Son-in-law, since you have nothing to do today, why don't you accompany her?" Dermot was taken aback. "You think about it." Fiona said, "Our young miss is so beautiful. What if she gets surrounded by those people?" Gabby was speechless. "Fiona, you're overthinking this, aren't you?" Fiona insisted. "Better safe than sorry, right?" Under her persistent persuasion, the matter was settled. After breakfast, they left home. The client's flight would land at 10 in the morning, and after a layover, they would arrive in Jinghai around noon. On the way, Dermot received a call. Lainey sounded hesitant. Dermot was puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you finding it so hard to say?" "It's like this." Lainey sighed. "Your ex-wife, Missin, is waiting for you downstairs at the company." Dermot was stunned. "She's looking for me?" "Yes." Lainey replied, "You know, even on weekends, there are staff on duty. Missin has been standing guard downstairs, stopping everyone she sees." "What is she doing?" Dermot frowned, thinking for a moment before replying, "Ignore her." The car approached. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Allison wasn't wearing any makeup. Marvin, her complexion looked somewhat pale, revealing a hint of delicate beauty. Dermot gazed at this once-adored face, but his heart remained unmoved. Upon seeing Dermot arrive, a glint of brightness flashed in Allison's eyes. But upon noticing Gabby who came with him, that sparkle vanished instantly. Are you looking for me? Dermot walked over and asked calmly. Yes. Allison bit her red lips, glanced at Gabby, then fixed her gaze on him. Can we talk in private? She asked tentatively. That's not necessary, right? Dermot shook his head. I have something later. If you have anything to say it now. Allison swept her eyes around. Surrounding them were media reporters. It seems not very convenient, Allison said in a pleading tone. Erue, please, I beg you. Dermot sneered. This was the first time she had shown weakness in front of him. If you don't want to say it, forget it. He shook his head. Don't come find me in the future. There's nothing worth talking about between us. Allison's eyes dimmed. Marvin, her expression of sorrow and exhaustion, stirred a pang of pity in Gabby. Honey, Missa must have something important if she's so eager to find you. Why not talk to her? Gabby looked at Dermot. Dermot returned her look with helplessness. After a moment, he nodded. All right. Though he agreed, Allison couldn't muster any joy. The once obedient Dermot now treated her like a stranger. To have a private conversation with him, she even had to rely on someone else's plea. More ironically, that person was his current wife, his loving new wife. Chapter 123, sorry. There was a cafe near the company. It was still quite early, so there weren't many customers. Dermot and Allison went in one after another. Gabby also came along but kept a certain distance. As for those reporters, they were all stopped outside the cafe. They walked around outside, anxious and uneasy. Having such big news yet unable to get close, it was incredibly frustrating. Speak up, what's the matter? Dermot sat opposite Allison and asked in a calm tone. Allison didn't answer him. She turned her head to look at Gabby not far away. Miss Beckham really treats you well? Marvin, her voice was soft. Congratulations on finding someone more suitable for you. Dermot frowned. In fact, it's not just her. Allison continued by herself. I watched yesterday's show. That little girl, Vivian? She defended you without hesitation when the judge criticized you. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have done that. She looked at Dermot with a complex expression. These days, I've thought a lot. I used to always ignore your feelings. She paused, a hint of apology appearing on her face. Sorry, you called me here just to tell me this? Dermot's eyes narrowed slightly. Not entirely, but this is the most important thing. Allison timidly looked at him and said, I want to tell you, Arue, all along. I'm truly sorry. To have the best man sent before me by heaven, yet she smiled, a bitter touch showing. Allison sighed with a smile. I deserve it. All this time, I remained stubbornly attached to memories. Unknowingly, it was nothing more than an illusion of moonlight on water. For its sake, I even hurt the people who have always been with me. There was a faint smile on her face, as if mocking herself. To ask for your forgiveness feels like forcing someone to do the impossible, she said softly. I won't make things difficult for you. Dermot smiled. You're being quite considerate now? Spit it out. Are you asking something of me? Allison's expression stiffened. Arue, I swear, she said solemnly. Every word I say comes from my heart. Dermot raised his eyebrow indifferently. Allison knew that her past actions had completely lost her his trust. She took a deep breath. Arue, whether you believe it or not, I'm very sorry for everything in the past. I let you down. And I let down Grandpa too. I couldn't fulfill his last wish in life. It's all because I was blinded. Regret was etched on her face. Let's get to the point. Dermot tapped the table. I accept. Can you choose to settle this privately? Please. You acting like this is pretty rare. Dermot laughed. Save your breath, missin'. It won't work. That's what she deserves. Marvin stood up. Don't come looking for me again. Just like you said. A clean break. With that, he turned and left. Arue, wait. Allison hurriedly got up and shouted. Wait, there's one more thing. Dermot turned back. One more thing? Can't you finish at once? Arue, I understand that you don't want to help. Let's not talk about this. Allison sighed. Wait a moment. I have something to give you. As she spoke, she grabbed the small crossbody bag beside her. After searching for a while, she pulled out a green jade pendant. Dermot frowned. What is it? Did I give you such a gift before? Allison felt complicated. No, it wasn't from you. It was when we just got married. An auntie found me and handed it to me. An auntie? Yeah. Allison lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, At that time, I thought she must be your relative. At that time. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and continued. I believed at that time that all of your family members were poor relatives. I didn't think, well, you actually turned out to be. After receiving this pendant, I put it in the bedside cabinet. Until a few days ago, I remembered. That auntie had instructed me to treat you well. Allison looked ashamed. But, alas, back then, some words were too hard to say. Dermot took the pendant, suddenly looking anxious as he stared at her. Do you remember what that auntie looked like? Allison froze for a moment. Maybe a few years younger than my mom? Very young, very beautiful. Her eyes were especially gentle. She had a kind smile. And she carried herself well? Allison timidly met his gaze. Was that auntie a relative of your Gelg family? Dermot's pupils constricted. Marvin held back his excitement, took out the photo he always carried with him, and asked tensely. Is it her? Yeah. Allison carefully examined it twice and nodded. It's her. Arue. Who is she? Before she could finish speaking, Dermot suddenly lunged forward, gripping her shoulders as he roared. Why didn't you tell me back then? His demeanor suddenly became intimidating. Allison had never seen him angry, and for a moment, she was frightened. Arue, What's wrong with you? She felt her whole body tremble under his intense gaze, asking in a trembling voice. At that time, I thought she was just a poor relative, so? You. Waves of anger surged through Dermot, and he failed to control the strength in his hands. Allison felt her shoulders ache. You. She looked at Dermot painfully, her voice trembling. It hurts. The look on his face terrified her. Chapter 124. You take it, it's just right. The sudden turn of events caught everyone's attention. Through the glass window of the cafe, Dermot's loss of composure and Allison's struggle were clearly visible. The media reporters outside quickly picked up their camera equipment. Gabby hurried over. What's wrong? Let go of Missin. Let's talk this out calmly. Under her persuasion, Dermot loosened his grip. The anger in his eyes was plain for all to see. What happened? Gabby glanced at him, then looked at Allison. You're asking me? How would I know? Allison crossed her arms over her shoulders, feigning innocence. I don't know what got into him. The man's grip had been incredibly strong. It left her shoulder blades throbbing with pain. Gabby turned to Dermot, worriedly asking, What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly lose your temper? Dermot took a deep breath. I'll tell you later. Then he turned back to Allison. At that time, what did she say to you? Tell me. Allison seemed aggrieved. Nothing much. She said weakly, she just asked me to take good care of you. In this regard, she hadn't lied. The conversation with that aunt wasn't long. It was mainly about entrusting Allison to be nicer to Dermot. Gabby listened carefully and figured out that Bridget had indeed approached Allison. At that moment, Dermot, who was originally angry, suddenly seemed to deflate. Marvin slumped into a chair nearby, exhaling heavily. Missin. Gabby turned around, her expression serious. That aunt you mentioned? Is Dermot's mother? Ah. Allison froze, stammering. She is, I didn't know. Gabby sighed. Missin, it may have been unintentional on your part, but you indeed messed up something very important to him. Allison looked at Dermot with complicated emotions. I really didn't know at the time. They had been married once after all. She had heard about the matter concerning Gail's mother. There's no point in talking about this now. Gabby's face carried a hint of regret. If you had taken it seriously back then, Marvin, her words weren't finished, but the meaning was clear. Allison's face showed regret. Marvin airing her voice, Dermot abruptly stood up. Allison took a step back, seemingly afraid he might rush at her again. We're leaving. Dermot ignored her, spoke to Gabby, and walked out the door. Gabby waved at Allison with composure. Missin, goodbye. Politely bidding her farewell, Gabby quickly followed Dermot, silently trailing behind him. Back in the car, Dermot seemed somewhat lost. Only now did he realize how close he had been to her. Gabby watched him quietly for a while, then softly comforted. Your aunt has always been paying attention to you. After his marriage, she even went out of her way to meet his wife. Dermot chuckled bitterly. Prefer to see her rather than come to see me, why? Gabby furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Don't be so stubborn. She was stern. The fact that your aunt specifically met Missin and asked her to take care of you proves how much she cares about you. There must be some reason she couldn't see you. Don't wallow in self-pity. It doesn't suit you. Dermot stiffly turned his head, meeting Gabby's cool gaze. Marvin understood what Gabby was saying, but being in the situation, he couldn't help but feel unsettled about Bridget not coming to see him. I know you're hurting inside, but you need to think positively, Gabby continued. What are you most worried about? Dermot paused. She spoke crisply. Do you remember telling me? What frightened you the most was the possibility that your aunt was no longer around when you found out. You and Missin have only been married for a little over a year. At that time, your aunt was still fine. Isn't that something to be happy about? Dermot looked dazed. His mind was cluttered. He hadn't thought of it that way. Gabby gazed at him, speaking slowly. A year ago, your aunt specially met your then wife? Perhaps. What do you mean? Dermot lifted his gaze sharply. Clearly, your aunt has been keeping an eye on you. Gabby's lips curved into a gentle smile. This means, your aunt might appear in the future. While we can't be sure, it's still a hope. Gabby added, don't you agree? Dermot remained silent. Then he nodded solemnly. Encouraged by Gabby's consoling words, he gradually regained his composure. The jade pendant he had taken from Allison was tightly clutched in his hand. After dealing with the matter here, the two left in the car. Neither of them spoke during the drive. Dermot needed time to process his emotions. Gabby was happy to give him some space. Before long, she parked the car downstairs at the company. Since it was the weekend, the underground garage was quite empty. Gabby simply stopped at a parking spot near the entrance. There were still about 2 hours before the clients arrived. The time wasn't overly ample, but it was enough to handle some trivial matters. As Gabby closed her car door, Dermot also got out from the other side. Marvin walked around the front of the car and came to her side, raising his hand. Please keep this pendant for me. Gabby was taken aback. This pendant had been given by Bridget to her then daughter-in-law. If she accepted it, it might not be appropriate. Gabby tilted her face up and looked at him with doubt. Why are you looking at me? Dermot blinked as if feeling guilty. This was a gift from my mother to her daughter-in-law. Now, you keeping it is just right. Gabby stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled. All right. Although it was a contract marriage, they were legally a married couple. Gabby took it carefully and stowed it away safely. Locking the car, the two walked towards the elevator on the side of the underground garage and went straight upstairs. On weekends, the office area was spacious and quiet. Most people were resting, but some were on duty. Seeing President Beckham and Mr. Gale approach, they hurriedly stood up. President Beckham, Mr. Gale, good morning. Gabby smiled slightly. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work today. The staff on duty felt honored and quickly replied, not at all, not at all. After a brief chat, they returned to the office. The young secretary had gone to the airport to pick up the clients. Soon after, she called, saying she had received the clients. They kept complaining that the airplane food was terrible and they were hungry. Belinda's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Arrange for them to have a meal first? Gabby thought for a moment. You bring them back here directly, and we'll entertain them here. Inviting them to dine would also provide an opportunity to discuss business matters casually. Chapter 125. What are big men coming to crowd for? In Jinghai, at the Guimao Hotel. Visiting this place again, Dermot and Gabby both felt a bit dazed. The last time they met here, they were still strangers. It was not long ago, and when Gabby thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little shy. Back then, to beg Dermot to agree. She even stood up and showed off her figure. Seeing her suddenly blush, Dermot couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong with you? Is it hot here? Marvin looked up. The air conditioning was clearly on. Nothing. Gabby found herself laughing. Just thinking about the last time we met. Dermot obviously paused. How coincidental, he chuckled. I just thought of that too. You were wearing a lake blue short skirt that day? Gabby's face grew red. You remember that clearly? She asked in a low voice. My memory has always been good. Dermot sighed. Alas, it was just a pity. Gabby was stunned. Pity what? Dermot slightly lowered his gaze and joked. It was a pity I didn't have much interest in appreciating it then. Gabby. What did that mean? Was he complimenting her outfit that day? So, did it attract him, right? Gabby began to overthink. She lowered her head and glanced at the long pants she was wearing today. That day, what color stockings did I wear on my legs? Gabby suddenly looked up and said out of the blue. Dermot was caught off guard for a moment, then subconsciously replied, skin-colored. After saying that, he was dumbfounded, claiming he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Yet he still remembered what she wore. How awkward. His expression made Gabby unable to hold back a light laugh. Now she could confirm that standing up to show her figure that day had some effect. They didn't wait long in the hall. A minivan stopped at the entrance of the Guimao Hotel. Secretary Belinda got out from the passenger seat first and hurriedly opened the door for the clients. 3 clients from Orlando got out. They chattered a few sentences as they got out. Belinda patiently explained beside them, Ladies and gentlemen, President Beckham is waiting for you inside the hotel. She was fluent in several languages. Korean. She knew as well. Belinda led the way, while the foreign clients walked up the steps and entered the hotel. Gabby greeted them warmly in fluent English. President Beckham, hello? One of the clients with slicked back hair extended his hand. Gabby felt a bit awkward. Not that she wanted to lose face, but it really put her in a difficult position. Fortunately, Dermot, standing beside her, stepped forward and shook the client's hand. Marvinlo, I'm President Beckham's husband. Both Gabby and Secretary Belinda were stunned. This guy could speak Korean too? After a brief introduction, both sides were straight-faced. They both wanted to say, Don't rush, no one's snatching. On the contrary, Dermot, who was accustomed to such scenes, calmly picked up some vegetables and ate elegantly. During this meal, neither Gabby nor Belinda touched their chopsticks. The array of gourmet dishes on the table ended up entirely in the stomachs of these 3. Dermot fared better. He at least ate a few vegetables and drank a bowl of soup. After having their fill, the satisfied clients patted their bellies and loudly exchanged words in Korean. It doesn't seem very hygienic, and it doesn't have much taste. Sigh. Still miss the kimchi back home. Its flavor is so much more layered. Their dishes are too greasy. The taste is also strange, not good. Belinda, who understood their conversation, awkwardly leaned to Gabby's ear to translate. Both of them were speechless. Big brothers, if you don't like it, why are you eating so heartily? President Beckham, thank you very much for your hospitality. Please draft a contract as soon as possible. Bear said, we will stay in your country for a few days. Marvin glanced at Belinda while speaking, but we're unfamiliar with the place, and we hope President Beckham can assign a tour guide for us. Gabby was just about to speak. Dermot volunteered by stepping forward. Tour guide? I'm a local in Jinghai. Let me come. Bear was taken aback. The tour guide he wanted was that fresh-faced little secretary. President Beckham was married and was the CEO. It was impossible for her to be running around for them. This little secretary. Not only does she look fresh, but is obedient, very suitable for dispatching, maybe even do some. Bear immediately felt somewhat displeased. Why did this big man jump out to join the fun? Gabby stared blankly at Dermot, puzzled. Rest assured, I'll take good care of them. Dermot gave her a reassuring smile and a meaningful glance. Marvin suggested that she feel at ease. Gentlemen, shall we go sightseeing now? He asked. Just got off the plane, a bit tired. Bear, though unhappy, didn't want to say it directly. Marvin mumbled, let's find a place to rest in the afternoon. Dermot smiled. Find a place to rest? You can do so here. There are guest rooms upstairs. Jinghai Guimao was a business hotel of considerable standard. Floors 1 to 3 were for dining. The 4th floor was skipped due to its unlucky number. Further up was the main business of this building. Since they wanted to rest first, booking a few rooms would be fine. Sending them to the upper floors, Dermot arranged the meeting time with them and left. Back downstairs, Dermot said smilingly to the 2. Rest assured, leave it to me by the way. Order another table. You 2 didn't touch your chopsticks, did you? Belinda laughed bitterly. Their eating manners were too bold. Lost my appetite a bit. Dermot chuckled. Little girl, you've seen too little. This is nothing. Compared to his previous situations, this was much more elegant. Chapter 126 Satisfaction. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Nikki said worriedly, how about I go instead? A recent event had revealed the admirable qualities in Dermot, making her no longer hostile toward him. She saw the most vulnerable moment of President Beckham. This man was willing to step forward. What could she possibly be dissatisfied with? Although she felt a bit disheartened inside, she chose to accept reality. You go. Dermot glanced at her and smiled. A young girl leading a few older men? Wouldn't that be inconvenient? What if they make some unconventional requests, like singing and drinking at a nightclub together? Nikki was stunned. Not likely, right? Clearly, she hadn't thought about this issue. They all seem to have families. After saying that, she instantly realized how foolish her words sounded. So what if they had families? There were plenty of men who lived extravagantly even though they had families. She turned abruptly, staring at Dermot in astonishment. I know why you're so enthusiastic. You want to take this opportunity to go with him, too? You mustn't do anything to betray President Beckham. Gabby, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked odd. Oh? Dermot was dumbfounded. Student Nikki, aren't you overthinking this? Nikki glared at him angrily. President Beckham has treated you so well, yet you still have ulterior motives. Gabby laughed helplessly. Nikki, don't talk nonsense. Who knew how this girl's mind worked? Marvin, her thoughts were incredibly rich and erratic. Dermot sighed and joked with Gabby. My image in your secretary's eyes is quite unbearable. Gabby couldn't stop laughing. Don't listen to what Nikki says. I believe you are not that kind of person. But, drink less alcohol. She looked at him softly and advised, and, come home early. After drinking, call for a designated driver. I'll transfer you money later as tonight's activity funds. That's unnecessary. Dermot smiled. The pocket money you gave me last time is still abundant. Nikki looked at one and then the other, utterly puzzled. Wait, President Beckham trusts him so much? Men are never good news. In her heart, the young secretary cried out in frustration. Seeing the time was just about right, Dermot drove his wife's company car to the Guimau Hotel. Marvin arrived just in time. Angelo and his companions, who had rested all afternoon, were full of energy. Mr. Gailg, shall we find a place to eat first? Angelo suggested as soon as they met. Dermot nodded. Get in the car. I've already reserved a restaurant. Angelo and his companions exchanged glances. This place was perfect. Lunch was very satisfying. Why bother booking another restaurant? With great confusion, they got into the car. About half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant Dermot mentioned. Angelo and the others were speechless when they got out of the car. Mr. Gailg, you booked Korean cuisine? Dermot smiled. Weren't the previous meals not to your liking? I heard that. I specially reserved Korean cuisine for each of you. Well, the eyes of Angelo and the others widened as they stared at each other, unsure what to say. Who wants to eat this crap? When they were back home, they'd had enough. Didn't you say at noon? Dermot said with a smile on his face. That Chinese food isn't hygienic enough? And also doesn't suit your taste. I asked around. Dermot walked straight inside. The owner of this Korean restaurant is from your hometown? Very authentic. Mr. Gailg, you? They were thoroughly flabbergasted. What? Dermot held back laughter and politely stood at the entrance. Don't be shy, please come in. Angelo and the two others looked complex. Damn, forgot this kid understands Korean. As they entered and sat down, Dermot called a waiter. These guests are from Korea? Serve your best authentic Korean dishes. Yes, please wait a moment. The waiter immediately arranged it, and before long, dishes started arriving. One dish after another piled up. Actually, there wasn't much food, just a pitiful amount. Seeing their red faces like pig livers, Dermot wanted to laugh. My wife spent her weekend off accompanying you for dinner, but ended up only watching you eat. After the meal, they complained incessantly. Aren't you more fond of your own country's food? Fine, let me satisfy you. Truthfully, Dermot wished he could take them to a convenience store and buy a few packets of instant noodles to get rid of them. But, guests are welcome from afar, even if they don't care for decorum. As hosts, they should maintain a certain level of propriety. Why haven't you touched your chopsticks? Dermot took a bite of kimchi. It tastes pretty authentic, right? The expressions on Angelo and his companions' faces turned pale. They did not enjoy this meal at all. The portions were too small, and there was hardly any grease. Compared to lunch, this was like night and day. They were very unhappy but unwilling to lose face by saying anything. Halfway through the meal, Dermot received a transfer notification on his phone. Immediately after, Gabby called. Have you eaten yet? Or are you still eating? Still eating. Dermot smiled. Manager Choi and the others said at noon that they missed kimchi, right? I specially ordered Korean food for them. Ah. Gabby was instantly dumbfounded. I heard from little Coralie Egg that they might just be talking tough. Dermot glanced at the few people in front of him and smiled. I know. Chapter 127. Has a wife, strictly managed. Although they come from different countries, they are within the same cultural circle. People like Angelo also understand the principle of, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Business receptions include entertainment activities. But these entertainment activities must be directly relevant to the ongoing business activity. Drinking and singing karaoke. They can be included, but are clearly not essential. Moreover, the expenses generated by this kind of entertainment cannot be counted as business hospitality costs. It's impossible to take clients out for enjoyment each time, just for having a good meal and drinks before leaving without any obligations. Isn't that blatant freeloading? Angelo deliberately spoke ambiguously to hint that they should be more aware. So Dermot very consciously brought them to a relatively inexpensive amusement place. Was there anything wrong with it? Of course not. This place. Angelo and his group looked at the building in front of them disdainfully. How could such a place match their status? Mr. Gailg, do you look down on us? Manager Kieran said unhappily. Dermot was taken aback. What makes you say that? These places were chosen according to your manager Choi's requirements. Tell me what the problem is. This. Song Haisian was infuriated. This place looks very low grade. Dermot's expression changed. We came here sincerely to discuss cooperation, and you treat us with this substandard standard? Do you not claim to be the land of propriety? You don't even understand this basic etiquette. Another person named Aiden added confidently. Angelo narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Dermot laughed. Sorry. I was following Manager Choi's idea completely. It seems my consideration wasn't thorough enough. Now that you know, Aiden said arrogantly, take us immediately to the highest class leisure club in your city. A place like that fits our status better. As guests from afar, you, as a local company, how can you not fulfill your duty as hosts? Dermot nodded. True. It was indeed my lack of thoughtfulness just now. Angelo finally opened his mouth. Oh, let's all be a little more friendly. Don't shout so loudly. Dermot smiled. So you're mediating now? No longer pretending to be oblivious? Little bastard, still playing tricks? Dermot sneered inwardly. Marvin returned to the car silently, inviting Angelo and the others back in and setting off again. Before long, a magnificent golden and gilded building appeared before Angelo and his party. Its entrance was decorated with countless mirrors, giving it a strong design sense. Blue was the dominant color inside. Walking up the steps, they entered a hallway. The three-dimensional murals and stickers made the space feel grand and spacious. The overall design of the lobby was also luxurious and imposing. Various line elements were used, greatly enhancing the overall spatial depth. Standing inside, one felt an immense sense of depth and openness visually. Starry points paired with translucent materials and light effects in pale purple made it seem as if they were in a starry sky. Angelo and his companions kept their mouths agape since entering. Wow, look over there. They shouted loudly, look at this place. People moving around in the lobby gave them odd looks. Marvin airing the gibberish they shouted. Anyone could tell where they were from. Many people showed a look of realization, as if saying, oh, it's them? No wonder. Standing next to them, Dermot had a blank face. He wasn't the one embarrassed. Marvin called the hall manager and asked for a private room. While the waiter led Angelo and the others upstairs, he called Gabby to get ready. Tonight, we'll seal the contract by bringing Angelo and his group straight to the city center, to the highest spec Cloud Sky Business Club. With all due respect, do they really think they can leave unscathed? Haha, hard. After explaining the situation and hanging up the phone, Dermot entered the private room. Inside, Angelo and his group were munching on watermelon and some fruits rare in their hometowns. Mr. Gaelg, this place barely passes, Aiden said while eating. But with just a few of us, it feels too boring. So, Dermot smiled. Shall we invite a few ladies in to chat with you gentlemen? Aiden and two others lit up with anticipation. Dermot stepped out and called the manager, smiling. These clients, Psy, you know what I mean? The manager of this club was a man in his 40s, wearing a neatly pressed suit with a meticulous hairstyle. His name was Rene. His attitude towards dealing with people was respectful yet dignified. Sir, we run a legitimate place, Rene said with a gentle smile. Companionship for drinking and chatting is fine, but any activities that violate the relevant regulations cannot happen within the club. Everything should be based on their wishes. Can you understand that? He asked with a smile. His meaning was quite clear. Cloud Sky Business Club was a brand. They did not allow guests to engage in activities that violated regulations within the club. As for what happened outside, it was none of their concern. Dermot nodded and said with a smile, understood. Please, Manager Bug, pick a few who have some attitude. Rene was taken aback. Others usually requested gentleness. This young man, why did he go against the grain? Did those few guests have some peculiar preferences? Rene was curious but didn't ask further. Marvin responded and immediately began making arrangements. By the time he returned, he had brought 5 or 6 tall women behind him. With their bright makeup, each of them looked fairly attractive. Seeing these women, Angelo and his companions, who were seated on leather sofas munching on fruits, stared straight ahead. Each picked one of them. All their gazes then turned to Dermot. Why are you all looking at me? Dermot couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Just make sure these gentlemen are well entertained. I have a wife, and she's very strict. So, little brother is a family-oriented good man, huh? One of the girls flirted coyly. Dermot's smile froze. You don't know? Perhaps emboldened by Dermot's mild manner, Eustace spoke freely. Mr. Gaelg's wife is incredibly beautiful. How great would it be if she were here too? Don't you agree? Marvin said with a broad grin. Angelo also chuckled along. However, he wasn't completely unaware and didn't join the others in teasing. Rene quickly glanced at Dermot and clearly saw the coldness in his eyes. Mocking someone's wife was a major taboo. These guys truly lacked manners. Dermot silently watched them, not saying a word. Finally, Angelo reacted more quickly and promptly silenced the other two. Chapter 128 Come, Marvin raised the phone for you. Dermot had remained silent. His icy gaze fell on Eustace. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Angelo hurriedly poured a glass of wine and came over. Marvin just opened his mouth when Dermot raised his hand to slap away the wine glass he was offering. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Dermot stared straight at Eustace, making him feel uneasy all over. Are you mute? Mr. Gaelg, it's not like. Angelo quickly tried to mediate. Did I ask you to speak? Dermot turned his face to Angelo with impatience. Shut your mouth. Angelo's face immediately fell. What kind of attitude is this? It's just a joke. Why so serious? They are big clients. Do you think everyone has no temper? Dermot turned back, eyes filled with anger. Have we treated you poorly here? Disliking Chinese food. We even took you out for Korean cuisine. Dissatisfied with the previous place chosen? We immediately brought you to the best club in town. Didn't we give you enough respect? Dermot turned to the displeased Angelo. One of your subordinates made jokes about my wife right in front of me. Such a low-level manager dares to make fun of her? Didn't you just say that you came with sincerity? This is what you call sincerity? Dermot stared unblinkingly at Angelo. After making fun of her, you treat it as if nothing happened? This? Angelo couldn't hide his discontent any longer, knowing their side was unreasonable. If you guys have this attitude, we might as well stop talking. Dermot laughed coldly. Back where you came from. With that, he turned to leave. Hold it. Angelo rushed to stop him, persuading, Mr. Gaelg, please don't take offense to him. Marvin usually speaks without thinking, but he means no harm. You, apologize right now. Angelo glared at Eustace, who hesitated for a moment before approaching. By lip reading, it looked like Angelo was cursing. Eustace reluctantly walked over and muttered, sorry, I shouldn't have talked nonsense just now. In his heart, Eustace thought Dermot was making a mountain out of a molehill. Just a joke about his wife. Why be so serious? Dermot quickly proved with action. This was very serious indeed. As Eustace approached to apologize, Dermot picked up a bottle of champagne and unscrewed the wire around the cork. Eustace was apologizing. Dermot was shaking the bottle forcefully. The moment the apology ended, Dermot released his grip. The carbon dioxide gas inside the bottle burst through the cork as foam sprayed outward. Bang! The cork hit Eustace square on the forehead. Simultaneously, foam splashed all over his head and face. Even Angelo got some foam on his face. With wide eyes, he shouted angrily, "What do you mean by this, Mr. Gale?" "What it means is..." Putting down the bottle and wiping his hands, Dermot said slowly, "We're even now. AICIBA. The alcohol stung Eustace's eyes, causing him to shout, "You bastard! I will file a complaint to General Manager Beckham." Angelo gritted his teeth. "Go ahead." Dermot actually laughed. "Complain? You can call him right now and complain? Would you dare?" Angelo, originally furious, suddenly cooled down. "Marvinra, take the phone." Dermot pulled out his phone. "Contact GM Beckham and file your complaint against me." Angelo was dumbfounded. How could he file such a complaint? If investigated, how would they explain? "Take it." Suddenly, Dermot bellowed loudly. Startled by the sudden loud noise, Angelo trembled in fear, nearly kneeling down. "Mr. Gale, let's talk this out." Marvin forced a smile. "It's just a misunderstanding." Eustace was wiping his face, muttering AICIB under his breath. Angelo saw the hint in Dermot's eyes and instantly felt angry. Damn it, all because this idiot spoke too much? Angelo stormed over and slapped Eustace twice. Dermot watched them with a cold smile. At that moment, the phone rang. Marvin glanced at the caller ID and walked out of the room. "Why did you hit me, Manager Chui?" Eustace asked miserably. "It was that guy." Angelo's face darkened in anger, shouting, "Can't you shut your damn... I will never forgive you." Dermot turned his head and couldn't help but flick her smooth forehead lightly. Belinda winced in pain, covering her forehead and yelling. Dermot stared at her helplessly, then turned and went back into the club. Passing through the long corridor dotted with twinkling lights, he returned to the spacious hall. Just as he was about to go upstairs, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Dermot quickly turned his head, a hint of anger showing on his face. Marvin strode over quickly and called out loudly, "Vivian, what are you doing here?" What he saw was none other than Vivian, the cool and edgy younger sister he greatly admired as a future superstar. She stood next to a middle-aged man, looking unusually docile. "Brother Rue?" Vivian obviously froze, then hurriedly said, "Why are you here?" Dermot's expression was unpleasant. Marvin stared at Vivian for a while before turning to the middle-aged man. After a brief exchange of glances, Dermot's gaze returned to Vivian, his voice tinged with displeasure. "Why are you here? Is this a place where you should be?" His tone and demeanor were just like a parent scolding a child. Chapter 129. Following the rules. Vivian blinked her large eyes. "Brother Rue, you misunderstood," she said timidly. "I came here to find my dad." Dermot was taken aback. The middle-aged man beside her extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Gale? Marvinlo. My name is Clement. I'm grateful for your care and guidance of my daughter during this time." Dermot was embarrassed. "You are." In fact, upon closer inspection, it was easy to see the resemblance between their facial features. Clement wasn't very old, only in his early 40s. Despite the marks of time on his face, one could still glimpse his youthful charm. Vivian must have inherited the best traits from both parents to look so delicate and beautiful. Dermot scratched his head awkwardly. "Uncle, little Susiexi, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Vivian pouted her red lips, scolding him. "You never gave me the chance to introduce us." Clement laughed heartily. Though this was their first meeting, he already knew about certain matters. On yesterday's variety show, Dermot had gotten into a fight because of the other party's rude comments. When he was mentioned, all his daughter did was praise him. Clement knew his daughter well. She was introverted and would only open up when genuinely touched by someone's kindness. Anyone good to his daughter, Clement wouldn't withhold his gratitude. "Mr. Gale, what brings you here?" asked Clement. "My wife's company had some guests, and I'm accompanying them," explained Dermot simply. Clement nodded. "Dad, can Brother Rue's bill be waived?" Vivian looked up. "All bills are off." The father was delighted that his introverted daughter had made a new friend. Dermot was stunned. "Is this place owned by Uncle Jamart?" "Yes." Clement smiled and nodded. "I'll send Mr. Gale a card later. When you come next time, just give us a call." "That's not necessary." Dermot couldn't help but laugh. "I rarely visit entertainment places." As they were talking, an angry young girl dashed by. Then the club manager Renee hurried over, shouting after her. Spotting the boss, Renee stopped abruptly. "Chairman Jamart, miss?" Clement pointed curiously at the girl who had run off. "What happened?" Renee smiled bitterly. "Some guests from a private room got fresh with her. She slapped one of them. The clients are demanding an apology." Marvin noticed Dermot standing nearby. He hesitated. "Those unruly guests wouldn't happen to be the ones you brought, right?" Dermot looked peculiar. "Oh." Clement paused and quickly asked, "Guests brought by Mr. Gale?" Renee smiled bitterly. "Yes. Since they're Mr. Gale's guests, you know what to do, don't you?" said Clement. Dermot waved his hands frantically. "No special treatment. Follow the rules. I barely know those people." "Really don't know them?" "Really don't." Clement looked surprised. "Mr. Jamart, it's like this." Renee quickly recounted what had just happened. Clement understood instantly. "All right, let's follow our rules." Marvin smiled at Dermot. "Come to my office for a chat?" Dermot thought for a moment. After a while, he held up the contract and smiled. "I need to make a call and ask my wife if this contract needs any changes." Clement guessed his intentions. Marvin chuckled. "Then I'll go upstairs. After you finish your call, let Xiaoxi guide you over." After seeing him off, Dermot immediately dialed a number. "Carly, there are still some flaws in the details of this contract. Rewrite it." "The clients aren't satisfied?" Gabby asked. "Not really," said Dermot. "Remember how I told you to add 10%? Now I've changed my mind. On top of that, add another 20%. Another 20%? Gabby was startled. Will they agree to this? If they sign it, it will basically be like working for us, so you'll have to work hard. Dermot smiled. Draft a contract that's perfect in every way except for the price. No rush. Start with a draft and optimize it later. You're not thinking of? Gabby recalled previous events, feeling somewhat worried. Not long ago, Dermot helped her get a highly unfavorable contract, and now he wanted to do it again? Don't worry. They're digging their own graves, said Dermot. Marvin helping them out of trouble might be tricky. After all the effort he had put in for them, it was only reasonable to ask for a little more agency fee. Can't explain clearly over the phone. We'll talk when we meet. I'll probably get home around 11. You and Fiona can go to sleep first. You don't need to wait for me. I have my keys. The call ended. Vivian led the way, guiding him into Clement's office. Because Dermot didn't return for so long, Angelo and the others in the private room felt increasingly uneasy. Doesn't want to pay and just ran away? Really stingy. Men from this country are all petty. They can't even take a joke. Disrespecting clients. And escaping without paying at the last minute. How shameless. Fitz and Kieran grumbled incessantly. Angelo frowned deeply. Looking at the fruit platter and snacks they had devoured, leaving behind a mess, he felt a sharp pain. This kind of place has extremely high expenses. Thinking about possibly having to pay for it himself, Angelo felt as if his heart was being cut by knives. At that moment, the door to the private room was rudely shoved open. A group of burly young men stormed in with intimidating demeanor. They were startled. Who are you? Angelo mustered up the courage to ask. It's him. A gorgeously dressed young girl emerged from the crowd. Pointing at Angelo, she yelled, It's this creep who secretly groped my butt. The young girl grabbed a tall youth by the arm. Husband, quickly help me teach him a lesson. The youth she dragged out was nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. Moreover, he was exceptionally robust, radiating an overwhelming presence even while standing still. Angelo and his friends felt their heads buzz with fear. You bastard, daring to molest my girlfriend? The tall youth roared angrily. Which hand? Marvin walked forward, pointing at Angelo and shouting. Angelo stammered, not daring to answer, even trying to pretend he didn't understand. Seeing him remain silent, the youth's face twisted with impatience. As he swung his hand, he bellowed. Which hand? Are you deaf? Or mute? Answer me. Hurry up. Which hand? Angelo's eyesight blurred from the strikes, mumbling incomprehensible words. You're a damn Korean. The youth, enraged, delivered several more resounding slaps. Fitz and the others were celebrating their escape. However, these thugs seemed not to care whether they had actually assaulted the waitress. They came charging over and started beating them mercilessly, beating them until they screamed in agony. Chapter 130. I'll hide far away first. The beating went on for nearly half an hour. When the gang stopped, Angelo and his companions were already bruised and swollen all over. But it only looked serious. Actually, they were just superficial injuries, nothing major. Dermot was enjoying tea comfortably in Clement's office and chatted leisurely for half an hour. Upon receiving a report, they exchanged glances with smiles and went downstairs together. When Dermot walked into the private room, that group had not dispersed yet. Mr. Gale, you're back? Angelo saw Dermot as if he had seen a savior. Marvin scrambled over to him, shouting, Mr. Gale, we are your guests. We got beaten up on your territory. What happened? Dermot directly played dumb, staring at him and asked, May I ask who you are? Angelo was infuriated. It's me. Marvin pointed at his nose and roared, I'm Angelo. Dermot suddenly realized, Manager Choi? I haven't seen you for a while. How did your face swell up like a pig's head? Angelo was both anxious and angry. It's them. Marvin pointed at the gang who beat them for half an hour. This bunch of barbarians? Bullshit. The young man opposite couldn't stand it. Try pointing again? I'll break your fingers. Angelo was frightened pale, and quickly hid behind Dermot. At this moment, a youth almost 1.9 meters tall stepped forward. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes as he sized up Dermot from head to toe. What exactly happened? Dermot looked at him, puzzled. Why did you hit people? You want to intervene for them, right? The tall youth glared. Don't misunderstand. Dermot waved his hands frantically, appearing very low-key and humble. I'm just asking. Angelo sensed something wasn't right. Marvin immediately grabbed Dermot's arm and shouted in Korean, Mr. Gale, let's call the police. Dermot nodded hurriedly and loudly replied in Chinese, Okay, let's call the police. Call the police? The youth sneered coldly. Give it a try? Do you believe the police will arrive before beating you for another half hour? Hiss. Angelo shrank his neck out of fear, looking like a quail. Weren't you asking what happened just now? Humph, they molested my girlfriend. The young man barked angrily. Give me a reason not to beat them. Dermot took a sharp breath, furrowing his brows at Angelo. Is that true? Angelo wanted to deny it, but there were a group of thugs watching, and the victims were present too. He didn't dare lie. I actually didn't mean to. He stammered. I absolutely didn't intend to molest. Bullshit. The girl he had taken advantage of was fierce. Are you still defending yourself? What were you doing when you groped me? Angelo shrank his neck again. This? Dermot looked troubled. They've already been beaten. How about letting him apologize? Just like that? Forget it? The girl sneered coldly. This old pervert looks so disgusting. Just one touch gave me psychological trauma. Marvin must compensate me with some mental distress fee. The dress I'm wearing isn't cheap either. After being touched by him, it can't be worn anymore. My husband called over many brothers to help. At least give them some late-night snacks later, right? She counted on her fingers and finally held up 5 fingers. 100,000. Giving me 100,000 can make it even. So much? You're trying to gouge me. Angelo understood Chinese and was dumbfounded. 100,000 yuan. Converted to his country's currency, it was roughly 2 million, almost equal to his annual salary. Although Angelo's salary there was high, the cost of living was also high. 2 million. It would take him quite some time to save up. Too much? The girl sneered. Then there's nothing else to talk about. Honey, send him to the police station. Charge him with molestation. Wait. Angelo and others trembled. Mr. Gailg, say something. Marvin knew that molestation was a serious crime here. Even if local laws couldn't convict him, his future back home would be ruined. What can I say? Dermot laughed bitterly. You don't think I can take on all these people, do you? Marvin looked at the thugs glaring at him and hastily said, Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm not familiar with them. If you continue to beat them, go ahead. I need to hide far away to avoid getting splattered with blood. Marvin mumbled and tried to slip away. Angelo and others were dumbstruck. What a disloyal guy. Mr. Gailg, we are your company's big clients. Angelo yelled. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Sign it right now. Angelo blurted out. If you can get the contract, I'll sign it immediately. After signing the contract, you have the obligation to protect us. Well, Dermot's expression hesitated, as if he was carefully considering. Kid, you really want to interfere, huh? The tall young man glared at him with a sinister look. Dermot looked troubled. Brother, let's talk this through. If you're willing to pay for them, of course we can negotiate. The aggressive girl chimed in coldly. At this, Angelo clung on like he had grabbed a lifeline. Mr. Gailg, you help me pay first, he cried. I will be forever grateful. Dermot silently cursed. This old guy really had thick skin. Whether he would repay the money, not even mentioned. If there's any compensation, ask him, Angelo and company shouted. We are his big clients. Marvin has the duty to resolve our worries. Well, Dermot faced the spirited youth and the aggressive sister on one side, and Angelo and his gang on the other, caught between a rock and a hard place. I need to consult Mr. Beckham, Marvin hurriedly said, then fled like lightning. Clement waited outside the door, obviously trying not to laugh. They'll stay here temporarily. It's troublesome for you, Boss Jamarg. After stepping out, Dermot dropped the act. Not at all. Clement smiled. Whenever your side is ready, just come over. It wasn't that Dermot was abandoning them to their fate, mainly because the contract hadn't been revised yet. These few guys were despicable and shameless, so it was necessary to teach them a little lesson. Time was already late, so Clement didn't hold them back. The father and daughter saw Dermot off at the door and bid him farewell temporarily. By the time Dermot got home, it was already 11:30 p.m., and the living room light was still on. The family garage was long full. The car Dermot was driving now could only park outdoors. As he was about to unlock the door, it opened before he could touch the key. Wearing a cartoon pajama, Gabby greeted him with a smile, softly saying, You're back? Marvin's smile struck a chord in Dermot's heart. Marvin stood dazed for a while, brought back by several calls from Gabby. A complex emotion welled up in Dermot's heart. Weren't you supposed to rest early? His smile seemed genuinely heartfelt. Behind him was the misty night. Ahead, a warm glow of light, like a harbor waiting for him to return. Chapter 131. Worn out with worry. Gabby learned the ins and outs of the matter from Dermot, and she couldn't stop giggling. Those guys like Angelo, they fell into the trap without even realizing it. However, there was an issue on their end too. If they hadn't given them the chance, how could it have gone so smoothly? Dermot noticed a laptop on the coffee table in the living room. While drafting the contract, she had been waiting for him to come home. She really didn't want to take a moment's rest. Almost done. There are still some minor details to finalize, Gabby explained as she followed his gaze. Go back to your room and rest. I'll finish this up in a bit. Dermot shook his head. Marvin walked over and closed the laptop. Let's work on it tomorrow, he said in a tone that brooked no argument. Get some sleep tonight. Gabby froze for a moment. Then she pressed her lips together and nodded with a faint smile. All right, as you wish. They stood in the living room for a while, then spoke simultaneously after a moment of silence. Good night. They each returned to their rooms, and the night passed without a word. The next day was Sunday. Gabby still couldn't get any. All instructed by the miss? Ah. Gabby froze. When did she say that? Our miss doesn't talk much, but she has keen attention to detail. She's very observant. She notes which dishes you usually eat more and which you eat less, then tells me to prepare more of what you like. Gabby felt a chill down her spine. She didn't even know about this herself. Dermot looked at Gabby in surprise. She cared even about these small things? Gabby was flabbergasted. Marvin, her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Fiona. Fiona gave her urgent signals. Oops, I've said too much. Miss told me not to tell anyone. Gabby, eat. Fiona hurriedly said. Once we're done, we'll need the son-in-law to take me to the supermarket. Miss, will you join us? Aye. Gabby's expression was indescribable. Since there's nothing else to do, why not come along? Fiona smiled. You and the son-in-law can browse them all. Gabby didn't respond. The matter was settled. They finished eating in a pleasant atmosphere, and Fiona quickly cleared up. Half an hour later, the three of them left the villa for the nearest shopping plaza. Since it was weekend, there were many pedestrians on the road. Fiona kept urging, son-in-law, hold Mrs. hand tightly. She doesn't like crowded places. Dermot agreed. Considering her condition, it was indeed special. Crowds could lead to accidents easily. So, he tentatively extended his hand towards Gabby. Gabby hesitated for a moment. They had been acquainted for a while, and there had been private moments between them. But holding hands in public had never happened. Just as Dermot thought she wouldn't agree, a soft, delicate hand slipped into his. Fiona beamed, watching from the side. Sigh, these two kids really wear her heart out. I need to go to the bank. Fiona said. Son-in-law and miss, you two can wander around the mall. I'll find you once I'm done. Do you want us to come with you? Dermot quickly asked. No, no need. Fiona waved her hands repeatedly. It's crowded during weekends, just queues anyway. As she left, she added, I'm entrusting Miss to you. You must protect her well. Alright, stop it. I'm not a kid anymore. Gabby's face was flushed as she muttered softly. Fiona smiled, waved her hand, and then walked away. Fiona is so nagging. Gabby watched her leave, complaining under her breath. Having someone nagging in your ear isn't that nice? Dermot looked at her and said with a smile. The two stood still for a while before walking towards the mall. An inflatable castle stood at the entrance of the mall, where many children were playing joyfully inside. Groups of parents stood by, watching their children with smiling faces. Gabby paused by the inflatable castle, gazing at it with a nostalgic look. Dermot looked at her. She appeared mature on the outside, but from the style of her pajamas and various small items in her bedroom, it wasn't hard to see that she still harbored a childlike heart. Perhaps because her childhood wasn't happy. So when she had the ability, she tried her best to make up for those regrets. By now, they had been getting along for over half a month, and their understanding of each other deepened day by day. Dermot also heard many stories from Fiona. Gabby's childhood was very gloomy. Her parents fell in love freely but weren't recognized. After she was conceived, Marvin, her father, wanted to elope with her mother and escape far away. Ultimately, they failed. Her father was taken back by the Beckham family. Her mother was left behind, unmarried and pregnant, and without the presence of the child's father. She inevitably faced gossip from neighbors, but her mother was strong and didn't let reality defeat her. This resilient single mom worked part-time jobs and struggled to raise her child. In tough times, she even lacked breast milk for her baby. Mother and daughter once lived in a damp basement. They also lived on the rooftop. During summer, the added floor above the building felt more like a steamer. They had also stayed at her uncle's house, who was her mother's younger brother. Gabby's illness originated from that time. Fiona mentioned this incident, but she did not know the specific details. Reluctantly glancing at the inflatable castle one last time, she turned around with a hint of disappointment and walked away. Chapter 132, Little Clip. The mall was bustling with people. Those strangers of the opposite sex who brushed past made Gabby feel quite nervous. But the palm covering her small hand was exceptionally warm, giving her a sense of reassurance. Gabby glanced around and pointed at a nearby bubble tea shop. Want to have something to drink? Dermot wasn't thirsty, but he nodded. Do you need me to order for you? Seeing Dermot nod, Gabby turned to the staff to place the order. 1 Sasizu peach tea, 1 honey lemon water, thank you. Sure, please scan the code over here. You can sit there, it will be ready soon. There were seats outside the store. After scanning to pay and getting their receipt number, they walked over and sat down. This bubble tea shop did very good business. Young and vibrant girls often entered in groups. There were girlfriends and couples. Gabby and Dermot were still young, but compared to these girls, they were a bit older. Of course, when it came to appearance, that was another story. Gabby was dressed casually today. Marvin, her wavy long hair, hung over her slender shoulders. She wore a loose white casual short-sleeved shirt paired with black sport shorts, looking lazy yet carefree. Even in such simple attire, she easily drew admiring glances from passers-by. Is this sister an internet celebrity? Some girls whispered as they passed by. And, as for hers, she had already sipped from it. Dermot didn't think much about it and, taking it from her hands, naturally took a sip. Gabby's pupils dilated. Marvin didn't even change the straw. What's wrong? Dermot looked at her puzzled, not yet realizing anything amiss. After all, such things were second nature to him. Any leftover bubble tea Allison didn't want after a few sips was always finished by him. Gabby slowly raised her hand, pointing to the straw stained with her lipstick, and spoke with difficulty. You didn't change the straw? Dermot still didn't understand. You want this straw? That wouldn't be good, would it? I've used it already. Ah. Gabby felt confused. Her thoughts scrambled. The taste of this one isn't great. Dermot took another big sip. It has a strange flavor. Gabby, forget it. Leave it at that. If he doesn't mind, she shouldn't either. Speaking of which, drinking from the same straw seems to carry some subtle meaning, doesn't it? Could it be? Gabby glanced at Dermot, blushing. She slowly inserted another straw into the other Susizu peach tea and took a sip. It was sweet. Sitting outside the store, the two enjoyed their leisurely weekend. Unfortunately, their moment of tranquility didn't last long. It was soon interrupted by a group of people. They lifted their heads. They saw a young girl with a well-made-up face. Marvin, her features were quite nice, enhanced by skilled makeup techniques, making her somewhat charming. Gabby frowned, not wanting to deal with her. Cousin, are you on a date with your husband? The young girl's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Due to the high-pitched tone, it sounded a bit annoying. Dermot stared at this little clip for a while and slowly recognized her. Marvin had met this girl at Beckham Nai's birthday party when they attended the Beckham family gathering. Marvin, her way of addressing Gabby, confirmed her identity. By the side of the little clip stood a handsome young man. Finlaychan, is this your cousin? His eyes had been fixed on her since the start. Marvin, her eyes kept circling around Gabby. She wasn't looking at her face but rather sneaking peeks at her legs. Catalina was well aware of her cousin's charm, but she never expected that her boyfriend, who proclaimed his eternal love for her, would actually— So what if it is? Catalina's voice was unbridled. Do you need an introduction? Didn't I warn you before we left that you're not allowed to look at other girls? Even if she's my cousin, no way. Marvin, her boyfriend, caught in the sudden scolding, turned awkward immediately. Finlaychan, you misunderstood me, he said with a grimacing face. It's because I saw your family. Humph. Catalina snorted coldly. Family? As if Gabby deserved that title. A thought flickered in her mind, and suddenly her expression changed. Cousin, have you and brother-in-law had dinner yet? How about having dinner together? She spoke in a honeyed tone. We've eaten. Don't disturb your date. Gabby's tone was stiff as she rose to leave. She knew Catalina all too well. Pretending like this must mean nothing good. All Gabby wanted was to find a place alone with Dermot, and not be disturbed by anyone else. You've eaten? Catalina was taken aback, quickly chasing after her. Then where are you going next? I've made plans with some friends for an escape room game with my boyfriend. Cousin, how about you and brother-in-law join us? To prevent her from leaving, Catalina grabbed onto her arm tightly. Gabby rejected coldly, not interested. She genuinely wasn't interested, mostly because she was too timid to try such games. Come on, cousin. Catalina began to plead, shaking her arm forcefully. Gabby felt annoyed. No matter how many times she tried to shake her off, Catalina clung on like a leech, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Dermot also found it tricky. The girl on the other side seemed polite enough. As a man, he couldn't just rough up a girl casually. If she were a bit unreasonable or even a little aggressive, it would have been much easier to handle. Chapter 133 Bold and Audacious. Sometimes, it's just helpless. No matter what Marie did, she couldn't get rid of the other party. The scene of two young and beautiful women pulling at each other in a public place attracted quite a few gazes. Quite a sight to behold. Dermot looked quite embarrassed. This couldn't go on like this. So he stepped forward to separate the two, saying helplessly, "We have something to do later. You two play." Marvin never expected that. Catalina took the opportunity to hug his hand. She pinched her voice, cooing, "Can things be done a bit later? Brother-in-law, please persuade her for me. It's not easy to meet. How can she be so unreasonable? It's over the line." "You." Dermot's hand was held tightly by her, even feeling the softness of her body. His scalp went numb instantly. What a nuisance. Like sticking plaster. Really have things to do. Dermot frowned, pulling his hand out of her embrace with slight force. But Catalina acted like a drama queen. Marvin, her body leaned slightly, stumbling as if about to fall. Fortunately, her boyfriend rushed over quickly to steady her. Catalina, who was actually fuming inside while pretending to be weak, was furious. This pair of immoral individuals. They really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Marvin, her always effective coquettish tactic was completely ineffective on them. She glared angrily, but the two ignored her and walked away as if nothing had happened. Catalina gnashed her teeth in anger. After a while, she suddenly turned around and berated her boyfriend. "I almost fell just now. And you didn't say anything? Are you still a man? Even a dog would be more useful than you. At least it can bark." She was, after all, the daughter of the Beckham family. Marvin, her boyfriend, having no status or background, dared not get angry despite being scolded. Marvin looked awkward. "They are all your relatives, Finlaychan. How could I speak recklessly as an outsider?" Catalina sneered coldly. "Relatives? What qualification does Marie have to be a member of the Beckham family? Just a bastard. Who does she think she is to defy me? Wait for me." She glared furiously in the direction they left. Marvin, her boyfriend, didn't dare speak up, standing beside her like an attendant. Catalina stood there pondering for a while, then strode off. "Finlaychan, where are you going?" Marvin, her boyfriend, hurriedly followed. "Slow down. Wait for me." Catalina ignored him and headed straight for the escalator nearby. The young couple reached the 7th floor of the mall one after another, heading straight to the left side of the elevator. The 7th floor of the mall was the entertainment level. It was fully equipped with various amusement devices. With a cold face, Catalina swiftly walked through the crowd towards the escape room club located on the west side of the floor. She hadn't lied before. She indeed had arranged to meet some friends for an escape room game. Catalina knew something about what her cousin hated and feared. Due to past experiences, Marie felt uncomfortable in darkness and confined spaces, insisting on dragging Marie along. Marvin, her intention was to see her embarrass herself. Unfortunately, that bitch is immune to such tricks. Catalina was a regular at this escape room club. As soon as she entered, a staff member greeted her with a smile. "Miss Beckham, you're here?" Catalina responded indifferently, asking, "Have the others arrived?" The staff member nodded quickly. "Your friends have arrived and are resting in that room. Should I show you there?" "Okay." Catalina responded, turning back to her little boyfriend. "Ernest Kai, don't embarrass me inside." The little boyfriend nodded hastily. Led by the staff member, the two entered a long corridor. In the first room on the left side of the corridor, a group of young men and women were already seated waiting to enter. Some people, even when sitting quietly among the crowd, their presence could still catch the eye. There were 7 or 8 people inside, all dressed fashionably, looking rich and powerful. Even so, their luster was easily overshadowed by a young man sitting centrally. "Miss Beckham, you're here." When Catalina entered, almost everyone greeted her warmly, except for that dazzling young man who remained casually seated. The reactions of everyone vividly displayed the hierarchy within this circle. The Beckham family was well known in Jinghai. Catalina benefited from the family's reputation and clearly stood above others. As for that young man, his position was even higher. Thus, even though he appeared nonchalant, Catalina didn't dare to comment. Facing everyone's greetings, Catalina responded calmly, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I ran into my cousin on the way here." "Your cousin?" Only then did that young man show a change in expression. "Which cousin of yours?" Marvin asked. "The one from second uncle's family." Catalina glanced over and responded with a slightly pinched voice. The young man became interested. "Gabby? The top beauty of Jinghai that my cousin has been infatuated with for a long time. Do you mean young Master Chuan from the Geld family when you say your cousin?" Catalina deliberately asked. The young man whom she called Marvin Shao wore an amused smile on his face. "To be honest, I haven't seen her in person. Why isn't she here? I was looking forward to meeting her. What kind of beauty could enchant my cousin so deeply? Even though she is already married, that waste of space, still can't forget about her." Catalina sighed. "My elder cousin is on a date with her husband," she said. "I invited her to join us. I pleaded for a long time but she refused to give me any face." "Is that so?" Marvin Shao's face showed a look of regret. What a pity. Marvin was not short of beautiful women around him. For Gabby, he was more curious. What kind of appearance and demeanor could earn her the title of top beauty of Jinghai? Catalina chuckled secretly and said coquettishly, "She is still in the mall. It's actually quite easy to find her." Marvin Shao raised an eyebrow. "But, I can't persuade her to come." Catalina sighed. My influence is still too small. Everyone hurriedly said, Miss Beckham, don't say that. If even a great beauty like her doesn't have much face, who does? Catalina laughed inwardly. Who? Of course, it's Marvin Xiao. As expected, Marvin Xiao stood up gracefully. Your elder cousin's husband is called Dermot, right? A playful smile appeared on Marvin Xiao's face. Marvinard, that this guy is pretty cocky. My waste of space cousin has lost to him several times. Let's go. Marvin Xiao straightened his collar confidently, saying, we will meet him together. And at the same time, meet that top beauty of Jinghai. I also want to see. Marvin Xiao's lips curled into a sly smile. Miss Gabby, if she really deserves this title. Chapter 134 Modern-day Duan Bukshun. Gabby's mood was not pleasant. She had been enjoying a leisurely afternoon with Dermot, when it was ruined by someone she disliked. Seeing her beautiful face turn gloomy, Dermot chuckled. Marvin raised his hand to pass her a cup of fruit tea. Have something to drink. It might help you feel less upset. Gabby froze for a moment. In her haste, she had forgotten about her drink. To her surprise, Dermot had taken it along with him. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, my bag? A fashionable girl like her always carried many things whenever she went out, but rarely had pockets big enough on her. Therefore, her bag became the ultimate solution. Not only did it hold various items, but it also matched her attire perfectly. Even if she was just going to the supermarket, Gabby habitually brought her bag. Is this what you're talking about? Dermot lifted another hand with a smile. Don't worry, I have it here. Gabby was astonished. Was he too considerate? She took the bag from Dermot and whispered a thank you, but he waved it off with a smile. We've been together so long. There's no need for formalities, he teased. Ah. Gabby blushed fiercely, looking at him shyly. Dermot hadn't expected that a casual joke would make her blush. Let's go over there. It looks lively, and there seems to be an event happening. Marvin quickly changed the subject. After walking a few steps forward, he felt a soft touch on his hand. Dermot instantly recalled Fiona's advice. Marvin turned his palm to grasp the hand firmly. Gabby held the beverage in her left hand, while her right was tightly held by Dermot. This tender and innocent scene appeared only in her fantasies during her teenage years. As an adult, she thought she would always be alone. Due to worsening psychological issues, she avoided all men around her. However, there was an exception. Gabby let the man hold her hand. From where she stood, she could see his back and side profile. Though his shoulders weren't very broad, they gave her a sense of security she had never experienced before. Marvin, her lips curved into an enchanting smile, warm and inviting like a blossoming flower. She quickened her pace to get closer to Dermot. The two strolled hand in hand, indistinguishable from other couples passing by. The first floor of the mall was spacious. Several vendors rented space for events. After watching for a while, they found it rather boring. I wonder if Fiona is done yet? Gabby said after sipping her fruit tea. Dermot pulled out his phone. Let me check. To avoid blocking passersby, they moved to a corner. While Dermot was on the phone, Gabby noticed a group of people approaching them. She didn't pay much attention, until they came right up to them and respectfully called out, Young master, young lady. Gabby was startled. The leader of the group was a petite girl. She was almost a head shorter than Gabby, with a very youthful face that looked underaged, yet her eyes showed maturity. Who are you? Gabby asked, frowning slightly. Are you addressing us? The young girl smiled sweetly. Of course I am. She tilted her head slightly because of the height difference and added, My name is Persia. You can just call me by my name, young lady. Gabby's expression remained puzzled. Persia? Someone from the Gelg family? Dermot put down his phone and asked curiously, What a coincidence. What are you doing here? When he returned home that day, he not only met his stepmother Valentina, but also three distinctively different beauties. At the time, he assumed those beauties were involved with old fat Gelg, leading to some misunderstandings. She's the CEO of one of our subsidiary companies. Don't be fooled by her small stature. She's nearly 30. Dermot introduced her. Actually, she's a year older than you. Gabby nudged him with her elbow. Discussing a woman's age was impolite. It's okay, Dermot smiled. She hates people saying she looks young the most. Gabby looked at Persia uncertainly. Persia seemed unperturbed, still smiling. Or maybe she was putting on a show. Why are you here? Dermot asked. Then a strange look crossed his face. This chain of malls. Young master guessed right. Persia replied with a smile. Wanja Mall is part of the subsidiary I manage. But I don't really believe what he says. Persia. Officially, Jia Dai claimed that Persia was adopted. But based on Dermot's stereotypical impression of the fat man, this Lolita-bodied woman with an older woman heart was very likely his half-sister. How can you think so poorly of Uncle Gelg? Gabby was speechless. That's because you don't know him well? Dermot had a peculiar expression. That fat man is really promiscuous. Have you seen demigods and semi-devils? That guy is the modern-day Duan Bukshun, he complained. Marvin probably doesn't even know how many kids he has. Gabby. Does Uncle Gelg play around that much? Let's not talk about him anymore. Dermot felt it was unlucky. Fiona said there were too many people queuing at the bank. At least another hour. Do you want to find a place to sit, or keep shopping? He asked. Chapter 135. Nothing worth celebrating. 1 hour. Not too long either. The two continued to stroll around for a while longer. Because she had drunk too many drinks, Gabby felt like going to the restroom while they were walking. Dermot casually took over the items in her hands and waited for her on a bench near the restroom. When he was idly looking around with nothing to do, a figure completely blocked his view. Sitting leisurely on the bench, Dermot slightly raised his head. At first, he thought these people were also looking for seats until he saw Catalina. Brother-in-law, why are you sitting here alone? Catalina asked in a pinched voice. Dermot didn't say anything, just nodded towards the direction of the restroom. Brother-in-law, aren't you being a bit rude? Catalina's brows and eyes darkened, clearly displeased. Marvin asked a question but got no response. Just a gesture. So perfunctory. Dermot puzzled. Didn't I tell you? Your sister is using the restroom. Do you need something? Marvin glanced at the people beside Catalina. None of them were familiar, except for Catalina and her small boyfriend whose name he didn't know yet. You are Dermot? A young man with handsome looks nodded at Dermot. His gaze was indifferent, carrying an obvious arrogance in his demeanor. Dermot wasn't concerned about this guy's attitude. What intrigued him was the hostility radiating from this person. Marvin thought for a moment. This should be their first meeting? But this guy clearly meant no good. My name is Rocco. The young man smiled slightly. Your brother Philip is my cousin. Dermot paused. Rocco? Marvin pondered, then asked, is your father Jace or Orson? Rocco squinted his eyes. I remember. Dalen seems to be an only child? Dermot continued, so your father should be Jace. At that moment, Marvin sat cross-legged on the bench, speaking casually to the people standing before him. It looked like Marvin wasn't being very respectful. Rocco's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Marvin had long heard that Dermot was arrogant, but it wasn't until now that he truly understood just how arrogant he was. Standing there, this guy actually dared to sit. At that moment, Dermot suddenly stood up. Rocco's face improved somewhat, but then Dermot walked past them and moved away. Clearly, Marvin didn't get up because he realized his behavior was inappropriate. Rocco turned around with a sullen expression, his gaze following Dermot. Then, a beautifully charming face gave him a strong jolt of surprise. Even though he was accustomed to seeing beauties, including internet celebrities and even some female stars renowned for their beauty, seeing Gabby still left him amazed. No wonder the good-for-nothing Philip was infatuated with her. So, this is the top beauty of Jinghai? After a moment of slight daze, Rocco's lips curled into a charming smile. Marvin was already handsome himself. His family background added a sense of disdain for everything else. The domineering young master, referring to someone like him, aloof, not tolerating any questioning. Did you wait long? Gabby's eyes were only for Dermot, and so was her smile. Second cousin. A sweet voice broke through Gabby's moment of joy again. Marvin, her soft smile instantly froze, visibly showing her displeasure. Catalina, seemingly oblivious, warmly came up and linked her arm. Second cousin, where are you off to this time? Aren't you annoying? Gabby frowned. Since you have plans with your friends, go find them. Why keep bothering her? Oh. Catalina sighed with a smile. I wanted to go play with my friends too. But one friend heard you're here and insisted on coming to find you. She turned back, her gaze shifting to Rocco. This young Master Marvin has admired second cousin for a long time. Miss Beckham, nice to meet you. Rocco stepped in gracefully. My name is Rocco. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Facing such a direct, friendly expression, Gabby couldn't ignore it. Young Master Marvin, I'm sorry. She glared at Catalina, then said coldly, I'm shopping with my husband. We're both usually very busy and rarely have the chance to shop. She felt she had made it very clear. Anyone who isn't stupid could understand the meaning behind her words. However, she underestimated the arrogance of this young Master Marvin. Marvin airing her reply, Rocco's face instantly turned ashen. Miss Beckham, you're really being unkind, aren't you? Gabby was taken. Gabby said, I need to accompany him, so I can't accept any invitations from young Master Marvin. Marvin, her tone had already turned less friendly. So what if it was the Marvin group? Though she, Gabby, was on her own, she wasn't someone who could be pushed around easily. Across from her, Rocco's face darkened completely. Being rejected again in front of so many friends felt like being slapped in public for him. What kind of woman couldn't he get? Why should Gabby be superior to other women? To dare refuse him, Rocco squinted his eyes, which flashed with cold light. His gaze shifted from Gabby's flawless beautiful face to Dermot. After a moment, he fixed his eyes on Dermot and said slowly, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? His tone and demeanor left no room for argument. Everyone, including Catalina, looked at the two with great interest. When young Master Marvin makes a move, the outcome is already determined. Chapter 136, Is this trying to ruin me? The routine inspection was extremely tedious. Persia did not like it at all. The senior executives following her could only offer flattery, unable to contribute any constructive suggestions. This only increased Persia's impatience. After completing the inspection, she was escorted back to the office in the mall like a star surrounded by admirers. Not long after she sat down, a hurried clatter of high heels caught. Philip was well known in Jinghai for his extravagant ways. He excelled in spending money for pleasure. As for ability, that wasn't his forte. Generally, outsiders wouldn't discuss it. The second son lacked capability. What about finding the eldest son? Dermot's ability hadn't been demonstrated yet. Was he as much of a failure as Philip, or, who knew? Now, the situation became complicated. Two sons, one of whom was already confirmed as an unqualified successor. What about the other one? If he also wasn't up to the task, what would happen to the Gelg family? Apsel definitely didn't want to lose control. Then would Persia, as his adopted daughter, get a chance? Adopted daughter, sure. But those familiar with Apsel had long speculated Persia might very well be his illegitimate child. Otherwise, why would she be adopted? Persia paid no mind to the strange looks on the executives' faces. She got up from the sofa and left with her secretary. The executives looked at each other and followed suit. Of course, everything was still speculation. Only Apsel knew the true situation. Persia was also exceptionally intelligent. What she thought, outsiders could not know. The group soon followed the secretary and arrived at the scene. Just then, they witnessed Dermot slapping Rocco across the face. Do you want to die? Dermot looked displeased, having Chow Chow's illness. Rocco wasn't like Dalen. This kid was the heir of the Marvin family. Publicly slapping him had significant consequences. While they were on the phone, the indignant Rocco charged at Dermot in anger. Result: Marvin got badly beaten. Listening to the real-time report, Apsel's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Foo, go calm that boy down. Apsel was in a tough spot. The elder son was smart. Marvin should understand the severity of the situation. But this kid, He simply doesn't care. Nothing scares him. He dares to do anything. When Persia entered with her entourage, Rocco had already been knocked to the ground by a series of punches from Dermot. Gabby tried to pull him up, but couldn't hold him steady. You guys came just in time. Dermot looked at the approaching Persia and others, grinning widely. Marvin, let me throw this reckless guy out. Don't let him block everyone's way. The executive's eyelids twitched wildly. Persia glanced down a couple of times. Seeing Rocco's miserable state, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Is Sean this? Persia laughed bitterly. This got boss into big trouble. Big trouble? Dermot raised an eyebrow. Tell that fat guy. This little punk named Marvin has his eye on his daughter-in-law. See what he says about it? Ah. Persia was taken aback for a moment. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call that fat guy. Dermot urged. Persia's eyelids twitched nonstop as she handed over her phone. When will you ever give your old man a break? Apsel roared loudly through the phone. Dermot quickly held the phone away from his ear. Only when the voice in the speaker became quieter did he bring it back. I know you're anxious, but don't panic. Dermot said in an infuriatingly calm tone. I'll send you a recording later. After you hear it, tell me whether this kid named Marvin deserved a beating. Apsel froze. If it's like this, does it mean the other side instigated the trouble first, and there's evidence of it? In that case, there would be room to maneuver. But the specifics of how to handle it can only be determined after hearing the recording. Dermot returned the phone to Persia. By now, Rocco had been helped up by his friends, his eyes flashing with hostility. Dermot gave an indifferent look back, still glaring. Want another beating? Marvin took a step forward as if to strike again. Gabby quickly pulled him back. A lesson is enough. Don't make things too big. Chapter 137. No blame on him. Finally, Rocco, supported by his companions and suppressing his anger, walked away. Dermot, as if nothing had happened, continued to stroll leisurely through the mall, holding Gabby's hand. Persia gazed at the two retreating figures. A look of deep thought flickered in her eyes. You, after walking a distance, Gabby said softly, can't be so violent anymore. Do you remember? Philip's mother comes from the Marvin family? Your two families are also relatives. She sighed. This makes it very difficult for Uncle Gale. Dermot smiled indifferently. You don't know, do you? I actually have a pretty reasonable personality. But you heard that bastard? What does borrow your wife for an afternoon mean? As a man, can I just tolerate this? Since he was determined to provoke me, I'll oblige him. Don't think he's just a lecherous fool. You weren't his main target, I was. Gabby was taken aback. I've had conflicts with the Marvin family for a long time, Dermot said. Previously, Orson even blocked me at the police station entrance. You were there too. Yeah. Gabby nodded, still remembering the incident. The Gale and Marvin families will eventually have an irreconcilable conflict because of that guy, Philip, beating up Rocco once. The worst consequence would be accelerating the conflict and making me the trigger. Why are you so sure? Gabby paused. And, because of Philip? Do you know why the Marvin family supports Philip? Supporting Philip? Gabby pondered and then exclaimed in surprise. Because he's useless? Dermot laughed and nodded. That guy is essentially a puppet controlled by the Marvin family. With the Gale family in his hands, it's only a matter of time before they drain everything. So, Uncle Gale brought you back? Marvin wants you to take over the Gale family? Gabby was shocked. She had always thought Dermot's position in the family was awkward. She never imagined that Uncle Gale brought him back to inherit the entire Gale family. Gabby took a breath, picking up a husband randomly and getting the heir of the Gale family? Of course. The relationship between the two was based on a contract. Gabby wouldn't really consider herself the future matriarch of the Gale family. She shook her head and sighed. No wonder you found none of the conditions I proposed appealing back then. Recalling it now, she felt like a clown back then. Sitting across from her was the heir of the Gale family. But she assumed that Dermot was just starting out and felt awkward in the family. Thinking of this, Gabby felt her face heat up, suddenly feeling utterly embarrassed. But she quickly came back to her senses. Why tell me all this? This should still be a secret, right? Dermot glanced at her. We just happened to be talking about it. Besides, I trust you. Gabby froze. In fact, it's not really an important secret, Dermot chuckled. It doesn't matter if someone overhears. Behind them, a pretty young girl silently followed them into the downward elevator. The mall was crowded. Even if she was following them, it was hard to notice. The young girl followed them all the way to the ground floor before casually walking away. Marvin, her meeting with Fiona was about to start. Should we contact her again? Gabby turned and saw that Dermot was looking to the left. Curiously, she followed his gaze. In her line of sight was a young woman dressed in a business suit and black stockings. Suddenly, Gabby felt a twinge of jealousy and couldn't help asking, is she pretty? Dermot averted his gaze. Gabby gave him a reproachful glance. After a short wait, Fiona finally arrived. The three of them rode the escalator down to the underground level and entered the supermarket below. Fiona started assigning tasks. She told Dermot and Gabby to pick their favorite snacks and drinks while she headed to the fresh produce section. As the couple strolled leisurely through the supermarket, Apsel was receiving a barrage of calls. Brother Sujianqiang, it's all a misunderstanding, he sighed. Young people can be quite impulsive. The Marvin family was angrily confronting him. Apsel desperately tried to mitigate the impact. Fights between young people are normal. His voice was hoarse from speaking nonstop. That boy is wild outside. Marvin acts impulsively without considering consequences. This time, I'll give him a severe lesson. How badly is Lixing hurt? Don't worry, once I find that kid, I'll make him come over to apologize. Clearly delaying tactics. Jace's anger slowly ignited. Apsel, this time is different from last time. He gritted his teeth. Let me be clear. Dalen being beaten, it was self-inflicted. That child couldn't stand to see his cousin being bullied by your eldest son, and wanted to get back some dignity for Henri. So, Marvin did something foolish. The Marvin family admits this loss. But this time, you have no reason, right? What did Lixing do to offend your eldest son? This? Apsel stammered. Can't explain? Jace sneered. Lixing's injuries aren't that serious. But he represents our Marvin family. Can we consider your eldest son's actions as the Gale family provoking our family? Apsel's voice carried a note of difficulty. Brother Sujianqiang, it's not that serious. Let's talk things out properly. Humph, no room for negotiation. Or, Apsel cautiously asked, you could ask Lixing what happened at the time? Jace paused for half a second, then angrily said, what do you mean, Apsel? I've already asked him. Lixing invited your eldest son to play together, thinking to deepen their connection. But that troublemaker reacted like a gunpowder keg and attacked Lixing. Apsel smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. Since you're not fully aware yet, why not ask the other kids? On the other end of the phone, silence fell. After a moment, Jace's voice, clearly gritted through clenched teeth, came through. What exactly are you trying to say? Apsel sighed. I was suggesting to thoroughly investigate the matter before jumping to conclusions. How can there be any misunderstanding? Jace said coldly. Apsel sighed again. Right and wrong sometimes can be hard to discern. Let's do this. You should ask the kid again. If he has nothing to add. He adopted a hesitant tone. I already understand the situation. To be honest, I really don't want to go that far, he said. After all, they're still young, and mistakes happen. Just tell Lixing. To admit his mistake is enough. Uncle Gale won't blame him. Oh? Jace was bewildered. How did this fatso suddenly turn the tables? Chapter 138. Even deceiving me. Jace felt dizzy. The words from the other end of the phone had left him utterly confused. For the moment, Jace didn't speak again, carefully thinking things over. Although that fatso was often nonsensical, it was rare for him to leave a handle for others to grasp. His words sounded absurd but also hinted at a message. He had found discrepancies between his investigation and what Marvin Lixing said. Jace covered the receiver and whispered to his son. Are you hiding something from me? Marvin Lixing's face changed. In wealthy families, reputation was everything. If they were wronged, they had to reclaim their lost dignity. What he had said earlier was actually, upon reflection, he wasn't completely innocent. As the heir of the Marvin family, saying in public, borrow your wife to play a game with me, wasn't that a provocation? Marvin gave Dermot a difficult situation, assuming the latter wouldn't dare make a move. However, Dermot's response was simple and brutal, giving him a thorough beating. Marvin Lixing was now in an awkward position. Logically, he was the one at fault. Coveting another's daughter-in-law upon first meeting, that didn't sound good at all. Seeing the changes in his son's expression, Jace's heart sank instantly. Brother Sujianqiang, have you figured it out? Apsel shouted again. Let's talk about this matter. Jace was silent for a moment. There's an important call coming in. We'll talk about this later. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. What exactly happened back then? Jace stared at his son, asking in a grave voice. Marvin Lixing looked troubled. Marvin had heard Dermot and Apsel's conversation earlier. That guy seemed to mention a recording. Could he have recorded his words? You're speechless. Jace roared angrily. Marvin Lixing's head pounded. Dad, haven't I already told you? Jace said sternly. Tell me again. Leave no detail out. Marvin Lixing had a headache while lying in the hospital. Apsel, sitting on his golden chair, complained. Kid, where's that recording you promised? Give it to me. Why so anxious? Dermot said calmly. Forget it. I'm going home after finishing shopping at the supermarket. Apsel was fuming. With the fire burning right above his head, this kid still remained unperturbed. Could it be there's no recording? Apsel asked dubiously. Kid, tell me the truth. Dermot hedged. Well, we've reached the parking lot. Poor signal. Gotta go. Then, he hung up. When calling back, Gabby answered. My dear daughter-in-law. Apsel immediately changed his tone. Is that stinky kid driving? Can you ask? Whether he really recorded anything. And what that Marvin person exactly said to necessitate such action. At that time, Gabby glanced at Dermot and recounted the situation in detail. Marvin airing this, Apsel flew into a rage. That snot-nosed Marvin brat had designs on my daughter-in-law? What nerve? You should have told me earlier. Had I known, I would have cursed him out immediately. Uncle Gale, yes. Dad, please calm down. Gabby smiled bitterly. Don't ruin your health. That brat even tried to steal my son's girl. No way. I need to call them and scold them. Apsel thought of his earlier submissive demeanor. How he wished he could slap himself. This stinky kid. Why didn't he explain clearly sooner? No rush. Dermot let Gabby put the phone on speaker. Ignore it for now. See how they react. Apsel was puzzled. What do you mean? Dermot explained slowly. We wait for the Marvin family to make the first move, while we observe. Apsel was even more baffled. But this incident is justified on our side. The Marvin family's brats lusted after my daughter-in-law. If I were there, I'd give him several slaps without hesitation. You're right, Dermot laughed. But if he doesn't admit it, what can you do? Apsel was taken aback. Kid, you don't actually have a recording, right? Dermot remained vague. I do have a recording, just not ready to use it yet. You're even deceiving me. Apsel was more certain now that this kid definitely didn't have a recording. Otherwise, with his character, he would have jumped up and stomped the other party flat long ago. No, it's real. I have the recording, Dermot insisted. Anyway, that's all. Marvin took the phone and ended the call forcibly. Gabby hesitated, looking at him, wanting to say something but holding back. You want to check if there's a recording? Dermot smiled, handing over the phone. Go ahead. No worries. Gabby could check the phone anytime. Far away at the Gale family residence, Apsel was itching to know what was going on. What exactly did that stinky kid want? Being left hanging was truly annoying, especially when the one leaving him hanging was his own son. Even if he wanted to teach him a lesson, Marvin couldn't bear to do it harshly. Apsel felt his blood pressure rising. Marvin picked up his phone and found Jace's number, carefully considering whether to call. After a while, Marvin put down the phone. Forget it. Let it be. Anyway, they were in the right in this matter. Snatching someone's wife right in front of them? Bah, who else deserved a beating but him? Even when he was at his wildest, Apsel had never considered such dirty deeds. About an hour later, Jace called back. Did you figure it out? Apsel asked first. Tell Li Xing to admit his mistake. Jace? After questioning sternly for a long time with a severe expression, he got answers not much different from before. Just as he started to feel a bit confident, Apsel's words made him uncertain again. The situation is indeed serious. Apsel spoke more righteously now that he knew the whole story. But given our family's relationship, if he sincerely apologizes, we might forgive Li Xing. After all, I watched him grow up. Jace was silent for a long time. Why aren't you speaking? Apsel wouldn't stop. Brother Sujianqiang, do you also find it hard to say? Tisk. Just like I said earlier, our families are closer than outsiders. When you and Li Xing have time, come over and sincerely apologize to me and my son and daughter-in-law. We can consider this matter closed. What do you think? Jace's head was about to explode. What exactly was this fatso blabbering on about? Marvin didn't understand at all. When the call connected, not a word was spoken. This fatty was already thinking about them coming over to apologize? On what grounds? Jace was thoroughly confused. Brother Sujianqiang, why don't you speak? Apsel acted very understanding. Do you feel that apologizing over the phone isn't sincere enough? Yes. His mouth moved quickly. I'm free today. How about you treat me to a meal as an apology? Jace, huh? Chapter 139 Best Not To. Jace was directly talked into a daze. While these two were entangled, Dermot returned home in a leisurely manner. I just remembered I have some work to handle. I'll go back to my room first. Call me if there's anything. Marvin said this upon arriving home and went back to his bedroom. Gabby didn't think much of it and helped Fiona categorize the ingredients they bought before putting them into the refrigerator. It wasn't until dinner time that Dermot came out. Seeing him holding a stack of documents, Gabby asked curiously, "Did you do all this afternoon?" Dermot nodded. "I'll deliver them after dinner. You can come with me. We might as well handle the client's mission. I won't let it go easily when I get out." "Best not to." Dermot responded calmly. "The boss here has some background." Angelo's expression stiffened. "All you can do is call the police." Dermot continued. "If he wants to deal with you, Marvin won't limit himself to just that." He. Angelo's eyelids twitched, clearly scared. "This is a rule of law society now. And we are foreign guests." "Yes." Dermot gave him a strange look and said after a moment, "If Manager Chui believes that being foreign guests will protect you, then it's up to you." Marvin shook his head. "Anyway, everything after that is none of our business." Standing aside, Gabby wanted to laugh. This guy bluffed without changing his expression. Not long after waiting, the door to the private room was pushed open. Clement walked in, surrounded by people. His presence was overwhelming, exuding authority from years of leadership, coupled with Dermot's recent embellishment. When Angelo saw Clement, his legs went a little weak. Director Jamark, good evening. Being in the same business circle in Jinghai, Gabby of course knew him. Clement had long known she would come and smiled, nodding. "Good evening, President Beckham." Then he looked at Dermot. They almost extended their hands at the same time and shook hands. "Director Jamark." Gabby came straight to the point. "The gentlemen you detained are my company's clients. I hope Director Jamark can show leniency." Since President Beckham asks, of course Jamark will apology. Revealing such unseemly matters to the public, don't they care about their faces? Do you even have a say here? Clement's face darkened. "Shut your mouths." The moment he unleashed his aura, Angelo immediately retreated, shrinking back. They exchanged glances, with looks of frustration and anger in their eyes. But they were still on someone else's turf, so they didn't dare to speak out for now. "President Beckham, your client seemed reluctant to agree to my conditions," Clement said slowly. "Why don't we relieve President Beckham from this dilemma?" Marvin continued. "President Beckham shouldn't be involved in this matter anymore." With those words, Angelo and the others panicked instantly. "President Beckham, you can't just leave us alone," they yelled. "We are big clients of your company." Gabby frowned. "Then are you willing to make a public apology?" Angelo and the others hesitated at once. President Beckham, can you help us plead for leniency again?" It seemed like a trivial matter. However, it would significantly damage their reputations. If the news got back to headquarters, it would also affect them. What is there to plead for? Dermot, who had been silent, said impatiently, "Being able to come here to bail you out is already showing utmost kindness. Why should we keep bothering with what you caused yourselves? Big clients of the company? The contract hasn't even been signed. How can you be called big clients?" Marvin took Gabby's hand. "Let's go, honey. Leave these guys alone." Mr. Gaelg. Angelo and the others immediately panicked. "Mr. Gaelg, wait. President Beckham, please stay." If these two left, they would be doomed. "You haven't started cooperation yet?" Clement asked in surprise. "President Beckham, is that true?" Gabby nodded reluctantly. "Then it's simple." Clement said. "Please return, both of you. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore." Marvin waved his hand, preparing to see them off. Angelo and the others were terrified, shouting desperately, "President Beckham, you can't leave us in the lurch." "President Beckham, I'm willing to increase the agency fee by 10%. Angelo blurted out hastily. "Marvin, help me solve this problem. I'll sign the contract right away." Marvin shouted loudly. Chapter 140, Go play on your own. 10%? Dermot smiled. The previous offer wasn't high at all. Adding another 10% would be negligible. "Forget it," Dermot said. "We just launched a new product. We're not short of customers. And other customers won't be as troublesome as you." "Gaelg." Angelo's face twitched. "Mr. Gaelg, I know you're dissatisfied with us. But, there's no but," Dermot interrupted him directly. "We wouldn't go to such lengths for this measly 10%. To invite trouble ourselves. Dear, right?" Marvin looked at Gabby. Gabby hesitated slightly, pondered for a moment, then nodded. 20%. Angelo pleaded, President Beckham, we came here especially for this cooperation. Dermot was impatient. Does that have anything to do with us? Other customers are the same, aren't they? Angelo was speechless. Marvin saw the hesitation on Gabby's face. Mr. Gale definitely couldn't be convinced, but President Beckham seemed open to persuasion. Angelo hurriedly said, President Beckham, A&B Group is an industry giant in our country with stores nationwide. That wasn't an exaggeration. Orlandoing over the products to A&B Group would help them expand into their national market rapidly. Gabby considered for a while and shook her head. Even if you add another 20%, it's still far from my expectations. As my husband said, there's no need to invite trouble over a little concession. President Beckham. Angelo was almost crying. Our offer is already quite high. Seeing Gabby about to leave, he quickly added, on this basis, let's add another 10%. President Beckham, what do you think? Gabby stopped. Seeing there might be hope, Angelo felt a bit relieved. President Beckham, we really came here with contract. Had been prepared long ago. If she handed it over directly, they might not sign. Dermot gave her an idea, asking her to act so that Angelo would be cornered. After Gabby left, Angelo and his team immediately fell into anxiety. Yesterday, they also had to wait. Nearly 20 hours passed. Left in this unfamiliar place, they couldn't even sleep well. Today, they finally got their savior. If they left like yesterday, it would be disastrous. Their phones and documents were confiscated. It would be hard to seek help from outside, even if they wanted to. They anxiously waited for nearly an hour, and finally, Gabby returned. She handed over a contract, saying, Manager Chui, please review it first. If there's anything unsatisfactory, Angelo glanced at it, and his face turned dark immediately. President Beckham, this is extortion, he said unhappily. The fee is too high. When they arrived, the financial magnate gave a fluctuating range. Angelo's task was to keep the agency fee within this range. Exceeding a bit was fine, but ideally, he should drive the price down as low as possible. The agency fee marked in the contract exceeded the limit given by his boss. It wasn't much over, but it wasn't insignificant either. To some extent, it could be accepted, but it certainly wasn't the best choice. At this price, there would be no problem if he signed it. But in that case, Marvin wouldn't get any benefits. Before Angelo could say anything, Dermot walked over and snatched the contract from his hand. Since Manager Chui thinks it's too high, forget it. We haven't complained about the trouble you've brought, yet you're picky, thinking we're demanding an exorbitant price? Why don't you go play on your own? Dermot pulled Gabby away as he spoke. You. Angelo trembled in fright. President Beckham, please stop. Marvin forgot again. The initiative was not on his side. Really, take it or leave it, okay? Dermot looked impatient. It's not like we can't do without you. Angelo felt so depressed he wanted to spit blood. I need some time to consider. His eyes rolled around. At this price, I can't make the decision. I need to consult with my superiors. Marvin looked up. President Beckham, may I borrow a phone? Angelo noticed. President Beckham seemed more approachable. His request seemed reasonable, and Gabby took out her phone. But the next moment, the young man guarding the door shouted loudly. No making calls outside before the matter is resolved. Clement didn't say anything, but his expression indicated tacit approval. Gabby looked at him helplessly and said, in that case, I can't do anything. Angelo almost spat blood. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Dermot asked impatiently, let's go. We wasted a Saturday on them. And helping them clean up such a mess, really bad luck? Angelo and his team exchanged glances, their faces changing constantly, showing particular awkwardness. Seeing Gabby about to be pulled away by Dermot, Angelo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. President Beckham, bring me the contract, I'll sign it. Forget it. Less benefit is less than. If these two left, it would truly be calling to heaven and earth without response. When he signed his name on the contract, Angelo's heart bled. Taking such a contract back would mean this year's bonus would vanish. As he finished the last stroke, Angelo slumped back onto the sofa, deflated. Chapter 141. Pacify the interior before dealing with the exterior. Except for the excessively high asking price, the contract drafted by Gabby had no other issues. Since Angelo signed it gritting his teeth, it indicated that the asking price did not touch upon their core interests. With the contract secured, their troubles were also easily handled, just a matter of notifying Clement. To them, it was a big problem. But for Dermot, it was nothing much. At most, they would owe Clement a favor. Although owing a favor also deepened their connection. With Jamark Susiishi as the intermediary between them, this connection was clearly positive. Detained for a whole day, Angelo and the others rushed out the door eagerly. Gabby had already arranged a car to send them back to the hotel. Before leaving, Angelo looked like he wanted to say something but held back. He seemed to want to renege, but the contract was already signed. Even if he wanted to back out, he could only suffer in silence. Stay put at the hotel, Dermot said impatiently. Beckham general manager has incurred a great debt of gratitude helping you. The few people opposite him had awkward expressions on their faces. Their thick-skinned nature meant they wouldn't feel embarrassed. Instead, they might even harbor some resentment. They had suffered quite a bit after all. Their faces were still swollen. After sending them off, the young couple returned to the club. Chairman Jamark, thank you for your trouble, Gabby said sincerely. It's a small matter, President Beckham. Don't be so polite. Clement waved his hand. Do the two of you have any plans tonight? If not, why not stay and play here a while? We appreciate your kindness, Chairman Jamark, Dermot replied with a smile. But we still have things to do today. Another time? Sure, another time. Clement was a very straightforward person. Then I won't see you off. Both sides waved goodbye. Following Dermot into the car, Gabby curiously asked, do you have something else to take care of? Dermot started the engine and answered her question. We need to go back to the Geld family residence today. Gabby was taken aback. Not the ancestral home we've been to before. Dermot explained. It's where the fatty lives. The Guild family ancestral home was typically used only during family gatherings. Ordinarily, each family lived in their own residences. Do you remember the horse ranch we visited last time? Dermot turned the steering wheel, merging into the city traffic. The fatty lives nearby. You, Gabby frowned. It's not right to always refer to Uncle Gail this way, is it? Dermot scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm just used to it. She knew a bit about the grievances and entanglements between him and the Guild family. She understood that calling him by that nickname might indeed be difficult for him. If you don't want to call him father, you can change it to Old Gaelg or something else. Gabby said, when I was angry at my dad, I didn't want to call him that either. No matter what I called him, he would smile and respond, showing no sign of displeasure. Until later, Marvin told me the truth. When he heard those names, he was deeply saddened. But due to feeling indebted to me, he didn't have the courage to correct it. When I was angry, I'd call him by his name or Mr. Beckham, and he never got upset. Marvin said that he didn't have the right to be upset. Marvin admitted that it was his incapability that made my mother and me struggle in those years. Gabby sighed. Even if I angrily called him by his name, he always smiled. Marvin once said. While he smiled then, he was very sad inside. She glanced at Dermot as she spoke. Uncle Gaelg is also a father. I imagine his feelings aren't much different. While he usually seems laid back, I've chatted with Uncle before, and he has a fine mind. Dermot remained silent. Perhaps worried that her nagging would upset him, Gabby temporarily stopped talking. Are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. Dermot smiled. I'll keep everything you said in mind and pay attention from now on. By the time they arrived at the Gaelg family mansion, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Little Rue, Carly, Valentina greeted them with surprise. You're such rare visitors. Where's Old Gaelg? Dermot asked. Old Gaelg? Valentina was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. Oh, you mean your dad? Marvin's in the study. All right, I'll go find him. Dermot glanced back. Carly, stay and chat with Annie Susie. Marvin hearing him change his tone, Gabby smiled slightly. Valentina pulled Gabby into the living room, bustling around serving tea and cutting fruit. Dermot went straight to the study and knocked on the door. His father's powerful voice came through. The door's open. Come in. When Dermot pushed the door open, Apsel was facing away from the entrance, buried in the boss chair. After entering, the boss chair finally turned around. Seeing that the visitor was Dermot, Apsel clearly seemed somewhat anxious. You little brat, you've finally come. Marvin suddenly stood up, then quickly went over to close the study door, and then turned back to press Dermot into the chair. Tell me honestly. He stared intently at Dermot. Do you have any recordings? Dermot shook his head. Phew. Apsel sucked in a breath. Your reluctance to hand it over made me guess you didn't have any. Dermot helplessly spread his hands. I can't foresee the future. How could I know Rocco would say such stupid things? Marvin admitted it straightforwardly. Apsel felt somewhat relieved inside, no longer on edge. So what now? He asked. If that snot-nosed brat surnamed Marvin refuses to admit it. It doesn't matter, said Dermot. With today's advanced technology, making a fake recording isn't difficult. Don't talk about that for now. I came to see you today mainly for this. Marvin handed over a stack of papers he was holding. What is this? Apsel glanced through a few pages, then looked surprised. Where did you get this? This stack of paper contained numerous negative reports about the Marvin group. Don't worry about where I got it from, Dermot said. Many of these negative reports can no longer be found online, but there are still some informants out there. What we need to do now is find these people and use them to launch a media attack against the Marvin family. What's the point? Apsel frowned. A media attack won't bring down the Marvin family. Dermot smiled. It's not about bringing down the Marvin family. The goal is to distract their attention. With their attention diverted, they won't be able to cover all aspects. If they're too busy with their own problems, they won't have much energy left to spy on the Gaelg family. Marvin airing his explanation, Apsel gradually understood. Use delay tactics externally, Dermot said, and send a signal that we are preparing to act against the Marvin family. Actually, Apsel's eyes narrowed slightly. We must first stabilize our internal affairs before dealing with external issues. Dermot smiled. Following our ancestors' wisdom is always right. Chapter 142. Seemingly deliberate. After listening to Dermot's plan, his father was dumbfounded. Marvin stared blankly and muttered, These things. You planned all this from the start? Dermot shook his head. I started with a rough idea. It wasn't until I encountered Rocco and clashed with him that I refined the details. Marvin needed a catalyst. If both families remained peaceful, the enemies within the family might not dare to make any moves. Amidst Valentina's laughter and scolding, they went inside. It was around 10 o'clock at night when they left the Gaelg family estate. There were few cars on the road, making for a relatively relaxed drive. How did your chat with Uncle go? Gabby turned her head and asked softly. Pretty good. Marvin kept praising you, Dermot said. Ah. Gabby froze. What on earth did this father-son duo talk about? And what about her? Seeing her bewildered expression, Dermot couldn't help but laugh. What they discussed earlier wasn't suitable to mention, so he bluffed. That guy is quite gossipy. Marvin kept asking about us. So, Gabby hesitated. Did you tell him we're actually? Dermot glanced at her. Why tell him that? Already made a fool of myself once. The second marriage is fake anyway. Marvin die of frustration if he knew. Gabby stared at him dazedly for a moment. Why did he suddenly say that? Could it be? Marvin is. While she was lost in thought, two loud revving engines came from behind. Dermot wasn't driving fast, keeping the speed within a reasonable range. But the two motorcycles approaching from behind seemed unconcerned. They revved their engines fiercely, shattering the tranquility of the night. Dermot glanced at them through the rearview mirror. In no time, the two motorcycles caught up. Both riders wore motorcycle gear and helmets. One rider moved to the passenger side, constantly turning his head to peer inside the car. Meanwhile, he continued to rev the engine loudly. Gabby frowned. The deafening noise was somewhat uncomfortable for her. On Dermot's side, another motorcycle followed. After trailing for a while, the rider suddenly tapped on the window. Dermot frowned, thinking, is this guy looking for a fight? Doesn't he fear encountering someone with a short temper? A slight turn of the steering wheel, and he's history. Adhering to the principle of minding one's own business, Dermot gently pressed the brake to slow down. As soon as he slowed down, the two motorcycles sped past. His calm response reassured Gabby. She thought the matter was settled, but the motorcycles returned shortly after. Dermot was immediately annoyed. These guys are doing this on purpose, aren't they? Once they returned, they again trailed the car, constantly revving the engines and creating piercing noise. Dermot tried stopping the car, but as soon as he slowed down, they rushed ahead. Whenever he restarted, they would return after a short while. Are these people crazy? Gabby sighed irritably. My head feels like it's going to explode. She was furious, yet helpless. She also dared not roll down the window, fearing what these people might throw inside. Bang! The rider on Dermot's side pounded the window again. As the sound rang out, Dermot abruptly swerved towards the biker. The rider outside seemed prepared and dodged sideways. Dermot was at a loss. Were these guys just idle? Or perhaps, they had a purpose in following his car so persistently. The reason of being bored didn't quite hold up. Do you fear driving fast? Dermot turned his head, smiling as he asked Gabby. Gabby was taken aback. Over these days, she had ridden in Dermot's car several times. Marvin always kept the speed within an appropriate range. Not too fast, nor slow enough to make one feel anxious. These two guys outside don't seem willing to let us go, Dermot said helplessly. We have no choice but to lose them. Gabby didn't hesitate much and nodded. Although she hadn't seen Dermot drive at high speeds before, since he mentioned it, he must be confident. At that moment, Dermot stepped on the gas pedal hard. The sedan, which had been moving slowly, suddenly accelerated. The riders on motorcycles seemed unprepared, being left behind for some distance. The two men exchanged glances through their racing helmets and then sped up to chase after them. Motorcycles had better acceleration performance, so with the throttle pushed, they quickly closed the gap with the vehicle ahead. But soon, they realized, this wasn't going to work. They just couldn't catch up, and their speed was getting faster and faster. Was the guy driving the business sedan treating it like a sports car? Inside the car, Gabby's face had lost its color. She tightly pursed her lips, not daring to make a sound. This speed was beyond what she could handle. She had never seen anyone drive a business sedan like this before. Fortunately, it was late and there were few cars on the road. Otherwise, such speed would eventually lead to an accident. At that moment, Dermot turned the steering wheel. The business sedan made a large turn on the deserted road. Due to the excessive speed, several black tire marks were left on the road. The piercing screech of tires echoed, along with white smoke rising from the intense friction. The motorcycle riders behind were stunned. It wasn't until the headlights of the oncoming car flashed that they hurriedly slowed down and moved aside, because the car ahead had turned around and charged straight at them. Chapter 143, Buddy, calm down. Dermot certainly didn't intend to kill anyone. Marvin just wanted to scare the motorcycle rider. These two weren't very composed. They fumbled about while dodging and ended up plunging into the roadside greenbelt. Fortunately, their speed had already slowed down considerably. This collision did not cause much harm. Dermot parked his car on the side of the road and got out, walking towards one of them. The guy was lying on his back on the ground, dazed and unable to get up for quite a while. Standing in front of this guy, Dermot lifted his foot and lightly kicked the helmet on his head. Gabby also hurriedly got out of the car. After kicking a couple of times and seeing no significant reaction from the guy, Dermot bent down and removed his racing helmet. This person looked very young. Marvin had dyed his hair gray and had an earring. His eyes were blank, staring vacantly forward. Dermot squatted down and slapped him twice on the face, calmly saying, "Speak, are you dead?" The blow was pretty hard. The young man who was lying on the ground became even more dizzy, but came to his senses from his daze. Why did you follow us? Dermot asked patiently. Is it because you're looking for death, or do you have another motive? Marvin clearly saw a flash of panic in the young man's eyes. Buddy, the other motorcyclist, who was not far away, shakily stood up. His condition seemed a bit better. At least he could take off his helmet and climb up on his own. We too just wanted to play a prank on you. Marvin said, Buddy, don't mind? Dermot smiled. Marvin grabbed the collar of the young man on the ground and coldly said, Play a prank, huh? Fine. I'll play a prank on you guys too. With that, he stood up holding the young man by the collar. An adult seemed to lose weight in his hands, like a lightweight doll, casually carried away. Brother, don't be impulsive. The older one with a short buzz cut stood up. Dermot noticed. This guy had some tattoos on his neck. Who's your buddy? Dermot retorted. Do we know each other? Joke? You crack jokes. Who was revving the engine next to my wife earlier? Buddy, it's all a misunderstanding. The short buzz-cut youth hurriedly laughed apologetically. Ah, it's all a misunderstanding. Dermot looked at him. Not going to admit it, huh? Marvin opened the rear door of the minivan and pressed the young man's head into the compartment. Seeing his action, the short buzz-cut youth was greatly shocked. What is he going to do? Use the van door to smash heads like in movies? Damn. Recalling scenes he'd seen in movies, the short buzz-cut youth was directly stunned. Buddy, calm down, it's our fault. Rubbish. Or is it ours? Dermot gave Gabby a glance with his eyes. Just like before. It was just to scare them a bit. Big brother, please don't. The short buzz-cut youth quickly came over. We were wrong just now. I'm apologizing to big brother and sister-in-law here. Don't come closer. Dermot said indifferently. Who are you calling brother and sister-in-law? Do I know you? The heart of the short buzz-cut youth quivered. So worried about him. Dermot looked at him and said coolly, You too close? The short buzz-cut youth stammered. Marvin's my little brother? Dermot responded with an oh, and continued. What do you two do? So late and not sleeping. riding crazily on the road, and deliberately courting death. Do you not know who I am? Marvin turned grim, his eyes flashing with fierce menace. The short buzz-cut youth was miserable. They didn't hear beforehand that this guy was actually so vicious. Not only did he drive right into them, he was also planning to use extremely cruel methods to punish his younger brother. Big brother, I really understand now. Marvin put on a bitter face. We shouldn't have followed you and sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Dermot stared intently at him, his face darkening. Are you referring to her? Marvin pointed at Gabby. Yes, yes. The short buzz-cut youth hurriedly nodded. Isn't she your wife? You too. At this point, Marvin suddenly stopped. Damn, let the cat out of the bag. Knows the relationship between me and her at first meeting? Dermot sneered. You're not being honest, huh? The young man who had been shoved into the compartment seemed to have recovered, struggling forcefully. Dermot mercilessly struck him on the back of the head. Seeing this, the short buzz-cut youth's eyelids twitched, but with his younger brother in the other party's hands, he hesitated. I don't want to waste time. Dermot raised his head and said, Tell me, who sent you? The short buzz-cut youth opened his mouth. Before he could speak, Dermot warned, best not deny. For every denial, the car door will hit the back of his head. You decide for yourself? His tone was unusually calm but chilling to the ears. Facing his icy gaze, the short buzz-cut youth shuddered. It was Boss Gaelg who sent us? Marvin had a difficult look on his face. When you left the Gaelg family, we started following. At first hearing the words Boss Gaelg, Gabby was somewhat surprised, but she quickly realized that the youth's Boss Gaelg clearly didn't refer to Apsel. More likely than not, it was one of Apsel's two younger brothers. Why follow us? Dermot asked patiently. To entertain us? The buzz-cut youth's face twitched. Boss Gaelg said. Marvin slowly explained. Try to provoke you, and don't worry about anything else. Dermot frowned. That simple? Marvin soon thought again. This doesn't seem so simple. Being provoked would lead to losing rationality. People in an unstable emotional state are prone to making mistakes easily. What happens when provoked while driving? Dermot smiled coldly. Maybe there wasn't a specific goal, but regarding harming him, the intention was clear. The purpose was to make him mess up. You guys lack brains. Dermot shook his head. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? The buzz-cut youth's face stiffened. Marvin and his brother were part of a street racing group. They were very confident in their driving skills. They believed they could handle any unexpected situation. But the situation where disagreements led directly to being hit by a car was something they hadn't anticipated, originally intending to play a trick on Dermot. But things backfired. His more skilled brother lay sprawled there like a dead dog. Brother, I've confessed everything, the buzz-cut youth said awkwardly. Can you let my brother go? Dermot pondered for a moment. Letting him go isn't impossible. Marvin glanced over. But you've delayed me so much time, to leave without paying any price? That. The buzz-cut youth looked miserable. Brother, we were also following orders. So can you follow my order? Dermot laughed. Just answer whether you're willing or not. If the answer is right, temporarily letting both of you go. How does that sound? Chapter 144 More Beef. This little incident delayed them for more than half an hour. Dermot gave the two brothers a small lesson and drove away. The two brothers, who had suffered greatly, gloomily lifted their broken motorcycle and took a long time to get home. The motorcycle was wrecked, and they had been beaten. The more the two brothers thought about it after getting home, the angrier they became. Thinking of asking me to do him a favor. The youth with a crew-cut swat. Gabby was somewhat well known in this city. A young billionaire worth billions encountering trouble would create a huge impact. In today's society, rich people are the elites, and any event involving them attracts much attention. Targeting her, even if they succeeded, it would not end well for them. Just coming up with crazy ideas. He frowned. What can you do by targeting her? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. All those messy thoughts. He coldly admonished. I see you can't control yourself. Getting beaten, being yelled at now. Aristide immediately flew into a rage. But he was still a bit afraid of his elder brother, so he closed his mouth and continued drinking silently. In his heart, he kept pondering. The two brothers drank until dawn broke and fell asleep on the sofas. Unknowingly, a noisy knocking on the door woke them up from their light slumber. Bang bang bang. Already prone to bad moods when waking up, the incessant knocking made them even angrier. Who is it? Aristide, who had been drinking all night, rubbed his bloodshot eyes and staggered over. Standing next to the door, he roared, Stop knocking the damn door. As he cursed and fumbled for the door lock, the knocking did not stop but intensified instead. Aristide became furious. Marvin yanked open the door, roaring, Who has such poor manners? His words were forcibly stopped when he saw who was outside. The person standing outside and pounding on their door was a muscular and fat man with a scarred face. That build could rival two Aristides. The man had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Marvin took a heavy drag. The cigarette looked unusually small between his thick fingers. Phew. The man blew smoke directly into Aristide's face. Kid, you seem quite impatient. Who do you think you're talking to? Aristide felt a bit timid. This strong man clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Marvin was robust like an ox, with a face full of scars, looking just like a murderer. Xiaotian, who is it? Abdur also walked over. You are? Marvin was equally surprised seeing the big man. You two, are the Ailbert, Abdur and Aristide? The muscular man casually puffed on his cigarette. While exhaling smoke, he added, Mr. Gaelg sent me here to supervise you. The Ailbert exchanged glances. Mr. Gaelg? Brother, could you mean? Who else? The muscular man glared. Your guts aren't small, daring to cause trouble for Mr. Gaelg. As he spoke, he strode straight into the house. His bulky frame moving forward was like a small mountain, pushing towards the two of them. Abdur and Aristide quickly moved back, not daring to stop him. Brother. Last night was all a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, do I not know? The man sneered. Mr. Gale already told me everything. Marvin glanced around the living room, seeing the scattered beer bottles and unfinished barbecue on the ground. A hint of mockery appeared on his lips. The two brothers exchanged another glance, both feeling flustered. By the way, I'm Esau. The muscular man boomed. Mr. Gale instructed me to follow you two starting today. Until you finish his task. Be big brother. Abdur stuttered. We will do what Mr. Gale asked. No need for you to supervise us. Why so many words? Esau glared. Shall I call Mr. Gale right now? The brothers swallowed their saliva. Esau was also an unemployed loafer. Marvin had managed to avoid trouble up until now purely because of his bulky and strong physique. Last time, he got a severe lesson and turned himself in after crashing into Dermot with his car. Recently, he had just been released. Naturally, this guy didn't get any favors from Dermot. However, his exaggerated muscles were good at intimidating others. Dermot specifically instructed him to make a strong impression from the start and to intimidate the Aelbert. Esau, being clever, not only followed instructions but exceeded them. I'm thirsty. Marvin strolled over to the sofa arrogantly and sat down heavily, with a wave of his hand. Chapter 145, Good, Full of Spirit. Around 10 in the morning, Dermot received a call from Esau. The Aelbert had been thoroughly intimidated by this guy and did not dare to complain even half a word. Dermot smiled. It takes one evil person to deal with another. The Aelbert, two-faced behavior could not escape his notice, so he unhesitatingly dispatched Esau, who had recently made some kind of deal with him. Esau was an unemployed loafer. His life goals were merely making money and living extravagantly. That night's lesson from Dermot taught Esau a valuable lesson. Some people were just not worth provoking. To be found at his doorstep within 2 hours based on a license plate? Why provoke such a person? Marvin couldn't fight back, and his home address had been figured out. Esau thought it through and decided to just follow him. Whoever asked him to do things, it was all the same. If Dermot was willing to provide financial support, listening to him wasn't a problem either. After giving this guy some instructions, Dermot hung up the phone. What he wanted the Aelbert to do wasn't anything significant, just some minor arrangements that would play an important role in his upcoming plan. Putting his phone back in his pocket, he pushed open the door in front of him. Laney stood up immediately. President Gale, you're here. I've already arranged the meeting with Finn. Finn, a top director in the country, once directed the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Although his reputation has declined in recent years, he is still a well-known big director both domestically and internationally. His aesthetic style and professional standards are not something ordinary directors can match. Finn arrived in Jinghai quietly these past couple of days and met with some local big capitalists. Perhaps there's a new script? Dermot wanted to bring Vivian along to give it a try. The meeting with Finn was set for dusk, and the location, quite conveniently, was on the 7th floor of Jinghai Guomao Hotel. The day passed as usual. At around 5 in the afternoon, he set off with little Jamark. Brother Rue, is there anything you want to instruct me? Vivian turned her head and asked. Dermot glanced at her, puzzled, and said, No? Vivian hesitated for a moment and softly asked, Aren't you worried I'll get into trouble again? She had such concerns. Dermot laughed and shook his head. No need, just be yourself. Whatever happens, I'll take care of it. Oh. Vivian lowered her head for a moment, then lifted her face quickly to glance at him. Marvin was so good. They arrived early at Jinghai Guomao. Because it was a relatively private gathering, they didn't need to dress up too formally, so they wore very casual clothes. Dermot dressed relatively casually. Vivian still dressed according to her own taste, wearing a short skirt with a dark theme. The girl was still quite slim. Under the hem of her skirt, a pair of comic-style legs, white. Marvin was only joking. This child didn't care much about things outside herself, and external factors rarely affected her. Dermot guessed correctly. Vivian shook her head and said coolly, If I make it to the final with her, she will definitely lose. Dermot laughed. Marvin couldn't resist raising his hand to ruffle her little head. Good, full of spirit. As his palm landed on her head, Vivian instinctively wanted to dodge, but ultimately didn't move. She accepted this intimate gesture. On the other side, Amy, who had entered the hotel with a large group of people, stopped beside the two. She turned her head, looking very proud. Little sister, are you here for the gathering too? Amy's voice was different from her appearance. Marvin's appearance was pure and seductive, but her voice was deep and authoritative. For some of her loyal fans, this contrast was also one of her cuteness points. Vivian glanced back. Their gazes met in the air. Amy's eyes carried obvious hostility, but Vivian remained indifferent as she met her gaze. This child had an air of disregard for everything, revealing a rebellious streak that defied conventions. In response to Amy's question, Vivian merely, ed and didn't say anything more. That's just her character. Those familiar with her wouldn't find it improper, but those less acquainted with her, cooperation? That sounded like wishful thinking. Chapter 146, No wonder. In Amy's eyes, Dermot was very hypocritical. Clearly looking down on influencers like her, he would still occasionally find excuses to collaborate with her for a share of the limelight. More fans meant more traffic. In the past, some companies had specifically sought her out to promote their films. They were always thrown aside after being used, making Amy despise people from the entertainment industry. Marvin's internal monologue was complicated, but Dermot wasn't a mind reader and couldn't guess her thoughts. Dot is also here for the party, he said, looking into her eyes. Amy nodded. She had pulled strings everywhere to get an invitation to the gathering. I've heard Finn has a new movie to start shooting, she said slowly. I came by to see if I could snag a role. She glanced at Vivian. A rare opportunity. There was determination on Amy's pretty face. I'm determined to succeed. Little sister, I apologize in advance. She gave Vivian a small smile, which exuded supreme confidence. One had to admit, Marvin's competitive awareness was strong. The crowd nearby sensed the tension. Everyone looked at Vivian, waiting for her response. For what? Vivian replied oddly. There are more than one roles in a movie. She left her words hanging. The other half was, if you can't get the lead role, there are secondary ones too. Vivian spoke slowly. Before she could finish her next sentence, a commotion from outside the hotel interrupted. Damn! Jason! With his ruined reputation, he still dares to show up? Everyone stared in disbelief. They looked toward the entrance. Then they turned to glance at Dermot. After all, Jason's antics directly harmed Dermot. Why is he here? Dermot was also surprised. Isn't he busy with the contract termination? Jason didn't look well. Marvin walked into the hotel alongside a middle-aged man. All eyes on him, and the whispers made him look terrible. Dermot recognized the middle-aged man beside Jason. Marvin had caused a scene at this man's banquet not long ago. Dermot had conducted a basic investigation into this wealthy businessman named Weston. Weston was a powerhouse figure. Based in Shanghai, he aimed to expand his family's business empire. Additionally, Dermot uncovered some interesting information about him. His gaze flickered between Jason and Weston, and Dermot's smile grew more playful. Soon, Jason spotted the person he currently hated most. That handsome face immediately turned ashen. At the same moment, Weston glanced over and approached with a smile. What a coincidence, he said with a smile, stopping in front of Dermot. Coincidence? Dermot replied with a faint smile. Mr. Leaf must be here for that matter, too? Weston nodded with a smile. Finn and I have some acquaintance. Marvin mentioned having a new film to shoot. If it's a film, a male lead will certainly be needed. Xiao currently belongs to Li He, but the process of terminating the contract is ongoing. Marvin will be free before long. I appreciate young Master Geld for letting him go. Xiao has long wanted to leave Li He, but he has been held back. Is that so? Dermot looked at Jason and smiled. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. On the opposite side, Jason was fuming. Why the hell would it be surprising? The onlookers were stunned by Weston's words. Did he imply Jason wanted to leave, but Li He refused? Li He had treated Jason well, visible to everyone. Even when his reputation was at its lowest, Li He never thought of giving up. Weston intentionally pointed out Jason's disadvantaged position, suggesting ulterior motives. The crowd frowned at Dermot. Surely he wouldn't fall for the obvious trap? Dermot remained calm and smiling. No wonder he seemed distracted during that program. Marvin had plans to leave already? The company's efforts were misplaced. A touch of mockery graced his features. His words enraged Jason. To bring up that program again? It was from then on that his misfortune began. Many present silently nodded at Dermot's response. Marvin indeed noticed, and even took the opportunity to saddle Jason with a huge burden. Not just Jason. Weston's expression changed as well. Dermot had given the impression of being an uncouth thug. Weston dug a pit with his words, and planned to trap Dermot further. But Marvin didn't get the chance. Weston had to reassess Dermot. His understanding of Dermot partly came from private investigations, but was mostly derived from Jason's descriptions. In Jason's words, Dermot was a low-taste, uncultured waste of space. This directly led to Weston instinctively looking down on Dermot. But after truly engaging with him, he found that this guy wasn't as simple as Jason described. Sometimes, stereotypes can be misleading. Dermot's reply left him speechless. Jason's disastrous performance in front of the camera was plain for all to see. Accusing him of not being professional was easy, and there was no way to reason against it. Weston felt a bit depressed. Marvin had wanted to dig a hole for Dermot. Little did he know that the other party didn't fear at all. Not only did Dermot not jump into the pit, but he also pushed Weston down instead. Since you're here, don't just stand around. Dermot smiled. Blocking the entrance could affect the hotel's business. Having said that, he and Vivian turned their heads towards the elevator. They were lightly equipped, unlike Weston, Jason, and even the big influencer Amy, who made quite an elaborate scene. After taking the elevator to the 7th floor, Dermot took out his phone and opened the electronic invitation for this gathering. Marvin showed it at the door and went in. When Finn arrived in the city, he directly stayed at Jinghai International Trade Hotel. The old man should still be resting in his room, so only a few guests had come to the hall where the gathering was held. Marvin caught sight of a few acquaintances. Since their acquaintance was shallow, Dermot gave them a light nod and ignored them. Instead, they came up to him with smiles and greeted, Mr. Gaelg, good to meet you. Dermot was a bit puzzled. When did he gain so much respect? Unable to figure it out, he patiently dealt with the people who approached him. Once he dismissed everyone, Dermot noticed the little girl sitting next to him was fidgeting. What's wrong? Marvin turned his head curiously and asked, not feeling well? Why are you wriggling? Vivian's small face turned slightly red. I'm hungry. Celebrities sometimes have to appear on screen, so their food intake is very selective. She barely ate lunch, and now it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. This gathering was buffet style, allowing guests to choose according to their needs. At a nearby table, dishes full of delicious food were piled up. Hungry, the child was somewhat restless. Dermot smiled. Indeed, she was still a child at heart. You sit here. I'll go get you something. Marvin stood up and walked towards the dining table. Finn hadn't arrived yet. Even if the guests were hungry, it wasn't proper to start eating. But no matter what, children shouldn't suffer. Chapter 147. I'm not senile. Under the gaze of a multitude of strange eyes, Dermot calmly finished getting his meal. Marvin had just asked a nearby server, who informed him that he was welcome to help himself if he was hungry. Since that was the case, there was no need to feel embarrassed. But only Dermot would have acted this way. Dermot brought back high-calorie and flavorful dishes, which made Vivian somewhat hesitant. Marvin's agent had told her that she needed to control her diet if she wanted to maintain her figure. Don't listen to her. Dermot waved his hand and said, being full is better than anything else. At the end, he added, worst case, you can run a few laps when you get back. Exercise also helps burn fat. Vivian felt faint. She hated exercise the most. Seeing the young girl hesitating to start eating, Dermot thought she might be too shy to eat alone. So he went back and got another serving for her. Many people in the banquet hall looked at him disdainfully. This gathering was initiated by Finn. How could he possibly help himself before everyone else arrived? Among the many contemptuous gazes, Jason's was the most intense. Marvin stood with Weston, but kept his attention on Dermot most of the time. While Dermot was enjoying his meal heartily, Jason cursed him in every way he could think of. Marvin had hoped that Finn would arrive promptly, reprimand this rude beggar, and kick him out. But even after the two nearby people were done eating and drinking, Finn still hadn't shown up. Time quickly reached the scheduled start time of the gathering, 7 p.m. The people eagerly waiting didn't see Finn. Instead, they received his assistant first. Sorry everyone. The assistant apologized. Finn noticed a flaw while reviewing the script. Marvin's a perfectionist. Upon discovering an issue with the script, he immediately started working on fixing it. Marvin airing the assistant's explanation, everyone was stunned. Finn is truly strict. Weston, who has a good relationship with Finn, smiled and tried to smooth things over. Seeing him say this, everyone hurriedly echoed in agreement. Facing them, the assistant wore an apologetic expression. I am really sorry everyone. Are you all hungry? Have some food first. Finn will be done soon. Well? Everyone could only respond with a bitter smile. Maybe we should wait for Finn. At the gathering, many were close friends with Finn. They all knew that this renowned director scrutinized scripts almost obsessively. Such a situation occurring suddenly was inevitable. After explaining, the assistant rushed back, not forgetting to pack a meal to take along. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just scoffed at Dermot. Now, they felt a bit hypocritical. Thinking that Finn might come in a moment, they decided to endure their hunger for now. This endurance lasted until 9 p.m. At 9:15 p.m., Finn finally arrived fashionably late. During this period, some faces fell. More people, including Jason, were sipping water one cup after another to alleviate their hunger. If anyone could hear these people's thoughts, Dermot would undoubtedly curse them under his breath. Put your phone away. Marvin turned to look at Vivian. Go with me to greet him. Finn had already arrived. This internationally renowned Grandmaster director was over 70 years old. Some people at this age are frail and feeble, but the elderly artist before them exuded a tall and robust presence, looking exceptionally tough. Finn's name sounds very artistic. It's Talon. In person, he's a typical northern Chinese man, tall and sturdy. Marvin sported shoulder-length hair, which he casually pulled back behind his ears. His slightly chubby round face was covered in a full beard. Standing there, he naturally exuded a rugged demeanor. Thank you all for waiting. Talon smiled and greeted everyone with clasped hands. Everyone hurriedly responded. It's all right. Talon is a milestone figure in China's film history, holding extremely high status. Both domestically and internationally, he enjoys high prestige and influence. Whether in art films or blockbuster commercial works, Talon has delivered perfect results. Marvin has long won countless awards at home and abroad. Yet, his desire for creation never wavers. This is a respectable senior in the industry, worthy of respect and with ample qualifications to earn it. The only drawback, perhaps his temper isn't great. Talon is known as the tyrant of the set. Every actor and crew member under him has been scolded by him. Not only does he have high standards for others, but he also holds himself to extremely strict self-discipline. Such a predecessor, Dermot respects deeply. Marvin and Vivian moved closer. At this moment, almost everyone surrounded Finn. Finn, hello? Jason temporarily put aside his discomfort and reached out his hand excitedly. I had a cameo role in one of your movies before, he said. I remember. Talon looked at him with a gentle smile. You were just starting out back then. On set, he is very strict. But in life, Talon is easygoing. You remember? Jason was incredibly excited. Finn, I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Talon chuckled. In the following years, you became quite popular. How could I not remember? I'm not senile yet. At that moment, Jason was thoroughly embarrassed. This compliment went awry. However, Talon did not mind the ambiguity in his words and smiled. I always wanted to collaborate on a movie with you, but unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable script. Weston, who introduced them, suddenly joined the conversation. It's never too late to collaborate now. Talon nodded with a smile. True. Marvin airing his response, Jason immediately became even more excited. Before coming here, he was worried. His reputation had plummeted in recent times, hitting rock bottom. Despite this, Finn still found him worthy? But Weston reassured him not to worry. Talon doesn't pay much attention to gossip within the industry. He values actors' professional skills more. If the image and ability are suitable, no matter how bad the reputation, he would dare to use them boldly. Jason barely qualifies as one of the top mid-career male actors, so his professional level is definitely no problem. It all depends on whether there's a suitable role. Everyone present heard their conversation and could no longer contain themselves. Why had they waited for hours here? Although Talon's reputation has been slipping in recent years, his commercial success remains impeccable. Investing in his films is a surefire way to profit. Those who came tonight included not only some investors, but also many big bosses from the entertainment industry. They held a large number of artist resources. They also were excited. This renowned director, who had been around for so long, actually knew about her. Marvin, her voice trembled from overexcitement. Finn, you watched my videos? Talon laughed. Good camera presence, and you've put effort into color and composition. Amy was taken aback. All these were done by the team. She just filmed according to requirements without delving deep into the background. If only I had studied more beforehand. Amy sighed, feeling regretful. If she could continue talking on this topic with Finn, she might gain some impression points in front of this senior. Seeing the changes in her expression, Talon guessed her thoughts. Marvin smiled slightly, glanced around. Anyone else want to introduce themselves? Have we all met? Oh, I need to eat something to fill my stomach. Marvin laughed. Done, all done. Jason hurriedly said, Finn, you should take care of your health. Talon laughed. Thank you for your concern. Though I'm old, my health is still good. Jason's face stiffened. She wished she could slap herself. Shut up, just shut up. As Finn went to eat, everyone quickly cleared a path for him. But when they escorted this big director to the dining table, everyone was stunned. Tonight was a buffet-style event. Various delicacies were cooked and served between 5 and 6 in the afternoon. If the gathering had started on time, it would have been perfect. But due to the script modification, the event was delayed. It has now been 2 or 3 hours since, and many couldn't help but try some of the food. Currently, only leftovers remained on the table. Talon, being a man who didn't mind trivialities, simply reached for a plate. Since it was a self-service system, these dishes looked mediocre but were still clean. Finn, Weston hurriedly suggested, should we let the kitchen prepare another meal? No need to trouble them. Talon waved his hand, smiling and asked, you all ate, right? Weston and Jason beside him felt awkward. They both belonged to those who couldn't bring themselves to come over and fetch food, maintaining their dignity. Weston proposed mainly to solve his own dinner. Just then, a young man walked over with steaming hot fried rice and a few dishes. Everyone was stunned. Finn, knowing you were hungry after modifying the script, Dermot smiled and handed over the plate. While they were surrounding you talking, I specially asked the kitchen to cook a few dishes for you. Jason was shocked. Damn, this bastard. Talon was surprised. You are? The waiter here. Dermot joked with a smile. Okay, just kidding. Marvin straightened his expression and introduced himself. Then he called Vivian over and let the child introduce herself as well. Finn, enjoy it while it's hot. Dermot smiled. More energy with added calories, right? Talon paused for a moment. Then he raised a hearty smile. Thank you, little brother. Thoughtful of you. Everyone around gaped in shock. While everyone was trying hard to talk to Finn, this guy directly pulled off a surprise move. Regret coursed through everyone. Why didn't they think of this sooner? Damn. When Talon's assistant left, he took some food with him. So at that moment, no one thought in this direction. Thinking back now, could there be a possibility? The assistant took the food. For himself? Damn. Absolutely damn. Jason was livid. Did you two eat yet? Talon smiled. Why don't we all eat together? Dermot waved his hand and smiled. Before your assistant came to inform us, I was worried the child would be hungry, so I ate first. Talon nodded with a smile, looking at Vivian. She's an artist from your company? Not even 20 years old? Marvin sized up Vivian, nodding continuously. Great image. Very, very good. With a wave of his hand, he said, come, join me. In the stunned gazes of everyone around, he pulled Dermot and Vivian to sit at an empty table nearby. This was what they called rising from behind. This damned boy. He really was cunning. Talon ate with great gusto, clearly very hungry. As he ate, he didn't forget to ask Vivian, little girl, have you ever acted before? Vivian glanced at Dermot, then turned and honestly answered, no, just participated in a few variety shows. Just walked over, burst into laughter. Chapter 149, none other than you. Is it really that simple, and she can't even do it? Jason sneered incessantly. Little girl, finally unable to keep up the pretense in important situations. Marvin admitted that the kid had some skills. But, because of her association with Dermot, Jason couldn't help but dislike her as well. In Jason's view, this was just a talented child far from becoming a true acting master. Can't you even do this? Talon furrowed his brow. Because I haven't seen what real grassroots are like. Vivian replied, I can still act it out, but the demeanor might not be accurate. Oh. Talon's frown instantly smoothed out. So that was the case. Marvin was famously demanding. And wasn't Vivian also showing high standards for herself right now? This child comes from a privileged background, Dermot explained with a smile. She probably hasn't experienced much hardship. The Jamard family is also an elite clan. Marvin, her upbringing environment shaped her demeanor. Vivian could easily get material satisfaction, and she also enjoyed rich spiritual growth. Under the wings of her elders, she hadn't endured hardships or faced setbacks. She didn't even know what hardships were. Perhaps she could perfectly portray a grassroots role through learning. But the complex aura of grassroots isn't something someone born with a silver spoon can grasp. Jason, watching coldly from the side, suddenly said, little sister, you have a lot to learn. Watch closely. Marvin lowered his head to prepare, then began performing. Talon was slightly shocked. How did he start acting at the drop of a hat? Jason did indeed have skills. A slight change in his body language made him feel different. 1 second ago, he looked handsome and cool. Now, he appeared visibly nervous and cautious. It was as if he didn't know where to put his hands, gently and cautiously rubbing them on his clothes. An introverted, insecure yet trying to look composed character vividly appeared before their eyes. Although Talon thought it was awkward to start performing so abruptly, he couldn't help but clap. The performance was spot on. But there was still something missing. It looked alike, but lacked the spirit. This validated what Vivian had said earlier. Since she hadn't seen what real grassroots were like, she couldn't truly replicate the essence. Finn's applause delighted Jason. Marvin stopped acting and teasingly looked at Vivian. Little Jamard, did you get it? Talon. Not that the performance was bad, but it didn't meet the requirements either. Vivian frowned at him, feeling speechless. Because of Dermot, she didn't like this senior. Jason. No? Jason glanced sideways, teasingly. Shall I teach you wonder? Unable to retaliate when insulted, he felt like dying. Dermot stopped further commentary, turning to Finn. Finn, the reason I'm here today is mainly to bring her to meet seniors in the industry. This child has some talent in acting, I thought. Dermot smiled. To find a senior in the circle to guide her. Vivian was still an unpolished gem. Even so, she displayed remarkable talent. Having spent decades in the industry, Talon's keen eye was undeniable. Vivian's talent was evident. Could such a big director passionate about discovering new talents remain unmoved? The answer was obvious. Talon stared intently at Vivian for a moment and said, forget the rest, try acting as I mentioned earlier. Dermot nodded at the young girl. Vivian took a breath, then looked at Talon with a timid expression. Grandpa? Talon nearly spit out water. This child. How could she start by stabbing his heart? The class needs to pay for textbooks. She twisted her fingers anxiously. The teacher said, if we don't pay. Talon was directly stunned, looking at Dermot with disbelief. Marvin just realized. This child didn't even build up much emotion and went straight into the role in 1 second. She portrayed a poor but heart-rendingly considerate child so vividly. Despite the slight inconsistency caused by her clothing, every gesture and demeanor were spot on. It seemed Chapter 150. Now even better. Dermot noticed this. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze upon him, Weston blinked rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, all traces of emotion were gone from them. Dermot squinted at him, a sneer curling the corner of his mouth. This Mr. Leaf appeared upright on the surface, but considering his relationship with Jason, it wasn't surprising that he had some peculiar tastes. Dermot didn't care about that, but this Mr. Leaf better not reach out his hands. Otherwise, Dermot wouldn't mind chopping them off. After staring at Weston for a while, he turned away. Talon was enthusiastically asking Vivian questions. There was evident fondness in his eyes for the child, but the affection he displayed was clearly one of an elder and admiration for her talent, without any other intentions. Little Gaelg, give me your contact information. Talon looked excitedly at Dermot. I'll send you the script later. Kid, read through the script when you get back. If you have any thoughts, just tell me. Coincidentally, the new film Talon was preparing to direct was a youth-themed movie focusing on teenage issues. Vivian was not only the perfect age. Marvin's acting skills also far exceeded Talon's expectations. Marvin immediately decided that if nothing went wrong, this newcomer would be cast in his new film. The onlookers became anxious all of a sudden. Wait, is it really that casual? They hurriedly gathered around, shouting in chorus, Finn, shouldn't you think it over? A newly emerged little girl, directly securing a significant role in Finn's new film? Of course I'll think it over. Talon, elated by the good news, smiled brightly. Isn't it still the audition phase? Maybe there will be more suitable candidates. Who knows? Marvin chuckled as he said this to everyone. These words basically calmed everyone's minds. His preferred choice was basically set. Amy looked at Finn and the little girl she couldn't stand, completely astonished. She came here full of confidence. Yet, before she even got a chance to showcase her talents, she had already lost the battle against the little girl. Amy couldn't accept this, falling into disbelief. Talon spoke diplomatically, stabilizing the minds of many potential collaborators. Tonight's gathering started in anticipation and ended amidst clamor. Jason, his face overshadowed with gloom, followed his benefactor Weston out of the hotel. Just as they reached the door, he received a call. Seeing the caller's name, his expression darkened further. Is it that Ms. N? Weston noticed, and turned to ask indifferently. Why aren't you answering? Jason didn't want to answer, mainly because he didn't know how to deal with it after picking up. Allison's attitude towards him had changed. Marvin, her mother, had been trapped due to Jason's actions. Every time she called now, it was always to blame him. There's nothing good to talk about with her. Jason hung up directly. I don't like her anyway. Trying to win her back is merely for her popularity. Oh. Weston glanced sideways at him, a mocking smile curving his lips. Jason reluctantly responded. His demeanor obviously contradicted his words. How could he not like someone as young and beautiful as Allison who listened to him obediently? It was just that he didn't like her enough to invest too much in her. Jason put away his phone, preparing to leave. At that moment, Dermot happened to walk by him. Marvin didn't say anything, but Vivian, who was beside him, glared at Jason indignantly. You're so shameless. To destroy Brother Rue's family just to piggyback on his fame. Shut up. Jason couldn't stand being publicly criticized by a yellow-haired girl. Am I wrong? Vivian showed no fear. You shameless little man. Jason was boiling with anger. Marvin really wanted to scare this girl with a physical action, but remembering that the bastard Gaelg stood nearby, he had to swallow his anger. Dermot wouldn't hesitate to attack, and Jason didn't want to stoop to violence. Forget it, Dermot said indifferently, pulling the little girl who was still trying to argue away. Whatever Jason's motive, it didn't matter anymore. In fact, he almost felt grateful to Jason, since it was because of him that he finally let go of his obsession. Dermot thought his current life was better. His wife now cared for him a lot, even waiting for him late into the night when he came home. Being with her made him feel happy. The only drawback was that this impossibly beautiful marriage was merely a contract. Dermot sighed. Vivian, who was fastening her seatbelt, turned her head and said, Brother Rue, don't be sad. Marvin, her clumsy consolation made Dermot chuckle. Oh, I didn't sigh because of Jason. Marvin wanted to explain but didn't know where to start. Finally, Marvin gave up. Forget it, I'll tell you later. Marvin started the car while saying, it's getting late. I'll take you home. Okay. Vivian nodded obediently, gazing at the splendid city night view outside the window. She currently lived with her agent. Dermot drove her all the way to her door before heading back downstairs. Returning to his car, he contacted Clement and recounted everything he had witnessed earlier. Mr. Leaf's gaze towards the little girl was very dangerous. For her safety, it was necessary to alert Clement to be vigilant. All right. Clement's voice carried a chill. So it's Weston. Got it. They chatted for a while over the phone before parting ways. When Dermot drove back to the villa, Gabby was indeed waiting as he had expected. As if it had become a habit, she took on the role of a wife, standing up to greet him as he entered the door and fetched slippers for him. Though this wasn't the first time, it still touched Dermot's heart. How did things go? Gabby put down the slippers and brushed the hair from her cheek. The living room lights were warm in tone. A faint glow illuminated her flawless face. Since she had just taken a shower, she wore no makeup. But even so, there wasn't a single flaw visible on her face. Dermot couldn't help but stare, making Gabby blush. Why are you always looking at me? She asked shyly in a soft voice. Because you're beautiful. Impulsively, Dermot spoke his heart directly. Not really. Gabby avoided eye contact and hurried away. There's silver ear soup in the fridge. Let me get it. No, I'll do it. Dermot followed her closely and stood right behind her. Opening the double-door refrigerator, she instinctively stepped back one step. Marvin, her soft body pressed directly into Dermot's arms. Chapter 151. You're in trouble. Gabby's heart rate instantly accelerated. Due to a psychological issue, she would experience an uncontrollable increase in heart rate when a member of the opposite sex came too close to her. But now, the situation was clearly different. Previous reactions stemmed from fear. Now this accelerated heartbeat was rather subtle. Although this wasn't the first time she had been in close contact with the man behind her, she still felt inevitably nervous and slightly excited. Gabby had read a book a couple of days ago. It wrote, the stimulating effects of nervousness and excitement are transmitted by peripheral sensory nerves to the brain's cardiac acceleration center. Through the cardiac acceleration center, it triggers sympathetic nerve excitement, increased secretion of adrenaline, noradrenaline catecholamines, etc., leading to an accelerated heartbeat. That book was about relationships between the sexes. Lately, she could distinctly feel changes within herself. She was very curious about such changes. She had never experienced anything similar before. She wanted to understand where these changes originated from. Thus, she went online to look up information and placed an order for recommended books. Through intensive learning, she gradually became aware. She originally thought her fondness for Dermot came from his multiple instances of standing up for her. This feeling was gratitude. It wasn't until finishing the book that she realized what she felt towards him might indeed be falling in love. Just like that famous line from a comedy movie, you're in trouble, you've fallen in love. Gabby reviewed the past half-month. Marvin, her various changes seemed traceable. At the beginning, she did not often have the man on her mind, because he was merely a contractual husband hired to deal with the Beckham family. Once the goal was achieved, they would go their separate ways, possibly having no further intersection thereafter. All developments afterward were out of Gabby's expectations. Marvin stood up for her when others insulted her and reached out to help when she faced setbacks. Time and again, he stepped forward. The broad and upright silhouette of the man acted like a wall, shielding all storms for her, and it made her develop a hint of reliance on him. So when she was in his embrace, she felt nothing but warmth and reassurance. Even watching her most terrifying horror films wouldn't seem as scary when he was around. While Gabby was lost in thought, Dermot had already taken the silver ear fungus soup out of the refrigerator. Of course, he couldn't guess how many thoughts Gabby conjured up in such a short period. After calling her several times, she finally snapped back to reality. Why stand there dazing? Dermot asked, looking puzzled. There's no way I can finish all this alone? As the two sat down to drink the silver ear fungus soup, Dermot recounted everything at the gathering as if giving a report. Under warm lighting, they exchanged words eagerly despite the dull content. This night turned out to be ordinary yet subtly different compared to usual. The next morning, on his way back to the company, Dermot received a call from his younger sister, Leanne. Did Annie return from abroad? Dermot was somewhat excited, landing at around 2 in the afternoon. On the day Bridget disappeared, the last person she met was Leanne. However, Ruth's memory had some gaps, indicating that something special happened that day. Leanne didn't remember anything from that day. Perhaps her mother knew, at least, what happened to her daughter on that day. Marvin arranged to meet Leanne for lunch, have a meal together, then go to the airport to pick someone up. Due to this matter, Dermot couldn't settle down in the morning. Leanne's mother was named Marianne. She and Bridget were close friends. Would she know something he didn't? Dermot felt uneasy inside, worried that Marianne might also know nothing about that day. Or even more worrisome, even if he found out something, it might still lead nowhere. The investigation in the ancient town and Allison's relay seemed to have advanced his efforts greatly. But on closer reflection, progress had actually been quite minimal. Rome Susiexi asked out of concern due to his constant size. What's wrong, Brother Rue? Is there something bothering you? Dermot laughed. No. He shook his head, temporarily clearing his mind to focus on business. Have you seen Finn's script? I have. Vivian nodded. It's pretty good, but I don't quite understand some parts. If you don't understand, just ask Finn. Dermot said. Make sure you thoroughly understand the script and the character. Dermot also read the script sent by Talon. It was quite good. Talon had a decent chance at awards even if he only performed normally. Of course, whether the film won awards was not important to Dermot. What mattered was whether Vivian could shine in her screen debut. As noon approached, the young girl's agent, Charmaine, walked over with a pleased expression. Mr. Gaelg, good news? The fact that Finn organized a gathering in Jinghai was not a secret. Among last night's many guests, some were from the media industry. They posted about last night's event online, which sparked heated discussions among netizens. Hashtag Finn shows favor toward Vivian. Similar trending topics hung on the website all morning. Finn hasn't responded to this, Charmaine said excitedly. Everyone is guessing. The old man's silence means approval. That's Finn. Her voice trembled. Marvin showed favor toward our little she. Talon looked favorably upon Vivian. These simple words contained a lot of important information. Some capital-sensitive investors quickly reached out to Leahy Entertainment. Vivian's potential was evident. Now she was about to get the lift from a big director like Ernest. Marvin, her future seemed boundless. Several investors, while she was still growing, specially contacted Leahy hoping to sign commercial contracts with her. In just one morning, they received more than 10 calls. Accept a few commercials appropriately, Dermot said, but make sure to investigate their background thoroughly. Charmaine, of course, understood this point. Dermot glanced at the time. You pick a few. Once you decide, send them to me for review. Okay. I have an appointment at noon. Dermot stood up and instructed. Call me if anything comes up. Charmaine nodded hurriedly. Initially, she thought Dermot was inexperienced. After having detailed conversations with him, her view changed. And now, since this guy could even secure a role from Finn, what else could be said? Charmaine was completely convinced. Dermot, of course, didn't know what was on her mind. Marvin took the elevator straight down to the parking lot and drove swiftly to the restaurant where he had agreed to meet Leanne. To his surprise, apart from Ruth, there was another girl wearing a mask. Dermot, brother, you're here? Leanne smiled and took hold of Dermot's hand. Una, This is my brother. You. Una felt a mixture of emotions when she saw Dermot. Chapter 152. What I admire so much. Dermot could never have imagined. His sister Leanne's best friend turned out to be the famous internet celebrity he had met last night. Amy, is she the one who had a birthday recently? Dermot turned his head and asked. Yes. Leanne laughed, her big eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She also reminded me to thank you. Amy felt rather embarrassed. The hostility she showed last night was quite obvious. Now she found out that the person who managed to get them the private booking at Suzian's Hong restaurant was Dermot, little sister Ruth. Dermot joked, your bestie is a top internet celebrity with a successful career. What do you do every day? Just loafing around all the time? Marvin asked. Tisk, you're the one loafing around. Leanne rolled her eyes at him. I'm starting a company. She and Amy co-founded an online celebrity media company. Really? Dermot was somewhat shocked, staring blankly at her. Amazing, little sister. Marvin had received Amy's business card before. Her title on the card was CEO. Now the card he got from Leanne bore the title of executive director. The company isn't very big yet, but everything is falling into place, Leanne said with a hint of pride. Looking at the business card in his hand, Dermot felt slightly nostalgic. That little girl who used to follow behind him calling brother had grown up, and she had just graduated from university, already starting a company with her friend. Remarkable. Dermot said sincerely. Oh well. Leanne replied with a smile. Of course, I can't compare to your Carly. How far have you two progressed? Or are you still like strangers? Carly is wonderful. She has a great personality, is beautiful and has such a good figure. I really envy her figure. Almost spat out the drink he had just sipped. What a huge leap. This girl really dared to speak. Not knowing how to respond, he ignored her, causing the meal to not be peaceful. After finishing the meal, it was about time. Dermot drove them together to the airport. After waiting for about an hour at the terminal, Leanne, who had been looking around, saw the figures of her parents. Excited, she rushed over to greet them. Dermot and Amy followed closely behind. This girl's father, Ferguson, was a refined and elegant middle-aged man. The couple looked tired on their faces. Seeing Leanne coming towards them, both wore smiles. After embracing each other, Ferguson and Marianne simultaneously turned their heads to look at Dermot. Leanne might have mentioned him before. The couple recognized him immediately and smiled. You must be Sharaway? You've grown so much? Dermot clearly remembered the appearance of this couple. More than 10 years had passed, and only a few fine wrinkles had appeared on their faces. Uncle Joe, Mildred. Dermot greeted them with a smile, and took the large suitcase from Marianne. Time flies. Ferguson sighed. Sharaway, how have you been these past years? Not long ago your old Gaelg mentioned to me to give Ruth to you. He chuckled. Did you two not hit it off? Dad, Leanne shouted. Can we not talk about this? Besides, brother Dermot already has a wife. Ah. Ferguson and Marianne were stunned. My new sister-in-law is very beautiful. Leanne said, she looks like a movie star. Oh, no. More beautiful than movie stars. Really? The couple looked at Dermot. Old Gaelg said you just got divorced. How come you? Dermot felt overwhelmed. It's a long story. Uncle and Auntie, we shouldn't just stand here. The couple agreed. That can be explained later. They all dragged the suitcases out of the terminal building and got into Dermot's car. Ferguson was surprised. Wow, a Cullinan. Did your father buy this for you? Not him. Dermot shook his head and explained with a smile. His daughter-in-law bought it for me. So you found yourself a wealthy wife? Marianne couldn't help but tease. What's her name? Dermot told them honestly. Marianne was stunned after hearing it. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled with emotion. They say the world is big, but also small. Leahy's child ended up marrying Eileen's daughter. Ah. Dermot was completely taken aback. He turned his head in surprise. Sitting between the couple, Leanne hurriedly said, Watch the road. Watch the road. Marvin quickly turned back, yet didn't forget to ask, Auntie, my mom knows Carly's mom? Utterly astonished. Your mother and I, along with your mother-in-law, Marianne said, were classmates. From elementary school to high school, until they went to different universities and college. Your mother-in-law had a tough life. Marianne sighed. She was together with your father-in-law in college, but their relationship was bumpy. When she became pregnant and planned to get married, something happened with your father-in-law's family. Ah, the twists of fate. She sighed a few times, then continued. By the way, Xiao Rue, do you remember? One time when Ruth had a birthday party, a thin and petite aunt came. She was accompanied by a dark and skinny little girl, who was very shy and would cry if anyone touched her. Dermot's mind buzzed. That's your current wife? Marianne smiled. Sometimes fate is truly mysterious. So many twists and turns. People they met years ago finally come together again. Chapter 153, Move Forward. That year, Dermot had just turned 5. It was Phoebe's younger sister's birthday that day. The two families were celebrating merrily when a slim and petite auntie came to visit. Dermot can no longer recall the auntie's appearance, but he remembers the girl she brought very clearly. She was particularly skinny, particularly small. Marvin, her skin was dark, and her clothes, though tattered, were very clean. She had a pair of beautiful big eyes, but because of malnutrition, her face was very thin, tiny, about the size of a palm. Dermot remembered that she was very shy. She timidly followed behind her mother, staring at Dermot who was playing with toys. Dermot noticed her. She quickly withdrew her gaze and hid behind her mom. Perhaps out of curiosity, Dermot put down his toy and approached her. The girl immediately screamed and started crying loudly as if she had seen a monster. The auntie comforted her for a long time. Dermot was also urged by his mother to apologize. Marvin felt bufuchi, unwilling to accept it. Because he hadn't done anything, it was just that the little girl was too timid. So, taking advantage of the adults not noticing, Marvin pulled the little girl outside, wanting to question her why she cried. To prevent her from making a sound, Dermot covered her mouth. The two of them stumbled out of the adult sight range. For safety's sake, Dermot made sure they walked far enough. When he let go, the little girl cried again. Marvin, her cries attracted stray dogs in that area. 2 children were surrounded by a group of dirty and menacing-looking dogs. The outcome was predictable. The little girl forgot to cry from fright. Dermot also felt his whole body bristle under their stare. But although he was young, he took responsibility. Run quickly, I'll hold these dogs back. But she stood there dumbly, not knowing how to run. As the vicious dogs pounced, Dermot clenched his teeth and shielded her with his body. Fortunately, they were discovered in time. Otherwise, both of them would have been in trouble. The little girl smiled bitterly. Marvin almost forgot. If Aunt Marianne hadn't mentioned it, Marvin would never remember this buried memory. Vivian, are you leaving? Jo Phoebe turned around, her tone almost whiny. Stay with me a little longer. Sigh. Amy looked somewhat unhappy, but mostly depressed. My parents don't like me. What's the point of staying? To make things worse? She muttered softly. Dermot froze. Earlier, he was shocked by the story Mildred told. Marvin wasn't paying attention to anyone else's emotions. Thinking back now, uncle and aunt indeed weren't friendly toward her. Amy is the best friend of their daughter. Logically, they shouldn't treat her this way. Frowning, Dermot watched them for a moment, a strange thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Could it be? They're not best friends, but... Dermot shivered. Stunned again, Marvin shook his head, thinking he might be overthinking it. Girls hugging, holding hands, feeding each other. All normal stuff? At this moment, Marianne poked her head out from the glass railing upstairs. Xiao Rue, can you come up here for a minute? Dermot was puzzled, but he didn't ask more. Stepping upstairs, Marianne cut straight to the point. Phoebe told me you asked her about the situation on the day your mom went missing? Dermot nodded. Marianne looked at him intently for a moment and sighed. Xiao Rue, I know how you feel. Marilyn's disappearance has made me sad too. But one must always look forward, not be forever stuck in the past. She gazed deeply into Dermot's eyes. Annie doesn't know what you've been through. But now, isn't everything going well for you? She said. Just live your life to the fullest. Seeing that Dermot remained silent, a complicated emotion flickered across Marianne's eyes. Xiao Rue, will you listen to Annie's advice? Stop dwelling on the past. If you're doing well, wherever your mother is, she would be happy. Have you seen her recently? Dermot suddenly lifted his head and stared intently at Marianne's eyes. Marvin saw a flash of surprise and panic in her eyes. I often dream about her. Marianne gave a bitter laugh. Sigh. She's been missing for so long. Dermot narrowed his eyes. It seemed he was on the right track. Auntie Marianne definitely knew something. Let's not talk about this. Marianne changed the subject. Xiao Rue, Annie has a favor to ask of you. Dermot raised an eyebrow. What's it? Marianne glanced downstairs. Phoebe's friend. My intuition tells me their relationship is not as simple as it seems. Xiao Rue, you and Phoebe are not blood related, but you grew up together. She calls you brother, and I believe in your heart, you consider her a sister, don't you? Dermot nodded. Keep an eye out for me. Marianne lowered her voice. I suspect something about them too. She leaned in closer and whispered some instructions to him. When Dermot returned downstairs, Jo Phoebe approached him, looking a bit guilty. What did my mom want? Nothing much. Just following up on what she asked before. Dermot said slowly. Auntie just wanted to discuss that with me upstairs. Jo Phoebe seemed relieved. About Auntie Marilyn, she asked, lifting her face. Did she tell you anything? Dermot felt a complex mix of emotions. Auntie didn't know much either. Marvin sighed. Why don't we go for a walk? Let Uncle and Auntie rest at home. Okay. Jo Phoebe ran back to Amy and affectionately linked arms with her. Looking at the two of them, Dermot's eyelids twitched. Oh boy, what a mess this has turned out to be. Chapter 154 so aggressive. Dermot was very troubled. Mildred clearly knew something, but she refused to talk about it. And as an elder Dermot respected deeply, he couldn't take drastic measures against her. Sigh. Dermot was helpless. Marvin could only wait and see. Slowly figure out a way to make her speak. Following Mildred's instructions, he spent the day playing with younger sister Leanne. The interaction between Leanne and Amy was indeed quite intimate, but he really couldn't figure out anything more. Nowadays society might be more open-minded, but in the eyes of the elders, some things are still very sensitive. Leanne is the couple's only child. They obviously didn't want their child to be different from others. In the evening, Dermot bade farewell to the two of them. Just before leaving, Leanne winked at him. Are you going to find Sister Gabby? You can't wait, huh? Dermot smiled bitterly. Marvin never expected that the dark and skinny little girl from years ago was Gabby. Recalling it now, they did spend a few days together back then, but after that, he never saw her again. Dermot thought she was just another passerby in his life, never expecting that after many years, they would meet again. And under a twist of fate, they got married, becoming husband and wife in a legal sense. This was really quite amazing. Dermot drove to her company's building. It was already past working hours, but since he had contacted her beforehand, she hadn't left yet. Sending a message. Soon, Gabby appeared gracefully within his sight. Dermot watched her approach elegantly, feeling complicated. Marvin truly couldn't associate her with that dark and skinny little girl. Isn't it said that girls change 18 times as they grow up? Did you pick her up? Gabby sat in the car, fastening her seatbelt while asking him. Yes. Is there any good news? She knew about this because Dermot mentioned it to her before. Dermot sighed. Marvin airing the sigh. Gabby understood. Mildred may know something, but she isn't willing to tell me, Dermot said gloomily. Well, let's not mention it. Let's go eat first. Marvin started the car. I called Fiona earlier. We'll eat out today. Okay. Gabby responded gently. What shall we have for dinner? Dermot asked as he drove onto the main road. You decide. Marvin pondered. Maybe bring up some childhood stories. How to start? Can't directly say. Do you remember me? I'm the boy who once scared you to tears. That would be too awkward. Before coming up with a good idea, Gabby had already chosen a restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant via navigation, Dermot was stunned. Not afraid of getting heaty again? Marvin turned to smile, suddenly craving crayfish? Last time, she suddenly craved hot pot. Today it became crayfish. The restaurant she chose was located in the north of the city, a standalone building. The bright red sign, illuminated by lights, radiated a noticeable festive color. The decoration style was relatively vintage. Yet, the LED lights dotted on the exterior walls added a touch of modern brightness. My mom used to work part-time at a night food stall, Gabby said with a gentle smile. It was a crayfish restaurant. Sometimes, there were leftover cooked crayfish that didn't sell. The boss of the crayfish restaurant was kind-hearted, always letting her bring some home for me to enjoy. Marvin's face showed a hint of nostalgia. Dermot turned to look at her, saying nothing. The little girl in his memory was dark and skinny, malnourished looking. The white rabbit milk candies he ate until he was tired were the most delicious treats in the world for her. Dermot suddenly felt very sad. Marvin didn't know how difficult their lives were back then. If he had known earlier, he would definitely have given her all his snacks. What are you thinking? Gabby turned and laughed. I booked a seat. Let's go inside. Previously, whenever Gabby missed her deceased mother, she would ask Fiona to make a spicy crayfish dish for her. She never learned how to peel the shells because both her mother and Fiona always helped her, which led to, the taste might differ, but the feeling was the same. For some reason, Gabby suddenly wanted to sit down and have a meal of crayfish with Dermot. The restaurant was lively. A waiter guided the two of them to a window-side seat. Dermot scanned the menu and frowned. More than 100 per piece? Made of gold? Gabby held back a laugh. The waiter looked embarrassed, smiling awkwardly. Sir, it's like this. The catering industry has been. His expression didn't change much. I was scolded for it, but I wasn't convinced. So I kidnapped that little girl and wanted to question why she cried so easily. Gabby couldn't help but laugh. Was he really that fierce as a child? What happened next? She asked. Well, Dermot was a bit surprised. Why hadn't she figured it out yet? Then she cried again. The crying attracted a few stray dogs. What? Gabby was astonished, asking worriedly. Did something happen to both of you? Dermot's eyelids twitched. What was going on with her? Had she forgotten, or? No. Dermot steeled himself and recounted what happened next in detail. Marvin found that apart from tension and worry, she showed no reaction. Chapter 155. A bit coquettish. Could it be? Mildred made a mistake? Dermot felt both puzzled and embarrassed. If she did make a mistake, he would have misinterpreted her intentions. Marvin was not willing to give up. So, he recounted the events of the following few days. Gabby laughed heartily. Taking a little girl to play hide-and-seek in an abandoned building at night. You really came up with that. Marvin Dermot took a sip of his drink, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. What else? Gabby seemed not to have had enough and asked eagerly. Tell me more about your childhood. Dermot sighed. It seems like she really did make a mistake. Marvin felt his face burning and hurriedly drank water tactically to cover his embarrassment. After chatting for about 10 minutes, the waiter brought out lobsters of various flavors and bright colors. This restaurant was a bit more expensive than the average place. Perhaps because they used ingredients of full size. Just looking at them increased one's appetite. Gabby stared at Dermot with wide eyes. Why are you looking at me? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Look at this. Didn't you suddenly feel hungry? She blinked. I don't know how to peel shrimp. She said. Ah. Dermot was taken aback. Did she still want to eat? Has someone always peeled shrimp for her? The two people sitting across from each other stared at each other. Gabby's eyes were very beautiful, possibly the most beautiful he had ever seen among all the people he knew. Dermot's eyelids twitched slightly. The way she was looking at him now seemed to overlap with the image of the little girl in his memory. Dermot realized. They weren't without commonalities. Both of them had a pair of pitch-black eyes, dark and shiny, like two round black pearls. Dermot remembered that many years ago, that little girl had once looked at him with the same gaze. At that time, Marvin was eating snacks. Feeling quite awkward under her gaze, he gave all his snacks to her. Suddenly, Dermot felt a spark of excitement in his heart. It was her, no doubt about it. Then wait a moment. Marvin suppressed his emotions and smiled. I'll peel it for you. Gabby pursed her lips contentedly. Thank you. Don't mention it, he replied casually. It's natural for a husband to peel shrimp for his wife, isn't it? For some reason or another. Marvin said this sentence with a smile. Gabby blushed profusely, while her lips curled upward even more. Seeing her staring at him intently, Dermot, who had just finished peeling the shrimp, couldn't help but laugh. You're not waiting for me to feed you, are you? Gabby froze, her face turning even redder. She seemed to think for a moment, then leaned slightly closer to him and parted her red, moist lips. Dermot was momentarily stunned. She's acting rather coquettishly today. Since she had already opened her mouth, he had no choice but to deliver the peeled shrimp to her mouth. Finally getting what she wanted most, Gabby's pretty face showed a look of satisfaction. Dermot kept peeling shrimp silently. When he handed over the next one, Gabby reached out to take it. Marvin breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a strange emotion rose in his heart. While he was lost in thought, Gabby reached out and softly said, You should eat too. Dermot. The act of feeding each other left nearby diners, and the waiter stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be? Why are you showing off so much affection here? Finishing the meal amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, the feelings between them seemed to grow hotter. As they walked outside, Gabby suggested, It's still early, shall we watch a movie? Dermot didn't hesitate much. Sure. The nearest cinema was quite far from there, so the two got back in the car and headed to their next destination. Though neither had experienced it before, it somehow felt like a date. They chose a newly released superhero movie, which, despite its cool action scenes, was somewhat boring. However, they both watched it with great interest. Halfway through the movie, Dermot's silenced phone started vibrating abruptly. Initially, he ignored it, but as the phone kept vibrating nonstop, he had no choice but to take it out for a look. Seeing the caller's name, Dermot couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Marvin leaned close to Gabby's ear and whispered softly, "Sorry, I need to take this call outside." She nodded gently in response. Once the man got up and left, she started feeling uneasy again. Fortunately, he returned quietly after only 5 or 6 minutes. "Urgent matter?" she asked in a low voice. "Not really," Dermot explained with a smile. "Just telling someone to do something. They were reporting back to me." Oh. There weren't many audience members in the theater, all of whom were watching the screen attentively. Although their conversation wasn't loud, it still didn't feel appropriate. After saying these few words, they both fell silent. Though Dermot's eyes were still on the screen, his mind had long drifted away. The call came from the Albert. Abdur had followed Dermot's instructions and installed a pinhole camera in one of Stefan's mistress's living room. Perhaps there would be some exciting footage tonight. Dermot hoped those two knew some manners and at least waited until they were in the bedroom before getting down to business. If they couldn't wait and started right there in the living room, that would be quite awkward. By the time the movie ended, it was already 10:30 p.m. Shopping malls in the country generally close around this time. "So, what do you say?" Walking out of the cinema, he turned to Gabby. "Straight home?" Gabby hesitated a little. Being with this man made her feel very relaxed. She enjoyed this feeling. Once they got home, that feeling would vanish. After thinking for a moment, she felt relieved. There would be other opportunities. When they arrived home, Fiona hadn't gone to bed yet. She looked at them with a smile through her dressing gown. "Miss and son-in-law, did you have fun tonight?" They both smiled knowingly. "So late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gabby deftly changed the subject. Dermot also seized the opportunity to head back to the bedroom. Tonight was, well, it was pretty subtle. Their relationship seemed to have taken a step forward, and it felt good. Marvin hummed a tune as he walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he picked up his phone. Was there any particularly stimulating scene tonight? Marvin messaged the mysterious friend. The other side seemed to have been waiting for him. Not long after sending the message, a reply came. "Are you crazy? How can anything stimulate you? Who would want to watch a bald, greasy man fawning over a snake-faced woman? It's sickening." Dermot. "So, there was footage? The file is too big. I'll send it to your email. You must take responsibility for me." Huh. Dermot was dumbfounded. Responsibility for what? Forcing me to watch such stuff. Don't you think I should be compensated for the mental anguish? This job needs more pay. Chapter 156 Preparation of a Sum of Money. The next day, early in the morning, Aristide was half asleep when he heard someone banging on the door. His anger flared up as his sweet dream was interrupted, but he immediately recalled what had happened 2 days ago. So, he suppressed his anger. When he walked out of the bedroom, the banging continued. Opening the door, he saw none other than Esau, who was hefty and strong. "Brother, you're up so early?" Aristide endured his discomfort and put on a forced smile. Marvin knew better than to pick a fight. All he could do was swallow his pride. "Yeah." Esau let go of the straw in his mouth and tossed the half-left one away casually. Then he took another satisfying puff from his cigarette. "I've brought breakfast for you two brothers. Isn't that nice of me?" Marvin waved the bag in his hand. Aristide smiled bitterly. "Nice?" Esau laughed easily and slung an arm around him. "Indeed, since you call me brother." Walking to the doorway of the bedroom, he kicked the door twice and woke up Abdur. While the Albert were having breakfast, Esau sat back leisurely smoking, blowing out rings of smoke. Once they finished eating, he threw the cigarette butt aside. Feeling in his chest pocket, he took out a small device. The Albert hurriedly looked over and found a tiny USB drive between his thick fingers. Esau threw the USB onto the table and instructed, "Mr. Gale wants you to secretly place this thing in your boss's office." Both brothers' faces fell. They had been forced to sneak into their boss's lover's villa yesterday to install hidden cameras and nearly got caught. Now they had to stealthily enter their boss's office? "What's inside?" Abdur asked cautiously. "Do you believe it if I say it's a bomb?" Esau put on a stern face. "Just do as you're told. Don't ask unnecessary questions." "Bro." The Albert looked distressed, pretending to be repairman yesterday. "We almost got exposed." "As for the boss's office, with our status, there's no way we can get in. Since you dressed up as repairman yesterday," Esau said slowly, "why not be cleaners today? The boss's office must need cleaning at some point. Just carry a broom in while he's away." Abdur hesitated. "There are surveillance cameras in the boss's office. It will be clear that it was us who placed it." Impatience showed on Esau's face. "How stupid are you? Do you know anyone in charge of the cameras? Just find a way to delete that part of the video." "Well," the Albert exchanged looks. "Maybe that would work." "Don't talk nonsense." Esau stood up, taking out another cigarette from the pack and putting it in his mouth. "You've eaten your breakfast. Hurry up and set off." Marvin lit the cigarette and beckoned. "Come on, I'll drive you there." The two brothers felt very uneasy. With mixed feelings, they followed Esau, feeling unsettled. Upon reaching the boss's company, they managed to place the USB in the most obvious position in the office. Afterward, they approached the old man in charge of the surveillance room, bribing him with a pack of cigarettes to delete a segment of the video. Having done all that, the two brothers returned to the car. Just as they were about to leave, Stefan's car arrived. The Albert instantly tensed up, but Stefan didn't seem to notice them and went straight into the building. As the three men left, Stefan entered his office. Marvin immediately spotted the USB drive on his desk. "What's this?" Considering that it might have been delivered by subordinates, possibly containing work files, Stefan plugged it into his computer and turned it on. While waiting for it to boot up, he walked to the corner of the office and picked up a chewed leaf. Marvin hummed a tune as he watered a few potted plants. After busying himself leisurely, he returned to his desk. Opening the newly connected USB drive, he wanted to see what was stored inside. As soon as the page loaded, Stefan saw a row of thumbnails in the files. The preview images, whether background or characters, seemed familiar. His eyes twitched. With trembling fingers, he opened one of them. The image magnified, and he froze. The person in the picture was unmistakably him and his just-acquired young model lover of less than a month. How could this be? Marvin was both furious and angry. Who took these photos? And so many too. Checking each one, his anger grew. Not only were there photos, but even a segment of video had been recorded. Stefan realized that all the photos were taken from the same angle. Damn it. He frowned. Who installed a camera in that place? That place was the secret love nest he bought, exclusively for his pet. Besides him and his mistress, no one else had access. Could it have been installed by Jiao? Stefan thought, but he quickly dismissed this idea. Shauna always listened to him. To avoid giving people leverage over him, he never left evidence that could be used against him. Shauna even less wanted anyone to know she had been kept as a mistress. She would never disobey his orders and do something like this. Stefan grabbed his phone to contact Shinagio, but it was too early, and the woman might still be sleeping. Marvin kept calling, but she didn't pick up. Frustrated, he put down his phone. His dark gaze scanned the photos back and forth. This USB appeared on his desk early in the morning, clearly with some other intent. Who? Stefan called his secretary and asked her to inquire. After about half an hour, she came back looking helpless. No one has come in, and they haven't seen anyone else come in either. No one came in? Stefan was puzzled. Did this little thing grow wings and fly in? Check the surveillance. Okay. The secretary left in her high heels and soon returned. Report to Chairman Gaelg. The surveillance didn't capture anyone coming in either. Stefan was dumbfounded. Was he seeing ghosts? Chairman Gaelg, what happened? Seeing his serious expression, the secretary hurriedly asked. Stefan snapped back to reality, frowning. Nothing. You can go out first. The secretary was sent by his wife to keep an eye on him. This matter definitely couldn't let her know. If she knew, it would be like telling a tiger. Imagining how his wife would react if she found out about his affair, he shuddered involuntarily. This morning was tough for Stefan. Marvin was preoccupied all day, thinking about the USB. By noon, the distracted him received a call and immediately perked up. Mr. Gaelg, do you like the photos we took of you? The voice on the other end asked, deliberately muffled. The voice was intentionally altered, making it impossible to identify who it was. Stefan's face turned cold, and he replied icily, Who are you? How did you get these photos? What do you want? What do I want? The caller seemed to laugh. Mr. Gaelg, my purpose is very clear. If you don't want these photos exposed, prepare a sum of money. You want to extort me? Stefan's eyes were icy. Young man, you've got quite the nerve. Daring to extort someone from the Gaelg family. Chapter 157. Best not to push me. Stefan's threatening tone seemed to have little effect on the other party. Consider it extortion if you like, came the lazy response from the other end of the line. Are you going to pay or not? If Mr. Gaelg finds it difficult, finding your wife would be just as easy, wouldn't it? You. Stefan pounded the table in anger and roared, You damned fool. Are you asking for death? If this matter reached the tigress, things would become very complicated. You'd better not mess around. Stefan's eyes turned icy cold. If you dare to extort her, she will definitely kill you. Beep. Marvinlo? Marvin airing the sound from the speaker. Stefan froze. Marvin checked his phone. That rascal had hung up. Stefan, both anxious and furious, hastily redialed. Kid, this is my final warning. Warning me? The person on the other end laughed. Mr. Gaelg, haven't you figured out your situation yet? Do you remember what happened 7 years ago? All that uproar, he said slowly. How did it finally get resolved? Upon hearing this, Stefan's expression changed. The incident 7 years ago had caused quite a stir. Many people knew about it, so it wasn't surprising that the other party knew too. Back then, he secretly kept a college student as a mistress, hiding it from his wife. When it was exposed, he and the mistress were cornered by his wife and her several elder brothers. They nearly met their end. Physically, in high society, everything must match. Stefan's wife also had a distinguished background. Caught in the act, even the family couldn't protect him without repercussions. Stefan suffered greatly that year, living in torment. After that, he became more cautious, behaving properly for a few years. But human nature is hard to have docked in various ports alone are worth over 300 million, right? Stefan was shaken. How does this kid know everything? Just as he was about to ask more questions, the other party hung up again. Redialing showed the number was already off. Damned fool. Stefan slammed his fist on the wooden desk, causing his hand to go numb from the impact. But he barely noticed. What Stefan wanted to figure out most right now was the identity of the person on the phone. How could he know all this? Not only did he know about the mistresses, Marvin even had photos of Stefan with them, and he knew everything down to how many yachts he owned. Stefan felt an intense headache, suspecting he had been targeted by someone. But who? Marvin pondered all morning but couldn't figure it out. As noon approached, his secretary knocked and entered. Chairman Gaelg, you have a lunch meeting with Mr. Martin from Hongda Enterprise today? Stefan paused. The lunch appointment had been set 2 days ago. With the morning's events, he almost forgot. All right, let's go now. Marvin quickly tidied up and left with his secretary. Arriving at the parking lot, Stefan felt a buzz in his mind. A rather plump woman in elegant attire stood beside his Mercedes-Benz. Marvin, her features were not particularly attractive. Marvin, her facial lines were sharp, making her look masculine. Stefan certainly didn't marry her for love. If there were such a thing, they wouldn't be at each other's throats. Their marriage was purely a business arrangement. His wife's name is Regina. The Zhua family is a prominent clan from another province. Though not as powerful as the Gaelg family, they're only slightly behind. Due to the morning's events, when Stefan saw her, he felt a bit guilty. Why did you come? Regina glanced at him sideways, her face cold. So scared to see me? What have you done wrong again? Cursing this tigress inwardly, Stefan frowned and said, Can you stop doing this all the time? Humph, Regina sneered. Better not have done anything wrong. Otherwise, Humph, you know what you've done. You know it well enough. Best not to push me. You. Stefan had long been annoyed by this woman, but didn't dare to confront her due to an incident 7 years ago. That was a secret. If exposed, even the Gelg family couldn't protect him. I'm having lunch with President Martin. Are you coming too? Stefan was in a foul mood. If you're coming, get in the car. Regina shot him a cold look and went around to the passenger side. The first thing she did upon getting into the car was not to fasten her seatbelt, but to search around inside. Stefan shook his head. Dead bitch, I'll kill you someday. Marvin sat in the car sullenly. So the couple had to return after staying in Jinghai for at most 2 days. As noon approached, the group found a restaurant nearby for lunch. Mildred liked Lu cuisine, so they went to Jinja Pavilion. Just as they were about to talk about childhood stories, Dermot noticed out of the corner of his eye that 2 pairs of eyes were looking at them. Marvin curiously looked over. Marvin saw that the newcomers were his uncle and aunt. Surprised to bump into Stefan, the smile on his face took on a slightly playful look. At first, Uncle Gelgair didn't plan to acknowledge this young man, but this kid really smiled provocatively. Marvin was already annoyed. Seeing Dermot smiling at him just made him more irritable. Stefan's face turned dark as he strode over. What a coincidence. Marvin first glanced at Mr. and Abby, Boss Zhou, Ms. Song. Being businessmen, they naturally knew each other. Although the Zhou couple didn't like this man much, out of courtesy, they nodded in response with proper manners. After greeting each other, Stefan directed his gaze towards Dermot, his expression displeased. You're still sitting there calling me? What kind of manners did you learn? Xiao Rue, stand up. The Zhou couple, not wanting to stir up trouble, quickly whispered a reminder. Dermot was willing to listen to them. Marvin stood up lazily and nodded at Stefan and Regina, second uncle Adriel. After addressing them, he plopped back down. The Zhou couple's faces showed some difficulty. This child is a bit disrespectful to his elders. No matter how much they dislike the Gelgs, they should at least put on a show of politeness. Kid, what attitude is this? Stefan glared at the kid's smile, which made him furious. What kind of attitude do you want? Dermot raised his head and laughed. Prostrate myself before you? I only got up and greeted you because of Uncle Zhou and Mildred's face. Isn't that giving you enough respect? He said self-righteously. That's enough? Don't push your luck. His casual tone and lazy eyes finally ignited Stefan's fury. Marvin wanted to lash out, but Dermot's next words immediately doused his rising anger. Do you even have the leisure to pick on me when you're having troubles of your own? He said with a mocking half-smile. At the same time, his eyes lingered on Regina's face. Stefan was already feeling guilty, especially in front of Regina. Dermot's words made his heart race in panic. Kid, don't talk nonsense. His thoughts became chaotic. Could that phone call this morning have been from Dermot? Impossible. How could this brat know his secrets? Not even Apsel knew about his mistress, so it was even less likely Dermot did. Stefan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Even without turning around, he knew what Regina's expression must be like right now. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he blustered at Dermot. Stop making things up. Looking at the old man putting on an act of composure, Dermot almost laughed. How is it making things up? Dermot furrowed his brows. I heard that your company's stock has been steadily declining over the past half-month, nearly halved. Isn't that called being in a bind? This wasn't entirely groundless talk. It was just somewhat exaggerated. Stefan's business did indeed encounter some issues. The company's stock price fluctuated wildly during the past half-month. Though the trend wasn't pretty, halved was far from accurate based on current conditions. Marvin airing that it was about this, Stefan breathed a sigh of relief. What do you understand? Marvin quickly regained his composure, sneering. This is all normal, is it? Dermot smiled. All right, I admit I don't quite understand. If you don't understand, then keep your mouth shut. Stefan snorted. Don't spout nonsense and make a fool of yourself. Damn, this brat. Gave him a scare. The brat's eyes suddenly glanced at Regina, making Stefan's heart almost leap out of his throat. Although it was just a false alarm, Stefan was still shaken. This matter was too significant. Another time, and he might really be finished. Pretending nonchalance, he glanced at Regina and saw that her tiger-like glare had eased slightly. Stefan felt relieved. What he did was very secretive. This brat couldn't possibly know. But besides your company's issue, Dermot continued, you've run into some other problems recently, haven't you? Stefan's heart tightened again. Marvin tried to stay calm, looking at Dermot with both shock and anger. What is this little brat up to now? What nonsense is he going to spout? By the way, Aunt doesn't know yet, right? Dermot lightly curled his lips, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. Stefan? Regina's eyebrows furrowed, and she demanded, what is it? Dermot, speak clearly. Dermot looked at her, then glanced at Stefan. After a moment, he grinned widely, revealing a bright smile. Uncle, can I say it? Stefan felt like his head was about to explode. What on earth does this brat want to say? Marvin couldn't possibly know about that matter. Stefan's brain had completely stalled. Speak. Regina stepped forward, barking the order. Well, Dermot hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed under her intense gaze. My wife has a client who sells yachts. A few days ago, at a dinner gathering, he told us that a big boss ordered a new yacht from him. It's worth more than 100 million. I asked around and was surprised to find out that the big boss was you, Uncle. After finishing, he sighed with emotion. More than 100 million for a yacht. Uncle, you're really extravagant, buying it without hesitation. Stefan. That's all? Damn. Nearly scared me to death. Just this? Impossible for this kid to know that matter. That's all? Regina seemed skeptical. Dermot was momentarily stunned. Aunt, Uncle concealed such a huge expense from you. You. Tisk. Regina scoffed. So what if it's over 100 million? Such a narrow-minded little poor boy. Dermot's expression was somewhat embarrassed, but inside, he couldn't stop laughing. Twice scared, Stefan was thoroughly flustered. Marvin didn't dare stay any longer, muttering some incoherent words before scurrying away. Regina also didn't bother lingering. She shot Dermot a glance and followed Stefan. The Zhou couple was a bit confused. But as outsiders, they could sense something amiss. It seemed like Stefan had done something he shouldn't have, feeling guilty and nervous around Regina. Dermot, by chance, scared him twice. From what they observed, that seemed to be the case. But was it really just by chance? The Zhou couple had their doubts. Chapter 159, Fateful Arrangement. The reunion with Dermot took over a decade. After Finlag Lihie's disappearance, Dermot was brought back to the Gelg family. The couple could not let go of their worry for the child, and frequently visited Jinghai to see him. At that time, Dermot was very unhappy and constantly clamored for the couple to take him back to Bukzhou. The couple had this thought in mind too. But this child was, after all, the flesh and blood of Apsel. With his biological father still around, what stance could they take to take the child away? The last time they saw Dermot was when they took him and Leanne to an amusement park. A few days after returning home, the couple heard news that Dermot had been taken away by mysterious people. One after another, mother and son went missing. Enraged, they stormed into the Gelg residence to question Apsel and demand an explanation. Apsel rarely admitted his mistake and let the two blame him. But at this point, no matter how indignant they were, it would be of no avail. Dermot was taken away and vanished for many years. It wasn't until recently that they learned of his whereabouts through Leanne. Unseen for over a decade, Dermot's appearance and demeanor had changed greatly. When they met at the airport yesterday, they didn't even dare recognize him. If it weren't for Leanne calling him brother, they wouldn't have recognized him as the lively and cute kid from their memories. Dermot had changed significantly. There was an indescribable aura about him now. The yacht client issue was clearly fabricated on the spot. What kind of person would casually reveal customer privacy to outsiders? It just didn't make sense. Jarrett was also a businessman. Marvin knew all the implicit rules of the industry inside out. Could Stefan not recognize such an obvious lie? Yet he was deceived. This indicated that at the time, he was very distracted. Marvin had temporarily lost the ability to discern lies. Each mention made Stefan visibly flustered. This old guy must have something to hide. Dermot seemed to have inadvertently tricked him twice. But, could it really be that coincidental? Exchanging glances, both felt some peculiarity. Dermot clearly didn't want to talk more about it, and quickly shifted the topic. Mildred, I mentioned things from our childhood to Carly yesterday, but she doesn't seem to remember anything? Marianne was stunned for a moment. She thought for a while and sighed. You know that she suffered abuse at her uncle's house, right? Dermot nodded. That might be the reason. Marianne said, when you two met, she had just moved in with her uncle. At that time, she was already a bit scared of people. Could you notice? Yes. Dermot responded in a low voice, feeling some pain for her past experiences. Marvin, her childhood had already been quite unfortunate. Marvin, her uncle, who shared intimate blood ties with her, had added another heavy blow to her misfortune. Marvin was a drunkard. Not only did he drink excessively, but he also gambled. When he lost money and couldn't buy alcohol, he would vent his anger on the family, beating his wife and children. Once, he almost beat the child to death. When Marianne spoke here, anger mixed with helplessness appeared on her face. Such a person does not deserve to live. Dermot fell silent. The lesson given last time seems to have been too light. His wife was also a pitiful soul, completely losing her dignity under the torture of that man. Marianne sighed. I also advised Aileen to move out of her brother's house as soon as possible to avoid harm to Wanya. But at the time, she not only had to support her daughter's education, she also had to maintain a living for her and her daughter, unable to afford rent. Even when I offered her money, she refused to accept it. Putting himself in that situation, Dermot also felt a headache. His unseen mother-in-law was somewhat. Marianne tried persuading several times without effect, so she had to seek other solutions in despair. The two families lived far apart. Marianne asked her friends in Jinghai to provide Aileen with a job that had more personal time and higher wages. Marvin's idea was that earning money could help them move out. However, she never expected Eileen's wage would soon catch the attention of her brother. That rogue extended his greedy claws onto the mother and daughter, like a ravenous vampire. Not only did he snatch the salary card from his sister, but he also used Gabby to threaten her. After knowing about this, I rushed to Jinghai immediately. Marianne sighed. It was then that I learned. All of this was orchestrated by the Beckham family. The Beckham family didn't plan to let them go. They pressured and lured that scum from the Sue family. Maybe due to deep hatred, Marianne never mentioned Ellie's name. To target the mother and daughter. Marianne's face darkened. We are ordinary families. We can't compete with the Beckham family. And besides, on the Beckham family's turf, even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. The hidden illness on Wanwan's body was likely developed during that period. Marianne couldn't continue. Just recalling it made her almost unable to bear it. As Mildred narrated, a trace of hostility gradually arose in Dermot's heart. Gabby's illness. It turned out to be caused by the Beckham family? These scumbags. They actually had the nerve to accept help from their future mother-in-law, Aileen, after doing such deeds. Moreover, they repaid kindness with enmity. Aileen repaid grievances with virtue. But, how could virtue repay the grievances? This mother-in-law of his was indeed too meek. In an instant, Dermot recalled a line from his middle school textbook. Pity for her misfortune, anger at her lack of struggle. The misfortunes of the mother and daughter, to a large extent, were due to Aileen. Marvin, her kind and gentle character, ironically brought indescribable suffering upon her. Gabby inherited her kindness. But past experiences also taught her resilience and tenacity. She was seen as a weed in the eyes of the Beckham family. Like a weed, she grew resiliently as she wished. Marianne told Dermot much. But what exactly happened to lead to Gabby's severe psychological problems? Even she didn't know much about it. Xiao Rue, after all these years, you and Wanwan have come together. Perhaps this is a destined arrangement. She is a good child. Even though she doesn't remember the past, knowing she is well makes Mildred very happy. And you've endured so much. In the future, you must live happily, do you hear? Marianne said with deep affection. After his mother went missing, Dermot seldom felt such warmth. Not in the Gelg family, nor in the Yin family. Until he met Gabby, knew Fiona. Now, reuniting with Mildred and Uncle Joe, long-lost warmth filled his heart. Marvin wanted to ask Mildred about his mother, but he could sense from her words, she hoped he would look forward and not dwell on the past. This indicated, even if he asked, she wouldn't tell him what he wanted to know. Dermot's emotions fluctuated, joy from feeling the warmth, and an inexplicable bitterness, gently tearing at his heart. Chapter 160. Elders just don't understand. After having dinner with Uncle and Auntie, they suggested visiting their daughter's company. Dermot thought there was nothing much to do in the afternoon, so it would be good to go together. The little girl, Leanne, had opened a popular online media company with her best friend, perhaps considering the rent in the city center too expensive. Their company's location was on a road far from downtown. As the car left the city, the buildings on both sides of the road gradually became shorter. Crossing a large bridge over the river, they officially entered the more backward area of Jinghai. Of course, backward was relative to the city center. Various urban infrastructure facilities were still in place. Since they had notified ahead of time, Leanne was waiting downstairs when they arrived. She wore her hair up in a bun. On top, she wore a retro Hong Kong-style shirt, paired with a dark blue denim skirt and black leather shoes. Fresh and lively. Dad, Mom. Leanne's beautiful big eyes squinted into crescent moons with laughter. She threw herself into her parents' arms for a moment of endearment, then looked at Dermot. Brother Dermot. Thump. She lightly punched Dermot's chest. Then she exclaimed, wow, such solid pectoral muscles. Dermot was speechless. If not for Uncle and Auntie, he really would have given this little girl a lesson. Ruth, you're over 20 years old now. Marianne chided. Don't act so disrespectful. Leanne stuck out her little tongue, completely unconcerned. What are you wearing? Marvin or Father Jarrett frowned. You're working now? And you're a high-level employee in the company. Why are you dressed like that? Marvin said with a hint of command. Next time, if you dress like this, I'll put you under house arrest. Looking like a kid, how could employees respect her? Dad, your thinking is outdated. Leanne declared boldly. This is called fashion. You elders just don't understand. You. Jarrett rolled his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Marianne was relatively more open-minded and laughed. Your daughter's industry doesn't require her to be so rigid. The old way of thinking needs to change. She observed her daughter carefully and praised her with a smile. You look very pretty. Don't listen to your dad. Yes, thank you, Mom. Leanne smiled sweetly and buried her head in Marianne's arms. After all, she was only in her early 20s. Jarrett sighed, feeling somewhat complex. It wasn't that he was old-fashioned. Mainly, he was worried about his daughter. An elderly father's thoughts are complicated and cannot be generalized. As they walked into the company, Leanne nudged Dermot, who was walking beside her, with her shoulder. Why didn't you bring my sister-in-law? She had a lunch appointment with a client. Dermot casually explained. So you've already acknowledged Sister Carly's status? She leaned in, whispering softly. She knew the true situation between the two, but she hadn't revealed it to her parents and instead helped Dermot keep it a secret. What are you two whispering about? Marianne turned back and asked them with a smile. Leanne kept her expression neutral. I asked him why he didn't bring my sister-in-law. In fact, Marianne had also brought this up. Unfortunately, Gabby had met with a client at noon today. Since you mentioned her, Marianne smiled. Ruth, your sister-in-law is actually your senior. You should spend more time with her and learn from her properly. I know. Leanne nodded and looked at Dermot. Mainly, it depends on whether he is willing to let her go. Dermot. With laughter and conversation, they walked into C Media on the 11th floor. Watching the words on the sign, the Zhou couple exchanged glances silently. C. Clearly, it was composed by taking a character from each of this child and her best friend's names. This didn't necessarily mean anything, but the couple still overthought it. Una is at the base. Leanne seemed not to notice the change in her parents' expressions. After touring the company, I will take you to visit the base. The base? Dermot asked curiously. What kind of base? The Internet Celebrity Training Base. Leanne replied. It's also one of our company projects. The base has fully equipped live streaming rooms, makeup rooms. There are also professional photography areas and spacious training classrooms. They recruit and select talented and capable people through online and offline means. Meanwhile, they established systematic training plans, providing comprehensive professional training and guidance for new talents. She talked about work knowledgeably. The couple looked at her with relief, knowing that their child had truly grown up. C Media isn't too large, occupying just one floor in this office building. However, the size of the Internet Celebrity Training Base under the company's name greatly exceeded their expectations. It looked like a large factory. Amy received the message and hurried to the gate to greet them. Uncle, Auntie, you're here? The couple smiled and nodded. Though smiling, there was an obvious hint of distance in their smiles. Amy noticed this and felt both unhappy and slightly disappointed. Considering they were Leanne's parents, Amy forced herself to muster her spirits. Uncle, Auntie, this way please. She managed to smile. I'll show you around. Walking through the gate of the base. Before their eyes was a large playground. The couple exchanged glances. This place must have been converted from a factory, right? The layout inside the base was clearly designed as a factory. They saw many luxurious sports cars parked on the open ground ahead. Leanne explained beside them. Most of them are rented, used for shooting short videos. The couple nodded, understanding now. Amy led the group into the building marked Building Number 1. This is the photography area. Inside, it was like another world. A spacious corridor had many rooms on both sides. The walls were lined with photos of employees from C Media. Beneath each photo was their online ID. The first room on the left looked ordinary from the outside, but upon entering, it turned out to be a fully equipped restaurant. This isn't a cafeteria. Leanne explained. This is used for filming restaurant-related videos. Dermot was taken aback. No wonder it looked familiar. Marvin seemed to have come across this place before while scrolling through his feed. As they toured, Dermot even found a menu behind the bar. You even have this? Leanne enthusiastically introduced. That's called attention to detail. Got it? Dermot chuckled, nodding repeatedly. Impressive, impressive. Sister Ruth thinks of everything. Leanne proudly lifted her round chin and hummed softly. Seeing her adorable and proud face, the couple couldn't help but laugh. After finishing the tour of this room, the group immediately moved to the next one. Coincidentally, there was a group of people filming nearby, making quite a live, always asking Dad for money even in college. Did Dad give all the money for this? Leanne smiled. Not all of it. Una contributed part of it too, and we also took a loan from the bank. Jarrett's eyes twitched. How much did you borrow? You two are still so young, yet the bank approved the loan? I have good credentials. Cred. Jarrett was speechless. With the combined savings plus the bank loan, we barely managed to secure this place. Holt became famous earlier than me, earning quite a lot of money, but he has to support his team and spends lavishly, leaving no spare cash for such an investment. It wasn't just him. Many successful internet celebrities faced similar situations. So this place? Jarrett asked, not only for personal use, but also for rental? The two young girls managed this pretty well. The group chatting at the door was soon noticed by the people inside. Seeing Leanne, Holt's eyes lit up, rushing over. Ruth, what a coincidence. The couple instantly became alert. Dermot also turned to look. Holt's gaze was intense and excited. Did you hear I'm shooting here and came especially to see me? He asked with a smile. Dermot was directly stunned. As a man, he felt the other party seemed overly self-assured. Holt was already quite handsome, and with light makeup to look better on camera, it gave off a strange vibe. Ruth, I'll finish filming soon, he said cheerfully. Let's have dinner tonight? Zhou Chong'an's facial muscles twitched, but he didn't speak, watching silently. With the Zhou family having grown a girl into a lady, it was time she received attention from the opposite sex. Aren't you always wanting to meet young Master Ian? Holt said, young Master Ian is here today. Originally intending to refuse, Leanne froze. The couple exchanged glances, wondering who this young Master Ian was and why Leanne wanted to meet him. They were confused. Dermot also looked curious. Where is young Master Ian? Leanne asked. Wait. Holt hurried back into the room, heading toward where a crowd was gathered. The crowd dispersed. They saw the young man sitting amidst the people. Marvin had ash-gray hair and a somewhat free-spirited aura. Erwin. Jarrett frowned. Ruth, how did you get involved with him? Marvin knew this person. This guy was the young master of the Ian family from Beckhamston. Leanne explained. For business collaboration, I want to secure their brand promotion. Marvin & Company was an MCN agency, specializing in supporting, managing, and serving internet celebrities. The agency helped influencers create content, monetize commercially, and increase their fame and influence. This was the operating model of an MCN agency. Collaborate. How about that? This? Leanne furrowed her brow slightly. How could we not entertain Mr. Ian when he comes to Jinghai? Jarrett interjected. I'll treat everyone tonight. What about inviting Mr. Ian to dinner? You? Erwin glanced at him and laughed. Olaf, weren't you abroad? Both from Beckhamston, they naturally knew each other. Jarrett was from the generation of Erwin's father, but Erwin, relying on his family's power, did not take Jarrett seriously. Zhou Chong'an suggested this to protect his daughter. Marvin wasn't comfortable letting Leanne go alone, especially after seeing Holt eyeing his daughter. Now, there was also the notorious Erwin. This evening gathering is for the young, Erwin responded slowly to Jarrett's suggestion. You coming along too? That wouldn't be appropriate, right? If Miss Zhou isn't sincere, then forget it. Erwin turned around and started to walk away. Zhou Chong'an's face changed. This rascal didn't give him any face at all. Mr. Ian, calm down. Holt hurriedly pulled Erwin back. Let me try persuading Miss Zhou again. Erwin reluctantly stopped and drawled. Then hurry up, I don't have time to waste. His tone was full of arrogance. Chapter 162. I've told you the address. Mr. and Adelina's faces changed again. They wanted to tell Leanne to simply not consider cooperating with the Ian family anymore. Although the Zhou family's strength did not match the Ian family, it wasn't as if they had to rely on them for survival. Before they could speak, Dermot beside them said, You think this is a waste of time? Then leave. You're showing off on our territory? Don't you know your place? Dermot stepped forward directly. The Zhous were shocked. How could this child provoke someone at the drop of a hat? You. Erwin was stunned by this scolding. What do you mean? Dermot frowned. My uncle invited you to dinner. Aren't you giving him face? If you don't give him face, then get lost. And you? He looked at Holt. What are you? Want to pursue my sister? Do I even need to ask? Holt's mouth twitched. He hadn't heard that Leanne had an elder brother. Leanne's expression was dazed. Performing here? Who is watching? Dermot continued. If you want to talk, talk now. Not willing. Humph. Marvin sneered. Take all of you out of here immediately. Amy was dumbfounded. Mr. Gale Gui? Don't talk. Dermot glanced over. If this causes any loss, I will be responsible. The Zhous had a favor towards him. Their daughter was like his own sister. How could he tolerate outsiders disrespecting elders or lusting after his sister? Just now, Zhou Chong'an had directly said that Erwin was no good in front of him. In that case, their business didn't have to happen. Do you know who I am? Erwin asked through gritted teeth, his face turning ashen. Marvin had never endured such treatment before. Everyone around him usually praised him. And do you know who I am? Dermot returned his glare without retreating. His arrogance was more overwhelming than Erwin's. Brother Dermot, Leanne called softly. Let it go. We'll see each other often. Dermot glanced at her and said, Ruth, I just can't stand this guy. Showing off in front of me. What a guy. He cursed. You. Erwin's nose twisted with anger, pointing at Dermot and roaring. Your name is Dermot, right? Fine, wait and see. Daring to curse at young Master Ian? Holt chimed in loudly. Little punk, prepare to die. Dermot turned back. Okay, I'll wait for you. I live in Ziguang District, Qian Mountain. The villa halfway up the mountain is mine. Marvin added, I've told you the address, come if you dare. Which one? Holt also got riled up, angrily asking. There's only one villa on Qian Mountain, and it's mine. Dermot's eyes gleamed arrogantly, blowing hot air. Is your family some sort of king? Holt shouted, still disbelieving. Erwin's face, however, changed. Marvin recalled hearing from elders in his family. Qian Mountain in Ziguang District of Jinghai City only housed one family. That family surnamed Gaelg. Connecting the dots, recalling Leanne calling this person Brother Dermot? Gaelg? Erwin's face instantly went pale. Shut up. Marvin slapped Holt across the face, stopping his yelling. Then, Erwin turned with shock. Younger brother, did you say Gaelg Manor on Qian Mountain? Dermot sneered repeatedly. So what if you've heard of it? That's my home. Come if you dare. Erwin's heart contracted suddenly. Marvin hesitantly looked at the Zhous behind Dermot and Leanne. Their expressions were calm, unaffected by this event, as if they already knew. Erwin, sir? Holt, whose mouth had been slapped, approached with confusion. Why are you all standing there? Dermot frowned. Need me to repeat myself? Get lost. You dare to be so arrogant. Don't push me to expose you. Holt seethed. Behind him, people were already recording the confrontation on their phones. Dermot didn't care. Expose away. Why would I be afraid? Marvin pointed at those holding phones and yelled, Record well, steady your hands. His arrogance was plain to see. The Zhous exchanged glances, feeling Dermot was doing this on purpose. After half a day together, they couldn't quite understand Dermot. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Erwin interjected abruptly, Young Master Gaelg wants us to leave. So let's leave. Erwin? Holt was baffled. Tell them to pack up quickly. Erwin ordered hastily, frowning. Dermot watched coldly. As the group packed up their filming equipment with confusion, he stood up and blocked the doorway. Now I've changed my mind. You too. Marvin gestured between Erwin and Holt. Come over and apologize to Uncle Zhou. Marvin invited you to dinner politely. If you don't appreciate it, at least don't grumble. Don't your parents teach you to respect elders? Dermot beckoned. Hurry up, apologize, then you can go. At this moment, he acted exactly like a tyrannical second generation. Erwin's face changed, gritting his teeth. Young Master Gaelg, don't think I'm easy to bully. In Jinghai, the Gaelg family reigns supreme. Respect is indeed due. But that doesn't mean any Gaelg can treat him however they want. Wow, Dermot laughed. Got some fire? Well, I am bullying you. What are you going to do about it? As he spoke, Marvin placed his left hand behind his back, signaling to the Zhous not to intervene. The couple exchanged glances. You better know when to stop. Holt was angry enough to hit someone. Young Masterine isn't making a fuss just to avoid trouble with you. It's not because he fears you. Is that so? Dermot said in an infuriating tone. Is that how young Masterine feels? Holt. Erwin narrowed his eyes. Brother, I can apologize as you say, giving the Gaelg family a face. Gaelg family? Holt, being a local, understood the significance of the Gaelg family. Erwin. His voice started trembling. Which Gaelg family are you talking about? Erwin gave him a cold look. Which Gaelg family? Do I need to ask? How many Gaelg families live on the hillside of Qian Mountain in Jinghai? From Erwin's gaze, Holt saw resentment and frustration. Could the Gaelg family that even made Erwin feel frustrated really be the one he imagined? Realizing this, Holt felt weak in the knees. Marvin looked over nervously. The kid who had been arguing with him earlier was from the Gaelg family? Chapter 163. The people who want to see. Holt's legs turned to jelly from fright. No wonder this person was so arrogant. It was because he had the backing of the most prestigious family in Jinghai, the Gaelg family. Holt's attitude did a complete 180. Erwin endured the intense humiliation and said to Jarrett, Olaf, I'm sorry about that. Regardless of how they felt inside, at least they put on a show for appearances. Dermot's goal had been achieved. He sneered and stepped aside. When Holt passed by him, Dermot purposely gave another scare. Caught off guard, Holt hurriedly dodged to the side, bumping into his companion and causing a series of startled screams. The group left in a disheveled manner. Once outside, Erwin finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Marvin kicked fiercely at a silver gray minivan and cursed, Damn! Today's loss was completely undeserved. Little Masterine, that guy must have been bluffing us, right? Holt followed up, his voice trembling. Erwin's eyelids twitched. Pretending to be part of the Gaelg family just to bluff them? Marvin shook his head. That bratty demeanor couldn't have been faked. I don't think I'm wrong. Actually, he wasn't entirely sure either. But being on someone else's turf, he couldn't take the risk. That guy was even more arrogant than he, Erwin, with an air of rampant defiance. Without any background, there was no way the guy would dare to act so outrageously before him. This time, he would have to eat this loss and try to make up for it later. Wasn't someone recording on their phone during our confrontation? There was. Holt quickly responded, Little Masterine, should we release the video to let netizens see his true colors? Erwin nodded without hesitation. Directly expose him, and you post a complaint video along with it? Harnessing public opinion. To give this guy a taste of things to come. Okay. Holt hastily agreed. I'll get people working on the script to expose him. Exposing that bastard's behavior as soon as possible to seize the high ground in public opinion. So what if it's the Gaelg family? Do they really think they can bully everyone and shame ordinary people at will? The group swiftly left the internet celebrity base to prepare. Brother Dermot, were you just pretending? Leanne frowned. That doesn't seem like you at all. She knew. Dermot despised the Gaelg family. Marvin didn't even want to live at home. Waving the flag of the Gaelg family for show was definitely not something he'd do. This is for others to see, Zhou's couple figured out, playing the role of a spoiled rich kid. Dermot smiled but didn't say anything. Leanne still had some doubts. But isn't putting on an act in front of Erwin meaningless? After all, his performance was only witnessed by those present. Foolish little thing. Marion chuckled. What does Holt do? Why did Xiao Rui allow filming? Lian suddenly realized. In the information age now, anyone can upload videos to share what's happening around them. And hold. Marvin has quite a few followers. If this incident were exposed through him, Dermot's image as a spoiled rich kid would spread rapidly across the entire web. Who are you acting for? She was still curious. The people who want to see. Dermot replied with a smile, showing these people what they want to see. Lian pouted. Must you always be cryptic? It wasn't hard to guess. It was probably people who harbored hostility toward Dermot. This topic didn't linger long, as Lian began to worry about what came next. They had thoroughly offended the Yin family, not out of fear of them, but mainly because business couldn't proceed. Why worry? Dermot laughed and shook his head. If we can't secure cooperation with the Yin family, why don't you try Suzy Engine Group? Suzy Engine Group? Lian was momentarily stunned. Isn't that Sister Carly's company? It's a major enterprise. Do you think they'd look at our young startup? Not under normal circumstances. Dermot teased with a laugh. You could try asking me nicely. Upon hearing this, Lian wrinkled her nose, feigning anger as she pounced. How exactly am I supposed to beg? Like this? She lunged at Dermot, looking menacing. Dermot, caught between laughing and crying, dodged and said, Can't you act more ladylike? The couple both chuckled at her antics. Amy stood behind them, looking not too pleased. Even though she knew the two had a good relationship, such playful teasing still made her uncomfortable. Fortunately, they didn't play around for long. The group continued their tour of the base. By the time they finished the tour, it was already late. Due to jet lag, the couple felt tired after the walk and decided to head home first. Dermot also used this opportunity to bid farewell. Before leaving, Lian specifically reminded him again. Have him mention the business cooperation to Gabby. Even with the connection through Dermot, business is still business. Gabby might feel awkward to refuse because of Dermot. In that case, it wouldn't be proper. Pass my words to Sister Carly. Lian said, if she feels uncomfortable, it's fine. It has to be said. Though this girl just entered society, she's quite particular about these matters. Dermot agreed with a smile and slowly drove away under the gaze of her and Amy. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The drive from the base back to the city took about an hour. By the time he returned to the company, it would be around quitting time. Marvin decided not to go back directly, but to head over to Gabby's place instead. Arriving at her company building, it was exactly 5:30. Gabby had just mentioned on the phone that she still had some things to take care of at the office. After parking, Dermot went upstairs to find her. When the elevator reached her office floor, the office area was mostly deserted. Entering the office, Gabby was reading a document, her beautiful face deep in thought. Marvin, her young secretary, stood by her side, seemingly awaiting instructions. Martin Lin's attitude had been pretty good recently. Seeing Dermot, she no longer gave off the defensive vibe as before. Noticing his arrival, the young secretary looked up and nodded slightly at him. Knowing it wasn't convenient to disturb Gabby while she was thinking, Dermot understood and greeted Martin Lin with a nod. Marvin intended to silently go to the sofa and wait for Gabby to finish, then bring up the matter. But as he just approached the sofa, Gabby lifted her head. You're here? Alright, we'll wrap it up for today. Xiao Corlieg, you can go home. Yes, Boss Beckham. Martin Lin hurriedly replied. If you're dissatisfied with these institutions, I'll compile more MCN institution data after I get back home. MCN institutions? Dermot was taken aback. Why gather data on MCN institutions? The contract with our long-term partner has expired, and now they don't want to renew it, proposing several unreasonable conditions, Martin Lin explained. Dermot was completely stunned. Speak of the devil, how could it be so coincidental? Chapter 164. Envy a good birth. Lian's idea stemmed from a business perspective. In business, one talks business. Cooperation should be based on commercial interests rather than personal relationships between the two parties. Although this was not a significant taboo, but that little girl had very delicate considerations. She knew that Dermot and Gabby had a contractual marriage. She didn't want her matters to affect the relationship between them. Gabby smiled slightly after learning about the situation from Dermot. She wasn't surprised by Lian's thoughts. During their last interaction, she found out that the girl had a fine mind. Marvin, her maturity far exceeded her appearance. Should we invite her out to meet tonight? Gabby said with a smile. Have dinner together and discuss the collaboration. Dermot hesitated for a moment. Don't you need to think it over? The smile on Gabby's face was light but beautiful. I've already considered it. The cosmetics products under their company were in a phase of market capture. C-Media might be a new company, but they had Amy, who had the highest fan base on domestic platforms. Dermot understood. On one side, there was a need to promote new cosmetics products. On the other hand, they desperately needed commercial endorsements to convert traffic into cash flow, thereby maintaining normal operations of their company. They complemented each other perfectly. Gabby booked a restaurant. Before setting off, Dermot sent the location to Lian, the same restaurant where they met for the first time. It was dinner time. The restaurant was doing brisk business. There were barely any seats available when the two arrived. At times like these, booking in advance proved its advantage. Gabby reserved a private room in the restaurant, so they did not need to wait outside. Guided by the server, the two walked into the private room and took their seats, browsing the menu. Lian still needed some time to arrive. After ordering the dishes, Gabby instructed the kitchen to have the food ready based on an estimated time. You're being pushed to the limelight again. Gabby sipped her tea and said while looking at Dermot. Dermot seemed to have known all along and wasn't surprised at all. People are cursing me again? Marvin laughed as he replied. What are they saying this time? That afternoon, Marvin had played the role of a rich, spoiled brat quite thoroughly. If the video hadn't gone viral online, Gabby wouldn't have known so quickly. Not many people are criticizing you. Gabby smiled slightly. They all envy you for having a good birth. Dermot raised his eyebrows. Then they must be wrong. I'd rather give up this good birth if I could. His words made Gabby frown slightly. She understood what the man meant and felt a twinge of pain. If he hadn't been born into the Geld family, he wouldn't have been separated from his mother. While Gabby was feeling sentimental, someone knocked on the door of the private room before entering. They originally thought it would be a waiter, but when they turned around, they saw a man around 30 years old and two fashionably dressed, glamorous ladies standing in the doorway. Dermot didn't recognize them. However, Gabby frowned slightly upon seeing the man. President Beckham, it really is you. The uninvited guest entered the room with enthusiasm. Compared to his warmth, Gabby's reaction was much colder. Ah, President Buck, is there something I can help you with? This man's name was Seamus. Seamus was a businessman with a wide range of business interests. Marvin owned an MCN institution with promising prospects and maintained a commercial alliance with the Suzy Engine Group. Gabby introduced him to Dermot. So, you're President Buck? Dermot smiled and stood up to shake hands with Seamus, who approached. Seamus grinned. Mr. Gale has heard of me? Did President Beckham mention me? Dermot nodded with a smile. Yes, not long ago. Pausing here for a moment, he added, according to my wife, you mentioned some unreasonable demands during the contract renewal negotiations. Marvin spoke frankly. Seamus felt embarrassed by this. Though it was true, it still felt awkward to say it directly. Seamus's expression changed slightly before he forced a smile. Mr. Gale, you're straightforward indeed. Alas. Indeed, I did make a few suggestions. But I swear, from my point of view, those requests weren't excessive at all. Marvin sighed and explained, you might not know, Mr. Gale, how difficult business is now. Seamus then gestured toward the two beauties beside him. These two, you should know them, right? His media company was called Honey Media. Out of thousands of internet celebrities, half belonged to Honey Media. All the female internet celebrities under Honey Media were both beautiful and sexy. The two beside him were Honey Media's most famous cover models. One was Roni, a newly crowned super celebrity known for her sweet voice and attractive figure, who became a sensation across the web. The other was Connie, whose pure glanced at him. 10 years is too long. Shortening it to 2 years would be better. Internet celebrities can be considered a new profession for now. Their updates and iterations are too fast, with new internet celebrities sprouting up like spring onions. Older internet celebrities are either forgotten or replaced in this process. Roni and Connie were indeed very popular, but how long they could remain so was a question. Seamus's intention was obvious. Marvin wanted to use these two as leverage to secure a long-term income source for Honey Media. Gabby did not want to be taken advantage of. Contracts should be signed for no more than 2 years. Longer terms easily lead to changes. President Beckham? Seamus's expression changed. After such a long period of cooperation, don't you trust me? Gabby arched her fine eyebrows. It wasn't a matter of trust. It was that Seamus treated Suzy Engine Group like an ATM. The two cover models of Honey Media indeed had a large fan base and extensive potential customer groups. Their commercial value was high, but it wasn't so high that without them, nothing could be done. Chapter 165. The Skill of Changing Faces. Gabby believed that Seamus also understood this fact. Marvin chose to act this way only because he thought Gabby would have no immediate alternative. There were indeed online celebrities more popular than the two of them, but they were in completely different categories. In their category, the two of them were at the top. The effect of promoting through them would definitely be much better than through anyone else. Gabby glanced at the time and said calmly, I'm sorry, Mr. Buck, I have an appointment to discuss matters. If it's convenient, please leave now. President Beckham, can you reconsider? Such a clear dismissal was hard for Seamus to misunderstand. His face turned grave. As you know, the current hottest promotional model is influencer product endorsements. Your company is right in the middle of heavily promoting new products. The most effective way to promote products is through advertising. Brand promotion-focused ads are too costly. Compared to live streaming sales promotions, traditional advertisements lack price advantages and have relatively limited reach. Roni and Cindy combined have 145 million followers. Such a large number of followers has a significant promotional impact. Moreover, they can share their experiences with the new products in real time, enhancing the reputation, popularity and positive reviews, all grabbed at once. On the contrary, if some unpleasant words are uttered, the impact on the product would be huge. Seamus's expression turned slightly grim. President Beckham, I've already explained my difficulties. If you find anything unsatisfactory, we can discuss it further. There's no need. Gabby shook her head. I've already made another arrangement to discuss this matter. With these words, Seamus became anxious immediately. President Beckham, who did you make an appointment with? This is none of your business, right? Gabby frowned. My guest will arrive at any moment. Please leave. Seamus's face immediately turned anxious. President Beckham, I'm willing to make concessions. 10 years is too long. Let's change it to 7? Seeing Gabby clearly not wanting to continue the discussion, Seamus tried probing further. 5 years. President Beckham, we've been cooperating for 2 years. Marvin hurriedly added, don't ruin our relationship over trivial matters. His attitude changed drastically. Just moments ago, he acted as if he had Gabby cornered. Now, he appeared quite anxious, desperately trying to mend things. Dermot almost laughed. Knowing this would happen, why do it in the first place? Please return, Mr. Buck, Gabby said expressionlessly. If you have any interest in cooperation, you can contact my secretary to arrange a meeting. But now, I need to receive other guests. President Beckham, you? Seamus's mind buzzed, feeling a bit lost. Marvin stood there motionless, curious to see who Gabby was going to meet. Soon enough, the door to the room was pushed open again. Leanne, with her hair tied up in a bun, walked in and exclaimed without seeing anyone yet, Phew, I'm exhausted. The moment she spoke, she froze. This is... She looked at Seamus and the two fashionably dressed women beside him. She didn't recognize the man, but the two women were very familiar. President Beckham, may I introduce? Seamus sized up Leanne, his lips curling with disdain. It couldn't be her. A little girl who hasn't even grown up yet? This is the guest I am meeting. Gabby was a bit unhappy but still introduced them out of politeness. She is Miss Zhou, the executive director of C Media. C Media? Seamus laughed. What kind of company is this? I've never heard of it. Is that it? Seamus laughed maniacally. Not knowing about it shows your ignorance. Dermot, who hadn't spoken much, interjected coldly. Seamus turned to look at him, dropping the act. Am I really ignorant, or are you two just desperate? Who did I think it was? To choose an obscure, fly-by-night company like this. President Beckham, I advise you to think twice. His attitude underwent another significant shift. Initially, Marvin pretended to be in a tough spot while hiding a sharp edge. Upon learning Gabby intended to find another party, he instantly became uneasy. When Leanne appeared and named her company, this guy regained his arrogance. The skill of changing faces. Marvin certainly mastered it. To put it bluntly, Seamus stared disdainfully at Leanne. All the influencers under C Media combined wouldn't even match a fraction of Roni and Cindy's follower count. Little girl, you should stop running a company. Marvin smiled mockingly. Your appearance is decent. If you're willing to join Fengtang Media, Big Brother will spend a lot of money to promote you. Want to consider it? Seamus tilted his eyes, looking at her with a teasing expression. Gabby stood up abruptly. Mr. Buck, watch your words. If you don't show respect, don't blame me for being rude. Saying such things clearly didn't take Leanne seriously. Leanne wasn't just her guest, but also the childhood playmate and neighbor's little sister of her husband. Daring to say such things in front of her Gabby, a scolding was the least he deserved. Sorry, I misspoke. Seamus smiled, not even showing a proper attitude for admitting his mistake. Dermot looked at him and said slowly, you still don't believe that you're ignorant. Without knowing how many founders there are or who they are for C Media, you dare to speak so boldly? Marvin stared steadily at the sneering Seamus and continued, currently, who are the top-tier influencers? Seamus laughed coldly. Mr. Galg, are you trying to tell me that C Media is hiding dragons and tigers? A small company whose name he just heard of. Why bother learning about it? Hiding dragons and tigers might be an exaggeration, Dermot replied indifferently, but slapping Mr. Buck's face should be enough. Let's make a bet. Whether the total number of fans from all under C Media can match even a fraction of these two. Seamus's expression darkened. This kid wants to bluff? Fine, I'll bet with you. Marvin lifted his head proudly and asked, what will you do if you lose? I won't lose because I know C Media well, Dermot smiled. As for you, if you lose, not only will Mr. Buck have to slap himself twice, but you must roll out of here and not disturb our meal again. Seamus's eyelids twitched. You were politely asked to leave, yet you refused. So much for being polite. Dermot's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you don't want to save face, I have nothing to be courteous about either. Are you up for the bet? Seamus wanted to say something more. No nonsense. Dermot, clearly impatient, interrupted. I've been tolerating you for half a day. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Just tell me, will you take the bet or not? Will you or not? Damn. Seamus was furious. Not daring is being a coward, but this bet is obviously unfair. There's no penalty if you lose. Though I won't lose. Dermot calmly said, I can give you a chance. Tell me, what penalty do you want? Anything? Seamus's face lit up. Mr. Galg, this is on you. Chapter 166, a Marvin A.V. Orlandot. Seamus's request was simple, but he still had some self-awareness and didn't dare to propose that winning would mean a mandatory contract with him. If I win, I hope General Manager Beckham can seriously consider it. Marvin looked at Gabby. If there's anything wrong, we can discuss it further. Contacting certain people is really unnecessary. As he said this, he glanced at Leanne. Dermot wanted to laugh. This guy was indeed quite confident. Confidence doesn't necessarily stem from ignorance, but ignorant people tend to be more confident. Seamus was clearly one of these people. He hadn't even thought about investigating C Media. Marvin was certain this new company had no impressive talent. It's a deal. Gabby, seeing that Dermot was deliberately setting it up, readily agreed. I'll add a stake. If Director Buck wins, the contract with Fengtang Media will be my first choice. But if you lose? Gabby's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only will you slap yourself, but you'll also apologize to my guests. And then, Director Buck should take your team and leave here, and never disturb us again. No problem. Seamus beamed internally. This woman Gabby was quite easy to provoke. She actually dared to add stakes. Is everything clear? Acting as the referee, Gabby asked, if so, let's begin. Fine. Seamus proudly said, Mr. Galg, don't say I'm bullying you. Let this young man do the serious calculations. Who does C Media have? How many fans do these people have? Seamus turned his head toward Roni and London, looking extremely pleased. The two female internet celebrities smirked, somewhat proud. When it came to comparing fan numbers, they had never been afraid. Apart from a few exceptions, no one could match them. Leanne first glanced at Dermot. Encouraged by his look, she then faced Seamus and said, C Media has a total of 21 online influencers and streamers. At this point, Seamus almost burst out laughing. 21 people? Truly an amateur company. These small fries couldn't even make up Roni's entire operation team. Our company's top star is called Amy. Leanne slowly continued. Marvin, her fanbase is just over 100 million. Seamus sneered. That's it? The sarcastic words on the tip of his tongue were suddenly swallowed back. What? How many? Marvin was stunned. Just over 100 million? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. 100 million followers would place one in the elite class of internet celebrities. Such a major influencer would willingly stay in a newly established small company? They probably couldn't afford her salary. Amy? Roni exclaimed. Amy in C Media? Impossible. Seamus was taken aback. Of course, he had heard of Amy. Seamus had privately contacted her before, hoping to recruit this big beauty who had gone viral across the web under his banner. Unfortunately, she hadn't agreed. C Media was co-founded by Siwei and me. What's impossible about it? Leanne replied. Looking calmly at Seamus, she said, My name is Leanne. Do you understand now? Amy, Leanne. Taking one character from each name forms C. U. Seamus was speechless. How could they still compete? Director Buck, hurry and slap yourself. Dermot laughed. Once you're done, you can leave. Don't stand here and obstruct the view. Seamus stared blankly. It dawned on him that this kid was deliberately messing with him. Using the information gap, Marvin had set a trap for him. You are so despicable. Seamus angrily shouted. You took advantage of my lack of knowledge. Dermot sneered. Didn't you say earlier that Director Buck was uninformed? You don't only lack insight. You also love to pretend. Doing a simple online search wouldn't have led to this. Dermot shook his head. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. Quickly, give yourself 2 slaps and apologize to my sister, or else. At this point, Seamus became even angrier. So, they were all related, intentionally playing with him. You conspired to trick me. This bet wasn't fair. What rubbish. Dermot showed impatience. You barged in uninvited, rambling in front of us, and now you can't bear for me to find some amusement? It's best if you handle it yourself. If you force me. Dermot rolled up his sleeves. I can be heavy-handed. Seamus felt both anger and fury. If he listened to Dermot, wouldn't he look like a fool? Marvin turned around, muttering curses and hurriedly walked out. I'm leaving. Don't bother with you anymore. Gabby stood up, displeased. Then you should at least apologize. Leanne hadn't provoked or offended him, yet she was disdained by this person right from the start. Apologizing, no problem. Apologize. Seamus turned around, his tone stiff. President Beckham, you colluded with them to set up this situation? Why should I apologize? Why should I? Dermot took 2 steps forward and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Wanna know? Then listen carefully. My wife and I were sitting here. Didn't invite you, did we? Did we let you in? Dermot slightly tightened his grip on Seamus's collar. Seamus was speechless. Not inviting you is one thing. Dermot continued, telling you to get lost, yet you insisted on hanging around. Isn't that like asking for a slap in the face? Quickly apologizing to Leanne. Seeing his somewhat sincere attitude, Dermot released his hand. Be smarter next time, Dermot reminded him. If you're so lacking in judgment again, I'll beat you every time I see you. Seamus's neck shrunk under the scolding. Marvin wasn't convinced inside, but he didn't dare show it. After Dermot let go, he scurried away. Roni and London were still standing there, clearly shocked by what had just happened. Dermot looked at them and smiled. At a contact number? Working for a boss like that has no future. Chapter 167. You just want free benefits. After the two left, Leanne pointed at Dermot and exclaimed, Wow, you actually flirted with a girl right in front of Aunt Carly, and exchanged phone numbers. Dermot was speechless. Marvin retorted irritably, Wasn't I digging a wall for you? Leanne froze. They won't get far if they stay at Fengtang, Dermot explained. They can still attract fans based on their looks for now, but internet users are fickle. Beautiful female internet celebrities spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. If one's attractiveness relies solely on appearance, sooner or later it will be replaced. Seamus held on to these two, but didn't know how to maximize their value. What does your Una rely on to accumulate so many fans? Solid scripts and passable acting? Let me be frank. Marvin, her face isn't suitable for the big screen. She'd be better suited for short dramas. Done well, it wouldn't be worse than making movies. Leanne hesitated. Brother Dermot, isn't that too conclusive? Appearing on the big screen. Achieving an underdog's comeback. This was Amy's dream. She had been working hard toward this dream. Dermot said her face wasn't suitable for the big screen. Hasn't she had some facial adjustments? Dermot asked, looking at her. The big screen magnifies actors' faces many times over. Any flaws on the face are easily exposed. Leanne opened her mouth, but Dermot remained silent, waiting for her to speak. A moment later, Leanne sighed, I've advised her before, but Una is stubborn and insisted on getting adjustments. In fact, she's already very beautiful, but when you go back, mention it to her. Ask her if she's interested in shooting short dramas. Short drama, 3 minutes per episode. With its clear themes and fast pace, it has become a hit online. Those are the micro-short dramas that have been especially popular recently, right? Leanne, who knew a bit about this field, remarked. They're pretty rustic. Rustic, but addictive, Dermot smiled. Moreover, if polished properly, they can be innovative. This suggestion wasn't just for Amy. She harbored dreams, which was commendable. But the reason dreams remain dreams rather than ideals is that they are hard to achieve. Dermot particularly admired Amy's courage. She dared to approach Talon herself. This courage was truly admirable, but reality can be harsh. The big screen magnifies facial imperfections and performance details. To be honest, Amy's acting skills were barely sufficient for short videos. Truly appearing on the big screen would be a disaster. It would be good enough if she didn't get criticized. After listening carefully to Dermot's analysis, Leanne felt somewhat convinced. Nor should you tell her the truth, Dermot smiled. I mean, for now. Just shoot some short dramas and hone her acting. Who knows? An opportunity might come in the future, Dermot said. Sometimes things are unpredictable. Leanne nodded seriously. Dermot continued, recommending she shoot short dramas isn't just for her benefit. Lite has many artists who haven't had a chance to shine. Joining in to shoot short dramas can earn money to support their families while helping them improve their skills. Clearly a win-win situation. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Leanne asked. If I mentioned it, would my words have the same effect as yours? Dermot smiled. Sister Ruth, the futures of Lite's unknown artists are in your hands. Don't disappoint me. Don't give me that. Leanne rolled her eyes. You definitely planned this out. You must have planned it long ago. You just want to take advantage of Una's popularity. Wow, you saw through me? Dermot looked at her in surprise. Nice job, Sister Ruth. Watching the two, Gabby smiled with amusement. Humph, you're playing both sides. I'm not talking to you anymore. Leanne pouted. I'll go to Aunt Carly. Saying this, She moved closer to Gabby. Aunt Carly, you look even prettier, she loudly said. Is it because of the joy of love? Gabby's smiling face instantly turned bright red. A mischievous smile appeared on Leanne's face as her gaze shifted between the two. Something's going on here. Let's not talk nonsense. Dermot interjected hurriedly. Let's focus on business. I'll ask them to bring the dishes now. The current situation. CE Media urgently needed orders to maintain normal company operations. And Gabby's new product was in the promotion phase, requiring rapid fame building. CE Media had Amy, who boasted the highest number of fans. Gabby had money. Both parties came to an agreement quickly. So easily securing a major order made Leanne's small hands tremble with excitement. I'll draft the contract tonight and send it to you tomorrow, Gabby said. Once the contract is signed, the official start of their cooperation. After finishing the meal, the two saw Leanne off to her car. Drive slowly and get home early. Dermot bent down, his arm casually resting on the car window. Leanne fastened her seatbelt. So, do you want me to drive slowly or get home early? You are so contradictory. A mischievous smile appeared on her delicate little face. Dermot was momentarily speechless. I'm leaving. Leanne smiled sweetly at the two outside the car. Don't let me interrupt your romantic moment. It's still early. You can go see a movie or something. Wow, last time you two looked like strangers. After half a month, you've already got the couple look. Dermot's face turned dark as he waved his hand. Just go. Just go. Inside the car, Leanne stuck out her tongue at him, rolled up the window, and slowly drove away. Watching her drive off into the distance, Dermot turned back and gave Gabby a wry smile. This girl is truly full of mischief. They stood in the same spot for a while. Dermot hesitated for a moment before suggesting, it's indeed still early. How about? Marvin didn't even finish his sentence. Gabby had already nodded. Sure. It seemed she had been waiting for Dermot to take the initiative. Dermot smiled slightly, feeling a warm emotion well up in his heart. Let's take a stroll? Marvin suggested tentatively. I remember there's a park not far from here. Walking around? Their gentle gazes cast upon their children. Further ahead, many young people could be seen setting up live streaming equipment and fill lights. Some were speaking into the camera. Others chose a quiet corner of the square, showcasing their talents to the audience. Around them, onlookers gathered, adding more excitement to the live stream. The couple meandered from one place to another, stopping now and then among the crowds. It seemed that in the midst of the throngs of people, they could only see each other. They drifted outside the noise and hustle. A half hour passed as they strolled around. Although there wasn't much worth seeing, neither of them showed any sign of impatience. On the contrary, they looked spirited and energetic. This park square was vast. There were steps leading to different areas of the park in 4 directions. After spending about half an hour strolling around the square, the couple casually chose a direction to continue walking, leaving the square behind. Their ears immediately became immersed in silence. The path they stepped onto, surrounded by towering trees such as the phoenix tree and prickly ash, was very tranquil. As the night breeze gently brushed past, the shadows of the trees under the streetlights swayed slightly. Going deeper inside, the sound of the bustling square gradually faded away. Occasionally, couples would stroll hand in hand towards them. Dermot and Gabby also became one of these pairs, leisurely walking under the quiet night sky. This was a time that belonged solely to them. Up ahead, there's a place to sit. Are you tired? Dermot asked. Would you like to rest for a bit? Gabby considered for a moment and nodded. She wasn't really frail. Although she usually traveled by car and spent her days in the office, she occasionally played fitness games and kept herself fit. Near a bench within a small grove, the dense foliage blocked the light from the street lamps. As they entered the grove, everything turned dark before their eyes. Adapting slightly, they could at least make out objects. Dermot approached an empty bench and wiped it thoroughly with tissues provided by Gabby. It was too dark to see what might be on the bench. Cleaning it made sitting more comfortable. After cleaning, Dermot felt satisfied. Marvin balled up the used tissues and held them in his palm, intending to throw them away when they left. Sitting down on the bench, neither of them spoke. Though not alone, the grove was eerily silent. After a while, Dermot noticed something odd. The sounds coming from nearby were strange. Curiously, he turned his head. In the dim light, he saw 2 heads closely pressed together. The silhouettes of the couple embracing each other, feeling each other's warmth, were faintly visible. Dermot's pupils dilated. Oop! The man beside her made a move. What should she do? Although they could both vaguely sense each other's feelings, and the affection between them was gradually warming. But that layer of paper hadn't been punctured yet. They sat quietly for a while. 2 more couples arrived one after another. They passed by Dermot and Gabby silently, looking for empty benches. Soon, they found out. People were all around them now. Some couples were whispering to each other, but more of them, upon sitting down, immediately embraced and kissed passionately after just a few words. Sitting on the bench felt like sitting on needles. Shall we go? Dermot noticed how waymal the atmosphere in the grove had become. Compared to others, they were the odd ones out. They sat respectfully side by side, barely exchanging a few words. Gabby nodded awkwardly, standing up at the same time. Perhaps because she was flustered by the atmosphere, she walked a bit too hurriedly as she left. She stumbled over something on the ground. She let out a startled cry, her slender body suddenly leaning forward. Dermot, quick on his feet, caught her with his arms as her body tipped forward. In the heat of the moment, he didn't think much about it. By the time he realized, his hands had already wrapped around her, and his right hand was pressing against a particularly full but very soft spot. Dermot felt his fingers sink into the softness. Gabby gave a soft hum. Struggling lightly, Dermot found it difficult to speak up. Although it was unintentional, he still felt guilty for touching places he shouldn't have. For a moment, both of them had different thoughts and even avoided making eye contact. The longer they stood in place, the more awkward the atmosphere became. In the end, Gabby took the initiative to break the silence. There's such a place in the city park? Dermot. Trying to make small talk. Marvin tactfully picked up on the cue. During the day, it's usually adults playing with kids here, but at night, the atmosphere in the woods becomes extremely intimate. The two exchanged remarks, pretending that nothing had happened earlier. Neither of them was a child anymore. They wouldn't waste emotions over something insignificant. What mattered was that Gabby didn't feel as though she had been wronged. This point puzzled even her. Maybe too many body contacts had desensitized her? That seemed to be the only explanation for now. Gabby glanced quickly at Dermot, suddenly finding his nervous expression amusing. Marvin looked like a child who had done something wrong and dared not look at her. A faint smile spread across her face. This man was essentially a pure-hearted big boy. Earlier, she had actually suspected him of being manipulative. Gabby chuckled to herself. She really thought too much. If he were so skilled, why did he miss all those previous opportunities? When they watched horror movies together at home, she practically threw herself into his arms. This man remained perfectly proper and never crossed any boundaries. And even after spending countless nights in the same room, he never behaved improperly on getting out of the car. Exiting the elevator, they turned a corner, seeing Fiona sitting alone on a bench in the corridor, wiping away tears secretly. Fiona, what's the situation? Gabby hurriedly approached. What's wrong with Declan? Fiona looked up. Seeing the two of them, she managed a weak smile. Miss Master, you came? In fact, it's nothing serious. Go back and rest. I'll manage here. She forced a smile, patting Gabby's hand that was holding hers. Miss, I may need to take a few days off. Gabby frowned. You can rest every day if you want, she emphasized. But today? What exactly happened? Where is Declan's mother? Isn't Declan hospitalized, yet she's not here? Didn't she always tell you not to get involved? That she could take care of the child herself? Where is she now? Gabby's voice wasn't loud, but her tone was urgent. Dermot stood beside her silently. Marvin had heard some about Fiona's family affairs. She had 2 sons. Her elder son was quite capable and started his own company. As for her younger son, Marvin wasn't easily evaluated. This guy had always been idle and good for nothing. Marvin hung out with a group of shady friends, doing nothing but drinking and having fun every day. Fiona worked for Gabby's family, earning a high salary. Moreover, she had pension insurance. Her daily expenses were covered by Gabby, so she didn't need to spend money herself. Therefore, Fiona had accumulated quite a substantial savings, enough to support her younger son in his carefree life until he turned 30, got married, and even had a child, living off the family. To Fiona, it wasn't really a big deal. After all, she still had the ability to earn money. She could afford it. She thought life would continue like this forever. However, 2 years ago, her younger son got involved with drugs. Every day, he hung around with a bunch of young delinquents, so it wasn't surprising that he got into this mess. Fiona tried sending him to a rehab center. Marvin seemed to recover well, but soon relapsed shortly after being released. To get money from Fiona, he used every trick in the book, whether it was exaggerating his hardships or crying and making a fuss. Fiona, helpless, had no choice but to give him money. Once he got the money, he immediately ran off to find his shady friends and continue. Desperately at a loss, Fiona decided to involve the authorities and have her younger son taken away. She couldn't bear to see her own flesh and blood tormented by that damned stuff. She would rather lock him up, cut it off from the source. What Fiona never expected was that because of this, her younger son resented her. Not just him. Even his wife started yelling about severing ties over this matter. Of course, it was all talk. They still loudly proclaimed that you wouldn't allow Angel Aunt to interfere in your family matters, nor let her see her grandson. You, Jana, would take good care of the child. Is this how you take care of him? Gabby's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. Leaving the child alone at home. Getting yourself all dolled up and going out to play. This has nothing to do with you. Jana's face showed a trace of discomfort. Mind your own business. Gabby sneered. You can't even tell that I'm purely blaming you. Because of you, Angel Aunt couldn't rest properly. Brandon felt unwell and couldn't get in touch with you. Marvin had no choice but to call his grandmother, making her rush over at night to take him to the doctor. Angel Aunt is Brandon's grandmother. At the same time, she is also my elder. The elderly shouldn't be out this late at night, so I specially came to see her and bring her home. Is there a problem with that? Since she's here, let's go, Angel Aunt. After saying this, Gabby pulled Angel Aunt up. Angel Aunt hesitated. Marvin, her grandson, was still undergoing examination. How could she leave now? Don't leave yet, Jana shouted. Have you paid for the medical expenses? Emergency visits are bound to be expensive at this hour. Gabby became impatient. This woman was like a bloodsucker. Angel Aunt had given them hundreds of thousands of yuan over time. This didn't even include the occasional requests for money from her younger son for urgent needs. I've paid. Angel Aunt nodded frantically. The doctor is still examining. Don't worry. Hui hui. Gabby was speechless. Did this woman show any signs of concern at all? As this woman approached, Gabby could clearly smell the alcohol on her breath. Gabby's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Late at night, leaving the child alone at home, she got herself dressed up and went out drinking. Since you're here, you might as well give the next month's child support too, Jana demanded boldly, holding out her hand. Dermot, who had been silent, twitched his eye slightly. And also the costs for subsequent treatment. There's no need to worry about medical expenses. I've already saved 5,000. Angel Aunt hurriedly explained to her. 5,000 won't be enough, Jana frowned. Medical fees these days are so high, especially for children's illnesses. She held out her hand expressionlessly and said, transfer it to me via WeChat. The living expenses for us mother and son, and all expenses incurred during the treatment. At least another 10 or 20,000, right? She shook her phone. Transfer it now. Dermot noticed. Most of the chat records on the phone were bank transfers. Okay. Hui hui, don't worry. Angel Aunt fumbled with her phone anxiously. Dermot couldn't stand it anymore, even though this was someone else's family matter. Over this period, Angel Aunt had taken good care of him. Dermot was the type who repaid kindness with kindness. Could he watch an elder who had treated him kindly be bullied right in front of him? Marvin couldn't stand it at all. Putting down Angel Ant's hand, Dermot glanced at Jana. No rush on the transfer. The most important thing now is whether the child is okay, right? Jana's face darkened. Who are you? Popping out of nowhere? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Seeing the money almost in hand, this person suddenly appeared. Aren't you a lousy mother? Dermot frowned, coming here without caring about your child's condition, just reaching out for money. Angel Ant, I suspect she has malicious intentions. Don't give her money, Dermot spoke frankly. Who knows where she'll spend it? Angel Ant felt torn. You, Jana cursed loudly. Where did you come from, scum? What does our family matter have to do with you? It indeed has nothing to do with me. Dermot turned around. But who calls me a busybody? Marvin gave Angel Ant a reassuring glance, indicating her to stay calm. Angel Ant trusted him, so she didn't say anything more. You dog catching rats? Jana seethed, pointing at Dermot wildly. Gabby couldn't help but confront her. Jana, I warn you. If you dare insult my husband again, I won't be nice to you. Dermot looked over and smiled inwardly. His wife was too well-mannered. Even when furious, she couldn't utter harsh words. So, he's your husband. Jana laughed. Miss Beckham, didn't you hate men? When did you hook up with this loser? Really can't tell, huh? The well-educated Miss Beckham actually found a man secretly. A mocking smile appeared on her face. Is it illegal to get married? Dermot raised a hand, signaling the furious Gabby to calm down and let him handle the situation. Not really, right? But as for you, Dermot said slowly, according to Article 21 of our country's regulations, the parents or guardians of minors shall not leave children under 8 years old unattended. Marvin turned to Fiona. Is your grandson 8 years old this year? Fiona hesitated and shook her head. Brandon still has more than a month before turning 5. 8 is still far away. Dermot turned his head, looking at Jana with a half-smile. That means your behavior tonight was illegal. Jana's expression changed, and she snapped angrily. So what? Don't I have my own things to do? Dermot looked puzzled. Who cares if you do or not? All I know is that you are now acting illegally. Don't argue. I'll call the police right now and tell them how irresponsible you are. Seeing that he really took out his phone, Jana panicked. She had heard of Article 21 before. If they got serious, she indeed bore irrefutable responsibility. Jana's eyes darted around, and she suddenly turned to Fiona. It was you who called them over, right? I knew you never meant any good. You deliberately brought people here to bully us widows and orphans. Let me tell you, old woman Angel, she shouted fiercely. Don't want to give money? Fine. Tomorrow, I'll take Brandon and apply to sever all ties with you. From now on, Brandon will change his surname to mine and have nothing more to do with your Laufan family. At these words, Fiona immediately panicked. Dermot stepped in front of her, signaling her to calm down. Then he turned around, with a half-smile on his face. You're serious? It's a deal then. Chapter 171. Double Joy. Jana could tell. This lousy man had decided to confront her tonight. She was so angry that she nearly ground her molars to pieces. Scumbag, what's it got to do with you? Dermot was unhurried. Didn't I just say? I don't have any other hobbies? Other than meddling in others' business. Fiona has always taken good care of me. Marvin or matters are my matters. Dermot wore a nonchalant expression. I've decided to get involved in this today. Fiona wanted to say something more. Because of the younger son's issues, she always felt guilty towards her daughter-in-law, and thus tried to accommodate her from all aspects. Fiona was a kind person. She firmly believed that people's hearts were made of flesh. Jana was dissatisfied with her because of their son's problem. So, she treated her slightly worse, but it wasn't a big deal. Just as Fiona was about to step forward, Gabby came over and held her back. Fiona, let him handle it. Fiona opened her mouth, but ended up only sighing. Although the young couple of the Beckham family had no blood relation with her, in her eyes, they were just like her own children. Orlandad or back of hand. It was all flesh. She truly didn't want to see the daughter-in-law quarreling with Miss Beckham's husband. You were the one who said it. Dermot continued, cutting ties, right? Perfect. Cutting ties and changing the surname. Fiona won't need to pay you living expenses anymore, right? This is really a double joy. His smile was mocking. Jana dared to be so presumptuous. It was merely using her son to coerce Fiona. Dermot gave her a taste of her own medicine. Fiona cherished kinship, whereas Jana only had her eyes on Fiona's bank deposit. How could she let go of a golden mountain from which money could be withdrawn at will? When Dermot revealed this, Jana was indeed stunned. As she was about to speak, a doctor in a white coat emerged from the emergency room. What's all the shouting about? This is a hospital. In the middle of the night, and you're in such high spirits, roaring so loud that I can hear you inside the emergency room. The doctor was wearing a mask, but from his frowning brows, it was clear he was displeased. If you have anything to discuss, please take it outside. Don't shout here. Marvin scolded them and then asked, who is the patient's family member? Fiona hurriedly went over. I'm the grandmother of the child. Doctor, what's wrong with our child? The doctor's tone was not pleasant. How did you take care of him? How many days has the child been in pain before you brought him to the hospital? Taken aback by the rebuke, Fiona looked embarrassed. Without explanation, she asked timidly, then doctor, what's wrong with our Aiken? The doctor shook his head and sighed. All sorts of tests have been done. Blood routine ultrasound. The child's mental state seemed fine. Listening to the heart and lungs with a stethoscope also showed normal results. The abdomen was soft without tenderness, so it ruled out stomach problems. The doctor gave a particularly concise explanation of the child's condition. But after talking for a long time, he hadn't mentioned what disease the child might have. Under Fiona's persistent questioning, the doctor pondered for a moment and suggested tentatively, should we do an endoscopy for the child? For such a small child, getting an endoscopy would require parental consent. Having been busy inside for a while, the doctor came out to seek the family's opinion. An endoscopy? Fiona was taken aback. The child is still so young. How can he undergo an endoscopy? Even some adults couldn't bear the discomfort, let alone a child less than 5 years old. It's like this. The doctor lowered his voice. Based on the current assessment, it might be that the child accidentally ingested something undigestible. It hasn't been excreted, but remained inside the body. Well? Fiona widened her eyes and instinctively turned to look at Jana with a questioning face. Jana's facial expression changed noticeably. Hui. The doctor says Aiken might have eaten something he shouldn't have. Fiona hesitated and asked. That question was like stepping on Jana's tail. She instantly lost her temper. Why are you looking at me? I can't watch him 24/7. The doctor frowned. Please keep quiet. This is a hospital. Marvin turned his head and asked Fiona. What's the relationship between this lady and the child? Fiona replied with a complicated expression. She's the mother, usually too busy working and doesn't have much time to care for him. She meant to excuse Jana. After all, she had been mainly taking care of the child. So if there were problems, she should bear the most responsibility. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Jana retorted ungraciously. I already said it's impossible to watch him 24/7. The child takes after his father and has hyperactivity, slightly inattentive, and he's off causing trouble. What does that have to do with me? I didn't say it had anything to do with you. The doctor was also somewhat helpless dealing with this woman. Marvin had seen plenty of people. Irresponsible parents, he had met quite a few. Yet, it was her first time encountering a mother who wasn't worried about her child's condition and kept shifting responsibilities. Let it be. Fiona sighed. Doctor, please continue with the examination for the child. An endoscopy is torment. Being in pain all along is also torment. Without figuring out the cause of the illness, the pain will continue. The child is so young. How could he endure such suffering? Since you agree, the doctor asked, the child's mother, come sign the consent form? Jana didn't respond. Fiona hurriedly said, how about I do it? The doctor frowned but nodded. That works. Follow me. This must be done on an empty stomach, so it can't be done tonight. Then the child will be in pain the whole time? Fiona looked heartbroken. There's nothing we can do. The doctor sighed. Marvin's too young to take painkillers. You have my thanks. Try to get the child to sleep. Marvin said as he left. When Dermot and Gabby turned around, Jana had vanished without a trace. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but comment. How can there be such irresponsible parents in this world? Took the child from the nurse. Grandmother and grandson embraced, silently shedding tears together. Chapter 172. You have a code name, right? Fiona's husband's family name is Fan. Marvin, her little grandson, is named Lyndon. Children are often quite sensitive, with a sharper perception of the people and environment around them. They can feel who genuinely treats them well. Although the grandmother and grandson don't see each other often, Brandon still feels close to his grandmother despite the infrequent meetings. At the very least, he knows that whenever his grandmother secretly visits him, she always brings delicious food and toys. Marvin shyly 坐在王姨的怀里，一双乌黑的大眼睛望向唐瑞和沈婉欣. Marvin had seen the beautiful aunt before, but this uncle was completely unfamiliar to him. The usually lively little boy was now moaning because of the pain, breaking Fiona's heart. Gabby contacted a doctor, hoping to secure a private room. This was a public hospital, and single rooms were limited. After pleading for a long time and adding some money, they finally managed to get one. The doctor promised to try to get the child to sleep, but even so, Fiona would have to stay up all night watching over him. Staying in a shared ward might disturb other patients. Having a private room meant there would be a place to rest while taking care of the child. Fiona, we'll head back first. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be much help. The child only felt close to his. Did you smell the odor on Jana just now? Marvin turned and asked with a smile. Gabby was taken aback. Jana carried a strong smell of alcohol. Mixed with perfume and various other scents, it smelled odd. It made one's head spin just from breathing it in. Besides alcohol, there was also a smell of cigarette smoke, Dermot said. The smell of men's cigarettes. Gabby looked puzzled. Isn't it just smoke? What's the difference? Dermot explained as he drove, smiling. The difference is, women's cigarettes mostly have fruity flavors. They are lighter and sweeter. Men's cigarettes have the natural aroma of tobacco, more pungent and lasting. His explanation left Gabby astonished. What kind of nose did this man have to distinguish such subtle scents? Jana herself doesn't smoke or rarely does, Dermot continued. Chemicals in tobacco accelerate skin aging and darken lip color. You saw it yourself. She adjusts her hair every few seconds. Even when arguing heatedly, she checks her face in the darkened phone screen. This shows how concerned she is about her appearance. Someone so concerned with her image wouldn't likely do anything that could ruin her beauty. Dermot laughed. There's an 80% chance she doesn't smoke, but she carries the smell of men's cigarette smoke. You know, in good ventilation, cigarette smoke dissipates in about an hour. It takes time to get to the hospital. Even if she was in a room full of smokers earlier, causing her to pick up the scent, the smell should have dissipated considerably by the time she came here. Plus, with the strong alcohol, these were skills honed through missions after being rescued by a mercenary corps. I used to be a mercenary abroad, Dermot said earnestly. You know mercenaries, right? A profession willing to do anything. Whether it's security, training, or military operations, you can find them involved. Gabby was speechless. So when you were a mercenary, you must have had a code name, right? She suddenly asked. Warwolf? Fongwolf? Humph. Gabby sniffed lightly. If you don't want to say, just say so directly. Why make up such stories to deceive people? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Marvin had guessed she would react like this. Living in peace for too long, she might find it hard to imagine that there are places in the world constantly in turmoil. Fine if she doesn't believe it. Less likely to be scared then. Seeing Gabby turn her head away with puffed cheeks, Dermot shook his head and chuckled. All right, no more jokes. I'm just particularly interested in this field and enjoy thinking about it. Sherlock Holmes and Conan, I've watched them countless times, he said with a serious expression. Chapter 173, Convince or Not. Gabby turned around. She had an expression of, that's what I thought. Dermot couldn't help laughing. Truthfully, he didn't believe Gabby. She made him lie on the spot. You were pretty tough? Actually, Gabby was not angry at all. She was just pretending. Your observation skills are amazing. Pretty good, right? Dermot chuckled. If his observation skills weren't sharp enough, he would have been dead long ago. This wasn't something he was born with. It was honed in countless missions between life and death. So now you suspect Jana is cheating? Your analysis makes a lot of sense. But without evidence, Fiona won't believe it. No worries, I've got it covered. Dermot gave her a gentle smile. Just wait and see the show. When they got home, it was midnight. Fiona was not home tonight. Only the two of them were in the huge villa. Go to sleep early, Dermot said. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the company first, sort things out. Then we go to the hospital together. By then Declan should have already done the gastroscopy. What the problem is, will be clear tomorrow. Okay, you also go to sleep early. Gabby nodded gently and said softly, good night. Watching her go upstairs, Dermot turned and walked into the bedroom. Marvin took out his phone and contacted Esau directly. Are you free? Marvin, let me investigate something. The other end of the phone was very noisy. Are you outside? Dermot was somewhat curious. Yes, eating skewers by the roadside with Albert. Please wait a moment, I'll find a quieter place. After a while, the noise diminished significantly. Mr. Galg, what can I do for you? Esau had joined Dermot's side after being beaten several times. Going against him would result in punishment. Working for him meant no beating and earning money. Esau now completely regarded Dermot as a benefactor, showing a posture of adoration. Find out about a woman named Jana for me. Her husband is named Huey, who was arrested for drug use. Dermot detailed the situation. Did this Jana offend you? Esau secretly mourned for this woman. Never mind that. Go check immediately, let me know as soon as you have news. Okay. Esau promised with a pat on his chest. Mr. Galg, I'll complete your task. How much is left from the last payment? Dermot suddenly asked. Esau felt embarrassed. Why ask this suddenly? Is he going to ask for the money back? Almost spent. Dermot laughed. I'll transfer another amount shortly. I won't mistreat you for working for me. Wow. Esau felt elated. Thank you so much, Mr. Galg, Boss Galg. You're too generous. What kind of benefactor is this? Before, running errands or collecting debts for others. Tiring work, earning only a few thousand each time. One move by Boss Galg, earned tens of thousands. Shortly after the call ended, Esau received the transfer. Holding the phone happily, he walked back and sat down confidently. Tiger brother, what's making you so happy? The Albert turned their heads with curiosity. Esau proudly shook his phone. Still Mr. Galg, he sent me another payment. Getting paid 50,000 before even starting the job. Looking at the transfer record on the phone, the Albert exchanged glances, both envious beyond words. They hurriedly grabbed a beer each and said, Tiger brother, introduce us to some work if you have time. Esau wore a proud look. Introducing jobs isn't hard. But the important thing is, do you two now respect Boss Galg? The Albert exchanged glances again. Respect. They definitely respected him. They looked at Esau and nodded furiously. Since that's the case, I'll put in a good word for you when I see Boss Galg. Esau said with a certain tone. Boss Galg just gave me a task. What is it? The Albert quickly asked. Marvin wants to investigate a woman named Jana. Esau relayed everything he heard earlier. Beijing has over 10 million people. With so many people, where would they find this Jana? Are you guys stupid? Esau said angrily. Didn't I say her husband is named Huey? Marvin was arrested for drug use. Why don't you start from there? The brothers blushed. Tiger brother is more meticulous. We didn't notice that. At first, Esau was quite satisfied with their prey. My brothers and I have just met brother who recently. With shared interests, everyone quickly became acquainted. Opening a private room and ordering several singing companions, the group had a lively time. Esau was especially generous. Don't be polite with brother who. Speak up if you need anything. Marvin was originally liberal with money. Now, he had an even more generous patron. Spending money gave him less hesitation, so he splurged. Huazi was also moved by brother whose generosity, continuously toasting him and subtly asking about where he made his fortune. What kind of fortune? Esau smiled. Just followed a good boss. No shortage of money. Huazi's eyes sparkled as he raised his bottle to clink with him. When can you introduce me? Esau waved his hand. There'll be opportunities in the future. Marvin took a swig of wine and suddenly sighed. Mainly because the task given to me by the boss hasn't been completed yet. What task? Huazi asked hurriedly. Find someone. Esau said, probably offended the boss before. Want to find her out? Male or female? What's the name? Huazi asked again. Female. Named Jana? Esau calmly said. In this vast sea of people, where would I look for her? Iomet placed the bowl in front of Marie and said with a smile. Marie glanced at it twice. The peeled shrimp and garnishes piled on the steaming hot noodles looked very appetizing. Marie also noticed. There were clearly more shrimps in her bowl than in the other one. A ripple of emotion quietly spread in her heart. She looked up and saw Dermot staring at her. In that brief eye contact, both of them genuinely felt each other's emotions at that moment. Complex yet warm. Marie's lips curled into a faint smile. Looks delicious. I'm going to dig in. Then, she was somewhat shocked. His culinary skills were this good? Marie lifted her head again, looking at the man sitting opposite her. This man was gentle, reliable, and now had great cooking skills. What a hidden treasure. That idiot Allison, passing up such a wonderful man for someone who paled in comparison in every way. Marie couldn't help but give a cold laugh. This laugh made Dermot unsure. What's wrong? It doesn't suit your taste? Marvin felt a bit uneasy. She looked quite satisfied. No. Marie blushed. It's delicious. I was just thinking about something else. About what? Dermot was curious. Nothing. Marie dodged his eyes. How could she tell him this? Really nothing? Dermot frowned, not believing it. Marie felt a headache. Dermot staring at her intently, she couldn't help feeling a bit pleased inside. Why are you always staring at me? After a brief silence, Marie lowered her head and asked. She softly pursed her lips and asked again in a low voice. Do I look nice like this? Dermot had a wooden expression. Then after a while he replied, you look nice, it's just that. Her figure was too attractive. The open cardigan exposed her perfect waist, catching Dermot's eye. The white skin exposed outside dazzled him. What is it? Marie looked down and asked, puzzled. It's just that there isn't much cloth. Dermot said sheepishly, I didn't mean anything by it, Marvin didn't know how to say it. Marie thought for a moment and understood. The man was bothered by her wearing too little. This small cardigan had been in her wardrobe for several years without ever being worn. Today, she wasn't sure why she decided to try it on and found that it was a bit small. It left her waist completely exposed. Marie had heard a saying before. A man's concern about a woman's clothing is a manifestation of possessiveness. Because they care. If they don't, they wouldn't comment no matter how revealing the outfit. Realizing this, Marie felt a hint of joy. She pretended nonchalantly, then I'll go upstairs and change. When she came back downstairs, the sexy, provocative cardigan had been replaced by a small white shirt. Direction of the elevator, feeling quite complicated. Was such a huge change due to that man? Chapter 175. Are you blaming me? Jinghai City, Central Hospital. Fiona waited anxiously for the test results. Endoscopy required fasting, and the doctor had taken Declan for the examination quite early. The doctor left for nearly half an hour, and came back with a serious look on his face. The result is out. Fiona stood up nervously. A round metal object was found in your grandson's esophagus. It should be a button battery. The surrounding tissue has already fibrosed, encapsulating the battery. Fiona instantly turned deathly pale, hurriedly grabbing the doctor's hand. Dr. Jamar, what do we do now? How serious is it? She seemed completely at a loss. Please calm down first. Dr. Jamar consoled her. Now that we've identified the problem, it can be resolved. I will arrange surgery immediately, but I need your consent. I agree. Fiona nodded vigorously. Dr. Jamar, please save the child. My little grandson, Fiona couldn't help but be overwhelmed with sorrow as she recalled some past events. Seeing her heartbroken appearance, Dr. Jamar also felt uneasy. Marvin for a moment. Where are Beckham and that meddling man of hers? She said angrily. Jana brought quite a few people. 2 women wearing heavy makeup, and a young man with slicked back hair and a somewhat disreputable look. Fiona showed an unhappy expression. Declan has just been wheeled into the operating room. Jana's eyes flickered. A flash of guilt flashed across her face. She took a breath and asked in a restrained voice, is it so serious that surgery is needed? Because he swallowed a button battery? Fiona's voice suddenly became louder. I asked him. Marvin said he's been telling you about his stomachache since 2 weeks ago. Each time you told him you would take him to the doctor tomorrow, but it was postponed until yesterday. If not for last night's call, who knows how long it would have been delayed. That's your son. Fiona frowned, her tone carrying a hint of blame. Did you mean? Are you blaming me? Jana cut her off directly. You think I wanted to? Didn't I have my own matters? Couldn't even spare the time to go to the hospital? Fiona said unhappily. Yes. Jana raised her voice. I didn't have the time. There's no man in the house. If not for your son messing around and getting himself arrested, would our mother-son duo be living like this? She yelled fiercely and like Gabby's wasn't common. His eyes roved over Gabby's face and figure repeatedly. Exquisite. Whether it was her face or her figure. Especially the black stockings on her shapely legs and the white skin peeking between her knee-length dress and stockings. Everything about her was mesmerizing. Standing there, all other women paled in comparison. Marvin, her stunning beauty could captivate men and evoke envy from women. Jana stared at Gabby with an odd look, as if wanting to tear her face off. You have nothing to say? Gabby projected her powerful aura. Weren't you shouting loudly just now? Apart from being a great beauty, she was also a high-cold female CEO managing a large enterprise. With her overwhelming presence, Jana couldn't even meet her gaze directly. Under Gabby's cold stare, Jana involuntarily took a step back. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the long-haired man's arm, and suddenly shoved him forward. In this situation, they needed a man who could take charge. Caught off guard by the push, the long-haired man stumbled towards Gabby. Gabby, who was usually ice-cold, froze in place due to the sudden approach of the opposite sex. Stop! Don't come any closer! She shouted nervously, quickly retreating. The long-haired man barely steadied himself. Upon hearing Gabby's voice, he looked up in surprise. What was going on? Why did this cold beauty look like she had seen a ghost? Was he that scary? Marvin tentatively took another step forward. Gabby swiftly retreated, her expression a mix of shock and anger. Chapter 176. Not just one. Jinghai Central Hospital. To the left of the inpatient building, there is a small park for patients to stroll and relax. When Dermot arrived at the hospital, he received a call. Marvin asked Gabby to go inside with Fiona, while he walked to the park and sat down on a bench. Marvin answered the call. Esau's voice immediately came through. Boss Galg, I found the woman you were looking for. Dermot was somewhat surprised. This guy works pretty fast. Jana, 27 years old this year. She is married with a 4-year-old child. Marvin, her husband Huey, was arrested for drug use 2 years ago. Marvin might be released by the end of this year. Like reciting a menu, Esau rambled on about the information he had found out. After finishing, he added, Boss Galg, did this slut offend you? Should I take care of her? Dermot laughed. She seems to know a few people from the underworld. But it doesn't matter. I also met some people yesterday, and dealing with her won't be an issue. Esau said confidently. No rush, Dermot calmly replied. Investigate which men she has been close to. Do we need to investigate that? Esau exclaimed. Boss Gale, you don't know. This woman is incredibly slutty, seducing everyone. Just now you mentioned she knows some underworld people. You want to guess how she got to know them? Esau sounded agitated. By spreading her legs. All of them are her lovers. What? Dermot was shocked. Not only does she have extramarital affairs, but more than one. That's right. Esau confirmed. Dermot felt speechless. Hard to comment. What do you mean? Esau asked eagerly. Boss Gale, should I take care of her? Dermot fell silent. Then he suddenly said, are you doing this for impure motives? Esau choked, then said irritably after a moment, Boss Gale, don't blame me unfairly. His voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Dermot didn't expose him, instead laughing lightly. Dealing with her isn't complicated. Just follow my instructions. After giving instructions, he hung up the phone. Entering the inpatient building from outside, the fresh scent of plants was replaced by the smell of disinfectant. Dermot wrinkled his nose uncomfortably and turned into the corridor to the left of the entrance. As he approached, he heard Jana's proud shout, Brother Gene, she seems very scared of you. Dermot's brows knitted tightly, and he quickened his steps. Outside the operating room, Fiona tightly embraced Gabby, who appeared dazed and distracted. Facing them was a long-haired man with a lecherous look, approaching step by step. Beauty, why aren't you talking? Weren't you quite fierce earlier? Why don't you say something now? Brother wants to make friends with you. Maybe play together sometime? Fiona glared angrily. Miss doesn't like unfamiliar men coming close. Please back off. Seeing the girl in her arms, Fiona felt heartache. How could Fiona not know Gabby's situation? She protected Gabby and kept retreating until they backed into a corner of the hallway. The long-haired man grinned wickedly, relentlessly advancing. Don't like unfamiliar men? After playing together, you won't be unfamiliar anymore. Marvin tried to reach out towards Gabby with a mocking look. Then, he felt a sharp tearing pain on his scalp. The long-haired man cried out in pain and quickly raised his hand to grab his head. Marvin touched a hand like a vice, pulling at his long hair forcefully. Struggling to turn his head, he saw a pair of ice-cold eyes. A cold-faced Dermot stood behind him, lifting the guy's hair with his right hand. With a powerful yank, the long-haired man felt his scalp being ripped off. It hurts. It hurts. Brother, let's talk properly. Marvin felt as if the skin on his head was about to tear off, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Who the hell is your brother? Dermot sneered. What are you worth? Marvin exerted more force. The long-haired man's body tilted under the strength of Dermot's grip. Dermot's sudden appearance greatly startled Jana and others, contrasting sharply with Fiona who had been pushed against the wall. Son-in-law, you're here. Fiona's voice trembled. Hoarse. Miss Psy. Dermot looked at the blank-eyed Gabby, feeling a pang in his heart. Fiona, please take good care of Carly. His gaze shifted to the long-haired man and Jana. I'll be right back. Saying this, he dragged the long-haired man away by the hair. The long-haired man screamed in pain. His hands clutched Dermot's wrists tightly. His legs kicked wildly on the smooth floor, resembling a wild dog whose neck was being strangled. The commotion drew the attention of everyone on the first floor of the inpatient building. Many patients in hospital gowns walked out of their wards, watching from a distance with surprise and curiosity. The nurses at the nursing station were stunned. An older nurse hurried over. Sir, what are you doing? She turned her head to look at the long-haired man being dragged along. This guy was already in pain, his face contorted beyond recognition. It hurts. It hurts. Let go, brother. Let's talk things out calmly. Marvin harmed my wife and was shouting loudly outside the operating room. Dermot spoke succinctly. I'll throw him out for you. The nurse was taken aback. Even so, such a violent approach couldn't be justified. She glanced down. She could faintly see the streaks of blood oozing from the long-haired man's scalp. Before she could say anything to stop him, Dermot had already dragged the long-haired man to the entrance of the inpatient building. Marvin lowered his gaze. His indifferent eyes made the long-haired man feel waves of terror. You just, Dermot spoke through gritted teeth, wanted my wife to play with you? The long-haired man covered his head with both hands, his eyes full of fear. Brother, misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Just as he finished speaking, a shrill cry erupted from his mouth. Jana and others who followed him out were scared pale by the long-haired man's piercing shout. Jana was dumbfounded. Not only did this man meddle in other people's affairs, but his methods were also particularly ruthless. In just the blink of an eye, the long-haired man was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face unrecognizable. Jana was alarmed. The two women who came with her also paled. After giving the long-haired man a quick beating, Dermot threw him aside like trash, kicking him down the steps at the entrance. Marvin turned his head and looked at Jana. As soon as his ice-cold eyes fell on her, Jana felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. Scared? Dermot stared at her for a while before saying indifferently, Don't be afraid. It's not your turn yet. Leaving those words behind, Marvin took a step forward. Jana, standing in front of Dermot, quickly moved aside. Dermot didn't even glance at her, walking straight past her. Chapter 177. Big Brother will deal with him. When he returned to Gabby's side, she seemed to be in a better state. Fiona carefully helped her sit down and gently consoled her. Marvin's panicked appearance made Dermot feel both heartache and self-blame. I should have come in with you. Marvin airing his voice. Gabby looked up. The panic in her eyes was visibly dissipating. It's not your fault, Gabby forced a smile. Someone suddenly pushed that man over. A trace of aggression flashed in Dermot's eyes. Even without naming names, he could guess who it was. Son-in-law, luckily you arrived just in time, Fiona said with mixed feelings. Hui. Marvin's expression was filled with guilt. Considering her feelings, Dermot temporarily didn't want to pursue the matter. Let's not talk about this for now, Marvin walked over and asked. How is your grandson doing? Marvin's in surgery, Fiona replied. Is the situation serious? Dermot sat down on the bench next to Gabby. in the corridor. Occasionally, people would glance at them. The commotion earlier had been significant enough to alert everyone on the floor. The long-haired man, who had been thrashed and kicked down the stairs by him, was already being supported by Jana and others. The long-haired man looked rather miserable, but wasn't seriously injured. Since the injury occurred inside the hospital, he was immediately taken to get bandaged. Sister Hui, what are we going to do? The two women who came with Jana asked angrily. No wonder Jana was embarrassed last night. That man was incredibly vicious. They even suspected that if they weren't female, they would have been grabbed by the hair and beaten too. Jana's face was full of anger. That bastard caused her one setback after another. She stormed out of the inpatient building and led her two sisters into the small park beside it. After much contemplation, she took out her phone. The long-haired man was too useless. She needed to find someone tougher. She deliberated among several candidates before making the call. Marvini? Brother Hong, are you awake yet? She pinched her voice and asked. After some casual chat, Jana got straight to the point. Well, I was bullied at the hospital just now. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end suddenly raised in pitch. What? Who has the guts to bully my woman? Hui, wait for me. I'm getting up right now and heading over immediately. All right, hurry, Jana pouted. I'm afraid he'll run away if I'm late. Don't worry, he won't escape. The person on the other end thumped his chest resoundingly. Wait for me. The call ended. All traces of Weichu on Jana's face vanished. Sister Hui, did you call Alaric? Marvin, her sister's face froze. Marvin has a family history of mental illness. Aren't you afraid he might make things worse? What's there to fear? Jana sneered coldly. That bastard thinks he's tough, right? There's always something stronger. Softness fears toughness, toughness fears recklessness. And at the top of this food chain is someone like Alaric. Actually, Alaric himself is normal. He merely uses his family's mental health history as a cover. This way, others will be wary of him. They would worry that Alaric might suddenly have an episode. After waiting in the park for about half an hour, Jana's phone rang. She picked up the call and walked out, soon seeing Alaric rushing over. You send someone to get rid of that useless man and make sure he doesn't appear to disturb me. Jana whispered to her sisters. The two sisters understood and sent one of them to find the long-haired man. Both the long-haired man and Alaric were fish in Jana's pond, so they couldn't let them meet. Alaric was around 30 years old. Marvin had relatively handsome features, quite masculine. Seeing him arrive, Jana instantly put on a pitiful act. Brother Hong, you're here. Alaric quickly walked to her side, frowning. Hui, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Jana shook her head with feigned helplessness and sobbed. Marvin didn't hit me, but he scared me. Damn it. Alaric erupted in fury. Marvin dares to bully my woman? Let's go. Hui, lead the way. I'll deal with this bastard. Jana squeezed out a few tears. It's so good to have you by my side, Brother Hong. She fell into Alaric's arms and whispered softly. But later, we can't show it. You know, I haven't divorced my husband yet. That Janie is inside? Your mother-in-law? Alaric was aware of Jana's family situation and understood her cautious behavior. Jana nodded while resting against his chest. Marvin's docile posture made Alaric's heart blossom. Marvin wrapped his arms around Jana, and his hand instinctively slid down to pinch her behind. Jana let out a soft hum. She slightly raised her head, a trace of spring passion floating in her eyes. Brother Hong, don't touch me randomly. We're outside, she whispered with a gentle scolding. Let's get the main business done first. Being pinched, she could already feel it. Alaric looked at the passion in her face and desperately wanted to take her into the car right away. This woman was truly flirtatious. Reminded by Jana, he hurriedly said, Right, let's go attend to the main business first. Once the main business is done, we can enjoy ourselves properly later. The two of them cuddled for a moment before walking side by side toward the building next door. At the very moment she saw Dermot again, Jana immediately recalled his cold gaze. Just one glance made her feel scared. Noticing the woman beside him flinch, Alaric frowned tightly. Hui, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Jana's face turned pale, and the fear on her face was genuinely not feigned. As they approached, Dermot turned his head upon hearing the footsteps and gave Jana a cold smile. Can't wait, huh? Marvin had previously mentioned that it wasn't Jana's turn yet. Back then, she was frightened like a quail, and now, after such a short time, she was already perking up again? Brat, were you the one bullying my sister? Alaric stood in front of Jana and shouted angrily. Dermot sized him up and smiled. She's your sister? His smile carried a hint of mischief, giving Jana an uneasy feeling. She's my distant cousin. Alaric asserted boldly. Brat, I'm asking you a question. Were you the one who bullied her? Yes, but also no. Dermot slowly stood up, simultaneously pressing a palm down to stop Gabby from standing. Yes, but also no? Alaric's mind got tangled, and he angrily asked, Are you fucking with me? Having the guts to do it, but not the courage to own up to it. Are you even a man? With Alaric beside her, Jana's confidence came back a bit. Is this answer hard to understand? Dermot calmly explained. Yes, means I won't let her off easily. Not. That's because I haven't started yet. Dermot met Alaric's eyes. Since you're here, do you want me to start now? Chapter 178. Waiting for the show. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dermot took out his phone and contacted someone, informing them of the exact location and floor. Alaric laughed outright. Calling for backup? Isn't it a bit too late to call for help now? Dermot put down the phone and smiled. Not at all. The confident smile on his face made Jana's heart tighten inexplicably. Brother Hong, he just wants to stall for time. She hurriedly said, Don't waste any more words with him. Scared? Dermot raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile looking unbearably despicable. Jana was furious. Scared? Alaric glared. Do you know who Alaric is? Would I be scared of you? Hui, don't worry. Marvin lifted his head proudly and said, With your brother here, he won't get away. Let's see. What kind of backup he can bring? Brother Hong. Jana's unease grew stronger. Oh, with your brother here, what are you afraid of? Alaric said, if you're not reassured, I'll call some people too. Before Jana could speak, Dermot interjected, call, go ahead and call. As many as you want. Him rushing over anxiously. Jana glared at the sisters trailing behind him, as if saying, didn't I tell you to stop him? The sisters shrugged helplessly. They could have stopped him, but the long-haired man had received a call. Hui, you're still here? Seeing Jana, the long-haired man felt relieved. You wouldn't believe, he quickly said, some bastard called and tried to trick me. Marvin said he saw you arm-in-arm with another man shopping near the central hospital. The long-haired man laughed. Ha, clearly nonsense. Marvin didn't know you've been with me all along. Jana's face darkened. Marvin's unfriendly gaze made the long-haired man snap back to reality. Old Lady Angel was still there. They couldn't expose their relationship. Hui, who is this guy? Alaric asked, sensing something was off from his expression. Jana was stunned. The situation she least wanted to happen occurred. Marvin, he? She stuttered. Marvin's my cousin. I didn't want to trouble you, Brother Hong. The long-haired man glanced at Alaric. His face instantly darkened. Hui, you call her so affectionately. Who are you? The long-haired man lowered his voice harshly. Dermot sat in a chair with his arms crossed, turning to smile at Gabby. Look, it's starting. Gabby was speechless. Fiona beside her had a complicated look on her face. Jana was Fiona's daughter-in-law. Fiona knew her family situation well. A distant cousin and a cousin, both unseen and unheard of until now. This is Brother Hong. Jana, sweating profusely, stammered. A distant cousin. The distant cousin and the cousin exchanged looks, both with deep suspicion. Brother Hong, cousin? Jana tried to cover up. Let's not talk about this right now. We have business to attend to. She pointed at Dermot and told the long-haired man, cousin, that bastard was outrageous just now. Marvin beat you up like this. Isn't it time to take revenge? Jana suddenly realized. Shifting the blame directly, the long-haired man snapped back to reality. His face and scalp still hurt. Cousin. Jana met Alaric's questioning gaze, struggling to explain. I'll explain when we get back. Business first. She desperately signaled with her eyes, pleading in every glance. Under her pleading gaze, Alaric temporarily let it go. Fine. We'll talk about it when we get back. The long-haired man's attention was already on Dermot, so he didn't notice the exchange of glances between them. Alaric took a step forward and stood beside him. Marvin cast a glance at the long-haired man and gave a cold laugh. This cousin was pretty useless. Beaten like this, all he could do was stand there glaring. If it were him, Alaric. At that moment, Dermot suddenly stood up. The long-haired man, frightened, quickly backed away, drawing another look of disdain from Alaric. Forming an alliance so quickly? Dermot smiled. You two are quite amusing. Why waste words? Alaric said coldly. Not only did you bully my sister, but you also beat up cousin. You. Dermot shook his head and cut him off. Stop making empty threats. Take action. Marvin hooked his finger. The one who bullied your sister and your cousin is right here. Why don't you make a move? Dermot smiled. Just standing there shouting. Are you trying to scare me to death? His nonchalant attitude and contemptuous tone instantly ignited the fury in Alaric's heart. Marvin was like a keg of dynamite, ready to explode. Boy, you're asking for death. Alaric's face was clouded with anger, and his fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. Jana felt reassured. With Brother Hong taking action, this guy was definitely done for. She looked at Dermot with some disdain. What a waste of good looks. Who else would provoke except Alaric? Once this guy got mad, no one could stop him. Just as Alaric, filled with rage, was about to rush forward, a few more people hurried over. Hui, you're really here? The speaker was a fat man, heavy and oily looking. Shaking his body fat, he ran over to Jana. Didn't you tell me you were going to the beauty salon today? What are you doing here? The fat man's face was full of questioning. Jana's mind went blank. She was stunned. This fat man was the richest among the men she had been relying on. Why was he here? Chapter 179. Chaos ensues. Jana was at a loss. Alaric, the long-haired man, the fatty. 3 men related to her appeared all at once. The fatty's name was Graham, a middle-tier engineering contractor. Though Graham didn't have much of an appearance, he was rather generous. Therefore, Jana reluctantly played around with this fatty a few times. You, how did you come here? Jana was drenched in cold sweat, feeling chilly all over. His suspicious expression made Graham immediately doubt. I just received a call, he said grimly. That person told me you had gotten pregnant fooling around with another man, and rushed to the hospital for an abortion. Is that true? Graham grabbed Jana's wrist and shouted fiercely. Jana felt both angry and scared. Damn it, who the hell would fabricate such lies? Fatso, who the hell are you? Alaric, who was about to confront Dermot, turned his face. Marvin pointed at Graham's hand and said angrily, let her go. The other party obviously wasn't easy to provoke either. Marvin looked over and laughed coldly. Let her go if you say so? What do you count as? Shit. Alaric laughed in anger. I'm Alaric, haven't you heard? Fatso, I'll tell you again. Let her go. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Marvink, I won't let her go. Graham also got angry. Alaric? What kind of guy is that? Never heard of it. You too. Jana looked like she was about to cry. Stop arguing. You shut up. Graham roared. Does he care so much about you? Is he that adulterer? The child in your belly, is it his? Shit. The fat face flushed red with anger, jiggling with rage. You betray me and make me wear a green hat? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Marvin slapped Jana hard on the face. You mother. Alaric got mad, directly rushed up to grab Graham's collar and punched him. Bang. A fat face was smashed until blood streamed from the nose. Gabby was stunned. What situation was this? She widened her beautiful eyes and turned her head, looking at Dermot and then Fiona. Fiona wore a look of shock, disbelief evident in her eyes. Do you dare hit me? Graham was dizzy from the punch, still yelling. Do you know who I am? You dare. I-oh. Before he could finish, he took another punch. In the hallway, people gathered quickly. Another fight? Whether nurses, patients, or their families were all dumbstruck at this moment. Not long ago, there was a fight. How long has it been? The situation escalated directly. Damn, what are you all doing standing there? Graham, with two black eyes from the punches, burned with anger. Marvin came with several subordinates. At the boss's shrill cry, the subordinates suddenly snapped back to reality. They all rushed over to separate the boss and Alaric, with one supporting the swaying Graham. The remaining two beat Alaric ruthlessly. Alaric was indeed aggressive. Even though he was beaten by two people a few punches and kicks, he managed to retaliate when he got the chance. Fighting one against two, he struggled on the smooth floor of the hallway. The nurses and hospital security, who came to mediate, couldn't intervene due to the intense scene. Soon, another group arrived. Ciao, Brother Hong. They squeezed in and watched the commotion for a bit, before realizing one of the fighters was their boss. Don't just stand there, help, they shouted, kicking away the guys pressing down on Alaric. Alaric, fighting against two, suffered quite a bit. His face was bruised and swollen, quite funny looking. Just now, he was at a disadvantage, but now, his little brothers came, give them all hell, especially that fatty over there. Graham paled. This bastard actually called for backup? Call for reinforcements, call for reinforcements, he yelled furiously, only to be tackled down by Alaric in the next second. Graham looked sturdy but was actually just soft and fat. With his plump body, it was hard for him even to walk fast, let alone fight. Marvin was firmly pinned down by Alaric, with punches raining down on his chubby face. More and more people gathered around to watch. The hospital quickly dispatched more security to try to calm the chaos. It took great effort from the security team, along with the help of onlookers, to control everyone. Just fought around. Each person had some bruises. They panted and glared at each other, occasionally letting out curses. Everyone settled down. The captain of the security frowned deeply. Do you know where we are? This is a hospital. What's wrong with you all, fighting in the hospital? Don't force me to call the police and arrest all of you. This security captain must have been a soldier before. Cold and stern. His voice resounded with strength. Marvin angrily scolded the crowd, causing a disturbance, and instructed the security to kick them all out of the hospital. There were too many people, and the security didn't have the authority to arrest anyone. So, they could only drive them all out. As for whether they would continue fighting outside, that was not something the hospital security should be concerned about. Is it over? Dermot muttered with regret. Not everyone is here yet. Gabby was speechless. Did you arrange all this? Sort of, Dermot smiled. I asked a friend to investigate last night and found out that Jana. Marvin looked at Fiona. Hui, she and those few men. Fiona had heard the shouts from Graham and the others. At this moment, she looked at Dermot with a complicated expression. Dermot sighed. This might be hard for Fiona to accept, but you can't wrap up fire in paper, and this issue has to be faced sooner or later. Better to handle it all now. Marvin stood up. Fiona, shall I accompany you to take a look? Don't worry about here. Let Carly wait here. Yes, leave it to me, Gabby quickly said. Fiona, you go ahead and deal with other things. Fiona hesitated for a moment, then sighed. All right. She seemed somewhat listless. We need to make things clear. Hui. Sigh. The situation was clear now. Marvin, her daughter-in-law, had betrayed her son. If it was due to loneliness and infidelity, it could be understood. After all, she was still young. Pursuing happiness was human nature. But she had cheated on so many men. This exceeded Fiona's comprehension. Dermot carefully supported Fiona, who was weakened by the emotional shock, and followed her outside. Outside the hospital gate, the two groups were confronting each other. Jana was blocked in the middle. Marvin, her two sisters, and the long-haired man were staying far away. Bitch. Graham, whose face was bruised and swollen, shouted angrily. You dared to fool around behind my back? Marvin always thought Jana was an honest woman. So, when he got close to her, he felt especially satisfied. A lonely housewife, attracted by his charm because her husband wasn't around. What a wonderful thing. Until today, Graham realized. Jana's pretense of reluctance was all an act. This bitch just treated him as a wealthy pigeon and deliberately played with him. Chapter 180. Extreme Maneuvering. Graham's defenses were breached. Although Jana was not his wife, this woman knew exactly how to win his favor. In the haven of warmth she created, Graham had sunk deeply. Marvin had even entertained thoughts of divorcing his current wife and marrying her, mentioning it after their passionate moments. Graham remembered. At that time, Jana blushed coyly and refused. Now looking back, she was merely playing hard to get. Graham felt like a clown, toyed with by a whore who gave herself to all men. Fatso, I damn well K your grandmother. Alaric, standing opposite Graham, also had an unpleasant look on his face. Clearly, he had arrived first. What kind of king thing was this fat guy? You, Jana, trapped between the two parties, wanted to cry but couldn't. Please stop fighting. Shut the K up. Graham now found her nauseating just to look at. Did I ask you to speak? Marvin, her current pitiful appearance only made him angrier. Having deceived him for several months, she still came here? Graham really wanted to strip her naked, showing everyone what a cheap slut she was. Why are you yelling at her? Alaric looked sinister. You bastard, try yelling again. Graham glared over, gritting his teeth. Useless piece of shit. At this point you're still defending her. What kind of licking dog is this? Defending her? Alaric sneered. Humph, I wish I could beat her to death right now. Jana's already pale face became even whiter. But I'm different from you. Alaric continued. Even if it was just a fling, she was still my woman. If she's my woman, then no one can bully or insult her besides me. Fuck. A young man behind Graham laughed. These licking dogs are really amazing. Boss, do we need to keep talking to this prick? The youth said. Marvin dared to hit you. F***K. Today I will definitely kill him. Come on. Alaric didn't back down in the least, sticking out his neck and shouting, come fuck your daddy. Jana was sandwiched in the middle. The shouts from both sides scared her into trembling. She helplessly turned her head, seeking rescue. Suddenly, she saw Dermot supporting Fiona coming out. She recalled Dermot's previous smile and suddenly understood. It must be him, it was his doing. No wonder he said there would be a good show. No wonder he kept trying to delay. Stop fighting. Jana suddenly raised her voice, silencing both sides. As all eyes focused on her, Jana pointed at Dermot. Marvin, her voice carried intense hatred. Everything that happened today was caused by this bastard. I admit. It's my fault for being indecisive and seeing two men at the same time. But there was reason for doing so. Jana put on a pitiful act once more. With either of you, I am very happy. My heart has been torn, unsure which one to choose, because you have all treated me so well. Jana thought fast. Thankfully, only two men had come. There was still hope. I know this is wrong. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke, sobbing bitterly. It's unfair to both of you. Under her narrative, the expressions of Graham and Alaric softened slightly. Dermot was stunned, utterly shocked. Such a high-level move. Actually, I've already thought about it. Jana continued, maybe on some night in the future, I'll quietly leave. To a place where no one can find me. This way, no one will be hurt, except me. So when someone bullied me, Jana said timidly, the first person I thought of wasn't Brother Beckham. Graham narrowed his eyes. Humph. Alaric glanced at him and gave a cold smile. We thought of me first. Say that again? Graham's face darkened. If you want me to say it, I will. Alaric curled the corners of his mouth into a proud smile, looking like a victor. Marvin turned around and spoke in a grave tone. I'm going to handle the matter for Hui. Clear the way for me. Graham wouldn't let him take the lead and also stepped forward. You? Step aside. Anyone who bullies Hui won't be spared by me. His piercing gaze stared at Dermot. That issue could be discussed later. Currently, helping Jana take revenge was the most important thing. Both of them faced Dermot with glaring eyes. Dermot couldn't help but clap his hands loudly and sincerely praised, brilliant, truly brilliant. At this moment, Jana finally heaved a sigh of relief. She cast a wary glance at Dermot, gritting her teeth inwardly. All this happened because of this bastard. I can't let this guy off easily. Jana raised her hand, pointing at Dermot with an aggrieved look. Brother Beckham, he might have arranged for someone to make that call. Graham glanced at her without saying anything. With fear and lingering dread, Jana glared at Dermot. Coming to the hospital today is because my son had surgery. Jana no longer cared about much else, even though Fiona was nearby. It's definitely not like what was said in the phone call, coming for an abortion. Kid, did you arrange that call? Graham squinted his eyes and glared at Dermot angrily. Dermot was speechless. Marvin never expected things to develop to this point. You're being asked a question, mute? Graham looked impatient. Why did you do that? People brought by both Graham and Alaric slowly surrounded Dermot. Why? Dermot laughed helplessly. Maybe because it was amusing? After all, watching clowns perform can be quite entertaining. Chapter 181. Bear the consequences. 2 sentences. All 3 people present were scolded by them. Damn it, who are you cursing? Graham roared angrily, the fat on his face trembling. Alaric also had an angry look on his face. Both groups of people glared at Dermot as if they wanted to flay him alive. Dermot remained calm, but Fiona was scared. Son-in-law, don't intentionally upset others. She pulled Dermot behind her like a protective elder, facing the 2 groups herself. Hui, what's going on? Fiona's tone carried a hint of stiffness. What is your relationship with these 2 men? Why should I let you interfere in my business? Since it had come to this point, Jana no longer concealed anything. Your family's Huey made me live a life of loneliness. Am I not allowed to pursue happiness? She was very righteous and resolute. Where is the logic in that? I originally planned to wait until year-end when Huey would be released before proposing divorce. Now that it's known in advance, I'll just come clean. Jana said. These 2 are my men. Any one of them is 100 times better than your good-for-nothing. You. Fiona's lips quivered in anger, pointing at Jana, unable to say a word. So what? Jana frowned, looking impatient. Old hag, let me tell you, stop pointing fingers randomly. I have no connection with your fan family now. Dare to point again, and you'll see what happens. She threatened with great conviction. Marvin, her wicked appearance revealed everything. Jana's words shattered the last shred of hope in Fiona's heart. Marvin, her mind went blank. The mercilessness on her daughter-in-law's face swept toward Fiona like a hurricane. Dermot quickly steadied Fiona, who staggered under the mental impact. This arrangement was cruel for Fiona. But for the sake of the elderly woman's future peace of life, Dermot had to do this. Sooner or later, this had to be faced. Better to resolve it sooner. You. Fiona steadied herself, gritting her. Bear the consequences yourself. She stared intently at Dermot, her smile revealing satisfaction and venom. Bastard. Marvin had been ruining her plans since yesterday. Finally, she could give him a taste of his own medicine today. Just then, a crowd path was forcefully cleared. A middle-aged man with a wrathful expression squeezed through the crowd, marching furiously towards Jana. Jana's attention was still on Dermot. Only when the middle-aged man burst into her vicinity did she realize. You. She paled in shock, only managing one syllable before being slapped silent. Slap. A sharp sound. Jana stumbled from the force, falling towards Graham. Graham hesitated briefly but still caught her steady. Bitch. The middle-aged man pointed at the pale-faced Jana, yelling. These 2 are your men? What am I to you? I treated you so well. I was about to divorce my wife for you. And you have other men behind my back. Marvin was raging, rushing forward to strike her again. The onlookers were stunned. Besides the two standing here, there's another expert? They roughly understood the situation. The young, somewhat attractive woman had cheated on her husband, and not with just one man. While her mother-in-law was confronting her and her two lovers, another one appeared. This woman really plays her cards wildly. Damn, where did you come from? Alaric was also shocked. Do you think I'm asking you? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face contorting. I'd like to ask you the same question. When did you meet her? Why should I tell you when I met her? Alaric stiffened his neck. Just know it was earlier than you. Hitting my woman? Marvin snarled through clenched teeth. Guys, get him. Dermot pulled the dazed Fiona away a bit. Fiona took a long time to come back to her senses. This newcomer is also Janice? Dermot nodded calmly and said, there are even more. Fiona swayed a couple of times. Today's shocks were too much for her to bear. Not far away, another brawl erupted. Didn't you say there were only the two of us? Graham tightly gripped Jana's wrist, glaring angrily. How did another one show up? Bitch, how many men have been with you? Marvin felt nauseous now. Marvin thought it was just him and Alaric. Who would have thought another one suddenly appeared? Jana looked terrified. Brother Beckham, you? She stammered, trying to persuade him, her eyes darting around as if looking for help. In the end, Marvin her gaze landed not far away. Hatred filled Jana's eyes as she stared at Dermot. That's right, it must be his doing again. This bastard. Why does he always go against her? Smack. What the hell? I'm asking you. Graham couldn't hold back and slapped her. Answer me. She had already been hit by the middle-aged man. Graham's slap left Jana's face immediately red and swollen. Fatso, what the hell? Alaric kicked him straight in Graham's round belly. The chaos outside the hospital was even more chaotic than before. Onlookers stayed far away, and some busybodies took out their phones to record. Curses and screams together created a chaotic symphony. It wasn't until the police arrived after receiving an alarm that this bizarre disturbance was stopped. Chapter 182. Going too far. The police officer in charge was surnamed Flash. After briefly asking about the situation, he was speechless. You few. Marvin waved his hand in a circle, including Alaric, Graham, and the middle-aged man who came afterward. Have all had inappropriate relations with her? It's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Graham's nose was already bruised and swollen. He appeared as meek now as he was vicious before. Sir, I didn't know she was married when I met her. Jana, still angry from being slapped by him, retorted, you clearly knew. Officer, I want to press charges for rape. She yelled angrily. I clearly told him I was married. But this fat bastard shamelessly pounced on me. What the hell? Graham's nose twisted in rage. You bitch, say that again? Officer Flash's face twitched as he reprimanded. Stop yelling. Watch your mouth. His shout suppressed Graham's outburst. Officer, don't listen to her. Graham smiled awkwardly. This little tramp is. She seduced me. Seduce my ass. Jana rushed forward in anger, scratching his face fiercely. Seduce you? Pfft. Why don't you piss yourself and see what kind of dog you are? Ow. With his already injured chubby face being scratched, Graham stomped his feet in pain. Officer Flash looked helpless. Marvin called over a female officer to pull Jana back. We'll sort things out at the station. Marvin waved his hand. Everyone, come with us. The group deflated like frosted eggplants. Dermot watched calmly as these people turned against each other. Officer Flash came to his side. Looking at Fiona he was supporting. Ma'am, according to that lady, are you her mother-in-law? Fiona hesitated for a moment, then sighed. For now, yes. In the future, not necessarily. Given how things had turned out, they had completely fallen out. She could no longer accept Jana. The situation is... Officer Flash spoke cautiously. We may need your cooperation shortly. Just answering a few questions, it won't take long. Officer, can we wait? Dermot asked. Marvin, her grandson, is still in surgery. Can we talk after it ends? Oh, okay. Officer Flash replied quickly. But the surgery is more important. Here's my number. They agreed on a time. Dermot supported Fiona, who was trembling, back to the waiting area outside the operating room. Gabby waited anxiously until they returned and hurried to support Fiona on the other side. Fiona usually didn't look old and remained energetic. But now, the exhaustion of not sleeping for a night and emotional stress made her look 10 years older. Supporting her to sit down, Gabby said worriedly, Fiona, should I send you home to rest? I'll stay here. Fiona shook her head with a bitter smile. How can I sleep? Let's wait. Wait for Norris's surgery to finish. Leaving Gabby with Fiona, Dermot rushed out of the hospital. When he returned, he brought some food and several energy-boosting drinks. Though they might not have an appetite, how could they not eat or drink? At her age, staying up all night to care for her grandson and experiencing such shocks, if she wasn't properly taken care of, she would surely fall ill. How can you not eat? Gabby persuaded. Norris is waiting for you to take care of him. If you collapse, who will take care of him? I don't like kids, and besides, Norris is wary of strangers, so I can't help much. As for him, Gabby glanced at Dermot. He doesn't seem to like kids either. Dermot. Yes, everything you say is right. Under Gabby's persuasion, Fiona tried to muster her strength. She took the food from Dermot and ate a little silently. Seeing this, Gabby felt relieved and got up, glancing at Dermot. I'm going to the bathroom. Please come with me. Before Dermot could respond, he was pulled away. Gabby dragged him to a corner far from the operating room. Aren't we going to the bathroom? Dermot couldn't help but be curious when she stopped here. Gabby turned around, looking serious. You went too far. Fiona is already old. This method worked but was too harsh on her. Dermot. Upon reflection, it seemed correct. Marvin arranged this to make Fiona lose all hope. But he forgot Fiona was over 50, well into her senior years. Considering many aspects, he neglected the psychological resilience of an elderly person. I'm not blaming you. Gabby understood his intentions and didn't blame him. Next time, you can discuss similar situations with me first. Okay. Dermot looked into her eyes and nodded gently. If there's a next time, I'll definitely be more careful. Gabby's expression relaxed and she smiled. Saying this now feels like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. You won't think I'm meddling, will you? Dermot replied with a slight smile. How could I? It was my lack of consideration. What you said makes perfect sense. They didn't linger for long and returned shortly. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, the doctor came out. Dr. Jamar, how is it? Fiona hurriedly stood up. The child is fine. Dr. Jamar sounded relieved. The surgery was successful. The button battery lodged in the child's esophagus had been removed. This corrosive object was poisoning the child's body every second it stayed inside. Norris's esophagus was slightly indented, likely leaving some aftermath. The operating room door opened, revealing Norris lying on the bed with a pale face. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, and he was still asleep. Gazing at her grandson's pale face, Fiona burst into tears uncontrollably. In the future, be very careful. Dr. Jamar sighed. Any abnormality in the child must be taken seriously. Marvin gave detailed instructions before leaving to attend to other matters. Since he had just undergone surgery, Norris needed to stay in the hospital for observation. During this period, the nurses would take care of him, and both Gabby and Dermot managed to persuade Fiona to go home. Go get some sleep first. Gabby pushed her into the bedroom. There's someone watching over him at the hospital, and we've left our phone number. They'll notify us if anything happens. Oh, this time really troubled you too. Fiona sighed. We've caused inconvenience to you. Gabby feigned anger. Fiona, you're making us feel like outsiders by saying that. Fiona gave a bitter smile. She was pushed into the bedroom by Gabby and lay down fully clothed. After settling Fiona, Gabby prepared to leave but was called back. Miss, let me find you a nanny in a few days. Gabby froze. She turned around, looking surprised. Fiona looked at her, giving a bitter laugh. With Jana being like that, I can't trust her to take care of Norris. She planned to rent a place outside to look after the child. The nanny job here might have to be quit. Chapter 183. Afraid of too many things. Dermot looked surprised. Fiona wants to resign? To reassure Fiona and let her go home with peace of mind, he stayed at the hospital. Gabby drove Fiona back home and told him this news upon returning to the hospital. Fiona also told me. She wants to file a lawsuit to obtain custody from Jana. That's a good thing, Dermot said. The way Jana treats the child constitutes abuse. If she files a lawsuit, Fiona has a great chance of winning. But, Gabby frowned. If she gets custody, Fiona will have to move out. I don't want her to move. Dermot opened his mouth but swallowed his words just in time. His thought was to let the child live there as well. This way, there would be no need for Fiona to move out, and she wouldn't feel too lonely when they were not at home. Marvin didn't say anything mainly because it was ultimately Gabby's decision as it was her home. Seeing Gabby looking troubled, Dermot smiled. She hasn't moved yet, right? Let's see how things turn out. They were standing outside the ICU door. Through the small window on the door, they could see inside clearly. Lyndon hadn't woken up yet, but his complexion was slightly better than before. It was quite boring in the hospital. They had nothing to do except chat or browse their phones. Dermot suggested she go back to the company, but Gabby felt it was irresponsible to leave him alone here, insisting he should return. For a moment, they were at an impasse. Until 4 in the afternoon, when Fiona hurriedly arrived. After sleeping for a few hours at home, she looked much better. Despite Fiona urging them to go back repeatedly, they still stayed with her at the hospital all day. Their grandson could only come out of the ICU tomorrow. There was no need to stay at the hospital today, so they could go home and rest for the night. When they got home, Fiona put on a smile, saying, Miss, you look really nice today. Gabby chuckled. Having spent the whole day like this, she only noticed now? You must have dressed up specially to go out with your father-in-law, Fiona sighed. It's all because of me. Don't think too much. Gabby smiled helplessly. I just picked something without knowing what to wear. As for whether that was true, only she knew for sure. Oh, you even wore makeup? Fiona laughed. Miss, you and your father-in-law don't need to worry about me. I'm not as fragile as you think. Go out and enjoy yourselves, she said. I'll rest a bit, and then make some sweet soup for the fridge for you to drink when you come back. Glancing at the time, it was indeed early. They exchanged looks and decided not to say anything more. After Fiona went back to rest, Dermot suggested, Do you want to go out for a stroll? Gabby hardly hesitated. Sure. Night had fallen, and the city center was brightly lit. They had no specific plans in mind, just aimlessly wandering. Dermot wasn't sure why he wanted to go out, maybe because shopping with her felt very comfortable. As they strolled slowly, they ended up on a bustling pedestrian street. Dermot remembered something and asked with a smile, I remember this street. Doesn't it belong to you? Gabby not only owned a large company but also 2 pedestrian streets in prime locations, making her a solid rich woman. Even though it wasn't the weekend or a holiday, the streets were still very lively. Young couples weaved through the crowd, enjoying their night. They hadn't walked far when Dermot noticed Gabby pressing closely against him. Turning to look, he saw her staring tensely at a golden retriever a few steps away. The dog was quite large, squatting by its owner's feet and looking around. Gabby seemed somewhat averse to it, clinging tightly to Dermot and urging him to take another route. You're still afraid of dogs? Dermot couldn't help but laugh. You're afraid of quite a lot of things. Afraid of darkness, ghosts, and now, dogs. I wasn't scared before. Gabby shot him a glance. All thanks to the story you told that day. Dermot paused. What story? The one from your childhood. Gabby explained. The kidnapping incident where you encountered a stray dog? Dermot. After hearing that story from you, I kept having nightmares. She continued. Always dreaming about that scene. I couldn't move at all. All I could hear was the barking of the stray dog. That dream felt so real, which is why I'm now a bit afraid of dogs. Gabby glanced nervously at the golden retriever. Dermot smiled bitterly. Could personal experiences ever be unreal? Those forgotten memories seemed to gradually resurface with each reminder. How strange, Gabby said. Just because I heard it once, it keeps coming back in my dreams. Dermot fell silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's quite strange. Gabby didn't dwell too much on this matter, quickly pulling Dermot's hand to move away from what scared her. Stopping in front of a milk tea shop, she paused. Dermot immediately understood, pulling her inside the shop. Gabby ordered with familiarity, took the number, and sat down to wait. Not long after sitting down, Dermot received a call from Lainey, who seemed to have something to report to him. It was too noisy in the store. Marvin got up and went outside, saying he would be right back. Gabby watched him leave until her sight was suddenly blocked by an unexpected person. This beautiful lady, I've been admiring you for quite some time. The young man standing in front of her was handsome. With a gentle smile, he looked at Gabby. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dante, and I'm a talent scout. I think you have the perfect image to be the lead actress in our company's next drama. Gabby frowned. No interest. Marvin, her cold attitude made the young man pause, but he wasn't upset and patiently tried to persuade her. How do you know if you don't try? Beautiful lady, I've been observing you for a while. Marvin turned his head to look at Dermot, who was talking on the phone outside the store. Is that your boyfriend? How much does he earn per month? What does that have to do with you? Gabby grew slightly impatient. And he's not my boyfriend? Not? Dante looked delighted. That's great. Are you? Gabby wanted to ask. Are you crazy? If you debut as an idol, you can't have a relationship. Dante seated himself without invitation. Since he sat opposite her, Gabby felt less psychologically resistant. Beautiful lady, how much do you earn now per month? Dante continued asking. Are you filming? Gabby noticed the mini camera clipped onto his collar. Yes. Dante nodded. I'm not only a talent scout but also a content creator. The main content I shoot is discovering potential talents on the street and turning them into stars. Marvin took out a business card and slid it across the table towards her. Looking down, Gabby saw Huanca Culture Media. Beautiful lady, have you heard of Huanca Culture Media? Dante smiled. Our company is very powerful. His eyes were fixed eagerly on Gabby. This face, this figure, absolutely unparalleled. Today, he intended to use all his persuasion skills to get this rare beauty in the entertainment industry on board. Chapter 184, Mingzhu Group, Chairman Leaf. Dermot noticed the situation in the store. Gabby had an unhappy look on her face, seemingly caught up with someone. Wait for a moment. He told the person on the phone, then turned to walk towards the store entrance. However, just after taking 2 steps, someone blocked his way. Bro. The young man blocking the way wore an amused smile. Don't be in such a rush. My buddy wants to talk to your friend. Give him a chance, will you? Move aside. Dermot's tone and expression remained calm. I'll say this only once. The young man raised an eyebrow, tauntingly saying, Who is that to you? Why are you so tense? I heard everything just now. That beautiful lady denied being your girlfriend. Marvin said repeatedly, Listen, my friend, you're being made a fool of here. His friend standing in front of Dermot didn't want to listen to any more nonsense. A hand pressed against the side of the young man's head and shoved him to the side. The young man stumbled, smashing into the branded mascot outside the milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Dante, who had been rejected again, looked visibly displeased. Beauty, such opportunities don't come often, he said discontentedly. Since we met, grab it firmly. Sorry, I really have no interest. Gabby pushed back his business card coldly, not even accepting the business card. Dante felt even more embarrassed. You're too unsociable, beauty, he frowned. Maybe you don't know yet. Becoming an idol can greatly increase your fame, earning you multiple times what you make now. With money, you can buy anything you like. Isn't that great? At this moment, a figure approached. Dante lifted his head, silently cursing his bad luck. Marvin then turned his head and glared at the youth whose head had collided with the mascot. Can't even handle a small matter like this. Who are you? Without waiting for Dermot to speak, Dante spoke first. I'm talking with this lady about serious matters. Whoever you are, please step aside. You? Want me to step aside? Dermot laughed. Dude, you've got some comedic talent. Marvin looked at Gabby. What did he say? Gabby looked helpless. Marvin says he's from Huanca Media and wants to recruit me as a star. Dermot found it even funnier. With a teasing smile, he made Dante particularly upset. This has nothing to do with you, right? I remember the beauty said you're not her boyfriend. Now this is between her and me. Please don't interfere, he said confidently. Dermot chuckled. Then he pulled over a chair and sat down next to Gabby. Is there such a possibility? She hasn't finished speaking. Not finished speaking? Dante was stunned. What do you mean? Marvin is indeed not my boyfriend, Gabby said, because he's my husband. Dante was dumbfounded. Marvin is my wife. Dermot curled the corner of his mouth into a sneer. Do you think this concerns me? Their words left Dante's mind in complete disarray. It's this kind of relationship? This beautiful lady is already married despite being so young? Dante looked at the couple across from him. All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Marvin, her husband, doesn't seem like much. Besides being good-looking, he has no advantage compared to Dante himself. Driven by jealousy, without thinking, he blurted out, How do you prove it? Dermot looked bewildered. Prove it? Your agency needs proof now? Dante's face stiffened. Marvin lost face big time today. Dermot picked up his phone and put it to his ear. Marvinlo, are you still there? Familiar with Huanca Media? Marvin hadn't hung up the call before. Marvin didn't hang up, so Lainey wouldn't either. She waited on the other end and quickly replied when she heard Dermot's question. Yes, I know it. Huanca Media is a subsidiary under a large company. It seems to be doing well. Mr. Gaelg, why are you asking this? While shopping with my wife, we ran into someone claiming to be a scout from Huanca Media. Dermot explained with a laugh and finally asked, Can you influence them from where you are? Lainey hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Dermot was curious. Huanca Media is a subsidiary of Mingzhu Group, and the chairman of Mingzhu Group is surnamed Leaf. You should have met Chairman Leaf before. Oh. Dermot was somewhat surprised, glanced at Dante, and smiled while asking the person on the phone, is the Leaf from Mingzhu Group Jason's sponsor? Yes, Lainey replied. After Jason left Leahy, she is likely to sign with Huangku. Dermot smiled. Sure, I got it. You go ahead and I'll contact you later. With that, he ended the call. Putting his phone away, Dermot lazily looked at Dante. I just heard that your company is about to sign a veteran superstar, right? During the phone conversation, he hadn't moved away. Dante had already caught the gist of it and couldn't help but be suspicious of his identity. Who are you? Dante furrowed his brows. And who are you talking to on the phone? Dermot smiled. I find you quite amusing, with that unmarked face of yours, strutting around everywhere. You're curious about everything? Do you know that curiosity can sometimes hurt you? If it weren't for that phone call just now, you'd probably be lying under the table by now. Dermot watched him with a relaxed expression, as if chatting idly with an old friend. But the content of his words was far from calm. Are you threatening me? Dante didn't understand the meaning behind his words, but could hear the hostility in them. Threatening? Dermot laughed and shook his head. You harassed my wife and want me to walk away. Punishing you isn't called a threat? Marvin paused, then continued. But coincidentally, in the coming days, I do plan to threaten you. I hope you'll be smart enough to accept my threats, or else, it won't look good. Dante narrowed his eyes, slapped the table, and stood up. Humph, do you know who I am? Dermot raised his eyebrows, showing no concern. Who you are doesn't matter at all. The key point is, whether you will recognize your situation later. For now, that's all I have to say. Dermot turned his head toward the pickup counter, stood up, and walked over. The bewildered and angry gaze of Dante was completely ignored. Dermot fetched 2 milk teas and returned to Gabby's side, asking, which one is yours? Standing beside them, Dante felt like he had become invisible. Total ignorance was like an invisible blade, silently cutting away Dante's self-respect. It sent him spiraling to the brink of losing his defenses. Chapter 185, Piercing Insight. Dermot's words were as cryptic as if they were lost in the clouds. Dante couldn't quite grasp them, but his instincts told him it wasn't good news. You stop. Marvin blocked the two who were about to leave. Make things clearer. Dermot looked at him and shook his head. There's nothing much to say today. Indeed, there was nothing much to be said. For now he didn't know this guy's background. An investigation was necessary. Only with a clear understanding can action be taken. Move aside. Dermot said calmly. My wife is magnanimous and won't hold what just happened against her. I'm different. I can tolerate it only once. Or would you believe I'll put your head into the trash bin under the table? You son of a... Dante was infuriated by his attitude, lashing out profanities in anger. Just as he blurted out a couple of words, the expression on Dermot's face changed. In the next second, Dante's head was pushed into the trash bin under the table. The trash bin at the milk tea shop was somewhat small, making it awkward to take off after being stuck on his head. When the trash bin was finally removed, Gabby asked curiously, let him be prepared mentally. Dermot smiled. The Chairman Leaf of Mingzhu Group isn't unfamiliar to you, right? Gabby froze. Chairman Weston of Mingzhu Group. How could she be unfamiliar with Weston, who had targeted her? Huangku is one of his subsidiaries, Dermot continued. Jason will sign there soon. Gabby understood now. The conflict with Weston is hard to resolve. Marvin has been unusually quiet recently. The quieter he is, the less we should let our guard down. Dermot smiled. Marvin might be plotting something sinister. His perspective made sense to Gabby. You plan to? She looked at Dermot, a question flashing in her eyes. Instead of passively defending, why not take the initiative? Dermot answered. Use whatever resources available to their fullest extent. Gabby didn't ask further. It wasn't necessary to delve into details. She might not know exactly what Dermot intended to do, but she could guess the general direction, essentially striking first and planning ahead. They didn't dwell on this topic too much. After all, they had come out tonight to relax. This pedestrian street was long enough to bring them closer emotionally. By the time they finished walking through it, their hands held together more naturally. Gabby's tone became increasingly affectionate. I want to try that. Is it okay? She pointed towards my eyesight. As he was speaking, a group of young men and women reeking of alcohol swayed unsteadily to the stall. Boss. A young man casually threw a 100 yuan note, which the stall owner didn't catch in time, and it fell to the ground. The young man ignored it and said with a breath that smelled of alcohol, give me a gun. Marvin turned to his companions and shouted loudly, today, I'll show you what a real marksman is. I was in the military. Marvin looked drunk, but still spoke clearly. Gabby disliked the smell from him and moved to the side. One of the young man's companions noticed her presence. Marvin hesitated for a few seconds before squeezing out of the crowd and trotting over to Gabby. Miss Beckham, what a coincidence. This guy forced a smile, looking quite humble. Who are you? Gabby instinctively hid behind Dermot and frowned as she asked. I. The man quickly put on a smile and said, Miss Beckham, we met not long ago. Marvin pointed at Dermot and quickly added, I was a high school classmate of your husband. You forgot? High school classmate? Gabby felt this guy looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite remember. Dermot smiled. We first met when we went to watch a movie together. Marvin even wanted to give you a Jates. Even he hurriedly tried to curry favor, which meant Dermot must have done better than him over the years. Old classmate, how long has it been since we last saw each other? A fashionable beauty giggled. I really didn't expect. Marvin, her eyes sparkled as her heated gaze lingered on Dermot. You chased after the school beauty Maud for so long. Finally won her heart. Oh. Classmates who never heard about this looked astonished. Dermot is with the school beauty? More than that, the beauty smiled. They got married. Although the outcome wasn't too great, Dermot's expression didn't change much. The past was like smoke dissipating in the wind, stirring no ripples in his heart. Why bring this up? Marvin quickly said, the past is the past. Our old classmate found a wife even better than the school beauty. Everyone's gaze followed Marvin, landing on Gabby. At that moment, all men present felt amazed. They looked at Dermot enviously, marveling at his good fortune. His ex-wife was their high school beauty Allison. His current wife's beauty surpassed Maud. Both ex-wife and current wife are stunning beauties. What kind of luck did this guy hit? They used to mock him for being a dog, pursuing Maud to no avail. Only now did these fellow men realize they were the clowns. Old classmate, let's sit down together? Marvin forced a smile. I'm truly sorry about last time. Dermot gave him an ambiguous look. This kid seemed sincere now. Perhaps Gabby's decision that day taught him a lesson. Trying hard to please now, maybe hoping for a turnaround? No thanks. Dermot politely smiled. Enjoy your time. My wife and I will stroll around and go back. Marvin panicked. It's still early. Old classmate, we rarely bump into each other. His attitude made the classmates believe even more. Dermot must have made a fortune. Otherwise, why would the rich second generation like Marvin try to court him? They also urged earnestly, old classmate, it's been so many years. Meeting is a fate. Sit down together? Sister-in-law persuade him? A female classmate turned to Gabby, begging. This sister-in-law made Gabby blush. For reasons unknown, she looked at Dermot. How about going together? Dermot was taken aback. You want to go? Gabby pursed her lips, nodding. I'd like to hear about your school days. Dermot felt a headache. What was there to know? In high school, he deliberately stayed low-key, unremarkable. And the deepest impression he left on classmates was being a loyal dog to Allison. Extraordinarily diligent, without expecting anything in return. Such dark history, what was the point of bringing it up? Sister-in-law, you want to know about Dermot's past? The female classmate immediately grinned. Dermot felt uneasy. If Gabby learned about such dark history, what would she think of him? His image would be ruined. Marvin hurriedly pulled her hand. Another day. We have other things to do today. Gabby hesitated but was dragged away by him. Marvin and others exchanged glances and hurriedly caught up. Dermot couldn't have predicted these guys would cling like sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Yet they maintained friendly smiles. Hard to lose temper with them. In the end, he had to give in. Marvin beamed with joy, eager to impress. Marvin quickly contacted his rich second-generation friends to find a suitable place. Ultimately, they settled on the Cloudsoar Business Club. Dermot and Gabby exchanged glances. How coincidental. Cloudsoar Business Club belonged to an acquaintance they recently met. Wow, Ernest Xiao sure has connections. The classmates couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon learning they were headed to the most prestigious club in Shanghai. But isn't Suziangxio very expensive? No worries. Marvin waved his hand magnanimously and said, as long as my classmates are happy. Marvin referred to them as classmates. But his eyes lingered on Gabby and Dermot. Marvin had to resolve the misunderstanding tonight. Otherwise, it would be hard to handle. Last time, he faced a 50% increase in rent for his shop because of his loose tongue. The family you've heard of, right? Ah. All the classmates were stunned. Junjia, you can't mean? The Marvin family that rivals the top aristocratic family in Shanghai. Dalen, walking ahead, turned back and smiled. Your classmates seem quite knowledgeable. His demeanor was decidedly condescending. Chapter 187, Why Not Suspect Others? Beckham Wannixon seemed to recall something and held Dermot back. With a questioning look in her eyes, she leaned in and whispered, his name is Dalen? It sounds familiar. Dermot reminded her with a smile. Do you remember when the police came to take me away not long ago? Beckham Wannixon immediately remembered. Before they left for Shaanxi, the police suddenly visited them. They suspected that Dermot was involved in an assault case and took him in for questioning. That's him? Beckham Wannixon was stunned. I remember his father also came looking for trouble. Dermot glanced at Dalen walking ahead and nodded. This kid had orchestrated trouble for him not long ago and faced retribution the next morning. After that incident, things calmed down for a while. However, his injuries suddenly worsened days later. Although the revenge came from Dermot, some people had tampered with the aftermath to frame him. The perpetrators were almost identified. What lacked was substantial evidence. Marvin has quite a strong will to live. Dermot chuckled softly. Marvin was practically on his deathbed 2 weeks ago. Now indeed. Dermot and Beckham Wannixon exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. Master Marvin, you know each other? Marvin was dumbfounded, his gaze darting between them. Not just acquaintances, Dalen sneered. I was injured not long ago, nearly dying. Marvin knew about this incident. Why bring it up now? This was all thanks to your high school classmate here. Dalen pointed at Dermot and barked coldly. Ah. Marvin felt his mind buzzing. Master Marvin, are you serious? Dalen glared at him discontentedly. At that moment, Dermot suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Dalen's already unhappy face grew even darker. Laughing at your Marvin family? Dermot spoke calmly. After all this time, you still haven't found the real culprit. Yet you keep holding on to this innocent passerby. Innocent passerby? Dalen laughed angrily. Are you calling us fools? Beckham Wannixon stepped forward and said gently, Master Marvin might have misunderstood. My husband was questioned by the police due to your injury. The police couldn't find any evidence linking my husband to Master Marvin's injuries. She paused before continuing, suspecting anyone is your freedom. But please be mindful of your words until you have proof. Dalen gave her a cold glance. Indeed, there was no concrete evidence. But he was certain that the attacker was this guy. Dalen's eyes, red with hatred, locked onto Dermot. Marvin, caught between them, was conflicted. After pondering for a while, he eventually sided with Dalen due to the Marvin family's power. Clearing his throat, Marvin said, Old classmate, let's stick to the facts. Why doesn't Master Marvin suspect others? Why specifically suspect you? Everyone, what do you think? Marvin looked at the group of classmates. Oh. The classmates exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, standing awkwardly between the two parties. Undecided, some chose to align with Marvin. Not long after Marvin's question, someone picked up, right, makes sense. Why don't they suspect me, or Master Ernest? Why particularly suspect you? This classmate said. Old classmate, I don't mean to target you. Just stick to the facts. Very well said. Another classmate added, Old classmate, if you can't provide a reasonable explanation, we won't be able to speak up for you either. Why suspect you? We need to consider any previous incidents and connect the dots. Several more classmates chimed in, murmuring their agreement. The rest of the classmates stood watching from a distance, not rushing to take sides. There was even one who spoke up for Dermot. Without evidence, it's best not to make accusations. Do you understand? Marvin turned and said coldly. After lying in the hospital for over 10 days, almost dying, Dalen's only wish now was to see Dermot end up in a similar state, and even worse. Chapter 188, discussing something. Manager Gale beckoned the security guards over. Dalen had initially intended for them to take Dermot away for a rough handling, but at the last minute, he changed his mind. Bring him in. Let's treat this as an entertaining sideshow. Gabby approached with worry written all over her face. Before she could speak, Dermot gently patted her small hand. No need to worry. I'll handle this. Turning his head to look at the surrounding security guards, he said, Young Master Marvin, is this really necessary? By now, Dalen had already walked to the door of the private room. Turning back, he couldn't stop the sneer curling on his lips. Stop standing there like idiots. Bring him in. Dalen ignored Dermot and beckoned to everyone else. Marvin hurriedly followed in. The classmates who were on his side also quickly entered. Those left behind looked at each other uncertainly. Even if they wanted to speak up for Dermot, they were afraid it might get them into trouble too. Dermot understood their mentality. In such a situation, not kicking someone when they're down was already good enough. Sighing, he allowed Manager Gale and a group of security guards to escort him into the private room. Throughout the process, the small hand that held onto his didn't let go once. Gabby entered looking worried, wanting to speak, but remembering Dermot's earlier reminder. Marvini, Young Master Marvin, how about we discuss something? Dermot stopped and asked with a smile. Dalen cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly chuckled. At this point, you still want to play games? Marvin propped one leg over the other, sitting on the sofa. Marvin was busy pouring drinks, finally offering one cup with both hands. Dalen appeared very arrogant, gently swirling the amber liquid inside the transparent container after taking it. Taking a sip, he tilted his head back, savoring the rich aroma of the wine. As Dalen performed these actions, no one else moved. It was quiet in the room, with everyone's gaze focused on Dalen. After a moment, he furrowed his brows slightly. What are you all waiting for? Get to it. While sipping his wine, he planned to teach this bastard a lesson. There was satisfaction in Dalen's smile. Before the security guards could close in, Dermot sighed. Young Master Marvin, what I have to say is important. Opening his mouth, the security guards hesitated. They looked toward Manager Gale, seeking his instructions. Sir, shall we? Manager Gale knew who Dalen was, and his attitude was very respectful. Everything was under control. Dalen wasn't in a hurry, lazily asking, important? How important? Everyone glanced between him and Dermot, busying themselves. Of course it's about Young Master Marvin, Dermot smiled. About why Young Master Marvin ended up injured and hospitalized. I did. Everyone froze. Humph, just as I suspected. Dalen's eyes darkened, and he slammed his wine glass down. Dermot continued, but the one who nearly killed Young Master Marvin isn't me. Don't you want to know who's secretly trying to harm you? Isn't it you? Dalen replied coldly. You're mistaken. Dermot smiled easily. What benefit would I gain from your death? The attack was because you sent people against me. Now that I've taken revenge, why escalate things further? Old classmate, you're being excessive. Marvin shouted. Didn't I just say? Why does Young Master Marvin always suspect you? It's you, he exclaimed indignantly. Just as I thought, Young Master Marvin has clear insight and wisdom. Marvin and others had completely sided with Dalen. They gathered around him, incessantly criticizing Dermot. You hastily admitted it as soon as things went south? Marvin looked disdainful. Old classmate, don't you think it's too late? If you had apologized sooner, Young Master Marvin might have been generous and let you off the hook. Dermot gave him a cursory glance, chuckling lightly. Late? Not at all. His face showed no fear, only calm composure. I know who nearly killed Young Master Marvin. He looked at Dalen, his lips curving slightly. Dalen's expression remained unreadable. Are you thinking you can escape a beating with this? Marvin shook his head. The person who beat me was you. If you did something like this, then just accept your punishment quietly. After the beating, I might be in the mood to hear some of your nonsense. Finishing, Dalen waved his hand. Dermot sighed helplessly. Can't we discuss this again? Forget it. Marvin and others yelled loudly. Young Master Marvin wants to deal with you now, so stand properly. Don't waste time. At least you're a man. Mistakes should be punished. Isn't that right? Classmates who had previously defended Dermot dared not speak now, fearing repercussions. Within the private room, only unified criticism and condemnation could be heard, all directed at Dermot. Gabby could hardly hold back anymore. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. The clamor abruptly stopped, and everyone looked over. Manager Bug, you've been disturbed too? Manager Gale hurriedly greeted the newcomer. It's all right. I'm already handling this. What exactly happened? Club manager Renee's gaze swept across the room. Finally, it landed on Dermot. Mr. Gale, you're here? Renee hurriedly came to Dermot's side. Why didn't you notify us that you were coming? Dermot smiled. Someone else booked the room. I just came over for some fun. Renee noticed that the atmosphere in the private room was off, and the club security had surrounded Dermot and his partner. His brows furrowed, and he called out sternly. Supervisor Gale, what's going on? Why haven't you offered Mr. Gale a seat? Everyone, including Dalen, was taken aback. Supervisor Gale stammered. And these newly arrived middle-aged men were addressed as managers by Supervisor Gale. And this manager who had just arrived showed such respect to Dermot. Mute. Renee frowned tightly. Also, Why are these security guards surrounding Mr. Gale? Do you intend to harm Mr. Gale? Manager Bug, this? Supervisor Gale broke into a cold sweat. No, it's not my fault. I was just following young Master Marvin's orders. Young Master Marvin? Renee glanced over, his expression slightly changing. Young Master Dalen? Managing such venues required preliminary research. Renee happened to know Dalen, albeit not very well. It was me who told Supervisor Gale to do it. Dalen admitted boldly. I have a grudge against this guy. Having someone teach him a lesson isn't too much, right? This? Renee's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. Young Master Marvin's command. I dare not disobey. As he said this, Marvinerman and others' expressions eased a bit. Dermot, knowing the club manager, took them by surprise. They originally thought he might escape trouble this way, but now it seemed he couldn't escape at all. Wanting to deal with him was young Master Marvin. With young Master Marvin speaking up, a mere club manager wouldn't dare defy. Chapter 189. Is this possible? Marvinerman watched with a theatrical expression, casting a mocking glance at Dermot. Last time, it was this kid who inadvertently caused him to offend Gabby. What is this Cho kid anyway? Just lucky enough to be associated with an impressive rich woman. Humph. Marvin originally planned to curry favor tonight by entrusting this guy to persuade Gabby to withdraw her previous order. Now it seems unnecessary. Gabby and Dalen, although both second-generation heirs, are of different levels. Gabby's background does not match up with the Marvin family where young Master Marvin comes from. Marvinerman, with Junjia, literally means outstanding talent in his name, naturally understands the principle that the wise know how to adapt. Marvin saw very clearly how to align himself tonight. Renee then said, I understand young Master Marvin, but no one can touch Mr. Gaelg. His voice became heavy all of a sudden. Both Mr. Gaelg and Miss Beckham are esteemed guests of Suziangxio. On Suziangxio's territory, no one can lay a finger on them. What did you say? Dalen's face immediately turned grave. You want to protect him? A mere manager. Standing before me saying he wants to protect someone I'm after? Do you want to go against me? Dalen stood up abruptly, knocking over a bottle of wine in the process. The wine bottle exploded on the floor, glass shards and liquid flying everywhere. Renee wore a smile. I'm just a worker. How dare I? After these words, Marvin straightened his back and spoke loudly. But this Mr. Gaelg is a close friend of our Chairman Jamarg. If Mr. Gaelg loses even a hair here, Chairman Jamarg will hold me responsible. Marvin chuckled softly. I can't afford to offend young Master Marvin, but I offend Chairman Jamarg even less. Marvin? A close friend of your Chairman Jamarg? Young Master Marvin pointed at Dermot, looking incredulous. The Jamarg family is not listed among the top families, mainly because their clan has some ties to illegal activities. Speaking of influence, the Jamarg family isn't much weaker than the Gaelg family. In response to young Master Marvin, yes? Renee smiled slightly. Young Master Marvin, do you have any other questions? Beside him, Marvinerman and others were dumbfounded. When Manager Bug mentioned the Jamarg family, there was a clear note of reverence on young Master Marvin's face. That Chairman Jamarg is clearly a formidable figure. Even young Master Marvin couldn't help but feel respectful when his words relieved everyone. What are you waiting for? Renee barked. Mr. Gaelg is being magnanimous. Say thank you now. All the guards hastily nodded and bowed. After handling this, Dermot looked at Dalen and others with varied expressions. Marvin watched them silently for a while and said, we were talking about, what just now? Marvinerman and others felt a boom in their heads. Before Manager Bug arrived, they were doing their best to mock Dermot. Some people glared angrily at Marvinerman, as if blaming him for taking the wrong side. Old classmate, just now? One classmate put on a forced smile. It was all a misunderstanding. Inside, he was extremely uneasy. Earlier, he had been the harshest in mocking. Now he regretted it deeply. Why provoke someone for no reason? Dermot cast a cold glance over him and turned to Renee. Except for Dalen? Get rid of the rest. Sure. Renee rushed out the door and shouted, startling the nearby guards. Could it be that young Master Gaelg changed his mind? They returned hesitantly, only to hear Renee instruct, Mr. Gaelg doesn't like these people. Marvin pointed at Marvinerman and the others. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, understanding perfectly, Manager Bug, we know what to do. Seeing them return, Marvinerman and the others paled instantly. Before taking action, one of the security guards asked, Manager Bug, before you came, they were constantly mocking and insulting Mr. Gaelg. Shall we? There's such a thing? Renee's face darkened, frightening Marvinerman and others to be ashen-faced. Old classmate, I know I was wrong. Old classmate, please explain to the manager, it's all a misunderstanding. They changed their expressions again. Marvinerman was even more panic-stricken. Everything was initiated by him. Marvin hurriedly moved close to Dalen and whispered with pleading, Young Master Marvin, you must help me. Dalen looked displeased. Once Manager Bug arrived, the situation was no longer within his control. The always arrogant Dalen could not accept such a situation at all. Marvin stepped forward and said coldly, Manager Bug, these people are brought by me. Renee understood what Dalen meant. These are his people. Hands off. If it were under normal circumstances or with other people, Renee might have given the Marvin family some face. But, sorry, young Master Marvin. Renee wore a smile on his face. These people offended my boss's distinguished guest. Marvin waved his hand. Take them away. Don't delay Mr. Gaelg's business. The VIP room filled with cries of wailing, everyone begging Dermot for mercy. Dermot did raise his hand indeed. These few. He pointed to a few classmates who had previously spoken up for him but remained silent later. They are my high school classmates. Arrange another room for them? Sure. Renee nodded and immediately started arranging to move the rest to the next door private room. Their expressions were blank, too stunned to react. After clearing the room, only Dermot and Gabby remained in the VIP room, along with Dalen opposite them. Dalen's eyelids twitched. His complexion turned iron gray. A minute ago, he was commanding the scene firmly. Yet in the blink of an eye, he became a lone commander, left alone. The contrast between before and after was indescribably great. Feeling infinitely frustrated inside, Dalen glared at Dermot angrily. Dermot looked back and smiled lightly. Can young Master Marvin now calm down and discuss something together? Chapter 190. Are you qualified? The situation reversed in an instant. Dalen felt aggrieved but was helpless. Marvin glared at Dermot with a hateful expression, while the latter led Gabby to sit on the sofa. Mr. Marvin, please take a seat. Dermot's smile looked entirely mocking to Dalen. What do you want to say? Dalen stubbornly stood his ground and asked with wide eyes. Since he didn't want to sit, let him be. Dermot smiled and said, Isn't it quite normal for retaliation after someone hires a car to hit me? Why are you so resentful? Humph. Dalen gritted his teeth and could only coldly snort, unable to respond. On that matter, we've settled our score. Dermot took a clean wine glass. Then, he calmly poured wine into it and offered it. Once this cup of wine is finished, all grievances between us will be erased. How does Mr. Marvin feel about that? All grievances erased? Dalen stood still, looking at Dermot coldly. What a beautiful dream. Dermot laughed. Marvin poured another glass and gently clinked it against the one Dalen hadn't taken. After finishing this glass of wine, I won't care anymore. Dermot said, Not only won't I care, I'll even find the person who secretly harmed Mr. Marvin and hand them over to your family. What do you mean by that? Dalen's face stiffened, and he sneered, Trying to reconcile with us? Dermot nodded, Pretty much, because the person who secretly harmed Mr. Marvin is also my enemy. Dalen's expression changed slightly. You're just fooling me, right? His expression remained icy. What benefits do I get from fooling you? Dermot said, Like, what benefits would I get if you were dead? Dalen was speechless. The two of them had no prior interaction. Marvin hired someone to run into Dermot, and Dermot retaliated the next day. Marvin was hospitalized due to head injuries, a slight concussion, but far from fatal. Why did the injury worsen? There was no definitive result after examination. Blaming Dermot was baseless. After all, Dermot acted in self-defense. If this were brought up, the Marvin family wouldn't have any grounds. This was also why. One reason this matter was left unresolved. The truth is, Dermot continued, someone wanted to frame me, and unfortunately, Mr. Marvin was chosen by them. They wanted to deal with me. As for Mr. Marvin, you were merely collateral damage. Dermot looked at Dalen with raised eyebrows, his lips curling slightly. Upon hearing these words, Dalen indeed burst into rage. So his life meant nothing to those people. To deal with Dermot, they wanted to kill him. Dalen thought in silence for a moment and then spoke in a deep voice. Why should I believe you? Until now, it had only been one-sided statements. Having doubts was normal. Dermot put down the wine glass and smiled. If you're willing to believe me, I can bring the person who nearly killed you to Mr. Marvin tomorrow. If you don't wish to believe, he shrugged, then it doesn't matter. If Mr. Marvin wants to remain in the dark, that's fine too. The choice was directly placed in Dalen's hands. Marvin lowered his head, eyes wavering. After a moment, he bent down to pick up the wine Dermot poured for him, slowly walked to the sofa, and sat down. Swirling the wine, he let the rich aroma spread. Marvin squinted, thought for a while, and then tilted his head back to finish the wine in one gulp. Marvin put down the glass but didn't speak. Dalen was momentarily at a loss for words. Muttering a few times, he said in an unfriendly tone, Believe you? Humph, whether to believe can only be judged after meeting that person. Understood, Dermot said. Since young Master Marvin wants to meet that person, I'll arrange it immediately. But not today. Tonight. Marvin turned his head and glanced at Gabby sitting beside him. I have something? Then he turned back. Is young Master Marvin free tomorrow afternoon? Dalen thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure. Marvin paused for a moment before asking, Who was the one who ordered him? Didn't I just say? Dermot replied. My enemy. In terms of blood relation, they are my relatives. Dalen was taken aback. You mean someone from the Gelg family? Yes, Dermot nodded. When young Master Marvin had your accident, I had just returned to the Gelg family. Some people didn't welcome my return, so they came up with this sinister plan. Marvin smiled. It almost killed young Master Marvin. Dalen's eyelids twitched. Damn. Although no sound came out, from the lip movement, it was clear this guy was cursing. I had just returned to the Gelg family, weak and alone. Dermot continued. There was no way I could fight against them. If I could find someone to cooperate with. Want us, the Marvin family, to cooperate with you? Dalen suddenly raised his head before saying, Then follow me to my study. Honey, ask Aunt Ernest to make Xiaohuan a cup of medicine tea. After that, the two of them walked into the study. Without delay, Dalen told his father about running into Dermot. What? You ran into that scoundrel? The mention of Dermot immediately infuriated Orson. Last time they met, that stinky kid gave him a punch without warning. Did you have any conflict with him? Although Orson hated Dermot, he also admitted that the guy had some substance. If Dalen encountered him, he might get hurt. Dad, it's like this. Dalen organized the information and then informed his father thoroughly. Upon learning that someone was secretly trying to harm him, Orson became furious immediately. I told you. Marvin slapped the desk forcefully. The doctor said you were recovering well? The sudden and unexpected deterioration of your injuries is suspicious. So, Orson stood up angrily, pacing back and forth in the study. It seemed he wanted to find someone to fight. Dad, do you think what he said? Dalen hesitated. Is credible? Orson frowned deeply. In his opinion, forget it. Marvin immediately contacted his elder brother Jace and relayed the situation. That boy Dermot wants to reconcile with us? Jace laughed coldly. Marvin admitted to attacking Xiaohuan? Haha. Marvin beat Xiaohuan, beat my son. There are 2 debts that haven't been settled yet. Isn't that right, elder brother? Orson said, even if he found out something we didn't know, we can't let it go so easily. What did uncle say? Seeing his father put down the phone and remain silent for a long time, Dalen stood up. Your uncle instructed you to? Father and son chatted for a long time in the study and talked about many things. Dalen wasn't very satisfied with his uncle's arrangement, but as a junior member of the Marvin family, he didn't dare to defy the patriarch's orders. Thinking of having to work with someone he despised, Dalen's mood became heavy. At the same time, Apsel received a call from Jace. Old guy, calling so late? Just about to go to sleep with his wife. Apsel picked up the phone from the nightstand. Valentina raised her head, puzzled. Is it about Showerway again? Apsel sighed helplessly, depressed. Besides that, there's nothing else. Marvin got up and walked to the balcony on one side of the bedroom, sinking into a specially made sofa. First, he put the phone down. Marvin leisurely took the cigar box next to him, picked up a cigar, and carefully trimmed off the cap. The phone kept ringing. Even if disconnected, it would quickly reconnect. Apsel smiled, leisurely placing the cigar in his mouth and picking up custom-made sulfur-free matches. Looking unhurried. Only after lighting up did he pick up the phone. Marvinlo? Who is this so late? His voice was low, tinged with anger. It sounded like he was disturbed from a peaceful sleep, but too tired to be angry. Oh, it's brother Sujianqiang. Apsel pretended. Wait, let me get up. It's not good to disturb my wife's sleep. After saying this, he put down the phone and took a puff of his cigar. Subsequently, Marvin made a series of exaggerated facial expressions towards Valentina. Valentina was almost amused by his antics. On the other end of the line, Jace patiently waited for a while. Only then did Apsel speak. Brother Sujianqiang, you're so eager to find me. Is there something? On the other end of the line, Jace seemed to have some difficulty speaking. There's something, just say it. Apsel said, who are we kidding? You're my brother-in-law. So, I'll say it? Jace pondered for a moment then said, I misunderstood your son Dermot last time. Apsel, do you remember my nephew Dalen? Jace reminded him, Marvin had a bit of a misunderstanding with your son. Apsel hurriedly replied, there wasn't any misunderstanding, right? Your nephew's injury has nothing to do with my son. Well, Jace smiled bitterly, brother-in-law, it's this late. Why are you still trying to play dumb? Apsel was completely confused. Marvin already admitted it. Jace said, your nephew's injuries were caused by him. Apsel, His confusion was genuine. The emotion experiencing before. For example, sharing street food with a man, playing various small games at the night market with Dermot, ordering a couple set meal, and finishing it together. So many things were something she had never even thought about when she was alone. Does this count as a date? Gabby looked at the gentle night scenery outside the window, a smile on her lips. Tonight was fairly perfect, except for encountering a group of sycophants. Thinking of Marvin's completely different attitudes, Gabby got upset. She suddenly took out her phone and contacted her secretary without saying anything. You immediately contact Flashuan J Jewelry, command them to move out within 3 days. And block them? Gabby said, if they ask for reasons, just tell them. The same reason as last time. She spoke quickly. Isn't that too much? Dermot was torn between laughing and crying. After raising the rent, now you're kicking them out directly. They brought it upon themselves. Gabby snorted coldly. Don't you think Marvin is despicable? At first, Marvin called old classmate warmly. But once he found out the conflict between Dalen and Dermot, his attitude changed instantly. Led by him, a bunch of sycophants ridiculed Dermot. Dermot smiled bitterly. Weren't they taught a lesson already? Why can't you let it go? After Marvin and company were taken away, they were severely reprimanded. When Dermot came out after handling the matter, they tearfully apologized, looking very humble. Who let them insult my husband? Gabby humphed. They made me unhappy. I'm not going to let them laugh either. As for those other guys, she picked up her phone again, seeming to have some plans. Dermot laughed helplessly and stopped her. Forget it. They just followed the crowd. Revenge one by one. How exhausting would that be? Under Dermot's continuous persuasion, Gabby finally gave up the idea. With the ambient light in the car on, the soft light reflected on her cheeks, slightly tinged with anger. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Just because I was scolded a few times, she gets so mad. This feeling of being valued, you only realize how wonderful it is after experiencing it. Carly. Dermot turned his head and looked at her delicate face. Have you thought about what happens next? Gabby paused. What do you mean? Well, the Villa District was ahead. As Dermot slowed down the car speed, he continued talking to her. What will happen after the contract expires? Oh, Gabby's heart suddenly sank. If you think back, it hasn't been long. Dermot didn't notice the expression on her face, speaking to himself. It hasn't even been a month. Gabby didn't respond. Marvin's happy mood became silent as the topic opened by the man. Although it hasn't been a month, it feels like a lot has happened. Dermot continued. Do you remember how I started? Marvin turned his head to look at Gabby. Gabby nodded silently. I remember. By now, the man had driven the car into the garage. Marvin turned off the engine and looked at Gabby, saying, I said I just climbed out of the marriage grave. Gabby lifted her head. A pair of black bright eyes met Dermot's. I take it back. Dermot stared at her quietly for a while, suddenly speaking. What? Gabby was startled. I said. Dermot smiled. I want to take back what I said. Marriage has never been a grave. Or a bondage. At that time, due to a failed marriage, I became very negative. At that time, I even thought that you approached me for ulterior motives. Marvin smiled sheepishly. Gabby pressed her lips together. Marvin, her beautiful eyes sparkled. I want to sincerely apologize to you. Dermot continued. Sorry, can you not blame me? Marvin looked at the woman opposite with an open expression. From beginning to end, Gabby's eyes never left his face. She nodded gently, her voice low. Is this what you wanted to tell me? Dermot shook his head. Not just that. Marvin took a deep breath, looking as if he had made a decision. Carly, over this period of time, he slowly said, you have always been kind to me. Gabby's eyes flickered. She suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. What did he mean by bringing this up all of a sudden? When I'm with you, I feel very relaxed. This feeling is something I've never experienced before, even back in high school. His voice was low but clear. When those people invited us earlier, I was thinking, I didn't want you to know about that time. Because back then, I was very humble. Dermot's smile was very clear, obviously having let go of the past. I always wallowed in self-pity. I thought such sacrifices would eventually yield the results I wanted. It seemed that way on the surface, but anyone could see the true situation clearly. Before that, I had never been in a relationship with a girl. So, I stubbornly believed that being completely open and kind to her was the most beautiful expression of love. However, love is a two-way street. It's not about one-sided sacrifice, nor is it about taking for granted. Including after marriage, I spent about 5 or 6 years with Allison. In such a long time, the positive emotions I felt were far less than what I experienced in just 1 month with Gabby. During this less than 1 month period with her, Dermot gained a deeper understanding of relationships. Feelings are mutual. They started as strangers and gradually became familiar with each other. In this process, they helped and tolerated each other. The subtle feelings between them stemmed from the little things in life. Although the time was short, but the feelings grew quietly. Looking into his gentle eyes, Gabby suddenly felt a bit shy. Is this a confession? How should she respond? What exactly do you want to say? Gabby instinctively avoided his eyes, her heart pounding like a deer. Dermot looked at her face and spoke softly. I want to say that even if the contract expires, I still want to stay by your side forever. If you think this might become a bother, we can? How could it? Gabby abruptly interrupted him, blushing after she spoke. She lowered her head and mumbled, having you by my side, how could that be a bother? Inside the car, the atmosphere was subtle. Chapter 193, taking a step forward. The night was truly beautiful tonight. In this silent, deep night, Beckham Wanjin indulged herself in the gentleness of the night alone. She had just bathed. Her voluminous wavy long hair lazily draped over her alabaster shoulders. Her hair was still damp. When the night breeze blew past, it felt a little cool. But this slight chill couldn't overshadow the warmth that spread all over her body. Not long ago, Dermot confessed to her, and she accepted his confession. They were nominally husband and wife before, but how things really were between them was tacitly understood by both. And tonight, Dermot's initiative pushed their relationship one step. The mobile phone. I can't sleep well, pitiful. How come? Dermot asked. So you regret it so soon? Mischievous grin. Beckham Wanjin had already typed a few words telling him that she didn't regret it. Then on second thought, she smiled and deleted the typed content, and then typed 2 words, yeah. Following that, another message was sent. I heard that boyfriends usually give gifts when they confess. You didn't give anything? Ah. Dermot felt embarrassed. Just kidding. Beckham Wanjin laughed, not regretting, just, sigh. I don't know how to say it. Actually, me too. I can't sleep. Dermot replied. You don't know how nervous I was just now, or how happy I was to hear your answer. I'm still excited. Dermot wasn't lying. He indeed felt somewhat exhilarated at the moment. This kind of excitement was not quite the same as when he knew he would marry Allison before. Back then, although he was also excited, his mood was far less relaxed than it was now. Perhaps because he subconsciously knew that Allison marrying him was merely out of helplessness. This time was different. Mutual affection with Beckham Wanjin. Each knew the other's feelings. Marvin actively confessed and received her accurate response. Their relationship took a step forward. Dermot was grateful for the sudden courage he had just recently, which prompted him to speak out particularly proactively. This night, they chatted for a long time. The next morning, they woke up with a sense of unreality at the same time. Seeing each other in the living room, both appeared a little shy. If it were before, Fiona would definitely be happy to see this scene. But now, with something on her mind, she didn't notice the changes in them at all. Miss, son-in-law, breakfast is ready. After resting for a night, Fiona obviously felt much better in spirit. She prepared breakfast for the two of them and then started getting ready to go out. I don't know if I will have time to come back. If I can't find the time, I'll trouble Miss and son-in-law. While tidying up, Fiona said apologetically, we are not children, you don't need to worry. Beckham Wanjin hurriedly said, if there is anything at the hospital, please call me. Marvin, her grandson, was still in the hospital. Fiona surely needed to take care of him these days. After seeing Fiona off, the two returned to the villa. Dermot suddenly realized, did Fiona just drive out? She knows how to drive. Marvin was baffled. Beckham Wanjin couldn't hold back her laughter. She always has. The electric car parked furthest outside the garage is our family's grocery shopping vehicle. Dermot. Why does she always pretend she doesn't know how, making me chauffeur her every time? Marvin couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Beckham Wanjin stifled her laughter behind her hand. Come sit down and eat breakfast. Marvin, her eyes carried laughter, with a touch of bashfulness on her delicate face. Their relationship had taken a step forward. When sitting together, the atmosphere was different. Dermot would often lift his head to glance at her from time to time. Previously, Beckham Wanjin would feel shy. Now, apart from shyness, there was more sweetness than ever. If they didn't have to work, they could sit facing each other all morning. Because she had a few clients to meet, Beckham Wanjin dressed rather formally today. After driving her to the company building, Dermot leaned over and said, shall I come find you at noon? The smile on Beckham Wanjin's face lasted until she got to the company. Today, she resumed her usual attire, making some of the employees who loved admiring beautiful women sigh in their hearts continuously. However, have you noticed? People whispered to each other, President Beckham seems a bit different. In what way? She smiles more. Oh, now that you mention it. You're right. All employees were surprised. It's not just that she smiles more. Her demeanor has changed too. Everyone marveled at her transformation. Marvin, her closest secretary, felt it even more clearly. President Beckham, your mood seems really good today? Belinda said with a hint of complexity. Is it that obvious? Beckham Wanjin smiled slightly, walking around to sit behind her desk. Then she raised her hand to tuck the strands of hair that fell onto her cheek behind her ear. A simple movement carried boundless charm. Tell me about today's schedule. Belinda responded, hurriedly starting to report. After finishing the report, she remembered another matter. President Beckham, Dan accepted your invitation? Beckham Wanjin lifted her head. She wasn't surprised but still felt glad. Accepted? Did he say when he'll return to the country? No later than the day after tomorrow. President Beckham? Belinda said, Dan is the witness when the matriarch made the vow with the old master. With him stepping in, the Beckham family won't be able to play any tricks. The little secretary seemed very excited. Let's hope so. Although she spoke cautiously, Beckham Wanjin's smile was full of confidence. Marvin, her mother's will, and the vow she made with the old master were legally binding. That matter, she had taken care of. Since the Beckham family wasn't willing to let go, she would uphold her rights through the law. Chapter 194, Never forget why you started. Back at Leahy, Dermot didn't go upstairs immediately. Marvin sat in the car with the engine already off and took out a mobile phone from the storage compartment of the car. Marvin long pressed the power button to turn it on. Immediately, this phone received a pile of unread messages, all from his second uncle, Stefan. Dermot casually opened a few and glanced through them. Marvin chuckled softly, then dialed the number from the message. Marvinlo? Stefan answered the call very quickly. Why have you kept your phone off all the time? I couldn't find you anywhere. Dermot cleared his throat twice. His tone changed accordingly. If I kept my phone on all the time, wouldn't I be giving you the chance to annoy me? How is the preparation of the money? It has been ready for a long time. Stefan's voice was suffused with restrained anger. Upon receiving the money, every photo you have must be destroyed completely. We'll talk about that after I get the money. Dermot did not directly agree to his demand. You little brat, you better not play tricks. Stefan gritted his teeth and said resentfully, otherwise? The non-committal attitude of the other party made him even angrier. Where do you want to hand over the money? He asked in an unpleasant tone. Give me an address and I'll send someone over. Dermot pondered for a moment and said, I'll contact you again this afternoon. After saying that, he hung up and turned off the phone without hesitation, disregarding what the other person might think. The mini camera installed at Stefan's mistress's house had not been dismantled yet. Stefan hadn't visited his mistress's place these 2 days, clearly terrified. Of course, pulling this old guy into the situation wasn't for the money. What Dermot wanted was much more complicated. To be on the safe side, the mobile phone used to contact Stefan was still with him. After this simple probe, Dermot left the underground parking lot and took the elevator upstairs. As soon as he walked into Laney's office, she stood up to greet him. Mr. Gelg, they are waiting for you in the reception room. Dermot smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Today's meeting was with the 2 female internet celebrities he had met a few days ago at C Internet Celebrity Base, Roni and Cindy. Seeing Dermot push open the door of the reception room, the 2 hurriedly stood up. Mr. Gelg, we meet again. Both beauties were beautifully made up. Roni had a top-notch figure, but her face was not as exquisite as Cindy's. Cindy was exceptional in both appearance and figure, even more so with the beauty filter. They didn't disappoint offline. Just this single point was enough to surpass many big internet celebrities. Dermot greeted them with a smile and invited the 2 to sit down. Mr. Gelg, what you said last time, was it true? Roni started first. You are willing to help us transition? Currently, both of them relied on their looks to attract fans. Their unretouched good looks and figures made them enjoy a smooth run for a period of time. They accumulated a massive fan base. However, recently, the growth of their fans had nearly stalled. Although they were still making the same amount of money, no less than before, such changes obviously weren't a good sign, and they needed to be alert. Roni, who talked a lot, poured out all her troubles and predicaments to Dermot. My feeling now is, she sighed, relying on looks to attract fans just doesn't work anymore. The fans following me, more than 70% are boys. Judging from the comments under my videos, they follow me expecting me to cross boundaries. At this point, Roni let out a bitter laugh. Actually, she had already crossed some lines. It wasn't only showing skin that was crossing the line. Wearing tight clothes and doing suggestive actions also counted as crossing the line. To put it bluntly, they all hoped to see our necklines lower and skirts shorter. Cindy sighed. It wasn't hard to guess what the guys were thinking. I don't want to play with crossing boundaries anymore. Roni said gloomily, but if we don't, no one will watch the videos. We've also talked to Director Buck, she sighed again, hoping he could allocate some resources to help us transition, following Amy's model, to shoot videos with more content, attracting fans with quality. Marvin refused? Marvin airing her continuous complaints, Dermot's expression didn't change much. Well, not exactly, Roni smiled bitterly. Marvin agreed to invest resources, but with several additional requirements. Dermot raised an eyebrow. Marvin could pretty much guess what those additional requirements were. My contract still has over a year, Roni said. Chi-Chi's contract ends at the end of this year. Cindy sighed softly. Yu, is this really okay? Roni glanced at her and frowned. Mr. Buck instructed us this way. If you have any objections, talk to him directly. Downstairs. They walked toward their respective sports cars. Roni opened the scissor door of her beloved car and sat inside. Just as she closed the door, Cindy knocked on the window. Yu, I was thinking. Mr. Gelg's suggestion wasn't bad either. Roni looked speechless. Hold on, I'll call Mr. Buck now. Cindy's face froze, quickly saying, I was just talking. I will definitely carry out what Mr. Buck instructed. After all, Honey Sweet made me famous. Marvinlo, Mr. Buck? Roni spoke in a controlled voice. Do you have time? Yes, we just left Leahy. I met that Mr. Gelg. Marvin fell for our story just like you guessed. She giggled, covering her mouth. Marvin was impressed by our integrity. Sure, I understand. Roni laughed sweetly. I'll remember everything you said. After reporting, she changed the subject. By the way, there's one more thing. As she spoke, her eyes, adorned with colored contacts, looked at Cindy standing outside the car, clearly uneasy. Chapter 195. Background. It wasn't even noon yet when Dermot slipped out. Marvin drove to Gabby's company, his heart brimming with joy as he went upstairs. Knocking on the door before entering the office, he found Gabby staring at her computer screen in a daze. "What are you looking at?" Dermot asked curiously as he walked over, discovering she was watching a dating show. Seeing him arrive, Gabby hurriedly closed the webpage with a slightly flustered expression. Marvin, her face was flushed. "I finished my work, just browsing around." Looking at her blushing face, Dermot chuckled. "Yeah, I believe you were just browsing." With that said, Gabby lowered her head even further. She was naive about love, knowing even less than an inexperienced girl. So, she had been watching some highly rated dating shows to gain some knowledge and insight into relationships. And then, she got caught red-handed. Dermot didn't tease her much about it. "What do you want for lunch? If we have time, shall we visit the hospital?" Gabby hesitated for a moment. "Sure," she nodded. "I don't know how Fiona is doing. She hasn't even thought about eating. Bring her a meal too." The lunch break came quickly. After having their meal nearby, they packed one more portion and headed to the hospital. Fiona's grandson had already been transferred from the ICU to his previous private room. When the young couple entered the ward, they saw Fiona and a couple of visitors. The man looked to be in his early 30s, wearing glasses, giving off an intellectual vibe. The woman appeared quite young, in her early 20s. "Who are these two?" Gabby paused, handing over the meal box while asking curiously, "Are you Miss Beckham?" The man spoke up. "I'm Brooke. Thank you for taking care of my mother all this time. You're Fiona's eldest son?" Gabby realized, nodding at him. "Nice to meet you." Fiona had two sons. The elder one was Brooke, a high-achieving graduate. Marvin studied in another city and stayed there after graduation. This young man was sharp and capable, starting his own business just a few years after joining the workforce. Of course, his success wouldn't have been possible without his parents' support. Back then, Fiona's husband was still alive, and both parents invested all their savings to help him start the business. Brooke proved himself worthy. Not only did he establish a successful company, but he also married the daughter of a local wealthy businessman, thus reaching the peak of his career. Dermot had heard this story before. The first half sounded wonderful, but the second half was enough to make anyone's blood pressure skyrocket. After becoming a boss, Brooke particularly despised his parents' humble background. One's background can't be changed, but it could be avoided being mentioned. After marriage, Brooke consciously cut ties with his parents. Marvin returned for his father's funeral but came alone, not bringing his wife. And he only stayed for a day or two before leaving, citing his busy work schedule. Brooke despised his humble origins so much that he didn't want people to know his parents were domestic workers. Even during holidays, he never returned home. Dermot, who had been taken care of by Fiona recently, naturally viewed things from her perspective. Marvin felt no warmth toward this smiling man in front of him. His parents worked hard to raise him and supported his business with all their savings. And now that he was a big boss, he started to despise them. Who is this? Huey tried to shake hands with Gabby, resulting in an awkward moment. Thus, he turned his gaze to Dermot. "This is my husband, Dermot," Gabby introduced. "Honey, this is Fiona's eldest son." Dermot stepped forward, forcing a smile as he shook hands with Brooke. "Marvinlo, nice to meet you." With Fiona present, Dermot didn't want to embarrass her. The person standing next to Brooke was his secretary, not his wife. Fiona felt quite disappointed. After all these years, she still hadn't met the eldest daughter-in-law of the Fan family. "How long do you plan to stay this time, Mr. Fan?" Gabby remained polite due to Fiona's presence. 2 days, Brooke replied. "I heard about what happened with my brother's family and rushed over." Marvin sighed. "How did Jiqiang end up with such a wife? It must be tough on you." Marvin glanced at Fiona. Fiona forced a smile and waved her them off. When she came back, seeing Dermot about to leave, she asked quickly, "Son-in-law, are you going out?" "I'm just going to the bathroom," Dermot replied with a smile, then looked at Gabby. "Honey, stay here and keep Fiona company." Marvin made a phone call gesture toward the woman, meaning if anything happens, give him a call. Gabby didn't know what he was planning but still nodded. Dermot left the ward and slowly followed Brooke and the others. This guy never came back during holidays. There must be a reason for his sudden appearance. There were many people coming and going in the hospital, so Brooke didn't notice he was being followed. "Ji-young," the secretary turned around. "Wasn't that the famous Miss Beckham just now?" Brooke nodded. "This girl is quite remarkable too. She was still a student when I left Shanghai, and in a few years, she has become the CEO of a group. But," he added, "she's only well-born. Marvin, her abilities aren't necessarily better than mine." The secretary giggled. "Of course not." She paused, then whispered, "Why didn't you mention the real reason just now? What's the rush?" Brooke smiled. "We were just about to talk when those two outsiders showed up. In the afternoon. After they leave. I'll chat with Mom then." Chapter 196. Martin Wynn's High Bookshop. They were not very alert, allowing Dermot to follow them all the way. Through their conversation, he got a rough idea of their intentions. The economic situation had been poor for the past 2 years. The parents' job seemed unprestigious to him, but the elders raised him with great hardship and provided all possible support during his growth. Wanting to start a business, the elders used most of their lifetime savings. Yet this guy looked down on his parents because of their seemingly unprestigious jobs after achieving success. Marvin wanted nothing more than to kick the elders away. How detestable such selfish and superficial people are. Gabby felt indignant for Fiona. Thinking that his parents were of little use, he cast them aside. But when difficulties arose, he thought of them again and came running over hypocritically, pretending to adopt Declan because he doesn't want Fiona to be too tired. Humph, isn't it just about money? Declan growing up with this kind of person will be doomed. "Honey, what do you think we should do?" Dermot turned his head and asked with a smile, though not the first time calling her honey. Since last night, this address held a different meaning. When Gabby heard the man call her that, her heart fluttered. She looked at Dermot shyly, her lips slightly curling. "You speak first." Dermot thought for a moment, Considering Fiona has already been shocked once. He said, we should try to keep it secret this time. Gabby nodded. Perhaps we can find a chance to talk to Brooke, she suggested tentatively. Isn't it just about money? Money. She had plenty of. Problems that could be solved with money weren't really problems. But no matter how much money we have, it shouldn't be spent like this. Dermot laughed helplessly. It didn't grow on trees. Why let such an ingrate get off easily? Yes, that's right. Gabby agreed after thinking, then asked, then what should we do? At this moment, Dermot reached out his hand. Gabby hesitated, blushing as she offered her small hand. The result was that the man was momentarily stunned, looking amused. I'm reminding you about your seatbelt. Oh. Gabby, whose small hand rested on the man's large hand, blushed deeply. Caught in an awkward situation, she fumbled around clumsily. Seeing her struggling to fasten it, Dermot chuckled and helped her. Wearing looser clothes today, Gabby's upper body was noticeably tightened by the seatbelt. Quite a sight. Dermot's mind abruptly recalled the feeling from that night. Noticing the man spacing out, Gabby looked down curiously. What are you looking at? She gave him a flirtatious glare. Caught red-handed staring, Dermot felt embarrassed all over. Clearing his throat, he quickly changed the subject. Let's have dinner with him tonight and talk things over. Marvin had an initial plan in mind. On the way back to the company, they slowly refined the plan. The top priority now was to delay, to temporarily stabilize the situation before making further moves. I'll contact Fiona and get Brooke's number. I'll arrange the dinner. Dermot nodded. See you after place. Just waiting for the curtain to rise. Dermot calculated the time well, driving leisurely to the address Dalen mentioned. Bowenjai Bookshop was located in the middle of this road. It had 3 floors. Through the clean glass windows, one could clearly see the interior. As he entered, he faced a counter. The combination of books and coffee has become a new favorite among young urbanites. Order a specially brewed coffee, browse through a favorite book. It felt quite bourgeois. Dermot found a parking space nearby, parked his car, and then strolled into the bookstore. The rich aroma of coffee greeted him. The first floor of the bookstore was a hall, where the counter provided various hot and cold drinks, even delicate pastries. To the left of the hall stood rows of bookshelves. Many people were already browsing among the shelves, looking for books they wanted to read. Dermot ordered an iced Americano, held it in hand, and stepped up to the second floor of the bookstore. There was also a counter upstairs, but it was smaller, not overshadowing the books. More bookshelves lined the upper floor, crisscrossed, and passageways between 2 rows of shelves were already crowded with people. This floor had seating areas, but more people chose to sit on the ground, holding books closely reading. Dermot took his time walking around, looking up at the staircase leading further up. Chapter 197 In a Hurry to Reincarnate. Dermot walked toward the staircase. Before he could get close, a waiter immediately stepped forward. Excuse me, sir, the 3rd floor is a VIP area. Dermot was taken aback. How do I get VIP access here? He asked. Before I answer your question, the waiter smiled and said, I would like to ask you first, are you interested in reading? Dermot pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. The waiter stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Sir, this way please. Marvin led Dermot into an adjacent booth and had him take a seat. The waiter then brought over a tablet and offered it with both hands. Sir, it's like this. Members of Martin Wynn's High don't need to pay extra fees. You just need to answer some questions and score a passing grade. Is that so? Dermot smiled. Your boss's rule? Quite selective indeed. Marvin took the tablet and gave it a quick glance. The questions weren't difficult. They were mostly quotes from famous books, asking which book the quotes came from. The waiter stood beside him, watching as he answered. Dermot answered the questions very quickly, taking no more than 5 seconds per question. The waiter couldn't help but look down on him. Answering that fast, most likely he's guessing. However, as the answers were submitted, the final score left the waiter almost speechless. All correct. Marvin stared. The same waiter approached respectfully. Sir, your personal information will be kept strictly confidential. Marvin went on talking about formalities. Dermot thought for a moment. Getting a membership card isn't bad either. His wife loves reading, and this place has a nice environment. She might like it too. After registering his personal information, the waiter returned with a gold embossed card. Mr. Gelg, if you have any needs, feel free to ask, and we will certainly accommodate them. Any request? Dermot joked. The waiter was stumped, smiling awkwardly. Of course, within reasonable limits. Dermot smiled and nodded. All right, noted. Soon after the waiter left, he received a call from Dalen. Have you arrived yet? I'm already here. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you on the 2nd floor of the bookstore. Marvin urged. Okay, Dermot responded calmly and quietly walked to the staircase. Looking down, there stood Dalen. After hanging up, this guy didn't pretend anymore. Do not let this person upstairs when he comes. Dalen instructed the nearby waiter. Marvin held his phone. On the screen was a photo of Dermot. Make sure to keep this guy waiting for a while. Dalen sneered. Got it? The waiter was bewildered. Young Master Marvin. Is this guest your friend or? Friend? Dalen looked disgusted. This kind of waste. Also worthy to be my friend? Don't talk nonsense. Just do as I say. Young Master Marvin this? The waiter was helpless. He saw the man in the photo go upstairs. Marvin wanted to explain, but Dalen had already turned and walked up the stairs. Halfway up, Dalen noticed a shadow cast in front of him. Marvin looked up and instantly felt embarrassed. You're already here? How did you get up here? Dermot's expression was half smile, half not. After answering the questions, I naturally came up, he said with a smile. Young Master Marvin, do you really hate me that much? It's just a simple meeting, and you're already trying to trip me up? Dalen felt his mind buzzing, thinking he looked like a fool. AI, Dermot sighed, musing aloud. Is this really necessary? Since we've chosen to cooperate, shouldn't we present a united front? Dalen remained silent. Present a united front? Humph, easier said than done. It was this guy who had him hospitalized for over a week, almost killing him. Cooperate? Not in a million years. If not for his uncle's instructions, Dalen would have brought over a dozen brothers to make Dermot kneel and beg. Let's not talk about this. After some casual sarcasm, Dermot said, Marvin Shao, come sit down. Dalen's face turned dark as he walked over and sat down. Weren't you supposed to bring people over? He asked with a furrowed brow. They're still on the way. Dermot lounged back on the sofa comfortably. Please be patient, Marvin Shao. How do you plan to cooperate? Dalen lowered his voice. Can you be more specific? Dermot smiled. Don't rush. Marvin beckoned a waiter over and handed him the cup for a refill. Then he turned back to Dalen. What would you like, Marvin Shao? Let him bring it over together? Dalen looked impatient. I'm not thirsty. There was annoyance in his eyes as he snapped. How do you plan to cooperate? Spit it out. As he spoke, Dermot was thanking the waiter. His words went unanswered. This only made Dalen even angrier. We're discussing serious business. Can you stop stalling and get to the point? After the waiter left, Dermot turned around, so eager to reincarnate. Marvin Shao? The calm, expressionless sarcasm was lethal. Dalen flew into a rage instantly, standing up abruptly. Gaelg, don't think I'm afraid of you. If not for my uncle. He stopped mid-sentence. Your uncle? Jace. Dermot chuckled. Did he send you here? Recalling the instructions before leaving, Dalen forced himself to calm down. It's none of your business. Marvin sat back down. Tell me, how do you plan to cooperate with us? Chapter 198. Watching the show. Dermot was truly dragging his feet. Half an hour passed, and he didn't reveal a single word. Dalen was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his 7 apertures, yet he was helpless against him. Marvin shouted thunderously, Can we make an exception? While he was asking for leniency verbally, his attitude was indeed quite over the top. Dalen, who was already brimming with anger, felt his rage flare up instantly. I'm the owner of this bookshop. Marvin sneered. You want to go upstairs, right? Fine. You come up with me. Standing on the stairs, he lifted his head and beckoned the man below. Dalen's heart was filled with fury. If that guy Dermot hadn't lied, then it was this fool down there who almost killed him, and he dared to act tough in front of him? As Dalen climbed up, he called the shop manager. With a chest full of anger, Dalen rushed upstairs in 2 steps. Then he stood at the staircase entrance, waiting for the man to come up. Humph, you're sensible. The man not only had a bad temper, but also looked like a brute. Marvin stood still upstairs and gave Dalen a cold smile. Dalen didn't want to waste words with him and kicked out. The other party clearly didn't expect such a sudden move, being caught off guard and hit in the abdomen. Marvin grunted in pain, tumbling down the stairs backward. Pull him up. Dalen, with a grotesque expression, instructed the arriving waiters. Pull him up. The waiters exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, they hurriedly helped the young man, who was on the ground moaning in pain, to his feet. Once the youth was pulled up, Dalen waved his hand again. Move aside, move aside. As the waiters moved aside, this fellow took another kick and tumbled down the stairs like a rolling gourd, falling twice. His nose and face were bruised and swollen, his head buzzing. Dermot lazily leaned on the railing, watching the scene unfold with indifference. The guy sent by Stefan was all bark and no bite. Just arrived, he was already beaten into submission. Seeing Dalen ready for another round, Dermot finally stepped in to stop him. Young Master Marvin, don't kill him. 2 kicks down. Much of Dalen's anger dissipated. Marvin glared fiercely at Dermot, then waved to the waiters to support the youth. Then he turned and returned to sit on the sofa. Dermot smiled and sat across from him. Originally arranged plans were rendered useless by Dalen's outburst. Dermot was content with skipping a few steps. Why are you so mad, young Master Marvin? Marvin laughed. Stop making fun of me. Dalen roared. This scumbag did something and still dares to act tough in front of me. The youth was confused. What happened? Marvin felt like his bones were falling apart, unable to stand steadily. If not for 2 men supporting him from either side, he would have collapsed on the ground directly. I came to find someone. Marvin gulped, awkwardly saying, I was just a bit Marvin, please spare me. Blood trickled from the youth's lips, and several of his teeth were loose. Marvin was completely bewildered. Last time? Almost killed young Master Marvin? No, there must be some misunderstanding. Young Master Marvin, please calm down. Ignoring the burning pain on his face, he hurriedly spoke. Is there any misunderstanding here? I came to deliver money. The youth hastily explained. My boss asked me to deliver money. As for what you mentioned, I know nothing about it. Still King pretending? Dalen was furious. Delivering money? Do I look like I need your measly money? Who is your boss? Marvin pointed at the youth, roaring in anger. My boss is. The youth almost cried, feeling miserable. My boss is Stefan. Stefan? Dalen paused, turning back with a puzzled look at Dermot. Dermot nodded almost imperceptibly. Stefan, so it was him who tried to harm me? Dalen's expression turned extremely sinister. Young Master Marvin, it's all a misunderstanding. My boss never intended to harm you. The youth's eyes were wide with disbelief. I came this time, mainly because, to spend money to avoid disaster. Dermot interrupted him, saying, Young Master Marvin, he's trying to insult you with money. After this incitement, Dalen's anger intensified. Do I look like I need your measly money? Marvin lunged forward, ready to strike again. Marvini, how much money did you bring? Dermot immediately followed up with another question. 200 million. The youth's trembling voice stopped Dalen in his tracks. 200 million? What the F***? Chapter 199. Truly a failure as a person. Dalen was utterly shocked. Although he had quite a bit of pocket money, 200 million. An amount substantial enough to make his heart race. This sum could help materialize many plans that he had been hesitant about. Dalen stared at the young man for a while, then coldly asked, Where's the money? On you? I have a bank card in my pocket. It's from our boss. The young man said timidly. 200 million. It wasn't easy to transfer such a large sum. Without going through the bank counter, there were daily limits. Stefan opened an account secretly without his wife's knowledge and deposited 200 million into it. Naturally, he didn't dare show up for this transaction himself, so he sent one of his men with the card. Dalen had someone search him and indeed found a bank card. The PIN is 901,231. The youth's lips trembled as he hurriedly gave the card's password. Checking it confirmed the balance. 2 small goals intact. Dalen felt overjoyed. His anger dissipated as the money was now in hand. Let him go. Dalen tucked away the bank card, planning to immediately transfer this sum to his own account. But, after being released, the youth hesitantly asked, "The boss mentioned taking pictures? What pictures?" Dermot preemptively said, "Take advantage of young Master Marvin's good mood and scram." The youth obviously didn't recognize him. Marvin thought he was one of Dalen's accomplices or friends. But, seeing these people shooing him away, the youth panicked. "But my boss. What do you mean, but?" Dalen's face darkened as he barked. "Not hit enough yet? Scram before I change my mind. Young Master Marvin, I." The youth wanted to speak more, but was pushed away by the waiters surrounding him. Marvin kept shouting, but Dalen was too engrossed in the joy of gaining a huge sum of money to pay him any mind. Dermot didn't expect things to go so smoothly either. In his original plan, Dalen wasn't part of it. Giving Jiao extra days to raise the money was because he wasn't satisfied with the next steps. During those days, Dermot wanted to refine his subsequent plans. Just then, he met Dalen and suddenly came up with a more intriguing idea. Feeling less angry, young Master Marvin? Dermot smiled at Dalen. Humph. Dalen was immersed in thoughts of how to spend the money. Dermot's voice interrupted him, making him unhappy. Only 200 million. Trying to wipe out what happened with just this much money. Dermot was speechless. What a greedy brat. It's old man Stefan who's after you? Dalen sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs. Besides him, his brother too. Dermot also sat down. Oh. Dalen looked over with mockery. Seems both uncles don't want you back. Ha ha, you're truly a failure as a person. AI. Dermot laughed helplessly and then became serious. These 200 million are the first batch I've retrieved for young Master Marvin. Dalen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was only the first batch. More would follow. Young Master Marvin, or if the Marvin family wishes to cooperate with me, what you will get far exceeds this. 200 million. Even Dermot doesn't count. Of course, this money wasn't given freely. Taking it meant Dalen would be receiving Stefan's enmity. Pushing this guy forward was merely to draw some fire. Events unfolded as Dermot predicted. The moment the young man was driven away, he contacted Stefan right away. Dalen? Stefan shot up from his office chair, exclaiming, "You're sure it's him?" The bruised youth stood on the street, sighing helplessly. Shouldn't be wrong. Everyone calls him young Master Marvin, and he called himself that too. Marvin looked back at the bookstore and said, "The owner of Martin's High Bookstore is this young Master Marvin." Stefan stood up and paced anxiously in his office. "Tell me everything from the start." The youth carefully recalled and recounted everything that had just transpired. Stefan's eyelids twitched. That little rat surnamed Marvin knew it was him behind the scenes? Otherwise, why would he shout something like, "Almost killed me last time"? That's impossible. Stefan furrowed his brows. The doctor who did it has already been sent abroad. The method used couldn't be detected afterward. How could it? Stefan was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, pacing nonstop around the office. "Boss? Boss?" The youth shouted several times on the phone. "What should we do now?" "Pictures. Forget about that." Stefan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Come back here. I have other tasks for you." This youth was one of his trusted aides. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted him with such important matters. After hanging up with the youth, Stefan promptly contacted his younger brother, Gelda. With the two brothers conspiring together, there was naturally nothing to keep secret from each other. Stefan told everything from start to finish. Upon learning this, Gelda's heart skipped a beat. "Has the Marvin family uncovered something?" he asked, raising the most critical question at hand. "Possibly." Stefan's voice was low. "The Marvin family's intelligence network is no weaker than the Geld family's. Maybe. They already know that we were involved in that incident last time, so they've secretly laid out plans and investigated me," Stefan said bitterly. "After getting my secrets. They are using it as leverage. What should we do?" Gelda's tone turned grave. "If the Marvin family has found out, there must be more to come." Involving the Marvin family, the matter became thorny. Unknown is their next move? Stefan sighed. The photos are still in their hands. Gelda felt somewhat helpless. Marvin understood his second brother. What's wrong with being a little promiscuous for a man? The fault isn't on his second brother, but on that tigress back home. However, understanding is one thing. Gelda knew all too well the disastrous consequences if this affair were exposed. After a quick discussion over the phone, "Second brother, you contact the other party again. Feel out what they're thinking." "Sure." Stefan thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll try contacting now." Marvin didn't hang up the call. As a big boss, he certainly had more than one or two phones. Stefan took a spare phone from the drawer and dialed. Marvin thought the other party might have the phone turned off again, but unexpectedly, it was picked up after just 2 rings. Stefan suddenly realized. The other side always used a false voice when contacting him. Now calling from an unfamiliar number, would the other party accidentally expose their real voice? It might be. Or maybe it's someone he knows. After dialing, Stefan remained silent. The other end was also silent, as if guessing Stefan's thoughts. Both sides stayed silent for a long time until finally, Stefan couldn't hold it any longer. "You're breaking your word." On the other end of the line, Dermot burst out laughing. "Yes," he replied boldly. "So what if I break my word?" Just that sentence almost made Stefan explode with anger. Chapter 200, A Person Like Me. Marvin gritted his teeth hard, the anger on his face laced with suppression. "Stop being evasive. Are you Dalen? Or someone else from the Marvin family? Speak. What do you really want?" "What we want," Boss Gelg should very well know, huh? Hoo-hoo. Dermot laughed with deep meaning. Stefan's face twitched. Revenge? Another laugh came from the other end of the phone. Shouldn't we? The Marvin family nearly had a death. With those words out, Stefan was speechless. The matter had been exposed. Further mention would be futile. The photos won't be handed over to you temporarily, said Dermot. We need them to hold back Boss Gelg's wrath. After all, your Gelg family has great influence. If it comes to a battle where both sides lose, I'm scared too. Marvin laughed and hung up the phone. All done in one breath. Dermot didn't care how the other party felt at this moment. Marvin did not linger long in the bookshop. He chatted a bit with Dalen and then got up to leave. Naturally, Dalen did not detain him either. When he received Stefan's call, he had just reached the parking lot. Throughout the walk from the bookshop, eyes were watching him constantly. Dermot had noticed this long ago, but he wasn't too concerned. Likely it was still young Master Marvin who couldn't let go. As his left hand rested on the car door handle, he turned around. Marvin expected to see a flustered and embarrassed face, but there was no one where he looked. Dermot was slightly surprised. Pretty quick reaction. Huh? Something felt off to him, but he didn't take it seriously either. Turning back, he sat in the car and slowly drove away from the place. In the afternoon, he had planned to meet Angel Ant's eldest son with his wife. Since it wasn't yet quitting time and considering he had nowhere to go, he went to Gabby's place instead. These past 2 days, Marvin had been visiting rather frequently. Little Secretary Nikki felt curious about what exactly was going on between President Beckham and him. Wasn't it just a contractual marriage? Could it be? President Beckham was charmed by this man? Nikki felt a sourness inside her heart. You've come? Gabby was busy but still gave a brief smile when she looked up. The intense ambiguity that sparked during their eye contact made Nikki's heart skip a beat. Little Coralieg, why are you spacing out? Gabby asked. Go make Mr. Gelg a cup of coffee. Dermot waved his hand with a smile. No need to fuss over me. Continue your work. Pretend I'm not here. Less than an hour until quitting time. Gabby finished today's affairs before the end of the day. She stretched lazily, showcasing alluring curves before the man without reservation. Being the president, despite having confirmed a relationship with Dermot, she felt awkward showing it in front of employees. They left together. Not too closely. Only after leaving the parking lot did she drop her pretense. Worked all day, so tired. Gabby turned her head, with a touch of coquettishness in her voice. Then, she saw Dermot frowning and looking to the right. What's wrong? Gabby followed his gaze, but saw nothing in that direction. Dermot turned back. His expression was somewhat solemn. Just seeing things. Nothing. Marvin didn't want Gabby to worry, so he didn't tell the truth. Just now, he had felt like he was being watched again. Marvin thought it might be someone sent by Dalen, but for 2 consecutive times, he found no target. Dermot couldn't help but become vigilant. Who could it be? Did you contact Brooke? Marvin walked around the car and opened the passenger side door for Gabby. Gabby replied, I scheduled a meeting with him at 7. Shall we go now? Dermot moved aside, letting her into the car. She always carried a captivating fragrance that was easily noticeable when close. Looking at this charming woman, Dermot felt a surreal sensation in his heart. Not long ago, they were strangers. The events after they met seemed like they happened long ago, but upon reflection, it was only recently. What's wrong? Gabby had already seated herself and looked puzzledly towards Dermot, who stood outside the car dazing. Dermot stared at her for a while and smiled. Just thinking how miraculous it feels. Marvin closed the car door and went to the driver's side, fastening Gabby's seatbelt. How miraculous? Gabby asked. A person like me, Dermot smiled and answered, can find such a beautiful, gentle-tempered, and a girlfriend who is especially good to me. Isn't that enough of a miracle? Marvin gazed at Gabby with a smile. Gabby's expression suddenly turned serious. Why say that? Dermot opened his mouth, only to hear her continue. I know. The failure of your last marriage gave you a big blow. Marvin, her eyes were very bright, staring straight into Dermot's eyes. But how can you belittle yourself because of that? You are excellent. The most excellent man I've ever seen. Women surnamed and are very foolish, not knowing how to cherish you. Leaving you is the stupidest thing she has ever done. No doubt about it. Gabby's expression was very serious. Marvin hearing her say such words made him feel both amused and at a loss. Marvin just mentioned his past experiences in passing, but she reacted so strongly. Their faces were very close. Gabby's cherry-like tender lips were right there before him. Listening to her words, Dermot suddenly felt an urge to kiss her passionately. They had already established their relationship. So, this shouldn't be considered harassment, right? Dermot was conflicted and ultimately became timid. After all, he had never done such a thing in his life. If he scared her and she slapped him, that would be a bit embarrassing. Marvin suppressed this impulse, sitting upright and pressing the ignition key as he returned to the driver's seat. Although Jinghai's evening rush hour wasn't as bad as in first and second-tier cities, traffic was still difficult. It took nearly half an hour. Dermot turned off the main road into a side street. There were many cars, but the congestion eased significantly. According to the navigation route, they were only 2 streets away from the restaurant they had agreed on. In less than 10 minutes, they would reach their destination. The red light at the upcoming intersection would last for about a minute, and Dermot estimated he wouldn't make it through. So he pulled the handbrake and stopped at the intersection. At this moment, a car in the adjacent lane also came to a stop. The window of that car slowly rolled down, and the 2 people in the front looked over at Dermot. Noticing this, Dermot curiously turned his head. As soon as their gazes met, his pupils constricted sharply. In the neighboring lane's Hummer, sat a Slade and someone with a mixed-race face. Both wore mocking smiles. The sight of these 2 faces made Dermot's body stiffen instantly, and his expression turned cold. Their gazes intersected with a hint of hostility. The 2 people in the opposite car didn't speak. They just watched Dermot and smiled. Chapter 201. A fragrant breeze gently blows. 1 minute is not a long time. The red light had already turned, yet Dermot remained parked where he was. The cars behind him honked furiously and cursed impatiently. Gabby wore a worried look as she gently shook Dermot's shoulder with her small hand. What's wrong? After calling out several times, Dermot finally snapped back to reality. His state greatly worried Gabby. Who were you just looking at? Do you know those two people? She noticed it. From the moment they met, his gaze had been directed towards the opposite direction. Dermot took a deep breath and shook his head. They resemble someone I used to know, but I couldn't recall who. Gabby was somewhat doubtful. At this moment, the horn sounded again from the back. She hurriedly urged, "Drive on." They were blocking the intersection. No wonder the cars behind were swearing. Dermot composed himself, started the vehicle, and drove forward. Marvin had lied to Gabby just now. He knew those two men. Among the group that kidnapped him abroad when he was 8 years old were these two men. In their hands, Marvin endured unbearable torture that he couldn't speak of to others. It wasn't until he was later rescued that he never saw those people again. Dermot never thought they would meet again. Was the secret surveillance he sensed earlier from these two? Why did they show up in the country? What is their purpose? Could they still be targeting him? Have they come just by themselves? Questions arose one after another in Dermot's mind. Seeing his preoccupied appearance, Gabby looked very concerned. She wanted to speak several times but feared disturbing him. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. When Dermot stopped the car and was about to get out, he found Gabby staring at him intently. What's wrong? Marvin feigned indifference, asking, Why are you staring at me? Gabby's fine eyebrows knitted together, her expression solemn. Do you consider me your girlfriend? Dermot's face stiffened. I consider you my wife. Stop deflecting. Gabby gave him an eye roll. You obviously have something on your mind. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Who were those two people? Dermot appeared troubled. Do you or don't you? Seemingly unaware, Gabby whispered softly. No matter what happens in the future, you mustn't hide anything from me. All right. Dermot was moved but dared not move. All that is past. Gabby continued. In the future, no matter what, I will always be by your side. The tenderness emanating from her healed the chaos in Dermot's heart caused by those memories. Marvin breathed deeply, almost wishing time would stop forever. After a long while, Gabby finally released him. She knelt on the seat with one long leg supporting her body, her viewpoint higher than the seated Dermot. Marvin, her face tinged with a slight blush. She looked down at Dermot. I really want to ask about your past experiences. Marvin, her voice was gentle, but I know. Bringing up the past might cause you secondary harm. Best not to even think about it. Marvin, her demeanor was exceptionally tender. Stay present. Dermot looked up at her. The blushing Gabby, beautiful beyond compare, pure enough to cleanse the world. The anger in his heart dissipated under her gentle gaze, transforming into deep affection. Marvin nodded. Okay. Only then did Gabby smile. She placed both hands on Dermot's shoulders, intending to adjust her posture. But she had been in that position for too long, and her supporting leg had gone numb. As soon as she stood up, and Gabby didn't dare to raise her head even after getting out of the car. Facing the old attendant's strange gaze, Dermot chuckled awkwardly. We just got married. The old man was taken aback. Oh, got married? All right then. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Gabby was already blushing furiously and directly hid in Dermot's arms, letting him escort her away. Caught during her first intimate moment with a man. How embarrassing. Chapter 202. Big Benefactor. Gabby noticed that every time Dermot looked at her, he would give a silly smile. She felt a bit irritated. No more of that next time? After saying this, she froze. Wasn't this implying there would be a next time? No. She was considering her choice of words. But Dermot, in his daze, said, So, next time when I kiss you, I should ask you first? Gabby's mind buzzed. Did he need to ask about this? After asking, would she say yes or no? She fell into a dilemma instantly. They're here, Dermot whispered as he stood up and turned to the two people rushing over. Though he didn't think much of the guy, he still put on a show for appearances. The place where they invited Brooke to have dinner was a pretty high-class Western restaurant. The tables were spaced out reasonably well, allowing for a quiet conversation. Before setting off, Gabby had contacted Fiona, subtly asking, just as my husband said before. Fiona has been with us for many years, not just like family but better. Now, your brother and sister-in-law can barely take care of themselves, and their son needs someone to look after him. At this point, Huey gave an odd glance to his secretary. Norris is Fiona's grandson. She can't possibly neglect him. Gabby looked troubled. But, I personally don't really like kids, she admitted. If Fiona brings the child home, it would trouble me greatly. President Fan, Norris is your nephew. Gabby looked at Brooke. Can you adopt him? Brooke was dumbfounded. Marvin never expected Gabby to bring up this. I know, this is a bit of a tall order. Gabby continued, but I really can't think of a better way. Fiona knows I don't like kids. So she previously mentioned to me that after Norris gets discharged from the hospital, she would rent a place outside to live with him. She's getting old and can't handle everything. So eventually, she'll resign. Gabby said sternly, I don't want that to happen. I'm used to Fiona's companionship. If I change nannies, I definitely won't adapt. Brooke exchanged a glance with the woman beside him, unsure if his expression showed shock or surprise. If President Fan is willing to adopt Norris, Fiona will definitely feel relieved. Of course, I won't let President Fan do all this for nothing. Gabby added, I'll cover all expenses for Norris's growth. And also, offer President Fan a substantial reward. I know. Gabby spoke quickly, President Fan isn't short on money. Brooke opened his mouth, wanting to say how badly he needed money right now. How about this? Gabby stated formally, in addition to this reward, any suitable business opportunities in the future will go to President Fan first. This promise made Brooke's heart race. Gabby's Suzy Engine Group was a major capital player. If he could establish a relationship with them, it would be hard not to prosper. President Beckham, why would you say such things? Brooke's tone became respectful. Norris, that kid, sigh. Marvin feigned a distressed expression. Actually, this time coming over. I also had the idea of taking my mom and little nephew to stay with me. She's getting old. I don't want her to tire herself too much. Brooke explained. I want to take her over and let her enjoy a few peaceful years. Gabby clearly showed some anxiety. Fiona has gotten used to living here. She might not adapt to life there, right? Brooke had a difficult look on his face. The two began to act out their parts. Gabby's performance was intended to lure Brooke into the trap. Brooke's performance aimed to make Gabby offer even bigger stakes. Marvin never could have imagined that no matter how big his demands were, the other party would agree. Because Gabby hadn't even considered fulfilling her promises. In the end, she achieved her goal at no small cost. I don't want Fiona to know about this, Gabby said solemnly. I regard her as my elder. This can't affect our relationship. Understood, I get it. Brooke couldn't hide his joy and nodded hurriedly. I know how to handle it. Gabby nodded in satisfaction. That's good. She paused for a moment, then said, after dinner, let's go to the hospital to visit Fiona together. To Brooke, she appeared as a big benefactor. Previously, he thought his mother was just a maid at the Beckham family, so her status mustn't be high. Marvin never expected that she was held in such high regard. Even Miss Beckham went out of her way to ask someone for her sake. Brooke felt very excited. Great, he eagerly replied. Let's visit her at the hospital after this meal. His disdain mysteriously diminished somewhat. Now, he felt being a maid wasn't so bad. Had he known the weight of respect his mother carried in the heart of Miss Beckham, he wouldn't have neglected her all these years. They happily finished their meal and immediately headed for the hospital. Brooke, visibly delighted, excitedly remarked while driving, Man, it feels like our luck is turning around. It was the Suzy Engine Group after all. Even a couple of projects from them would be enough to make him very wealthy. In the future, we should treat Aunt better. The woman called Man also seemed quite excited. Brooke nodded solemnly. After connecting with Miss Beckham, he no longer valued his wife's family as much. That yellow-faced hag. Although her family had substantial assets, it was only relatively speaking compared to ordinary families. Before the monstrous Suzy Engine Group, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Chapter 203, Filial Son. Everyone has selfish attributes to some degree, but one should know how to control their selfishness. A person who acts selfishly towards their hardworking parents who raised them is not trustworthy at all. Brooke was such a person. When he realized that his mother still had value, his attitude changed instantly. When the group arrived at the hospital, Fiona was playing with her grandson affectionately. Mom, I passed by a fruit shop on the way here and saw that their grapes were very good, so I bought some for you. There are also some oranges and bananas. Grapes contain potassium, which helps lower blood pressure and are good for your health. Brooke smiled as he presented the basket of fruits. Fiona was a bit surprised. She couldn't remember the last time she received something from her son. Grandma, I want to eat grapes. The child's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious food. Fiona patted Aiken's head affectionately and smiled. Okay, Grandma will wash some fruits. What else do you want besides grapes? I'll do it. You take a good rest. Brooke volunteered. You've been busy for more than half your life. Now it's time for your son to serve you. Gabby and Dermot exchanged glances, both finding it quite amusing. If they didn't know what kind of person he was, they would have been moved by this scene of filial piety. Because they came in last. Fiona just noticed them and quickly stood up. Miss Son-in-law, you came too? Please sit down. Sit down yourself. Gabby hurried forward, smiling as she guided Fiona back to her chair. She looked around the ward and said, Is there anything lacking? If there is, I can figure out a solution. It was a private ward, equipped with various facilities, but only had one bed. The child needed a few more days of observation, and Fiona would certainly stay at the hospital to take care of him. Resting at night wasn't convenient. Not lacking. Fiona smiled. Miss, thanks to you, Declan has this private room. It's quite comfortable here. No disturbance to others, nor worrying about being disturbed. As nice as it may be, it's still a hospital. Brooke, who was unwrapping the fruit basket, laughed. Declan, Grandma has worked so hard taking care of you. You must repay her well when you grow up, understand? Declan was somewhat shy. Marvin only felt close to Fiona. Anyone else was just an acquaintance. Although Brooke was his uncle, he was merely a stranger whom the child had just met. Marvin hid in Fiona's arms, staring with wide eyes. Mom, endure for 2 more days. Brooke continued. Once Declan is discharged, I'll take you and him to Orlandog Zoo for a few days of fun. Marvin smiled at the child. Declan, Uncle will take you to Orlandog Zoo in a couple of days to see the Westlake, okay? Fiona's face clearly showed her delight. Not asking for support from her children doesn't mean she doesn't expect a response. Brooke had been away from his parents for over a decade and never mentioned taking his mother to the city where he lived. Forget living there. Even a 2-day trip was enough to make Fiona extremely happy. Gabby and Dermot stood aside, watching silently. Anyone could sense Fiona's genuine happiness, which made the two feel somewhat complicated. Due to self-interest, Brooke put on a show of being filial. Yet this insincere concern still made Fiona blissfully content. Gabby lost her parents one after another while she was still in school, and Fiona had always been by her side. She longed for family love. In Fiona, she could feel the care of an elder. This care bridged the gap between the two, turning an employer-employee relationship into a bond akin to kinship despite the lack of blood ties. I'm just worried you might be too tired, Brooke said. Plus, it's nice to chat and keep you company. Although Fiona was still trying to dissuade them, Marvin's satisfaction couldn't be hidden. Walking out of the hospital, Gabby turned her head and smiled. Mr. Fan, please take care of convincing Fiona. Brooke nodded hastily. Sure. I'll bring it up with her tomorrow. As Declan's uncle, my mom will definitely trust me with the child. Marvin was pondering. Actually, he had mentioned this in the afternoon. Fiona had been reluctantly convinced and agreed to give him her savings. While the money was there for the taking, Brooke was worried Gabby would be displeased if she found out. So, Marvin decided to let it go. After hooking up with Suzy Engine Group, this amount of money wasn't even worth considering for him anymore. Tomorrow, he'd think of a reason to mention this again. The group walked to the parking lot, intending to part ways. Brooke kept his eyes on the slowly moving Curiel, his envy evident. Although he was a company president, to cough up a few million for a car was far beyond his means. After all, apart from the car price, insurance, maintenance, and other costs were also necessary considerations. After seeing them off, Marvin and the woman beside him, Gwyneth, both wore envious expressions. Ji-young, when can we buy a Rolls-Royce? She murmured. That day will come. Brooke said seriously, Gwyneth, I'll eventually get a car even better than this one. One must have dreams. Brooke now had a different mindset than before. After all, he now knew President Su from Suzy Engine Group. And President Su was closely related to his mother, being nicer to his mom and asking for occasional good words on his behalf. Wouldn't better days be just around the corner? Chapter 204. Not a coincidence. Gabby was puzzled. She couldn't understand what the man was doing. After returning home, he repeatedly went to check the windows and doors, appearing somewhat neurotic. Don't be so nervous, Gabby said curiously. The security in this neighborhood is excellent. The whole house was equipped with smart home systems. Basically, one command could take care of everything. When Fiona was at home, she would check once at most. The man had run back and forth 4 or 5 times, which was incomprehensible. Maybe it's my OCD, Dermot said awkwardly. I used to leave everything to Fiona. Now it's just the two of us at home, so? The excuses he muttered were just that, excuses. What he was worried about were the 2 people he had encountered before. Those who had kidnapped him had come to Jinghai. Not only did they find him, but they also met the woman by his side. The appearance of these people in Jinghai and their finding him clearly didn't mean they wanted to catch up. Nowadays, Dermot was no longer afraid of them, but he was very concerned that they might harm Gabby. Just relax. Gabby with a terrifyingly fierce light. Even Valentina, who had accompanied him for a long time, was scared by such a look, her heart contracting. They targeted you? Apsel furrowed his brow, his tone filled with concern. Dermot told him frankly, I met 2 people on the road. It wasn't a coincidence. They came for me. Even back at Martin Wynn's high bookstore, they were already there. It's not that I'm afraid of them, Marvin sighed. I'm mainly worried they might harm Carly. You're right to worry, Apsel said solemnly. These people even kidnapped an 8-year-old child. They have no sense of chivalry. They might try to threaten you through your wife. Marvin pondered and added, stay with your wife for the next couple of days. I'll send some people to protect you secretly. I don't need protection, Dermot frowned. Just send a few clever ones to protect her. Don't be stubborn. Apsel snapped softly. Who do you think you are? A martial arts expert? If they ambush you from behind, can you defend yourself? For the next couple of days, stay with your wife and don't wander around. I'll find those people as soon as possible. By the way, tell me about their facial features and general appearance. The father and son talked on the phone for quite a while. Those people who had troubled Apsel for so long had resurfaced. Marvin eagerly took the various facial features and rough appearances provided by Dermot and ordered his men to search. After talking sofa, with a press of the remote, the projection screen slowly descended. Tonight, Dermot's mind couldn't focus on the movie at all. When they watched movies together before, their relationship hadn't been clearly defined yet. Now it was different. They had officially established a relationship. They even skipped the dating phase and went straight to marriage. Is the movie not good enough? Gabby tilted her head. You seem distracted. Dermot chuckled. The movie can never be as beautiful as you, he smiled, making Gabby blush deeply. Just as she was about to say something, the lights inside and the screen in front of them went out simultaneously. Power outage? Gabby was taken aback, a bit scared but reassured by the presence of the man beside her. The moonlight tonight was rather dim. The sudden darkness made everything unrecognizable for a moment. Dermot's expression turned serious as he strained his ears to listen to the sounds around him. There were chirping insects and the rustling of leaves blown by the night breeze. That's not right, Gabby exclaimed. There's still light over there. It didn't go out? The villas in the neighborhood were spaced far apart, but under the heavy night sky, lights still shone from nearby buildings. Dermot guessed this power outage might be intentional, possibly orchestrated by those people. Marvin gave a cold laugh. Maybe it's a circuit fault? Marvin turned and whispered, don't be afraid, I'm here. Call the property management and have them check it out. Okay. Gabby fumbled around for a moment. I saved the property management's number. My phone is charging in the room. The power outage had lasted for a while. Marvin, her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness. She stood up gingerly but suddenly sat back down in fright, her voice trembling. I think I saw someone in the garden. Chapter 205. Truly a mood killer. In the direction of her finger, there indeed was a figure. Dermot squinted to take a look and reassured her with a smile. Honey, you must be seeing things. Did you mistake the green plant for a human figure? His hand gently patted Gabby's delicate shoulder. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Even if it were a thief, I would chase him away. Gabby felt a bit braver, casting a glance at the courtyard below with some lingering fear. It seemed she really was seeing things. She leaned against Dermot's chest, walked into the room, and picked up her phone. Why is there no signal? She frowned instantly, staring puzzled at the empty signal bar. Dermot's gaze turned sharp. In such a high-end residential area, there should be full coverage for signals. There never had been any problems before, but why tonight? Marvin was now 100% sure that someone tampered with the system, perhaps even using a signal jammer. Maybe it's due to the power outage, Marvin said calmly. Forget it, let me check downstairs. Where's the electrical panel? Apparently, there's one on each floor. Gabby said, the renovation company said this way it's more stable. Dermot nodded. Seeing he wanted to go out, Gabby held his hand out of fear. I want to go with you. Be a good girl. Wait in the room for me. I'll be back right away. Dermot comforted her softly, taking the phone from her hands. Marvin activated the flashlight on the phone. Placing the phone face down on the nightstand, part of the bedroom's darkness was dispelled. With light around, Gabby wasn't as scared anymore. She steadied herself, lightly biting her lip. Then hurry up. Dermot nodded with a smile and turned to walk out the door, his silhouette soon disappearing at the entrance. The villa was large and quiet. The sound of slippers hitting the floor was rather loud. Just as Dermot turned the corner downstairs, a shadow faintly appeared in the corridor outside the bedroom. This person tiptoed to the bedroom door. Because Dermot left the door slightly ajar, he carefully gripped the handle and pushed gently. Halfway through pushing, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head and looked behind. In the dim light, one could see this person had mixed ethnicity features. Apart from a prominent nose that made the eye socket seem deeper, he basically had East Asian characteristics. Earlier, there seemed to be some movement behind, but when he turned around, there was nothing there. This person's. Today, he was no longer the child who couldn't even protect himself years ago, having lived on the edge of death for so many years. How could he not notice when they sneaked up on him? Deliberately making loud noises on the floor was just a trick to mislead them. There was another person downstairs. Upstairs was a mixed-race face. The last one must be the Slade. Besides the stairs leading upstairs, the indoor elevator usually comes equipped with a backup power supply and starts automatically during a power outage. Dermot carried the unconscious Carl to the elevator, waiting for the doors to open before putting him inside. While the elevator descended, he went down the stairs. The sound of the elevator starting was particularly jarring in the silence. Dermot moved down the stairs quickly, standing at the staircase entrance before the elevator reached. Peering toward the elevator direction, he indeed spotted a furtive figure lurking below. Dermot smiled coldly. Ding! The elevator came to a stop. With the sound of the winch turning, the elevator doors slowly opened. Seeing his incapacitated comrade lying on the ground in the elevator, the remaining Slade looked bewildered. Before this guy could react further, Dermot had already silently sneaked up behind him. A rear naked choke was the most effective way in such a quiet environment. Gag! The Slade's throat was locked, and he tried to make sounds with his mouth wide open in horror. But with his breath cut off, the sounds that came out were abnormally agonizing. Dermot's right arm tightly strangled his neck, while his left hand lifted and pressed on the back of the Slade's head. In an instant, the Slade also collapsed weakly, unconscious. Dermot dragged the Carl out of the elevator and let him fall next to the other one. Then he felt his way in the dark to the storage cabinet, took out a roll of plastic zip ties, and returned to where the two men lay. With practiced ease, he bound their hands and feet using the zip ties. Considering one might not be enough, he used up an entire roll to ensure they were tightly secured. Marvin then found some tape to cover their mouths. There was a storeroom for old items in the courtyard of the villa. After carrying each man over there one by one, Dermot was already drenched in sweat. Without time to catch his breath, he hurried to find the villa's electrical panel to check, discovering that the circuit breaker had been turned off. Marvin flipped the switch. Instantly, the lights were restored. Did you fix it so quickly? Gabby's voice called down from upstairs. Dermot looked up at Gabby, standing by the railing, and smiled. Not sure what happened, but the breaker tripped. It's too hot. I worked up a sweat. Let me rinse off. You go back to the room first. I'll be right there, Marvin said with a smile. Okay. Gabby, having no suspicions, gave him a small smile and turned back to the bedroom. Marvin quickly rinsed off in the bathroom upstairs. While putting clothes back on, Dermot did a quick inspection downstairs. Only 2 rooms on the ground floor were occupied, leaving several guest rooms vacant. One of the sliding doors to the terrace in a guest room had been forced open. Those 2 must have entered through there. Dermot sneered. Marvin thought it would take considerable effort to find them, but he never expected the 2 would come to him voluntarily. Dermot had many questions to ask them, but now was clearly not the best time. Marvin circled the house a few times upstairs and downstairs, only relaxing when he found no trace left behind by the intruders. Cursing silently, Dermot returned to Gabby's side. Those 2 really spoiled the mood, interrupting his plans on such a beautiful night. Chapter 206. We can take our time. Dawn was breaking. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the windowsill, casting light into every corner of the room. Dermot slowly opened his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the serene morning. Once again spending the night in Gabby's chamber, their relationship was confirmed, but neither was ready to take it further. Marvin insisted on sleeping on the sofa. When he awoke, Gabby was still asleep. Dermot smiled as he observed her for a moment, then quietly went downstairs. Marvin walked straight to the courtyard and quietly pushed open the door to the storage room. The 2 people thrown into the storage room were lying face down, motionless. Their hands were tied securely behind their backs with plastic zip ties. So were their legs. There was no way they could escape. Dermot glanced at the 2 coldly and turned to leave. Just as breakfast was prepared, Gabby came downstairs with sleepy eyes. Come and have breakfast, Dermot said with a smile. After you finish, I'll drive you back to the company. I've got things to handle today. Gabby was a bit curious. What things? Dermot answered half-truthfully. I've made plans to meet 2 old friends whom I haven't seen in a long time. Just some talk. Gabby didn't suspect anything. In the warm atmosphere, they finished breakfast, and she went upstairs to change clothes. After dropping his wife off at the company, Dermot hurriedly returned home. You don't need to worry about your wife's safety. I've arranged someone to watch over her. She's safe. On the road, Marvin contacted Epsel. Although they had caught 2 people, they were still unclear about how many others were involved. These 2 not returning last night must have raised the other side's alertness. What needed to be done now was a race against time, finding any potential accomplices as soon as possible. After parking the car, Dermot went straight to the storage room. The 2 people were still lying motionless on the ground, but their positions had slightly changed. To think you'd still try to escape like this. Dermot chuckled, walking over and muttering a string of abusive English words. Still got that temper? Dermot smiled, rising to fetch another roll of tape from a nearby cabinet. Noah's expression changed. Seeing Dermot approaching, he quickly put on a menacing look and glared at Dermot. Without saying a word, Dermot fiddled with the tape, pulling out a strip. Noah's face twitched, and he hurriedly yelled, Boy, don't mess around. You can speak Chinese now? Dermot smirked. I thought you'd forgotten it. Marvin approached step by step. Noah tried to back away, but his hands were bound behind his back, and his legs tightly tied with zip ties. Marvin could only try to push himself back on the ground, wriggling like a worm. Dermot caught up in 2 strides and pressed a hand on his head. Best not move. Of course, Noah didn't listen. Dermot didn't indulge him and slapped him hard. Stars danced in Noah's vision. By the time he recovered, Dermot had already taped his mouth shut. One hand held his head, the other winding the tape around. Soon, Noah's entire head was wrapped in tape. A small gap was left at the nose for breathing. With his mouth sealed, Noah could only make muffled sounds. Dermot held one end of the tape and smiled at Noah. At the same time, he suddenly yanked the tape, pulling it off Noah's face with a sharp motion. The violent tearing made Noah roll his eyes in pain. Eyebrows, we received this time. Dermot paused, frowning. Is it the same as last time? Noah swallowed hard and nodded. It's the same task as before. Dermot frowned. Same as last time. Was it another kidnapping? Is the person who issued the task the same? Dermot raised an eyebrow. Yes, Noah quickly answered. Just like last time, it was issued by your mother's father. Dermot froze for a moment. Then he laughed. My mother's father? That's my grandfather, isn't it? Straightening up, Dermot stared coldly at Noah. Even now, you still try to deceive me? You think he's dead and there's no evidence? Chapter 207. Marilyn's father. As he spoke, he pulled out another strip of tape. Cody's face turned pale, and he stammered nervously, No, Dermot, listen to me. The grandfather who has always been with you is not your real maternal grandfather. The big figure who gave us orders is actually the biological father of Ms. Marilyn. Dermot's pupils dilated slightly. Marvin stopped what he was doing and said coldly, Go on. Cody swallowed hard and began hesitantly. We're not fully aware of the real situation either. All we know is, the person who gave orders is Ms. Marilyn's father. The reason why we were ordered to kidnap you abroad was to make Miss Finlay obey. Obey what? Dermot's eyes were icy. We don't know the specifics either. Cody stammered fearfully. The torture was also his order. Dermot's eyelids twitched. And he also instructed. Cody continued, no matter what means, as long as you stay alive. Oh, Dermot sneered. Then he's quite kind-hearted, isn't he? Glug. Cody gulped again. Dermot, we have no personal grudge against you. Targeting you was also following orders. But even so, Dermot said calmly, all the suffering I endured came from you. Do you think you can gloss over it by saying you were acting under orders? If not for my lucky rescue, I might have died at your hands. Dermot's voice was low and grave. Those were the darkest days of his life. Even after many years, recalling those times still made him shudder. Dermot stood up and lowered his gaze to lock onto Cody. Why did they target me again? Cody hesitated before replying. Because you've been making headlines lately, and Miss Finlay found out about you. She wanted to meet you. But your grandfather doesn't want to see you. Actually, he knew you had returned home. But because I kept a low profile, he didn't bother with me? Dermot chuckled coldly. Cody shut his mouth. It was mostly true. If Dermot had remained just an ordinary son-in-law, that big figure might not have paid attention to him. But who is Mr. Susie? Who is behind him? Why are they targeting me? The Slade's answers were largely the same as Cody's, confirming that neither had lied, unless they rehearsed their stories beforehand. Dermot frowned deeply. The information he had was still too scarce, leaving him disheartened. The interrogation ended. Marvin turned back and opened the villa's door. Outside the villa, several cars had already parked. Just as the door opened, Apsel jumped down from the front car. How did it go? How did it go? Where are they? They're inside. Dermot pointed to the utility room. Take them back for further questioning. There might be something I missed. You don't need to remind me. Apsel waved his hand, signaling his men to enter. When the 2 captives were brought out, their heads were covered with black cloth. Dermot watched them being stuffed into the cars and then turned to ask, what's your impression of the old man-in-law? Father-in-law? Apsel was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he was asking about Marilyn's father. Marvin's a good man, very simple and honest. Apsel looked puzzled. What's up? Why are you asking like this? When did you first meet him? Dermot asked again. Marvin Apsel chuckled awkwardly. Why do you ask about this, my boy? Marvin met Marilyn at a party. This guy had the nerve to persistently pursue Marilyn until he finally won her heart. Everything afterward happened naturally. That year during the spring festival, he went back home with Marilyn and met his father-in-law. They say a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law and gets more and more angry. Apsel said proudly, but guess what? Our father-in-law was really nice to your dad. Really? Dermot sneered. Then why did Grandpa start cursing every time he mentioned you? Apsel's chubby face turned beet red. Well, that's because, damn it, you're picking on your father's sore spots. Marvin shouted in frustration. Dermot shook his head with amusement, changing the subject. I found out where those people are staying. Send someone over immediately to catch them all. Absolutely no problem. Apsel coldly snorted. Dogs, daring to kidnap my son? Marvin immediately made arrangements. Half an hour later, there was a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that the address was correct, showing signs of heavy activity. The bad news was that when Apsel's men arrived, the place was deserted. This didn't surprise Dermot. These were seasoned mercenaries who sensed danger differently from ordinary people. Cody and his partner hadn't reported back for a whole night, which was enough to put the others on high alert. What now? Apsel frowned deeply. Once they are on high alert, they become harder to find. Moreover, they didn't even know what the enemies looked like. Dermot was also troubled. Cody and the Slade were familiar faces, but the rest were not. Those who came with him on the mission were mostly new recruits, meaning, except for these 2. If the others passed by Dermot, he wouldn't recognize any of them. Chapter 208. Looking for people. Father and son stood staring at each other for a while. Forget it, let's just take things one step at a time. Dermot said somewhat helplessly. The mission wasn't completed. They will definitely make a move again. But just waiting to be hit isn't a solution. Apsel was very annoyed. We should interrogate those two thoroughly when we get back. Make them spill everything. How many people came in total? What do they look like? That's all we can do, Dermot sighed. Alright, that's enough for now. At this moment, Apsel looked longingly at the villa. Brat, you didn't even invite your father in for a cup of tea, he said. Should I get you a bottle of water from the fridge? Dermot replied with a face of disbelief. This is your daughter-in-law's house. If she doesn't agree, how can I bring others in? Am I an outsider? Apsel's nose twisted in anger as he pointed at himself in disbelief. Brat, I am your father. Oh, Dermot responded noncommittally. Shouldn't you go back now? The door needs to be locked. You. Apsel fumed, flailing his arms wildly as if the building in the background. Is this place yours? Renee studied it for a moment before nodding, even though only a small part of the background is shown. Yes? Good. Dermot's face was solemn. Retrieve the surveillance footage right away. Normally, surveillance footage cannot be accessed casually, but since it was Dermot asking, it was a different story. After all, he was an esteemed guest of Chairman Jamark, so an exception could be made. Renee led the way, guiding Dermot to the surveillance room. Throughout the process, Dermot was constantly sending messages on his phone. Renee was curious but didn't pry. What's your IP address? Dermot asked after looking around the surveillance room. The surveillance room personnel hesitated. Seeing this, Dermot explained briefly, I won't use it for anything else, just to take a remote look. Not providing the IP is fine too. It just takes a little more time. Why are you still standing there? Renee urged, tell Mr. Gale the address quickly. The mysterious friend on WeChat got the IP address and instantly hacked in. Under remote control, the surveillance footage rewound rapidly, as if pressing a rewind button. A moment later, the footage paused. Are these the two? Renee pointed at the screen. Seems familiar. The surveillance date showed 3 days ago. After careful recall, Renee said, I remember now. What remained was to wait for news. Dermot didn't waste any time on the road and went to his wife's company. Gabby was busy, so he sat down to consider the next steps. Only now did he have the time to digest today's information. Was what Alexei said true? Was Marilyn's biological father someone else? The grandfather in Dermot's memory was a kind and honest old man. Now, thinking carefully, there indeed wasn't much familial interaction between the elder and Marilyn. The more Dermot thought about it, the more frightened he became. Could it be? What's wrong? Gabby noticed the expression on his face. Why do you look so pale? Dermot smiled weakly. Nothing. As soon as the words came out, he saw Gabby's beautiful face darken. Did you forget what I said again? She stood up and walked over. Dermot sat on the sofa. She stood above him, looking down. No matter what happens, don't hide anything from me. Dermot gave a bitter laugh, hesitating for a moment before speaking. It's about my grandfather. Of course. Marvin concealed part of it. There were some things he couldn't let her know, so she wouldn't worry. Maybe your grandfather isn't really your biological grandfather? Gabby was stunned. Who told you this? Dermot remained unperturbed. Didn't we meet 2 old acquaintances today? Seeing his uneasy expression, Gabby comforted him. Actually, even without blood ties, what does it matter? She sat beside Dermot, her voice low. I have many blood-related family members, but they? Gabby didn't know the whole truth. She thought Dermot was troubled by this matter. You mean the Beckham family? Dermot took the opportunity to change the subject. By the way, have they been causing any trouble lately? Though he already had a lot on his mind, the conflict between Gabby and the Beckham family was something Dermot felt needed addressing. After all, their relationship had advanced further. Marvin's problems were now his too. Chapter 209. Keep up with the times. Approaching noon, a message from WeChat's mysterious contact arrived. Monty, male, 43 years old, self-employed boss. Monty was engaged in cross-border trade and had amassed considerable wealth. Marvin had bought a piece of land in the southern suburbs of Jinghai to build a warehouse. Is he hiding there? Dermot muttered to himself and quickly contacted Apsel. Monty? Apsel was somewhat surprised. Marvin has ties with that group of mercenaries? Dermot was curious. You know this person? Apsel snorted twice. Your father is so famous that people wanting to ingratiate themselves with me line up from Jinghai to Paris. After making arrangements, the father and son set out from their respective locations. Dermot had already comforted Gabby, explaining that he had an urgent matter to attend to before leaving her side. With someone protecting her, there was no need to worry too much. Respect for elders. Laughing and joking, the father and son arrived near their destination. Monty's warehouse was located within the industrial park. A tall wall surrounded the warehouse, with a guard booth at the entrance man 24/7. Apsel, shaking his fatty body, walked up to the booth. Where's your boss, Ernest? Let him come see me. The guard inside was a young man in his early 20s. Marvin glanced sideways at Apsel, curling his lip. Find boss Ernest? Did you make an appointment? Apsel was all shiny and golden. At first glance, he looked like a nouveau riche. The young guard, who hadn't been hardened by society, seemed to look down on such types. Appointment? Apsel coldly chuckled. Do I need an appointment to see him? What a big mouth. The young guard tossed his phone aside and stood up, shouting at Apsel. In response, he received a huge slap from Apsel. The young guard staggered, almost falling over. You dare to hit people? Apsel hadn't hit too hard, but it was enough for the guard. Yeah. Apsel put his hands on his hips, looking defiant. Dared to raise your voice in front of me? Who should I hit if not you? I'm telling you. His finger, adorned with a flashy gold ring, pointed at the young guard. Get your boss here right now to see me. If he's late. Apsel shook his head and harumphed. He'll adjust it. Just make sure it's big enough. Apsel coldly snorted at him. After all, I brought quite a few people. Monty's eyelids twitched. Marvin was very puzzled. What did this devil incarnate want with him? Not daring to ask more, Monty nodded and bowed, leading Upsell to the lounge. The lounge was prepared for the security guards stationed at the warehouse, and it was cleaned only every 3 days. One after another, they entered. Upsell frowned deeply at the cigarette butts and beetle nut shells scattered on the floor. Chairman Gaelg, please don't mind. Monty's lips twitched. These people are used to being lazy. Upsell gave a cold snort. Stay outside, he instructed his subordinates, then looked at Monty. You come in with me? Monty felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that this fat man didn't mean well. Perplexed, he hadn't offended this master before, so why was he here? With a nervous heart, Monty followed him inside. Upsell found a relatively clean chair and plopped down. The non-custom-made chair struggled under his weight, creaking loudly. Monty's eyes were twitching furiously. If this master fell and got hurt here, things would get really serious. I'm asking you. Upsell raised his eyes. What grudge do you have against my son? Monty was stunned. You wanted to harm him? Upsell suddenly raised his voice, angrily shouting at him. Speak. Monty was terrified. His whole body shook uncontrollably. I wouldn't dare tell even half a lie. The friend I mentioned, you should know him. Marvin is Elliot from the provincial capital. Monty looked panic-stricken. Marvin entrusted me to look after these Slades. Elliot? Bert? Upsell's frown deepened. Yes. Monty nodded rapidly. That's the same Elliot. Marvin said these Slades were unfamiliar with the country and asked me to show them hospitality. Upsell squinted his eyes. These mercenaries were introduced by Bert? Barnian was involved too? Suddenly standing up from his chair, which was knocked over by his bulky body, Upsell caused a loud commotion that almost scared Monty into submission. Humph, I doubt you have the guts to harm my son. Upsell cast a disdainful glance. Though the words weren't pleasant to hear, Monty felt more at ease. Where are the rest of them? Upsell asked. Monty thought for a moment and hurriedly replied, They notified me this morning that they just changed locations. Pressuring him to hand over the address, Upsell's eyes glowed ominously as he warned darkly, You'd better pray I can find them when I go there. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With that threat, he left with his entourage. Watching the menace depart, Monty wiped the sweat off his forehead. These people have really gotten me into trouble. Marvin sighed with lingering fear. Please don't run around randomly. If he couldn't find them, Upsell would definitely hold him accountable. By then, the vast city of Jinghai would have no place for him to hide. To be safe, Monty called the group, saying he would arrive shortly. What he didn't know was that his trembling voice immediately aroused their suspicion. The alert mercenaries decided to pack up and leave. However, their evacuation plan barely began when they were cornered inside the house by Upsell's men. To capture these 6 individuals, Upsell deployed over 30 skilled henchmen. After a fierce fight, all 6 were subdued. True to their nature as ruthless mercenaries, they were extremely difficult to handle. Upsell's team of robust and capable henchmen each suffered injuries while trying to subdue them alive. This was mainly due to the confined space limiting their ability to maneuver effectively, allowing them to be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Once the dust settled, Upsell strolled in nonchalantly. Inside, the room was in shambles, furniture overturned everywhere. Even the television on the wall was smashed beyond recognition. The 6 Slades pinned to the ground were covered in blood, but still shouting curses. Upsell only understood one word, so he kicked one of them. Your uncles. What gibberish. Like playing soccer, he kicked one after another. The Slades, dazed and confused, quickly quieted down. Half of Upsell's men controlled the subdued Slades, while the others searched the premises. The group didn't carry much luggage. Because they were preparing to flee, the bedroom's password-protected safe was already open. Cash that wasn't packed scattered across the floor, and more lay inside the safe. Emptying the safe, the searchers retrieved several handguns from within. Seeing this, Upsell was momentarily stunned. How did they manage to bring guns under such strict gun control? Dermot had also come along for the operation. Circling the place inside and out, he bent down to pick up a phone that had fallen out of the overturned sofa. Testing it, he found it still worked despite the cracked screen. Whose is this? Marvin looked at the Slades face down on the ground. Don't say. Upsell walked over with a gun, glaring fiercely at the Slades. The nearest Slade hastened to speak. It's mine. Dermot checked the call log and pointed at a long list of numbers. Which one has been in contact with you? The Slade hesitated. Seeing Upsell's terrifying gaze, he hastily answered, the number ending in 1341. There were no labels on the Slade's phone. Dermot carefully examined it and found that indeed, the most frequent contacts were from the number ending in 1341. Marvin signaled for silence and dialed the number. After not long, the other party picked up the phone, quite shocked. You. Dermot's pupils dilated, completely stunned. How could you know about my past? The other side continued laughing. Why can't I know? Haven't you considered that your every move has been under surveillance? Dermot fell silent, his eyes filled with deep suspicion and disbelief. How could he know about the experiences with the mercenary group? Not saying anything? Shocked already? The other side laughed. Kid, why don't you take a guess? Who sent those mercenaries to rescue you from dire straits? His joyful voice carried an obvious hint of mockery. Chapter 211. Dermot's heartbeat suddenly slowed down for a moment. All along, he felt that the goddess of luck had lit a light in the darkness, saving him. Marvin had asked the leader of the mercenary group. The leader told him that the 2 mercenary groups were historically on bad terms. Attacking the other group's base was just an act of retaliation, and rescuing him was merely a coincidental deed. Why wouldn't they let you go? The voice on the phone continued. Why insist on training you? Have you thought about these things? Dermot remained silent with a cold face. What the caller said was something he had pondered over carefully before. In his view, mercenaries only recognized money. Back then, Dermot couldn't come up with any money. Naturally, he couldn't hire them to send him back home. At the same time, they didn't support idlers. To survive, he had to accept training and complete missions obediently. Only after earning enough money could he have the qualification to retire. Let me tell you, the caller said, not letting you go was also under my orders, including all those life and death trials. But don't misunderstand. It wasn't to temper you but to send you to your death. For some reason, I couldn't directly kill you. Therefore, I went through great lengths hoping you would obediently die. But you kid, you really have a strong will to live. The caller laughed. Under such circumstances, you still survived. The old man scolded me heavily because of this incident. After you returned home, someone approached me for a deal, pleading for a long time to let you go. Marvinra, the caller paused for a moment. Dermot remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak. After a while, the voice on the phone continued, later, you were sent back to old man Finleg's side? At that time, you kept a low profile. So, I felt pity and decided to leave you alone first. If you were content being a doishir, a son-in-law living with the wife's family, it would be fine. Since you know so clearly you with fear upon sight is under my control. If you still don't listen, I don't mind arranging a long-awaited reunion for you. Marvin airing this, Dermot's expression suddenly turned grim. A dark memory surfaced in his mind. His breathing became rapid, as if he were struggling desperately at the surface, just before drowning. Dermot's reaction was obviously heard by the caller. Marvin chuckled softly and said, that's enough for today. Dermot, remember my words. With that, Marvin hung up the phone. Even when the busy signal sounded, Dermot remained in a daze. During the call, Apsel remained silent, watching his son with deep concern. Xiao Rue, who was it? Marvin naturally sensed the changes in his son. What did they say? After calling out several times, Dermot finally came back to his senses. Marvin gave Apsel a deep look and walked out without a word. Apsel hurriedly followed, turning back to order before exiting. Take these goods back. Then, Marvin quickly caught up with Dermot. Dermot walked to a secluded corner and suddenly turned around. His movement was too sudden, nearly causing Apsel to bump into him. Why did you send me back to Grandpa after I returned home? Dermot's gaze was sharp. The subtle changes in Apsel's expression did not escape his eyes. Why ask this all of a sudden? Apsel's expression was somewhat unnatural. At that time, the Gaelg family? I want to hear the truth, Dermot said solemnly. Apsel scratched surpassed the Gaelg family. If he told Apsel the truth, he would definitely try to investigate. Since the other party was currently targeting only him, there was no need to involve his father. With the enemy lurking in the dark, caution was essential. Dermot made up an excuse on the spot, saying that it might be one of his former enemies from abroad. Marvin left in a hurry. Watching the direction in which he left, Apsel was speechless for a long time. His chubby face looked amiable, but the light in his eyes was extremely intimidating. Brat, not telling your old man the truth. Marvin laughed helplessly. Forget it. I'll investigate myself. A bunch of petty thugs. Can they still hide useful information? I refuse to believe it. Chapter 212. This is called fate. Gabby's appearance became a stunning spectacle below the building. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but cast admiring or infatuated glances at her. However, Gabby didn't have eyes for anyone else. She looked around gracefully, searching for someone with her gaze. Only when she saw that familiar car did she break into a smile. Did you wait long? She walked over gracefully and leaned slightly to look inside the car at Dermot. About half an hour? Dermot brushed away distracting thoughts from his mind and responded with a smile. The entire afternoon, he had been in low spirits. The conversation with the man who claimed to be his uncle made him feel helpless. A smile spread across her face. I was attending a Chamber of Commerce event in Buckshow then. That morning, she was drinking coffee in the hotel's music hall when Dermot barged in and mistook her for his blind date partner. Maybe this is called fate. Dermot smiled without telling her what he truly thought. Their first meeting in Buckshow wasn't that time. When they were young, they had already met at the Zhou family. Deciding to go to Buckshow suddenly certainly wasn't just for that purpose. Leanne's parents had already returned to Buckshow because their businesses were there. Dermot's intention was to find Aunt Marianne and ask her about some situations. The person on the phone clearly didn't want him to do something. It likely had much to do with Marilyn. Of course, Dermot wouldn't comply obediently. Since the other party wanted to play, he would play along. Perhaps one day, the person they cultivated might stand before them, smilingly telling them that failing to act when capable was a grave mistake. Dermot did not deny the power of the opponent. His only advantage currently lay in their arrogance. There was a book he loved, containing this line. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. To the opponent, the current Dermot was weak and ignorant. He couldn't even find where the enemy was. Thus, the opponent naturally appeared arrogant. This arrogance would become a weapon in Dermot's hands, a weapon to destroy them completely. After having dinner together, they went to the hospital. Fiona was delighted to see them. Miss and son-in-law, you're here again? Why did you bring fruit? She seemed surprised. Oh, Jiyoung already bought some. Oh my, so much. It will go to waste if we can't finish it all. Take some back with you when you leave. Fiona's face radiated joy. They exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. Brooke's attitude changed really fast. Aya, Declan, call someone over. Fiona turned and instructed her grandson Declan with a smile. Declan was nibbling on an apple. Upon hearing his grandmother's instruction, he reluctantly put it down. Marvinlo, uncle. Hello, beautiful aunt. Dermot laughed, teasing. So I'm just the uncle. And once over there, I'm the beautiful aunt? At such a young age, he already knew how to win girls' hearts. But, Declan timidly said, the aunt is really pretty, and Grandma told me. All our lodging and food are paid for by the beautiful aunt. You little rascal. Not only do you admire beauty, but you also know how to flatter people. Dermot chuckled and ruffled his small head. Fiona and Gabby laughed. After accompanying Fiona at the hospital for a while, just as they were about to take their leave, Dermot's phone rang. Why is she calling me now? Seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback. Gabby leaned in. Who is it? Remember the two beauties under Fengtang Media from before? Dermot turned to look at her. Regarding these two, Dermot had a plan. To avoid misunderstanding from Gabby, he explained in detail. They want to switch companies now? Gabby frowned. Fengtang Media wouldn't let them go easily, right? They were still the face of Fengtang Media. If their contracts expire, they'll have to let them go, Dermot said. They still have potential. Under Seamus, they can't realize their full potential. Gabby nodded. Calling this late, they must have something important to discuss with you. Dermot moved closer and whispered, jealous? Their faces were very close, able to count each other's eyelashes. Gabby glanced shyly at Fiona, chiding him. If you're worried I'll be jealous, finish quickly. Beside them, Fiona wore a knowing smile. When she first met the son-in-law, the young couple seemed like strangers. How much time has passed? They've become so close. As Dermot went outside to take the call, Fiona grabbed Gabby's hand, smiling warmly. Miss, these past few days while I wasn't around, the son-in-law took good care of you, didn't he? Jiyoung said he would invite us and Declan over to play in a couple of days. Have fun. Gabby nodded, replying, don't worry about home. Marvin. She glanced towards the door, smiling lightly. Just as you said, he's very considerate. That's great. Fiona was delighted. With the son-in-law by your side, Miss, Fiona feels reassured. But, Marvin, her tone changed, lowering her voice. Miss, you still need to be careful. The one who called the son-in-law just now was a woman, right? Gabby looked at Fiona blankly, not quite understanding what she wanted to say. I trust the son-in-law. He wouldn't do anything to hurt you. But with such complex human nature and so many temptations nowadays, you still need to be cautious. Chapter 213. With you around, they won't dare to act rashly. Dermot received a call from Roni. Tonight, she was celebrating her birthday party with London at a KTV. Your birthday? Dermot was puzzled. Surely she wasn't inviting him to join. They weren't that close yet. Not mine. Roni laughed sweetly. It's Cher's birthday. The guests tonight are all old fans who have been with us since before we became famous. Dermot didn't know what to say. Online celebrities and their fans were inseparable. They were enjoying the birthday celebration. Why should he intrude? Just as he was about to decline, he heard Roni lower her voice. They already know about our plan to change companies. They all want to meet you. Among the old fans coming tonight are several influential big brothers who aren't quite convinced of your capabilities. So they've been advising us to think twice. If we insist, they might unfollow us. The last thing we can afford in this industry is losing these big supporters. Cher, and I don't dare to offend them. What do you think? There was a hint of pleading in Roni's tone. Dermot frowned. How did they find out? Roni sighed. These influential big brothers have broad information channels. After pondering for a moment, Dermot replied, all right, let me inform my wife first. Roni immediately got excited as if he had already agreed. Looking forward to your visit. With that said, the phone went dead. Dermot shook his head helplessly and returned to the ward. It's about time. Marvin glanced at his phone. Wife, shall we go home now? Yes, it's late. Fiona hurriedly said, Miss, you should go home with Mr. Gale quickly. Preoccupied with the matter, Dermot didn't pay much attention to Gabby's somewhat unnatural expression. Back in the car, as he started the engine, Dermot explained, Wife, they invited me to attend the birthday party. After explaining the situation, Dermot looked at her. Do you want to come with me? If this happened under normal circumstances, Gabby would definitely shake her head. After all, she wasn't close to them. But after chatting with Fiona, she had more thoughts on this. Do they really just want you to appease those so-called big brothers? She looked doubtful. Dermot was taking. Happy birthday, Miss Liu, Dermot greeted straightforwardly. I came unprepared, didn't bring any gifts. Won't you think I'm rude? Marvin made a joke. Of course not. London forced a smile, then looked at Gabby. When Miss Angel called, my wife happened to be there too, so we decided to come together. President Beckham is such a rare guest. Roni quickly added, usually, it's hard to even see her. Apart from the two ladies, the rest of the 7 or 8 people in the room were men. Roni hadn't lied on this point. These were indeed fans of theirs. Young men from all over the country. Who is President Beckham? One of the prominent fans couldn't take his eyes off Gabby. Marvin wasn't local and didn't recognize her. Roni hurriedly introduced them. Upon learning that Gabby was the CEO of a major company, the gentleman's expressions changed instantly. These were all second-generation wealthy heirs. Their confidence stemmed from their family's power. Gabby had already surpassed everyone else on this point alone. They still relied on their family connections, while Gabby had broken free and started her own business independently. It's an honor to meet you, President Beckham. Everyone secretly sighed that it was a pity that President Beckham was already married. They looked at Dermot with envy. Initially, they thought this guy was trying to steal them away with ill intentions. Now it seemed ridiculous. Why would he fool around when he already had such a beautiful wife? Before Dermot arrived, they were full of hostility. Now all the hostility vanished, replaced by smiles. Seeing this, Roni felt quite depressed and forced a smile. President Beckham, Mr. Gale, please take your seats. I need to go to the bathroom. Cher, take good care of our distinguished guests, she said and left with her bag. Finding a secluded corner, she took out her phone from her bag. Marvinlo? President Buck? As she dialed the number, she glanced around nervously. Yes, Dermot has arrived. But, Roni reported gloomily, Marvin brought his wife, President Beckham. The first step of the plan was to give Dermot a warning. But things didn't go as planned. This guy even brought his wife along when he went out to play. President Beckham is here too? Seamus was taken aback. Yeah, Roni replied helplessly. With President Beckham around, we can't carry out the plan. There was silence on the other end. After a while, Seamus spoke in a low voice. Stick to the plan. Do it as scheduled. Roni was stunned. Following the plan meant she and London would deliberately get close to Dermot to provoke the big brother's dissatisfaction. And after this step, there was a bigger drama waiting for Dermot. President Buck, isn't this inappropriate? Roni hesitated. Throwing ourselves at him in front of President Beckham? Isn't this going too far? Gabby wasn't someone easy to mess with. Doing this in front of her, would they still be able to survive in the industry? She and London were merely pawns under capital control. In contrast, Gabby was an even bigger capital player than their boss. Roni expressed her concerns honestly. After some thought, Seamus agreed. Since you're not comfortable doing it in front of her, wait for me, I'll come over right now. Marvin said, I'll distract President Beckham for you. Roni felt dizzy. This didn't seem much better either. Chapter 214, called Eldest Brother, written as, Seamus arrived quickly. President Beckham, you're here too? Marvin feigned surprise as he approached Gabby. Gabby responded coldly. Feeling embarrassed, Seamus chuckled awkwardly. President Beckham is still upset about what happened before? Before he finished speaking, Gabby glanced up at him without a word. Embarrassed twice in a row, Seamus could only look at Linda awkwardly. Happy birthday, Cheer. As he spoke, he handed over the gift he had brought casually when leaving home. Thank you, President Buck. Linda hurriedly thanked him. President Buck coming so late to celebrate the birthday of his trusted subordinate. Dermot teased with a smile. Seamus could only laugh dryly. Originally, he wasn't supposed to be involved in this event today, but for the plan to succeed, he had no choice but to rush over. President Beckham, may I have a word with you? He said sincerely. I want to apologize for what happened last time. There's no need, Gabby replied indifferently. I haven't even thought about it. Seamus was distressed. If she didn't leave, the plan couldn't proceed. Marvin had carefully set this trap to deal with Dermot. Was it going to fall apart before it even began? Determined not to believe that, Seamus racked his brain and came up with a plan. Mr. Gale, could you please put in a good word for me? He asked with a pained expression. It might be because you're here, President Beckham, to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Aha. Dermot laughed. What on earth was this guy trying to do? Marvin looked at Seamus meaningfully and turned to say, Honey, since President Buck is being so sincere. Catching his eye, Gabby was surprised but did not speak out. Well, she said calmly, President Buck, I'll give you 10 minutes at most. Seamus felt elated. 10 minutes would be enough. Is there a lounge area outside where we can talk? He suggested. It's a bit noisy here. Gabby nodded and stood up to leave. With his plan working, Seamus hastily signaled Roni to act fast. Then he followed Gabby. After they left one after another, Roni immediately pulled Linda close and smiled. Mr. Gale, let's toast to you. As she spoke, she sat next to Dermot. Several of the men, who came especially for her, watched helplessly as Roni fawned over Dermot. This broke all previous impressions. The Roni who never neglected them threw them aside to charm another man. Several men who came for Linda also looked displeased. They remembered her as a shy neighbor girl, reserved around men. Even now, despite being pressed against Dermot, it was clear she was unwilling. Was she being forced? The men exchanged glances, imagining conspiracy theories. Roni noticed everyone's reaction. She sensed their anger, which was exactly what she wanted. Mr. Gale, let's have another toast. She clung tightly to Dermot's arm and nestled it in her chest. At the same time, she cooed, if I work under you in the future, please take care of me. Dermot felt overwhelmed between two women. Did she trick Gabby into leaving just to plot something else? Sure, he said calmly. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Marvin stood up. Roni shot a glare at Linda across from her, as if blaming her for putting on a perfunctory act. Linda felt wronged. President Buck actually took advantage of her birthday party to make such arrangements. Cheer, what's going on? After Dermot left, the eldest brothers swarmed around. They split into two groups, standing before their respective goddesses. The eldest brothers had a look of anger on their faces. You, what do you mean by this, you? Is that Gale worth it? Roni sighed. I don't want it either. She started to complain. Mr. Gale can help my career take off. Just for this? One of the elders interrupted her words angrily. Marvin can help you. I can't do it. Yes, there's still me. Another person shouted. All of us combined. Could we not be better than him? Roni looked bewildered, but inwardly she sneered. These people who were invited today were not the strongest among her fanbase. The reason why they were here was because they were easier to control. Just a few words could placate them easily. In short, these were a bunch of somewhat simple-minded, lowly devoted followers who always believed her words without doubt. You have already done so much for me. Roni put on an expression that was almost in tears. How can I bear to trouble you any further? In fact, Mr. Gale is a decent person, and his wife is strict with him, so he won't really do anything. At most, her expression was gloomy. So he's just a lusting coward and a waste. The elder brothers got angry. You, never compromise yourself for him. Roni hurriedly nodded. I know, but Linda didn't have her level of acting skill, but the confusion in her eyes made the elder brothers even more sympathetic. Cheer, don't be afraid. Marvin and her elder brothers pounded their chests loudly. We're here for you. Linda. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but the words stuck in her throat as she was silenced by Roni's glare. If President Buck personally came to pave the way and this indecisive little girl ruined everything, it would be a disaster. Such a good opportunity might not come again next time. Chapter 2:15 Role Model. Dermot returned, and the atmosphere had completely changed. Glancing at the brothers glaring at him, Dermot felt helpless. Mr. Gale, you're back? Roni seemed to be doing it on purpose, moving closer to him again. A small hand tightly linked with his. Marvin, her expression looked like she was putting on a brave smile. Dermot glanced at her calmly, then turned to Cindy sitting on the other side. This girl had always been passive. Perhaps due to her personality, she couldn't be like Roni. Feeling Dermot looking at her, Cindy timidly raised her head. Meeting Dermot's gaze, she hastily lowered her head. In this brief eye contact, Dermot saw a trace of guilt. But to the big brothers present, this eye contact seemed more like Dermot had frightened the girl. Mr. Gale, according to Yu, a chubby brother wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up. You plan to take her and Goddess Cindy to your company? Half right. Dermot glanced sideways and said indifferently, not my company. They are going to see media. See media? The bespectacled man frowned. Never heard of it. It can't be some fly-by-night company, can it? Sit close while chatting. Just when he wanted to secretly stir things up, Gabby had already stepped forward, standing in front of Dermot. Step aside, she furrowed her brows, looking unhappy at Roni. Roni hurriedly moved aside, panicked on her face but happy in her heart. She sensed a hint of irritation in Gabby's words. This meant her plan was working, and she could proceed as planned. As Gabby sat down next to Dermot, her beautiful eyes shot a glance of reproach at him. Dermot gave a wry smile. Fortunately, they had already cleared things up beforehand. Otherwise, it would be hard to clear up this misunderstanding. Mr. Gale, you truly set a good example. The bespectacled man smiled insidiously, keeping the red flag at home while flying colorful flags outside. AI, don't say it like that. Seamus interjected in time. I believe in Mr. Gale's character. Gentlemen may not know Mr. Gale well, it's understandable to think like this. But even if you don't trust Mr. Gale's character, shouldn't you trust Yu and Chi-Chi? That sentence was interesting. It removed the girl's responsibility while shifting the focus back to Dermot. That's right. The brothers echoed. Their character is trustworthy. Suddenly, all discussions subtly pointed towards Dermot. Even though Gabby knew tonight's invitation wasn't simple, the comments still made her uncomfortable. Marvin, displeasure showed on her face, seen by everyone. This made them even more excited and vocal. Let's stop talking about this. Roni, a high-level player, knew when to call it quits. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. She immediately jumped up and said, Today is Chi-Chi's birthday, let's not talk about other things. Sing. Yes, sing. The brothers echoed, casting cold glances at Dermot. Gabby's face was as cold as ice. After tonight, this boy would have a lot to suffer. They had just found out that Gabby was the big boss of Suzy Engine Group. As for Dermot, just a man relying on his wife. Someone who only has the desire but lacks the courage. Seamus discreetly gave Roni a thumbs up, praising her for doing a great job. CEO Buck, how about you sing one song? Using the opportunity to pass the microphone, the two got together. Under the cover of music, Seamus quickly instructed. CEO Beckham has already become suspicious of her husband. This will be even more beneficial for what we plan to do next. Roni was eagerly interested. You should find a way to get CEO Beckham away later. Is the drug ready? Seamus asked. It's in my bag. Roni replied. When the time comes, I'll put it in his cup, and he's bound to make a fool of himself. Since you've brought CEO Beckham here, let her see just how disgraceful her husband can be. After saying this, Seamus didn't forget to remind her. Stay far from him once you've dosed him. Don't worry, this scumbag won't take advantage of me. Roni gave him a flirtatious glance. I am CEO Buck's woman. That's good. Seamus nodded. You guys are talking about what? The brothers saw them exchanging glances and became unhappy. She's giving me a work report. Seamus smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, let me embarrass myself. If I sing badly, don't laugh at me. CEO Buck is being so humble? Dermot suddenly interjected. Your opera singing is quite good though? Seamus was stunned for a moment. Marvin felt like Dermot was implying something but had no evidence. After thinking back and forth, he could only force a dry laugh, cleared his throat, and prepared to start singing. However, at this moment, the door of the private room was violently slammed open by someone with considerable force. A group of people came in aggressively. Startled by their noisy entry, everyone looked over immediately. The leader of these unexpected visitors was a young man who looked somewhat handsome. His manner was bold and challenging, indicating he wasn't easy to deal with. Who are you, kid? The bespectacled man frowned deeply, standing up first. Who am I? The young man glanced at him coldly and smiled. Don't you recognize me? Marvin slowly walked over to the bespectacled man, preparing to kick him. Seamus was frightened and hurried forward. Young Master Marvin, why did you come? Who are you looking for? The young man called Young Master Marvin looked around. Looking for who? Marvin chuckled lightly. Not looking for anyone, I just took a wrong turn. Finally, his eyes landed on Roni. Marvini? Marvin laughed mockingly. Isn't this our famous online celebrity in Jinghai, Goddess Yu? Do you have some free time? Want to play together? A defiant and unrestrained smile spread across his face. Chapter 216 Seeking Amusement. The newcomer was Dalen. This guy always liked to rely on his family background to act recklessly and bully others with ease. Roni didn't know him, but she saw the boss's reaction clearly. Even Seamus had to be careful and put on a forced smile. She naturally dared not voice her anger. Dalen's sudden appearance took Gabby by surprise. They last met at the Suziangxio Club. Back then, Dermot had struck a deal with this guy. Did you call him? Gabby turned her pretty face and asked in a low voice. Or is it just a coincidence? Dermot smiled. Are there that many coincidences? Though he didn't admit it directly, the meaning was clear in his words. Gabby furrowed her brow in thought and couldn't help but laugh. The music in the private room had stopped, so her laughter stood out in the silence. Dalen glanced at her but said nothing. You damn brat, who are you? Roni's buddies weren't about to take it lying down, standing up one after another. They stood in front of Roni, glaring angrily at Dalen. Dalen gave them a disdainful look. Asking who I am? Do you deserve it? Most of those present were second-generation elites, accustomed to bullying others. Seeing how outrageous Dalen was acting, they were furious. You brat, do you want to die? Leading the charge was a portly bespectacled man. Dalen glanced at him and slapped him across the face. With a smack, the fat man's entire face twisted, and his glasses flew off. You dare hit people? The rest of the gang members were fuming, ready to pounce. At this moment, Seamus hurriedly stepped between the two groups, shouting hoarsely, Everyone, calm down, calm down. The guys were indignant, We can't stay calm. Boss Buck, she's your person. This bastard is obviously up to no good. You can't just stand by and watch. Exactly. Boss. Roni, feeling extremely scared, quickly ran behind Seamus for protection. Seamus managed a bitter smile. The bastard these people were talking about was the young master of the Marvin family. How could someone like him, Seamus, afford to offend such a big shot? Are you her boss? Dalen looked at Seamus with a playful expression. Let me tell you this. The young master hasn't been in a good mood these past few days. I just want to find some pretty girls to amuse myself. I think she'll do. Dalen pointed at Roni, then at Cindy nearby. This one will work too. Cindy's pretty face instantly turned pale. You bastard. Marvin or brothers couldn't sit still either. Who do you think you are? Dalen's face darkened. Marvin waved his hand, and the henchman behind him immediately rushed forward to attack the roaring crowd. All those seated were pampered young masters, used to being treated with deference. Moreover, they never expected that the other side would start fighting over mere words, so they suffered a huge disadvantage. Seamus was dumbfounded. Sir Marvin, please calm down. Marvin put on a pained expression. They're all from out of town. They don't know you. If you don't know, you can't be blamed. Out of town. Dalen sneered. Aren't I an outsider too? What's your point? Marvin raised his palm and gently tapped Seamus's face twice. You locals, when you meet outsiders like me, don't you still have to behave yourselves? Seamus's face was ashen, but he had to force a smile. Young Master Marvin has a point. Marvin was utterly exasperated. This was too unlucky. Running into this guy. I don't usually repeat myself. Dalen raised his hand. Tonight, I want these two. Are you their boss? Marvin cast a sidelong glance. Can you understand what the young master is saying? Seamus was sweating profusely. Understood. But, Marvin glanced back at the two pale-faced women, swallowing hard. But what? Dalen frowned impatiently. The young master hasn't been in a good mood recently. Do you want to anger me? No, wouldn't dare. Seamus swallowed, the pleading looks from the two women making him nervous. They were the top acts of Fengtang media. If word got out that they were taken away by a wealthy young master, they'd be ruined. What Seamus cared about wasn't their purity, but the fact that he didn't want to lose his cash cows. His mind raced, whispering to Dalen, young Master Marvin, they're very well known. Well known. Dalen looked proud. So what? Are you trying to say that I should spend some money? No, not that. Seamus waved his hands hastily. Young Master Marvin, you misunderstood. What I mean is, they have a bit of fame. He hesitated. If rumors fly everywhere, Dalen laughed scornfully. Why should I care? Is he? Why are you so scared of him? Marvin. Seamus gave a bitter smile. This is young Master Marvin, the son of second patriarch Marvin. Marvin family? Roni was stunned. Her eyes widened blankly. Is it that Marvin family? Seamus was helpless. Could it be any other Marvin family? Have you thought it through? Dalen frowned, his patience seemingly exhausted. A stern shout. It made Seamus's legs tremble. Marvin looked at the two women with complex emotions, then bit his lip. Young Master Marvin. Marvin stepped closer, whispering into Dalen's ear. You can take them away. But can tonight's matter be kept confidential? Marvin begged with his eyes. I still want to make money off them. Chapter 217 Both will be mine. In the private room, the atmosphere was heavy. London nervously looked at the two people whispering to each other, silently praying. The incessant screams around her disturbed her peace of mind. She wanted to step in and stop them but didn't dare. She glanced around. Marvin, her elder brother who came specially to celebrate her birthday, had been pushed to the ground. The originally well-mannered men now looked disheveled and ragged, a sight unbearable to see. She felt very anxious. She hoped the boss could persuade that arrogant, rich second generation quickly to ask him to stop. Seamus talked for a short while, and then turned back. You two are really lucky. Marvin Xiaoya likes you too, and wants to take you to play on his yacht. You two should get ready quickly. Marvin spoke fast, and did not dare to look at their eyes. London felt as if she was struck by lightning. Boss, how can you? Marvin, her mind went blank, and she couldn't believe it. She was relatively honest in character, unlike Roni who was more relaxed. And deep down, she had a certain pride, which absolutely did not allow her to sell herself for something. This much Seamus knew clearly. Marvin often hinted before that he wanted to develop further with her, but every time he was gently rejected. London couldn't understand. Was this Marvin Xiaoya so powerful? Seamus dared not offend him, and thus betrayed her? They were just in an employer-employee relationship, not sold to him. Why should she be arranged to do something unwillingly? London's heart turned dark. Marvin, her pitiful eyes were filled with helplessness and desolation. Mr. Buck, you? Roni also felt humiliated deeply, but her dignity was less than London's. She was disappointed that Seamus did not protect her. But considering Marvin Xiaoya was not only young and handsome but also from a distinguished family, it wasn't too hard to accept. Marvin Xiaoya won't do anything bad to you too, Seamus murmured. Go play assured. Cheer. Marvin Xiaoya knows today is your birthday and planned to prepare gifts for you. He looked at London. London's personality was relatively gentle, but under such coercion, there flashed a stubbornness in her eyes. I'm not going. What? The patient Dalen frowned. What did you say just now? Seeing him about to lose temper, Seamus was frightened and hurried to stop him. Marvin Xiaoya, calm down. She has always been like this. I'll persuade her again. In front of Dalen, he put on a pitiful look of servility. Turning to London, he immediately became stern. Chair, listen to me. Marvin said seriously. Marvin Xiaoya just wants to make friends. He won't do anything to you. While talking, Seamus approached London and reached out to pull her. London quickly avoided him and frowned. Boss, I don't like interacting with strangers. Didn't we all start as strangers? Seamus whispered. Come here. Don't hide. Marvin lowered his voice. Aren't you troubled by your career lately? Marvin Xiaoya comes from a prestigious family. With his help, your career will rise higher. After knowing each other for so long, isn't it enough trust? Marvin started playing emotional cards, talking about how he had worked tirelessly for Dalen immediately frowned and tightened his grip. The beauty in his hand let out a slight moan. Looking at him pitifully, Marvin Xiaoya, be gentler. Dalen laughed and looked up. Come here too. Marvin beckoned to London. Cheer, young Master Marvin is calling you. Seamus hurriedly pushed London, shoving her into Dalen's arms. Young Master Marvin had both beauties in his embrace, looking exceptionally elated. London struggled to escape, but how could her strength be a match for a grown man's? You finally understand. Dalen grinned devilishly. Tonight, they both belong to me. At this moment, London bent down and managed to slip out of his arms, forcing a smile. Young Master Marvin, I don't feel well. Before Dalen could say anything, Seamus became anxious. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Come over quickly. Marvin stepped forward and reached out to grab London. Dalen, with a look of satisfaction, hugged Roni tightly, his hands roaming freely. This scene stirred the surrounding big brothers to fury, yet they were all pinned to the ground, watching helplessly as their goddess was humiliated. In her panic and helplessness, London only sought protection, but no one present seemed able to fulfill this wish. Finally, she rushed to Dermot's side like she had found a lifeline. Mr. Gale, they had only met a few times. This man might not have the willingness or the ability to save her, but given the situation, there was no one else to turn to. Want me to help you? Dermot looked troubled. But I'm not your boss. London's heart sank. Gabby, sitting next to Dermot, glanced at him. Then she stood up, took hold of London's wrist, and pulled her behind her. Seeing this, Seamus's face darkened. Ms. Beckham, this matter isn't suitable for your intervention, is it? She is my person. My person? With his wife standing up, Dermot couldn't stay silent either. Did she sell herself to you? Why force her to do something she doesn't want to? Seamus's face turned grim. This has nothing to do with the two of you. Marvin clenched his teeth and said coldly, she belongs to young Master Marvin. Dermot smiled and looked up at Dalen. Young Master Marvin, can you give me some face? Seamus laughed outright. Who are you? Making young Master Marvin give you face? Chapter 218. Just in time. Seamus straightened his back and said coldly, Mr. Gale, it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. Behind him, Dalen's voice rang out, shut up. Seamus, who had just stood tall, immediately bent down again. Right, young Master Marvin, please handle it. Just as he turned his head, a palm enlarged right before his eyes. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Dalen barked with a face full of malice. This slap left Seamus dazed. Marvin covered his face and stood aside, watching in shock as Dalen held Roni and walked towards Dermot. Little brother Gale. Dalen wore a playful smile. You want to protect this girl? Dermot got up, laughing and nodding. Young Master Marvin, can you give me some face? You've already spoken. Dalen glanced at Cindy and smiled. Fine, I'll let her go today. Marvin raised his hand and held up a finger after speaking. Remember, only today. Cindy, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Seamus was dumbfounded. These two know each other? Oh right, are these people little brother Gale's friends? Dalen looked at the various bosses lying on the ground. In an instant, everyone looked at Dermot. This guy could save Cindy with just one sentence. Perhaps he could also spare them physical suffering. Yes, we are little brother Gale's friends. The bespectacled man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, hurriedly called out. Dermot laughed. You're my friend? Marvin looked over, teasingly saying, how do I not know I have a friend like you? I'm not familiar with them. Young Master Marvin, do as you wish, he said. Got it. Dalen shifted his gaze. 2 more hits should be enough. I'll wait for you in the car. As he spoke, Marvin held Roni, who looked bewildered, and left with long strides. Little brother Marvin, I'll see you off. Dermot spoke, and followed the two who were leaving, walking all the way outside. Roni's gaze seemed like she had just met Dermot. Go wait in the car for me. Dalen released her, pointing at the sports car parked nearby. After she left, Dalen turned around and smiled slyly. How about it? Was my acting good enough? Dermot clapped his hands hurriedly, praising, amazing. Since I helped you this time, Dalen said, when is the next sum of money coming in? Having pocketed 2 billion yuan, he no longer hated Dermot as much. What Dalen was now focused on was profiting together with Dermot at Stefan's expense. Soon, Dermot brushed it off, pausing for a moment before continuing, young Master Marvin, about that woman you took away? Roni, sitting in the sports car, stared at the 2 men the whole time. They chatted for about 5 minutes and finally seemed to reach a consensus, even shaking hands. Roni was surprised. Who exactly is Dermot? A big shot her boss tries to flatter was talking to him so pleasantly. Roni felt she needed to reassess this man. After seeing off Dalen, Dermot turned around to find Gabby leading Cindy standing behind him. Cindy seemed to have been comforted. Her complexion was much better. Thank you, Mr. Gale. She walked over, looking at him complexly. Nothing much. Dermot waved his hand, smiling. You really need to reconsider carefully. Cindy sighed inwardly, nodding. I understand. For Seamus to win others' favor, he treated her like a commodity. Working under such a person, never mind her career. Even her personal safety could not be guaranteed. I am considering terminating the contract early, she muttered. I don't want to stay in Fengtang another minute. Dermot remained calm, turning to say, where do you live? Let me drop you off on the way? On the ride back, Gabby did not speak. Not until they sent Cindy home did Gabby turn and give Dermot a glare. Now she's devoted to you. Dermot was amused and embarrassed. Dear, your words make things easily misunderstood. Gabby harumphed softly. The plan set tonight was originally intended to be disadvantageous to Dermot, but ended up being used against itself. Seamus lost the trust of the company's top talent, losing both his wife and soldiers, which could be considered what he deserved. The only one truly wrong tonight was Cindy. When comforting her, Gabby had talked with her and found the girl somewhat naive. She knew the ways of the world, but in some matters, she understood holding on to her principles even more. Dermot hadn't interacted with this girl much either, but his views were the same as Gabby's. She has great potential, Dermot said while turning the car around. Tonight she did suffer a bit. We can make it up to her later. What about Roni? Gabby asked. Dermot smiled. In some ways, she has more potential than Cindy. This girl is smarter, with more depth to her thoughts. Roni has a stronger sense of utilitarianism, which makes her skilled at calculation. This utilitarianism can be utilized, Dermot said. I plan to assign her an interesting task. Gabby was curious. What do you want to do? Dermot looked at her and smiled. I thought about planting her beside Dalen as an informant. Roni's goal is clear, to latch onto a powerful figure. Upon discovering that Dalen is even more formidable than Seamus, no matter how unwilling she appears on the surface, she still attaches herself willingly. Given this, controlling her will be easier. Gabby gave him a strange look. When they first met, she thought this man seemed quite naive. Then he continuously saw her impression of him. Fortunately, this guy is her boyfriend, husband. Otherwise, she might not even know if she's being sold out by him. Thinking of this, Gabby couldn't help but feel proud. Such an excellent man is her husband. Her joy naturally showed on her face. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Dermot with a radiant smile. What are you smiling about? Dermot admired her exquisite smile and smiled gently. Why should I tell you what I'm laughing at? Gabby turned away, no longer looking at him. Isn't it okay for me to be happy? Happy? Dermot was puzzled. What exactly made you so happy that you can't stop laughing? Won't share? Can't share. Gabby's lips slightly curled up. This matter is perfect for enjoying privately. Before long, the two arrived home. Before going upstairs, Gabby suggested, guys, shower quickly once you're done. Put down the projector. Okay, Dermot smiled in agreement. See you later. Gabby smiled sweetly, gracefully ascending the stairs like a spirit. Dermot watched her all the way. Until her figure disappeared, he finally retracted his gaze. A strong sense of happiness spread and grew within him. This life he dreams of now. No one will be allowed to destroy it. Marvin reined in his smile, taking out his phone as he walked into the bedroom, planning to make some arrangements. Chapter 219. Next time it won't happen. A scream shattered the tranquility of the morning. Dermot had just been awakened by the shriek beside him when he felt himself being kicked off the bed. Full of questions, he thought, again? Are you alright? Gabby's apologetic voice echoed. I'm sorry, Dermot. Opening his eyes, he saw Gabby's reddened face filled with deep apology. Last night, worried that Dermot would be uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa, she insisted he sleep in the bed. However, waking up with a groggy mind caused her to have a rejection reaction. Marvinophobia was deeply rooted. Discovering a man sleeping next to her upon waking, it was inevitable that she would panic and react excessively. Gabby twisted her waist and stepped out of bed barefoot. How are you? She anxiously helped Dermot up. Does it hurt? Sorry. Her black eyes were brimming with apologies. Lying flat on the ground, Dermot felt a bit weary. Just sleeping together resulted in such a strong reaction. This wasn't going to work in the future. Seeing no response from him, Gabby became even more anxious. What's wrong? Did you hit your head? She leaned down and gently lifted Dermot's head. Her delicate face was so close that Dermot couldn't help but laugh and became mesmerized by her sudden proximity. Marvin smiled faintly and abruptly kissed her pink cheek. What are you doing? Gabby gave him a stern look and scolded. You're still misbehaving after falling down? When she was fully awake, she would blush but wouldn't overreact. Dermot pondered whether it was time to increase the intensity. This problem had persisted for years, and time alone wouldn't resolve it. Some external force was needed. Marvin had an idea in mind, but worried if Gabby could handle it at the moment. Sighing, he grabbed her hand and said helplessly, Nothing's wrong now, but this can't continue like this. Gabby paused. She shyly glanced at Dermot and softly asked, How do other people usually handle it? Dermot was puzzled. Other people? She stuttered. Like Missin? Allison? Dermot furrowed his brows, then laughed bitterly. I haven't slept with her. How would I know? Gabby widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Aren't you two married for a year? Always. Oh this. Dermot couldn't help but laugh and cry. Can we not talk about this anymore? Gabby responded softly, feeling somewhat complicated at the moment. The injustice Dermot had endured made her feel indignant, but knowing he hadn't had any relationship with Allison made her a little happy. She watched Dermot get up dazedly and asked, Are you really okay? Does anything hurt? Dermot smiled at her. Your husband isn't made of mud. Even if this happens again, it won't be a big deal. Gabby frowned slightly and mumbled, It definitely won't happen next time. Clearly, she didn't notice the trap in Dermot's words and assumed they would still share a bed next time. All morning, Dermot was thinking. His wife's fear of men stemmed from her childhood. Maybe some events in her early years left psychological scars, directly leading to her fear of the opposite sex. Dermot thought of someone. Marvin or Uncle, Ellie. When this guy appeared, Gabby seemed to revert to that helpless little girl from her childhood. For a while, he dialed Roni's number. When the call came through, Roni had just finished arguing with Seamus. Although she hadn't returned home last night, Seamus's head still buzzed with annoyance. Upon meeting, Seamus immediately started questioning her. This directly pushed Roni's dissatisfaction with him to the peak. The two eventually parted ways on bad terms, with Roni leaving in a huff when she just happened to receive a call from Dermot. If it had been before yesterday, she might have ignored it while being upset. But after last night's events, she didn't dare neglect it and quickly answered, Marvinlo, Mr. Gaelg. Miss Angel, are you free this afternoon? Dermot came straight to the point. Would you like to accompany me to Finn's press conference? Roni was stunned. Why was this man contacting her? Seeing that she wasn't responding, Dermot continued, Not free? Alright, I'll ask someone else. Roni hurriedly replied, no, sorry, I was spacing out. Mr. Gale, what did you say? Miss Angel, can you accompany me to Finn's press conference this afternoon? Dermot repeated. Finn? Roni was confused. Which Finn? Talon, Dermot replied with a smile. I'm sure Miss Angel has heard of his name? That name made Roni's mind buzz. Director Talon? There's a new film press conference this afternoon where Finn will announce the cast for his new movie. I have to attend since Lethe has a partnership with him. Dermot's voice carried a hint of distress. At such an event, I need a female companion, right? My wife is busy with company affairs, and Miss Liu is tangled up with your honeybee casually, while Roni beside him was in formal attire. Although she had attended similar gatherings before, a top director's new film launch in China, she hadn't actually participated in one. Roni's involvement in the entertainment industry mostly came from certain new movies reaching out to her for promotion. After all, she had quite a few fans. Miss Angel, don't be so nervous, Dermot said with a smile to comfort her. Just relax. I'm pretty close to Finn, he continued. When he comes over, I'll introduce you to him. The woman beside him visibly became excited. Really? Why would I lie? Dermot blinked his eyes. If you're interested, I could even recommend you for a role. Then he added, of course, not very important roles. Finn is quite strict. Roni stuttered. Oh really? Mr. Gale, please, don't tease me. Even a minor role would be a notable entry on her resume. When others asked, she could proudly say she had acted in a film directed by the famous Finn. Wouldn't that boost her profile? Roni's eyes sparkled. Finally, things were turning around for her. Yesterday, she met a wealthy young master. Today, she encountered another benefactor. Marvin, her gaze held a touch of eagerness, and she clung tightly to Dermot's arm without letting go. This golden thigh, she had to hold on tight. Marvin, her change was obvious, and Dermot gave a faint smile. Finn's press conference couldn't have come at a better time, immediately addressing what he needed to do. After waiting not long, various parties arrived. Talon appeared with a cute girl in tow. Finn has arrived. Roni tightened her grip on Dermot's arm, trembling with excitement. Dermot turned and said helplessly, Miss Angel, just relax. While speaking, he led her towards Talon. Finn, how are you? Seeing him, Talon's face showed a friendly smile. Vivian, who was following behind Finn, greeted Dermot warmly. Brother Rue, you're here? Then she noticed Roni clinging closely to Dermot. Marvin, her delicate brows knitted instantly. Who is she? Why is she sticking to you like glue? Marvin, her tone carried a hint of questioning. Dermot couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. She's a friend of mine. Besides, she's Roni. Don't you recognize her? Is that so? Vivian huffed lightly. I know her. I just didn't recognize her right away. Roni felt embarrassed. Who was this little girl to Dermot, interfering so much? Let's not stand here. Talon smiled. Go sit over there. Everyone hasn't gathered yet. Only after everyone arrives would they begin the main event. The venue for the press conference was set up in a banquet style. The main stage was similar to a regular conference hall, with round tables below for banquets. Talon pointed to a table closest to the stage, help but feel anxious and worried about losing out. She saw this as a perfect opportunity. Missing it due to poor handling would be a huge loss. Maintaining an extremely cautious attitude, she appeared restless and uneasy. Roni envied Dermot's ease in chatting with Finn, wishing she could also become such a person. Becoming a big internet celebrity over the past year had enriched her materially. However, spiritually, she was still the same small-town girl who hadn't seen much of the world. At this moment, Dermot took out his phone and opened a short video app. Roni became a bit panicked. Was this man going to show one of her videos to Finn? As familiar music started playing, she realized her guess was correct. Did Miss Angel learn dance before? Talon suddenly turned and asked. Roni's mind went blank, and she didn't respond for a while. Only after Dermot called her name several times did she snap back. Yeah, just a little bit. You have a good posture and great flexibility. Talon nodded in praise. His perspective on issues was different from ordinary people. Others watching Roni's videos might say this woman really twists well. Finn was different. Marvin viewed from a professional standpoint. As they say, he had eyes that could discover beauty. Roni's video quality was still quite good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many fans. Pretty good, right? Dermot put away his phone and joked. If you need actors with dance skills in the future, you might consider her. Who was Talon? How could he not understand what Dermot meant? Finn stared at Roni for a moment, then smiled. This reminds me, this film actually needs a few featured actors with similar requirements. Marvin asked with a smile. When will Miss Angel be available for a screen test? Roni was dumbfounded. He managed to secure an audition for her so quickly. Chapter 221. Thinking of happy things. A supporting actor refers to a minor role in film and television productions. They often get a few lines or several camera shots, and can be considered legitimate actors. Though they seem insignificant, they are indispensable. Not only do they need acting skills, but also a sense of the camera. Therefore, when Talon mentioned it, he was suggesting she should go for an audition. Marvin, her appearance was not a problem, and regarding the sense of the camera, having taken so many videos, she had that too. Dermot presented this unpolished gem, Vivian, to Talon. Giving her a little face, Finn was willing to offer an opportunity that might not materialize. What are you staring for? Dermot smiled slightly at Roni. Don't you quickly thank Finn? Roni was stunned. To get an audition opportunity with just a few words, it was something she wouldn't have dared to think about before. She looked excited. Thank you, Finn. Talon waved his hand with a smile. Don't thank me too soon. If you don't pass the audition, the opportunity is right in front of you. Dermot interjected. Do you know what to do? Roni. She really didn't know how to do it. Based on her understanding, the only thing she could think of was offering herself. After all, she understood various unspoken rules in the entertainment circle, but could such things be openly discussed? She looked hesitant. Finn, please don't take offense. Dermot turned around, smiling. Maybe hearing about your audition made her nervous. Who doesn't know that Finn has high standards? Not only strict with actors, but even stricter with himself. It's precisely because of always maintaining a rigorous and serious attitude that he can create so many classic masterpieces. Although such flattery had long been heard countless times, who doesn't love to hear good words? With commercial praise, Dermot made Talon happy and smiling. You're not a professional actor. After his smooth talk, Dermot looked at the dazed Roni. So after going back, you must work twice as hard to meet Finn's requirements, understand? Roni nodded blankly. In the future, I'll arrange a teacher for you to carefully ponder acting. This opportunity is rare, you must put your heart into it. Don't underestimate the role just because it's small. Marvin lectured her tirelessly, almost writing flattery all over his face. Dermot made Talon very pleased. Mr. Gaelg is right. Marvin joined in, supporting actors, let alone extras. They are all part of completing the story of the film. That's correct, Dermot agreed. For outsiders, extras are just extras, but their role goes far beyond that. As embellishments in the film, they are crucial. The two began chatting animatedly on this topic. Talon had already thought highly of Dermot. Today, confidently discussing his expertise, his views and insights aligned perfectly with Finn's. Thus, Marvin appreciated this young man even more. Miss Angel, you don't have to be too nervous. Finally, Talon smiled. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask. Acting relies on talent to some extent, but there are those who succeed through hard work. Encouraged by Dermot's gaze, Roni put on a solemn expression. Please rest assured, Finn. I will definitely try my best. Remember, these are your own words. Dermot teased. Don't disappoint us. As they were chatting, many people entered the venue. Dermot suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a hostile glance coming from the side. Turning his head, narrow meeting indeed, bumping into Jason again. This guy was wearing a well-fitted suit, looking quite handsome. Weston walked ahead of him, smiling and greeting Talon. Finn, how have you been? The two already knew each other. Talon stood up and shook hands with him, asking with a smile, Chairman Leaf is such a busy person. You arrived now? Weston smiled slightly. These 2 days were a bit busy. I cancelled several banquets for this press conference of yours. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone found their seats. Jason sat across from Dermot, his eyes glaring intensely. This clown no longer mattered to Dermot, so he couldn't be bothered to look. But overhearing Talon and the others' conversation, Jason had secured a role in Finn's new film. Although this guy's character wasn't great, his professional level was still commendable. Dermot listened for a while, then turned to look at Jason, a slight smirk on his face. This smile was filled with provocation. Jason immediately became angry, squinting his eyes and hissing, Gaelg, why are you laughing? His sudden attack left everyone puzzled. Roni was still immersed in the shock of seeing a big star. Marvin airing this man pounding the table and cursing, she felt a touch of unreality. Film Emperor Jason had recently received very poor reviews, but no matter how bad they were, she could only hear about them through rumors. And today, not only did she sit at the same table as the film Emperor, but she would also witness his actions firsthand. Roni had been part of the drama involving Jason and Allison and knew that the victim sitting next to her was Dermot. She never imagined that one day, she would be on the front lines of gossip. The sense of unreality stemmed from this experience. She hurriedly turned to look at Dermot, finding that this man still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Compared to Jason, Marvin seemed more dignified. Shao, pay attention in front of Finn. Weston turned back to remind Jason. A trace of resentment appeared on Jason's face. It seemed like he was listening to advice and trying to hold back, but Dermot deliberately did not let him. You're quite bossy? Who do you think you are? Huh? What? How dare you? A simple sentence enraged Jason, making him burst into anger. Mr. Gaelg, why can't I laugh? Can't I laugh if I'm thinking of happy things? Dermot continued provocatively. Do you need to control this too? Even Chairman Leaf treats me politely. What gives you the nerve to bark at me, one of his pet dogs? Roni was stunned. This man spared no mercy when he cursed someone. Jason held a certain status in the entertainment circle. Yet, Dermot was straightforward, calling him a dog. Oh, I'm wrong. Dermot suddenly changed the tone. You aren't even a dog for the Leaf family yet. Your contract is still with Leahy Entertainment. If you keep barking, will you believe me if I say I can hold you back for another year? Jason was furious and abruptly slammed the table to stand up. Mr. Gaelg, you've gone too far. Dermot folded his arms, flashing a faint smile. The disdain in his eyes completely ignited Jason's fury. His facial features contorted due to anger, and all dignity vanished, replaced by a grotesque expression of uncontrollable rage. Upset. Dermot raised an eyebrow teasingly. But who are you showing your anger to? Besides venting your helplessness, what else can you do? This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire. Jason looked like he was about to explode. Chapter 222 If Marvin Watts. Roni was dumbfounded. Bullying someone shouldn't be this overboard, should it? Jason, after all, is a well-known public figure. Was humiliating him like this a bit too much? Douglas, sit down, Weston said sternly. Don't be impolite in front of Finn. His stern voice worked better than anything else. Jason clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Dermot but remaining silent. Marvin sat back down with a chest full of anger and frustration. It seems General Hirsch has really trained you well. Dermot chuckled. So obedient. At that moment, it wasn't just Jason. Even Weston's expression changed. A hint of shock appeared in his mild and gently took away Vivian's hand. You need to go on stage later. They would soon announce the cast. Staying close to Talon would be more convenient. Finn, I leave this girl to you. He smiled. Make sure no one bullies her. Talon laughed bitterly. Marvin knew this was a concession by Dermot, cursing out Jason before stepping aside. This guy really wouldn't take any loss. After Dermot left, Roni quickly got up and followed. Now, when she looked at Dermot, her eyes were filled with admiration. The great figures in Roni's mind had always been people like Seamus, the big boss. Until yesterday, she saw otherwise. Facing Dalen, Seamus was as meek as an ant. In front of real powerful figures, Seamus didn't even stand a chance. Jason had once been an unattainable presence in her mind, shining brightly from his lofty position. But today, insulted by Dermot, he could only vent his rage helplessly. That man beside him could make him sit quietly with just a word. They say beating a dog requires considering the owner. Dermot didn't give face, yet the other side didn't challenge him either. Could this indirectly prove that Dermot had the ability to speak on equal terms? What she witnessed today completely refreshed her impression of Dermot. Roni was curious. This man kept being nice to her, taking her to experience life, introducing her to Finn. What did he really want? Roni couldn't figure it out. Was it also because he lusted after her body? She glanced at Dermot. To be honest, he was very handsome. Although this man was married, if he wanted, Roni would still be willing to give it. Brother Rue, Marvin's way of addressing him unconsciously changed. You've been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with flirtation. Even her voice started to become seductive. Dermot was speechless. This woman suddenly caught fire. Marvin helping you isn't for your repayment. Dermot paused for a moment. Just mutual benefit. Roni was dazed. Mutual benefit? Marvin was so direct. I don't need your repayment. Dermot continued. But if you're willing to do something for me, do what? Roni was puzzled. Haven't thought of anything yet. Dermot said. When I do, I'll find you. At that time, you won't deny it, right? Marvin laughed teasingly. Roni shook her head hastily. Such a golden leg, grabbing it tightly was not enough. Having a promise, helping isn't in vain. Dermot smiled. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Although Finn has given you a screen test. But you heard my words just now, right? Marvin's very strict. You must take it seriously. Roni hurriedly nodded. I understand. The reporters waited anxiously. Seeing Finn not speaking further, they looked bewildered. Is that all? Talon's bold announcement at the press conference soon sparked intense discussions online. This gentleman was known for being cautious with his words. But this time, he was anything but reserved. Vivian, as a debutante, was immediately thrust into the limelight. Countless netizens awaited her performance, giving off an atmosphere of nationwide judges. Such immense pressure would suffocate anyone. However, this little girl not only wasn't nervous, but she felt even more motivated. You should think carefully. Dermot smiled. If you perform poorly, you'll be severely criticized. Vivian showed no fear at all. Marvin's small face radiated pride and confidence. Chapter 223. Times have changed. After the press conference ended, Vivian temporarily followed Dermot back to the company. On their way in the car, Roni received a phone call. When she put down the phone, Dermot turned his head with a smile and asked, Dalen? Yeah. Roni's expression was somewhat excited. Young Master Marvin invited me to attend a banquet with him. Another press conference, another banquet. It seemed like her luck was really turning around. Then you go. Dermot smiled lightly. Have fun. But don't forget your real business. Roni was taken aback for a moment. Right, she had some serious matters now. I know, Brother Rue, you can rest assured. The way she addressed Dermot made Vivian frown. Dermot first drove Roni home. After leaving, Vivian, who looked unhappy, said, Is this woman coming to our company? I don't like her. What's up? Dermot chuckled and advised, You don't need to be so hostile towards her. You won't have much interaction with her in the future. What about you and her? Vivian blinked her big eyes, looking like an inquisitive little girl. Dermot felt very surprised. What was wrong with this girl today? A woman's intuition is very accurate. Vivian said confidently, She is a typical gold digger. If you get too close to her, you'll suffer a loss, she said. Oh my. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. She was trying to act mature like a child? In a few days, Vivian would have to report to the film set. Today's press conference not only announced the casting, but also revealed the new drama's start date. Half a month later, Finn's new film would begin shooting. At that time, this girl would be busy. Considering it was going to be the weekend in 2 days, Dermot directly sent her home, giving her a few days off. After leaving the Jamard family's residence, he changed course to find Gabby. When they met, there was a man standing next to Gabby. Dermot frowned slightly, stopping his car quietly, scrutinizing the man. Marvin was in his 40s. With wire-frame glasses on his face, he looked refined. Honey, you're here? Gabby glanced at him with a gentle smile, and then turned her head. Dan, this is my husband. If you don't believe it, I'll go home and send you a picture of the marriage certificate. Lawyer. Dermot paused for a moment, got out of the car, and extended his hand. Marvinlo, Dan? Dan's voice sounded very gentle. Marvin stretched out his hand politely and shook hands with Dermot. My mother had Dan present when she wrote her will. Not only that, but the agreement between her and Grandpa was also witnessed by Dan. Gabby explained in detail. Back then, her mother brought her dowry and company into the Beckham family and supported them wholeheartedly. However, Marvin's actions did not earn the gratitude of the Beckham family. So, she kept a watchful eye, signing an agreement with the late Beckham family patriarch. Once Gabby got married, the dowry and company she brought into the Beckham family would belong to Gabby. The agreement clearly states. Gabby explained, if I'm still unmarried before my 25th birthday, the dowry and company my mother brought would transfer ownership to the Beckham family. With less than a week left until the final deadline, the Beckham family still has no intention of returning anything. Therefore, they brought Dan back from abroad. If what Miss Beckham says is mind marrying was aimed at blocking the Beckham family's objections. However, she had underestimated the thickness of the Beckham family's skin. In utter helplessness, she recounted in detail the request that the elderly lady made on her birthday banquet day. Dermot was greatly shocked. The Janie's calculations? He felt speechless. To make such an outrageous demand under the pretext of testing me. Win the project, and the Beckhams win. If I fail, they have an excuse not to return your mother-in-law's estate. Still a win for the Beckhams. How beautifully thought out. Dermot sighed and then asked, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Gabby rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say back then you weren't interested in Beckham family affairs? I didn't want to bother you with this issue. Dermot was embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Times have changed. Back then, you were just a fake husband. Now that we're legit, can it be the same as before? Let's go to the Beckham family tomorrow and take back what your mother-in-law left for you. Gabby smiled. She nodded lightly, then linked her arm with his and walked out of the hotel together. Back in the car, Dermot's mind turned. They had no other plans for returning home so early. What if, wife, shall we take another walk? He suggested casually. The park we visited last time has a great environment. Gabby raised her head and glanced at him. Meeting her gaze, Dermot felt a bit guilty, mainly because it's still too early. Just say it. Gabby was straightforward. You want to go to that little woods from last time, right? Dermot was embarrassed. That was exactly what he had in mind. Perhaps due to lack of experience interacting with the opposite sex, her instinctive reaction was somewhat intense. Psychological disorders are illnesses too. Since it's an illness, it must be treated. Her condition was complex, and the shadows cast by past traumas without self-protection capabilities were especially hard to erase. When she was fully aware, it was manageable. She could control her actions through thought. But the reactions when she was dazed were projections of her subconscious. Without knowing what trauma she had endured, the only thing that could be done now was to heal her slowly with a gentle, imperceptible approach. This might take a long time, but Dermot wasn't in a hurry, because he had all the patience. Chapter 224, Ill Intentions. The night was serene. Sitting in the same small grove once again, the two people had vastly different mindsets. The last time, the unspoken tension between them made everything more restrained. This time, it was different. They were closely intertwined with each other. Gabby felt a bit shy but didn't strongly resist such intimacy. Her head rested quietly on the man's shoulder, while his hand encircled her fragrant shoulders from behind. The night scenery was beautiful. Inside the small grove, the atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. Couples on the surrounding benches clung tightly to each other. Whispered conversations mixed with the rustling of leaves, making the night particularly enchanting. Dermot didn't plan on sitting idly like this forever. He wanted to gauge Gabby's current level of acceptance. How far could she accept under full consciousness? Finding that subconscious red line might help with better treatment. After pondering for a moment, Dermot gently lowered his head, pressing his face into her cloud-like hair. She smelled wonderful. Noticing the man's face brushing against her hair, Gabby suddenly tensed up. Dermot could feel her body stiffen and paused his actions. Marvin waited quietly for a moment. She didn't react excessively. The hand holding her shoulders lifted slowly and moved to her face. When palm met cheek, both lost themselves slightly in the moment. The skin beneath his fingertips felt as smooth as silk, stirring Dermot's heart. His hand eventually settled on Gabby's smooth chin, gently tilting her face up. Gabby's face felt hot. As her face was lifted, their gazes met. Though the light in the woods was dim, both had adjusted to the darkness. They could see the glint in each other's eyes, filled with deep emotions and intense ambiguity. Dermot slowly moved his face closer. Guessing what he intended to do, Gabby instinctively dodged, but she soon regained composure and let him proceed. Her cherry-red lips were kissed again by the man, the sensation making her heart race. Very nervous. Instinct made her struggle, but realizing it was Dermot who was kissing her, she calmed down after a short while. She was tense. Dermot was even more so. Every step he took was an exploration. Gabby might scream and push him away at any moment. After kissing for a while, Gabby found herself short of breath. She gently pushed Dermot away, breathing slightly and looking at him reproachfully. Waiting for a moment, Dermot leaned in again. This time she seemed much calmer. Not only did she not resist, but she also responded somewhat. Dermot had a sense now. At least kissing was acceptable for now. Next step. What should he do? Dermot felt a bit stumped. To be honest, he also lacked experience with close contact with the opposite sex. At this point, what comes next is physical contact, right? Thinking about this, Dermot felt somewhat embarrassed. Their relationship was only established a couple of days ago, yet he was already getting frisky. Was it inappropriate? Hesitating for a moment, he started probing again. The hand that held Gabby's chin gently slid down. Last time it was an unintentional touch, but this time it was deliberate. As soon as his hand moved down, Gabby shivered and panicked, pulling his hand away while struggling. Don't touch me. Marvin had his answer. This was the current red line. You. Realizing the man looked disappointed, Gabby blushed. Give me some more time, okay? Dermot was taken aback, unable to accept it for now. Was her psychological preparation still inadequate? Okay, he softly replied. Tell me when you're ready. Idiot. Gabby gave him a look. How could she bring up such a thing proactively? Dermot didn't understand her meaning, feeling awkward. Why are you scolding me? Don't I have a reason to? Gabby whispered accusingly. You brought me here with ill intentions. Kissing her was one thing, but now he was getting handsy. Is this how all men act? When they're together, all they think about is... Dermot laughed sheepishly, still grinning. Gabby pouted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. She extricated herself from Dermot's embrace and sat up straight. Dermot's actions had quite an impact. She refused all further intimacy and even asked him to leave after the movie. Dermot was stunned. Although she didn't say anything aloud, she had definitely built up her defenses. Marvin regretted his impulsive probing earlier. It was really not worth it. Tossing and turning until late into the night, he finally fell asleep. The next day, when he saw Gabby again, Dermot noticed she also had dark circles under her eyes. It seemed she hadn't rested well either. When are we going to the Beckham family? Dermot coughed lightly, pretending to ask offhandedly. A very casual question, but it earned Gabby's eye roll. This afternoon. Marvin, her voice carried an obvious tone of resentment, as if she was still holding a grudge. Dermot felt embarrassed. After breakfast at home, the two of them went out. These days, since Dermot had been driving her around, Gabby hadn't driven herself. Just like always, after parking the car, Dermot undid his seatbelt, ready to get out and open the door for her. but Gabby held him back. What's wrong? Dermot turned his head curiously, only to see her slowly leaning in. Then, she closed her eyes. Dermot was stunned momentarily. A wave of happiness then spread through his heart. Closing her eyes and pouting slightly. Wasn't this the gesture of asking for a kiss from her lover? After their farewell kiss, Gabby got out of the car with a blushing face and looked back, saying, "Honey, I'm off. See you at noon." "All right, honey." Dermot felt that his smile must have been quite greasy, but he didn't care at all. Having such a wife, what else could he complain about? Smiling, Dermot watched her figure disappear into the building. Savoring that kiss, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. Marvin drove back to Leahy Entertainment with the happiness lingering in his heart. Even Lainey could feel the excitement radiating from him when they met. Lainey was curious. What good news did President Gale encounter? "Nothing special today?" Dermot asked with a smile. "I need to go home with my wife this afternoon." Lainey paused for a moment. She collected her thoughts and replied, "Not for now." "Oh right, there's a Miss Liu who has booked a meeting with you." "Miss Liu? London?" Dermot asked. "When will she be able to come?" "I'm free in the morning. This afternoon, I need to go home with my wife." Lainey was confused. Wasn't it clear enough already? "Should I ask the secretary to contact her?" she ventured. "Sure," Dermot nodded and quickly added, "and mention to her. If Roni is available, let her come along." "Got it." Lainey responded swiftly, calling the secretary to arrange the meeting. Chapter 225, to deal with you. London approached him not for any other reason. She had already made up her mind to leave Fengtang, but Seamus refused to let her go and insisted she fulfill her contract. This caused her great distress. "Mr. Gale, I don't want to stay there for another second." What happened that night made her feel disgusted. She was an individual with free will, but in Seamus's eyes, she seemed more like merchandise. Just to ingratiate himself, smiled. London sighed, dejected. "I hope she won't regret it in the future." Dermot smiled. London could not accept such a situation. Therefore, in her view, Roni's choice was wrong. But was right and wrong in life so simple? Roni just chose the path that suited her better. They chatted aimlessly in the conference room for about half an hour, when Roni hurried in. Upon seeing her, London's expression was somewhat delicate. You, were you out last night?" They lived together. In the past, Roni occasionally stayed out overnight. London never felt curious about it, because she knew Roni remained single. The situation was different now. Roni had been taken away by a man the day before. Had she spent 2 days accompanying that man? As both colleagues and roommates, London worried about her getting hurt in the future. As soon as they met, London's question plunged the atmosphere into awkwardness. Dermot glanced at both of them and tried to smooth things over. "Miss Liu doesn't know yet, does she?" Marvin intended to shift the topic to dispel the awkwardness. "Yesterday, Miss Angel accompanied me to attend the premiere of Finn's new film." "Oh." London was taken aback. "Mr. Gale means Director Talon?" Roni quickly joined the conversation. "Yes. Brother Rue got me an audition for a guest role, and I'm busy with that now." London's face was one of bewilderment. She continued, "Then wait for me in the car. I have something to talk to Brother Rue alone." Although London was surprised, she didn't ask further. As soon as she left, Roni's expression became solemn. "Brother Rue, that Xiao wants to come after you." Dermot raised an eyebrow. "Jason?" "Yes." Roni said, "Young Master Marvin took me to a banquet yesterday where Jason and President Leaf were also present." She had overheard their conversation unintentionally. "It seems like someone approached Jason and President Leaf, wanting to use them against you, Brother Rue." Jason seemed very eager. But President Leaf kept warning him to be patient and seemed quite cautious about it. Marvin airing this. Dermot frowned. "There's another person who sought them out and intends to use them against me?" Roni nodded. "Not only that. I also learned from Jason that this behind-the-scenes person had approached your ex-wife too." She glanced at Dermot cautiously. Seeing no change in his expression, she felt reassured. "Jason also said." Roni continued, "That woman doesn't pay much attention to him anymore." At this point, Dermot laughed slightly. While Roni had picked up on a lot, not much of it was particularly useful. All they knew now was that someone tried to stir up trouble using Jason and Allison. "Be careful, Brother Rue," Roni said earnestly. "Xiao has a lot of grievances." Dermot smiled. "Marvin holds grudges? What right does he have to hold grudges?" "All right, I know." Dermot nodded and smiled. "Thanks for telling me about this." Roni beamed sweetly and replied with a giggle. "Since Brother Rue is so good to me, I definitely need to repay you. And not by offering myself in marriage." Dermot pretended to be startled, laughed it off, and then escorted her out. Such forwardness was hard to handle. After sending them off, Dermot stood still, lost in thought. Could the man who approached Jason be the same one who called himself uncle on the phone that day? Chapter 226, assuming the worst. Those who recently bore grudges were none other than the Marvin family and the Gale family. Dermot's behavior on the day of the ancestral worship made him appear incompetent in the eyes of the Gale family. Deliberately targeting someone? Unlikely. As for the Marvin family, they had just reconciled with them not long ago. At present, it seemed unnecessary to plot against them. Eliminating these two families left the answer clear. Of course, this did not mean that the Gale and Marvin families were completely off the hook. Compared to that person, the likelihood was smaller for these two parties. Moreover, if they wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't need to rely on others. Dermot sneered. Truly a coward who shows his head but hides his tail. He would find him sooner or later. After calming down, he prepared to go find Gabby. Since she was going to confront the Beckham family today, he, as her husband, naturally had to be present. After picking up Gabby, they went to the hotel together to meet Dan. Having notified him in advance last night, the group quickly headed to the Beckham residence upon meeting. The Beckhams naturally recognized Dan. Seeing him arrive, including Grandmother Beckham, everyone appeared uneasy. "Exine, you haven't been home in a long time?" In the end, only Grandmother Beckham remained composed. She put on a kind smile and beckoned Gabby, "Come, sit next to Grandma." The Beckhams had set up a banquet and invited the trio to take their seats. Dan, with serious business at hand, got straight to the point after sitting down. Miss Beckham, the reason you asked me to come back? Marvin took out several documents, the copies of Beckham's mother's will and the agreement. At the time, Miss Sue entered into an agreement with Mr. Beckham, the patriarch. Once Miss Gabby gets married, the agreement becomes effective immediately. I have reviewed the marriage certificate between Miss Gabby and Mr. Dermot. Their marital relationship is legal and genuine. There is no forgery. Therefore, Dan adjusted his glasses and smiled. Mrs. Beckham, you are Miss Gabby's guardian. Miss Sue's estate has been under your custody. Now it's time to honor the agreement. Please return the property Miss Sue left to her daughter. Grandmother Beckham's eyelids. Maybe she planned to use this mealtime to devise a strategy. Dermot couldn't help but laugh. Surely the interruption disrupted her carefully prepared excuses. Serves her right. A bunch of blood-sucking leeches. Gabby was his wife. He naturally had to stand by her side. The Beckham family ate uneasily, finding the meal bland and unappetizing. In contrast, Dermot enjoyed every bite, even showing affection. Wife, try this. This one's good too. Why don't you taste it? This dish is amazing, wife. Gabby's bowl soon filled up. While the Beckhams were troubled, Dermot's public displays of affection further infuriated everyone. This directly worsened their already poor appetite. Grandmother Beckham's eyes twitched as she forced a smile. Carly, your husband really cares for you. What else? Dermot responded with a grin. Now you can rest easy, Grandmother? Grandmother Beckham paused. Back then, Dermot continued, the first time I visited, it was your birthday celebration. Weren't you worried whether I truly loved your granddaughter? You even gave me a test to pass. If I couldn't complete it, you wouldn't feel at ease about returning my mother-in-law's inheritance to her. Isn't that right? A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The test you gave me was quite challenging, Dermot continued. Anyone who didn't know would think you were making things difficult for me. Madame Beckham's smile froze. What on earth is this young man trying to say? Tion lawyer, you're the expert. I need to consult you. Dermot turned to Tion lawyer with a smile. Then, he repeated what Madame Beckham had demanded from him. Is there a clause in my mother-in-law's will that allows the guardian to add additional conditions? Dermot asked with a smile. Dan looked serious. Of course not. Marvin turned to look at Madame Beckham and said solemnly, Madam, any supplementary agreement without a notary present does not have legal effect. Miss Gabby does not need to abide by these. I hope you understand this matter. The Janey understood. This rascal Dermot was fighting for his wife. At this moment, Dermot smiled again. Actually, there's no need for any additional conditions. After all, we are family now. After the agreement is fulfilled smoothly, I can help you think of a way. The project you're interested in, isn't the person in charge named Fremont? Marvin used to be my father's driver. Just one word from me, and I can have him come over. You can call on Fremont? Madame Beckham's eyes narrowed slightly. What else? Dermot chuckled softly. Grandma, your grandson-in-law is the eldest son of the Gelg family. The Janey didn't speak anymore. Marvin, her eyes showed uncertainty and suspicion. Seeing that the Janey didn't believe him, Dermot took out his phone and found Fremont's number. Then he dialed it in front of everyone from the Beckham family. Fremont, I'm at the Beckham residence, Dermot said under everyone's gaze. Come from the Beckham family reported. A guest surnamed Gelg has arrived. The Janey took a deep look at Dermot and instructed, invite that guest to the side hall. Everyone was dining in the living room. Inviting Fremont here would be impolite. The Janey's thoughts shifted slightly, and just before the servant left, she added another instruction. Please have him wait for a moment. Dermot's eyes slightly narrowed, instantly guessing the Janey's thoughts. She intended to keep Fremont waiting on the side. Anyone who was treated with indifference would harbor resentment. Would Fremont dare express resentment towards the eldest son of the Gelg family? This was what the Janey wanted to find out at the moment. She wanted to test whether Dermot's position within the family was secure. After giving the order, the Janey observed Dermot discreetly. This guy didn't seem anxious at all. In fact, Dermot really wasn't anxious. Marvin happily finished his meal with his wife, and didn't want to move even after finishing. When the Beckham family servants served fruit after the meal, this kid enjoyed it thoroughly. The Janey turned to check the time. Fremont had been kept waiting for over half an hour. Little Gelg, we have a guest, don't we? She finally couldn't hold back. We do. Dermot paused, then slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Marvin smiled. Grandma, shall we go together? The Janey nodded and stood up from the table, causing the young generations of the Beckham family to stand up as well. A group of them moved toward the side hall in a grand procession. Fremont was sitting there idly playing with his fingers. Seeing Dermot leading the way, he quickly stood up. Director Gelg, sorry to keep you waiting, the Janey said first. Just now, I was dining with our granddaughter-in-law. Marvin, her face radiated warmth and kindness. She immediately shifted the responsibility onto Dermot upon meeting. The Janey wanted to see if the long-ignored Fremont would exhibit any negative emotions. Yes, Dermot chimed in. Grandma insisted on everyone dining with me, keeping you waiting. The Janey's expression changed. This kid wouldn't take any loss. The word insisted was used very thoughtfully. Young master is too polite. Fremont bowed slightly then asked, why did you urgently call me here? Is there something you need? Nothing, Dermot replied. Grandma didn't believe I could summon you, so I had to prove it, right? The Janey's expression changed again. Now that we've met, you can go back, Dermot said. Oh? The Janey widened her eyes, thinking this kid was skilled at deflecting trouble. The entire incident's cause became her disbelief. Because she expressed disbelief, Dermot went through great lengths to bring Fremont to the Beckham family home. It was his action, but traced back, it was because of her, intending to corner Dermot, but ended up being cornered herself. Upon hearing Dermot's words, Fremont glanced at the Janey. Although he didn't speak, the information conveyed by his eyes was easy to read. A moment later, Fremont bowed slightly, still maintaining a proper smile. Well, I'll take my leave then? Go ahead. Dermot waved his hand. There wasn't anything else anyway. Director Gaelg, please stay, the Janey hurriedly said. It's rare for you to visit the Beckham family. How can we not properly entertain you? As soon as her words fell, other members of the Beckham family also joined in to retain him. No need, Fremont calmly said. This time, I came per the young master's instructions. Since the young master has no further tasks, I'll take my leave. Without considering the Beckham family's retention, he left gracefully. The Janey felt numb. She felt deeply aggrieved inside, cleverly trying to trip someone up, but tripping herself instead. As the eldest son of the Gaelg family, how could Fremont, the steward of the first prestigious household, dare to bear a grudge against the young master? Add to that, this kid's subtle provocations. The Beckham family's impression in Fremont's mind would only worsen. The Janey had the first thought of wishing she could turn back time. She wished she could go back to a short while ago and slap some sense into her old self who was only trying to play mind games. The rest of the Beckham family members didn't look much better either. They were extremely envious of the project in Fremont's hands. Now that the main person had come to the Beckham family, the head of the household seemed to have lost his mind by treating him coldly in the side hall. This was truly hard to understand. Dermot glanced at everyone and let out a hearty laugh. We've had our meal, and the serious matters have been discussed. Zaya Wangson and I will take our leave now? Grandma, my sincerity towards your granddaughter is as clear as the sun and the moon. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it now. You'll see gradually in the future. Marvin finished speaking and looked at Gabby. Right, wife? Gabby's face turned slightly red, her heart overflowing with happiness. Regarding that thing you mentioned to Grandma, Dermot continued. Although Dan has testified, that doesn't have legal effect. But we are family, he smiled. If you want that project, just ask. The condition is to fulfill my mother-in-law and the elderly man's agreement first. Because before that, my wife would always be uneasy, and when she's not in a good mood, I can't focus on other things either. Thus, I can't handle other matters properly. Dermot swept his gaze over the faces of the Beckham family members, a half-smile on his face. When facing Gabby, the Beckham family had always been in control. Now, for the old man's protection back then, how could that little bitch be alive today? Not only does she not know gratitude, but she also opposes us everywhere. The old man never imagined that his temporary benevolence would lead to such ambitions from that little bitch. The Beckham family shouted indignantly as if they were the victims. Old Lady Beckham's face was stern, her usual kindness and gentleness nowhere to be seen on her old face. Everyone stop making noise, she scolded loudly. It's not like this at all. Once she spoke, everyone fell silent. The Janey turned her head, looking at her eldest son, Chinchung. Contact Dan as soon as possible. Try to make him switch sides. You want to buy off Dan? Ambrose Cedric frowned. Mom, isn't that a bit difficult? Marvin came all the way back from abroad, surely receiving plenty of money from that little bastard. The price the Beckham family can offer, she can offer as well. Can you only think of bribery? The Janey glared at him, eyes cold. Ambrose Cedric was speechless. After some thought, he cautiously asked, Mom, shouldn't we consider Dermot's proposal? What? The Janey laughed in anger. Are you serious? To actually believe that boy? His words sound good, but they lack substance. Everything he says is ambiguous. Ambrose Cedric remained silent for a while, then said bravely, But you saw. Fremont came and went according to his command. Marvin might have influence in the Gaelg family, maybe? What do you mean by maybe? The Janey looked disappointed. Use your brain. That boy obviously wants to lure us with profit. Marvin uses the project as bait, luring us into a trap. Think carefully. He never promised definitively that he would help us get the project. Ambrose Cedric froze. Indeed, he hadn't. Can't we agree beforehand? Marvin bent down, asking cautiously. The Janey sneered. Oral agreement? She countered. Is that useful? Ambrose Cedric was again speechless. Let alone an oral agreement. Even if a contract was signed, there would be other interpretations. After all, they were still working on this. Don't ask such foolish questions anymore, the Janey snapped. Do as I told you immediately. Don't forget, even if we accept that Gaelg boy's proposal, the Beckham family can't currently deliver the complete inheritance. The Janey's gaze swept over everyone present. These years you have been spending recklessly. Half of that bitch's money has been spent. How will you fill this hole? Do you expect to transfer money from our own group's account? The Janey's gaze was very dark. The younger generations of the Beckham family lowered their heads, ashamed. Old Lady Beckham looked at the disappointing young ones, feeling exhausted. Forget it. Dismiss yourselves. Everyone hurriedly left. When they all left, the Janey sighed. The usually spirited, elderly person appeared frail when alone. She stared blankly at the ground, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Old Lady Beckham indeed had a keen eye. She guessed Dermot's thoughts thoroughly. However, she overlooked one point. The words Dermot left for the Beckham family were not just meant for her ears. As soon as Ambrose Cedric stepped out the door to handle the matters the Janey instructed, he received a call from Fremont. Director Gaelg? Ambrose Cedric was puzzled after receiving Fremont's call. You need something from me? They hadn't interacted much before. On the phone, Fremont sounded cheerful. Yes, it was the eldest master's order. Doesn't the Beckham family want to bid for the Xiqing district project? Ambrose Cedric felt dazed. That guy really mentioned it to Fremont? Mr. Beckham, are you free today? Fremont asked. Come over for a chat? Marvin airing this. Ambrose Cedric perked up. Luckily, I happen to be free, he hurriedly replied. Director Gaelg, what's your address? I'll send it to you right away, Mr. Beckham. Please come over soon. Fremont's attitude seemed very warm. The call ended. Ambrose Cedric was visibly pleased. Marvin turned around, wanting to share the good news with the Janey. But then as the conversation opened up, Ambrose Cedric listened carefully, becoming more and more captivated. If they could secure this major project, the Beckham family would be set for several generations. Fremont's eloquent rambling greatly piqued Ambrose Cedric's desire. Carefully observing his expression, Fremont abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, there's one more thing. The eldest master also instructed. The Beckham family can get this project, but there's a condition. Marvinra, he paused, slowly lifting a cup of tea. Taking a small sip, he closed his eyes in blissful contentment. Unlike his calm demeanor, Ambrose Cedric was anxiously staring at him. Fremont leisurely placed the teacup down and continued from where he left off. The condition is that the agreement concerning the young madam of the Geld family must be fulfilled first. Chapter 229. We are already an old couple. Time flew by, and it was already the weekend. Dermot had previously agreed with Gabby to make a trip to Buckshow City over the weekend. They booked a flight for 9:30 a.m. and landed in another city close to noon. Although they were only going out for 2 days, Gabby still brought a large suitcase. After all, she was a girl. Miscellaneous small items and various bottles of toiletries were indispensable. Before setting out, Gabby had booked a hotel. When the taxi stopped in front of the hotel, Dermot couldn't help but laugh. I guessed it would be here. The impressive building outside the window was indeed the same hotel where the two had met for their blind date. Since they weren't short on money, they booked a suite, which came with a living room and 2 bedrooms. And both bedrooms had separate bathrooms. Which room are you staying in, dear? Dermot asked as he carried her suitcase. Gabby thought for a moment and pointed to one of the rooms. Let's put the luggage there. Dermot happily replied, okay. After putting her suitcase in the room, when he came out, Gabby was already sitting on the sofa resting. She was very busy every working day. Therefore, she always slept in on weekends. Because they had booked an early morning flight, she had woken up very early. Although the 2 cities weren't far apart, the journey was still quite tiring. Dermot sat down beside her without making a sound, and Gabby turned to look at him. At that moment their eyes met, and she saw the burning light in his eyes. She blushed instantly. The last time they stayed together was during their trip to Xiangxi ancient town. But back then, they hadn't established a relationship yet, so he had been perfectly behaved throughout. But now, Marvin wasn't behaving properly at all. Marvin kept moving closer to her. Why are you looking at me like that? Dermot laughed. Are you worried I might eat you? Gabby's delicate nose twitched slightly. Humph. Now whenever you get close to me, you're up to no good. Before she could finish speaking, Dermot leaned forward. Before she could react, their lips had already met. However, this wasn't a long kiss. It ended quickly after just a gentle touch. How can being affectionate with my own wife be considered having bad intentions? Dermot said confidently. You. Gabby's face turned red as she scolded. You just love taking advantage of me. Dermot shamelessly moved closer and smiled. We're already an old couple. Why talk about taking advantage? Who's an old couple with you? Gabby was speechless. It hasn't even been a month yet. A month isn't short. Dermot twisted his body and lay down facing her. His head rested directly on her legs. Marvin looked up at Gabby and smiled. Even though it hasn't been long, it feels like a lot has happened. Gabby was stunned for a moment. Thinking carefully, it was true. In less than a month, they had gone from strangers to a married couple. Recalling how things had changed, one couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of life. The last time she stayed in this hotel, she was alone, never imagining how things would change. Dermot adjusted his lying posture. His gaze never left Gabby's black pearl-like eyes. Resting his head on her leg didn't seem to upset her much. These past few days, he had been cautiously testing her subconscious boundaries. Ordinary hugging and kissing. She wouldn't resist. But more intimate actions were off limits. Even if she was fully awake, she couldn't accept them yet. This indicated that her psychological defenses were still strong. For now, he had no better idea and could only take things step by step. After lying on Gabby's long, shapely legs for a while, Dermot sat up. Are you tired, dear? Do you want me to give you a massage? Can you do massages? Gabby raised her eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Dermot nodded proudly. I learned from an old master in the past. Speaking of which, one couldn't help mentioning Allison. This woman was pampered and prone to various ailments. Because she suffered from headaches, Dermot visited a famous doctor especially to prepare appropriate calming teas for her. Because walking a few steps would leave her achy all over. Dermot paid for lessons from an old master to learn massage techniques for relieving fatigue. Though their relationship didn't yield much else, he did pick up a lot of skills. Why did you learn that? Gabby seemed exasperated. Having multiple skills is never a bad thing. At least I don't have to worry about finding a job. Dermot's explanation made Gabby laugh. Come, sit up straight. Without waiting for her response, Dermot started massaging her back. Gabby complied obediently, sitting very straight. As a result, her ample bosom appeared even more magnificent. Dermot felt his heart race momentarily, then quickly shifted his gaze. Marvin got up and moved behind the sofa, placing his hands gently on Gabby's shoulders. The strength in the man's fingers was just right. After a short while of massage, Gabby felt her body tingling with an indescribable sensation. But all in all, it felt very comfortable. She instantly felt extremely happy. Where could she find such a wonderful husband? Marvin could protect her and shield her from the wind and rain outside. At home, he could take good care of her, even giving her a massage when she was tired. A moment later, she suddenly grabbed Dermot's hand. What's wrong? Dermot asked curiously. Then he noticed that the small hand gripping his was using force. Gabby's strength definitely couldn't match his. But Dermot didn't resist at all, allowing her to pull him. As Gabby turned her delicate body to face him, she approached him on her own and kissed his cheek, then rubbed her tender face against his. Thank you, husband. Gabby whispered softly into Dermot's ear. Marvin, her voice was already incredibly melodious. Now it carried a hint of emotion, making it even more captivating. The soft words by her ear made Dermot's heart flutter. Marvin could hardly control the emotions welling up inside him. Reaching out, he grabbed her wrist. With his other free hand, he encircled her slim waist, gently pulling her closer. The warm, soft body pressed entirely against his chest. After holding her quietly for a while, Dermot slowly moved his hands upward, cupping her face. Gabby's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Seeing him draw closer, she quickly closed her eyes. When their lips touched, a spark named love bloomed between them. Perhaps too caught up in the moment, they found themselves rolling onto the sofa without realizing it. Climbing over the sofa was no challenge for Dermot. As he did so, he pinned her down. Dermot kept his hands on her face, while hers clung tightly to his back. Their breathing became heavy, and their breaths grew warm. After a long while, Dermot supported himself on the sofa, slightly lifting his body. Gabby's beautiful eyes were filled with passion, watery, and mesmerizing. It seemed like she had lost herself in the moment. Just as Dermot was about to intensify things, his hand began to move down her face. But in the next second, he was flipped off. A startled cry followed from Gabby. "You're shameless, trying to touch me again?" Chapter 230. I promise you. Dermot was numb. Despite the intense emotional buildup, she remained alert. Since his body was suspended above the sofa with nowhere to exert force, he was forcefully pushed away by Gabby. With a slap, he fell to the ground. The living room sofa was surrounded by carpets, so the fall didn't hurt much. But Dermot lay on his back motionless for a long time, staring blankly at the ceiling. Gabby sat up with a flushed face while buttoning her collar. Kissing had already gotten out of hand, and he was even touching her inappropriately. Seeing Dermot lying still on the ground, she felt both embarrassed and concerned. "Are you okay?" There was no response from the man. Gabby began to panic. She hurriedly got up, squatted beside Dermot, and waved her small hand in front of his eyes. Only then did Dermot faintly say, "I'm fine." Gabby felt very apologetic. Previous times were unintentional, but this time was deliberate. "Sorry, husband." She had a pitiful look on her face. How do I say this? It really scared me when that happens." The cool female CEO in the eyes of others now looked like a helpless child. "Why are you scared?" Dermot turned his face expressionlessly. "Because." Gabby seemed lost in memories, her beautiful face showing great struggle. That incident. It was hard to put into words. She hesitated for a long time. So long that even Dermot couldn't bear to keep pressing her before she finally spoke. "When I was little, Uncle would always, with Auntie." Uncle's home was small. So small that when the couple was really unwell, her boss let her off early. Returning home, she witnessed something that nearly made her tear apart. The naked Ellie dragging her daughter out of the wardrobe. Marvin, her daughter, was crying loudly. Ellie wore a smug smile. Governstein rushed forward and snatched her daughter away, moving out that night. That night, mother and daughter stayed in a small but clean motel. The 7-year-old daughter slept soundly in her mother's arms, while her tears soaked the pillow. Governstein was not only heartbroken but also terrified. The second time, she took her daughter for a checkup, relieved to learn she was unharmed. Perhaps because her daughter was young at the time, and Ellie had a woman with him. Therefore, Marvin temporarily refrained from laying his dirty hands on the little girl. Dermot's inner anger was getting hard to suppress. All he wanted now was to find Ellie and break all 3 of his legs. Letting him go last time might have been the biggest regret of Dermot's life. From then on, I started avoiding contact with the opposite sex. They made me feel disgusted and scared. But what really decided everything was later on. I've said enough for today. Unable to bear listening any further, Dermot embraced her fragile body. Marvin could feel the trembling from deep within making Gabby shake uncontrollably. A flash of pity crossed Dermot's eyes. Recalling these things must be extremely painful for her, right? Marvin really wanted to know what happened later, but Gabby's current state made it unbearable for him to ask. Recalling more would be re-traumatizing her. "That beast doesn't represent all men," Dermot whispered gently. "What about your father-in-law? Isn't he a man too?" "I believe if he knew what that beast did." Mom didn't tell him. Embraced in his arms, Gabby felt much better emotionally. "She told me. If Dad found out, he would definitely kill Uncle. Not to mention my father-in-law. I want to kill that beast myself," Dermot said coldly. Gabby raised her head and said solemnly, "It's all in the past. Killing him won't change anything." Mom didn't want Dad to ruin himself over someone like him, so she kept it hidden. "You're the same. I don't want you to ruin your life because of someone like him." She looked at Dermot tenderly. Under her gentle gaze, some of the anger inside Dermot dissipated. "I promise you, I won't let someone like him ruin me." This statement was quite delicate. Dermot said this so that Gabby wouldn't worry. Ellie is just a beast, not even human. Once back in Jinghai, he had to settle accounts with this beast, Dermot decided firmly. "Besides my dad, you're the most special," Gabby continued. "When I'm with you, I'm not afraid at all. My dad took a long time to help me overcome my fear. You're a little more special than my dad. When I met you, there was no rejection reaction." Gabby gazed into the man's eyes. Dermot smiled and said, "Maybe it's fate?" Whether it was fate or not, he wasn't sure, but it must be related to when they were young. Gabby just couldn't remember things from her childhood. But deep down in her memory, those moments were still there. Apart from that day, they faced a pack of stray dogs together. Many interesting things happened between them. Dermot speculated. She probably didn't have many friends as a child. Kids around her age who got along well would definitely leave a deep impression on her heart. Maybe because of this, she didn't have any rejection reaction toward him. Dermot remembered reading a passage in a book. The human body has memory. People often say that childhood traumas take a lifetime to heal. The harm done in childhood is a feeling that creates a bodily memory. Just like Gabby, seeing Ellie again made her naturally feel afraid. Dermot recalled how, during the days they spent together, her shy smile gradually bloomed day by day. That was also a feeling, creating a memory of herself. Chapter 231, Taking Responsibility for Marvin or Beauty. After resting at the hotel for over an hour, the two of them set out. "This is where you lived as a child?" Gabby curiously looked around. Their first stop after leaving the hotel with such living conditions. Marvin, her childhood living environment, wasn't much better than this. In fact, it was even worse. After navigating through several alleys, they arrived at an old building that looked quite desolate. An iron gate kept them outside. Dermot looked up and glanced around, frowning slightly. "What's wrong?" Seeing his expression change, Gabby asked anxiously, "Who changed the lock on my house?" Dermot stepped forward and lifted the shiny new lock on the iron gate. Gabby was stunned for a moment. "Do you have any paper clips or something?" Dermot turned to ask, "Why do you need that?" "Not quite sure." Gabby rummaged through her bag. Then she exclaimed in surprise and laughed. "There seems to be half a box of unused paper clips. She often brought work home, so these little gadgets were handy for organizing documents, and she always carried some." Taking the paper clips from her, Dermot smiled at her. "Let me show you something fun." Gabby looked puzzled. What was he planning? Did he intend to pick the lock with this? The next moment, she realized her guess was right. Dermot straightened and folded the paper clip, bending its end into a slightly upward shape. Then, Marvin inserted it into the keyhole. No one knew exactly how he did it. Fiddling for a while, the lock opened. "How did you do that?" Gabby marveled. "Pretty cool, right?" Dermot grinned. "These locks are the easiest to open." "You?" Gabby stared at him in astonishment. "You didn't specifically learn this, did you?" Dermot hesitated. "Well, not really." Not wanting to explain further, he put on a look of mock surprise. "Honey, you're so smart." Gabby laughed. "Another skill to add to your repertoire, huh?" "Yeah." Dermot chuckled, removed the lock from the iron gate, and pushed it open. Inside was a small courtyard. The cement in the courtyard was uneven, with moss growing in lower-lying areas due to water accumulation. Dermot's maternal grandfather was a local resident. The land on which the house stood belonged to their family. The house was built by him with his own money, but after it was completed, he hardly lived in it. Dermot sighed slightly. Granville suffered hardships for most of his life and never got to enjoy many good days, even near the end. Whenever he thought about it, Dermot felt he owed his grandfather deeply. This time coming back, it wasn't just to gather information. There was another matter. Bringing Gabby to visit his grandfather, Dermot wanted to tell his grandfather that now, he had found a wife who truly suited him. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a wonderful personality. If Granville could see her, he would surely like her too. "Can you wait outside for a moment?" Dermot took out the key, opened the door, and glanced inside before turning back. "It hasn't been cleaned in a long time. It's full of dust. I'll sweep up a bit and at least clear out a place where we can sit." "Can I help?" Gabby suggested. "You'll tire yourself out working alone. Let me help you." Dermot smiled. Marvin motioned for Gabby to stay put and entered the house first. Moments later, he brought out a chair he had just wiped clean and said, "There's too much dust inside. Besides, today is your first time entering this house. Do housework on your first visit? If my grandpa knew, he would scold me even in his dreams." Without waiting for a response, Dermot pressed Gabby into the chair. "Be good and listen," he smiled. "Your husband will take care of it, and all you have to do is look as beautiful as a flower." Dermot insisted that she not go inside. Gabby had no choice but to sit in the courtyard helplessly, watching the man hustle about. A scene like this was something she had never even imagined. She quietly gazed at the door, her lips curving upward each time he appeared. Right then, a head peeked out from the iron gate, looking around the courtyard. When this middle-aged woman saw Gabby, she obviously paused in surprise. After sneaking a few glances, she quickly withdrew, reappearing moments later with two young men. "Marvini Beauty, what are you doing here?" One of the young men greeted her with an easy smile. Gabby turned back. Even though her mother had mentioned before that the stranger was stunningly beautiful, both young men were still stunned when they saw her face. "That rascal Dermot sure has great luck." The two young men exchanged glances, envious. "You." Gabby instinctively wanted to avoid them, but thought they might be acquaintances of Dermot's. "We live next door," one of them said. "You're Dermot's wife, Miss Beckham, right?" Gabby froze. "You know me? How could we not? You two were always trending recently," the young man chuckled. "No wonder a magpie was singing on the branch this morning," the middle-aged woman added with a broad smile. She approached Gabby and took her hand warmly, grinning. "Oh my, you're even more beautiful than in videos." Gabby managed a forced smile. She wasn't sure how to handle the stranger's enthusiasm. "Honey, we have guests," she called out quickly. "Who's there?" Dermot appeared, his expression slightly startled upon seeing the visitors. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, but his smile seemed somewhat teasing. "It's you guys?" The middle-aged woman and the two young men felt uneasy under his half-smiling gaze. "This kid, why does he look so sinister when he smiles?" Chapter 232. The richer, the more stingy. Not all neighbors are kind. The three visitors were a mother and her two sons. To be precise, they weren't immediate neighbors. They lived 2 houses away. The smiling woman was named Kara. Marvin, her 2 sons were Ajay and Abdullahi respectively. It was the elder son who greeted them first. He had apparently been married a few years ago but didn't stay that way for long. "Sorry, I'm in the middle of cleaning," Dermot said with a smile. "No place to accommodate you." His intention to shoo them off was quite obvious. They understood but pretended not to, remaining standing. "We've been neighbors for over 10 years. No need for special accommodation." Kara smiled at Gabby and remarked, "Dermot, you have such good luck. You got yourself a good wife. She's not only beautiful but also very rich, right?" "Where did you hear that?" Dermot glanced at her sideways, a faint smile playing on his lips. "From online," her elder son Ajay replied. "Didn't you date someone named In? You sure have a knack for it. Always chasing after stars or heiresses." Both brothers looked admiring. Dermot chuckled but didn't respond. "Feng Shui, what brings you here?" Kara glanced around the doorway. "Just here to take care of some business and check up on the house," Dermot answered perfunctorily. When he was young, living here with his mother, most of the neighbors were friendly. But Kara and her family never appeared on that list. Kara was notorious for gossiping and stirring trouble, making her a difficult and aggressive neighbor. Marilyn always kept her distance from this woman. Dermot remembered how Kara had spread rumors about Marilyn, accusing her of using underhanded means to marry into wealth, leading to her eventual disgraceful departure. I still need to clean, Dermot said again, trying to usher them away. I can't host you today. Marvin stood in front of Gabby, staring intently at the visitors. The mother and sons exchanged glances, then decided Kara should take the lead. Dermot. She smiled. You won't be staying long this time, right? Dermot was growing impatient, his tone hardening. Just for 2 days. So what? Only 2 days? A glint of joy flickered in Kara's eyes. So, you'll still live in Shanghai, right? Without waiting for Dermot's reply. You must have a house over there, given how wealthy your wife is. So, you won't come back often, right? Look, she pulled her younger son Abdullahi forward, smiling. Our Abdullahi is getting married at year-end. The bride's family wants a car and a house. A car is manageable, but as for the house, you know how expensive housing is now? She laughed. So, I was thinking, this self-built house is a house too. Kara observed Dermot's expression closely while speaking. Dermot showed clear impatience. As you know, our space is small. AJ's wedding took half already. Now Abdullahi is getting married. What do you actually want? Dermot frowned, uninterested in their family affairs. Kara's eyes darted, smiling. What I mean is, this house of yours. It's just sitting empty, since you won't live here anymore anyway. Oh, so you want to buy it, right? Dermot realized, chuckling coldly. These were the people who had put a lock on the door, right? Buy. Kara paused, then nodded. Yes, we were thinking of buying. I know. You might find the price for selling the house insignificant, but even blood brothers settle accounts clearly, right? Kara insisted. You must accept this money. Dermot was speechless. This Janie hadn't changed a bit. Everything she said hinted at wanting to gain an advantage. Before he could reply, Gabby stepped forward. You should find another solution. We're not selling. The house, though run down, held irreplaceable childhood memories for him, left by his grandfather. How could they sell it? Marvin airing this, Kara became visibly agitated. Miss Beckham, since you won't live here anyway, do a good deed for the neighbors? Why here specifically? Gabby frowned. On my way here, I passed by many empty houses. Weren't they available for you to choose from? Well, Kara was taken aback, not expecting refusal from this woman. Also, who'd turn? Therefore, she had her eyes on his family's plot of land. Initially, she planned to bulldoze it first and rebuild, dealing with the aftermath later. But unexpectedly, this kid suddenly came back. If the woman won't sell, what can we do? Kara muttered darkly. This Dermot is just as useless as ever. On such important matters, he lets his wife decide. Xiang, don't you know Barton from our district? She turned around. Think of a way to get him involved. Ajay paused. Ask him to step in? Marvin hesitated. Mom, that woman isn't someone simple. CEO of a company, and a rich heiress. Barton might not want to offend her? How dense are you? Kara snapped. No matter how sophisticated she is, she's still an outsider. Even a powerful dragon won't overpower the local snake. A yellow-haired girl, what splash can she make? She argued forcefully. Chapter 233, occasionally coming back. Dermot's house had a large plot of land. Moreover, there was not much blocking the surroundings, making for a great environment. As for the nearby old houses that were vacant, most of them were either dilapidated from disrepair or overgrown with weeds and occupied little space. The most critical point, rumor had it that this area would be developed in a few years. By then, it would certainly be demolished. Kara's calculations were spot on. She hoped to buy Dermot's house at the lowest possible price to solve her son's marital housing issue. The city development reaching this area might still take several more years. Then, living here for a few years, if the development really came through, they could get 2 demolition compensations. Wouldn't they become rich by then? Under his mother's urging, Ajay immediately set off to invite Patrick. Kara stood on the road, glancing toward the direction of Dermot's house, then spat on the ground. Bitch, we'll see how arrogant you are then. At this time, Dermot and Gabby had no idea they had been targeted by someone. After hurriedly tidying up the living room, Dermot was already covered in dust. Although he hadn't lived there for many years, he had paid the water and electricity bills so they were never cut off. While the man went into the bathroom to rinse off, Gabby wandered around the living room alone. There wasn't much furniture in the living room. An old television cabinet held an outdated TV. Gabby tried turning it on, only to be met with a screen full of snowflakes. Do you want to watch TV? After rinsing off the dust, Dermot emerged. Never bought a set-top box, can only watch VCDs. Marvin squatted down and felt under the TV cabinet. After a moment, he took out a disc-playing machine. Had you seen this before? Dermot turned back, smiling. Got it from a supermarket event lottery. I was thrilled when I first brought it home. Watched the same disc over and over again. While mumbling, he didn't forget to keep searching. Soon, Marvin found a box. Opening it revealed various kinds of discs inside. When Gabby leaned closer, she discovered that they were mostly popular animated shows from her childhood. Their ages being similar, their childhoods were quite alike. It's a pity we can't play them, Dermot said regretfully. Bootleg discs like these don't last longer than a couple of years. It looked like Marvin had tried playing them before. Gabby raised her eyes. Dermot was staring at the box of discs, filled with nostalgia for the past. After a long while, he sighed lightly and carefully put the box away. Gabby understood the significance of everything here to him. She quietly stayed by Dermot's side, trying to feel the same feelings as he did. Can we come back and stay here occasionally in the future? Gabby gazed softly at the man. Dermot turned and smiled, asking, living here isn't very convenient. The neighbor's TV noise is very loud, and every morning is quite noisy. Frequently, tricycles collecting scrap will pass by, blaring their horns. Sometimes, neighbors chat loudly and stare at you as you walk by. Gabby listened to the man describe them there. Marvinlo, Carly. Marianne and her husband approached with smiling faces. Uncle, Aunt. Gabby was still somewhat shy seeing these two people. After all, In Dermot's words, they were like family to him. She felt a bit shy and nervous, as if she were accompanying her husband to meet his family for the first time. Actually, I wanted to meet you when we were in Jinghai last time, but you seemed quite busy back then? Today, Marianne smiled. The wish to meet you has finally come true. Don't stand outside. Marvin, her husband, Jared, patted her shoulder. Come on, let's go inside. The restaurant he booked was an old established one in Buxho, renowned for its excellent reputation. As soon as the group entered, they were immediately led to a private room by a welcoming staff member. Carly, don't be so formal with us, Marianne said with a constant smile on her face. Seeing Gabby, she had her own reflections. This girl doesn't look much like her mother except for the striking resemblance in the eyes. Xiao Rui told you, right? She paused and continued, I'm like a sister to Xiao Rui's mother. I've practically watched him grow up. Xiao Rui grew up with our son Yi, so to speak. He's no different from my own son. So, she chuckled and reached into her bag, pulling out a few exquisite little boxes. I specially prepared this gift for you. Marianne placed the box on the table and pushed it over. Gabby froze, her expression revealing some awkwardness. Mildred, you're too kind. Marianne waved her hand dismissively. What did I just say? You don't need to be so formal with us. Dermot laughed beside her. Mildred is being sincere. You should accept it. Marvin had anticipated that Marianne would prepare a welcome gift, given how the couple treated him like their own son. They certainly wouldn't neglect his wife. Marianne smiled. Usually, the in-laws prepare 3 golds for their future daughter-in-law as a way to express their love for her. Xiao Rui's mom isn't here, so I'll do it for her, she urged. Open it, and see if you like it. Gabby was taken aback. Is this really necessary? Under the smiles of Marianne and others, she opened the box. Beautiful pure gold jewelry lay silently on red velvet. Xiao Rui, what are you standing there for? Marianne prompted. Haven't you helped your wife put them on yet? The couple beamed at the young couple with affectionate smiles. Chapter 234, Accidents and Coincidences. The warmth that Marianne brought made Gabby feel cozy in her heart. Although it was their first meeting, she could feel the sense of being valued by someone. For a long time, she had only felt this way with Fiona. However, there was a difference between them. Fiona had been an elder who had always accompanied her. This aunt in front of her was a stranger they had just met for the first time. Marianne hadn't yet revealed that they had known each other before, but she didn't remember. Do you have any plans? Marianne suddenly asked, which left the young couple somewhat confused. Plan for what? Dermot asked. Your wedding, Marianne smiled. You two just got married in law, right? The young couple exchanged glances. They hadn't even thought about this until now. Marianne looked at them curiously. Never thought about it? Before they could respond, she continued with a smile. I see. Both of you are inexperienced, and no elders to give you advice. Dermot's father is also a rough person, so he might not have thought of this. How about this? Marianne suggested smilingly. Let me be your advisor. I'll help you choose a good day when I get home tonight. Dermot's head buzzed. Mildred, this can wait. Not in a hurry. Marianne frowned slightly, softly reprimanding him. You may not be in a rush, but what about Carly? Do you want her to bring this up as a girl? No, not like that. Dermot sweated, looking at Gabby helplessly. Gabby's face turned red, and she lowered her head, lost in thought. You two got legally married, but haven't received everyone's witness yet. A wedding is a very important life ritual. The emotions and meanings contained in it will only be felt when you make vows on stage. She moved closer to Gabby and gently held her hand. Carly, Xiao Rui has grown up under my watchful eye. Sometimes he might be a bit careless. Don't take it personally. Auntie promises you, he's a great boy. She rambled on. Neither of their mothers were present, so she took on this role herself. Marianne said a lot, all filled with blessings for the two. Finally, she concluded, no encounter in life is accidental or coincidental. Some people glimpse others briefly before disappearing into the crowd, and some meet as if destined, and life shines brighter because of it. Some encounters are brief and intense, like shooting stars in the sky. Some encounters, however, are long-lasting and profound. Marianne glanced at Dermot while speaking. An encounter does not necessarily mean eternity. Life is full of various accidents and coincidences, just like some people might walk with you for a while, and then gradually drift away. Dermot froze. Marvin sensed that Mildred was hinting at something. Seeing him lost in thought, Marianne turned her gaze back to Gabby with a smile. So, you two must cherish this. Take care of this encounter. Gabby replied softly. The sincerity in Mildred's words was genuine. It was the most sincere blessing for the two. She raised her eyes to look at Dermot's reaction. Dermot was frowning, deepened and nodded with a complex expression. At the moment, besides the two of them, Uncle Zhou and Gabby were also present, so it wasn't appropriate to bring up the matter face to face. Thus, he nonchalantly responded to Mildred's question and planned to find an opportunity to speak later. Alright, let's order quickly. Jarrett laughed. You love nagging. Marianne smiled and stopped talking. Since Dermot and Gabby were guests, the couple naturally ordered dishes according to their tastes. Soon, they handed over the menu. The signature dishes here are fantastic, unavailable in other cities, Marianne said with a smile. The atmosphere during the meal was very warm. Gabby learned through introductions that Mildred was a very ambitious art worker, a painter who frequently held exhibitions nationwide or abroad and had quite a reputation. Beyond that, she was also a successful female entrepreneur, achieving success both in her career and hobbies. Gabby felt a bit admiring. Seeing the girl's eyes filled with admiration, Marianne sighed softly. If this girl's mother hadn't encountered those troubles, her accomplishments wouldn't be lower than anyone else's. Just as they were chatting, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Then, a portly man walked in. Boss Jean? Jarrett froze, quickly standing up. What brings you here? The visitor was a well-known wealthy man in the city. The Zhou family had business dealings with this man, and they had a deep relationship. Boss Zhou, you come to my place to eat without giving me a heads up? Boss Jean said with a broad smile. Jarrett stepped forward to shake hands with him, laughing. Because I knew you were such a busy person. After some mutual praise typical in business settings, Boss Jean finally turned to the Zhou couple and smiled. Actually, I didn't come for you too. The couple froze. Then they saw Boss Jean turning towards Gabby. I came for President Beckham. Gabby smiled slightly, rising to greet. President Jean, what a coincidence. Isn't it? Boss Jin's laughter was particularly hearty. Unaware of President Beckham's arrival, I've been negligent. Both the Zhou couple and Dermot were taken aback. President Jean, you know her? Marian asked, looking surprised. More than just knowing. Boss Jean replied with a smile. Without President Beckham's investment back then, I would have gone bankrupt long ago. President Beckham is my savior. Chapter 235. Not just anyone. 2 years ago, Lawson's career was at a low point. Due to a mistake in decision-making, he was on the brink of bankruptcy. At that time, he urgently needed a large sum of money to break through his predicament. However, he was already heavily indebted, owing not only to banks but also to some friends. Thus, no matter how hard he begged and pleaded from multiple sources, he couldn't secure any investment. Cough. Doing the service industry means we have to be thorough, Lawson said. Local or visitors? Guests who are somewhat special would be introduced beforehand. Was I recognized as soon as I entered? Gabby chuckled. Of course. Lawson nodded. President Beckham, you're my benefactor, top priority. Upon hearing she had arrived, Lawson hurried over immediately. Boss Jean, you really went out of your way. Gabby smiled lightly. Actually, you didn't have to. I must. Lawson quickly responded. If it weren't for President Beckham back then, I would have been finished. Marvin expressed endless gratitude to Gabby. Such situations seemed to have occurred many times before, so Gabby felt a bit helpless. After thanking her, Lawson turned to look at the man standing behind Gabby. Are you Mr. Gaelg? Marvin hurriedly extended his hand. Marvinlo, hello. Nice to meet you. Dermot also extended his hand, smiling. Nice to meet you too. Since you're here. Jarrett smiled. Why don't you join us, Boss Jean? Not disturbing, right? Lawson asked. Carly, what do you think? Marianne looked at Gabby. Why not? Gabby smiled slightly, agreeing happily. Then I won't hold back? Lawson beamed with joy and sat down with everyone else. They were all familiar with each other. The atmosphere quickly became lively. President Beckham, last week, my cousin went to Jinghai for cooperation. Did he cause you any trouble? Your cousin? Gabby recalled and said in surprise. Is it the one named Rusty? Marvin's your cousin? Yes, my younger cousin. Lawson smiled. Marvin's in his 30s and still doesn't make anyone feel at ease. My aunt forced him into my hands, wanting me to guide him back on the right path. Sending him over last week was also a test. How was it? Did he cause any trouble? Gabby laughed. That guy indeed didn't seem very reliable, but he was still within acceptable limits. I heard from my secretary. She smiled and replied, Minister Sujin just loves to play. Other than that, he's fine. That's good. Lawson sighed with relief. You might not know, but Boss Zhou and Miss Song, they know my cousin well and understand what kind of person he is. Boss Jean certainly went through a lot to set him on the right path. Jarrett found it amusing. The Jean's background isn't exactly clean. In his youth, Lawson wasn't a good person either. But after getting married, he seemed like a changed man, completely giving up his old ways and going legit. His cousin Rusty isn't much of a good character either. Apparently, he still has a fearsome reputation. It naturally wouldn't be appropriate to mention such things in front of Lawson, so they brushed it off with a laugh. Soon, dishes began to be served. Mr. Gaelg back to the hotel? Lawson beckoned to his driver. They don't need to come back these 2 days. Just wait near the hotel and be responsible for ferrying our distinguished guests. Boss Jean, this won't be troublesome? Dermot hurriedly said. What's troublesome about it? Lawson waved his hand. Traveling without a car is inconvenient. The Zhou couple exchanged glances and both laughed. In fact, they had arranged a driver as well, but hadn't had the chance to mention it when Lawson took the initiative. Since that was the case, they didn't worry anymore. As they escorted Dermot and Gabby to the car, not far behind, 2 pairs of eyes, filled with complex emotions, stared intently at them. The owners of the eyes were an elderly person and a young one. The older of the two turned to the young woman beside her, who wore a mask. Is that Dermot, that good-for-nothing? The young woman responded lowly, her beautiful eyes fixed ahead. Seeing the woman Dermot was holding, she felt a wave of jealousy. That beast. Marvin caused us such misery, and he has the nerve to chase us here to Bukzhou? The middle-aged woman beside the young girl clenched her teeth. She glared at Dermot with hatred, her malice evident. Nubia, why don't you contact that person from last time? Marvin said he wanted your help. To deal with that good-for-nothing surnamed Gaelg? Admiration for the senior. After experiencing these events, everything crumbled easily. Now, Allison felt indifferent towards Jason. Marvin was a man without any sense of responsibility, always fleeing when problems arose. Giving up Dermot for such a man was the stupidest thing she had ever done. None other. Recalling the past bits and pieces, Allison remembered how Dermot had cherished her, how his eyes filled with love whenever he looked at her. Every moment tore at Allison's heart, causing her immense pain. Such a good man, one who loved her with all his heart and soul. She had lost him with her own hands. She could see. The love that once surrounded her had completely shifted to another woman. Allison envied and was jealous of Gabby. She had won the best man in the world. The car was already far away. Allison still gazed longingly in the direction it had left. Lucinda, did you hear me talking? Alexandria frowned, tugging at her clothes. What? Allison snapped out of her daze. Contact that person from last time? Alexandria said. The one who saved me. Allison furrowed her brow. The person mentioned by Alexandria was very mysterious. Despite having spoken to him several times on the phone, Allison did not know his identity. Currently, the only thing known was that this person had immense power and could easily accomplish what others couldn't. Recently, In's mother had been arrested for defamation. Allison and her father tried every possible means to no avail. What seemed like an insurmountable problem for them took just one word from this person. The next day after Allison agreed to his request, Alexandria returned home unharmed. Why do we need to contact him again? Allison's expression showed reluctance. Lucinda, what's wrong with you? Alexandria frowned. Didn't you promise that big figure last time? To help him against Dermot? You regret it so soon? Allison felt confused, muttering quietly, isn't it because I wanted to save you? Besides, I didn't know he had such great power, resolving everything with just one sentence. The request made by this person was simple, help him and work together against Dermot. At the time, Allison hadn't thought much about it. Wanting desperately to save her mother, she agreed. Now, she regretted giving up on Dermot. Against him, Allison felt extremely unwilling. She and her mother fled back to Bukzhou, hiding at home, all to escape this promise. Allison never expected Dermot would also return to Bukzhou. Allison was now deeply worried. If this person contacted her now and ordered her to act, what should she do? Mom, I know you're mad at Dermot, Allison sighed, but that incident, it's not his fault at all. If anyone is to blame, it's Senior Jason. He caused your arrest. Mom, when will you become reasonable? Marvin, her tone hardened. After what happened last time, are you still so stubborn? Dermot has never wronged me, or the Yin family. Now that we've separated, let's just live our lives apart in peace. Whether or not to contact that important person is my decision. Please don't make decisions for me. She glared at Alexandria, softly chiding. Do you want to go through something like last time again? Alexandria looked embarrassed. She had always regarded Jason as a perfect son-in-law, but this good son-in-law had betrayed her. Not only did he get her detained, but he also incurred her daughter's resentment. Alexandria actually lacked the confidence to speak assertively in front of Allison now, and had to be very careful with her words. Just now, it was because she saw Dermot and let her anger get the better of her that she lost her composure. Allison's stern reminder brought Alexandria back to her senses, however briefly. She stammered, well, I'm just thinking for you, aren't I? That important person did say, as long as you cooperate with him, Marvin can suppress any negative information about you, and also devote resources to promote you. Can you stop using this as an excuse? Could Allison not see what her mother was really thinking? I'm not stupid. All you're thinking about is taking revenge on Dermot. Nothing else. You didn't even consider my feelings during that incident. It was obvious you only cared about yourself. Alexandria was speechless, looking very awkward. Even though she couldn't refute her daughter's words, she still held onto her resentment towards Dermot. That scoundrel. Why wouldn't he stay at the Yin family as a doi shir? Note. This word might be specific to Chinese culture, referring to a son-in-law who moves in with his wife's family, obediently. Not only did the current Allison, but also the present Alexandria have complex feelings towards Dermot. Initially, they underestimated him, but now it turned into jealousy and hatred. The former good-for-nothing who entered the Yin family as a son-in-law transformed into the eldest son of the most prominent family in Jinghai. The significant contrast left Alexandria both furious and regretful. Furious at this bastard for not revealing his true identity from the start. If Dermot's identity had been exposed earlier, the Yin family would have treated him differently. What filled her with regret was that they had thrown away such a big benefactor like trash. Marvin was the eldest son of the Jinghai Gale clan. If Allison hadn't divorced him, the Yin family would have become in-laws with the Gales. These intertwined emotions almost drove Alexandria mad, distorting her thoughts. Now, there was no way to change things. That little brat had already moved on, and the probability of reconciling with her daughter was virtually zero. Since there was no hope for reconciling with a smile, Marvin had just brought his grandfather's coffin back to his hometown not long ago and held a funeral for him. The villagers gathered around upon recognizing him. I've brought my wife to pay respects. Dermot answered everyone's questions with a smile. Marvin opened the car door for Gabby. When she appeared, all the young men stared at her, wide-eyed. This is your wife? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, young man, you're truly blessed. Gabby blushed slightly. With so many people staring at her, she felt somewhat shy. Seeing her hide behind Dermot, an elder shouted, be mindful, don't scare off Nicholas's granddaughter-in-law. Only then did those young men who had rarely seen anything like this retract their gazes. They usually only saw beauties like her on their phones. This was their first time seeing one in real life. It must be said, her looks were extraordinary. None of the internet celebrities they had seen compared to her. Elderly folks, please make way and let the two children pass. An elderly man began to maintain order. Almost all the villagers came out to see what was happening when strangers visited. They surrounded the courtyard of Grandpa's home, so tightly that no one could squeeze through, and some even crowded into the yard. It wasn't because they were overly ruching, enthusiastic. Most of them just wanted to join in the commotion. Seeing this, Dermot could only smile wryly. Excuse me, everyone. We need to leave now. Behind the village was a small hill. Not tall, but picturesque. Grandpa's final resting place was in a cemetery on the halfway point of this hill, where all his fellow villagers and elders lay. Let's go over and take a look together. What can I say about Nicholas's grandson? They have no other relatives left. The entire funeral was handled by the grandson. Perhaps because they had nothing better to do, many villagers joined in the discussion and followed Dermot and Gabby up to the halfway point of the hill. Marvin airing the villagers' conversations, Gabby turned her gaze toward Dermot. She understood the sorrow of losing a loved one. She had experienced it twice before. She very much empathized with Dermot's current silence. Gabby quietly turned her hand in his, interlocking her fingers with his. Dermot turned his face toward her. The tenderness in her eyes slightly eased the sadness in his heart. Dermot smiled lightly and pulled her along through the gates of the cemetery, turning right directly. This cemetery was probably built about 10 years ago. Even before it was constructed, this place had been the preferred site for burials for the village below, due to its size and good feng shui. However, previously there was no planning in erecting tombstones, leading to a chaotic layout. After the cemetery was completed, it became more organized. Grandpa's tomb was newly built and located not far from the entrance. After entering the cemetery, they turned right and soon saw a row of neatly aligned tombstones extending forward. They took a few steps forward. Gabby stopped with Dermot, raising her eyes to see the engraved words on the tombstone and the porcelain photo in the center. The old man in the photo had a kind and amiable smile. Although it was the first time she saw him, it made her feel warmly welcomed. "Grandpa, I've come to visit you." Dermot let go of her hand and knelt down before Grandpa's grave. Gabby hesitated briefly. Then she followed suit and knelt down as well. "I'm doing well now, so you don't have to worry about me." Dermot spoke softly, as if he didn't want to disturb Grandpa's rest. While speaking, he unpacked items he brought with him. Today was neither Qingming Festival nor any other traditional day for ancestral worship. But mourning beloved ones doesn't require a specific holiday. You can come whenever you want. Dermot carefully arranged paper offerings and various offerings neatly in front of Grandpa's grave. Gabby wanted to help but didn't know how. As she hesitated, Dermot suddenly caught her hand. "Grandpa, today I've come to see you." Dermot turned to look at her with a smile. "The most important thing is to introduce someone to you. She's called Gabby." Dermot turned his gaze to fixate on Grandpa's photo. Ultimately, he let Grandpa down, who had always been hoping for a granddaughter-in-law. Dermot didn't want the old man to have regrets in his afterlife, so he was especially earnest when the wind grew stronger, making the fire burn more fiercely. The flames danced happily, sending tendrils of blue smoke spiraling upward. Perhaps due to the wind direction, the rising smoke hovered around the two of them. Dermot couldn't help but crack a joke. "Honey, have you ever heard this phrase?" Gabby turned her head, puzzled. The deceased caressed the brows of the living, bringing peace to half a lifetime. "Look," Marvin pointed at the rising smoke, smiling. "The smoke keeps blowing toward you. This is Grandpa showing signs. He really likes you." "Ah." Gabby froze. Isn't this superstition? How could he believe in such things? She shifted her gaze back to Grandpa's photo. Dermot's interpretation was emotionally charged and lacked practical evidence. But she loved it. Chapter 238. Still a CEO. The two set out from the city early in the morning. They arrived at the village just past 10 in the morning. After paying respects to her grandfather, it was already noon. "Xiao Gailg, would you like to come over for dinner?" An aunt in her 50s invited them. During the funeral of his grandfather, her family had contributed significantly. Dermot has always been generous with his smiles towards those who have helped him. "Would that be all right?" "Oh, it's just a couple more pairs of chopsticks." Darby lived next door to the grandfather. The small mountain village consisted of only 30-odd households. Thus, everyone living here knew each other well. On regular days, whenever one fruits. If not for the limited manpower, Uncle Finley wanted to lease another 10 acres. Uncle Finley mentioned by Darby was her husband. Dermot returned to the village infrequently, staying for only about a week for the funeral. Marvin indeed did not deeply understand the recent changes in the village. Learning that his fellow villagers were now on the path to prosperity made Dermot happy for them. Actually, Darby glanced at the two, smiling. "We invite you for dinner, partly because we want to treat you. Without any relatives left, you two might not have a place to stay when you come back. And also," she smiled mysteriously, continuing, "you two are from the city? Do you know any big bosses?" "Big bosses?" Dermot was puzzled. "Why?" "Well, it's like this," Darby explained. "All the fruits we grow here were originally not a concern for sales, because the teacher who taught us farming already found buyers for us. The villagers only needed to grow, without worrying about anything else. Isn't that perfect?" Dermot grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and chatted with Darby while cracking them open. "Something unexpected happened?" "You got it," Darby sighed. "But now, many villages nearby are growing fruits." Dermot understood what she meant. With supply exceeding demand, market prices were not rising. To sell their produce, people came to visit. "Xiao Gailg, I heard you have ways to find buyers?" "Ask for me too. Uncle's family grows peaches too, both flat peaches and oil peaches." Everyone spoke eagerly, all at once. The courtyard suddenly became bustling with voices. Dermot smiled wryly, never expecting that a casual promise would draw so many people. Marvin couldn't say much at this point and could only try to calm everyone down. "Villagers, please don't be anxious. Contacting buyers isn't difficult. Look, the kids from the city really have some skills." The villagers interrupted him excitedly. Dermot. What he wanted to say was, contacting buyers isn't hard. But whether things will work out depends on mutual agreement. Mainly, there are just too many people and too much produce. If it were just Darby's family, it might be manageable. But the whole village together, it's unlikely someone could take everything. Unfortunately, his words were cut off halfway through. "Everyone, please quiet down." Gabby's clear voice rang out, and the villagers fell silent. They curiously looked at this pretty young wife, eager to hear what she had to say. "Each family has contracted orchards, right?" Gabby asked the crowd. "Yes." The villagers nodded. "Our family has 20 acres of land, growing peaches. This land is very fertile, suitable for peach cultivation." "So?" Gabby thought for a moment, clearly sharing Dermot's concerns. "Too much produce. Buyers may not be able to handle it all. Have any of you considered?" After a brief pause, she lifted her head and asked, "While selling fruit, developing diversified operations like happy families or orchard picking to attract tourists?" "Diversified operations?" The villagers were taken aback. "What does that mean?" "It means not limiting yourselves to one product or one industry," Gabby explained, trying to make it as simple as possible. The villagers weren't fools. They quickly understood. "The girl's idea is to develop our place into a tourist attraction, but our village doesn't have much scenery." Someone questioned, "What can tourists do here?" Their small eyes filled with large doubts. Gabby smiled slightly at the crowd. "Tourists can come and help villagers pick fruits." Chapter 239. Memories like smoke. The times are developing at a rapid pace. People who live amidst the urban noise and industrial pollution have long been utterly exhausted. The hustle and bustle of the city has made people feel weary. A variety of entertaining experiences have thus come into being. The joy of fruit picking in orchards lies in experiencing the pleasure of harvesting while enjoying the beauty of nature. This kind of leisure activity has become very popular in recent years. It is also one of the ways people use to relax. 3 or 5 friends, or a whole family with old and young, wander through the abundant orchard, getting close to nature. Meanwhile, the fruits are freshly picked, so visitors can taste the freshest and most natural produce directly. After listening to Gabby's detailed explanation, the villagers were all dumbfounded. Little girl, will this really work? People actually pay money to help us pick fruit? Gabby smiled and said, it's not quite right to say they're paying to help pick fruit. All the villagers were stunned again. Isn't that what you mean? Didn't you just say? The tourists come here for the experience of rural life. Orchard picking is just a project developed to attract tourists, Gabby explained patiently. The key is their spending while they are here. I get it. A young man shouted excitedly. They come over because of these projects? They will spend money in the process. We earn from their expenses. Yes, exactly, Gabby nodded. To make sure tourists have fun here, one single project is not enough. More interesting and novel projects need to be developed. Only then can we attract more tourists. The villagers gradually understood. Excitement and agitation were evident on their faces. No wonder the little girl from the city had such broad knowledge. Little girl, could you give us some more advice? They asked enthusiastically. Gabby smiled helplessly. I can't think of more right now, mainly because I'm still not familiar with this place. That's easy, the villagers said eagerly. After dinner, we'll take you around the neighborhood. Gabby considered for a moment and nodded her agreement. You guys always have solutions. Everyone was thrilled. We've never thought of this before. Gabby modestly replied a few words after they settled the matter. Then they started chatting like old friends. Back then, Nicholas took his wife to the city for medical treatment, and later they stayed there. Now I think about it, what a far-sighted decision he made. With the grandchild growing up in the city, it's certainly better than staying on this plot of land. My grandfather brought my grandmother to the city for medical treatment? Dermot was somewhat surprised. When did that happen? A long time ago. At that time, your mother wasn't even born yet. I remember. An elderly man smoking tobacco recalled. The barefoot doctor at the village entrance said your grandmother couldn't bear children. To treat her, Nicholas took her to the city. Marvin, her illness was really cured. Otherwise, there wouldn't be you today. The villagers laughed. Dermot chuckled. After my grandmother's illness was cured, did she come back? He asked without revealing his true intention. She never came back. The elderly man shook his head. It was much later that we knew he had a daughter. Your mother. As for your grandmother, the village with a hard-to-describe tone. By the way, she did come back once after giving birth to you. A middle-aged woman smiled. She stayed in the village for about half a month, right? She was very weak at that time. Your grandfather couldn't take good care of her as a man. That year, whenever anyone made something delicious, they would send it to your family. At first, Nicholas refused to accept anything for the sake of his pride, but your mother was generous and accepted everything. Before leaving, she even asked her husband to bring gifts as a thank you present for us. Yes, there was such a thing. The old TV in my house was one of those thank you presents. With such good feelings between your parents back then, how could they just break up like that? Sigh. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Dermot didn't explain to them, because this matter was complicated. From these villagers, he heard many things from the past. Although he had already known that his maternal grandfather was someone else, his heart still trembled uncontrollably at this moment. It was unimaginable. How much did the grandfather who raised him conceal? How did this old man manage to hide all these things for his entire life without revealing a single word? Dermot had many questions in his heart. Unfortunately, the elderly man was no longer with him. The villagers couldn't understand his feelings and were still discussing heatedly. Only Gabby noticed the man's unusual mood and hurriedly stopped everyone. Why don't you all? If managed properly, it could generate considerable wealth. Amidst the warm farewells from the villagers, the two bid farewell and left. Before departure, Darby and her husband loaded 2 boxes of especially juicy peaches into the car. Not just them. Other villagers each gave their own gifts as well. It was only due to the lack of space. Otherwise, they could have filled up the entire car. The warmth from everyone made the couple feel cozy inside, possibly because they had favors to ask. But the gratitude in return was weighty indeed. It took about 3 hours to drive back from the small village to the city. The driver dropped the 2 off at the hotel before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. Dermot didn't forget to thank the driver after getting out of the car. It's quite a long trip. The driver was arranged by Lawson, working tirelessly. As soon as Dermot's voice trailed off, the driver respectfully replied, not at all, not at all. Just when they were wondering how to handle the fruits packed in the trunk, a group of young men approached, shouting loudly, Marvini, aren't you called Dermot? The driver hesitated. Marvin looked at the youths and then at Dermot. It's me. Dermot turned around, puzzled. Who are you? Don't care who we are. The leading youth lifted his chin, sneering, you only need to know that? A big shot wants to invite you over for a chat. Big shot. Dermot frowned even deeper. Who exactly is this big shot? Why so many questions? The youth grew impatient. Keep asking and asking. Why don't you just stop asking? Just come with us. Mr. Gailg, shall I handle this? The driver stepped forward immediately, seeking Dermot's permission. Mr. Gailg and Miss Beckham were honored guests of the boss. If anything happened to them, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Where did you pop out from? The surrounded youth looked unfriendly. I am. The driver intended to announce his identity and use Boss Jin's name to scare them away. Unexpectedly, before he finished 2 words, the nearest youth punched him right in the nose. You. The driver was dumbfounded. Were today's youth this easily agitated? Dovey wants him. Get lost. idle people. Do you understand? Dovey. The driver froze. Scared to pee your pants, huh? The youth sneered. Well, scram quickly. Saying this, two youths on either side grabbed the driver and started dragging him away. Wait. The driver roared in anger. I warn you not to mess around. Do you even know who I am? Slap slap. Two more punches interrupted his words. The driver felt like going mad. Why couldn't these guys let him finish a sentence? Hold it. Dermot's face darkened. Isn't it me you're looking for? Why involve others? This man had run errands for him all day. Dermot hadn't thanked him enough yet, and now had to witness him being bullied. Mr. Gale, Marvin managed to say before being dragged away by the two youths. Dermot's expression turned even darker. Boy, you better follow us obediently. The leading youth showed his domineering attitude. If we really have to force it, it won't be pretty. Marvin glanced at Beckham Wanjin, sneering, your wife looks delicate. Wouldn't you be heartbroken if she gets hurt accidentally? Just try it then. Dermot's gaze turned icy. Whoever touches my wife, I'll make them regret ever being born. Ha ha. The youth threw his head back in laughter, mockery in his smile. Quite a bold statement. You. Marvin wanted to keep mocking, but when his eyes met Dermot's cold stare, an inexplicable chill spread through him. The youth shivered involuntarily. That guy's eyes were terrifying. The killers he had seen in jail had such eyes too. Damn. The youth's heart suddenly raced wildly. What kind of person is this kid? One look from him made anyone's blood run cold. Who is Dovey? Dermot spoke calmly. What does he want with me? I don't know. The previously arrogant youth now struggled to swallow. That look was too chilling. Just delivering an order didn't warrant a conflict. It didn't bother with these people. Marvin pulled Gabby into the minivan with him. The smell inside wasn't pleasant, so after getting in, he pushed open all the windows that could be opened. This brother Tao sure isn't picky, Dermot sneered. Inviting us to talk, but not even providing a decent car. Damn. Long Hair grumbled, bending down to enter the van and sitting boldly beside Dermot. You're quite choosy, aren't you? Didn't your boss tell you to shut up just now? Dermot turned to meet Long Hair's gaze. The back seat of the minivan could accommodate 3 people at most. Dermot sat in the middle, with Gabby sitting closest to the inside. Long Hair's eyes swept past Dermot and fixed directly on Gabby's face. Marvin sneered, Kid, keep your mouth shut if you don't want your wife to be scared, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, Dermot swung his fist directly and smashed it right on his nose with a slap. Chapter 241 Ryan's face. Dinshin, East City. Blue Bay Leisure Spa Club. Ajay took a fruit platter from the waiter and placed it humbly in front of a man. Ryan, freshly cut fruits. His body bent, a flattering smile on his face. A perfect lackey. The man called Ryan was about 40 years old. This big boss had an oiled-back hairstyle, gleaming and slick, with a look of arrogance between his brows. Xiaoxiang, this fall for Ryan back then? Marvin went inside for almost 10 years. Marvin wasn't lucky. Before serving his full sentence, he contracted a terminal illness and died in prison. Ryan promised back then that he would take care of your family, and Ryan has done so, hasn't he? Marvin asked. Ajay nodded hurriedly. Yes, without Ryan's care all these years, our family would have fallen apart long ago. Good to know, Ryan nodded. The debt owed by your father, Ryan has repaid long ago. Not just that. For years, Ryan has often taken care of you two brothers, arranging jobs for both of you here in the spa club. Ryan owes nothing more, right? No. Ajay hurried to say, it's our family who owes Ryan's favors. Ryan nodded satisfactorily. Next time, try to solve problems on your own as much as possible. Marvin maintained an authoritative demeanor. Ryan can help you temporarily, not forever. Yes. Ajay stood beside Ryan like a little henchman, nodding continuously. At this moment, the door to the private room opened. 2 young men with bruised noses and swollen faces walked in. What happened? Seeing this, Ryan's expression turned grim immediately. Didn't I tell you to bring them over? His gaze fell on the 2 young men's faces. Why are you like this? Where are the people? They had pained looks on their faces. You were supposed to wait for them at the hotel entrance according to my instructions? Didn't you see them? Ryan unmoved. Those surrounding him were undoubtedly Ryan's lackeys, all glaring fiercely. Among this group was someone Dermot recognized. Ajay. Dermot frowned, immediately putting things together. Did you bring them here? Marvin had no prior acquaintance with this Ryan. The only person he knew in the room was Ajay. Shit. Seeing Dermot ignore his question and instead speak to Ajay, Ryan flew into a rage. The brat was outrageously arrogant. How dare he not listen when he was speaking? So what if I brought them? Ajay wasn't pretending. He straightened his neck and yelled, Dermot, if you know what's good for you, you'll agree to sell the house right now and hand over the property deed. Or else? Ajay sneered, then turned to look at Ryan, switching to a flattering expression. Ryan, the neighbor I mentioned earlier is this kid? You brought me all the way here just for this? Dermot frowned deeply. Just this. Ryan grunted heavily. Boy, I'm here as a mediator today. You have to give me face. What if I don't? Dermot smiled intriguingly. Not give. Before Ryan could react, Ajay had already lost his temper. Dermot, don't say I didn't warn you. If you offend Ryan, you won't get off easy. That Ryan is sitting here talking to you today is giving you immense face. Don't push your luck. Ajay threatened sternly. Dermot was left speechless by this guy and simply raised his hand, beckoning him closer. Come here. Aren't you interested in buying our land? Come here, let's discuss it face to face. Humph. Ajay thought this guy had caved, and he strutted over confidently. Hardly had he steadied himself when he felt darkness engulf his left eye. It seemed as if a heavy fist had smashed into his left eye socket. Chapter 242, reporting the household registration. Ajay cried out in pain. Dermot was fast, accurate, and especially ruthless. Just one punch sent Ajay seeing stars. You actually dared to come over? Dermot's mocking voice rang out. So naive. Ajay instantly flew into a rage. Damn. He had been fooled by this brat. Marvin deliberately lured him over just to hit him. Your mother. Ajay, covering his left eye that had been hit, cursed while retreating backward. Dermot's face darkened. Marvin released Gabby's hand and lunged forward, grabbing Ajay by the collar. Slap slap. 2 more hits. Now, both of Ajay's eyes were swollen, bruised and purple. Enough. Patrick, enraged to the point of bursting with anger, smashed a wine bottle. Boy, do you not respect Ryan? How dare you beat someone under Ryan's protection right in front of him? Marvin glared at Dermot with furious eyes. The henchmen around him also shouted fiercely, Boy, don't be too arrogant. Dermot cast a sideways glance. His indifferent gaze directly pierced through Patrick's nerves. After commanding respect for so many years, it was the first time someone dared to look at him with such disdain. You're not young either. Dermot shoved Ajay away as if discarding trash. Ajay staggered and fell to the ground after taking several steps back. At the same moment, Dermot's eyes fixed firmly on Patrick's face, still acting like an idiot here. Patrick felt a roar in his head. In recent years, he had always practiced self-discipline, mastering the control of his emotions. But this boy surnamed Gale kept pushing him to the brink today. Patrick's face turned exceptionally gloomy. The murderous look in his eyes was enough to strike fear into anyone. However, Dermot, who met his gaze, appeared fearless both in expression and demeanor. Patrick was puzzled. Where did this boy get his confidence from? Boy, you're asking for death. The henchman beside Patrick jumped angrily. What kind of greenhorn was this? Not only did he hit someone under Patrick in front of him, but also spoke to him in such a tone. It was as if he was tired of living. Everyone looked at Dermot with a mixture of anger and pity. This boy had completely infuriated Patrick. It would be difficult for him to leave here unscathed tonight. Dermot, you bastard. Ajay, sitting sprawled on the ground, finally came to his senses. Marvin shakily got up using the coffee table and yelled, Damn you. How dare you hit me? And, in front of Patrick. One should still consider the owner when punishing a dog. Do you have a clear understanding of your position? Dermot interrupted him with mockery. Ajay's face changed. Marvin felt inexplicably puzzled. This brat was being way too arrogant. With Patrick here, he still dared to act so recklessly? After some thought, Ajay suddenly reached a conclusion. Mr. Gale, do you not know who Patrick is? Ignorance is indeed bliss. It must be because he didn't understand Patrick's status or comprehend the power he wielded. So, this Mr. Gale dared to be so audacious. If he knew the truth, this boy would certainly wet his pants in fright. Mr. Gale, listen well. Ajay, with a fierce expression, pointed at Dermot and roared. Patrick is the big boss of Nanhuxi district. At his peak, he had hundreds of followers under his command. It's only in the last 2 years, after retiring and cultivating himself, that he has the patience to see you behave so insolently. If it were 2 years ago, people like you, Ajay sneered twice, would have been minced meat long ago. Marvin thought Dermot would be intimidated. But the guy opposite remained unperturbed. You, Ajay was puzzled. Wasn't he clear enough? I'm telling you, he continued, Patrick has an elder brother who is also a big shot in the underworld. Dermot cut him off impatiently. Why are you telling me all this? What about the household registration? Aren't you trying to buy my family's land? Marvin beckoned again. Come here. Having been fooled once, Ajay wouldn't fall for it again. Marvin instinctively took 2 steps back, moving closer to Patrick. Patrick, you saw? Marvin put on a pained face. This scoundrel is completely disrespectful to you. Patrick's anger had escalated to its extreme. A slight misstep, and it would explode completely. Boy, have you gone mad enough? His voice lowered, a touch of coldness flickering in his eyes. His henchmen faced Dermot, watching him menacingly. They waited for Patrick's order to break out into a fight. I, Rusty, have been on the streets for so many years. Barton's face darkened. People like you are truly rare. There were others before, just as arrogant as you. Do you want to know where they all ended up? I'm not particularly interested in that. Dermot shook his head and paused before continuing. Are you trying to stand up for Ajay? Well, let me make this clear too. Dermot locked eyes with Barton's sinister gaze. Our family's land won't be sold. Not even by a mere person like you. Even if the son of Marvinhaven came to mediate, he would also have to wait in line. Do you understand what I mean? Dermot's attitude thoroughly infuriated Barton. Marvin waved his hand fiercely, sending all the bottles and cups on the coffee table flying. The already tense atmosphere erupted instantly. Boy, if you can walk out of this club standing today, I'll change my name to yours. Barton pointed at Dermot. His voice boomed like a bell, reverberating in everyone's ears. The underlings facing off against Dermot trembled inside. They had followed Barton for many years and knew this boss's temper well. The kid opposite was about to get into big trouble, because he truly pissed off Barton. Barton had spoken. This boy would not leave unharmed tonight. Ajay secretly rejoiced. Damn it, Mr. Gale, you really can stir up trouble. You've thoroughly enraged Barton, and tonight, you're going to pay dearly. Marvin felt immensely satisfied as he looked at Dermot, who had just beaten him up. His mood greatly improved. Not only did he take revenge, afterward, he could still get hold of the Gale family's land. Ajay's gaze shifted to Gabby, who hadn't spoken since entering the room. In such an exhilarating moment, a few lustful thoughts crept into his mind. With Dermot in for a rough night, wouldn't his beautiful wife be available? Ajay's eyes roamed over Gabby's face and body. Whether or not he would act on it later, he dared to entertain the thought at least. What are you all standing around for? Barton's voice was sharp and cold. Take him down, and make sure he can't speak again. The henchman, already eyeing Dermot hungrily, immediately rushed forward. Just as things reached their most critical moment, a delicate voice cried out, Stop! Chapter 243, hit a hard surface. Ajay's eyebrows knitted together. What is this little wench butting in for? Just as things were about to turn violent, Gabby actually stepped forward and halted everyone. Minister Suzhan, what a surprise. The smile on her pretty face was faint. President Beckham? Ramon was utterly dumbfounded. Why are you here too? Gabby walked to Dermot's side and took his hand. Then she turned to the stunned Ramon and said calmly, Dermot is my husband. Why can't I be here? Ramon was speechless. Marvin had been so focused on Dermot that he didn't notice who came in with him at all. Marvin's your husband? Ramon's expression changed rapidly. Yes, Gabby replied matter-of-factly. If anything offended Minister Suzhan earlier, I hope Minister Suzhan doesn't take offense. Honey, do you know him? Dermot had already prepared to fight, but was called off. Who has been pushing too hard? Weren't you asking for it? Dermot was speechless. Why did you act up without reason? You didn't even arrange a decent car for us. Just by coming here, we've given you enough face. What more do you want? You. Rusty's anger surged. President Beckham, you saw it too. This guy is so stubborn. President Beckham, please move aside. I must teach him a lesson today. But my husband isn't wrong, Gabby said helplessly. You're the one who's in the wrong. Rusty was flabbergasted. My husband already told this person, she pointed at Ajay, that we're not selling that land. Minister Suzhan, you didn't even bother to ask and sent people over unreasonably. We didn't blame you for wasting our time, Gabby said assertively. How can you blame my husband? Damn. Rusty wanted to curse but hesitated because this young woman was familiar with his cousin. If his cousin found out about this, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. As Rusty was at a loss, several figures barged into the room hastily. What's going on? The newcomer stood still and barked angrily. Rusty, are you causing trouble again? Rusty's scalp tingled. Looking up, he saw the most familiar face. Why is Mr. Jean here? Gabby looked over with a smile. President Beckham, are you okay? It was indeed Lawson, who was looking at Gabby and Dermot anxiously. Seeing that both were unharmed, he sighed in relief. With the weight lifted from his heart, Lawson turned to his cousin with blazing eyes. Rusty, under such a stare, felt numb and dared not look his cousin in the eye. Your men are really impressive, Lawson said sarcastically. They even dared to beat up my driver. Rusty froze. Panic set in as he hurriedly said, Cousin, there must be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Lawson sneered and moved aside, motioning for a man to step forward. Lau Finley, tell him what happened. Sure, boss. The man summoned by Lawson was indeed the driver. Having been escorted away by two youths and slapped twice, since he was alone and outnumbered, he could only watch as Dermot and Gabby were taken away. After the van started moving, he hurried back to his car and followed while contacting Lawson. Thus, he arrived just in time. Upon hearing Lau Finley's account, Rusty glared fiercely at the long-haired youth. Ramon I. The long-haired youth was already Daichur, now even regretting to his guts. Ramon? Lawson's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, What a good Ramon, well done. His voice was filled with sarcasm. Fuming from his cousin's ridicule, Rusty was drenched in sweat and quickly explained, Brother, these bastards lack insight. I'll punish them right now. With that, he rushed to the long-haired youth, swinging his arms to slap him. The already bruised long-haired youth received more injuries. After punishing this guy, the others who were sent out earlier also got their share of discipline one by one. However, the dark cloud on Lawson's face hadn't dissipated. Today's main point is about them few? Rusty felt incredibly guilty. Marvin didn't dare to look his cousin in the eye. President Beckham and Mr. Gaelg are my honored guests, Lawson said sternly. You sent people to trouble them? What did you think you were doing? Brother, Rusty, drenched in sweat, hurried to explain, Brother, it was my momentary oversight. Marvin quickly dragged out the dumbfounded Ajay. This kid took advantage of his dead father taking the fall for me, always begging me to help him. Ajay's face turned deathly pale. Marvin stared blankly at Dermot, trembling with fear. No wonder this bastard had been so arrogant all along. He knew Ramon's elder brother. Sigh. Ajay trembled all over. Damn, this time he really hit a hard surface. Thinking of Lawson's and Rusty's methods, he almost fainted from fright. Brother, this matter can't be blamed on me. Rusty's mouth tasted bitter. It's all because of this kid. Marvin raised his hand. Slap. He gave Ajay a slap. Ajay was slap dizzy but dared not make a sound. What use is telling me this? Lawson said coldly. Ask Mr. Gaelg if he is willing to let you off. Rusty froze. Before he could speak, Lawson continued, Mr. Gaelg, this wretch has offended you too. How to deal with him is up to you. Brother? Rusty's eyes widened in disbelief. Still calling me brother? Lawson frowned and shouted, Shut your mouth. Whatever punishment you receive, accept it. If I don't teach you a lesson this time, will you dare to act recklessly again behind my back? Chapter 244. Returning to the old place. Rusty and his party were all going to be severely punished. Dermot naturally wasn't interested in knowing what kind of punishment these people would receive. Marvin patiently waited for Gabby to finish talking with Lawson, and then left the spa with her. Did you hear Mr. Jin's promise? Gabby said, with his assurance. No one will dare to target your home. Your home? Dermot smiled at her. Honey, why are you so formal with me? Isn't that place my home too? Gabby blushed and pouted. Idiot, I just spoke without thinking. Dermot, of course, knew this. Marvin held Gabby's small hand tightly and walked down the steps with her. Now where are we going? Gabby followed behind him obediently and asked softly. To show you a place. Dermot stopped by the roadside and waved down an empty taxi. Just as they got into the car, Lawson came chasing out. Hold on, please, he approached breathlessly, bending down to look into the car. Where are you two headed? Jinhong neighborhood, Dermot replied. Ah. Lawson was stunned. That place is about to be demolished. Why go there? I'm going there precisely because it's about to be torn down. Dermot said with a smile. Ah. This answer left Lawson utterly baffled. Mr. Gale, you? Marvin hesitated and closed his mouth. Since Dermot didn't say anything, he shouldn't ask more either. After a simple farewell, the taxi carried the young couple to Jinhong neighborhood. What kind of place is it? Gabby asked curiously on the way. Don't be impatient. You'll know when we get there. Dermot smiled enigmatically. Gabby raised her beautiful eyes. So mysterious? She tried to figure out what kind of place it could be. Was it somewhere worth a special visit? Recalling Dermot's conversation with Lawson, she wondered if it might be some very special place. Would there be something unique to see before it was demolished? Gabby's imagination shattered as soon as they arrived at Jinhong neighborhood. Standing on the desolate street, she looked at the abandoned buildings on both sides. She stood there lost in thought. Just this? She turned around, looking puzzled. Do you seem disappointed? Dermot pulled her small hand and walked forward unhurriedly. Gabby endured her impatience and walked a little further with him. That house. Dermot pointed to their left front. Is Sister Ruth's home? Gabby froze for a moment. Dermot didn't stop walking. Marvin led Gabby onto the dried-up outdoor lawn in front of the house. Standing there, Gabby felt a strange sense of familiarity. Honey, what's wrong? Dermot noticed the subtle changes on her face. Gabby frowned. After a moment, she shook her head. I don't know why, but it feels like I've been here long ago. Dermot was pleasantly surprised. Returning to familiar ground indeed awakened memories buried deep within. Gabby, with a hint of confusion, looked around the surroundings. Maybe the streetscape and layout here are similar to some places I've been to before, she murmured. Dermot raised an eyebrow but remained silent. You too. A voice called from not far away. What are you doing here? Turning back, they saw a middle-aged man approaching them quickly. Marvin stood in front of them, frowning and eyeing them suspiciously, as if they were thieves. Dermot hurried to explain. It's like this. This used to be my home, and I wanted to take a look as I passed by. My home? The middle-aged man sneered. Who's the owner? Jarrett, Marianne? The unhesitating answer made the middle-aged man freeze. Marvin blinked, looking puzzled. I remember old Joe only had a daughter. What relation are you to him? His daughter is Leanne, right? Dermot smiled. Yes. The man's furrowed brows relaxed, and the suspicion vanished from his eyes. Don't get too close to the houses. Marvin warned. The earthquake a few years ago damaged the structure. All these buildings are dangerous now. It's okay to look from outside, but don't go inside. It could be dangerous. Ah. Dermot froze momentarily, then nodded hastily. Okay, I understand. Since they were relatives of the former owners, there was no need to be cautious. The middle-aged man gave them a few more instructions before leaving leisurely. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. You're Marvin's son, right? Dermot was taken aback. I was just saying. The middle-aged man grinned. You look a bit familiar. I didn't recognize you wrong, did I? No. Dermot smiled bitterly. Marilyn is my mom, and you are? You don't remember me? The middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. I saved you when you were bitten by a dog back then. Suddenly bringing up old memories. Dermot couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. You little rascal. The middle-aged man looked at him, sighing repeatedly. That kid who cried so loudly after being bitten by a stray dog has grown up in the blink of an eye. Uncle, can we not mention this? Dermot couldn't help laughing through his tears. What, in front of your girlfriend? Embarrassed, huh? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Reminded by him, Dermot recalled this person. The man's name was Elton, who used to live nearby. A minor earthquake many years ago affected this area and its surroundings. Some houses were damaged during this disaster. Although people could still live in them, they always felt uneasy. Over the following few years, residents of the neighborhood moved away one after another. By this year, only over 10 households remain here. Elton couldn't help sighing. Those who hadn't left yet were mostly due to limited conditions. The city plans to demolish and rebuild this place. They said it would happen 2 years ago, but nothing has happened yet. Elton sounded a bit disgruntled, clearly unsatisfied with the current situation. Dermot chuckled in agreement. It should be soon, right? Uncle Joe said they're going to start demolition here soon. Hopefully. Elton shook his head and sighed, pausing for a moment before continuing. Would you like to come to my place for a while? His family had also moved, but the old house was still there. Elton occasionally came back to take a look. Marvin knew almost all the residents in this area. Seeing 2 strangers wandering around, he came to inquire. Just go about your business, Dermot waved his hand. We'll just walk around casually and leave soon. Seeing him decline, Elton didn't insist. Before leaving, he turned around hesitantly and asked, Still no news of Sister Leahy? Dermot's smile froze as he nodded gently. Oh, Elton sighed, patting Dermot on the shoulder. You've been through a lot. Dermot smiled without speaking. Speaking of which, I saw Sister Lee the day before she went missing. Elton murmured. She was standing with a man. That man looked a bit like her. Chapter 245, Daydream. Elton's casual words struck Dermot like a bolt from the blue. A man? The day before he went missing? Yes, Elton nodded dazedly. Little Gail, don't overthink this. That man should be your relative. I heard him call your mother sister. Sister? Dermot's eyelids flickered slightly, and an image of a certain person instantly surfaced in his mind. The man who claimed to be his uncle on the phone earlier. Do you remember what he looked like? Dermot suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously. It's been so long, Elton smiled sheepishly. I only remembered when I saw you. All I remember is, Marvin somewhat resembles all along. Oh dear, it's getting late. Elton glanced at the time and said, I need to go home and start cooking. You're busy. Dermot smiled and nodded. Sure, let's meet up again when you have time. Elton warmly squeezed his shoulder and walked away, waiting until he was far enough. Gabby softly asked, why not inquire further? Knowing this much is enough for now. Dermot said seriously, we'll arrange to meet Rusty later. Gabby responded, then asked, Should we inform Boss Jean beforehand? Rusty acted like a scared child in front of Lawson. If Lawson were present, this old man would surely cooperate more. Dermot lowered his head and pondered for a moment, softly replying, let's see. What's wrong? Gabby was surprised, gripping his hand tightly. You don't want complications? No, Dermot smiled, flipping his wrist to grasp her small hand. There's something more important now. What is it? Gabby was puzzled. Of course, it's accompanying you, Dermot said. Huh. Gabby first froze in surprise, then her lips curled involuntarily. Rusty won't run away. Dermot now wanted to spend more time with Gabby, retracing their steps down this familiar street. Orlandot in hand, they strolled forward. After walking for some distance, Dermot stopped again. What is it? Gabby turned to look around, curious. Whose house is this again? Dermot shook his head with a smile. Not someone's house. Marvin pointed downward and explained. Do you remember the story I told you? Which one? Gabby asked first, then exclaimed. The dog bite story? Dermot fell into reminiscence. Pointing to the intersection on their right, he said, that pack of stray dogs came from this direction. Gabby followed the direction of his finger, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu. Memories flooded her mind, slowly piecing together a complete picture. It felt as if she could hear loud barking in her ears. Gabby's body began to tremble involuntarily. The fragments of memories seemed to merge with the scenery before her eyes. She recalled that small figure standing protectively in front of her, shouting, run fast. But at that moment, she was terrified. Marvin, her legs had gone numb with fear. She grabbed Dermot's arm, just like she clung tightly to the boy's clothes back then. Dermot nervously observed her reaction, barely breathing so as not to disturb her. Gabby was completely immersed in her memories. The street in her recollection was identical to where they stood now. However, it felt wider and longer, making her feel tiny in comparison. The stray dogs were huge, appearing like ferocious monsters in her eyes. Gabby clearly remembered. Marvin, her heart nearly stopped when they pounced on her. However, these savage team, why could she still vividly feel the smell on that little boy? Even more bizarre was that there was the same smell on Dermot too. Gabby was thoroughly confused, with various fragmented memories flashing randomly through her mind like a slideshow. Just as Dermot was about to comfort her, the woman in his arms suddenly drew closer. Marvin, her delicate nose wrinkled slightly as she sniffed around Dermot. His charming smile turned into laughter. Honey, what are you doing? Don't talk, Gabby said seriously. You have a very special smell. Dermot was stunned. Special smell? Marvin lowered his head and sniffed, looking bewildered. No, right? Chapter 246, True to You. Gabby's behavior amused Dermot. Marvin looked at her with a mix of laughter and sorrow, thinking how could there be such an adorable woman in this world? Strange. Gabby didn't notice Dermot's affectionate smile. She stood up straight and muttered. It was definitely there just now. What smell is it? Dermot asked, puzzled. I don't know how to describe it. Gabby frowned. It's just a very special smell. She thought hard for a long time, but still had no idea. Forget it. She shook her head, temporarily giving up, then turned around and found that Dermot had already started. The man was very close, also sniffing continuously. What are you doing? Gabby felt the warmth of his breath and felt a bit shy. Behaving like a pervert. Cough. Dermot almost choked. Was she using double standards? Did only officials have the right to do as they pleased? Gabby seemed to recall something, but for some reason, she regarded the scene in her memory as a dream. Dermot did not want to force her to remember. It would be best if she could remember, but it didn't matter if she couldn't. After staying there for a while, the two continued forward. Jinhong Residential Area was a large residential zone that used to be very lively many years ago. Now it has gradually become desolate. Strolling through the residential area, the two came to a wide open space. This unfinished project is indeed still here. Dermot pointed ahead and explained gently to the woman. Many years ago, the developer bought the land where the two were standing now, planning to develop it into a large amusement park. However, the construction was abruptly halted halfway for unknown reasons. So big a piece of land, just abandoned like this? Gabby looked over, somewhat shocked. It was nearly dusk. The setting sun cast an orange-red glow over everything. In the unfinished amusement park, the incomplete buildings appeared desolate under the dim light. Do you see that building in front? Dermot's gentle voice echoed in Gabby's ears as she looked over. Something seemed to flash through Gabby's mind, but it vanished instantly. She silently followed the man, walking quietly through this uninhabited amusement park. Gabby was certain she had never been here or visited any similar park. Yet this place gave her a sense of déjà vu. After strolling through the deserted amusement park for a while, it grew darker. Dermot held her hand and walked towards the building he had mentioned earlier, which seemed to be finished. Looking at the hollow entrance, Gabby suddenly felt nervous. No, let's not go in. The amusement park in the twilight was eerily quiet. It seemed as if only the two of them existed in this world. The darkness inside made Gabby feel uneasy, so she clung tightly to Dermot's hand. What's wrong? Dermot looked at her gently and whispered, Do you feel uncomfortable? Gabby lightly bit her lip. She suddenly realized she had become a coward who was scared of everything. She shook her head. The small hands intertwined with Dermot's tightened. At the same time, she subconsciously moved closer to him, finding more security near him. Passing through the gate of the building, they came to a spacious indoor area. This place might have been designed as a reception hall for the amusement park, both large and tall-ceilinged. Gabby tilted her head and looked up at the unfinished ceiling. The lighting inside was dim, and the rough, unfinished walls created a sense of oppression. She kept looking around. Marvin, her steps followed Dermot deeper into the building. Wife, come take a look here. Dermot suddenly stopped walking, causing Gabby to bump into his back without noticing. With a puzzled expression, she followed his finger direction. Who drew these little figures on the wall? She raised her head in surprise and asked Dermot. Dermot smiled but said nothing. Did you draw it? Gabby guessed immediately. True to you, you guessed it right away. Dermot pointed to the graffiti painting and explained. The biggest one is me. The wall in front of the two was coated with white paint. Over a decade had passed, and the graffiti on it had become blurry. Gabby carefully identified the biggest little figure that Dermot spoke of. The artist who left the graffiti clearly wasn't very skilled. A rough circle represented the head, and stick figures were drawn with simple lines. The stick figure Dermot pointed to was the largest among all the stick figures. Because I was the leader among the kids back then, of course it would be bigger. The stick figure holding my hand originally had 2 braids, but they're not visible anymore. She's Phoebe's sister. This little figure is a child who lived next door to Phoebe. I don't even remember her name. This one is. Dermot introduced them one by one. What about this one? Gabby suddenly spoke, pointing at a small figure standing at the edge. Dermot smiled slightly. Marvin wanted to tell her that this was her, but her memory had not yet recovered, and she might only take it as a joke. Marvin? Dermot laughed. She's the little girl I mentioned before. She had a very timid nature. She didn't like talking when we came out to play. At the time, I actually didn't like her much because she was easily scared and cried a lot. But what can I do? Being loyal to my friends. I told her that no matter what happened in the future, she could always come to me, and I would protect her. Every time we came here to play hide and seek, she would be terrified, because she was timid, afraid of the dark, and dared not separate from others. Later, she always clung to me. As Dermot narrated the past, he carefully observed Gabby. She seemed captivated by the story. Confusion emerged in her beautiful eyes. This wasn't the first time he had told her this story, but her reaction today was obviously more intense than before. Seeing her lost in memories, Dermot paused for a moment. After a long while, Gabby returned to reality, looking as if she had just woken up from a dream. What were you just like? Dermot asked without showing any change in expression, testing her reaction. Gabby looked confused. I don't know what happened. She shook her head irritably. I've been zoning out a lot today. Dermot's face stiffened slightly. Bringing her back here was to try to evoke her memories. There was some effect, but this level clearly wasn't enough. Maybe you're tired? Dermot gently asked, then said, why don't we go back? Forcing her to recall might have the opposite effect. Dermot wasn't actually in a hurry. Everything should take its natural course. After all, the two had already made a lifelong commitment, so whether she remembered or not didn't matter much to him. What mattered was, she was always by his side. Chapter 247, Marvin Roism. The sky gradually grew darker. The abandoned amusement park had no access to electricity or water. After nightfall, this open space became even more eerie. You guys sure have big hearts? Gabby sighed. To come and play here at night. As an adult, she felt somewhat inferior. Who knew these things when we were kids? Dermot smiled. Besides, more people mean more courage. Gabby thought about it, and strongly agreed with his point. The girl in stories who is usually timid can also muster up the courage with her companions. Marvin's situation was quite similar. Dermot's presence made her braver. Even if this street had no streetlights, she wouldn't feel afraid. After leaving the deserted amusement park behind, Gabby couldn't help but look back. A similar scene flashed in her mind again, making her spirit drift once more. Today was really strange. All kinds of hallucinations, one after another. Don't look, Dermot laughed. Careful, you have nightmares later. Jinx, Gabby scolded, pinching his waist retaliatingly. Does that count as domestic violence? Himph, what do you think? Gabby pouted, raising her little face cutely. A cold CO acting coy was truly hard to resist. Dermot, whose waist-soft flesh had just been pinched, was indignant and leaned over towards her directly. Marvin gave her a hard kiss on her moist lips. You. Gabby blushed instantly, hurriedly pushing the man away. Then, she looked around guiltily. This street was very quiet, with no pedestrians on the road. Gabby heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no one around. What are you afraid of? Dermot seemed to guess her concerns and smiled. We are legally married, after all. Gabby's delicate face turned crimson, her beauty blooming. Dermot wanted to lean in again, indulging himself fully. However, this time, just as he moved, the woman raised her hands to stop him from getting closer. Don't. Gabby whispered shyly. We're still outside. Dermot grinned. Can't do it outside, but going back home would be fine, right? These words completely numbed Gabby. She shot him a glance. Going home won't make it fine either, humph? Dermot raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Amidst the sweet atmosphere, the two left the deserted street. That smells good over there. Gabby followed the aroma and noticed a food street not far away. Only then did they realize they hadn't had dinner yet. Since they had stumbled upon the food street by chance, there was no need to go out of their way to find another restaurant. There were many pedestrians on the street. Most of them were couples. Lovers together always acted lovingly. Gabby observed several pairs, and found that they didn't seem too concerned about others' gazes. Hugs and cuddles were commonplace. Gabby secretly observed for a while, greatly shocked. Kissing passionately in public was just too daring. Recalling what Dermot had done not long ago, her face instantly flushed red and felt warm. Wife, what do you want to eat? Dermot turned around and saw her adorable look with her hands covering her face. What are you doing? Following her gaze, he saw a sweet couple embracing. Dermot couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. What? Marvin teased. Want to learn? Learn what? Gabby felt her face burning hotter, scolding him before quickly walking away. Dermot shook his head and chuckled. How could he never have noticed how cute she was? It was hard to associate Gabby's appearance with the word cute. She had a slightly aloof look and demeanor, so at first meeting, one might think she was hard to approach. But in fact, she wasn't much different from ordinary girls. Marvin's aloofness was merely a facade she maintained to protect herself. Inside, she was still a little girl who lacked security but was gentle yet strong. After walking around the food street times, could still retain their initial purity and kindness. Marvin's parents died early. Marvin's inheritance was taken away. Betrayal by her relatives. She had every reason to hate, but she didn't. Once someone said, There is only one heroism in the world, which is to love life after understanding its true nature. Real life is not always poetic and picturesque. It's full of setbacks, hardships, and can sometimes be mercilessly cruel. This is the truth of life, constituting everyone's entire existence. To embrace it positively after recognizing its darkness is true heroism. It pierces through the cold like a ray of sunshine in winter, warming hearts. Gabby never complained about past sufferings. She always faced each day positively. This mindset was something Dermot couldn't achieve. Why do you keep staring at me like that? After recounting some fun stories from childhood, Gabby noticed the man staring intently at her. Dermot, resting his chin on his hand, gazed at her tenderly smiling. Because the more I look, the prettier you seem. Gabby instantly blushed red. She glanced nervously to the side, scolding him. Don't be so mushy. Their conversation caught the attention of people at the neighboring table, all turning to give them knowing looks. The handsome guy sure knows how to flirt. And this older sister is indeed beautiful. This is just the beginning. Dermot raised an eyebrow and said with thick-faced boldness, I can get even mushier. Don't say it. Fearing he might speak without thinking again, Gabby quickly stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. The cake was sweet, but nowhere near as sweet as Dermot's heart. Marvin silently vowed to protect this girl well, not letting her suffer even the slightest bit of weiqi anymore. Chapter 248. Letting go is simple. 2 days was too short. Dermot consulted Gabby and decided not to return to Jinghai for the time being. Anyway, there were no particularly important matters at the company recently, so a remote meeting would suffice. The next morning, Dermot made an appointment with Aunt Marianne. They met at a cafe with a pleasant environment. Dermot and Gabby arrived half an hour early, enjoying the fresh morning air leisurely. Before long, Aunt Marianne arrived. You two sure know how to enjoy yourselves. She sat opposite them with a smile. It's Monday today. Do you not have to go back to work? The matters haven't been settled yet. Dermot smiled and waved over a waiter to order a coffee for Marianne. Marianne had guessed what Dermot was about to mention, but due to certain reasons, she really couldn't say too much. So she laughed and joked, Then you still have time to sit here and drink coffee? Dermot smiled faintly. Recently I've had too many worries, can't sleep well. Having some coffee helps me stay awake. He lifted the cup and took a sip. Marianne remained silent. By the way, Dermot put down the cup and smiled. I received a scam call a few days ago. The guy on the phone claimed to be my uncle. Haha, isn't that funny? He stared directly at Marianne with a smile. However, Marianne couldn't laugh. Marvin, her eyes first showed shock and doubt, but quickly covered it up. There are indeed many scammers these days. She forced a laugh, looking somewhat uneasy. Exactly. Dermot nodded in agreement. That guy was hilarious, trying to threaten me when he saw I wasn't falling for it. Marvin told me to behave, or he would find someone to deal with me. These scammers are getting more audacious. How would he deal with you? Marianne's eyelids twitched. Don't know. Dermot shook his head. The guy was acting strange, so I plan to have old Gaelg investigate this. The Gaelg family's intelligence network seems quite extensive. They should be able to find this scammer. Marianne felt her heart tighten. If Apsel gets involved, everything will be in chaos. Besides this, Dermot didn't give her time to think and continued. There's another matter. Yesterday, Carly and I went to Jinhong neighborhood. At your and Uncle Zhou's old house, we bumped into an acquaintance. It was Uncle Wei who saved me years ago. Dermot smiled as he mentioned yesterday's events. Marvin told me. On the day before my mom disappeared, he happened to see her standing with a man. Marianne's expression changed. Who was it? Uncle Wei didn't recognize him. Dermot observed her expression closely. Anyway, it wasn't my dad. Mildred, what do you think? Could this man be related to my mom's disappearance? He asked solemnly. Marianne blurted out without thinking, no. Ah. Dermot looked surprised. How can you be so sure? Do you know that man? Marianne's expression became tense. She lowered her head, struggling to find something to say. Dermot didn't stop talking. My intuition tells me this discovery is significant. We can't let it go. Marvin noticed. Mildred clearly seemed flustered. Xiao Rue, listen to Annie. She raised her gaze, her expression serious. Don't pursue this matter any further. Live a good life with Carly. You've always taken special care of me since childhood. Of course, I will listen to you, Dermot said calmly, but I'm afraid some people won't let me live peacefully. That. Marianne's expression became complicated. As for that call and the man Mom saw before she disappeared, I can't let these clues slip by. I will investigate thoroughly. You. Marianne frowned, revealing a hint of annoyance. Oh, you child. Dermot looked at her calmly and said, Mildred, running away from problems doesn't solve them. Letting go might be simple, but sometimes it doesn't solve anything. Letting go means giving up control, and giving up control means putting yourself at risk. Weakness doesn't always mean being beaten, but that's just because they choose not to beat you today. You should understand this logic. Dermot stared straight into Marianne's eyes. Marianne's mind was in turmoil. She lowered her head, saying nothing. Dermot fell silent, creating space for her to think quietly. After a long while, Marianne sighed deeply and raised her eyes to look across at him. She has always treated Dermot like her own child. At the same time, she has been committed to the promise she made to Marilyn, protecting this child, to prevent him from being in danger. Marianne understood Dermot's persistence. Marvin had lived with his mother since childhood, and Marilyn almost filled up the child's entire world. But one day in the past, she mysteriously disappeared. How could the child move on from this? Xiao Rue, Annie Song understands how you feel. Both your mom and I made every decision for your own good. Please stop investigating. If you continue, it will be dangerous. Your mother didn't want things to end up like that, which is why she has refused to meet you. But she has always been watching over you. Didn't you notice? Marianne asked softly. I have only one question now. Dermot said calmly. Who took her away? His tone was calm, but his eyes shone with resolute determination. Marianne sighed, knowing that if she didn't give him a satisfactory answer today, Dermot would not back down. I can tell you. She had a complicated look, but Xiao Rue, you must promise me. Whatever you hear, keep it all inside your heart. The person who took your mother away, even the Gelg family in Jinghai cannot compare. Remember this. Dermot's pupils contracted slightly. Your mother Marilyn has no ordinary background, Marianne began, narrating steadily. Though her tone was steady, the listener felt increasingly uneasy. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Dermot was still stunned when he learned that his mother came from an extraordinary family. Marianne withheld some information. Currently, Dermot only knew that his mother came from a distinguished family, and due to her disdain for it, she left. She married without permission. Marvin, her father, flew into a rage. Thus, she was taken back. Dermot had a hunch. Auntie Marianne wasn't just hiding details about his mother's family. Perhaps there were more important facts she had omitted. Xiao Rue, Annie knows? Marianne looked at Dermot and sighed. If I told you everything, you would definitely confront them. But even with the entire Gelg family, you couldn't defeat them. Your mother avoids seeing you to protect you. Annie kept it from you for the same reason. Xiao Rue, you need to understand the intentions of the elders. Chapter 249. Who is Marvin? Walking out of the cafe, Dermot let out a long sigh of relief. Gabby stood quietly beside him, her small hand tightly gripping his still slightly trembling palm. The truth had begun to unravel, lifting part of the veil. Dermot had a gut feeling that the situation wasn't as simple as Aunt Marianne had described. Marvin's account was probably half true and half false. The true part might only be about his mother's background. Are you all right? Gabby looked at him, gently asking. I'm fine. Dermot turned his head, giving her a faint smile. I feel quite good. It's just, I didn't expect. I thought she married into a wealthy family, but it turned out. Marvin laughed. Old Gale climbed too high. Though he was laughing, Gabby felt heartache as she saw the sadness in his tone. So what next? She raised her beautiful eyes, gazing at the man's chiseled profile. Marianne had left half an hour ago. Dermot knew clearly that Mildred had revealed these things after much deliberation. During their conversation, Marianne saw Dermot's determination. Instead of letting him recklessly investigate and ultimately cause disaster, it was better to tell part of the truth to soothe his anxious mind. Marianne's intention was likely to stabilize Dermot, hoping he would know when to back off once he knew the truth. What she didn't know was that Dermot already had his next plan. Marvin had Gabby set up a meeting with Rusty and Lawson for noon. It was not yet 10 in the morning, so Dermot and Gabby went shopping together to settle his mind. An hour later, they met Lawson at the restaurant called Drunken Moon on the River. It was the same place where he had dinner with the Zhou couple 2 days ago. Most of Lawson's businesses were in the service industry, covering dining, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. Drunken Moon on the River, this time-honored brand, was acquired by him from someone else a few years ago. When they arrived, Lawson was waiting outside with a full smile, personally greeting them. This guy treated them with the highest standards, ushering them into the best private room. The moment Dermot sat down, he cut straight to the chase. Mr. Jean, I'd like to ask about a person. Please go ahead, Lawson hurriedly replied. A lady named Bridget, Mr. Jean. Have you heard of her? Dermot asked directly. Lawson repeated the name and pondered carefully for a moment. From the moment Dermot asked the question, he observed any subtle changes in Lawson's expression. Apologies. Lawson smiled apologetically. Mr. Gelg, I really have no impression. From hearing the name to his current response, it didn't seem fake. Dermot couldn't yet draw a conclusion, so he temporarily retracted his scrutiny. Mr. Gelg, why are you looking for Ms. Finleg? Lawson asked. My mother. Dermot did not hide it. She suddenly went missing over 10 years ago. Ah. Lawson looked surprised. My husband accidentally learned. Gabby continued, that before she disappeared, she met someone. And that person is connected to your cousin? Is that so? Lawson exclaimed, enlightened. All right, Rusty will be here soon. Marvin will arrive, and I'll ask for you both. No need. Dermot smiled. Some things I'd rather ask myself. Lawson nodded. Marvin finally understood why this young couple suddenly wanted to meet the two of them. About 10 minutes later, Rusty appeared calmly. Upon arrival, he bowed apologetically. Forgive me. Yesterday I underestimated you both and caused offense. After yesterday's events, he was scolded fiercely by his elder cousin. Today, Rusty was behaving more modestly. Just a small matter, Director Sujin. No need to worry. Dermot responded with a smile and invited him to sit down. Rusty still harbored some grievances towards Dermot. After all, he had walked around with this kid. The conversation today is only known by the four of us, Dermot said lightly. Minister Sujin can rest assured. Mr. Jean is your cousin. He wouldn't harm you. If you help me clear my doubts, I won't make things difficult for you. He smiled slightly. Surely Minister Sujin doesn't worry that my wife would leak secrets? Rusty first looked at Lawson, then swept his gaze toward Gabby beside Dermot. Does Minister Sujin have any other concerns? Dermot asked. Rusty mumbled for a long time, which made Lawson next to him quite impatient. So hesitant. What are you doing? Marvin roared. Mr. Gelg did not blame you for yesterday's incident. Just asking you about a person. Is it that hard? Brother. Rusty was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. This matter is indeed complex. Minister Sujin can give me the gist, Dermot said. I just want information about that person. As for other things, I don't care about them. Really? Rusty turned his head to look. Rusty, are you hiding something from your brother? Lawson immediately sensed something unusual. Well, Rusty laughed bitterly and said helplessly, Brother, I will explain this to you later. Marvin sighed. Indicated by Dermot, he sat back down. The person you mentioned, he began slowly. I actually don't know his true identity. I only know Marvin has a very strong background. At that time, he was still a grassroots officer in the Bureau of Geological Inspection, so after all these years, he must have been promoted long ago. Bureau of Geological Inspection? Dermot frowned. Officially called the Geological Environment Monitoring Institution. Rusty explained, simply put. It involves observing and measuring the natural geological environment, recording, calculating, analyzing, and evaluating it. Chapter 250, Taking Money Without Doing Work. Dermot felt very disappointed. The information dug out from Rusty was useful but insignificant. The man Dermot inquired about was named Amir, who was still a member of the National Geological Inspection Bureau that year. Marvin appeared on that occasion for official business. Meeting Ms. Simona seemed to be an incidental matter. What happened afterward? Dermot asked persistently. Later. Rusty glanced at Lawson guiltily. Nothing much happened. After saying this, he looked solemnly serious. I can assure you that he never met Miss Finleg again, because in the following few days, Amir was busy with official duties. Rusty was just running errands for Amir at that time, helping him handle some trivial matters. National Geological Inspection Bureau. Geological detection? Dermot frowned, mumbling several times, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, his mind flashed with an idea. Geological detection research. Marvin had heard this term last time in the ancient town. Simona had once appeared in a tourist ancient town in Xiangnan. The owner of a tea house there claimed firmly that she was a geological detection researcher. Dermot suddenly stood up. This sudden move frightened everyone. Where are you going? Gabby asked anxiously. I'm just going out to make a call. Dermot forced down his emotions and smiled. I'll be back soon. When leaving the Xiangnan ancient town, he made some arrangements. There was a pair of cousins there helping him trace Simona's trail in that place. Soon, the phone connected. Marvinlo, who is this? A lazy voice came through. Has your cousin brother been slacking off? Dermot ignored the question and spoke directly. In the ancient town, Dermot had arranged 2 people for assistance. The former tea house owner helped him gather information. His cousin, Zachariah, was assigned to supervise the operations. Oh. The voice on the other end turned serious immediately. Are you Mr. Gaelg? Dermot was now speaking to Zachariah. My brother has been running around every day, Zachariah hurriedly reported. Marvin hasn't been slacking off. That's good. Dermot took a few slow steps and then asked, any news recently? In fact, there had been regular updates from there. However, they were not significant enough to help Dermot search. Let me ask him. Zachariah laughed. Mr. Gaelg, how about you call back later? Or should I call you? All right, Dermot paused. Go find him now and call back. Less than 5 minutes after he sat back down, the phone rang. Mr. Gaelg, did you need me? A somewhat cunning voice sounded over the line, mixed with light rustling. Are you playing cards? Dermot frowned deeply. The voice faltered, then muttered awkwardly. A friend called today. Hard to refuse. Don't believe him. Zachariah's indignant voice joined in. The damn guy missed just one day. Marvin ran to the card room to play mahjong. Sydney, you're taking money without doing work? Sydney began to curse. What do you mean? I'm still your brother. Dermot was extremely annoyed. What are you arguing about? Marvin gently shouted, silencing the noise on the other end. Any news lately? Sydney's tone became sheepish. Mr. Gaelg, if there were any news, I would have messaged you on WeChat already. Dermot fell silent. Sydney might have thought he was angry and quickly said, Mr. Gaelg, don't worry. Marvin wanted to say more, but nearby voices interrupted. Old Angel, hurry up and pick up the tile. Sydney was embarrassed and mumbled softly. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Almost done. After saying this, it seemed he got up from the table, reducing the background noise. Mr. Gaelg, it really was my friends who invited me. Sydney tried to explain. Dermot was his sponsor. If his sponsor found out he wasn't working, his activity funds? Forget it. Dermot didn't want to argue further. I have another task for you. Tell me. Check on that geological detection team too. Sydney froze. All of the dozen or so people in the geological detection team? All of them, Dermot instructed. Consider today as your day off, but you must give me new information tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes. Sydney nodded hastily. All right, that's all. Dermot hung up irritably and returned to the table. Waiting for updates again was very frustrating. Rusty had already said everything he knew. Further interrogation wouldn't yield much. Today's meal left a bad taste in Dermot's mouth. Marvin had gathered quite a bit of information, but the progress of the entire matter still couldn't move forward. Marvin felt somewhat frustrated. His mood wasn't good to begin with. Upon leaving the restaurant, he coincidentally encountered 2 people he never expected to see. Seeing them, Dermot's mood became even worse. Tisit, what a small world. Alexandria glared at him as if she wanted to devour him alive. Dermot shot her a disdainful look and ignored her completely. Array, what a coincidence. Allison gazed steadily at the man, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. This woman, Dermot didn't want to deal with either. Marvin bypassed the 2 and was about to leave. But Alexandria remained as nasty as ever. Humph, little brat. What do you have to be so proud about? Before Dermot could respond, Gabby's pretty face darkened. Miss Sue, you're already in your 30s. She exuded a cold demeanor. Do you not know what respect means? People like Miss Sue, who lack manners, I usually ignore. But to insult my husband is another story. If I'm not mistaken. Gabby's gaze turned icy. Miss Sue was recently arrested for defamation. It must have taken considerable effort to get out. I wouldn't mind sending Miss Sue back inside again, she said with confidence. As she spoke, she took a step forward. Gabby's imposing presence left Alexandria blushing and fuming. Public insults, though less severe than defamation, still have sufficient grounds for detention. Does Miss Sue want to try it? You. Alexandria angrily pointed at Gabby, ready to curse. Mom, calm down. Allison hurriedly held her back. Don't forget the police warning. Mentioning this, Alexandria immediately quieted down. Sorry. Allison looked at Gabby and Dermot across from her, her eyes flashing with envy. She envied Gabby. At the same time, She felt extremely bitter inside. Gabby had stolen Dermot's heart, taking away the man who loved her, Allison, to the core. Under normal circumstances, she should have detested this woman, but oddly enough, she found no resentment in her heart towards Gabby, only admiration and jealousy. Chapter 251 If Time Could Turn Back. Allison had an inherent pride as a woman. She always believed that everything she possessed was obtained through her own efforts, including Dermot and everyone else. They all told her the same. Her pride and self-satisfaction accumulated day by day, making her look down on herself with high regard. Even though she married Dermot, she had always looked down upon this useless man. She ignored everything this man did for her. Only now did she gradually understand what it meant to realize the value of something after losing it. These days she often missed the good times with Dermot, thinking of his meticulous and gentle manner. Allison tried comparing Dermot with her senior. The senior was her unattainable moonlight, shining brightly back when they were studying, capturing her heart. Under the lens of first love, the senior was perfect. But if she set aside this lens, apart from sweet words, Jason had nothing much going for him. Looking at Dermot again, for her career, this man always traveled tirelessly. When she faced setbacks, Dermot would gently encourage her. Marvin encouraged her not just with words, but also by working hard behind the scenes. This man had done too much for her, yet in the past, she hadn't realized it. Even when Jason returned, she ruthlessly pushed him away. Allison once thought she was pursuing the lost love, but now looking back, she felt like a fool. She actually pushed away a treasure of a man who loved her wholeheartedly. Allison regretted it deeply. She kept thinking, if only time could turn back, if life could restart, she would never let go of Dermot's hand. With myriad complex emotions, Allison blankly stared at the couple across from her, fingers intertwined. She couldn't feel resentment toward Gabby. Even if this woman took away Dermot, all of this was her own doing. This moment, Lawson noticed the commotion at the entrance. Marvin had been detained by something and couldn't see them off. President Beckham, Mr. Gailg? Marvin hurried forward. What happened? I heard you arguing. Lawson turned to the mother-daughter duo from the family with an unhappy expression. Who are you people? Allison was wearing a mask, so Lawson didn't recognize her immediately. Before her wedding announcement, she was a top-tier actress, very well known. After the gossip broke out, the controversies around her increased. Therefore, no matter where she went now, she had to wear a mask or else it would be troublesome. Mom, let's go. Allison grabbed Alexandria's hand, intending to pull her away. Wait. Lawson frowned, raising a hand to stop them. Who let you in? I'm the owner here. You caused a conflict with my esteemed guests here, and you still want to enter? Please leave immediately, otherwise. Lawson sneered, staring tightly at the two. Allison's face paled. Marvin, her gaze toward Dermot, became even more resentful. How many times had this happened? Because of this man, she was about to be kicked out again. Allison felt humiliated. Alexandria, standing beside her, was infuriated. Why did this Gailg fellow have connections everywhere? Confronted with the resentful and angry gazes of the mother and daughter, Dermot remained calm. This mother-daughter pair had no connection with him anymore, and he didn't have the energy to deal with them. Mr. Jean, let it go. Gabby said, it's just a minor friction, not worth it. She glanced at Allison, then turned to look at Dermot. Husband, shall we go? Dermot nodded. Marvin wouldn't even give Allison a second glance now. Interlocked fingers with Gabby, he left with a leisurely demeanor. Lawson respectfully escorted them to their car, and when he came back, he coldly glared at the mother-daughter duo. Since President Beckham said that, Marvin wouldn't hold it against the two any longer. However, Alexandria still felt greatly humiliated. Once everyone left, she jumped in anger. That scoundrel, that damned scoundrel. Allison felt somewhat helpless. Mom, don't always act like this. What do you mean always act like this? Alexandria gritted her teeth. Didn't you see the way that scoundrel acted? At least I was his ex-mother-in-law. How dare he treat me like this? She distorted her face with anger. This little brat, eating and drinking for free at our family for a year, and still can't earn his loyalty. Mom, if you continue like this, I will get mad. Allison's pretty face darkened, releasing her mother's hand. Facing her daughter, Alexandria felt somewhat guilty. She twirled her eyes, forced down her anger, and grinned awkwardly. All right, I won't say anything. Let's have dinner, she said, pulling Allison's hand to enter the restaurant. Allison shrugged her off. Let's go somewhere else. I'm not really in the mood for this. She turned and walked away. Yes, yes. Alexandria hurriedly followed. There are plenty of other places to eat. Not welcome here. Humph, as if we care. She glanced back and spat at the sign twice. Allison sighed. Sometimes she really didn't want to go out with her mother. The in-family mother-daughter duo found a restaurant nearby and sat down to order. Alexandria stopped causing trouble and began heating up the tableware for her daughter with care. I'm going to the restroom. Allison stood up, placing her bag on the seat. As soon as she left, Alexandria quickly reached over and took Allison's phone from her bag. The lock screen was a photo taken during her student days, where she smiled faintly, pure and lovely. Alexandria missed those times. Back then, she was obedient and understanding, never arguing with her parents. Sighing deeply, Alexandria unlocked the phone using the password she had secretly observed. She rapidly opened the contacts list, found an unsaved number, and dialed it. Before long, the call was answered. Allison could return at any moment. Alexandria cut straight to the chase, swiftly agreeing on terms with the caller. After the call, she put the phone back as if nothing happened and sipped the hawthorn juice provided by the restaurant. Soon after, Allison returned. She had no idea what her mother had done behind her back, until their dishes arrived and the phone in her bag suddenly rang. Missin, this is Tianheng Entertainment. The man on the other end invited her warmly. Allison was stunned. Marvin's reputation was ruined, yet there were still companies willing to accept her. And Tianyu, Jinghai and Buckshot were not far apart. They returned to their home in Jinghai at 10 o'clock that night. Fiona had been picked up by her eldest son. There were only the two of them at home before they left for Buckshot. After a few days of touring Buckshot, the couple's relationship became even closer. They snuggled on the sofa watching a movie, and Dermot naturally stayed in his wife's room that night. Nothing happened overnight. Until the next morning, Dermot was awakened again by a scream. Marvin inwardly cursed, preparing himself for being kicked off the bed. But this time, after waiting for a very long time, there was still no action from Gabby. Dermot opened his eyes in surprise. Gabby's face was flushed, staring at him intently. Marvin, her long legs were curled up, ready to kick. Seeming to finally react just in time, she withdrew her legs, sparing Dermot's life. Dermot's spirits lifted. This was a significant improvement. I'm going to wash up. Gabby retracted her long legs, scrambling off the bed. Dermot still didn't get up. Marvin smiled at the woman, feeling a strong sense of happiness. Being with someone you both like really makes you feel happy and satisfied. Marvin lingered on the comfortable mattress for a while, before lazily getting out of bed, returning to his room to wash up, then humming a tune as he walked into the kitchen. Gabby, after all, was an exquisite girl who had many things to do after waking up. By the time she came downstairs, Dermot had already prepared a rich breakfast. Having not been back to the company for 3 consecutive days, there were quite a few things waiting for them to handle. At the foot of her company building, they parted ways, with Dermot driving back to Leahy. Guild chairman, you're back? Lainey looked at him as if seeing a savior. What happened? Dermot curiously looked at her. Did something happen at the company? Not exactly. Lainey smiled bitterly. It's Tianheng Entertainment, they want to meet you. Tianheng Entertainment? Dermot was surprised. They want to meet me? Did they say why? Tianheng was the largest entertainment company in the country. They excelled in various fields such as film and television investment, artist management, record production, and entertainment marketing. Leahy had been doing well recently, but in terms of history, it couldn't compare to Tianheng. They haven't revealed what it's about yet, Lainey reported. But from the tone of the other side, it should be good news. Okay, Dermot smiled. I'm free today, contact them. Lainey hurried to do it. While she contacted Tianheng, Dermot toured various departments in the company. Coming back from his rounds, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Miss Angel, how are you recently? The person he called was Roni. After the last incident, this woman gradually became a die-hard fan of Dermot. Receiving Dermot's call, Roni was extremely excited. Good morning, Brother Rue. Did you see the messages I sent? Yes. Dermot smiled. I saw the messages, so I called to congratulate you. She had passed her audition. Thanks to Brother Rue for arranging acting teachers for me. Roni said, I managed to pass the audition smoothly. Brother Rue, would you like to have lunch with me? You've helped me so much. I want to thank you in person. Dermot hesitated for a moment, then agreed. All right, but you have to invite Miss Liu too. Roni showed obvious disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. Okay. Chair seems to have some good news too. See you at lunch? Seeing Lainey returning, Dermot prepared to hang up. Marvin wanted to tell Roni something in person, so there was no need to say it over the phone. Seeing Dermot put down the phone, Lainey approached. Chairman Gale, I've made contact with him. The meeting was set for 4 in the afternoon. At that time, senior executives from Tianheng Entertainment would visit. Marvin stayed in the company until 11 in the morning before getting up to leave. Roni had just sent him a location, and he could follow the navigation to find her. Half an hour later, Dermot met 2 famous online beauties outside a Western restaurant. London looked somewhat tired. These days she had been busy trying to get out of her contract with her company, which must have been quite hectic. Mr. Gale, you're here? Don't call me Miss Angel anymore? It's too formal. Just call me Yu from now on. Dermot felt a headache, sensing that this girl might have some unrealistic expectations. Inside the restaurant, in an unremarkable corner, a man wearing a cap was staring intently. Chapter 253, No third person should know. Dermot sought out Roni to find out what Dalen had been up to recently. Roni found this curious. Brother Rue, aren't you and young Master Marvin friends? Why don't you just ask him directly? Dermot smiled. We are friends, but also competitors. Understanding his recent activities would allow us to devise a better strategy in response. Roni understood vaguely. Marvin, her talents were all invested in attracting men. Wasn't what Dermot mentioned related to business? Roni didn't quite grasp it, but it seemed very intriguing. Brother Rue, are you asking me to be a business spy? She asked in a hushed tone. Dermot was taken aback for a moment. That she thought this way truly caught him off guard. Marvin felt that explaining the misunderstanding wasn't necessary. It wasn't even needed. Yes, you can think of it like that. The Marvin family and the Gale family have ties through marriage, but the two families are not united as one. They are each eyeing each other's businesses, he said. And they've always been competing, both openly and secretly. Dermot's words were half true and half false, but they were enough to stun Roni. You this? Marvin looked at Roni with a serious expression. It's extremely important. Absolutely, no third person should know. London timidly raised her small hand. Mr. Gale, do I need to step out? Dermot glanced at her and then amended, no fourth person should know. Oh, the two women exchanged glances. Dermot's earnest change of words made them want to laugh. What do you want me to do? Roni seemed somewhat hesitant. Don't go out of your way, Dermot said. Just knowing what he does every day is enough. Roni lifted her eyes. Is it really that simple? Of course, I won't let you get involved in anything risky, Dermot smiled. Just continue interacting with Dalen as you did before. Just the same as before. All you need to do is record what Dalen has done and who he has met. After his explanation, Roni understood. In short, she was to be an informant planted by his side. You, if you find it difficult, it's okay. Dermot tried a retreat to advance tactic. A glint of intrigue shone in Roni's beautiful eyes. She appeared a little nervous, but also excited. Brother Rue has helped me so much. It's only right that I do something for you. His expression was very serious. London felt a sudden boost in spirit. At that moment, Dermot suddenly turned his head and muttered, "Where is the restroom?" Roni hurriedly pointed the way for him. Dermot nodded and got up to walk over. In a spot where the two women couldn't see, he suddenly turned and walked straight towards the restaurant's exit. Marvin quickened his steps and caught up with a man wearing a cap. "Whose business are you?" The cap-wearing man, being grabbed, looked unhappy. "Picking a fight, huh?" Dermot remained silent. Lifting his hand, he grabbed the man's collar and dragged him to the roadside. "This question should be from me." Dermot sneered. "You've been lurking around for so long, as if I wouldn't notice?" "I didn't lurk." "Didn't?" The cap-wearing man's face changed as he shouted. "Warning you. Let go immediately. Or else." As the threat left his mouth, his angry face twisted in pain. Marvin cried out, his body bending like a shrimp. However, just as he bent down, Dermot grabbed his collar and lifted him up again. The punch to the abdomen nearly made the man vomit his lunch. He felt immense pain. "Has this punch made you smarter?" Dermot sneered. "You." The cap on the man's head was snatched off by Dermot and thrown to the ground. "Wearing a cap, did you think I wouldn't notice you?" Dermot said secretly. He had planned to deal with her, interrogating her about something. Actually, he wanted to retrieve some evidence in her hands. While he was pondering, the man whose collar he still held was glancing around, trying to find an opportunity to escape. After a moment, Dermot let him go. Seizing the chance, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. But before he could make any move, Dermot threw another punch, smashing into his stomach. Chapter 254. Bullying should have limits. What the hell? Why? Devin curled up and fell to the ground. Marvin couldn't figure out, how did this kid manage to always be one step ahead of him? Hiding in a corner of the restaurant, thinking he wouldn't be discovered. But just as he walked out of the restaurant, he was caught up with. Just as he was about to make a move, this kid struck first. Ugh. Devin felt a churning sensation in his stomach and retched on the ground like a shrimp. Passers-by who saw this stopped to watch. Dermot ignored the curious gazes of the passers-by and squatted down in front of Devin. "Not very obedient, are you?" he said with a half smile. "You overheard such an important conversation. Do you really think I'd let you off?" "You." Devin clutched his stomach and managed to speak. "What do you want?" Orland dotted over. Dermot extended a hand. "Behave yourself. Don't make me do something I'll regret." Devin had a miserable look on his face. Marvin shakily touched his ear and removed a wireless earpiece. After receiving it, Dermot blew on it lightly before placing it to his ear and listening quietly for a moment. Through the earpiece was the conversation between the two women in the restaurant. What else? Dermot placed the earpiece on the ground, crushed it, and then extended his hand again. "Aren't you trying to deceive me?" Devin said indignantly. "Don't try to fool me with just an earpiece." Dermot sneered. "The recording device is in Roni's bag, isn't it? The audio recorder. Were you planning to hide it on you and bring it back to submit your report?" Marvin said calmly. Devin's pupils dilated. This kid, not easy to deal with at all. Marvin was about to speak when his eyes hurt. Dermot, who had been talking normally a second ago, suddenly threw another punch. This time it hit him directly in the eye, blinding him with stars and dizziness. Devin was fuming. Bullying shouldn't have limits like this. "Brother, what's going on here?" The crowd couldn't stand it anymore and ran up to ask. Dermot turned around and calmly said, "It's nothing, sir. He's my brother." Marvin pointed at the lying Devin and continued. "This unlucky guy stole our parents' money. I'm making him give it back. Your mom." Devin's vision blurred. Dermot ignored his gaze. Grabbing his collar, he swiftly left the crowd's sight. "You, where are you taking me?" After walking some distance, Devin finally realized. "To bury you in the suburbs." Dermot glanced back at him. "You." Devin's face paled, struggling desperately. "Kid, don't mess around?" Because he wasn't behaving, Marvin got hit again. Devin felt both humiliated and angry. Meeting this scoundrel was the unluckiest thing that ever happened to him. He dared not argue further. "I won't say anything I heard today." "What did you hear today?" Dermot stopped and looked sideways at him. "Just letting Roni." Devin spoke a few words before being yanked away again. His face was full of anxiety. "Sir, brother, please believe me this once. I won't tell anyone anything I heard today. Let me go." He begged hurriedly. "What did you hear today?" Dermot stopped again and repeated the question. "Let Angel." Devin swallowed the words as soon as they came out, scared by Dermot's icy gaze. Devin shivered, finally reacting. "Nothing at all," he said in a flustered manner. "Brother, I didn't hear a single word." Dermot stared at him for a moment before laughing. Devin was completely puzzled, not understanding what his laughter meant. Next, Dermot walked over and hooked his arm around Devin's shoulders, continuing to walk with him. To outsiders, they would appear like two good brothers. With their arms around each other's shoulders, they must have a deep bond. But inside, Devin's heart was pounding with unease. Marvin had no idea what Dermot would do next. This kid always acted unpredictably, leaving others unable to keep up with his thinking. Not long after, a minivan pulled up beside them. "Boss Gale, did you need me?" A burly man jumped down from the minivan. Dermot nodded at him. Then he released Devin and pushed him toward the man. "Take this guy for a ride. I'll have business with him later." Dermot instructed the newcomer. "Got it." The newcomer turned out to be Esau, an unemployed loafer who had once hit Dermot but was later subdued. To deal with a thug like Devin, Esau was the best choice. "You." Devin was dumbfounded. They really weren't going to let him off? "Make sure he's well taken care of," Dermot warned with a half smile as he left. "If he runs away, I'll hold you responsible." "Understood. He won't get away." Esau slapped his chest loudly, making a guarantee. Saying this, Marvin grabbed Devin by the neck with his big hand. Like catching a chicken, he shoved Devin into the minivan. After getting in the van, Devin found that there were two youths sitting inside who looked quite shady. His heart sank. Today, he was definitely cursed, encountering such people. Devin couldn't help but resent Seamus for assigning him such a terrible job. Marvin was completely numb. Chapter 255. A girl's feelings are always poetic. When Dermot returned to the restaurant, the two women were looking at him anxiously. They both seemed very worried. Mr. Galek, where did you go just now? For so long? Dermot smiled. I met a friend and chatted for a while. Although the dishes they had ordered individually were served, neither of them had touched their food. It wasn't until Dermot returned that they started eating. Today, sitting together for a meal, they were not only enjoying the delicious Western food, but also indulging in the grand plans painted by Dermot. After the meal, the eyes of the two women were gleaming with excitement. Still have some matters this afternoon? Dermot stood up and said, Did you drive here? Would you like me to give you a ride? No need. The two women waved their hands hurriedly. Brother Rouet, you can take care of your business first. We came by car. Dermot nodded and bid farewell to the two women. Marvin had an appointment with Tianhing Entertainment at 4 in the afternoon. Now it was only a little past 1, so he still had plenty of time. Dermot aimlessly drove around for a couple of rounds before finally stopping his car in front of Gabby's company. Even though it had been only a morning, he already missed her. With great eagerness, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of the Suzy Engine Group's president office. The young secretary opened the door, and Dermot immediately noticed something was off inside. As he walked in, he surveyed the room with his eyes. Two men in suits were sitting on the sofa, looking quite serious. Another man sat in front of Gabby's desk, seemingly engaged in a conversation with her. This man glanced at Dermot and then turned back. President Beckham, we are discussing something important. I don't want anyone irrelevant to interrupt us. That's understandable. Gabby replied coolly. Isidore, you can continue. Isidore, who was in his 40s, frowned deeply, pointing at Dermot without any courtesy. Shouldn't he step out for now? May I ask? Gabby asked patiently. What reason do you have for him to step out? Isidore's expression turned even worse. Does this girl not understand simple language? I just told you. Isidore shouted angrily. I'm discussing a business secret with President Beckham. No irrelevant people should be present. Marvin, an irrelevant person? Gabby's face showed displeasure. Please watch your words, Isidore. Marvin is my husband. She lifted her beautiful face slightly. This company belongs to him as much as it does to me. You come to discuss cooperation with me, and yet you plan to exclude my husband? She gave a cold smile. It seems Isidore's sincerity is questionable. Is he? Isidore instantly felt embarrassed and stuttered. Is he really President Beckham's husband? A slight smirk appeared on Gabby's lips. It looked like a smiley. Although Isidore's reputation isn't good, the projects he offers are indeed promising. If he changes his ways, I might give him a chance. But, Gabby smiled. His rudeness to my husband lost him the opportunity. Dermot was taken aback. Then he laughed. It's not that serious, right? It is. Gabby was firm. Speaking disrespectfully about you in front of me. To not rebuke him would be because of my excellent manners. Little Secretary Belinda stood by, listening to the couple's conversation, feeling a mix of emotions. Showing off their love in the office. She felt she shouldn't be standing there. Temperance, you can leave? Gabby turned around. Call you if I need anything. Belinda felt relieved. She hurried out of the door. Back at her seat, she felt a tinge of envy. Initially, Belinda had a hidden agenda when she firmly opposed President Beckham's decision to marry Dermot. Because she liked President Beckham. At a very young age, Belinda knew she was different from others. While still in school, girls would enthusiastically discuss which class had the most handsome guys. But Belinda, also a girl at the budding age of love, was different from her peers. She paid more attention to girls. Later on in college, the cute and adorable Belinda had no shortage of admirers. However, these excellent boys couldn't win even a fraction of her heart. From the moment she stepped into the college campus, her heart already belonged to someone. Every time she recalled their first meeting outside the campus with President Beckham, her heart would pound continuously. Belinda did not attend the same university as Gabby. Moreover, the year she entered college, Gabby had already graduated from a prestigious foreign university. Therefore, that encounter was regarded by Belinda as fate, and she firmly believed she and President Beckham were destined to meet. After graduation, she submitted her resume to Suzy Engine Group. Gabby once asked her, why did she, a high-achieving graduate from a top domestic university, choose to be a secretary? Belinda's response at that time was, President Beckham is my role model in life, and I want to learn from President Beckham. A girl's feelings are always poetic. She didn't dare express her admiration. Being able to stay by President Beckham's side was enough for her. Belinda was highly capable and deeply appreciated. Gabby intentionally nurtured her and was willing to share secrets with her. Upon learning that President Beckham disliked men, Belinda was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She thought she would eventually find an opportunity to tell President Beckham what she had been hiding deep inside. Until Dermot appeared, breaking all her fantasies. The little secretary felt resentful and developed strong hostility toward Dermot. She knew this was wrong because President Beckham had chosen this man out of necessity. But jealousy made it hard for her to remain rational. She targeted Dermot time and again. Until that day, this man stood up. When President Beckham was at her most helpless, it was the man she had always looked down upon who protected President Beckham. The little secretary's attitude towards Dermot changed on that day. She recognized Dermot in some aspects, but was still dissatisfied with him taking away her President Beckham. Marvin emotions found no outlet. They entangled her heart every moment. Chapter 256, A Treasure of a Boss. Next week, various departments of Suzy Engine Group will be rolling out team-building activities one after another. Many people dread team-building activities and would rather avoid them at all costs. However, such activities are very popular at Suzy Engine Group. Working professionals do not hate team-building activities per se. They detest the monotonous ones that take up their rest time. Team-building activities at Suzy Engine Group mainly include outdoor adventures and themed parties. Outdoor adventures consist of various outdoor challenges like mountain climbing and river rafting, or team games like fishing competitions. Theme parties are gatherings around different themes where participants can collaboratively plan fun activities. Gabby listened to her employees' feedback and eliminated all ineffective team-building activities. She personally planned more humanistic and empathetic activities. Employees no longer need to sacrifice their rest time, because Suzy Engine Group's team-building events are scheduled during workdays. For them, it feels more like paid playtime than participating in team-building activities. Dear, will you be going? Words made Gabby blush furiously. Seeing her bashful look, Dermot felt a rush of desire. Marvin put down the documents and silently walked over, locking the door quietly before turning back. Seeing Dermot about to embrace her, Gabby looked somewhat guilty. She glanced quickly at the door and whispered, "Don't mess around. We're at work. What's to fear?" Dermot smiled slightly. "No one will come in without your permission." Gabby wanted to argue, but Dermot was already close. Marvin, her lips were sealed, feeling his hot breath. After struggling lightly for a moment, she gave in, letting him kiss gently. A long while later, Dermot finally released her. Gabby's face was flushed red, breathing slightly heavier. No funny business in the office next time. Even after it ended, her heart was still racing. Feeling her reproachful glance, Dermot looked helpless. "We're legally married. What's wrong with a little kiss?" Marvin, her nervous and cute demeanor. Dermot stayed until 2 in the afternoon before reluctantly leaving. In 2 hours, the Tianheng Entertainment representatives would visit, so he needed to prepare back at his office. Time flew by. It was now 4 o'clock, as agreed. Tianheng Entertainment's headquarters were in Jingxing. This time, it was a branch manager who came to visit. A very efficient short-haired woman. "Mr. Gale, hello?" She extended her, "That these faded stars won't bring in ratings?" Autumn smiled slightly. There's no need to hesitate," Autumn laughed. "The guests mentioned indeed have faded from stardom. Some of them are currently in an awkward position where they can't get any roles. Bringing these people together is because they share several common points. Female, in their 30s, with dreams, and once famous. These are all trending keywords." Dermot nodded lightly. The entertainment industry is predominantly a women's market. What kind of sparks could a group of over 30 faded actresses create when brought together? Even Dermot, who wasn't very interested in variety shows, wanted to see it. "There's one more point," Autumn smiled. "They're very affordable now, with low appearance fees. The budget can be focused on creating high-quality content." Dermot chuckled. Manager Duan did have a sense of humor. Actually, from the start, he had intentions to accept this collaboration. But after talking things through, Dermot told her he would carefully consider it. Finalizing the cooperation shouldn't be a problem. Both sides were just considering their respective investments. This point still needed further discussion. "Mr. Gale, contact us once you've made up your mind," Autumn smiled as she stood up to leave. The deal was agreed upon in principle. It wasn't possible to sign a contract in just one meeting. Autumn gave Leahy some space to think, and left temporarily. After escorting her out and watching the car drive away, Dermot turned to Laney. "Lights and compile a list for me. To make a comeback, talent and luck are both indispensable. Luck is elusive, but talent can be measured. Memorable highlights?" Laney paused, puzzled. "What aspect do you mean?" "I mean previously having played a very popular role or a breakout catchphrase. Do you mean the audience's memorable moments of them?" Laney understood immediately and nodded quickly. She started bustling about with energy. Before long, a list was delivered. After some deliberation, Dermot circled 3 names on the list. "Do they have any film deals or other activities coming up in the next few months? If so, find a way to cancel them. Also, have them get into shape as soon as possible. Treat it like a vacation." Dermot swiftly gave instructions. The preparation time for a variety show wouldn't be too long. Once the contracts were signed, the process would speed up significantly. Tianheng might already have completed a lot of preliminary work, just waiting for the green light from their partners. Having finished his work, Dermot received a call from Roni. Marvin couldn't help but feel curious. Having just met at noon, why was she calling now? Upon connecting the call, Roni seemed to be suppressing her voice. "Mr. Gale, I contacted young Master Marvin as you instructed. Young Master Marvin rather impatiently told me he has dinner with someone tonight, so I asked him out of curiosity. Marvin said the boss dining with him tonight is from the Gelg family." "From the Gelg family?" Dermot paused. "Did you ask him what this person's name is?" "I don't know what it is. Young Master Marvin only said it's the second uncle of the Gelg family." "Oh." Dermot smiled. "Is it Stefan? Why is this old fox dining with Dalen? There are more than just the 2 of them, right? How did you know?" Roni was surprised, then continued, "Young Master Marvin's father will also be there." Dermot laughed. "All right, I understand. They are starting rehearsals here. I need to go," Roni said hurriedly before hanging up. Dermot put his phone down vertically, gently tapping on the table. "Dining together, Stefan, and the Marvin family, father and son. It can't be as simple as just a meal." Last week, Marvin revealed the truth about the Gale brothers plotting against Dalen. This old fox approached the Marvin family father and son to apologize for this matter. Dermot chuckled, took out his phone, found Dalen's number, and dialed it. No matter how hard Stefan tries, he cannot clear himself of involvement in that plot against Dalen. But regardless, he would deny it to the end. Most likely, he would grit his teeth and give up some benefits to satisfy the Marvin family father and son. If that's the case, let's find a way to make this old fox bleed heavily once more. "Marvinlo?" Dalen's arrogant voice came through the speaker. "Who is it?" Dermot chuckled. "Young Master Marvin didn't save my number?" And asking who it is. Dalen hesitated. Indeed, he hadn't saved Dermot's number. "Is young Master Marvin free tonight?" Dermot asked with a smile. "Would you like to meet up?" Dalen was a bit puzzled. What does this guy mean? "This evening won't work," Dalen replied. "I have an engagement with my father tonight." "So unfortunate?" Dermot felt a bit regretful. Was hoping to discuss making money with young Master Marvin. Dalen was stunned. Last week, Dermot helped him secure $2 billion. Less than a week has passed, and he's back again. After a brief pause, Dalen became a bit excited. But soon after, he deflated. Can we reschedule? Today I can't get away. Is today's honored guest important? Dermot's voice was surprised. Marvin A.V. Psi, Dalen replied. Today's honored guest is your Uncle Georg. Didn't expect that, did you? Stefan? Dermot's voice sounded very surprised. Marvin invited you and your father to dinner? Dalen appeared quite helpless. That guy contacted my dad, and he asked me to come along. Dermot said, oh. What do you mean by, oh? Dalen frowned. Nothing. Dermot smiled. It seems that the old guy is planning to reconcile with you guys. Exactly. Exactly what? Dalen didn't understand. Exactly. I found out something. Dermot said, you can bring this up when you see him. In fact, the reason why he invited you tonight was to talk about this. Stefan has been keeping a mistress on the side. I managed to get some photos and videos. Mixing truth with lies made Dalen's brain smoke. You got his photos, and then what? Dalen was stunned. Of course, use them to blackmail him. Need to ask? Dermot was speechless. Marvin. Dalen felt his intelligence being looked down upon by the other party and became a bit angry. But since Dermot hadn't finished speaking, he couldn't act out. Dalen, when you see him, do it like this. Dermot patiently taught him. Dalen wasn't too smart. But what Dermot told him was relatively simple. After repeated instructions, the young man finally remembered. I'll send you the photos in a while, and you can show them to Stefan. This old fox sure knows how to play around. Dalen laughed. You're quite vicious yourself. How did you even get such photos? Just for survival. Dermot sighed, not forgetting to add at the end. Dalen, don't expose me. If that old fox notices, I won't be able to act in secret anymore. He felt a tinge of sadness. Belinda hated her own weakness. If she were strong enough, President Beckham wouldn't need protection from a man. Xiao Corlieg, why haven't you left yet? Gabby noticed her secretary still standing there. Meeting President Beckham's gaze, Belinda felt nervous. No, nothing. She stammered a few words, then hurriedly turned to leave. After stepping out of the office, Belinda heard her phone ringing. Marvin's expression changed slightly as she pulled it out for a look. The unknown number on the screen made her heart tighten. She hastily hung up the call and scrambled to gather her personal items. Just then, the phone rang again. Belinda felt irritated. Even after hanging up, it still called. She silenced her phone and tossed it into her bag, then headed toward the elevator, distracted. All of this, Gabby, of course, didn't know. After waiting for about half an hour, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, then got up with delight, grabbing her bag before heading out. Downstairs in the company parking lot, Dermot had already opened the car door for her. Are you hungry? He smiled warmly. I left a bit late and got stuck in traffic. It's okay. Gabby smiled faintly, allowing the man to usher her into the passenger seat. Marvin closed the door for her. Then Dermot circled around to the other side. Do you remember what today is? He asked with a smile as he sat down in the driver's seat. Gabby froze. She thought for a moment, but finally shook her head. 1-month wedding anniversary. Dermot laughed. We registered our marriage on the 4th of last month. Gabby was surprised. Recalling that was true. How could you forget such an important day? Dermot murmured. Ah, how frustrating. Gabby couldn't help laughing despite wanting to cry. Okay, it's my fault. She smiled. How can I make it up to you? Dermot remained silent, but his face moved closer to hers. Gabby instantly understood. Marvin, her cheeks flushed bright red. Glancing around quickly, she quickly kissed Dermot on the cheek. Satisfied now? She pouted her lips in mock annoyance, looking very cute. Dermot cleared his throat and said seriously, all right, since you're so sincere. It was rush hour. On the road, they stopped frequently. However, the two lovers in the midst of their love affair didn't get annoyed by it. When the car eventually stopped, Gabby found herself at High Tion Tower. Why are we here? She wondered curiously. On such an important anniversary, Dermot said while unfastening his seatbelt. We should go somewhere romantic, right? Gabby paused. There was a sky-high restaurant on the top floor of High Tion Tower, which matched Dermot's description of romantic. Greeting him would be impolite. Dermot clearly wasn't too willing, but he still nodded. Sitting with Stefan were precisely Orson and his son Dalen. The expressions on this father and son's faces were different. Orson wore a look of hostility, while Dalen seemed rather amused. Are you eating? Dermot asked as he walked over. Gabby hurriedly tugged at him, then turned with a smile. You're here too? Stefan sneered. This kid has poor upbringing. But his wife is relatively sensible. Stefan put on an air of superiority, nodding arrogantly. You've come too? I'm having a meeting here. You two go sit somewhere else. That sounds good, Dermot said with a half smile. Sitting here would be too crowded. Stefan frowned. Was this kid deliberately being sarcastic? Not bothering you then? Gabby forced a smile, quickly pulling Dermot away. She picked a seat as far away as possible. You. After sitting down, Gabby scolded gently. Marvin is your uncle after all? Your dad's younger brother. Your dad. Dermot interrupted her, saying seriously, still can't change how you address him? Mrs. Beckham? Gabby was speechless, awkwardly changing her words. Dad, is this better? Dermot nodded in satisfaction. Much better. Although seeing these people made him quite unhappy, it wasn't enough to ruin his mood completely. After ordering their meal, the couple enjoyed the night breeze and admired the city lights. Night had fallen, and the cars driving on the roads below looked like flowing ink on a magnificent painting. Dermot admired the view for a while, then turned his head to look elsewhere. Marvin saw Dalen take out his phone and wave it in front of Stefan. At that moment, Stefan's expression became especially vivid. Chapter 259. United as a couple. Stefan panicked. Marvin Shinjin you. Marvin barely suppressed his shock, raising his head to look at the father and son across from him. Dalen put away his phone calmly. Uncle Georg, these photos were given to me by someone else? These photos were given by Dermot. The pretext he was using now was also something Dermot had instructed him beforehand. They had been sitting down for a while, but Stefan naturally refused to admit his dirty deeds. This point was already mentioned by Dermot over the phone earlier. No matter whether the Marvin family had evidence or not, he couldn't admit it. A matter that could have endangered the next generation of the Marvin family was too significant. Having solid proof would not be good for either side. It was far from time to openly confront each other. Currently, what could be done was to try to quell the anger of the father and son of the Marvin family. Since he was responsible for this, Stefan also worried about retaliation from them. Better safe than sorry. After meeting with the father and son of the Marvin family, he tried to probe their stance indirectly. But then, Dalen pulled out, flushed away by intense panic. Marvin drank water anxiously, trying to calm down. Uncle Georg, you are my elder. Dalen picked up his phone. Since these photos cause you trouble, I will delete them. While saying so, he opened the album and selected all the photos. Then, in front of Stefan, he clicked delete. Stefan could only smile bitterly in response. What use was deleting these? The originals still exist. Marvin knew clearly. By doing this, Dalen was giving him a way out. If he didn't respond properly to this gesture, the other side wouldn't let it go easily. Thank you, Marvin Shinjin. Marvin swallowed hard, thoughts rapidly spinning in his head. In a bustling world, everyone is driven by profit. Quelling the father and son of the Marvin family's anger wasn't entirely impossible. Stefan endured pain, sacrificing his own interests to apologize to the two before him. Thus, some grudges might be resolved. The father and son exchanged a glance, feeling pleased. Dalen turned to look at Dermot, thinking this kid's prediction was fairly accurate. Following Dermot's instructions, he finished the task, and sure enough, Stefan compensated them financially. The feeling was exhilarating. When Stefan left, his figure seemed somewhat embarrassed. Son, where did you get these photos? Orson wore a rare smile. Dalen remembered Dermot's instructions and smiled mysteriously. Dad, don't ask about it. This old guy gave our family so many benefits, all thanks to me. Look, Marvin couldn't hide his excitement. Starting today, can my allowance be increased? Speaking of this, Orson's face turned serious. You already get plenty of allowance every month, Marvin said. And you want more? What do you need so much money for? Dalen widened his eyes, arguing, Dad, isn't 50,000 yuan a month a lot? Orson raised his hand and interrupted him without hesitation. Xiao Huan, understand your father's intentions. Limiting allowance is to prevent you from going astray. Dalen felt like cursing, but considering it was his father, he held back. Well, that's it. Orson stood up, assuming the authority of a father, striving for so many benefits for the family but not getting anything himself. Dalen was filled with frustration but had nowhere to vent it. Orson ignored his sulking son, rising and walking toward Dermot with clear animosity on his face. Marvin still remembered. This young Gale guy had even made a move against him. It didn't stop there. This damn thing kept stirring up trouble incessantly. The bodyguards who went with him to cause trouble that day submitted their resignations one by one afterward. To suffer such a great loss in front of a young junior, how could he swallow this anger? Young juniors dared to put on airs in front of him. Still you know how to speak. Dermot smiled, being so courteous. Surely you won't linger on, right? Not staying, right? Anger rushed into Orson's brain. He really wanted to tear apart this kid's rotten mouth. So infuriating. Chapter 260. Big Client. Orson was also someone who cared about his dignity. When Gabby politely asked him to leave, he couldn't bear to continue being aggressive in front of the younger generation. In the end, he waved his hand and left angrily. Dalen gave Dermot a wink and made a gesture for a phone call as she left. Gabby was somewhat surprised. I feel like. She looked hesitant. Young Master Marvin doesn't seem to have such deep hostility towards you anymore? Dermot smiled. Explaining this would be somewhat complicated. Tonight is our anniversary, he said solemnly. Why bring up these dampening matters? Thinking about it, Gabby agreed. She no longer dwelled on these unrelated matters and enjoyed the beauty of the night with her husband. 1 month into their marriage, it wasn't much of a significant day, but they still celebrated with a sense of ceremony, strolling through shops and exchanging gifts. Gabby had noticed early on that her husband's wrist was bare. In this era, watches were gradually losing their practical value. Besides enhancing one's style, they seemed to have little other use. Nowadays, at this price, her commission would be between 10,000 and 21,000. What a big client. Gabby didn't even blink when she saw the price tag. This further excited the young girl, feeling that today held promise. Can I try it on? Gabby studied it for a while and then asked the girl. The girl nodded quickly. Of course. Then she cautiously reminded her, Miss, please be careful when trying it on. If any damage occurs, I'll be in trouble. Don't worry, I will be careful, Gabby smiled, putting the girl at ease. She pulled Dermot over and gestured for him to place his hand on the counter. After placing the watch on his wrist, she turned his hand, inspecting it closely. Choosing a watch as an accessory wasn't something done lightly. Selecting the right watch involved considering multiple aspects. Of course, budget wasn't an issue for Gabby. Without worrying about cost, the most important thing was choosing the appropriate style and size. The young girl, experienced as a salesperson, picked a watch that fit Dermot perfectly, matching his personality. Dermot's demeanor carried a touch of nonchalance. This watch wasn't too formal either. The large three-hand design made it simple yet stylish. Do you like the color? After appreciating it for a while, Gabby asked Dermot's opinion. Facing his wife's heartfelt choice, how could he say no? Seeing him nod, Gabby smiled. Wrap it up for us, thank you. The young girl was taken aback by the quick decision. This customer was too decisive. All right, just a moment. She took back the watch from Gabby, clearly excited. Would you like another one? She suppressed her excitement and asked softly. Don't misunderstand. All the watches in the display are new, she explained. But others have tried them on. If you need, we can get you an untried one. Is there one in stock? Gabby asked, receiving a positive response. She nodded. In that case, get another one then. You wait here. The young girl put the watch back and took out a brand new one. At that moment, She suddenly slapped her forehead. I'm sorry, I forgot just now. The young salesgirl smiled apologetically at the two. These watches haven't been tested for accuracy yet, she explained. Our store can provide testing. Should we do the test? Gabby turned her head. Sure, please wait a moment. The salesgirl had lost count of how many times she had said, please wait. Marvin, her base salary wasn't high. Most of her income depended on commissions. These famous watches were considered high-end luxury items. The customers who came into the store usually had a purchasing intention and weren't hard to sell to. However, customers as straightforward as Gabby were still rare. She bought a watch worth over 20 million so easily, as if she was buying groceries at a supermarket. She had never encountered such an easygoing customer before. The salesgirl called in the staff responsible for testing and had him perform the test in front of them. Just then, a sour voice came from the side. Oh, isn't this Miss Beckham? Marvin airing this voice, Gabby's fine eyebrows immediately furrowed. Dermot followed her gaze and saw a young woman with a bun hairstyle. She was wearing a professional suit, seemingly also an employee of the store. Coralie's sister, do you know this lady? The previous countergirl asked curiously. You didn't recognize her? The woman called Coralie laughed sarcastically. She is a celebrity in our Jinghai city. Coralie slowly approached and stood in front of Gabby. Marvin, her eyes never left Gabby's face. Honey, who is this? Dermot noticed the hostility in her eyes and asked. University classmate, Gabby replied. Ah. Coralie looked surprised and exclaimed, just classmates? Miss Beckham, aren't we the best sisters? The noble Miss Beckham seems to have forgotten me, her poor sister. Dermot was not pleased. This woman had been sarcastic from the moment she appeared. Who spoiled her? By the way, who is this man? Coralie turned her gaze to Dermot and mocked. Miss Beckham, I remember you really disliked men, right? So? She smirked. Did you overcome your fear of men? This man. What quality of his mesmerized Miss Beckham? Chapter 261. She doesn't deserve it. If one were to speak of flaws, Gabby has them too. Marvin, her biggest flaw is that she has a good temper and doesn't hold grudges. The woman before her was just a shop clerk, yet she dared to act so recklessly and show disdain towards her. Where did she get the nerve? The most likely reason was, she knew that even if she acted this way, Gabby wouldn't retaliate against her. Without proper reprimand, she naturally acted as if nothing could touch her. There are always people in this world who habitually take others' tolerance for weakness. They never understand that kindness is not weakness, and tolerance is not cowardice. Enough, Coralie's sister. The salesgirl at the counter couldn't bear it any longer and stood up to speak. This lady is a customer. How can you talk to a customer like this? Shut up. Coralie frowned and angrily rebuked. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak? The salesgirl's small face turned red with anger. I want to ask. Dermot knocked on the counter and said coldly, just who do you think you are? We came here to spend money. Did we call you, or did you just come running over? What for? Marvin asked in succession. To make friends? What kind of riffraff wants to make friends? Go. Bring over 2 cups of water, or I'll complain about you. Dermot pointed at the water dispenser nearby. You. Now it was Coralie's turn to be speechless with rage. What about you? Dermot sneered. Know your place. When a guest tells you to do something, you should hurry up and do it, or else wait to be complained about. You. Coralie's face, which was powdered white, flushed dark red with fury. Suddenly, she saw what seemed like salvation. Manager, you finally came? This woman suddenly acted like a different person, walking towards the newcomer with an affected manner and sobbing, Manager, this customer is discriminating against me and being incredibly impolite. The manager she referred to was a man in his 30s. His hair was combed perfectly, and he dressed in a businesslike manner, looking like an elite. After hearing Coralie's complaints, he walked over with a stern expression. Manager, this customer, the salesgirl hurried to explain, but she was interrupted halfway through by the manager raising his hand. That's him. Coralie clung to the manager, crying, this man is really unbearable. How dare he treat the salesgirls like that? Do salesgirls rank lower than others? This man has such a high and mighty attitude. Manager, please stand up for me. Dermot was speechless. This woman could really twist things around. The manager said angrily, just because you bought a $20,000 watch? One less sale won't hurt us. Now please leave, and I will apply to blacklist you. You will not be welcome in any of our brand stores. Marvin roared in unresolved anger. Marvinard me? Coralie gloated, humph, thinking you're so great? The value of luxury goods lies in many aspects. The brand effect ensures a steady flow of customers for luxury goods. There's no need to actively attract customers. They come steadily on their own. Customers who can afford a $20,000 watch are not uncommon. There's no need to endure this nonsense for just one wristwatch. The manager pointed to the door and issued an eviction notice to Dermot. Sir, please leave, or I'll call security. Let me leave. Dermot laughed, patting Gabby's small hand to reassure her. Then, Marvin took out his phone. Marvinlo, Chantel? On the phone, Dermot briefly recounted what had happened. Sister Coralie and the manager exchanged a glance. Both of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Still pretending to make a call, trying to scare who? Sister Coralie sneered at Gabby. Calling anyone won't help. The manager said coldly. Miss Beckham, is he a pretty boy or a clown you keep? Marvin really knows how to amuse people. Gabby's delicate eyebrows shot up, just as she Master Gaelg. Manager. Sister Coralie had also heard the shouting on the phone, and her face turned pale with fright. She cast a timid glance at Dermot. Seeing that the man was staring directly at her, she was instantly terrified. Chapter 262. You can get lost. Gabby wasn't the type to hold a grudge. It was simply part of her good nature. Dermot, however, wasn't as forgiving and would settle scores right away. You, Marvin pointed at Sister Coralie, go get 2 glasses of water. Hurry up. Gale was trembling all over, scared witless. Quickly. What's it got to do with you? Dermot glared at him. Do you have a say here? Gale felt his breath hitch. Marvin forced out an even uglier smile than crying. Young Master Gale, please calm down. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Dermot snapped impatiently. Gale hurriedly nodded and bowed deeply. Under Dermot's watchful eyes, Sister Coralie tremulously walked to the water dispenser, filling 2 cups. Then she shakily returned. Marvin, her whole body was quivering, spilling much of the water from the 2 cups. Dermot didn't take the cup she offered. Instead he said coldly, mute now? Weren't you quite the talker just now? Sister Coralie felt aggrieved beyond measure. Please have some tea. She managed to choke out. Now that's more like it. Elliot rushed forward, slapping Gale until stars danced before his eyes. Why didn't you detain young Master Gale? Marvin grabbed Gale's collar and roared angrily. Blood trickled from Gale's mouth, his face miserable. Young Master Gale forbade me from speaking. Smack, smack. Elliot hit from both sides, leaving Gale dizzy. Now you can follow orders. How brave were you when young Master Gale first arrived? The High Tion Tower belonged to the Gale family. The person in charge here was a woman named Farah. Over half an hour ago, Farah contacted him about what happened at his store. Even Gaspard was terrified. Offending the Gale family meant no future in Jinghai. Gaspard grew angrier the more he thought about it, grabbing Gale's collar and pummeling him fiercely. Finally venting his anger, he let go of Gale and barked, you can get lost. Don't ever show your face to me again. What exactly happened? Gaspard suddenly looked up, addressing the employees in the store. Sister Coralie's makeup had been cried off. When Gaspard's gaze swept over her, her heart contracted sharply. Elliot, this is what happened. One of the assistants stepped forward, explaining in detail. Upon learning that Dermot still bought the watch, Gaspard breathed a little easier. Since he was still willing to spend money here, it suggested young Master Gale didn't blame the store. Thank goodness. This young master was reasonable. You served young Master Gale? Gaspard looked at the assistant approvingly. This month, you'll get extra bonuses. Maintain the same service level moving forward, understood? Understood. The assistant nodded quickly, feeling a flicker of joy within. Turning to another, Gaspard's expression darkened. As for you, Elliot. Sister Coralie started crying right there. Elliot, I was wrong. She was almost on her knees. If it weren't for her gender, he'd have beaten her anyway. Get lost. Gaspard waved his hand in disgust. The farther, the better. After handling the store's affairs, he contacted Farah. Everything is settled? Farah's calm voice came. If so, then there's nothing else. Miss Sue, could you help me contact young Master Gale? Gaspard said, I want to apologize to him in person. Farah considered for a moment, then replied, I can convey your message, but whether young Master will agree or not, is not something I can decide. Well, Gaspard made a wry face. Miss Sue, please put in a good word for me. The call ended. Farah dialed Dermot's number. Do you want to invite me to dinner? Dermot chuckled. Let him wait. We'll see when I have time. That moment, he was with Gabby choosing handbags. Miss Beckham, this is the latest summer model, and currently, we only have this color available. Gabby liked the bag. Apart from the color, she was fairly satisfied with it. When will it be in stock? Gabby asked. The sales assistant thought for a moment before replying, within 1 or 2 weeks. If Miss Beckham is in urgent need, I can contact other stores and check if they have it in stock. If so, I can transfer it here. That would be very kind of you. Gabby nodded. You know which color I like. She was a regular customer here. They were greeted warmly as soon as they entered. I'll contact them right away. The sales assistant smiled. It might take a bit of your time. After settling them down, she hurried off. Dermot also put his phone down after ending the call. How's it going over there? Gabby asked softly. It's all sorted out. Dermot grinned. On my own turf. How could I let my wife suffer? Gabby smiled faintly. It felt great to have someone protect her. She took a deep breath and whispered, Marvin, her name is Sherry. We shared a dorm room in college. Dermot frowned slightly. Gabby attended a prestigious university. To get into the same university as her, Sherry must have been quite an achiever academically. How did she end up? Sherry turning out this way. I do bear some responsibility. Gabby sighed. Back in college, she had made several friends. Some were roommates, others she met through roommates. Their friendship was strong. They were inseparable wherever they went until that incident. Chapter 263, Gabby's past. Sherry came from a small place. Due to her average family background, she studied very diligently. Marvin, her goal was to achieve academic success and distinguish herself one day. Through her relentless efforts, she got admitted to the dream university many people aspired to attend. She came to the city all by herself. The hustle and bustle of the city were an excitement she had never seen before. Marvin, her family background was not good, and her parents provided her with a very limited monthly allowance. To experience those exciting moments, she could only work part-time after class. However, the salary from part-time jobs wasn't enough for her to live the life of her dreams. Marvin, her dorm mate Gabby's pocket money alone each month equaled several years' income for Sherry's entire family. Sherry envied her. So, in one way or another, she began to please Gabby. At that time, Gabby had already returned to the Beckham family. Although her mother had passed away, her father was still around. Back then, she was genuinely a young lady of high social standing. Marvin, her personality made it so she didn't have many friends. Sherry's thoughtfulness gradually opened up her heart, and they became close sisters. Learning that Sherry worked part-time during her spare time and had no time to review, Gabby advised her not to waste time earning money since she could provide and, having been favored by a benefactor, could fully utilize her talents. Within a few short years, their lives changed dramatically for the better. With a solid financial foundation, they could easily support Gabby's lavish spending. After rejoining the Beckham family, it became even easier. Since then, she was never poor again. Not only was she generous with herself, but also with others, to the point of being considered very charitable. Dermot could guess the outcome. A small favor may create gratitude, but too many favors can breed resentment. Those so-called sisters had become accustomed to Gabby's generosity. They had developed a dependency on her. If she ever stopped, these people would feel resentment toward her. No wonder, she said earlier, Sherry's transformation had some responsibility on her part. Dermot thought this girl was a bit silly, taking blame for something that wasn't even her fault. Later, one by one, they started dating. When we gathered, they even tried to pair me up with some department's top male student. She had a fear of men. Sitting too close to males would trigger it. Dating boys? Impossible. It was at that time, Gabby said mildly, that my sisters found out that Miss Beckham suffered from this hidden illness. The rejected top male student was very unwilling. I later found out, Gabby said softly, he made a bet with his friends. Marvin boasted that he would get me within a month. At this point, she laughed lightly. There was a hint of contempt in her laughter. To tell you the truth, I don't even remember what he looked like. Maybe he was quite handsome back then, because he told me more than once. Many girls confessed to him, but his heart was only for me. You wouldn't understand how I felt back then. Gabby's smile was full of helplessness. She clearly refused him. Yet, he persisted in Jochon. This phrase wasn't correctly translated earlier. Let's fix it. Even once, at a gathering, he secretly drugged my drink. Gabby paused. She felt the man's grip tighten. I'm fine. Sensing his concern, Gabby's lips curled into a sweet smile. Not all those sisters had bad intentions. One girl saw him slip the drug and warned me. I still remember how I felt at that moment, angry yet scared. I picked up the cup, splashed the drink on his face, and stormed off. This person was very bizarre. The next day, he actually came over sobbing and begging for my forgiveness. I didn't even want to acknowledge him. Whenever I saw him after that, I would walk away. Gradually, he stopped bothering me and started spreading rumors about me, telling his buddies that. Dermot's temper flared up instantly. Don't be angry. Gabby comforted him with a smile. Marvin was just trying to force me to give in. The department heartthrob's goal was simple. By ruining her reputation, she'd have no other choice but to submit. But this boy didn't realize Gabby had never intended to choose him. How could she possibly date a boy when she couldn't even stand being near them? That period was somewhat troublesome, but at least no one bothered me anymore, so it was peaceful. It sounded casual, but Dermot knew for sure. She must have faced plenty of trouble. How could someone who was targeted by vicious rumors live in peace? After a month of peaceful life, Gabby continued, Sherry's boyfriend somehow got my WeChat. Marvin kept sending me really annoying messages. After blocking him, I showed Sherry the chat records to expose this jerk's true colors. Sherry confronted him furiously. I thought, she sighed, that once Sherry learned the truth, she would break up with him. But instead, she blamed you? Dermot sneered coldly. Yes. Gabby's expression turned gloomy. She blamed me for dressing nicely every day. She accused me of being hypocritical. Wearing such beautiful clothes every day was just to catch boys' attention. She said I was pretending to be ill and acting cold toward boys just to play hard to get. Dermot clenched his teeth in pain. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Marvin clenched his fists tightly. Let's go back and see if she's still around. Gabby laughed bitterly and hurriedly pulled him. Life became completely peaceful. At the same time, she also became lonelier because everyone was frightened by Beckham's father's anger. Sherry really has no shame. Dermot complained. She's totally an ingrate. How can she dare to resent you after being wrong? She ended up like this now because she dropped out of school? Humph. She really deserves it. Gabby opened her mouth. This matter did not end here. Just as she was about to continue, the previously absent store clerk returned. Miss Beckham, we can transfer the stock? It will be available by this weekend. Okay, thank you. Gabby nodded. Please notify me when it arrives. Dermot paid the deposit before she did. Today is their anniversary, and they exchanged gifts. She gave him a watch, and he originally wanted to give her a bag, but unfortunately, there were no items in stock. The gift I'm sending you hasn't arrived yet. Feeling something's missing, Dermot thought, pulling her to continue shopping. While shopping, Marvin kept venting furiously. Seeing that his mood seemed somewhat agitated, Gabby decided not to continue her story. Talking about the school incident already upset him like this. If she told him about that event, he might explode. Gabby decided to tell him after he calms down. She wasn't someone who held grudges. She had long let go of past events. His anger made her feel very warm. After her father's death, she hadn't felt such care again. Dermot's anger likely stemmed from his deep desire to protect her. This aspect resembled her father a lot. Gabby remembered how her father appeared like a celestial deity when he rushed to the school. Marvin emitted a warm glow. Gabby believed that if it were Dermot, he would be just like that too. While busily picking out gifts for his wife, Sherry was sobbing and kicked out of the High Tion building. She cried very sadly. Bystanders glanced at her in sympathy. Many kind-hearted people tried to comfort her, but were rudely shooed away by her. All of UF*CK off. With a teary face, Sherry walked home alone. She felt deeply unjustified. Why? That bitch who killed her beloved. Why could she live so well? Not only did she start her own company and frequently appear in the news, but she even found a husband from a family so prestigious that even General Manager Chin reveres them. Sherry bitterly hated the injustice of heaven. Why was Gabby born with everything? And she could only struggle to survive in this world? Fueled by intense resentment, she returned to her rented apartment. She rented a one-bedroom unit where placing a bed left little space. The living room area was similar, almost entirely taken up by a sofa. Dragging her exhausted body into the bathroom, Sherry took a hasty shower. After removing her makeup, she stared at the weary reflection in the mirror, hating Gabby even more. Why could that bitch still look so good? Why was she always the center of attention? Sherry felt more and more unbalanced. She got up and went to the living room, taking a can of beer from the fridge and drinking it greedily. Every night in solitude, she would think of her boyfriend who promised to stay with her for life. That guy might have been a bit fickle, but he brought her unparalleled care. Gabby. Sherry clenched her fists tightly, crushing the can until beer spilled everywhere. This bitch killed her boyfriend. How could she live so comfortably? Sherry screamed through her tears, constantly drinking. She can't be allowed to gloat like this. She muttered to herself as if insane. Throwing aside the beer bottle, she dug out her phone from her bag and, with trembling hands, flipped through her contacts. Soon, she found the number of the person she wanted and dialed it without thinking. Marvinlo? A teasing voice came from the phone. Beautiful Corleone. Why are you calling me today? Lemuel, I saw that bitch. The other end of the phone fell silent. You can't imagine. This bitch has found a man. What? The voice on the phone sounded very surprised. Doesn't she have gynophobia? Sherry sneered. Ejecting me back then. Fine, I'll wait for you to come. Sherry hung up the phone directly after speaking. She took another swig of beer. She picked up her phone and started contacting others. Gabby had ruined her life, so she would repay her in kind. Chapter 265. The First Generation. Lainey had a strange feeling. The Dermot before her now was completely different from the one she met initially. The first meeting with Dermot took place within the large Gelg family estate. Back then, the man possessed a maturity beyond his years, and there was an air of sorrow as if he had seen through the secular world. It had only been a short month, yet it seemed like he had turned into a completely different person. No, to be more precise, he changed recently. The current Dermot greeted each day with a spring in his step. What are you looking at me like that for? Dermot asked curiously. Is the list ready? Lainey quickly shook her head, pulling her thoughts back on track. Marvin read the list, and regarding what you mentioned. She opened the file folder in her hand and showed Dermot the profile of an artist. Irene? Dermot was taken aback, asking, she's also our Leahy entertainment artist? That name could be considered household. At 15, she entered the entertainment industry through a talent show, becoming one of the earliest batch of such stars in the country. In the year she debuted, Dermot smiled, asking, I mean, professionally. Lainey replied, these past years she has been refining herself, not just in acting, but also in singing. As she spoke, she picked up the tablet on the table and played a video prepared beforehand. In the video footage, Irene stood on stage, a love song moving countless people to applaud. Putting aside filters, Marvin, her singing skills back when she debuted were actually rather mediocre. After many years of maturation, her vocal technique had become comparable to any seasoned singer. After watching the video, Dermot's confidence soared. The present-day Irene's singing skills were already fully matured. Coupled with her previous explosive popularity, her participation in the program would certainly cause a stir. In fact, she has participated in some variety shows and acted in some TV dramas these years. But she never managed to regain fame. Wanting to go viral or make a comeback in the entertainment industry also depends on opportunity. Dermot smiled. Marvin picked up Irene's file and looked through it again and again. Is she at the company today? Dermot lifted his head and said, I want to meet her. Lainey nodded. I'll arrange it immediately. Half an hour later, a girl knocked and walked into the office. Irene had debuted at 15, and now over 10 years had passed. At 27, she still maintains albums. I bought a bunch. Lainey was also taken aback, turning into a fan meets idol scene. Is President Gelg alright? A moment later, she snapped out of it. It was easy to see that Irene was gradually relaxing. Lainey couldn't help but admire Dermot. President Gelg really had a way. In just a few words, he bridged the distance with Irene, making the girl less uneasy. The entertainment industry changed too quickly. Irene followed her senior's advice and pursued further education. While honing her skills, she was gradually forgotten. This circle wasn't short of examples where a comeback resulted in an immediate peak, but those were rare cases. Irene was lucky yet unfortunate. Lucky because she didn't waste these years. The unfortunate part was that after her comeback, she could never regain her peak. At her hottest point, her songs played everywhere in the city. Marvin, her voice was a generation's memory, and also a lost youth that neither they nor she could retrieve. This time I asked you to come here. Dermot didn't hide from her and frankly said, there's a program. After listening carefully to Dermot, Irene's eyes darkened somewhat. Another variety show? She wasn't particularly fond of variety shows. She was always prepared, believing that opportunities usually go to prepared people. Irene hoped that one day she could get a suitable script. That way, she could prove that her efforts over the years weren't illusory or vain. Unfortunately, after her comeback, she remained lukewarm. The company couldn't invest too many resources in her. Even if there were good scripts, they wouldn't reach her. Seeing Irene's listless expression, Dermot smiled slightly. Sis Young, do you think our little classmate Ernest counts as one of the first-generation idol girls? Lainey paused, then laughed. Maybe. She was incredibly youthful back then. A national idol. Why bring up the past? Irene felt a bit embarrassed, and also a little heartache. What a pity. Time couldn't stay at 15 forever. Chapter 266. Waiting for your good news. Irene wasn't in a very good mood. Dermot, of course, could tell and understood her anxiety well. She was already 27 this year, and she surely had higher expectations for her achievements and condition. However, everything was not going as wished. There are always many unsatisfactory things in life, but few can be shared with others. She must be very anxious about the current situation, but it's not easy to ask for much due to personal reasons. After over 10 years of Chundan sedimentation, she is eagerly wanting to prove herself, but she has been waiting for the right opportunity all along. Anyone in this position would feel anxious. Dermot fell silent. Marvin pulled open the door, turned to look at Irene. You don't need to give me an answer now, but I'll wait for your good news. Marvin smiled faintly, gesturing for Irene to leave. Irene hesitated for a moment, slowly standing up. Dermot gave her time, allowing her to think carefully. Mr. Gelg, will this approach work? After Irene left, Lainey approached and asked. Irene didn't seem enthusiastic. Would forcing her to participate have the opposite effect? She'll understand eventually. Dermot smiled. Everyone knows that Rome wasn't built in a day. Lainey frowned. Since Mr. Gelg was confident, let's wait and see. She temporarily stopped worrying about it and busied herself with other matters. Dermot stayed in the company until noon, then drove off to find Gabby on time. Just as he parked, Marvin received a call from Dalen. This guy taking the initiative to contact him was quite unexpected. Is there something, young Master Marvin? Dermot asked with a smile. Do you have time this afternoon? Dalen said, come to the bookstore around 4. Marvin didn't specify what it was about, only saying he would know once he came. Dermot didn't overthink it, went upstairs to eat with his wife, and waited until it was time to go back to work. Marvin did not return to Lee. Instead, he drove to Esau's current residence. Boss Gail, you're here. Having been informed beforehand, Esau wasn't surprised to see him. That kid kept trying to run away, so I had the Albert tie him up, Esau said while leading the way inside. The living room reeked of alcohol. Boss Gail. The Albert whom Esau referred to were the motorcycle riders who had previously caused trouble for Dermot. They used to be under Stefan, but recently, they switched sides to Dermot. Money can solve many problems. Dalen could turn enemy to friend for 200 million. For unemployed loafers like the Albert, this hurdle was even easier to cross. Having witnessed Dermot's generosity, they defected without much hesitation. Eating, Dermot looked at the two and smiled. The two glanced at the mess on the table and scratched their heads awkwardly. Drinking heavily in broad daylight, they were worried Dermot might blame them. However, Dermot didn't comment on it, and just instructed Esau to bring out the guy from yesterday. Yesterday, while dining with Roni and another woman, a cap-wearing youth had been keeping watch the entire time. Dermot had been a mercenary abroad and was highly sensitive to such matters. That cap-wearing youth was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly slip past Dermot's notice? Shortly, Devin, with his hands and feet bound, was dragged out like a little chick. Esau flung him down and then bent over to remove the rag stuffed in his mouth. Devin spat several times and shouted angrily, "This is illegal detention. I'll sue you all." Smack. Esau slapped him on the back of the head mockingly. Sue us? Speak after you get out of this room. His face was rugged, coupled with his strong physique. Marvin looked exactly like a fierce thug. Devin was quite wary of him. Yesterday you told me. Dermot got straight to the point. Seamus sent a group of people intending to harm Roni? Devin's expression stiffened. His phone. Dermot gestured to Esau to bring over the phone. Devin's belongings had already been confiscated. Esau found the phone nearby and respectfully handed it over to Dermot. Marvinera. Dermot held the phone in front of Devin and said, contact those people. Ask where they are. What do you want to do? Devin's expression was somewhat bewildered. He didn't understand what Dermot intended. Enough babbling. Esau barked. Boss Gail wants you to make a call. Be reasonable. Another slap on the back of his head left Devin in tears, but not daring to cry. Brother, my hands are tied. Marvin put on a woeful face. Untie him first. Dermot raised an eyebrow and tossed the phone onto Devin's body. Esau took out a kitchen knife. Devin watched him nervously as he cautiously cut through the ropes binding his hands, nearly slicing into his skin. When the rope f***ed Esau over and quietly gave him some instructions. All right, I got it, Esau nodded. Remember to keep an eye on him these few days. Dermot pointed at Devin. Don't let this kid starve. Esau and the Albert responded promptly. Devin suddenly became anxious. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Still am. His mouth was stuffed with an old rag once again. This rag smelled like wastewater, almost making Devin vomit. Leaving Esau's residence, Dermot hurried to the next place. Marvin had agreed to meet Dalen at 4 o'clock. Although it was still early, he arrived ahead of schedule. The 101 bookstore's owner was Dalen. Dermot couldn't understand. This guy who knows nothing about literature opened a bookstore, which puzzled him. Walking into the bookstore, the aroma of coffee mixed with ink and books created a refreshing atmosphere. At the counter, Dermot ordered a cup of coffee and then leisurely walked to the 3rd floor of the bookstore. The 3rd floor was the membership area, more tranquil. Dermot meticulously browsed through the bookshelves before pulling out an original copy of Pride and Prejudice. The last time he saw Gabby as an adult, she was reading this very book. Having spent many years abroad, reading an original English book wasn't difficult for Dermot. Immersing himself completely into the book content, time flew by swiftly. You mean to take this company from your dad? Dermot narrowed his eyes. Dalen snapped his fingers, exclaiming, that's why I said you're smart. Got it right away. Right. Securing this company will recover our losses from yesterday. Tell me more. Dermot calmly straightened up. What's the current situation? Dang Chong suffered greatly at the hands of the Marvin family father and son. To keep his secret safe, this old guy reluctantly gave up a large portion of dividends. Among the dividends, Dalen had his eyes set on a small company he thought had much potential. A game company? Dermot glanced at Roni. Yes. Dalen nodded. This game company holds 2 blockbuster mobile games. I've investigated. They made over 40 billion in revenue last year, with nearly 19 billion in net profit. On average, over $1 billion per month. Getting this company is like having a long-term meal ticket, Dalen excitedly explained. Dermot was speechless. This kid was a bit naive. There were reasons why Orson didn't directly give him the company. Instead of expanding the company for more profit, this boy only thought of enjoying immediate gains. Let me see the company documents. Dermot extended his hand. Dalen froze, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. Actually, I organized them, but forgot them at home when I left. Dermot was speechless. The expression in his eyes made Dalen feel even more embarrassed. Dalen cleared his throat and waved his hand, saying, no problem. I'll send them to your email later. Dermot nodded helplessly. Once you finish reading, please think of a plan for me as soon as possible. Dalen said, my father is looking for someone to take over. If the person is determined, Dalen would have no chance. All right, Dermot readily agreed. By the way, Dalen continued, I've organized a dinner tonight. As a token of my gratitude, Dermot pondered for a moment and accepted the invitation. I won't disturb you while you're reading. Dalen stood up. We'll go for a stroll. I'll call you when it's time. Dermot exchanged a quick glance with Roni, understanding each other without words. After they left, he flipped back to the page he was on and continued reading leisurely. Time flew by. It was time for work to end. Dermot left first to pick Gabby up from work. Then, they headed to the address Dalen had sent. The kid booked an omakase restaurant. Omakase being a term in Japanese dining. It means let the chef decide the menu. Such restaurants typically don't offer fixed menus, leaving the choice of dishes entirely up to the chef. The chef designs the dishes based on seasonal fresh ingredients and customer preferences. Dermot had heard of this, but never tried it. Gabby had eaten here once or twice, and her review was, pure Trisang soy, intellectual tax. With prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands per person, you get food that isn't even fit for cats, and it comes out slowly. She had come here before just for the novelty. Since Dalen is footing and had returned to the country. Cousin sister, what a coincidence. Desiree is quite beautiful, exuding an aura that hints at villainy. She has long straight hair. Marvin, her facial features are exquisite yet somewhat piercing. Marvin, her bright eyes are cold as ice. This is the cousin-in-law you brought home? Desiree curled her lips, turning towards Dermot. No sooner had she spoken when she suddenly raised her hand, splashing a cup of tea towards Dermot. Dermot dodged by leaning to the side, his brows knitting instantly. What's wrong with this woman? Full of hostility upon first meeting. Not bad reaction time, huh? Desiree chuckled coldly, slowly putting down her cup. You're the one who sent my brother to jail, she said nonchalantly. Your brother? Dermot frowned in thought. Then after a moment he let out a long oh. What's your brother's name again? Marvin stepped forward, placing Beckham Wanjing behind him. That kid has committed quite a few offenses. Even if he doesn't deserve the death penalty, he should be serving a sentence for a good 10 or 20 years. At this point, Dermot paused briefly. A teasing smile appeared on his face. This smile felt like a provocation to Desiree. Resentment began to rise on her already cold face. Jamarayan, what's going on? Alongside Desiree were two men and one woman. The man who approached to ask questions had an oriental face. Marvin had a southern accent, likely a Chinese national. Behind him stood a white man with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. Beside the white man was a woman wearing European makeup, clearly a couple. Do you remember what I mentioned before? Desiree said coldly. Someone framed my brother. Is it this guy who framed your brother? The southern accented man sized up Dermot. Then, he glanced at Beckham Wanjing. Desiree is already an outstanding beauty, but compared to her cousin, she still falls short. This man's eyes briefly lost focus when he saw Beckham Wanjing. To avoid misunderstanding from Desiree, he quickly shifted his gaze. What happened? The white man looked bewildered, spreading his hands to ask both of them. Desiree stared intently at Dermot. The explanation fell on the southern man. Your brother reaped what he sowed. Beckham Wanjing said calmly. If he were innocent, the police wouldn't have arrested him. Cousin sister, you're part of the Beckham family too, Desiree said. You just watched while your husband sent my brother to jail. Family or outsider? You chose the outsider? Marvin, her tone was accusatory. Beckham Wanjing wanted to speak, but was stopped by Dermot raising his hand. I married your cousin before sending your brother to prison. Marvin, her significant other, can hardly be considered an outsider, right? No favoritism involved. Your brother fully deserves it. Putting him away benefits society. Shut up. Desiree's anger intensified. Don't talk about my brother like this now. This guy didn't react at all. Such a situation usually falls into two categories. One is being fearless because of having strong backing, and the other is simply ignorant. In Cohen's view, Dermot definitely belonged to the second category, ignorant. This guy was too lowly, unable to access high society, and thus couldn't comprehend the weight of influential families. Miss Desiree is my friend, Cohen said. Since she's my friend, her matters are my matters. Just friends? Dermot laughed, glanced at Desiree, then looked back at him. Only just friends? Dermot smiled as he remarked. You. Cohen caught the implication, his face turning suddenly pale. Done talking? Step aside then. Dermot said coolly. I don't have time to chat with strangers. Cohen's face turned red, because he sensed Dermot's unmasked disdain. Cohen was bewildered. How could this guy be so disrespectful? What did he rely on? What was his leverage? Cohen could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Don't understand human language? Seeing this guy still standing there, Dermot gradually lost his patience. Cohen's face darkened. Miss Gabby, your husband is really arrogant, he said coldly, looking at Gabby. Believe me, Marvin will soon pay for this. Is that so? Gabby laughed coldly. Fine, we'll wait for you to make your move. The Finley family from Nanjiang was a naturally aloof person who enjoyed being alone. During her years studying abroad, she rarely called home. When she learned that her elder brother had been imprisoned, Desiree did not have much emotional fluctuation. She finished her studies before boarding a flight back to the country. Confronting everyone wasn't out of concern for her elder brother, but more due to a perceived damage to the family's dignity. She was part of the Beckham family. If the Beckham family's dignity was challenged, it was as if she herself was being challenged. Cousin, are you sure you want to protect this man? Desiree's tone was cold as ice. Cohen stood beside her, coldly saying, Miss Gabby, you're Jamar Jamar's cousin. Considering Jamar, I can't forget what you just said. You're also part of the Beckham family. We will eventually become one family. There's no need to do this for an outsider. Are you done yet? Gabby coldly interrupted him. What does it have to do with you? Cohen was momentarily speechless. Dermot is my husband, and Desiree is my cousin, Gabby continued. This is a matter within the Beckham family. What stance do you have to interfere as an outsider? You. Cohen was infuriated, but couldn't find any angle to counterargue. Thus, Marvin turned his gaze towards Desiree. Although their relationship wasn't yet confirmed, but if they continued, they would eventually get married. Cohen hoped Desiree would speak up now, so he would have a reason. However, Desiree's mind wasn't on him. She stared coldly at the two opposite her. Cousin, are you really going to remain obstinate? At this moment, a man and a woman entered the restaurant hand in hand. Wow, So lively here. Dalen saw the confrontation as soon as he entered. Marvin approached with a mocking smile. Young Master Gaelg, having trouble again? TSK. Cohen was seething with anger. Marvin didn't know Dalen, but he could tell from his words that he was with Dermot. The pent-up anger burst forth. We have business with this guy. Scram. You riffraff. What did you say? Dalen paused, suspecting his ears were deceiving him. After years of unruliness, being publicly reprimanded right after meeting someone was rare. Get lost. Cohen angrily said. Can't you understand plain language? Damn. Dalen exploded with rage, kicking forward. What the hell are you? Cohen didn't expect this guy to resort to violence without warning. Caught off guard, he was kicked in the abdomen and clutched his stomach in pain, falling down. WTF? The Caucasian man holding his girlfriend froze when he saw his friend attacked. What the hell are you barking at? Dalen demanded, not letting up after knocking down Cohen. Cohen curled up like a shrimp, kicked around like a soccer ball. Stop. The Caucasian man rushed over, pushing Dalen away. UF asterisk king idiot? Dalen's anger hadn't subsided. Where did this white dog come from? Daring to push me? Marvin grabbed a chair and swung it. The Caucasian man was stunned. Is this guy insane? Dalen moved fast and fiercely. The Caucasian man, caught off guard, was knocked down within seconds. Desiree widened her eyes in disbelief. What are you doing? Do you know who he is? She pointed at Cohen, shouting angrily. Whoever he is. Dalen sneered. Who dares to bark at me? His sudden appearance. Even Dermot hadn't expected it. Seeing Cohen struggle to get up, Dalen lifted another chair to strike. His brazen confidence left Desiree bewildered. Restaurant staff quickly surrounded them, trying to calm the situation. Master Marvin, please calm down. Dalen glared. What good are you if you can't stop anyone? Cohen, both physically and emotionally wounded, roared with bloodshot eyes. You dared to hit me? Growing up, Marvin never faced such humiliation. As soon as he spoke, Dalen threw another chair. The restaurant staff hurried to intervene. Master Marvin, please don't, or things will escalate. Desiree was shocked. Who is this unexpected intruder? What are you looking at? Dalen glared. You Bufuchi? You'll just have to swallow it even if you're Bufuchi. My name is Dalen, and my father is Marvin Suzianqui. Got the guts to seek revenge? I'll play this out with you till the end. Marvin Suzianqui? Shock replaced Cohen's anger. This guy is the young master of Nanjiang City's top prestigious family? The Finley family was influential in Nanjiang, but there was still a gap between them and the pinnacle families like Marvin Suzianqui's. If this person really is the young master of the Marvin family, today's loss would be one he couldn't voice. After beating someone up, Dalen confidently announced his identity. Desiree had heard of the Marvin family before, and her expression instantly turned grim. Still, young Master Marvin is impressive. Dermot laughed. Just a few moves, and you solved a big problem for me. Dalen wore a proud expression. It wasn't really for your sake. He sneered. This kid dared to fucking curse at me. Cohen swallowed hard, struggling to digest what happened. Marvin could never have imagined that the sudden intruder was actually the young master of the Marvin family. That beating was for nothing. Damn, spoiling my mood. Dalen cursed and waved his hand. Throw them all out. Marvin turned to Desiree, who was glaring at him, a smirk forming on his lips. What are you staring at? Do you believe me if I say I can strip you naked and throw you onto the street? You. Desiree had never faced such humiliation. Her beautiful face turned deathly pale. Cohen struggled to stand up, smiling apologetically. Young Master Marvin, it's a misunderstanding. Earlier I didn't recognize you properly. Marvin pulled the still defiant Desiree, apologizing as they backed away. If it were another family, they could negotiate, but unfortunately, it's the Marvin family in Nanjiang which shares territory with the Finley family. They fled the restaurant in disarray. Let go. Desiree shook off Cohen's hand and shouted, Why are you pulling me away? She couldn't swallow this indignity. Cohen's mouth was bitter as he softly persuaded her. Jamarayan, the Marvin family isn't easy to provoke. I made a mistake. I cursed him without knowing his background, putting us at fault. Rest assured, Jamarayan, I won't let this go. Cohen patted his chest. I will definitely regain our dignity and avenge this indignity. Chapter 270. No eternal enemies. The conflict in the restaurant ended dramatically. Gabby never expected that Dalen could resolve the trouble they encountered by accident. You owe me another favor. Dalen sat down, eager to claim credit. Dermot smiled. About what I told you this afternoon. Dalen continued. I've sent the files to your email. Just figure it out as soon as possible. Okay. Dermot nodded. I'll check them once I get home and come up with an idea as soon as possible. Gabby was puzzled but didn't ask more questions. Following young Master Marvin's order, the kitchen started cooking. Dermot, who was eating this dish for the first time, finally understood Gabby's evaluation of it. The portion was rather perfunctory. After one meal, he was at most half full. Looking at Gabby, her expression didn't change much. The happiest person at the dinner table was Roni. Whenever any dish was served to her, she would take photos with her phone. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Marvin, Dermot said politely as they left the restaurant. Dalen waved indifferently. Before parting ways, he also reminded, try to help me come up with a plan as soon as possible. Dermot gave an okay gesture. Watching Dalen hug Roni into a cool sports car, he turned to smile at Gabby. Anything else you want to eat? I want to eat crayfish. Gabby replied. Let's go then. With a slight smile, he gently took her hand and quickly walked back to the car. In the car, he turned around and drove to the crayfish restaurant they had been to before. What did Dalen ask you to do? Recalling this, Gabby curiously asked. It wasn't complicated. She understood easily after a simple explanation. That's funny, Gabby laughed. We couldn't stand each other not long ago. Now. Round. Could it be Desiree and Cohen? Based on what we know, they are the most likely suspects, Dermot confirmed her guess. Dalen's sudden appearance messed up their plans. It was predictable they would try again later. What should we do now? Call the police? Gabby asked softly for his opinion. Calling the police was a good solution, but only if the vans were targeting them. Dermot thought for a moment and shook his head. No need to call the police. Contact Dalen using my phone? Gabby was stunned. Bring the trouble back to Dalen again? Marvin needs my help now and will definitely assist, Dermot explained with a smile. And? With each incident, the Marvin family's vigilance against me will steadily decrease. The Marvin family would see that. Whenever Dermot encounters trouble, he only seeks help from others. Upon learning that Dermot was being targeted again, Dalen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's too pathetic. The mighty young master of the Gelg family, always getting into trouble. His life must be pretty bleak. I'll send a location, Dalen said. Lead the followers here. The call ended. Dalen immediately sent a location. Dermot glanced at it and changed direction. The two vans followed without exception. Driving side by side for about half an hour, they arrived at a club's entrance one after another. Dermot scanned the area and saw Dalen's car. While taking out his phone to make contact, he casually pushed the car door open. As the signal was still connecting, the doors of the van slid open with a whoosh, and a group of men rushed down. They quickly surrounded the car. A young man with dyed yellow hair strode forward confidently. Are you Dermot? He said with a sidelong glance. The boss wants to see you. Come with us. Dermot held the phone to his ear, ignoring him. Are you deaf? The yellow-haired youth raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily. If you know what's good for you, come with us. Who sent you? Gabby got out of the car and stood beside Dermot, asking coldly. Desiree? Cohen? These two, who are they? The yellow-haired youth was taken aback. Not them. Gabby was also stunned. Her guess had been wrong. The yellow-haired youth's eyes twinkled wickedly. Looks like you've made quite a few enemies, haven't you? Cut the crap. Just come with us. We won't go unless you tell us who it is, Gabby said calmly. The yellow-haired youth frowned. Miss Beckham, you don't have a choice. You know me? Gabby was surprised that this guy knew her identity. Miss Beckham is a big name in Jinghai. Who wouldn't recognize you? The yellow-haired youth reasoned confidently. Mr. Gelg, put down the phone. Marvin pointed at Dermot and shouted, come with us. Dermot had already guests. Not one of them dared to step forward. The youth with yellow hair, whose fingers were being twisted, knelt on the ground, screaming in pain non-stop. I'll let you go if you answer my questions honestly, Dermot said calmly. Marvin twisted the yellow-haired youth's arm slightly in another direction. Gabby was carefully shielded behind the man and didn't have to face the threats directly. The man on the ground wore a mask of agony, his face contorted with pain, teeth gritted and cursing from time to time, occasionally letting out a cry. Still not talking? Dermot frowned and applied more force. Ugh. The yellow-haired man rolled his eyes in pain and yelled, damn, ease up a bit. Let him go. If you dare to harm Brother Jia, I'll kill you. The crowd encircling in a half-circle also shouted. Their shouts only infuriated the kneeling yellow-haired man more. All these outputs rely on shouting, right? Hurry up and do something. The excruciating pain in his hand made it impossible for him to hold on any longer, so he quickly confessed, it's young Master Chi. Aryan. It was him who sent us here. Aryan? Dermot's eyebrows furrowed. He found this name extremely unfamiliar. Wife, do you know this person? Marvin turned back, and Gabby also shook her head in confusion. Dermot lowered his gaze. What does this young Master Chi want with me? I don't know either. Young Master Chi just told us to invite you over. The yellow-haired man's face had gone pale. Seeing how miserable this kid looked, Dermot let him go with a flick of his hand. At the moment of release, the yellow-haired man hurriedly pulled his hand into his chest and hastily moved away from Dermot. His hand felt numb. When he retracted it, he barely had any sensation. Brother Jia, are you all right? A group of people rushed over, asking worriedly. Brother Jia was both angry and furious. Now you ask? What did you do just now? Marvin clutched his hand and glared at Dermot with hate. You bastard, you're asking for death. While speaking, he backed away and ordered the people around him. Get him! Capture this guy. Nobody moved. Brother Jia angrily asked, why are you all standing there? We are so many. Why should we be afraid of him? Usually called brothers by everyone, they exchanged looks. This guy is driving a Rolls-Royce. Isn't it always said that these people aren't easy to deal with? They could help boost morale, but really attacking someone would be inappropriate. Why put your life on the line for a few $1,000 a month? Their indifference enraged Brother Jia even more, and someone even started to make sarcastic comments. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Arwen? Making such a big fuss in broad daylight? Quite impressive, aren't you? Brother Jia fumed with anger. Marvin turned back, ready to scold whoever spoke, but the dirty words stuck in his throat when he saw who it was. Marvin, young Master Marvin. Brother Jia broke out in cold sweat. How did I upset you? The newcomer was none other than Dalen. Marvin slowly walked over, gently raising his palm. Brother Jia thought young Master Marvin was about to hit him and closed his eyes in fright. But young Master Marvin's palm simply landed on his shoulder, patting it lightly twice. What happened? Dalen glanced at the surrounded Dermot and asked Brother Jia with a smile. Brother Jia dared not hide anything. Marvin explained the current situation to Dalen and then said, Young Master Marvin, this guy is the one you asked me to deal with last time? Upon hearing this, Dermot suddenly understood. Last time Esau was commissioned to run him over. Later, he mentioned a thug named Arwen. So, it was you last time? Dermot said with a sardonic smile. Seems like I went too easy on you. With Dalen here, Arwen regained some confidence. Marvin turned around, pointing at Dermot and yelling, Kid, you managed to escape last time? Before he could finish, Dalen slapped him back. What kind of person are you? Dalen scolded. Daring to talk to young Master Gelg like that? Arwen was confused. Young Master Marvin, we're on the same side. In his confusion, he received fire, said Dermot. Now what? Dalen turned his head. Should I contact him and ask on your behalf? Dermot couldn't return home. Marvin was more anxious than Dermot. After all, he was waiting for Dermot to make decisions for him. No need. Dermot shook his head. Instead of asking over the phone, meeting face to face would be better. Dalen paused. You're going to meet him? Dermot nodded. Being targeted like this out of nowhere, I need to figure it out clearly. That made sense. Dalen pondered for a moment and then spoke. I'll go with you. Going along mainly because he feared Dermot might suffer a loss. Isn't this delaying his business? Dalen glanced at the bruised and swollen-faced Arwen and ordered, drive ahead to lead the way. Arwen hastily bowed his head and got into the minivan with his gang. Dermot and Gabby also returned to their car, following behind the minivan. To ensure safety, Dalen called some people to follow as well. The convoy drove grandly through city streets, passing several blocks to reach a bar. As they walked in, a wave of heat and pulsating music hit them. Chapter 272, 5 Novices. The nightlife in Jinghai is very vibrant. Young men and women in the bar were dancing to the music, energetically spending their youthful vigor. Arwen walked at the front. Marvin led Dermot and replied, we're here just to teach you a lesson. His words seemed incomprehensible. Dermot frowned slightly, having already guessed what might be happening. Marvin turned his head to reassure Gabby not to be afraid, and she responded with a light smile. Having a man by her side, she wasn't scared at all. Then, Dermot let go of her hand. Gabby saw the man slowly walking over, picking up a bottle of wine from the cabinet as he passed. The men on the sofa remained expressionless. Dermot stopped 3 steps away from them. After staring at the strangers for a moment, he spoke, you guys really are getting worse with each generation. To deal with me, you have to trick me by borrowing someone else's hands. Everyone is here, right? Dermot's gaze swept over their faces. At least last time, they managed to cause some small trouble. As for you guys? Dermot laughed. It was so easy for me to take care of all of you. The faces of the men on the sofa darkened. Before they could speak, Dermot turned to another direction. Are you Alex? Marvin asked the young man, who nodded arrogantly in response. Now that the target was confirmed, Dermot raised the wine bottle and warned the 2 girls clinging to Alex, move aside. They looked puzzled. Only when Dermot lifted the bottle did they scream and dart away from Alex. What do you want to do? Alex finally spoke, his voice full of mockery. Do you want to hit me? Before I introduce myself? His words were cut off as the wine bottle spun through the air. Alex felt a sharp pain in his forehead. The shattered glass and spilled wine splattered all over him. With a loud thud, Dermot's thrown bottle left Alex bloodied and disheveled. Gabby had seen Dermot's violent side before, but she was still startled. Wasn't he too decisive? Blood streamed down Alex's head as he collapsed on the sofa, screaming in agony. Marvin airing the commotion inside, Dalen immediately rushed in with his men. Seeing Alex holding his head and screaming, Dalen was stunned. What the heck? Bloodshed this fast? The instant the bottle flew out, the strangers' expressions instantly turned serious. Their gazes locked onto Dermot, as if they were ready for a fight. The intrusion of Dalen and his men made them even more alert. They reached for the weapons at their waists. Marvin Ushvin, hold on a bit. Dermot raised his hand with a smile, palm pressing downward. As he spoke, Marvin walked closer to the group. Dermot noticed all their movements. Want to use weapons? Marvin smiled, including those who rushed in and those still outside. There are over 30 of them combined. How confident are you in taking down all these people and escaping the police? Dalen was dumbfounded. There was no one outside? What did this kid mean? By the way, Dermot continued, police response time in China is usually within 5 minutes. Also, this bar is located in the city center. Frequently, there are drunk people causing trouble here, so the police pay special attention to this place. If any violent incident occurs here, the police can arrive within 3 minutes. Do you have the confidence to wipe us all out in 3 minutes? Dermot asked with a half smile. There were 5 strangers. After hearing Dermot's words, they exchanged glances. The determination and coldness in their eyes wavered. Dermot, what do you mean? Dalen was utterly confused. What was this guy talking about? Dermot smiled. I can still handle this situation. Marvin Xiao, please take your men out first. I'll talk to them. Dalen frowned tightly. I'll explain later to Marvin Xiao. After some deliberation, Dalen nodded and led his men back outside. Inside the private room, only Alex's painful moans could be heard. Neither Dermot nor the group sitting on the sofa paid attention to him. I have a few questions. If you cooperate, I won't call the police. If you refuse to cooperate, Dermot took out his phone. I'll call the police right now. His words made everyone tense up again, but Dermot's earlier warning clearly made them wary. They remained cautious, but didn't show any intention of attacking. Are there only the 5 of you this time? Dermot threw out his first question. The 5 men on the sofa exchanged glances. Finally, a man in his 30s spoke on behalf of the group to negotiate with Dermot. There are only the 5 of us, he said. No way. Dermot laughed. Last time, 8 were sent, including several seasoned ones. They failed too. This time, only 5 novices? You. The negotiating man looked indignant. You fucking disrespect who? Dermot kept his phone ready to dial. Don't worry, panicking won't help. Marvin slowly said, if anyone moves, I'll call the police immediately. Even if you solve me, you can't escape the law. Best cooperate with me and answer my questions. How many of you are there in total? Dermot repeated the question from before. Chapter 273. Reneging. When he was 12, Dermot was kidnapped by a group of mercenaries and taken abroad, where he endured torture. Marvin barely escaped from that hell, and after many twists and turns, finally returned safely to the country. Marvin thought Marvin would never have any more dealings with those people. But just a week ago, they came knocking again. In trying to capture these people, Dermot uncovered a shocking truth. The mercenaries who had kidnapped him were acting on the orders of his maternal relatives. Even the other group of people who had saved him from dire straits were sent by those family members. The man who called himself Uncle informed Dermot that more people would be sent in batches. The first batch was all captured. The ones he met now were the second batch this guy had sent over. Last time, 8 came. This second batch also consisted of 8. The leader's code name is Lonely Mountain. Marvin assigned the task for us to wait here for you and give you an unforgettable lesson. Dermot's assessment was accurate. These people were indeed rookies. They couldn't even handle psychological warfare. Under repeated questioning, they confessed everything. You know what I know. Now it's your turn to keep your promise and let us go. The man representing the group spoke firmly. I'm a man of my word, Dermot said, smiling as he stepped aside and pointed towards the door. These 5 men looked at him dubiously, rising slowly. They did not dare to relax their vigilance, keeping their hands near their waist. After opening the door, they turned back to look at Dermot. Marvin Shao, move out of the way, Dermot shouted to Dalen. Let them go. Dalen frowned. Something felt off. Dermot, what's going on? He asked, walking in with evident dissatisfaction. His men stood aside, making way. The rookie mercenaries exchanged glances and quickly left. However, as soon as they stepped out of the bar, they saw several flashing police cars parked outside. Their faces instantly turned pale. That's them, sir. A large-built man pointed at them and shouted loudly. They're carrying weapons. Feel free to search them. Don't move. The police officers, knowing these men were armed, were on high alert. Ordinarily, they wouldn't carry guns. But that alarm call claimed that this group of ruthless bandits carried lethal weapons. Thus, this time, they were fully armed. With gun barrels pointing at them, the rookie mercenaries felt bitter and furious. Even without thinking, they knew that this must have been orchestrated by the young man surnamed Gaelg. How despicable. Reneging. Facing the gun barrels, they didn't dare resist. Weapons were quickly found on them. Although all were cold weapons, most were military daggers or knives capable of causing fatal injuries. The leading officer sighed with relief after securing them. Take them all away. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately ushered the rookies into the vehicles. Meanwhile, inside the private room of the bar, Dermot fabricated an explanation, calming Dalen's curiosity. Since the matter was settled, they didn't linger any longer. The only casualty tonight, Alex, had already been sent to the hospital for dressing by Dalen's men. They parted ways at the bar entrance. Before leaving, Dalen reminded, don't forget the favor I've entrusted to you. Help me decide soon. If it weren't for this, Marvin wouldn't want to go through all this trouble. Don't worry, Marvin Shao. Dermot smiled and bowed as he got into the car. The first thing he did in the car was to ask Gabby, you weren't scared just now, right? Gabby shook her head. More than being scared, she was curious about what Dermot had done tonight. Who were those people? Did the man have prior encounters with them? Haven't I mentioned this before? Dermot smiled. I was kidnapped when I was 12. Gabby was taken aback. Indeed, she remembered the man mentioning it. That day, he even mistook a traffic light companion for one of the kidnappers. Those people just now belong to the group that kidnapped me? Dermot explained half-truthfully. Gabby felt nervous. Targeting you? This couldn't be hidden. After all, these people's target was himself. Then let's call the police quickly. Gabby took out her phone. No need. Dermot smiled wryly and held her little hand. I called them when we were still in the bar. Asking questions was just to keep them at bay. After all, if it came down to a fight, Dalen's men wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even though they were rookies. They were rookies who had experienced life and death battles. Ordinary people living in a peaceful environment could only be slaughtered by such people. These people have sensitive identities and would try their best to avoid confrontation with the authorities. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Dermot was very familiar with such people. It was easy to lure them into a trap. After hearing the explanation, Gabby's heart wasn't calm. She had gained a new understanding of Dermot's manipulative nature. Thinking about how this guy silently but viciously tricked those people, Gabby felt relieved. Fortunately, he is my husband. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know I was betrayed. Gabby's sigh made Dermot chuckle involuntarily. Marvin didn't just notify Esau to call the police then. After learning the whereabouts of the others, he also informed Epsel and urged him to act quickly. At this moment, Marvin should have arrived. Dermot wasn't anxious to urge him on. If nothing unexpected happened, news would soon come back. His task now was to take his wife to enjoy the mouth-watering crayfish she craved. Although that group of people delayed them for some time, it wasn't too late to go now. Soon, the two arrived at the same crayfish restaurant and sat in the same spot as last time, while peeling crayfish for his wife. The phone on the table rang. Wearing gloves, Dermot found it inconvenient to pick up, so Gabby took the initiative to grab it. It's your father, she said habitually, then got an annoyed glare from Dermot. She playfully stuck out her tongue and corrected herself. It's Dad calling. This old guy really ruins the mood. Dermot inconspicuously took off his gloves and took the phone. Gabby scolded softly. Dermot merely smiled. It's a bit noisy in here. I'll take the call outside. Marvin got up and walked outside. Looking back, he saw Gabby leaning against the glass watching him. With a smile on his face, looking quite relaxed, Dermot asked, how did it go? Did you catch them all? Chapter 274, getting more abstract. Gabby saw the man's expression suddenly change. Marvin, her heart tightened, and she looked at him with concern. Dermot did not take long on the call and came back in shortly. What happened? Gabby asked anxiously. What did Dad say? Dermot managed a strained smile. Epsel had come up empty-handed. There were signs of habitation, but no trace of the other 3 people. They were lurking in the shadows, ready to jump out and cause trouble at any moment. Actually, it's nothing serious. Dermot made up a reason on the spot. It's still about my return to the family. Gabby was skeptical. Marvin, her intuition told her that the man was not telling the truth. She glared at Dermot, staring at him straight in the eye. Dermot felt somewhat helpless by her move and could only tell the truth. Humph, I remember telling you long ago that you should never hide anything from me. Gabby pouted. I didn't want you to worry, Dermot smiled bitterly. So, Gabby worriedly said, there are still 3 people hiding, intending to harm you? Marvin, her eyes twinkled as she whispered, could we use someone as bait to lure them out? Dermot was instantly stunned. Then he raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead with a light slap. What kind of bad idea is that? Gabby held her forehead, pouting in frustration. I won't let you put yourself in danger. Don't mention such bad ideas again, Dermot said sternly. To find an opportunity, they might indeed target Gabby. If Gabby were captured, he would be hesitant to act. For now, it was best to wait quietly for them to make a move. Luring the snakes out of their holes was a good method, but Dermot did not want to risk his wife's safety. Using her as bait. Such a thing, Dermot could not do. One step at a time. There will always be a way, Dermot rubbed his brow irritably. Gabby fell silent. She really wanted to help ease his worries. Due to this matter, she lost her appetite. The lobster dinner ended hastily, and they drove home. Before closing the door, Dermot glanced around the dark surroundings of the villa. Last time, 2 people had silently sneaked in. This time, he had Zhang Dai send some people over beforehand. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter much. But now, with family to consider, caution was necessary. Are you still thinking about that thing? Gabby emerged from the bathroom, looking at Dermot with concern. Though things hadn't escalated yet, these days, the two had been living together. Especially today's incident made Dermot even more unwilling to leave her alone. Don't let yourself get too anxious. Gabby sat beside him, her scent wafting softly. Then she pressed her thumb against Dermot's furrowed brow, trying to smooth it out. Dermot chuckled. Marvin caught her small hand, holding it in his palm. Gabby leaned gently against his shoulder, saying, I know a few people who run security companies. I'll contact them tomorrow to arrange for some protection. Good. Dermot nodded. Wife, go to sleep. I'm waiting for old Gelg's call. Gabby responded softly. Seeing her fall asleep, Dermot took his phone and walked onto the balcony. Shortly after, Apsel's call came through. Dermot had been holding his phone, answering immediately when it rang once. Marvinlo? Apsel sounded a bit anxious. I've already sent people to guard around you, and your wife? I also handled what you asked. The house they stayed in was provided by a man named Louis. I had someone check into Louis. Marvin's just a landlord. All the buildings in that area belong to him, and have been entrusted to a man named Jamar Chuan for renting out. Jamar Chuan is the so-called sublandlord? Dermot lowered his voice. Have you checked him out? Yes. And questioned him for a while, getting this guy to describe those people's appearances. No special features about their appearance. Luggage had all been packed up and taken away. In the empty house, only fast food boxes and beer bottles were left on the ground. Dermot suddenly had an idea. Marvin picked up his phone and sent a message to his friend. If there are fingerprints, can we trace their information? In theory, no problem, but the people you're looking for are mercenaries. Some mercenaries usually sand off their fingerprints. Dermot was taken aback. What the other person said was correct. Mercenaries take any job. For convenience, some mercenaries would sand off their fingerprints to prevent being traced. Give it a try. Maybe there will be clues left. Dermot called Apsel again. Lift fingerprints? Apsel was stunned. Brat, what crazy idea have you come up with now? I'll explain later. Dermot said. Are your people still there? Have them go inside and grab a few beer bottles. When they do, they should wear gloves and try not to touch areas outside the bottleneck. Okay. Apsel scratched his head helplessly. But it's so late. I can't find anyone to help lift the fingerprints. Don't bother others. Dermot started giving online instructions. Fluorescimine and Linbun Archin can immediately react with proteins or amino acids in fingerprint residues, producing highly fluorescent fingerprints. Apsel was dumbfounded. Where did this kid learn this stuff? And he sounded so knowledgeable. Listening to the man's heavy but strong heartbeat, she felt exceptionally reassured. Dermot lowered his head and lightly kissed her forehead. Good night, dear. Good night, honey. Gabby murmured, pulling her head closer to Dermot's chest. Dermot reached out to turn off the bedroom light. Only a small warm-colored nightlight illuminated the quiet night. Gabby had gotten used to waking up with him beside her, not reacting in a way that kicked him out of bed. However, she was still resistant to deeper intimacy. Although Dermot found it regrettable, he did not rush things, letting everything take its natural course. Even though his wife by his side had a fiery figure and celestial beauty, but every time he thought of her fear of matters between men and women, Dermot could quickly suppress his desire. Being this afraid, all he could feel was heartache. After having breakfast at home, they both went to work. As soon as Gabby arrived at the company, she contacted a security company and hired a group of retired soldiers to come to the company. Dermot toured her company and then turned to go downstairs. Years of being a mercenary made him perceive danger, so he didn't leave. Suzy Engine Group, which Gabby founded, was located in the Jinghua building in the city center of Jinghai. The area where the building was situated belonged to the secondary business district of We've already investigated his wife. She is a very capable female entrepreneur. You can start from here. Understood. Edward nodded, paused, then asked, what do I do after making contact? Trick her out of the company. This country is beautiful, but there's one thing hard to accept. There are too many people. To move on her turf with so many witnesses around, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. We need to lure her out, which will make it easier to carry out our plans. Edward raised an eyebrow. I know what to do. The Gale kid drops his wife off at work every day and then goes back to his company. It's roughly a half-hour drive between the two companies. I'll go and keep an eye on him. Edward, you need to speed up your progress here. Try to gain his wife's trust within the next couple of days, and then invite her out to discuss business to isolate her. Their plan was simple. Kidnap Gabby while Dermot was away. This guy cares a lot about his wife. Once we have that woman, he will surely comply. Augustus glanced at Edward and warned, our goal is to make that guy listen. Try not to harm anyone around him if it can be avoided. That chick is indeed very attractive, but I hope you can stay professional during the mission. Edward's smile froze on his face. Forget it. I'm not some stallion who only thinks with my lower half person. After walking around for a bit, he planned to return upstairs. It was still early, and the elevator lobby was particularly busy. People rushing to work filled every elevator to capacity. Dermot didn't like crowds and waited until there were fewer people before entering the elevator. Coincidentally, Edward had the same idea. Seeing Dermot enter the elevator, Edward's indifferent expression finally changed. Chapter 276, Testing. Even though the change in Dorian's expression was only momentary, it did not escape Dermot's notice. Dermot did not make a fuss. Marvin nonchalantly turned to press the floor button. Gabby's office was on the 15th floor, and upon noticing that the button had already been pressed, Dermot turned around with a look of surprise. Are you also going to the 15th floor? He asked calmly. Yes, Dorian replied, his expression once again casual. What a coincidence, Dermot smiled and said. My wife works there too. Dorian looked surprised for a moment before laughing. That is quite a coincidence indeed. Neither spoke again, each standing in a corner, quietly waiting for the elevator to ascend. After a short while, the elevator stopped. Dermot nodded at Dorian and stepped out first, walking straight towards the office as if he wasn't concerned about the stranger behind him. Dorian exited the elevator, glancing at Dermot's back. Marvin was certain that he hadn't shown any signs of suspicion during their brief encounter. After a brief pause, he walked toward the reception area. Seeing a visitor, the receptionist stood up with a smile. Marvinlo, may I assist you? Dorian handed her a business card. As a mercenary who carried out missions around the world, creating fake identities was second nature to him. Dorian had fabricated an identity for himself as a sales representative for an international company. Marvin hoped to meet with the CEO of Suzy Engine Group to discuss some business cooperation. The receptionist took the card and hesitated. Well, our CEO Beckham is very busy. Do I need to schedule an appointment? Dorian smiled warmly. It's fine, I can wait. His attitude was friendly, and he was rather handsome. The receptionist made a good first impression of him. I will report your visit to CEO Beckham, but when she will see you depends on her schedule, she said. Understood. Dorian nodded and looked around before pointing to a nearby corner. Can I wait over there? Marvin indicated a corner near the elevator. The receptionist paused, then quickly offered. Let me have someone escort you to the reception area. Every day, the group received visitors, so there was a designated reception area set up for them. It provided comfortable seating and tea service. Dorian was soon guided to the reception area, where he only needed to wait quietly for Beckham to receive him. Marvin remained composed. Marvin waited until noon. Sir, I'm really sorry. The receptionist apologized. Smiled. Marvinlo, I'm Gabby. Dorian looked shocked. You're CEO Beckham. It's an honor to meet you. Marvin reached out with enthusiasm, but quickly withdrew his hand. His performance of surprise and delight during this unexpected meeting was flawless. Even Dermot did not detect any hint of inconsistency. I apologize, my schedule is quite full today, Gabby said. I couldn't find the time this morning. Dorian waved it off with a smile. I understand, managing such a large company must keep you very busy. Since we've bumped into each other, how about we have lunch together? Gabby invited, and discuss some work matters. Oh, Dorian's mind raced, never having anticipated this turn of events. Marvin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Your generosity is hard to refuse, declining would be rude. Soon, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. After you, please, Dorian politely inclined his body, gesturing for them to go ahead. As they stepped out of the elevator, Gabby turned her head. Marvin, her beautiful eyes met Dermot's gaze briefly. The spark that flashed between them carried a hint of profound meaning. Dorian, who followed behind them, looked at the couple walking ahead with a complicated expression. Marvin was confident he had not revealed any signs of suspicion. Yet, he felt a vague unease in his heart. Neither about anything, until he saw the burn scar on the man's thumb cleft. Should we call the police now? Gabby looked anxious. No need, Dermot shook his head without hesitation. We still have only one person showing up. Besides this, Mr. Angel, there are still two others who haven't revealed themselves. Chapter 277. This is an opportunity. The carrier pigeon did not dare to stay long. There was a car by the roadside with his accomplice inside. When he passed by, he acted as if the car was invisible. Birch in the car was curious, but stayed obediently inside. The carrier pigeon took a taxi and left. Only after leaving Jean's building did he contact his accomplice. After recounting the encounter that morning, Edlin asked in puzzlement, You were discovered? The carrier pigeon was silent for a while. Marvin was certain that he had not revealed any clues. But why did you leave on some pretext? Edlin said, You could have followed him? To find the right moment to contact us. 3 against 1, we stood a chance. Because that guy also had to focus on protecting his wife, which put him at a great disadvantage when facing us. The carrier pigeon was speechless. His retreat just now was because of unease in his heart. Edlin's suggestion was good, but he was flustered then and did not think of it. I'm a bit curious. Birch, who hadn't expressed any opinion before, spoke up. Why don't we go directly? That kid's rating is indeed higher than ours. But he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Should we be worried about taking him down with all 3 of us? Your suggestion is good, Edlin said, but next time, don't suggest anything. The previous group also had a numerical advantage, yet they were wiped out completely. This kid is no simpleton, and he already knows about our existence. He will surely have made arrangements. Rushing into a confrontation with him may cause us to suffer a loss, so we need a hostage in hand. Edlin's caution wasn't unfounded. Birch thought about it and kept quiet. This kid cares deeply for his wife. Let's use this woman as a point of entry. Capture the woman, and we can make this kid comply willingly. How about this? Edlin quickly came up with a better idea. Carrier Edward, you appear? Use the excuse of missing the noon appointment and invite Gabby for dinner. Even if Dermot comes along, it's fine since their current goal is to capture Gabby. Once the hostage is in hand, they can use her as leverage to prevent that kid from making rash moves. At that time, Carrier Edward, you'll be responsible for restraining the woman, and the two of us will create opportunities for you. The carrier pigeon pondered for a moment. This plan is feasible. Go over there again this afternoon, Edlin said, in the meeting, then extend the invitation. I will contact Mr. Susie shortly. Have him arrange for the Chi family to find a suitable place for us to act. The plan was agreed upon. Each of the three acted accordingly. The carrier pigeon wandered aimlessly for a while before returning to Susie Engine Group. After a brief wait, he successfully met Gabby. Truly sorry about noon. As soon as they met, the carrier pigeon apologized with a regretful look for what happened at noon. Gabby smiled. It's fine. Thank you, Ms. Beckham, for your understanding. The carrier pigeon solemnly said, I'll treat tonight as compensation for my rudeness. Mr. Angel is too polite. Gabby seemed not to care much about it. Let's get to the main topic. Okay. The carrier pigeon straightened up a bit and talked professionally with Gabby, because he had done sufficient preparation beforehand. During the conversation, there were no mistakes. After finishing the formal discussion, the carrier pigeon issued the invitation again. Ms. Beckham, would you honor us tonight? Gabby hesitated for a moment and said, having dinner together? I'll need to ask my husband. The carrier pigeon smiled. Since I invited you, Mrs. Beckham, naturally, Mr. Gale will be included. Can I bring him along? Gabby looked up curiously. The carrier pigeon nodded readily. Of course. All right. I know the boss here and have been here a few times. The food here is actually quite good. The real situation was that, to cooperate with their operation, the restaurant had canceled all online orders under the pretext of renovation. The Chi family was undoubtedly unhappy about this. But Mr. Susie had considerable influence. When he spoke, the Chi family dared not disobey. Guiding Dermot and Gabby into a private room, Gregor signaled for the waiter to bring the menu. After ordering the dishes, Gregor raised a cup of tea and said, I apologize for this noon, disappointing your expectations. Marvin was very polite, and his speech was appropriate. If it weren't for the scar on his wrist, Dermot might have excluded him from suspicion. After chatting for a while, a masked waiter pushed a small meal cart over to serve the dishes. Gregor's nerves began to tense up. The one entering was not an actual restaurant waiter, but Camillo in disguise. There was no delicious food on the cart Camillo pushed. Instead, Edlin hid beneath the white cloth. Their objective was to catch Dermot off guard. They aimed to control Gabby immediately, thus gaining leverage over the young man. With a person hidden in the cart, pushing it naturally became slower. Dermot noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Gale, what are you laughing at? Gregor's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked nonchalantly. At this moment, the cart was nearby. Camillo, pushing the cart, and Edlin hidden in it were just a few steps away from Dermot and Gabby. A little closer, and they could make their move. Mr. Gale, let me toast you again with tea. Gregor once more lifted his cup. What he didn't expect was that Dermot moved even faster. What Dermot grabbed was not the cup, but the teapot. Swinging the teapot, scalding hot tea splashed all over Gregor's face. At the same time, Dermot sprang to his feet and rushed toward the cart with lightning speed, kicking it hard. Bang! The cart toppled over instantly. Edlin, hidden beneath the white cloth, landed awkwardly on the ground. His movements were so swift that pouring water and kicking happened in one fluid motion. The sudden turn of events left Camillo frozen in place. Chapter 278. Your father has arrived. The carrier pigeon clutched his bright red, scalded face and wailed. Edlin crawled out of the overturned dining cart on all fours, utterly disheveled. You. He had an incredulous look on his face. How did you discover us? Dermot gave a gentle smile. The idea of hiding in the dining cart was just too bad, he commented. The flaw was obvious at first glance. Edlin was filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Marvin knew this plan wasn't perfect. It would be hard to hide from someone more vigilant. But when Dermot came in, he was talking with the pigeon. How could he have paid attention to two things at once? You were cautious enough, Dermot said with a smile. You could have escaped last night. But you weren't careful enough. With such distinctive marks on you, you didn't even try to cover them up. Edlin instinctively looked at the carrier pigeon's face scorched by hot tea, feeling his heart sink. On the pigeon's right hand, there was a prominent scar from a scald. No matter how well they disguised themselves, that scar would give him away easily. Was this a trick you deliberately set? Edlin's Chinese wasn't perfect, but it sufficed for communication. Do Slades know idioms? Dermot curled his lips into a sneer. Since you know about turning a trick against its user, don't you also know about luring the enemy deeper? Actually, I had the chance to catch him early, he pointed at the pigeon and continued. But doing so would alert the rest. So you pretended not to know? You actually tried to lure both of us out? Edlin clenched his fists, feeling helpless. So, this kid had been prepared all along. You bastard. The pigeon recovered his breath, his red face showing both shock and anger. You've got some guts. Knowing this is a trap, you still dare to come? Marvin pulled out a bayonet from his waist. Edlin and Camillo also took out their weapons. There are three of us, one of you. The pigeon roared, even if you saw through our plan. Teeth in anger. Glare. Apsel smacked the back of his head with a loud clap. What are you glaring for? Are you dissatisfied? You made me waste a trip yesterday. Real troublemaker. With each word, he slapped Edlin fiercely, making him dizzy. Finally, Edlin chose to submit after suffering humiliation. Based on the phone number he provided, Dermot called directly and soon connected. It was the same voice. Did you deal with the second batch? He praised with a laugh. Pretty efficient, huh? Dermot's eyelids twitched. Why aren't you speaking? The other party asked. How do you know it's me? Dermot frowned. Are you curious about this? The other party laughed heartily. Boy, it's not as complicated as you think. Just knew it was you when you called. Because I have your number saved. Dermot was speechless. This answer was truly unexpected. Seems like these people can't pose much threat to you anymore. The other party said. Well, what should we do? These tricks are quite boring. Dermot frowned. If you have any issues, come for me directly. Don't involve others. Others? The voice chuckled. Do you mean Epsel or Gabby? It's Gabby, isn't it? That fatso Epsel. As he spoke, the disdain was evident in his voice. Marvin's deathly afraid of dying. Hey, this little brat sure is lucky. Gabby's face turned bright red, and she shyly called out, Dad? That single word, Dad, made Epsel's heart bloom with joy. My daughter-in-law is so sensible, unlike certain people. Dermot rolled his eyes. Where are you going to eat? Bring me along? We haven't had a family dinner in ages. It took him great effort to speak. Gabby quickly pulled on Dermot's arm, giving him meaningful looks. Dermot sighed in resignation and agreed. All right, but you're paying this time. Ouch. Epsel feigned pain, clutching his chest. Getting a meal from you isn't easy. Chapter 279 Married a wife and forgot the father. The group returned downstairs. Immediately, a middle-aged man approached with continuous apologies. Boss Gaelg, what are you doing? Epsel glanced at him. Oh, it's Barney. It's none of your business. Everything is settled. Marvin turned his head and beckoned to his subordinates. Take these three back and keep a close watch on them. The middle-aged man, whom he called Barney, was trembling with fear. Dermot looked over and asked, Who is Alex to you? The Chi surname middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before replying, Alex is my son. Wasn't your son beaten up last night? Dermot said with a smirk, I did that. The Chi surname middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. Marvin brought a few people to cause trouble for me. Dermot continued, and today, here, there were also people causing trouble for me. Barney is what Persia. She was nominally Epsel's adopted daughter, but from Dermot's understanding of this fatty, Persia is very likely his half-sister by the same father, who returned to the family under the guise of an adopted daughter. Gabby had heard her husband talk about this. Marvin, her gaze toward Epsel was somewhat strange. After inviting Persia, Epsel notified Valentina as well. The more people, the merrier, right? Marvin laughed heartily. Daughter-in-law, don't you think so? Epsel noticed. His daughter-in-law had more say than he did. This little rascal married a wife and forgot his father. When the group arrived at Tao Ranju, Persia and Valentina hadn't arrived yet. Epsel slapped his forehead. At this time, there probably won't be any empty private rooms. Let me think of a way. Leaving his son and daughter-in-law behind, he dashed off. The two waited for about 10 minutes and saw a Range Rover slowly stop by the roadside. A petite figure got out from the driver's seat. Persia was short in stature, and her build was particularly petite. Everyone who met her for the first time couldn't believe this woman was nearly 30. Young master, young lady. Persia walked over with a smile. Call me by my name, Gabby hurriedly said. I'll call you Sister Fu, okay? Dermot also chimed in. Don't call me young master all the time. It's not the old days, just call by names. Persia smiled and nodded in agreement. Where's boss? She asked. That fatty went inside to secure a seat. Gael Gruyu pointed his thumb toward the restaurant. Persia turned around, looking around. Isn't Aunt Susie here yet? While her head was turned, Dermot secretly lifted his hand to measure Persia's height above her head. Gabby saw this and couldn't help but laugh inwardly at his childishness. Such actions from a man were immature and impolite. She quickly pulled Dermot's arm and gave him a stern look. Persia seemed oblivious to it, her gaze lingering by the roadside. Soon, she spotted her target, Aunt Susie, over here. Stepmother Valentina, dressed in jewels and smiling, came over to the group. You're all here already? Where's old Gaelg? Marvin went in to secure a seat, Dermot said. Let's go in and wait. Tao Ranju's business had always been thriving. In the lobby waiting area, it was already crowded with people. Valentina frowned. You all sit here. I'll go find your father inside. The waiting area was too crowded. They barely managed to find some empty seats. Gabby cared deeply about Persia's identity. If she really was Dermot's sister, she would also be her sister. She was about to speak when several figures approached, blocking the overhead fluorescent light. Lifting her gaze, Gabby was instantly stunned. Desiree, why is it you again? What do you want? The newcomer was her cousin Desiree. Apart from her, Cohen was also there. Standing next to this guy was a middle-aged couple, who appeared to be his parents. Meeting parents so soon? Dermot said with a half-smile. Why not see the head of the Beckham family? Desiree's brows furrowed slightly. Uncle and Aunt Finley have been very kind to me. We're just having a meal together. Why are you explaining to us? Dermot teased. Wanna is just your cousin. I'm just your cousin-in-law. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Cohen. This guy's face was ashen. His parents' expressions were also less than pleasant. Their purpose for this visit was to call on the Beckham family and discuss the marriage arrangements for the two children. The Finley couple already had grievances about Ambrose Cedric's absence. Desiree's words hit them like a slap in the face. Cohen's eyes brimmed with resentment. Desiree's response made him feel insignificant. What did she mean by just having a meal? Jean-Marion, aren't you going to introduce us? Ely maintained his composure and asked patiently. No need for introductions, Dermot interjected. My wife and I are invisible people in the Beckham family. Desiree shot him a glare. She hadn't forgotten the setback from yesterday. This is my cousin Gabby, she said coolly. Marvin is her husband. Orlandoa's face darkened. The one who beat up our Jinyu yesterday. Was that your friend? She stared straight at Dermot. Dermot returned her gaze with a smirk. So what? You ran straight home to tattle on me? Cohen was fuming. The injuries on his face hadn't healed yet. Even if he hadn't complained, his parents would still have noticed, right? Answer me. Orlandoa was aggressive, glaring and shouting. The person who beat up my son? Was it your friend? Did you order him to beat my son like this? Best confess honestly. Chapter 280. Not convinced? Dermot was very puzzled. What did this aunt want by questioning him like that? Marvin didn't lay a hand on her son. Yesterday, it was your son who talked rudely and offended the wrong person. What does this have to do with me? Dermot looked innocent. The wrong person? Orlandoa sneered coldly. Is there anyone our family dare not offend? Embarrassment flickered across Cohen's face. Marvin didn't dare to tell his parents who had hit his son, because he knew once they found out, his parents would force him to go apologize to the Marvin family. You. Orlandoa pointed at Dermot and ordered in a commanding tone. Call your friend over. I want to see. How many is Aunt putting on? An outsider acting more arrogant than locals. Desiree, you were there yesterday, Gabby said. Remind this aunt of that. She didn't understand why Cohen was hiding things from his parents, nor was she interested in finding out. The best thing she could do now was remind Desiree to persuade this ignorant and fearless aunt. Just as Desiree was about to speak, who are you calling aunt? Orlandoa suddenly erupted. Little girl, calling me aunt? Gabby was speechless. Why was she so angry? Since you're nothing but invisible here, just shut up. Orlandoa scowled fiercely. You don't belong here. And you? She glared fiercely at Dermot. Contact him immediately, or you'll regret it. Their quarrel had long since attracted the attention of customers in the waiting area. Seeing the conflict escalate, they stepped back a bit and sat nearby to enjoy the show. Waiting was so boring. Watching a scene unfold was perfect. Auntie, have you entered menopause? Why are you picking fights with everyone? Dermot said helplessly. One word, Auntie. It blew Orlandoa's top. Bastard, you dare? Marvin, her lips trembled with anger as she pointed at Dermot and cursed wildly. Orlandoa transformed into a shrew, screaming loudly. Furious, Gabby rose to her feet, responding boldly. For Janie, you're being disrespectful to elders. Your son being hit has nothing to do with my husband. If you curse again, I won't be polite anymore. Just me? Orlandoa looked disdainful. Little girl, I want to see how you will be impolite. Gabby's pretty face flushed red from anger. Though eloquent in business, she truly didn't know how to curse. You wife is such a coward. Orlandoa persisted, scolding him endlessly without a single rebuttal. At this point, you. Before she finished, Gabby suddenly lunged forward. Slap. Marvin, her face turned sideways. Not only Dermot, but everyone else was shocked. This must be her first time hitting someone. Searching his mind, he couldn't recall any scenes of his wife hitting anyone. You. Orlandoa looked shocked, and after coming to her senses, she immediately pounced towards Gabby. Little wench, you dare to hit me? She roared and rushed over like an enraged lioness. Dermot didn't dare delay, quickly standing up to shield Gabby. Orlandoa's hand that grabbed her hair was caught by Dermot. Bastard, you dare touch me? Orlandoa screamed. Let go of me immediately. Ely couldn't keep his composure. With his wife losing control in public, he also lost face. Marvin gave Cohen a meaningful look, and the father-son duo immediately stepped forward to pull the enraged Orlandoa away. This little bitch hit me, didn't you see? Orlandoa had never met Epsel, but he had heard of this big shot more than once. Honey. Orlandoa finally realized what was happening and sobbed bitterly. I was hit. Ely's lips twitched uncontrollably. That's right. Epsel shouted loudly. I did hit you, so what? Not convinced? Humph, don't recognize me, huh? My name is Epsel. I hit bitches like you dead sluts. Gailg. Epsel. Ely's legs went weak. His face paled drastically. Honey, you. Orlandoa sensed her husband's change and felt a chill run through her heart. Epsel looked at the couple coldly and sneered. Turning back, he said with concern, Daughter-in-law, don't get angry at people like them. If you're still angry, Dad can give her a couple more slaps. Chapter 281, Court Summons. The manager of Tao Ranju was a chubby little man. Marvin arrived in a sweat, constantly smiling apologetically at Epsel. Chairman Gailg, what could have upset you so much? Orlandoa couldn't stand this. Not asking the victim, but going to ask the aggressor. You blind. She started shouting but was quickly covered by her husband's hand. When Epsel cast his fierce gaze over, Ely looked flattering. Chairman Gailg, sorry? Orlandoa was both anxious and furious. How could her cowardly husband be so scared like a quail? Don't make a scene. Sensing his wife struggling, Ely hurriedly pulled her away. Cohen stood still for quite some time. As a son, he should have stood up for his parents. But that fatty seemed tough, and Cohen lacked the courage to confront him. Feeling all eyes on him, he left with his head down. Outside, his parents were in a tussle. Ely held his wife tightly, preventing her from rushing back in to cause trouble. Are you crazy? Marvin whispered angrily. That's Epsel. Don't tell me you haven't heard of him? Orlandoa froze. Which Epsel? What do you think? Ely gritted his teeth. Can't you tell from his outfit? Orlandoa was startled. The big boss of Jinghai Gailg family? If not him, then who? Ely replied irritably. Really, scolding anyone would have been better than scolding his daughter-in-law. After hearing this, Orlandoa felt both terrified and wronged. It was clearly that bitch who hit her. Desiree felt ashamed to stay inside as well, so she came out, standing beside the Finleys, lost in thought. She had really lost face. The group remained speechless. Uncle Auntie, I need to find Dad. Can we reschedule our dinner? Desiree broke the silence. Cohen panicked. Jamarayan, my parents barely came to Jinghai. Sorry, Uncle, Auntie. Desiree's decision wouldn't change for anyone. Even explaining it seemed unnecessary. All right, go ahead. Ely nodded unwillingly, though he looked displeased. Desiree said no more and Cohen was authoritative. Listen to me. From now on, try not to clash with Nicolette and her husband. If possible, try to befriend them since our family will soon collaborate with the Gailg family. Marvin briefly explained, confusing Desiree even more. What cooperation? Be good, listen to me. Ambrose Cedric hung up. Desiree drove home confused. Walking into the living room, she saw Grandma with a grim expression. Grandma, who upset you again? Desiree approached curiously. Grandma lifted her eyes and glared. Where's your father? Why isn't he back? Desiree noticed the white paper in Grandma's hand. It was a court summons. This? Desiree hesitated. Grandma, what is that? Grandma, enraged, shouted. Nicolette has sued us. Get your father to fix that lawyer. What has he been doing? Why did we receive a court summons? She shouted angrily. Desiree looked puzzled. Nicolette sued the Beckham family? Was it because the Beckham family failed to honor the agreement? Grandma, calm down, Desiree said gently. Dad is entertaining guests outside and we'll be back later. Entertaining guests? Dream slammed the table angrily. What kind of entertainment can he possibly have? Marvin couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. Is dealing with a lawyer that difficult? And that little slut Nicolette? Dream clenched her teeth. She's really gone wild. The Beckham family raised her to this age. She doesn't know gratitude and even bites us in return. Jamarian, notify everyone in the family. She looked at Desiree. Tell them to drop everything and come back. Just say I'm calling for a family meeting. Desiree hesitated only for a second before the elderly lady gave her a fierce glare. Marvin helpless, she had no choice but to make the calls. The Beckham family elders' authority still held sway. At her command, all the Beckham family members outside came back. Where's Ambrose Cedric? Dream asked Desiree coldly. Call your father again and tell him to get his ass back here. Desiree looked helpless. She took out her phone, ready to step outside to call. But the elderly lady stopped her. Make the call here with speakerphone on so I can hear what he's up to. The call was dialed. It took quite some time before it was answered. What now, Jamarian? Ambrose Cedric's side was noisy, with sounds of cups clinking. Desiree glanced at the elderly lady and said, Grandma wants you to come back quickly. Dream stared intently at Desiree's hand, waiting for an answer from the other end. A family meeting, right? Ambrose Cedric laughed. Jamarian, ask Grandma not to worry. I'll be back in an hour. At that time, I'll bring back some good news about that big project. Dream's eyes suddenly sharpened. All right, Jamar, get some water for Dad, he instructed Desiree, who was standing beside the elderly lady. Before Desiree could move, the elderly lady's icy voice cut through. What great things have you been doing outside? As soon as you come back, you start bossing people around here and there. This? Ambrose Cedric was taken aback, finally noticing the matriarch's displeased expression. Marvin straightened up and smiled nervously. Mom, I had a reason not to come back earlier. There were several clients at the time. And Fremont, who visited us that day, was there too. Fremont? Dream frowned. When did you start associating with him? Ambrose Cedric quickly replied. It was just last time. When Dermot and Gabby came to our home for dinner, Ambrose Cedric explained hastily. You mean? Dream's eyelids twitched. Fremont approached you to discuss a business deal? Ambrose Cedric nodded. Yes, he contacted me that day, and we discussed the project. Marvin paused before continuing. Mom, after analyzing it, even if Gabby's dead mother left 40 billion, if we secure Geld family's project, we can earn at least 50 to 60 billion conservatively. And that's just on the surface. More importantly, this would establish a connection with the Geld family. Ambrose Cedric said, think about their status. Alliance with them would only benefit the Beckham family. Mom, Ambrose Cedric hesitated. Maybe we should return everything to Gabby. She and the young Geld boy are highly ranked within the Geld family. Making enemies is worse than forming alliances. Fremont said that if we return everything, the project in the West District will consider our family. Everyone will be happy. Ambrose Cedric looked triumphant. In the past 2 days, Fremont even took me to see the site. The project is really... Shut up. Dream suddenly erupted, cutting off Ambrose Cedric's rambling. Ambrose Cedric was startled. Weren't you listening to my warning last time? Dream glared at him, teeth gritted. Did that Geld boy ever say he would definitely help us secure the project? Ambrose Cedric froze. But, he stammered, Fremont later contacted me. It was his instruction. Besides, I've already asked Fremont. Marvin said, Marvin told me Dermot is very keen on this collaboration. Dream sneered, very keen? So, you talked deeply with Fremont? When will the contract be signed? Have all the details been worked out? Ambrose Cedric's expression was dazed. We will sign the contract after fulfilling the agreement. As for various details, he murmured, we've discussed them. I can compile a document for you. Dream's eyes turned cold, her laughter mocking. What you can compile might just be the illusions Fremont painted for you. Ambrose Cedric frowned. How could that be? He complained. Mom, I've been in the business world for years. Was his ability doubted like this? Even if... The elderly lady said, everything Fremont said is true, and he does plan to collaborate with the Beckham family. What? Can we return to Gabby? Your son spends extravagantly. Your daughter has been studying abroad these years. Not only your family, but also those. The elderly lady pointed to the others in the living room. How much of that woman's inheritance have you squandered over the years? To fulfill the cooperation, we must honor the agreement. How do we fill this hole? Ambrose Cedric frowned. Mom, I've considered this, he said. We have many businesses under our family name that aren't very profitable, and some scattered investments. Selling them can quickly recoup part of the funds and use this money to fill the gap. For unprofitable businesses, we'll stop doing them. Thus, we can focus all our efforts on the project in the West District. Marvin talked enthusiastically about his plans for the future. However, the more he spoke, the worse the elderly lady's expression became. Ambrose Cedric, you idiot! She shouted angrily. Wasn't this taught to you by Fremont? Ambrose Cedric was stunned. Then, a flash of anger crossed his face. These days, he had been running around. Do you want to think that way? I have no choice. Ambrose Cedric said. I just want to prove myself. To prove himself. His ability was enough to lead this family. Chapter 283. For the sake of the family. The Beckham family. It has always been presided over by Old Lady Beckham. Although Chinching Beckham is the eldest in the family, he has never had absolute say in anything. Therefore, he has always harbored a grievance in his heart, wanting to accomplish something great to show the Janie. To prove to her that even without her, the Beckham family would be fine. Ambrose Cedric has been waiting for an opportunity for many years. Marvin no longer wants to be constrained and wishes to take over the family with dignity. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Amber Cedric's words were firm and resolute. Rebellion, rebellion? The Janey was so angry that she trembled all over. You unfilial son. Are you defying me? Having been scolded by you for decades, and having listened to your teachings for decades, Amber Cedric said forcefully. This time I defy you for the sake of the family. You. The Janey rushed forward and slapped Amber Cedric. Where are the family rules? She roared angrily. Bring them here quickly. I want to beat this unfilial son to death. Develop any illness. Everyone hurriedly supported the Janey and drove her to the hospital. The doctor's diagnosis came quickly. The Janey is quite old, and her blood pressure is high. Weren't you upsetting her? Exclaimed the doctor. Old people mustn't be upset, as it can easily lead to cerebral diseases. The doctor prescribed some medicine. Not long after, the Janey woke up again. Seeing Amber Cedric standing next to her, her anger flared up again. Amber Cedric felt helpless and had to leave first to avoid upsetting the Janey. To prevent the Janey from experiencing similar episodes, the Beckham family decided to have her stay in the hospital for observation. This decision further angered her. I'm not sick. Why should I stay in the hospital? She struggled to sit up. All of you go home. Call that scoundrel Amber Cedric back about that matter. As soon as she got up, the Janey felt dizzy again. Everyone hurriedly supported the Janey, chattering at once. Mother, grandmother, the doctor said. You're old. You can't be getting angry randomly. Is it my fault that I'm angry? The Janey retorted indignantly. It's because of all you unambitious descendants. Everyone exchanged looks. What does this have to do with us? The one making you angry is your eldest son. Of course, they dared not say that aloud. Everyone quickly steadied the Janey. The doctor suggested you stay for observation, just for one night. If nothing happens tomorrow, we'll return home, all right? Aye. The Janey tried to get up but felt dizzy as soon as she stood. Marvinously, she sat back on the bed. Indeed, she was getting old and had to admit it. You. The Janey struggled to raise her hand and ordered. Call that scoundrel Amber Cedric back. What he mentioned. It must be that Gale kid's plot. If we believe him, our Beckham family will suffer great losses. Mother, grandma, don't worry. Rest well in the hospital. We will persuade. The Janey was still seething. Calling someone back now might cause her to faint again. Interestingly, after being spineless for so many years, Amber Cedric suddenly became defiant, even daring to disobey the Janey. After settling the Janey in the hospital and hiring a caregiver, the Beckham family finally left. Upon returning home, they found Amber Cedric waiting in the living room. Elder brother, what's going on today? It was Amber Cedric's third sister who spoke. Others also looked curious. What's going on? Amber Cedric frowned, in an unkind tone. Isn't it for the sake of the family? The project in Xiqing district, you all know about it, right? If we combine this project with that bitch's inheritance, which would you choose? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Amber Cedric, seeing the bewildered expressions of his family members, felt a hint of disdain. Let me rephrase that, he continued. Would it be better to align with the Gale family, or to covet the immediate benefits? The inheritance left by that bitch is merely around 40 to 50 billion. But if we secure the Xiqing district project and align with the Gale family, the money we earn in the future will be many times more than that. Elder brother, are you really sure we can get it? Asked Beckham's third sister with a dubious look. Amber Cedric gave a cold laugh. Jamar, tell everyone what you saw earlier. Earlier? Everyone looked at Desiree curiously. Jamar, what did you see earlier? Desiree hesitated for a moment. Then she recounted everything that happened at Taranju in detail. The head of the Gale family beat someone in public because of Gabby, that little bitch? Everyone was stunned. Isn't her husband some bastard child who just returned from outside recently? A bastard child? That boy is the first wife's son of Apsel, legitimate heir, solidly the family's eldest son. Amber Cedric explained. We previously thought this kid might not have much status and didn't take him seriously. But we were wrong. This kid has a high status in the Gale family. Fremont told me this personally. The Beckham family members took a deep breath. Interest and principle included. After instructing Fremont to keep an eye on the Beckham family, Dermot left the matter alone. Let the internal struggle in the Beckham family happen first, then when they have struggled enough, it will be time to strike. These 2 days, Marvin still lived his life as usual. In the morning, he sent his wife to work. After work, he went on dates with his wife, and then they returned home together like lovebirds. Life was very sweet. One afternoon, Gabby received a call from a college classmate. Classmates who rarely contacted her after graduation suddenly called, leaving Gabby quite puzzled. Xiaohua Beckham. There's an old classmate who organized a gathering. If you're not busy, come along. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's gather. Gabby instinctively wanted to refuse, but the caller wouldn't give her a chance, recalling old times and appealing emotionally. In the end, the caller hung up after saying, it's settled. Gabby tried calling back, only to be met with anger. Xiaohua Beckham, now that you've made it, you look down on your old classmates, huh? Just this sentence left her speechless. After much thought, she decided to ask for Dermot's opinion. A class reunion? Dermot sounded surprised. Great, I'll go with you. Gabby was stunned. Why did this man sound so eager? Not long after their phone conversation, Dermot came to the company himself. Did they mention the address? Marvin looked eager. College classmates, right? Who else is going? Gabby was astounded. Marvin is my husband, Dermot. Gabby introduced. They are my college classmates. Dermot smiled, shaking hands with 3 gentlemen. As for the ladies, he just nodded and smiled. Shall we go in? A male classmate named Kevin suggested. The room is already booked. Dermot nodded. Then let's go in. Suzy Angxio Business Club was the top leisure and entertainment venue in Jinghai. Its interior, full of design, drew exclamations of amazement from everyone. To be honest, I've never been here before. If it weren't for Brother Susie, we wouldn't have had the chance to come here either. I heard that the minimum consumption here is tens of thousands. Luckily for us, thanks to our old classmate, Xiahua Beckham, based on your economic strength, you could live here every day, right? The classmates teased. The lighting inside the club was too bright, making Gabby's fair face glow under the lights. Therefore, no one noticed that she instantly changed expression when she heard Brother Susie. Dermot, being close, easily noticed her change. Welcome. A front desk attendant approached with a gentle smile. May I ask if you have reservations? Yes. Kevin took out his phone and scanned a QR code. The receptionist's smile grew brighter when she saw them. You have reserved the Cloud Top Hall on the second floor? Please wait for a moment. As a joke among classmates. The intimate way the two exchanged whispers made Kevin's expression darken. Which man wouldn't want a story with a high-class beauty like Gabby? Unfortunately, there was no chance back then, and now even less. She was already married. Just as he was sighing inwardly, the door was pushed open. Several people ushered in a tall, handsome young man. Brother Susie, you're here? Kevin and the others hurried to greet him. And with so many beautiful ladies. Long time no see. Long time no see. The young man referred to as Brother Susie wore a warm smile. His gaze casually shifted towards Gabby. Seeing her face, which haunted his dreams, a look of covetousness flashed across his eyes. There was also a trace of bitterness. Chapter 285. Do you feel ashamed too? The young man's name is Lemuel. Marvin is the so-called grass of the department who had spread rumors out of anger after his request was not granted. Upon seeing Gabby, he directly abandoned everyone else and strode over with his head held high. Carly, long time no see. Marvin extended his hand in a very gentlemanly manner, then seemed to think of something and pulled it back. Gabby's expression wasn't quite natural. She couldn't understand. How could this guy casually greet her after that incident? Dermot sensed her change and immediately stood up. Marvinlo, I'm Carly's husband. Just call me Dermot. Marvinlo Dermot. I'm Lemuel. Lemuel extended his hand and shook hands politely with Dermot. I just heard that Carly is married. Lemuel smiled. Don't laugh at me. To learn she's married, I feel both happy for her and regretful. Between her and me. Lemuel put on an affected sigh. Forget it. Let's not mention it. All we can say is, it's a case of having no chance despite being fated to meet. Marvin lowered his eyes to look at Gabby, with a tinge of melancholy flashing in them. The classmates were all stunned. Was Lemuel going to stir things up? Saying these things in front of another man's husband. Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten? All eyes turned to Dermot, wondering what his reaction would be. Would this man fly into a rage? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dermot laughed. His reaction completely took everyone by surprise. Even Lemuel was slightly dazed, feeling like throwing a punch only to hit cotton. Not mention? Dermot asked with a smile. Why not mention? Are you too ashamed to bring it up? It seems you also think it's unmanly to spread rumors after being rejected, right? How can you have the audacity to sigh, no chance despite fate here? Who do you think you are? Lemuel's face instantly turned livid. Marvin looked at Gabby with an uncertain gaze. Had she told her husband about what happened before? The smile never left Dermot's face, but his words were sharp. What are you looking at? Big Casanova? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Kevin and others stood in a daze for a moment, then hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Haha, we were all young back then. Who doesn't make mistakes when they're young? Susie brother realized his mistake later. Don't let this old matter hurt our harmony. Due to this incident, many people were forced to withdraw from school, including Lemuel. The evidence was undeniable. Even if they wanted to whitewash Lemuel, it was impossible. They could only use the excuse of being young back then to try to gloss over this unpleasant past. Dermot noticed. The Sherry he met a few days ago was also among the group of classmates. Facing Sherry's resentful and hateful gaze, he smiled slightly. Do you think I want to bring it up? If it weren't for this kid coming forward and stirring trouble, who would want to mention it? You. A hint of anger appeared on Lemuel's face. I admit I was wrong back then, and I can apologize. But don't push your luck either. Susie brother, less talk? Kevin and others quickly advised, let's all talk less. To create such tension as soon as they arrived, how could they enjoy themselves? Classmates haven't seen each other for so long. Don't start off on the wrong foot right away. Everyone tried to calm the situation. Dermot threw a cold laugh and sat back down. Lemuel was also persuaded to sit back down, looking depressed. Although Dermot chose to lower the tension, he did not intend to back down. There were more than one person who had bullied his wife. There must be some purpose behind Lemuel organizing this gathering. Since that's the case, why not see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve? This was also an opportunity for Dermot to identify all those who had bullied Gabby. Dealing with just Lemuel wouldn't satisfy him. His goal was to make everyone pay the price. Lemuel and Sherry sat down at another side, whispering together in a group. After a while, the anger on Lemuel's face eased somewhat, although his eyes still flashed with annoyance when he looked at Dermot. Has everyone not eaten yet? Marvin turned his head and asked in a flat tone. Isn't this for waiting for you? Kevin smiled. Without Susie brother here, who would start eating first? This business club was a place for leisure and entertainment, but if requested, it also provided catering services. As the top-level leisure club in Jinghai, Susie Angxio naturally offered top-tier dining services. Not only did it have a smart kitchen, it also had Michelin-starred chefs cooking personally. Lemuel called over a server and placed his request. So you can cook both Western and Chinese cuisine? Those visiting for the first time were amazed. Even if you want to eat skewers, they're available here. Lemuel said with a smile, fellow classmates, please order what you want to eat. One by one, they reported what they wanted to eat. In the end, only Dermot and Gabby hadn't ordered yet. Kevin, wanting to play mediator, smiled and walked over. Flower of the campus Beckham. It's your turn to order now. Dermot consulted Gabby and said, get us a small hot pot. Everyone was stunned. Eat hot pot at a business club? You two aren't being too absurd, are you? This? The waiter was also taken aback. Sir, your request might be a bit difficult to fulfill. Why don't you change it? Kevin chuckled awkwardly. This is indeed inconvenient. Don't put them in a difficult position. Dermot raised an eyebrow. If it's difficult, just tell the manager I requested it. My surname is Gaelg. This? Customers here were either wealthy or prestigious. The waiter didn't dare easily say no. After he left, a trace of disdain flashed across Lemuel and his group's eyes. This kid still thinks he's somebody, utterly nonsensical. Kevin didn't show it much, but he also felt that Dermot was putting on airs. To prevent another unpleasant situation like earlier, he quickly spoke up to break the silence in the room. Brother Susie, I heard your business is getting bigger and bigger. When can we get some help? Don't talk about this, it makes us feel distant, Lemuel laughed. If you have any matters in the future, just let me know. My business. Marvin glanced at Gabby subtly. Can't really be called big. After all, with Carly around. Haha. Everyone chimed in with laughter. Rich second generation like Miss Beckham. You can't compare. But as for you, Lemuel, you started from scratch and founded your own company. In just a few years, you've made such a success. Just a little achievement, not worth mentioning. Lemuel's face showed satisfaction, yet his words were modest. As they chatted, he steered the conversation back to Gabby. My company had nearly 10 billion in revenue last year, with profit around 5 to 6 billion. Can't compare with Carly. Susie Engine Group's annual revenue is roughly 10 billion, right? 10 billion? Everyone was shocked. They knew Gabby could make money, but they never imagined she could earn so much. I'm very curious. With how capable Carly is, Mr. Gaelg, as her husband, must surely be an outstanding person? Lemuel smiled. Kevin and others were taken aback. They suddenly sensed a hint of tension. Chapter 286, just a local bully. Dermot smiled modestly and said, I can't compare myself to the best among people. I'm just an ordinary person. Marvin glanced at Lemuel with a teasing expression on his face. If I must say in what aspect I'm better than others, it might be, you finished university? Lemuel's face immediately fell, and the indescribable sense of grievance made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This guy Dermot did this intentionally. Marvin was mocking him for being expelled from the prestigious school. The one who spread rumors back then was him, which resulted in more targeting from Beckham's father. Not only was he expelled, he lost the opportunity for further education ever since. Lemuel couldn't forget those dark days and harbored resentment over them all along. Dermot deliberately steered the conversation here to embarrass him. Kevin, as Lemuel's classmate, naturally knew what had happened before. Seeing Lemuel's face turn as dark as charcoal, Kevin quickly stood up. Dermot, you're truly modest. Beckham Xiaohua has such high standards. To have chosen you must mean you possess remarkable qualities. Dermot smirked. Maybe it's because I'm not too unbearable? There are female classmates present. They should understand how detestable unbearable men can be, especially those who like spreading rumors behind people's backs. Upon hearing this, Lemuel clenched his jaw so hard it almost shattered. This kid, he was relentless. You. Lemuel suddenly stood up, glaring at Dermot angrily. It was wrong of me regarding that incident, but it was due to you. Just as he said, Marvin returned soon after leaving. This time, he was pushing a small dining cart. Steam rose from the cart, and a spicy aroma wafted through the air. The room, sprinkled with a light fragrance, was instantly filled with the scent of hot pot. This cart, piled high with fresh ingredients and 2 pots of boiling hot pot broth, immediately got everyone salivating. They suddenly felt that the food they ordered earlier wasn't that appetizing anymore. Please enjoy your meal, Renee bowed. I'll be outside the door if you need anything. After saying that, he exited the private room. Lemuel watched this scene in astonishment. This kid Dermot really pulled out all the stops. Marvin looked at Dermot and Gabby with complicated emotions and sat back down next to Sherry, full of doubt. What does this guy's family do? Lemuel frowned. What could they possibly do? Marvin's just a local bully. Sherry seemed nonchalant but felt guilty inside. She knew Dermot's identity, and she knew that if she revealed Dermot's true identity to Lemuel, the latter might not dare to confront him. That was the Gaelg family from Jinghai. Even with 100 more guts, Lemuel wouldn't dare to mess with them. Just a local bully? Lemuel looked half disbelieving. Marvin doesn't seem like one. Suziangxio Club, being the top venue in Jinghai, hosted guests who were all rich or powerful. The club manager should have seen it all. But his attitude towards Dermot was overly submissive, wasn't it? Seeing Lemuel suspicious of Dermot's identity, Sherry hurriedly said, Lemuel, are you scared now? Didn't you say earlier? You have connections in Jinghai too? Scared? Lemuel's eyelids twitched, rekindling his anger. Would I be scared of him? Ever since their meeting, this Gaelg kid kept speaking with hidden needles in his words. Yu Jian was already in a bad mood, and now, being provoked further, he was filled with indignation. Marvin sneered coldly. Do you really think this can fool me? I have an acquaintance who has quite a standing in Jinghai. You've been in Jinghai for many years, right? You should have heard of Ricky's name, right? Sherry was taken aback. Ricky? She hurriedly asked. The one who does building materials and real estate business? Yu Jian nodded. Then, he curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. The Feng family is also a prominent name in Jinghai, having started with building materials. With the Gaelg family around, the Feng family certainly didn't rank at the top. But their strength wasn't to be underestimated either. On the surface, the Feng family made its fortune from the building materials business. They then expanded their business empire to include real estate, finance, and other sectors. Few people knew that the Feng family's rise was not due to building materials, but rather some gray industries. During the few years when the domestic economy grew wildly, the Feng family earned substantial wealth through gray industries. Later on, the state carried out strict crackdowns. The Feng family transformed itself overnight, whitewashing into legitimate businessmen. Strong legal system construction curbed the development of illegal individuals. However, they did not completely disappear. Instead, they moved to other places, acting more low-key. They still maintained a certain social status and influence, just in different ways and means. The Feng family belongs to this category. Seeing Sherry's astonished expression, Yu Jian felt somewhat pleased. The boss Ricky of the Feng family has had business dealings with me and has a bit of a friendship. I invited him when I came over. Marvin might arrive shortly. Yu Jian glared at Dermot and sneered coldly. When he arrives, this brat won't be so arrogant anymore. Sherry lowered her head deep in thought, saying nothing. The classmates beside them noticed they were whispering and came closer to ask, Brother Yu, what are you guys talking about? Yu Jian didn't hide it and replied, I called a friend over, and I'll introduce you all when he arrives. Everyone was curious. Brother Yu's friend? The big boss of which company? Let me keep you in suspense for now. Yu Jian smiled. Soon, you will know. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Dermot. His eyes were clouded with unhidden resentment. Chapter 287. Illegitimate Son. Lemuel was displeased. Dermot, however, was elated. Marvin had been looking for an opportunity to stand up for his wife, and now this little troublemaker had come knocking on his own accord. Gabby sensed Dermot's excitement and felt somewhat helpless. Honey, let it go, she advised. It's been so long, and I don't even hold a grudge anymore. Dermot replied with a serious expression. You may not care, but I do. I have the longest memory when it comes to grievances. If I don't vent, I won't be able to sleep at night from worrying. Gabby couldn't help but laugh. As the couple whispered to each other, Lemuel stood up with a group of classmates to welcome the visitor at the door. Dermot dipped a piece of lamb into the sauce as he looked toward the entrance. President Feng, please come in. Lemuel smiled brightly, warmly welcoming the distinguished guest. The newcomer was in his 40s, with a somewhat sinister look on his face, clearly not someone to mess with. Let me introduce. Lemuel smiled at everyone. This is President Feng from the Feng Corporation. President Feng is always busy. It's rare that he could spare some time today. This is President Feng. It's an honor to meet you. Upon hearing Lemuel's introduction, the others hurriedly greeted him. The Feng Corporation was no small player. A top domestic company, one of the 500 largest enterprises. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Did Lemuel really know such an important figure? Marvin must be doing quite well. President Feng put on an air of importance, but everyone understood. After all, he was older than everyone else there, and it was natural for him to carry himself with a certain dignity. The continuous greetings only made Ricky slightly lift his eyes. Marvin was merely showing Lemuel some face. He didn't really take the rest of them seriously. They weren't in the same social circle. After meeting tonight, they would likely never interact again. Glancing around the private room, Ricky's expression darkened. Everyone had come over to greet him, except for a couple eating hot pot by the side. These two are? Ricky frowned. Oh, them? Lemuel sneered, explaining, that lady is also my classmate. Finishing his words, he glanced over at the couple and shouted, Carly, Mr. Gailg, come over here. I'll introduce you to a distinguished guest. Why the shouting? Dermot retorted, are you blind? Can't you see we're eating? Lemuel's face instantly turned beet red. Ricky's eyes flashed with a cold light. So, who do we have here? He chuckled coldly. Ah, it's President Beckham and her husband. Lemuel was taken aback. President Feng, you know them? How could I not know them? Suzy Engine Group is our biggest competitor. Ricky laughed sarcastically. Gabby furrowed her brow slightly. President Feng, your words are too harsh, she said coolly. Our company has always operated within normal business practices. Any conflicts with your company during this process are all within acceptable bounds. There will always be winners and losers when bidding for projects. Your company didn't win. It seems not our fault, does it? Humph, Ricky scoffed, seeming to find it beneath him to respond but unable to refute her. Upon hearing this, Lemuel suddenly became more energetic. There was already bad blood between them, so no need for further provocation. President Feng, let's not talk about work today. Carly, you'd better keep quiet. Just as he finished speaking, a plate smashed beside him, shattering into pieces. Everyone was startled by the noise, with several female classmates screaming in fright. I've tolerated you for too long. Dermot stood up, frowning. Do you even know who Carly is? Has my wife ever paid you any mind? Do you think we're close? You call her name so familiarly? What are you, to deserve calling my wife by her name? Why you? Lemuel's face changed rapidly, angered by Dermot's sudden outburst. Ricky gave Dermot a cold look, saying disdainfully, an illegitimate son, quite full of yourself, aren't you? Everyone froze, then quickly looked back at him. President Feng, you mean by illegitimate son? Lemuel suppressed his anger, pointing at Dermot, asking, you're talking about him? Who else could it be? Ricky snorted, an illegitimate son of the Gailg family, not yet recognized by the family. Ah. Everyone exchanged glances, stunned by this explosive news. Sherry's eyelids twitched. She hadn't expected President Feng to recognize Dermot right away. So, he's an illegitimate son? Lemuel's expression suddenly became very interesting. The other classmates also shot glances filled with ridicule. What did an illegitimate son, unrecognized by the family, have to brag about? Planning to side with him, huh? Dermot ignored the various gazes directed at him. His eyes were fixed on Ricky. Let me give you some advice. This is between me and him. Outsiders should stay out of it. Getting involved will only burn you. Ricky laughed loudly. Are you threatening me? Sure, you can think that way, Dermot replied. Yes, I am threatening you. Don't get involved in my business with this guy, or you'll suffer the consequences. Mr. Feng. Lemuel was inwardly delighted, thinking this fool really absurd. The previously neutral classmates started chiming in. Sherry was the most excited among all, almost bursting with joy. Dermot not only got her beaten up, but also cost her a decent job. She couldn't rest until this grievance was avenged. Chapter 288. Do you want to call him Dad? Renee heard the commotion and hurried inside. The two opposing sides were clearly defined, easily distinguishable at a glance. Mr. Gailg, what happened? Marvin immediately went to Dermot's side. Are you in trouble? On the opposite side, Ricky said coldly, Manager Bug, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Phone General Manager? Renee looked over, puzzled. What's going on between you two? Ricky was quite a figure. Therefore, Renee spoke very politely. This bastard offended Phone General Manager, and he wants to teach him a lesson. Lemuel shouted loudly from the side. Renee's expression changed. General Manager Phone, is there some misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Ricky's face was expressionless. Manager Bug, this isn't your concern. Renee hesitated. Dermot was indeed a distinguished guest, but Ricky wasn't someone he could afford to offend either. Manager Bug, it's fine, Dermot smiled. You don't need to worry about this. I can handle it. You can handle it? Lemuel laughed out loud. How will you handle it? Kneel down and kowtow to Phone General Manager? I understand now why you dare to be so arrogant. Isn't it just because you're gambling that others don't know your real status? If you say it, you're still a young master of a prestigious family, but the truth? Just an illegitimate son with nothing. It might work for bluffing others, but in front of Phone General Manager, you're exposed instantly. Let me tell you, Phone General Manager isn't like those people you fooled. Marvin's a real big shot. Taking care of you is easier than squashing an ant. So impressive, huh? Dermot glanced at him with a half smile. Do you want to call him Dad? Lemuel was momentarily speechless. Don't show off with words here. Marvin looked angry and humiliated. Mr. Gale, you're dead today. Ricky raised a hand, signaling him to be silent. Lemuel immediately shut up, standing behind Ricky, glaring at Dermot with venomous eyes. Marvin occasionally glanced at Gabby. Gabby's expression didn't change much. She seemed not worried at all that her husband had offended someone. This left Lemuel bewildered. What did this woman mean? Not worried at all. Renee stood between the two sides, caught between a rock and a hard place. In the end, he rushed out, not knowing where he went. Once he left, Lemuel felt even more self-satisfied. Dermot's previous show of strength, Lemuel and the others dared not breathe heavily or blink their eyes. They all thought Dermot was just blustering, but his serious expression didn't seem fake. It was then Gabby finally spoke. Honey, come back? Dermot turned around and gave her a gentle smile, just about to say something when Ricky suddenly moved. Marvin had a wine bottle nearby too. Just as Dermot turned his head, Ricky grabbed one and smashed it fiercely toward Dermot's head. This kid was too arrogant. He needed to learn a lesson. Honey, be careful. Gabby's complexion turned pale instantly as she ran towards Dermot. Halfway through, a sharp sound echoed in the room. Gabby froze on the spot. She saw Ricky's face covered in blood. Before he could lift the wine bottle, Dermot had already turned around and smacked him with one bottle. Smack. Glass shattered, spilling wine everywhere. Ricky let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward. Dermot tossed the broken half of the bottle and picked up another. Lemuel and the others were dumbfounded. This kid, he really did it. You. Ricky shook his head, feeling dizzy. You dared to hit me? I warned you not to get involved, Dermot said lightly with a laugh. You thought I was bluffing? On the opposite side, Lemuel and others were dumbfounded. At this moment, he could still laugh. You. Lemuel, realizing what happened, gnashed his teeth in fury. You fool, you've caused big trouble. Marvin moved forward to steady Ricky. His eyes locked onto Dermot. You dared to hit Mr. Phone? His status is so prestigious. How dare you lay a hand on him? What a brainless idiot. Lemuel clearly became frantic, cursing nonstop. By this time, Gabby had come to Dermot's side, grabbing the man's hand holding the wine bottle. Can you shut your mouth, Lemuel? She said icily. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to insult my husband? You. Lemuel couldn't contain his anger. Gabby, you're insane. How could you possibly like someone as stupid as him? Are you blind? He roared. Why choose him over someone as excellent as me? You. Gabby sneered. Don't humiliate yourself further. You're not even worthy of being mentioned alongside my husband. Lemuel's face instantly turned red. Before he could argue back, Ricky shoved him aside. Ricky's face was covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. The monstrous look on Ricky's face spoke volumes of his murderous intent towards Dermot. Just as he lunged forward, the door to the room swung open. More than 10 tall, burly men filed in one after another, separating the two confronting parties. Everyone was taken aback, confused about the newcomer's intentions. As they wondered, Renee returned. Marvin, just an employee, very much caught in a dilemma. Ricky's roar was loud, but he pretended not to hear, giving no response at all. Ricky jumped around in anger. Just save your energy, Dermot said with a half smile. Manager Bug, find 2 people to take him down for bandaging. Renee nodded hastily and instructed, You and you, take President Phone for bandaging. 2 men stepped out from the crowd and lifted Ricky from either side. Scoundrels, let go of me. Ricky struggled fiercely, almost fainting from anger, but he had lost too much blood. After struggling for a while, he felt dizzy and saw stars. After dragging him away roaring, the private room fell silent. Lemuel and others gaped as they watched President Phone being taken away, never imagining things would end up this way. It's your turn, Dermot looked at Lemuel. You. Lemuel trembled with fear, his eyes full of disbelief. The classmates were terrified like frightened quails. Those who had echoed insults earlier lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Dermot. Sherry looked heartbroken. It felt like that night's plot was about to replay. So the big shot Lemuel invited wasn't so great? Not only was he beaten bloody, but he was also dragged away by the other party. Come over here, Dermot beckoned to Lemuel, pointing in front of him. Stand here. Lemuel cowered on the spot, not moving an inch. Seeing he didn't move, impatience flashed across Dermot's eyes. Go, drag him over. Okay. 2 burly men immediately stepped out of the crowd. Lemuel was startled and backed away hurriedly. No, don't touch me. I'll come myself. His struggle was futile. The 2 burly men lifted him from either side, dragging him to Dermot like a little puppy. Lemuel looked anxiously at the bottle in Dermot's hand, fearing he might be next. Marvin didn't understand. Just because he's an illegitimate son, why would the manager of the club choose to listen to Dermot rather than a Fenricky? Dermot stared at Lemuel for a moment, then pointed to the ground with his finger. Kneel. Lemuel's expression changed. Make him kneel? With so many classmates watching, he couldn't kneel. Faced with a group of intimidating thugs, Lemuel couldn't muster any courage. Desperately, he turned to Gabby for help. At least they were classmates once. She should remember some old ties, right? Carly, Just as he began, Dermot slapped him. No learning from mistakes? Dermot frowned. Lemuel saw stars from the slap, filled with anger but having nowhere to vent. Finally, he could only swallow his pride and say, Miss Beckham, Miss Beckham. Dermot nodded approvingly. Much better. One must know their place. A finger poked at Lemuel's chest. Back then, you were classmates, it didn't matter how you addressed her, and I can't do anything about that. But now, she's my wife. How dare you speak so familiarly when you can't get what you want? Feeling the poke and scolding, Lemuel burned with shame and rage. Remember, if there's a next time, see how I deal with you. Dermot stared at him. You're mute? Did you remember? Why yes, I remembered. Lemuel mumbled obediently. Good. Dermot nodded matter-of-factly. Now, you can kneel. Lemuel. This guy is too much. Suddenly, he remembered what he wanted to do just now. Right? Ask Gabby for help. She treats people kindly and might remember old ties. Lemuel opened his mouth, almost saying Juan. Dermot's icy gaze made him shudder, quickly correcting himself. Miss Beckham, I was wrong back then. Can you, for the sake of old classmates, ask your husband to let me go? Marvin begged with a piteous look. Gabby had always felt indifferent towards this person. After that incident, indifference turned into dislike. His pleas did not touch her in the slightest. Kneel when you're told to kneel. Why so much nonsense? Dermot said impatiently. Lemuel's face turned pale. Marvin felt waves of resentment within him. His eyes filled with deep resentment as he glared at Gabby. This woman has such a heart of stone. She won't even put in a word for him. As Lemuel hesitated, the two burly men who brought him over moved forward silently. One on each side, they pressed down on Lemuel's shoulders. At the same time, they kicked the back of his knees. Caught off guard, Lemuel could no longer stand and fell to his knees before Dermot with a thud. A profound sense of humiliation flooded Lemuel's mind. Suffering such disgrace, yet unable to resist, left him in unbearable pain. How could you organize such a gathering after doing that? Dermot said slowly. How can you still have the nerve to invite my wife here? What were you planning to do? Marvin looked down at Lemuel, who was being held down on his knees, and asked. Mr. Gaelg is asking you a question. The burly man holding Lemuel yelled. Are you mute? Lemuel was almost in tears. Not like this bullying. Enduring the humiliation in his heart, he managed to speak with difficulty. I heard Miss Beckham got married. I couldn't help feeling jealous. I just wanted to see what kind of husband she found. Now that you've seen him, what do you think? Dermot asked. Lemuel's face showed misery as he lied through his teeth. You two are very well matched, both talented and beautiful. Dermot sneered. What was your original intention? Marvin continued. No plans. Lemuel answered shakily. No plans? Dermot laughed. Didn't you say you couldn't help feeling jealous? Surely inviting her wasn't just for a meal? It can't be that simple. Lemuel smiled bitterly without any choice. The support he counted on was already carried away. With things turning out like this, what more was there to say? Chapter 290. I hate you. Sherry was furious. Lemuel was truly a wimp. Before coming here, he boasted endlessly, vowing to teach Dermot and Gabby a lesson. And the result? Marvin knelt on the ground like a coward, begging for mercy. The more Sherry thought about it, the angrier she became. Marvin's jealousy of Gabby had reached an unprecedented level. Why? Why did she have everything she wanted? Rich, beautiful. After entering society, she even started her own company and lived a lavish life. To make matters worse, she married a capable husband. Even Lemuel, who was the most successful among their classmates, had to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Sherry glared at Gabby. This woman possessed everything Sherry had ever dreamed of. With new grievances mixing with old hatreds in her heart, Sherry longed to rush forward and scratch that pretty face of Gabby's. None of Sherry's actions escaped his eyes. The moment the wine bottle swung out, Dermot opened his palm and caught it steadily. A person becomes stronger when enraged, but no matter how angry she was still just a woman. There was a significant disparity in strength between men and women. After grasping the wine bottle, Dermot made Sherry immobile. Die. She lost control completely, grabbing the neck of the bottle with both hands and pulling desperately. Dermot released his grip. She staggered backward. Losing balance, she retreated 2 or 3 steps and fell with a thud. The wine bottle shattered into pieces, and the splashing wine drenched Sherry. Glass fragments cut several wounds on her hands, but she didn't feel a thing. Sherry continued to stare fiercely at Gabby, screaming, Bitch, why don't you just die? You got me expelled during school. Now you've cost me my job. I hate you. I hate you. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face unusually monstrous. I will kill you. Struggling to get up, Sherry was held back by classmates who rushed over. Failing to escape, her chest heaved dramatically, each breath sounding like the growl of a beast. Coralie, calm down. Several female classmates dared not approach, shouting from afar. Calm down? Fa. Sherry glared, her eyes seemingly able. Didn't she provide you with financial support for over half a year? Marvin, helping you was because I considered you a friend, but you seem to think all this was owed to you. Dermot's questioning brought everyone's thoughts back to their college days. Back then, Gabby was indeed very generous and treated people kindly. Many of the female classmates present had received gifts from Gabby. Recalling how they later maligned Gabby, Their expressions became especially vivid. Who asked her for help? Sherry shouted. It was all voluntary, wasn't it? Do you think I don't know what she was thinking? All she wanted was to flaunt her wealth in front of the classmates. Show off how rich her family is, bah. Dermot couldn't help but laugh wryly. This woman's way of thinking was truly bizarre. Marvin turned to look at Gabby and saw a faint trace of sorrow on her face. The experiences in college were undoubtedly black history, even more ironic when juxtaposed with Sherry's current behavior, trying to make friends with the utmost sincerity, yet receiving no genuine reciprocation. Dermot caught the expressions on everyone's faces when Sherry spoke those words. Only one person showed signs of guilt. Most people had an indifferent look on their faces. Though unspoken, they clearly agreed with Sherry. Dermot smiled coldly. Since that was the case, there was no need to be polite. Let go of me. Let me go. I want to fight this murderer. She killed my boyfriend. I demand her life. Sherry struggled frantically as if she had gone mad. Dermot's gaze was icy cold. Just as he was about to speak, Gabby quietly tugged at the corner of his shirt. She gave Dermot a meaningful look and gracefully stepped forward. Sherry, your boyfriend's death was indeed partly my responsibility. Everyone was startled. Dermot was also inwardly surprised. But this matter. Gabby's beautiful eyes revealed a complex emotion. In a way, it was also because of you. Chapter 291, A Mob. Gabby turned to look at Dermot and asked gently, Honey, last time didn't we only talk about someone being expelled? Dermot nodded. On the day she met Sherry, Gabby talked about her college life. Back then, she was still a naive little girl. Not only did she get taken advantage of by her classmates, but also because she rejected a certain boy, rumors were spread about her. Afterwards, Mr. Beckham intervened. All the classmates who bullied her were punished. At that time, those who were expelled included Sherry, Bug Chien. Gabby listed several female classmates one by one. Finally, she pointed to Lemuel. Among the boys, there was Lemuel and some of his close friends. There was also a boy named Marlon, Sherry's boyfriend. You severed ties with me because of him, right? Gabby turned her head and looked at Sherry. Compared to Sherry's twisted expression, she appeared calm and collected. Marlon somehow added me on WeChat and kept harassing me. I even showed you our chat records. You were very angry back then and wanted to confront him. I don't know what he told you, but you blamed everything on me. Saying I seduced him? Gabby laughed. You know how shy I am. If a guy sits too close to me, I feel uncomfortable, let alone seduce him. What did Marlon have that could make me do such a thing? She still couldn't understand it today. The classmates exchanged looks. Everyone knew what kind of person Marlon was. A somewhat handsome boy but with terrible character. Even Gabby couldn't be bothered with Lemuel back then, not to mention Marlon who was far inferior to Lemuel. Seduce him? What a joke. Why did you dress up so beautifully every day? Sherry clenched her teeth and said in anger. Gabby was speechless. Am I the only one who dresses up? She retorted. The cosmetics I brought to the dormitory. Who used them the most? Sherry fell silent instantly. Forget it, let's not talk about this, Gabby continued. Let's start from your expulsion. With the rumor makers expelled, life became peaceful. Although she felt lonelier, there were fewer troubles in her life. Thinking they would never cross paths again, one day she received a call from Sherry. It was Sherry's number, but the caller was her boyfriend Marlon. Sherry didn't dare tell her family about her expulsion. To stay in the big city, she worked hard to find a job. However, rent, daily expenses, and other realities soon followed. Marvin her family was average, and she couldn't receive enough living expenses each month. Living lavishly when she was close to Gabby made it hard for her to adjust to frugality. Soon, she maxed out her credit cards. She exhausted various loans from apps and Martintiao, JD's credit service. During that period, she would receive bills every morning, urging her to repay on time. Marlon told me over the phone that you borrowed from loan sharks and were kidnapped. They said if $15,000 wasn't paid, you would be sold as a hostess in a nightclub. At this point, everyone turned their heads to look at Sherry. The ferocity on Sherry's face finally faded, replaced by astonishment. She thought for a moment and glared at Gabby. You're lying. I never borrowed from loan sharks. Gabby ignored her words. Marlon begged me over the phone, she continued, to save you with money. In fact, I don't blame you. All my life, I've had few friends. I cherished our friendship, even though I knew it wasn't pure. When Gabby looked at them, all the girls except Sherry averted their gaze guiltily. When I heard you were in danger, I rushed to the address given by Marlon. Dermot noticed. Lemuel's expression changed. Could this incident involve him? Dermot stared at the young man for a while, saying nothing. The place Marlon mentioned was an abandoned building, Gabby recalled, but when I went upstairs, I didn't see you. Waiting there besides Marlon were Lemuel and his buddies. The students' gazes immediately turned to Lemuel. Dermot's cold stare made Lemuel nervous. Because they were expelled, they harbored resentment towards me, so they made Marlon lure me out. At this point, Gabby's voice trembled slightly. That scene, even just recalling it now, made her feel fear creeping up. With a phobia of men, what kind of fear would one experience when surrounded by a group of guys? Lemuel, I'm not lying, am I? Gabby's eyes turned to look at him. Lemuel opened his mouth but couldn't deny it. At that moment, I was already terrified, Gabby said. I guessed your intentions? She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew what she meant. Tricking a girl into an abandoned building with a group of men, their intentions were all too clear. Dermot couldn't bear to hear anymore. Marvin stepped forward and kicked Lemuel's handsome face. Lemuel screamed in pain, holding his face as he fell to the ground. Dermot was about to kick him a few more times but was stopped by Gabby. Honey, I'm fine, she said softly. Even if they really did think like that, you can tell from their conversation. I was surrounded by them, crouching down and covering my head, screaming desperately to keep them away. Can you imagine how helpless she felt at that moment? The image that flashed in Dermot's mind made him feel heartache. Maybe I cried too loudly. They were worried someone would discover us, so they tried to stop me. But as you know, when a man touches me, I have a panic response. At that moment, I don't know who touched my shoulder, but I instinctively sprayed the pepper spray. She has always lacked a sense of security. She carries small self-defense items like pepper spray with her. If hit by this little thing, the eyes would swell up and tear uncontrollably, accompanied by non-stop sneezing and coughing. They didn't know what had happened. All they saw was that boy clutching his face and crying on the ground. In fact, Gabby continued, the memory is blurred because my mind was in chaos at that time. She only remembered. Holding the pepper spray, she sprayed anyone who came close. Until finally, these guys fled, clutching their red and swollen eyes. Dermot gave a cold laugh, looking at Lemuel's unpleasant expression, a bunch of riffraff. Marvin was also relieved that they were just riffraff, or else Gabby would have been in danger. Scaring them off? Gabby sighed. I crouched on the ground and cried for a long time. When she was about to leave, Marlon came back again. Chapter 292, Can't Blame You. Towards him, Gabby was very cautious. But Marlon told her that Lemuel had coerced him into doing this. Marvin told me that it's true you owe high-interest loans, but the situation isn't as serious as that. Gabby said coolly. I didn't believe him, of course, and held a self-defense spray to keep him from coming closer. Marlon had been sprayed twice before, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Gabby's wary expression, he didn't dare approach directly. The two left the unfinished building, with Gabby walking in front and Marlon following behind. That day, she had driven her car. However, the location of the unfinished building wasn't accessible by vehicle, so she parked on the outside road. They were about a few hundred meters apart. During this walk, Marlon kept following. Gabby suddenly stopped and looked back at Lemuel again. Was it like this? Dermot was puzzled. Didn't this guy run away? How is it still his fault? Lemuel's left cheek was kicked and quickly swelled up, looking quite comical. Marvin mumbled and refused to answer. Only when he saw Dermot's icy stare did he reluctantly nod. You went through great lengths to deceive me here, only to be scared off by just one person. You felt humiliated. So you weren't done? Just as I was about to go through an alley, Marlon suddenly rushed over. My reaction wasn't fast enough, and he caught my hand and took the self-defense spray. At that moment, you and your friends appeared. Marlon was busy boasting to you about catching me. Marvin never imagined. Gabby suffered from androphobia. Touching from a male would cause her extreme panic. People react differently to panic. Some become paralyzed due to sheer fear. Others might become frantic when their body reaches a peak of fear. This is a survival instinct, an automatic physiological response. The sympathetic nervous system becomes excited during this time, releasing stress hormones such as adrenaline. At that moment, Gabby entered such a state. Marvin, her thin arms struggled fiercely, while Marlon, busy boasting, didn't notice. Thus, she broke free. At the same time, she gave Marlon a fierce kick. Marlon stumbled and involuntarily leaned forward. A student who had seen Gabby escape brushed aside Marlon, then hurried after her. However, this gentle push caused trouble. Unable to maintain balance and pushed again, Marlon collided headfirst into the wall. No one noticed. They were busy chasing the fleeing Gabby. As soon as the group emerged from the alley, they encountered passersby. To Gabby, these passersby were lifelines. Marvin, her distressed appearance also caught the passerby's attention, and he hurriedly asked what happened. Because of this, Lemuel and company scattered. Marlon, bleeding profusely from the collision with the wall, was forgotten in the alley. By the time someone found him, Marlon had died alone in the alley. Later investigations revealed he died from severe head trauma, causing internal bleeding and increased intracranial pressure. If discovered earlier, he could have been saved. However, under these circumstances, he was abandoned in the alley as everyone fled in panic. Afterwards, all those involved were questioned by the police. Marlon's death stemmed from grabbing Gabby, who tried to break free and kicked him. Subsequently, while rushing to chase Gabby, another individual pushed Marlon, causing him to collide with the wall. Gabby's actions met the criteria for self-defense. As for the person responsible for Marlon's death, it was considered negligent injury. I'm not lying, right? Gabby looked at Lemuel. We were all at the police station at the time. Under Dermot's cold glare, Lemuel stammered, why yes, it's true. Sherry stood stunned. She stared at Lemuel for a long time before shouting out loud, You lied to me. It was you and your gang who subtly led me to believe that my boyfriend's death was her doing. You. She violently pulled herself free from whoever was holding her and lunged at Lemuel. It's all because of you, Sherry screamed as she clawed at Lemuel's face fiercely. Lemuel had already been sitting slack-jawed. When tackled, he fell backward. Sherry straddled him, her fingers digging deep into his skin, leaving bloody marks. Lemuel cried out in pain and soon retaliated. Immediately, the two started wrestling, causing chaos. Everyone watching was dumbfounded and only managed to rush forward to pull them apart after some time. Gabby stood nearby, silent. Dermot came to her side and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. I said last time, Gabby said softly, I bear some responsibility for Sherry's condition. Wealth can make people lose their way. At that time, I didn't consider this point and blindly showed her the benefits that wealth could bring. As a result, Sherry lost her way. She forgot her humble origins, continuing to spend lavishly and accumulating debts she couldn't afford. Marvin, her life, thus became a mess. Dermot looked at Sherry, who was struggling with Lemuel's side, and said, Why are you saying these things? If she could truly appreciate your kindness, would she have turned out like this? You helped her so much, yet she ignored it and even turned against you. The suffering she faces today is all due to her own actions. You can blame anyone else, but not you. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Renee followed a middle-aged man into the room. Seeing the chaos in the room, Renee and the middle-aged man were both taken aback. What's going on? Clement looked astonished at Dermot. Well, Dermot opened his mouth, momentarily unsure where to start. Boss, it's like this. A burly man standing by who had witnessed everything explained hurriedly. After hearing this, Clement was speechless. Honey, let's go. Gabby's face showed a hint of fatigue. She didn't want to see these people anymore. Dermot pondered for a moment. In his view, the punishment these people received was clearly insufficient, and he didn't want to leave just like that. But since his wife had spoken, he couldn't say anything more. Is Miss Beckham tired? Clement's sharp eyes immediately guessed what Dermot was thinking. After all, his wife had endured so much bullying. Who as a man could endure that? If you're tired, go back first. Clement gave Dermot a meaningful look. I'll handle the aftermath here. Dermot immediately understood. Undoubtedly, Boss Jamarg was genuinely righteous. Not only did he send people over to support the situation, but he also offered to help him clean up this mess. Today, I've really troubled Boss Jamarg, Dermot said seriously. No need to mention it. Clement waved his hand, smiling freely. We're family. No need for formalities.